I was sitting in a chair in room 314, building 5 of Linjiang University, my fingers flying across my phone screen as I grumbled nonstop. Patting my head? How dare you pat my head? We're getting way too cocky. My name is Bishu, and I was deep into my favorite game, Naruto, controlling the character I'm best at, young Minato Namikaze. Still trying to pat my head? I rapidly tapped the normal attack button in the lower right corner, taunting my opponent as I went. Even if I have just one ninja left, I can still turn this around. But the game took a turn I hadn't expected. One moment, I was brimming with confidence, and the next I started making mistakes. How was this happening? Watch me use the Flying Thunder God technique. You can't hit me, can you? Bet that's driving you crazy. A wild grin spread across my face. But the tides shifted suddenly, and my expression changed in an instant. I hurried to plead for mercy. How are you still hitting me? Bro, give me another chance. I frantically mashed the substitute button, nearly poking a hole through the screen. Bro, I swear I messed up. I'm about to transform. Please, just one more shot. My hands trembled with tension as I prayed silently. But it was useless. With a single control move and a finishing blow, my opponent sealed the victory. I stared at the defeat message on my screen, letting out a long, frustrated sigh. I was so close this time. That damned reanimated third Hokage. Every single time. You who makes me lose. Still lost in the sting of defeat. I imagined how great it would feel to win and become a true master. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside. I didn't pay much attention, still caught up in my own thoughts. But then, out of nowhere, I heard someone call out, Bishu, what are you talking about? Reanimated third Hokage. My heart skipped a beat. Huh. I was certain I was alone in the dorm. Everyone else had gone out. Where did that voice come from? Puzzled, I opened my eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. What I saw snapped me completely awake. I cried out in shock, Byakugan. Standing before me was a young girl, her eyes pure white, cheeks rosy as peach blossoms, lips of vivid red, her features delicate and beautiful. She tilted her head in confusion as she looked at me. What's wrong, Bishu? You seem a bit off today, the girl asked, her tone laced with curiosity. I shot back warily. Who are you? And why am I here? Just a moment ago, I'd been gaming in my dorm. So how did I end up in this place with a single blink? I glanced around and realized I was in a classroom. It seemed to be between classes. Some students were sprawled across their desks, resting, while others were roughhousing and laughing. On the blackboard, in large characters, was written, 98 days until the college entrance exam. A wave of confusion washed over me, and then I suddenly noticed a boy surrounded by a swarm of bugs. I couldn't help but quip, dude, when's the last time you took a shower? Why are there so many bugs around you? Then, to my astonishment, I spotted a small white dog actually sitting on top of one of the desks. I blurted out in surprise, whose dog is this? How'd it get into the classroom? Things only got stranger. A white-haired boy, without a flicker of emotion, pulled the bones out of his own forearm and wielded them like weapons, even running his tongue along the blade-like bone. The sight was so bizarre and unsettling that a chill ran down my spine. Zhao, stop scaring him. A girl snapped, her brows furrowed in anger as she glared at the white-haired boy. Zhao just shrugged and replied, Humph. Ningxi, you always stick up for him. Sooner or later, someone's going to put a rookie civilian ninja like him in his place. Ningxi retorted coldly, it's none of your business. As long as I'm here, no one's going to bully him. Civilian ninja? I repeated the term without thinking. And just then, a torrent of memories surged through my mind. Noticing the pain on my face, Ningxi quickly waved her hand in front of my eyes, her voice tinged with worry. Bishu, are you all right? I clenched my teeth against the splitting headache, grabbed her hand, and managed to say I'm fine. Lost in the flood of these sudden memories, I gradually pieced together the background of this world. 2 centuries ago, the sky shattered and disaster upon disaster followed, decimating the population. A mysterious energy swept over Blue Star, changing every living thing. Gentle puppies turned into fierce tigers. Cute kittens became savage leopards. These mutated creatures were called beasts. The old nations fell one after another, with only the Xia kingdom holding out against the tide. In their struggle against the beasts, humans discovered they, too, were changing, becoming tougher, stronger. At the age of 18, everyone awakened a ninja world persona within their mind. As their strength grew, they could unlock all the abilities of that persona. It took me quite a while to sort through these memories. The owner of this body was also called Bishu. Same name, same surname, and, like me, an orphan. Well, I suppose. It makes no difference. I took a deep breath. What really concerned me now was how I'd ended up here. Was it possession, or had our souls swapped? I had no idea. What comforts me, though, is that there are still people in this world who care about me. For instance, my childhood friend Ning Shi, as well as Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu, they treat me like family, and their kindness fills my heart with warmth. I held Ning Shi's hand and said casually, "Sorry, the awakened person in my mind is having a bit of an effect on me." "Are you really all right?" Ning Shi looked at me with worry etched on her face. I shook my head, deeply moved by her concern. My gaze lingered on her, and she seemed a little puzzled. Blinking her bright, clear eyes, I couldn't help but say, "Your eyes are truly beautiful." After all, she had awakened as Hinata Nanako, a member of the Hyuga clan from the world of Naruto. "My eyes have always been quite lovely," Ning Shi replied with a playful smile, but soon her expression turned anxious again. She asked, "By the way, does Minato Namikaze have a strong influence on you?" After all, awakening as that person might mean inheriting his illnesses, and she was worried that Minato's health would affect me. "It's fine. We're talking about Minato Namikaze here." Outwardly, I tried to appear calm, but inside, I could barely contain my excitement. Maybe it was because the last ninja I played before crossing over was Minato, and that's why I awakened as him. But whatever the reason, I was genuinely happy. That silver-haired boy, saying Minato, was just an ordinary ninja was truly baffling. Minato Namikaze was the fourth Hokage, revered by fans as the man who's always with his little sister, able to wield the forbidden flying thunder god technique as if it were a casual move. In the ninja world, he was known as the Yellow Flash. How could anyone call him ordinary? Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang for class, and all the students in the classroom quickly sat up straight. For this period was homeroom teacher Fong's class. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy set of footsteps echoed through the classroom, and Bishu couldn't help but look up toward the door. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with dark skin and a stern expression, entered the room. From a distance, he looked like a slow-moving black bear. No wonder he had awakened the abilities of a hidden cloud village ninja. His appearance and aura were just like them. From the original host's memories, Bishu knew that their homeroom teacher Fong Zhao had awakened as a ninja from the hidden cloud village, though he couldn't recall exactly which one. Just from his build and complexion, it was obvious he belonged to that lineage. "Class is starting," Fong Zhao announced in a deep, resonant voice. "Stand up." "Good morning, teacher." "Please be seated." The students sat down in unison. "Today we're going to review chakra natures and Kekkei Genkai. Lin Chi-Chi, can you tell us what chakra natures there are?" "Yes." The young girl patted the dog's head on her desk, stood up, and answered crisply. "There are water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang chakra natures." "Very good." A faint smile appeared on Fong's dark face. "Ningshi, why don't you tell us what a Kekkei Genkai is?" Fong's returned his gaze to the girl with pure white pupils. "Of course." Ningshi stood up and said, "There are 7 types of chakra nature transformation: water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang. When 2 chakra natures are fused simultaneously, a new form of ninjutsu is created. This ability is called Kekkei Genkai, or bloodline limit. Only a handful of ninja can develop such new powers on their own. According to the rules of this world, a self-developed Kekkei Genkai cannot be inherited by descendants. The next generation must still awaken their own ninja abilities. In addition, if a ninja gains powers due to the unique traits of a certain organ, that too is classified as a Kekkei Genkai. Bishu listened closely to Ning Shi's explanation, nodding from time to time. What Ning Shi described matched what he knew from the world of Naruto, which put him at ease. At least, he was familiar with these concepts, though others might not know all the details Bishu did. For instance, he understood one truth clearly. There is a power even greater than the Kekkei Genkai, known as the Kekkei Mora. The true potential of the Uchiha clan goes far beyond the 3-tomo Sharingan. That's right, this wasn't a misunderstanding. Based on the memories of his predecessor, Bishu knew that while the Uchiha clan possessed the Kekkei Genkai, they believed their limit stopped at the 3-tomo Sharingan. In reality, they hadn't yet discovered the existence of the Mangekyo Sharingan. "All right, you may sit down." Fong's thought he was smiling kindly, but to the students, his smile was rather intimidating. Even after 3 years of teaching them, some students still found him awe-inspiring. After Ning Shi sat down, Fong Zhao continued with the lesson. Bishu listened as his consciousness gradually drifted inward. Deep within his mind, he saw a figure standing. It drew him closer out of curiosity. Just as he expected, standing before him was a handsome, blonde-haired man with a gentle smile. A soft chime sounded. "Congratulations, host. You have reached the designated location. The system is now officially activated. Bishu was momentarily stunned. He was no stranger to such developments. After all, he was an avid reader of web novels. Besides Naruto, he regularly read all sorts of stories. Immersed in these worlds for so long, he naturally understood what a system meant. Every transmigrator's essential tool, the golden finger, the system. At that moment, Bishu's heart surged with excitement. An honor to finally meet you. Truly an honor. The pleasant chimes sounded again. It's my privilege to serve you, host. Next, the system will introduce its functions. Please listen carefully. The rules of this world dictate that each person can only awaken their power once in a lifetime. The system, however, can help you awaken multiple times. The catch is, you must fully master all the skills of your current awakened persona before you can proceed to the next awakening. After listening to the system's explanation, Bishu fell into deep thought. The system was right. Everyone only gets one chance in their lifetime to awaken, and the character they awaken to determines their lifelong potential and limits. But the system had the ability to break this rule, with the condition that he must master all of the awakened character's skills. This made Bishu feel a bit troubled. The original host was indeed talented, and over. This period had already learned techniques such as the transformation jutsu, substitution jutsu, clone jutsu, body flicker technique, and shadow clone jutsu. However, Minato Namikaze's arsenal was simply too vast. For instance, the art of sealing alone encompassed countless complex components, not to mention the flying thunder god technique. That particular jutsu was initially created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and later refined by Minato Namikaze himself. It was so intricate that mastering it in a short time was completely out of the question. Given all this, the only way forward was to take it step by step. There was no need to rush. Show personal panel, Bishu said tentatively. He recalled that most systems usually had some kind of system panel. A melodious chime sounded. Host, Bishu. Gender, male. Age, 18. Race, human. Rank, genin. Awakened character, Minato Namikaze. Skills, transformation jutsu, mastered. Substitution jutsu, mastered. Clone jutsu, mastered. Shadow clone jutsu, mastered. Shuriken shadow clone jutsu, not mastered. Flying thunder. God technique, not mastered. Rasengan, not mastered. Sealing jutsu, not mastered. Summoning jutsu, not mastered. Sage mode, not mastered. E9 Tails mode, not mastered. System, is there a newbie gift pack? Bishu asked. In most other systems, there's usually a generous starter package, so he felt his system shouldn't be an exception. A cheerful notification rang out. Newbie gift pack has been sent. Please check and receive it. The system's prompt sounded so pleasant to Bishu's ears. How do I receive it, he asked. Simply say receive in your mind. Receive. Bishu silently repeated the word in his heart, following the system's instructions. A congratulatory chime sounded. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique? System, you're not tricking me, are you? This is exactly what I needed. Talk about a timely gift. Bishu was pleasantly surprised, unable to stop himself from praising the system. Though he had inherited Minato Namikaze's talent, learning the Flying Thunder God technique should have taken a long time. He hadn't expected to master it instantly through the system. Bishu could hardly wait to find a place to try out the Flying Thunder God technique for himself. After all, what young man could resist such an iconic ninjutsu? Are there any other features? Bishu asked the system, curious about what else it could do. A crisp notification responded. The system will issue tasks based on the host's current situation. Completing tasks will earn corresponding rewards. After listening, Bishu pressed on with a few more questions, and then his consciousness returned to the classroom. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Fongzhou, was deeply engrossed in teaching. Though Fongzhou looked stern, he taught with genuine passion. Bishu picked up his textbook, pretending to pay close attention. Bishu, were you daydreaming just now? Ningxi whispered, her eyes darting nervously toward the teacher, worried they might get caught. Yeah, but stop staring at old Fong, Bishu replied helplessly. With Fongzhou's skill as an elite chunin, he could easily sense when someone was watching him. Sure enough, Fongzhou's gaze swept over to Bishu, his eyes full of suspicion as he shot him a fierce glare, mistakenly thinking Bishu had been staring at him all along. Bishu could only rub his forehead in resignation, thinking to himself, I did nothing, yet somehow I'm getting blamed for it. Sorry about that. Ningxi apologized with a grin, but her tone betrayed not the slightest hint of remorse. She was used to this. No matter what happened, the blame always seemed to land on Bishu, never on her. Having a clever and mischievous childhood friend was both a blessing and a headache. Bishu couldn't help but smile, unable to hide the amusement tugging at his lips. Novel world setting. The ranks of ninja cultivation progress in the following order. Ninja trainee, Genin, elite Genin, Chunin, elite Chunin, special Jonin, Jonin, elite Jonin, Yenbu, Kage, and Super Kage. Future ranks are still to be determined. Based on reader suggestions, the previous Quasi-Kage has now been adjusted to Yenbu. Thank you all for your support and understanding. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Class dismissed. In the classroom of Senior 3, Class 2, a middle-aged female teacher gathered her notes and was the first to leave. Goodbye, teacher, the students chorused. Chi-Chi, let's go. School's over, someone called out. Coming. Lin Chi-Chi quickly packed up her school bag, slipping her little dog, Mantu, inside as well before hurrying over. By the way, Mantu was her white puppy. Bishu, let's head home too. Ningxi tucked her textbook in her bag, looking at Bishu, who was still lost in thought, her eyes sparkling. All right, let's go home. Bishu snapped back to reality and nodded quickly. He had once been alone in the world, with only the orphanage director as family. But after the director passed away, he was all by himself again. Now he possessed this new body. From the original owner's memories, Bishu understood that many people around him cared for him and looked out for him. Still, the thought of facing them made him a little nervous. After all, he wasn't the real Bishu, but a soul who had crossed into this world by accident. But for now, he would just take things one step at a time. Bishu shook his head lightly and followed Ningxi as they started down the road toward home. The two of them walked together and soon arrived at a residential complex. Bishu glanced at the sign that read, Xingfu Community. The name felt both familiar and strange to him. It was familiar because he had inherited all of the original owner's memories, and he knew the previous Bishu had lived here for 7 or 8 years. And yet it was strange because he was not truly Bishu. Hurry up. Mom must have dinner ready by now, Ningxi urged, quickening her pace. I got it, Bishu replied, hastening to catch up. Building 5, 3rd floor. Mom, Bishu and I are home, Ningxi announced brightly as she pushed open the door. Bishu and Shishi are back. A middle-aged woman came out from the kitchen, smiling warmly at them. Yes, Aunt Yu, Bishu answered with perfect ease, surprising even himself. He had thought it would take time to adjust to this new identity, yet he slipped into it so naturally. In this moment, he truly felt he was Bishu, and Bishu was him. Of course, Mom, I'm starving. When can we eat? Ningxi put on a pitiful face, looking adorably desperate. You little rascal. Yu Lingling shook her head with a doting smile. Wait for your father to come home, then we'll eat. You two go wash your hands and change your clothes first. Fine, Ningxi pouted, then immediately turned and headed for her own room. Bishu offered Yu Lingling a small smile before following suit to his own room. The Ning family's apartment had 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, stretching over 130 square meters. The living room was spacious and filled with light. Bishu even had a room of his own. Yu Lingling watched the 2 children head off to their rooms, then returned to the kitchen. She still had one more dish to finish. Back in his room, Bishu looked around, taking in the space that now belonged to him. There was a bed in the room, covered in blue sheets and bedding. By the pillow sat a giant teddy bear, Ningxi's birthday gift to him on his 18th birthday. Next to the bed stood a computer desk, with the monitor facing the center of the room and the surface cluttered with textbooks and study materials. Bishu took it all in and nodded to himself. Several large posters adorned the walls, but one in particular stood out. A striking image of a white-haired man in black combat gear, gripping a short blade glowing with blue light, standing imposingly before the massive body of a fallen gray bear. Bishu stared at the poster in surprise, thinking, Konoha's white fan, Sakomo Hatake? I can't believe Duanmu Jintian actually awakened as Sakomo Hatake. According to the original host's memories, this man's name was Duanmu Jintian, and the persona he awakened was none other than Sakomo Hatake of the Hatake clan. Gifted from a young age, he stood out thanks to the Hatake swordsmanship and the clan's secret techniques, quickly attracting the nation's special attention and training. Now, at only 23, he had already reached the rank of Jonin, a figure many young people admired, the original host included. The photograph had been taken a year ago. At that time, Duanmu Jintian had just broken through to the Jonin level. It so happened that a Tier 7 earth-splitting bear, a formidable beast, wandered by mistake into Xia country's borders. Duanmu was dispatched to deal with it, and he slew the beast. The image of his victory soon spread, and he became the idol of countless fans. Just then, a knock came at the door, followed by a familiar voice calling out, breaking Bishu's train of thought. Bishu, Bishu, what are you doing? Time to eat. I'm coming. At the sound, Bishu hurriedly changed his clothes and rushed out of his room. Bishu, go wash your hands first, then come eat, came a gentle voice from the kitchen. Okay. Bishu called back, promptly running to wash his hands before returning to the living room. He took a seat at the table, glancing at the cultured, refined-looking middle-aged man before him. Uncle Ning. MHM. CC told me today that you've been feeling some effect from the persona awakening inside you? Ning Ziyuan asked with concern. Yes, but it's all right now, Bishu replied with a smile. As long as you're all right. If anything comes up, you must let me know, Ning Ziyuan said seriously. I will. Hearing these words, Bishu felt a warmth in his heart he hadn't felt in years. No one had shown him such familial care since the director passed away. It was as if he'd lost his family ever since. Dinner's ready. Ning Cece came over in fluffy bunny slippers and home clothes, her fair little hands carrying a dish. Yu Lingling also brought another dish to the table. All right, let's eat, Yu Lingling said, passing bowls of rice around. The college entrance exam is almost here. How are you both getting on with preparations? Ning Ziyuan inquired. Bishu had lived here for quite some time and knew that meal times weren't overly formal. Everyone chatted easily at the table. I'm doing okay with the academic subjects, but I'm not too confident about the combat exam, Ning Cece admitted, even pausing her meal as she spoke. Aren't you already a genin? Yu Lingling chimed in. Her daughter had awakened to be a Kugan of the Hyuga clan, a bloodline trait ranked alongside the Sharingan as a top-tier eye technique. She thought Ning Cece wouldn't worry about fighting. Being a genin doesn't guarantee much in the combat exam, Ning Cece said helplessly. Oh, right? Yu Lingling blinked, tapping her forehead in slight embarrassment. What about you, Shu? Hearing Ning Ziyuan's question, Bishu thought for a moment before replying. I'm about the same as Ning Shi. I do fine in academic subjects, but when it comes to combat, I'm not very skilled. I see, Ning Ziyuan said, chewing thoughtfully on his food. In that case, I'll give old Lin a call. For now on, you two can go practice at the Lin Martial Arts Hall every Saturday. Oh, Ning Shi dragged out her voice, sounding aggrieved. Classes are already exhausting every day, plus we have to train in ninja arts and sparring. Can't we even rest during the holidays? It's for your own good, Ning Ziyuan replied, his face showing a mix of helplessness and resolve as his daughter tried to wheedle him. He looked a little troubled, but he stood firm. She should be good. Gentle as she usually was, Yu Lingling's tone turned a touch stern at this. All right, Ning Shi lowered her head, her pure white eyes seeming to dim a little. Uncle Ning was an elite chunin, with the awakened abilities of the Mito clan, and now worked at the Ninja Association. It made sense he had some connections. Aunt Yu was a genin, awakened as an ordinary ninja. She started working right after high school and later married Uncle Ning to become a homemaker. These thoughts drifted through Bishu's mind. Bishu. Yu Lingling noticed Bishu drifting off while eating and called his name. I'll listen to Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu, Bishu answered, snapping back to attention. The couple nodded in satisfaction, feeling that Bishu was very sensible. After that, the four of them ate in comfortable silence. I'm full, Bishu announced after finishing 2 bowls of rice, patting his stomach. I'm done too, Ning Shi said, putting down her chopsticks. Go on and play then, Yu Lingling said, seeing the two had finished eating and signaling they could leave the table. Okay. The next morning, Bishu and Ning Shi walked side by side on their way to school. Bishu, there's another ninja sparring session today. I really don't want to participate, Ning Shi muttered, pouting and clearly reluctant. Ninja sparring? Bishu quickly sifted through the original owner's memories and recalled that every Friday, there was a sparring session. These matches were held to assess students' abilities and help them improve in combat, organized within the class, with the homeroom teacher acting as referee. How's your gentle fist training coming along? Bishu asked. It's the same as always. I've only learned the 16 palms, Ning Shi replied with a sigh. She knew her awakened bloodline limit was strong. After all, she had already unlocked many ninja techniques while still just a genin. Yet when it came to gentle fist, she had only mastered the 16 palms. By rights, inheriting Hinata Nanako's talent, she shouldn't be progressing this slowly, managing only the 8 trigrams. 16 palms left her puzzled. 8 trigrams, 16 palms, huh, Bishu remarked, nodding. The two chatted as they walked, and before long, they arrived at their destination. Junction number 1 High School, Class 3-2. Good morning, Cece, Bishu. A girl holding a little dog called out to them. Morning, Chi-Chi, Ning Shi replied with a gentle smile. Bishu smiled as well, glancing at the fluffy white puppy in her arms. He knew in his heart that she had awakened the bloodline of the Inuzuka clan. Yesterday, Bishu hadn't had a chance to observe his classmates closely. Now, as he looked around the classroom, he could pick out those who had awakened the bloodlines of the Bamboo Cutter clan, the Aburame clan, and even the Shiranui clan. Quite a few students in the class showed signs of their Konoha heritage. The clan traits were obvious to Bishu at a glance. Still, there were some whose Backgrounds weren't so easily read. Either they were civilian shinobi, or their clan origins could only be guessed by their ninjutsu. Hey, Bishu, what are you staring at? Zhao Yang, who had awakened the Kagaya clan bloodline, sounded rather displeased. He had long harbored a grudge against Bishu, not just because Bishu was a civilian shinobi, but more so because the girl he liked happened to be Bishu's childhood friend. That thought always made him uncomfortable. Bishu was momentarily caught off guard. Following the voice, he realized the speaker was the white-haired boy. The memory flashed back, just yesterday. When he first arrived in this world, he'd seen this guy pull a bone right out his own arm. At the time, Bishu had thought he'd run into a lunatic. Playing dumb, are you? Zhou Yang's tone grew even more aggressive when Bishu didn't respond. Zhou Yang, what do you think you're doing? Ningxi's brows knitted together, her pupils sharpening in an instant. Cici, don't call me Cici. We're not close, Ningxi replied coldly. How dare he try to bully Bishu? Looks like he's just asking for trouble. Fine, whatever. Bishu, just you wait. In today's match, I'll make sure you regret it. Now that Ningxi was angry, Zhou Yang turned his fury on Bishu, practically spitting out the challenge. No problem, Bishu replied with a calm smile, accepting Zhou Yang's challenge without hesitation. Are you serious? Zhou Yang jumped to his feet. He knew all too well that in the past, whenever he challenged Bishu, Bishu would always avoid giving an answer, never giving him the chance. School rules required both parties to agree before a match could be approved by a teacher. A one-sided challenge simply wouldn't work. Finally, the chance to teach Bishu a lesson had come. Zhou Yang was so excited he could barely wait to get started. He was determined to show Ningxi that he was the one she should really be paying attention to. Bishu, why did you agree to fight him? Ningxi was visibly shocked by Bishu's answer. In Class 2, Zhou Yang was known for his strength. Why would Bishu accept a challenge? What if he got hurt? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Bishu lowered his voice, trying to reassure her. Really? Ningxi's pretty face was full of doubt. Of course, Bishu replied confidently. In truth, the old Bishu had always kept his true strength hidden, avoiding Zhou Yang's challenges just to keep trouble at bay. But now Bishu's approach had changed. Rather than facing endless provocations, it was better to defeat his opponent outright and make sure he wouldn't dare stir up trouble again. That was the real way to solve the problem. All right then. Seeing that Bishu had made up his mind, Ningxi could only nod helplessly and say no more. Soon, the homeroom teacher, Feng Zhua, entered the classroom and led Class 2 out to the dueling grounds. Is everyone ready? Feng Zhua, with his deep, weathered complexion, surveyed the class and asked. Ready. The students responded with excitement, clenching their fists in anticipation, eager to get on the field. Lin Qiqi versus Wu Nan. Feng Zhua randomly selected two students of similar strength for the opening match. Come on, Mantu. Let's go. Lin Qiqi strode to the center of the arena, her partner trotting faithfully at her side. Woof woof, Manta barked, bounding after her. Wu Nan, upon being called, sauntered to the field with a toothpick between his teeth and both hands stuffed in his pockets, moving at a leisurely pace. Begin. Feng Zhua took his place between them, and with a swift wave of his right hand, announced the start of the match. Beast Mimicry Ninja Art, four-legged technique. Lin Qiqi made the first move. She pressed her hands to the ground, her nails lengthening as a blue chakra glow shimmered over her body. I'm coming now, Lin Qiqi called out as a warning, her figure vanishing in a blur as she lunged at Wu Nan. Seeing this, Wu Nan's hands flew into motion, forming the sequence of hand signs. Goat, boar, ox, dog, tiger. Just as Lin Qiqi was about to reach him, Wu Nan finished his signs. A heavy thud resounded as Lin Qiqi crashed into him, sending Wu Nan flying through the air with tremendous force. But just as Wu Nan was about to hit the ground, his body suddenly transformed into a log. The timing was perfect, and Feng Zhua, watching from the sidelines, looked on with admiration in his eyes. His hand signs are so fast. Lin Qiqi marveled as she saw the log in Wu Nan's place. Her own speed was already formidable, but Wu Nan had still managed to complete the substitution jutsu in time. Qiqi, don't get distracted during a fight, Wu Nan called out, quickly flinging 3 kunai at her in a triangular formation. Mantu catch. Lin Qiqi grabbed a small black pill from her ninja pouch and tossed it to the little white dog beside her. Woof woof woof, Manta leapt high, snapping up the pill in one bite. Instantly, his fur turned bright red. Lin Qiqi took out another pill and swallowed it herself. Ready, Mantu. Beast Mimicry Ninja Art, Man Beast Krona. As the smoke cleared, 2 identical Lin Qiqis stood side by side, both fixing Wu Nan with fierce, unblinking stares. Four-legged technique. Lin Qiqi reached out and knocked down all the flying kunai, then launched a swift attack on Wu Nan. Wu Nin barely managed to dodge the assault, but another Lin Chi-Chi rushed at him immediately after. This couldn't go on. Wu Nin knew he was at a disadvantage and racked his brain for a way out. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. At last, Lin Chi-Chi seized upon a gap in Wu Nan's defenses and unleashed a ninja technique. Fong over Fong. Lin Chi-Chi and her clone spun at high speed, charging straight at Wu Nan. Wu Nan didn't have time to form hand seals. His eyes widened in shock as the two spinning figures crashed hard into his abdomen. Ugh! Wu Nan collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, the toothpick he'd been chewing long since tossed aside. The winner, Wu Nan. The winner, Wu Nan. Huh. The crowd was baffled by the verdict. Lin Chi-Chi had clearly won. Why did the teacher declare Wu Nan the victor? Look, Chi-Chi's sitting over there and Wu Nan's on the ground. Isn't it obvious who's the winner? Wait, why isn't Chi-Chi getting up? The murmurs grew louder, and someone called out Lin Chi-Chi's name a few times, but she didn't respond at all. Wu Nan was stunned as well. He'd been knocked flat. How could he be the winner? Just as confusion peaked, Fongswa shook his head with a helpless smile. Ningxi, come help Lin Chi-Chi off the stage. She spun herself dizzy. She spun herself dizzy? Ningxi hurried over, shoved the spinning steamed bun into Chi-Chi's pocket, and helped her down from the platform. Aha! Chi-Chi is just too funny. She actually made herself dizzy. Aha, look, even the steamed bun has fallen over. Wu Nan, you really lucked out this time, someone teased as Wu Nan finally managed to stand up. Wu Nan clutched his stomach and rolled his eyes. If you don't believe it, you can let Chi-Chi and her bun ram into you once. I guarantee your scrawny frame won't stand a chance. Everyone turned to look at the person who'd spoken. He was about 170 tall, thin as a reed, looking fragile enough to be blown over by the wind. Yeah, old 6 with your build, you wouldn't survive a hit. The group burst into laughter again, all poking fun at the skinny youth. All right, next up, Zhang Shulin against Qin Yu, Fongswa announced, naming the competitors for the following match. Second brother, go for it. Beat Qin Yu and prove your strength. Hey, don't let us down, old 2. You can't lose to a girl. Relax, just watch me. Zhang Shulin strode confidently up to the arena. He looked at the girl across from him and grinned. Qin Yu, come at me with everything you've got. I won't go easy on you. Qin Yu's long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her expression cool and indifferent, brow slightly furrowed, clearly unimpressed by Zhang Shulin's bravado. Begin. With a single command from Fongswa, Qin Yu sprang into action. In a blur, Qin Yu's figure flickered and appeared before Zhang Shulin. Her long sword flashed from its sheath, slicing straight toward him. A sharp clang rang out as Zhang Shulin reacted in an instant, swiftly drawing a kunai from his tool pouch at his waist to block the strike. Kunai Yu sorte technique. Qin Yu suddenly shifted her stance, flipping her blade and slashing upward with astonishing speed. She moved so quickly that her actions were almost impossible to follow. Zhang Shulin chuckled softly. Suddenly, his eyes turned crimson, a single tomo spinning within them. With these eyes, none of your attacks will work on me. Off to the side, Bishu looked on in shock, thinking to himself, someone in our class has actually awakened the Uchiha bloodline? He'd heard the sword technique. Clearly, Konoha-ryu, sword technique. Could Class 2 really have such close ties to Konoha? It seemed like anyone who awakened a bloodline was connected to the village. Could the influence of Konoha have already reached us? Bishu murmured under his breath. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. With a leap, Zhang Shulin soared into the air, his hands forming seals at lightning speed as he unleashed the Uchiha clan's signature technique. A massive fireball roared toward Qin Yu, and for a brief moment, frustration flickered in her eyes. Earth style, earth wall. Placing both hands firmly on the ground, Fongswa summoned a wall of earth that shot up in front of Qin Yu, absorbing the brunt of the fireball. Zhang Shulin wins, Fongswa declared, announcing the result of the match. Second brother really is incredible. Those Sharingan eyes of his give me chills, someone remarked in awe. He's amazing, second brother. No one expected him to be so lucky to awaken the Uchiha's power, someone whispered. Yeah, with the Sharingan, making Jonin is practically a sure thing. Another commented, watching Zhang Shulin leave the arena with envy sparkling in their eyes. Qin Yu descended from the stage in a daze, her expression blank. Around her, classmates gathered around Zhang Shulin, laughing and chatting, barely anyone sparing a glance at her disappointment. Only Bishu looked up and watched her for a moment longer. A strange thought nagged at him. Qin Yu had awakened Yuzuki Yugao's abilities, so why? Was she this weak? Perhaps, since Yuzuki Yugao herself hadn't been particularly outstanding as a chunin. Even awakening her power had its limits. Teacher, I'd like to challenge Bishu. A voice suddenly interrupted Bishu's thoughts. He turned toward the source and saw Zhou Yang, his silver hair gleaming. Hmm. Fangs were frowned upon hearing this and turned to Zhao Yang. You know the rules. Both parties have to agree to a duel. A one-sided challenge doesn't count. Understand, teacher. Bishu has already agreed to fight me. Zhao Yang hastily explained, noticing Fang's was displeasure. Is that so, Bishu? Fang's was gaze shifted to Bishu, awaiting his response. If he threatens you, just tell the teacher directly. I absolutely won't allow that sort of thing to happen, Fangzwa added. He had long heard that Zhao Yang often picked on Bishu, but since the two had never clashed openly, he hadn't intervened before. Still, he could not tolerate the strong bullying the weak. Rather than picking on classmates, why not hunt beasts and put those skills to good use? If Bishu knew that, in Fangzwa's eyes, he was considered the weak one, who knows how he would feel. But it wasn't really Fangzwa's fault. After all, Bishu had always kept a low profile, never displaying his true strength. During matches, he always held back, never leaving much of an impression. So he was naturally seen as just another ordinary student. In contrast, Zhao Yang, with his dazzling bloodline limit, looked much more like a true powerhouse. Right at that moment, a cold electronic voice echoed in Bishu's mind. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Defeat Zhao Yang and receive a reward. C-rank ninjutsu. Wind. Release. Great breakthrough. Bishu was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected to get a reward for defeating Zhao Yang. So, this was what the system meant by missions. Excitement bubbled up inside him. Yes, teacher. I agree to fight Zhao Yang. Bishu quickly nodded, afraid to miss out on the reward. In that case, both of you, head to the stage. Fangzwa agreed, signaling them to get ready. Bishu, today I'm going to show you what real strength looks like, Zhao Yang sneered. But his gaze couldn't help drifting toward the girl with pure white pupils. She was watching Bishu with a worried expression, which only made Zhao Yang angrier. Damn it! How dare you covet my childhood friend? Today, I'll make sure you pay for that. At the same time, Bishu's heart was surging with excitement. To be able to fight on just his second day in the world of Naruto, this was a dream come true for a hot-blooded youth like him. Shikatsumiyaku, 10-finger drilling bullets. Zhao Yang grinned wickedly as he attacked, a sharp whistling cutting through the air. 10-bone bullets shot forth, trailing after images as they hurtled straight toward Bishu. Seeing this, Bishu's hands flashed through a sequence of seals. Ram, boar, ox, dog, tiger. With a sharp crack, just as the bone bullets were about to strike, Bishu's body suddenly transformed into a wooden log. A substitution jutsu, huh? Let's see if you can pull that off in close combat, Zhao Yang said, drawing a bone blade from his shoulder as he charged at Bishu. Bishu reached for a kunai from his ninja tool pouch at his waist, gripping it in reverse. As Zhao Yang rushed forward, a look of excitement lit up Bishu's face. Instead of backing off, he stepped up to meet him head-on. Bone blade met kunai with a clear, ringing clash of metal. You're stronger than you look, Zhao Yang said with a smile. Though he was feeling the pressure inside, Bishu's strength was actually pushing him back. Their clash just now hadn't given him the advantage he expected. Again, Zhao Yang shouted, and the two clashed once more. Their fierce exchange of taijutsu sent shockwaves through the air, leaving even Fangzwa, watching from the sidelines, visibly astonished. He knew Zhao Yang well. The boy had awakened the Kagaya bloodline, renowned for their prowess in close combat. But Bishu, in his memory, had always been just an ordinary ninja. He never imagined that Bishu could match Zhao Yang blow for blow in taijutsu. Their classmates around them stared in disbelief. Is this really the Bishu we know? How did Bishu become so formidable? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Cici, has Bishu always been this strong? Lin Shichi asked, clutching her steam bun as she turned to the girl with the Byakugan at her side. I have no idea, Ningshi murmured, her lips parted in confusion. She, too, was at a loss. When had Bishu become so powerful? They were all supposed to be newcomers, yet it seemed Bishu had been hiding his true strength all along. Impressive, but this is as far as you go, Zhao Yang declared, disappointment etched on his face. Failing to defeat Bishu quickly stung his pride. After all, he was the one with the awakened Kagaya bloodline. Is that so? Bishu replied with a mysterious smile. In a flash, his left hand darted to his waist, and a kunai shot toward Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang reacted instantly, tilting his head to avoid the kunai. With a mocking tone, he sneered, You need more practice with throwing. Can't even hit me from this close. Is that so? A deep voice rumbled suddenly from behind Zhao Yang. When did? Zhao Yang's eyes widened in shock as he glanced down, finding a kunai pressed against his throat. He turned to look back at Bishu's previous spot, but it was already empty. Cat got your tongue? Weren't you confident just a moment ago? Bishu teased, his tone playful. As it turned out, when Bishu hurled the kunai, he had already marked it with the Flying Thunder God technique. that allowed him to teleport silently behind Zhou Yang and hold the kunai to his neck. Feng Zhou, observing everything with sharp eyes, understood it all. Bishu had intentionally thrown the kunai off target, and as it sailed past Zhou Yang, he teleported in an instant, placing the blade right at Zhou Yang's throat. Zhou Yang considered resisting, but with the kunai pressed so closely to his neck, he dared not make a move. Don't move. If this were a real fight, you'd already be defeated, Bishu said calmly. With a blade at your throat, is there really any point in resisting? Even a Shikatsu Miyaku can't make you invincible. What kind of jutsu did you just use? Zhou Yang asked, his voice trembling. Space-time ninjutsu. As expected, Feng Zhuo's eyes lit up in sudden realization upon hearing Bishu's answer. Only the legendary space-time techniques could achieve such speed. Who would have thought Bishu had hidden his abilities so well? His awakened bloodline definitely wasn't that of an ordinary civilian ninja. Such talent must be reported to the principal. Feng Zhuo decided quietly to himself. Bishu wins. After a brief pause, Feng Zhuo finally announced the result of the match. Hearing the outcome, Bishu finally lowered the kunai in his hand. A soft chime sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for defeating Zhou Yang. You have obtained the C-rank ninjutsu wind release. Great breakthrough. This jutsu has been stored in your mind space. Please retrieve it at your convenience. The system's voice followed promptly. Bishu nodded slightly, deciding that he would check out his newly acquired jutsu in his mind once the match was over. Zhou Yang gazed at Bishu with a crestfallen expression. All this time, he had dismissed Bishu as just another ordinary ninja, someone not worth his attention. He never expected to run into such tough competition today. After all, how could someone capable of mastering space-time ninjutsu be an ordinary ninja? That idea was simply untenable. You win, Zhou Yang admitted, his earlier arrogance gone, replaced by an overwhelming sense of defeat. In that moment, his feelings were obvious for all to see. Bishu, have you been secretly training behind my back? Ning, she called out as Bishu walked down from the stage. She immediately stood on tiptoe, tugging at his collar. I haven't. Haven't we always trained together? How could I possibly train in secret? Bishu bent down, answering helplessly. He really had no choice but to lean over. After all, Ning, she was just a little over 160 meters tall, while Bishu stood at a full 185. She could only reach his shoulder. Without bending down, she would have to strain on tiptoe just to grab his collar. Having grown up together, Bishu's thoughts were clear. My childhood friend deserves all the care I can give. Then how did you get so strong all of a sudden? I'll tell you when we get home, Bishu replied in a low voice. All right, Ning, she answered softly as well. Bishu, you really are full of surprises, their classmates exclaimed in admiration. In this world where strength was everything, as long as you were powerful enough, you could earn the respect of many. Bishu felt quite content with this world. He offered a faint smile and said to everyone, it was just a stroke of luck. No one responded. After all, who had ever seen luck alone defeat an awakened member of the Kagaya clan, let alone one of the top students from Class 2? All right, next up, Wang Jitao versus Qi Feng. Feng Zhuo called out, signaling the two students to continue the competition. Seizing the opportunity, Bishu quickly shifted his consciousness into his mind space. The familiar golden-haired figure was still there, smiling warmly like a little sun. Next to him floated a scroll. Bishu immediately reached for the scroll. As soon as he touched it, the scroll dissolved into particles of light and merged into his body. In that instant, Bishu mastered the C-rank ninjutsu wind release. Great breakthrough. He could now use chakra to unleash a fierce gale from his mouth, generating a powerful burst of wind. A satisfied smile crept onto Bishu's lips. He hadn't expected the system to be this powerful, enabling him to master new techniques instantly. Without delay, he brought his consciousness back to the real world. The battle between the two began. Qi Feng, who had awakened the Aburame clan's bloodline, faced off against Wang Jitao, a civilian ninja who had awakened his own powers. From the very start, the scales of victory seemed tipped in one direction. For civilian ninjas without the backing of a clan, defeating those who had inherited a powerful bloodline was nearly impossible. Only those with extraordinary talent and rare opportunities could rise above the odds. Take Minato Namikaze, whom Bishu had heard of. He was a true civilian in the world of Hokage. No clan connections, no parental protection. Minato showed remarkable talent from a young age. During the incident when ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village infiltrated Konoha and tried to kidnap Kushina, the young Minato single-handedly defeated 3 enemy ninjas, displaying formidable strength. Later, he became a student of Jiraiya, studied and improved the Flying Thunder God technique, and soon earned the title Yellow Flash of a Leaf, striking fear into the entire ninja world. Yet, Geniuses like him are rare. Most civilian ninjas, simply lacking resources, stood little chance against clan-born shinobi. The fight on stage proved this point. Chi Feng barely moved from his spot, while Wang Jitao was relentlessly chased by swarms of insects, forced to run in every direction. It wasn't long before Wang Jitao conceded defeat, making Chi Feng the easy victor. Next, it was Ning Shi's turn. Her opponent was a girl, whom Bishu guessed was also a civilian ninja, since she bore no distinct clan traits. The moment Ning Shi appeared, she activated her Byakugan. Veins bulged at her temples as she assumed a gentle fist stance. Her opponent, Yu Xiaoyu, gripped her kunai in reverse, tension written all over her face. As expected, Ning Shi won the match without suspense. The remaining classmates also finished their duels one after another. By noon, all the matches in Class 2, Grade 3 were complete. Afterward, students wandered off in small groups toward the school cafeteria for lunch. Baishu and Ning Shi got their food and found a quiet corner to sit down and enjoy their meal. The food at Jianshan No. 1 High was truly excellent. Braised pork, tomato beef stew, and a spicy stir-fried cabbage dish. Baishu was delighted. He even thought that if his previous high school had meals like these, he would have been much happier. Baishu, there's no one around now. Hurry and tell me, what's the story behind your ninjutsu? Curiosity sparkled even brighter in Ning Shi's eyes. She just couldn't wait until they got home. Seeing Ning Shi's eagerness, Baishu patiently explained, that ninjutsu is called the Flying Thunder God technique. It's a space-time jutsu. When you leave the Flying Thunder God's mark on an object, you can instantly teleport to it. The movement is so fast, it's silent, and nearly impossible to anticipate. Wow, that sounds incredible. Ning Shi's white pupils seemed to gleam with excitement. Of course it is, Baishu replied, pride clear in his voice. What is the Flying Thunder God seal? Ning Shi pressed on with her questioning. It's this, Baishu replied as he rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God seal. Ning Shi accepted the kunai, her eyes falling on the inscription carved into its surface. She read aloud in a soft voice, Blade of Enduring Love. Why is it called the Blade of Enduring Love? Ning Shi looked up at Baishu, curiosity in her eyes. Because Minato was a gentle, deeply compassionate, yet incredibly powerful ninja, Baishu answered. Really? Ning Shi eyed Baishu with a hint of skepticism. Of course, Baishu replied with a laugh, glossing over the details. In truth, he didn't know why it bore that name. He had inherited Minato's talents and techniques, but not his memories. So Namikaze Minato was truly that amazing, Ning Shi murmured to herself. Of course, after all, he was known as the Yellow Flash. Namikaze Minato, the fastest shinobi in the ninja world. Baishu thought quietly to himself. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the classroom to prepare for their midday break. There were still classes to attend in the afternoon. Inside the training hall. Wake up, everyone. You're so young. How can you still be sleepy? An elderly teacher with a head full of white hair rapped the desk sharply with a chalkboard eraser. This is the most critical time for your training, the period when your strength grows the fastest. If you don't take your training seriously, who will protect our nation? Who will safeguard ordinary people in the future? You must understand, at any moment, the beasts may start a war. Without sufficient strength, stepping onto the battlefield is nothing but a march toward death. The old man's words carried a heavy, earnest tone. Hearing this, the students immediately perked up. Some faces showed guilt, while others remained indifferent. Baishu, on the other hand, was brimming with curiosity. After all, this was his first time learning to extract chakra. He felt no fatigue at all. Instead, his focus was sharper than ever. Chakra is the energy required to perform ninjutsu. This energy can be drawn from the body's cells or cultivated through mental training. Ninjutsu works by channeling one's chakra, forming hand seals, and then releasing extraordinary abilities. Once chakra is formed, it flows throughout the body like blood. By weaving together 12 different hand signs, one can unleash supernatural powers. Observing Baishu's unwavering concentration as he extracted chakra, the old teacher's face blossomed with a contented smile. He absently stroked the beard on his chin. He had been watching Baishu for some time. Unlike the other students, Baishu was never caught dozing off. He was always attentive, always diligent. Truly, he was worthy of being called a prodigy who had mastered space-time ninjutsu. Earlier that day, Fangzhou had already reported to the principal that Baishu possessed space-time techniques. The principal was astonished upon hearing the news and immediately convened an emergency meeting with all the teachers. The main focus of the meeting was to prioritize the cultivation of Baishu. After all, geniuses who can master space-time ninjutsu are extremely rare. In Xia country, There was once a formidable warrior who wielded a space-time ninjutsu known as Heavenly Transmission. That warrior, during a war against a monstrous beast, used his mastery of space-time ninjutsu to slay a 10th-rank beast, laying a decisive foundation for victory. His reputation soared after that battle, and now even the beasts themselves are wary of him. Now, with the emergence of another individual possessing such potential, how could the leadership not give extra attention? Even geniuses who awaken from among the commoner ninjas now receive close attention. After all, the country once paid a painful price for neglecting a talented commoner ninja. He defected, leaving Xia country with a bitter lesson. Thus, the top officials of Xia country issued an order. Whether from a noble clan or an ordinary background, any ninja who displays talent must be given due regard. Chen Changhua also attended the relevant meetings, so he naturally knew that the genius who commanded space-time ninjutsu was right there in class too. He even knew the person personally, Bishu, who diligently trained every class. That thought filled him with satisfaction, and he believed that hard work would always be rewarded. The afternoon slipped by, and soon the school bell rang to signal the end of classes. After announcing the end of the lesson, Chen Changhua left the classroom. Bishu stood up and stretched. He felt invigorated. An entire afternoon of training had left him not the least bit tired, but rather brimming with energy. This is the benefit of training. It feels wonderful, he thought. Bishu, school's out. Let's head home. Ningxi tugged excitedly at his sleeve, eager to rush outside. Why are you in such a hurry? Bishu asked, curiosity in his voice. Tomorrow's a holiday. Let's go to the snack street and feast. Ningxi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Did you forget? Uncle Ning said we have training tomorrow at the Lin family martial hall. Bishu reminded her gently. He didn't want to dampen Ningxi's cheerful mood, but he knew that if he waited until tomorrow morning to tell her about the training, she'd only be more disappointed. So he chose to be upfront now. As expected, Ningxi's smile froze, and she looked at Bishu with a mix of laughter and frustration. Her bright eyes looked as though tears might spill out at any moment. It's okay. We can go eat tasty food on Sunday instead. Bishu comforted her, gently ruffling her hair. But I really don't like training. It's all Dad's fault. Ningxi pouted, her face full of reluctance. Uncle Ning just wants what's best for us. There are only 97 days left until the college entrance exams. We really should give it our all. If we get into one of the 4 great academies, Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu will be overjoyed. All right. Ningxi nodded helplessly. In truth, her only shortcoming was in combat. As long as she patched up this weakness, getting into one of the 4 major academies wasn't out of reach. The two of them walked side by side out of the cultivation room, left the school, and headed home. 20 minutes later, they were back. Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling were already waiting for them by the dining table. Seeing this, Bishu and Ning, she first went to wash their hands and change clothes, then sat down at the table to eat together. Come on, Ashu, try this piece of meat. This is a new dish your aunt just learned. See how it tastes, Yu Lingling said, placing a piece of meat into Bishu's bowl. It's delicious. Bishu put the meat in his mouth, chewed carefully, and a look of delight immediately lit up his eyes. If you like it, have some more. You must be exhausted lately, Yu Lingling said as she added a few more dishes to Bishu's bowl. Watching as Bishu's bowl was soon piled high with food, Ningxi gave a soft, resigned sigh. I knew it. Bishu must be your real son. I'm probably the one you found on the street. Don't talk nonsense. Yu Lingling shot Ningxi a look. Clearly you were a bonus from phone plan. Laughter erupted around the table. Bishu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Dad, did you hear that? Look at Mom, Ningxi said, exasperated, feeling completely outmatched. Ning Ziyuan calmly ate his meal, not joining in. He was used to being a bystander to these small family squabbles. T6, seeing her father wouldn't take her side either, Ningxi could only accept her fate and keep eating. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she spoke up. Dad, Bishu did something amazing today. He knows space-time ninjutsu. What did you just say? Ning Ziyuan froze, his chopsticks halfway to his mouth, looking at Ningxi in shock. I said Bishu is really impressive, Ningxi repeated cautiously. Say that again. Bishu knows space-time ninjutsu. Ningxi stared at her father in confusion, not understanding why he was so shaken. Ashu, do you really know space-time ninjutsu? Ning Ziyuan looked at Bishu, who was still eating, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yeah, I do, Bishu replied, his words muffled by food. What's the big deal, Lao Ning? Why are you so surprised? Yu Lingling was puzzled too. It's just a ninjutsu, isn't it? Is it really that big of a deal? You don't understand. This is space-time ninjutsu. Ning Ziyuan's voice trembled with excitement. Seeing the confusion on his wife's and daughter's faces, Ning Ziyuan explained, there was once a master in our Xia kingdom, renowned for his mastery of space-time ninjutsu. During the war, he used this skill to teleport right in front of a monstrous beast and single-handedly slew a 10th-tier creature, playing a pivotal role in our victory. Was he really that powerful? Yu Lingling gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. A 10th-tier beast. Wasn't that already close to the highest possible rank? Although she had heard about space-time ninjutsu, what truly caught her attention was the beast level. Yes, a Kaga-level powerhouse, Ning Ziyuan replied, his eyes full of envy. In every city, the Guardians were at most at the Umbu level. Kaga-level warriors were incredibly rare, nearly legendary figures. Teleportation? Could it be the heavenly transfer technique? Bishu pondered quietly. Bishu, the person you awakened is called Minato Namikaze, right? Ning Ziyuan double-checked. That's right, Bishu nodded. The Namikaze surname isn't from a big clan, either. I'll help you look into it later. Someone who can use space-time ninjutsu could never be an ordinary ninja, Ning Ziyuan muttered to himself. All right, let's eat. Ning Ziyuan said tearfully. His daughter had awakened the Hyuga clan's bloodline, and his brother's son had shown talent from a powerful ninja family. He felt deeply gratified. Bishu, Yu Lingling, and Ning she exchanged glances. They didn't quite understand why Ning Ziyuan was so happy, but they accompanied him and enjoyed the dinner together. Early Saturday morning, after washing up, Bishu sat cross-legged on his bed and began his training. He started with hand seals. For Bishu, the speed of making hand seals was crucial. The faster the seals, the quicker he could cast jutsu, which could give him the upper hand in battle. Although he hadn't reached Itachi Uchiha's legendary 6 seals per second, his own pace of 4 seals per second was more than enough. Once he finished practicing hand seals, Bishu moved on to refining chakra. Chakra was the foundation of all ninjutsu, so he couldn't afford to neglect it. He knew about Minato of the Leaf and the powerful Ninetales chakra mode, but those were still far beyond his reach. For now, what mattered most was increasing his own chakra reserves. Minato Namikaze possessed an immense amount of chakra, enough to use the Flying Thunder God technique as a basic attack. Bishu hoped he could someday have that kind of chakra pool too. Around 8 o'clock, Aunt Yu had already prepared breakfast and called everyone to get up. Bishu stopped his training and walked out of his room. At the same time, Ning she pushed open her door, wearing pajamas with little bears and a pair of bunny slippers, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she looked at Bishu, who was already dressed and ready. Morning. Morning, Bishu nodded back. Shu, hurry up and wash up. Breakfast is ready. Yu Lingling's voice called out from the kitchen. Okay. Ning she replied, turning to the bathroom to wash up. Bishu went into the kitchen, wanting to see if he could help with anything. How come you're up so early? Yu Lingling was surprised to see Bishu already dressed and ready for the day. I got up to do some training this morning, Bishu replied with a smile. Aunt Yu, should I bring the dishes out to the table? He asked. All right. Yu Lingling nodded, her gaze lingering on Bishu's retreating figure as she drifted into thought. It seemed to her that Bishu had grown more mature, but soon she smiled, realizing this was simply a sign of his growing up. Once Ning Shi and Ning Ziyuan had finished washing up, the 4 of them sat down together for breakfast. During the meal, Ning Ziyuan looked at Bishu and Ning Shi and said, I've already spoken to the owner of the Lin Martial Arts School. When you go, just tell the front desk you have an appointment. Okay, got it, Bishu replied with a serious nod. All right then, Ning Shi agreed, though there was a hint of resignation in her voice. Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling exchanged a glance and couldn't help but chuckle quietly, shaking their heads. After that, the 4 of them finished their breakfast in a comfortable silence. After the meal, Bishu settled onto the sofa, scrolling through his phone while waiting for Ning Shi to finish getting dressed. Today we're going to learn the Thunder Style, ground walk technique Bishu mused, opening up the page of a ninja arts instructor he followed. Driven by curiosity, he tapped into the instructor's profile. The feed was filled with all kinds of instructional videos on ninjutsu, fire style, great fireball, earth style, earth return, water style, water formation wall, covering a wide range of sea and D-rank techniques. What caught Bishu's eye was that this instructor had over 700 million followers, along with an official national certification badge. Now that only the Xia Kingdom remained in the world, with a national population around 1.4 billion, the fact that this instructor had 700 million followers left Bishu utterly astonished. He had never encountered anyone so popular. He casually opened an Earth-style ninjutsu video, listening intently to the explanation while thinking how skilled the instructor was. Unable to resist, he tapped into the comment section. I want to be a Jonin. Teacher is teaching Earth-style again. This time I'm going to study hard. Thank you, teacher, for giving a newly awakened genin like me room to grow. Savior. Without teacher, I wouldn't have learned so many ninjutsu techniques. Invincible war god, that's me. Every lesson is a huge help. Teacher, You have my utmost respect. King of Fire Style. Stop it, you lot. Take a good look at yourselves. Who do you think is worthy of being teacher-student? Only someone like me qualifies. All beasts must die. Enough fighting, everyone. The only true disciple of teacher is me. As Bishu browsed the comments, drawing on the memories of the body's original owner, he finally understood the reasons behind all this. The middle-aged man in the videos was a nationally accredited ninjutsu master, officially tasked with teaching these techniques. Because war could break out at any moment, the country decided to make all ninjutsu below B rank, excluding secret arts, publicly available and assign professionals to instruct the public so that everyone would have the skills needed to protect themselves. As for higher-level ninja techniques, those ranked B, A, and S, the difficulty of casting them is so great and the energy required so enormous that students could even die from chakra depletion while learning. For this reason, only techniques below B level are taught. The middle-aged man in the video was named Mu Changtian, the official in charge of national ninja technique instruction. What an incredible legacy, Bishu exclaimed with genuine admiration. Over 700 million people across the country addressed Mu Changtian as their teacher, Bishu included. The substitution technique, transformation technique, and duplication technique that Bishu had mastered were all taught by Mu Changtian. Bishu watched the explanation of Earth-style techniques for a while longer, and only then did Ningxi emerge from her room, fully dressed. "Let's go, Bishu," Ningxi called out brightly. "I'm coming." The two of them headed downstairs together, left their apartment complex, and hailed a cab to the Lin Martial Arts Hall. Lin Martial Arts Hall was a dedicated venue for practicing ninja techniques and sparring. The reason for its name was quite simple. The owner's surname was Lin. Business at Lin Martial Arts Hall was booming. Many enthusiasts who loved ninja battles came here to hone their skills, not to mention those who trained in ninja techniques professionally. If it weren't for Ning Ziyuan's connection, Bishu might have had to wait in line for days without getting a turn. Such was the hall's popularity. 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Bishu paid the fare and got out of the car. "Come on, let's go inside. We've never been in here before," Ningxi said excitedly, tugging on Bishu's sleeve as she headed toward the hall. They had passed by this place many times while shopping, but never had the chance to enter. Today, they could finally experience it for themselves. "All right," Bishu replied, glancing up at the bold, imposing characters above the entrance, Lin Martial Arts Hall. The lettering made quite an impression. They quickly made their way to the front desk. "Hello, we have a reservation," Ningxi said with an easy smile, showing no signs of nervousness. The receptionist, a young woman in uniform, nodded with a smile. "Certainly, please wait a moment." "Are you Ms. Ningxi?" the receptionist confirmed, looking up. "Yes," Ningxi replied with a nod. "Great, please follow me," the receptionist said, leading the way with a friendly smile. Bishu and Ning, she followed behind her. "This is your training room. If you need anything, there's a phone inside. Just call me anytime," the receptionist explained. "Thank you," Ningxi replied politely. The receptionist watched them go, a hint of envy in her eyes. She knew that only those with status or financial means could book a training room in advance. As an ordinary civilian ninja herself, such privileges were out of reach. Ningxi and Bishu had no idea that the receptionist had mistaken them for children of wealthy families. "The service here is really something," Bishu said, a bit surprised. "This is one of the most famous martial arts schools in Jiangxing." Ningxi looked around the training room, her eyes full of awe. The training room itself was over 100 square meters, equipped with everything they could possibly need. Every piece of training equipment was neatly arranged and ready for use. "All right, let's start practicing," Bishu said, his voice tinged with excitement. "I'm going to practice softboxing," Ningxi announced, then walked over to a dummy in the corner. "Then, I'll start by working on my reaction speed." After a moment's thought, Bishu headed toward the area dedicated to reaction training. The Flying Thunder God technique demanded not only a keen perception of space, but also lightning-fast reflexes. If he couldn't keep up with an enemy's attacks while using it, the consequences would be unthinkable. Bishu entered the training zone. There were 4 automatic launchers positioned at the 4 cardinal directions, leaving an open space in the center. He set each machine to fire 3 balls per second, planning to gradually ramp up the difficulty. With a sharp whir, 12 white balls shot out from the machines as soon as Bishu took his place. He dodged them with practiced ease. No, this wasn't enough. Even though the balls were fast, there simply weren't enough of them to push his reflexes to the limit. Without hesitation, Bishu walked over and adjusted the machines to fire 6 balls per second. The volley of balls intensified, coming at him non-stop, 24-second, all hurtling toward the center where he stood. Now he truly felt the pressure. He leapt and twisted, focused solely on keeping up with the relentless onslaught. The training went on for more than an hour. White balls littered the floor, so many he'd lost count. Some even rolled over to where she was practicing. Panting, Bishu stood by the machine and reached out to switch it off. The projectiles finally stopped. No wonder the fourth Hokage was legendary. This level of neural response was astonishing. Bishu was exhausted but not in pain. Despite the speed of the balls, barely any had grazed him, and only a handful had brushed his clothes. After a short break, Bishu sat down on the floor, gulping in air, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He had never felt so thoroughly alive. What's wrong? Ningxi noticed him sitting on the ground, catching his breath, and walked over, concern in her eyes. It's nothing, just a bit tired. I'll be fine after a short rest, Bishu replied. Ningxi sat down beside him, a light sheen of sweat on her skin. As Bishu drew closer, he caught the faint scent of her perfume. It made his cheeks flush. He had never even held a girl's hand before, let alone had a girlfriend. The delicate fragrance made his heart race, and before he knew it, all sorts of strange thoughts crept into his mind. He quickly shook his head, trying to banish those thoughts. She was his childhood friend. How could he possibly think that way? What's wrong? Ningxi asked, noticing Bishu shaking his head one moment and nodding the next, her voice full of curiosity. It's nothing. Bishu quickly stood up. I'll go and gather the balls. There'll be staff coming to clean up. I know, but I'll just pile them up in one place first, so you don't trip over them. As he spoke, Bishu's hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. He took a deep breath, then unleashed a powerful gust from his mouth that swept all the white balls back toward the machine, making it easier for the staff to collect them later. When did you learn that jutsu? She looked at him in fascination. In the past few days, Bishu had managed to surprise her time and again, so different from the quiet, introverted boy she used to know. I picked it up recently. Watching Master Mu's tutorial videos, Bishu replied, keeping a straight face. Master Mu, huh? Ningxi knew exactly who he was talking about. With over 700 million followers, Master Mu uploaded a new tutorial every day, each one explaining a ninja technique at B rank or below. It's a pity, really. The Hyuga clan mainly focuses on eye techniques and taijutsu. Otherwise, I'd love to learn ninjutsu too, Ningxi sighed. Bishu thought for a moment before speaking. Although the Hyuga clan specializes in dojutsu and taijutsu, there's no reason you couldn't try learning ranged ninjutsu as well. Really? Ningxi sounded genuinely surprised. For example, you could use arrows. Let the arrow serve as a medium for your ranged jutsu. Arrows? Would that even work? Bishu didn't bother addressing Ningxi's doubts. Instead, he asked, what are Nanako Hyuga's chakra natures? Fire and lightning, Ningxi answered. Fire and lightning. Bishu stroked his chin, thinking aloud. He realized that if chakra of fire or lightning could be infused into arrows forged from special metals, then the power of ninjutsu could be unleashed at range, just like casting a jutsu. Ningxi's eyes had lit up with anticipation, but as she listened to Bishu's explanation, her expression quickly turned glum. Chakra metal was prohibitively expensive, 10,000 per gram at market price, and extremely rare. Each arrow would require several pounds of the stuff. By that calculation, it was simply unaffordable. Even if she sold herself, she couldn't buy more than a handful. Bishu, Ningxi fixed him with a serious look. What is it? Bishu asked, puzzled. Your idea is great, but let's not think about it anymore. Our family really can't afford it. Bishu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He had completely forgotten how outrageously expensive chakra metal was. Forging arrows from something so precious was out of the question, unless you were filthy rich. All right then, how about I help you practice your taijutsu? Bishu quickly tried to make up for it. That works too, Ningxi said, standing up and feeling rested enough to continue training. The two of them walked to the center of the open field. Byakugan, activate! Ningxi triggered her Byakugan without hesitation. Come on, she said with confidence. Bishu readied his stance as well, preparing to meet her with taijutsu. He didn't draw his weapon, not because he was afraid of hurting Ningxi, but simply to make the sparring match fairer. I'm going in, Ningxi announced, darting forward in a blur. Bishu easily sidestepped her attack. Again, Ningxi called out, undaunted, launching another assault. But each time, Bishu evaded her with effortless grace. Suddenly, Ningxi shifted into a bagua stance, a vast trigram pattern blooming beneath her feet. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 12 palms. One of Ningxi's gentle fists grazed Bishu's arm, and a sharp pain shot through his limb. Rubbing his arm, he realized that if he'd taken the full force of her technique, he might have been rendered unable to fight. He had to admit, the Hyuga clan's taijutsu truly was formidable. Why aren't you fighting back? Ningxi asked. My taijutsu is actually pretty average. I just wanted to help you get some practice, Bishu replied. In that case, it's a good chance for me to work on my reflexes too. Just be careful, Bishu reminded her. She nodded, no longer pressing the issue, and reset her stance to continue the bout. They trained like this for over an hour before finally stopping. I can't go on. I'm totally spent, she gasped, plopping down on the ground. Sweat rolled down her forehead, soaking the front of her shirt. Take a break. I'm going to get a little more familiar with Flying Thunder God, Bishu said, pulling 3 kunai from his ninja pouch. He didn't feel particularly tired. At this moment, he just wanted to focus on perfecting the Flying Thunder God technique. Even though he'd already mastered the jutsu, he'd only used it in real combat once. Yesterday, in his fight with Zhao Yang. He knew that only with relentless practice could he wield this trump card as fluently as he wished. Bishu inscribed the Flying Thunder God formula onto each of the 3 kunai, then hurled them in different directions. To Ningxi, it looked as if Bishu's figure flickered through the air, appearing in a different spot in the blink of an eye. Amazing! Ningxi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Bishu was thoroughly enjoying himself, each time sensing the mark of his technique and instantly teleporting to wherever a kunai landed, as soon as he willed it. After repeating this practice a dozen times, Bishu's face suddenly turned pale, and he collapsed onto the ground, completely drained. Bishu, are you alright? Ningxi jumped up and rushed over. I'm fine. I just ran out of chakra. Bishu managed a weak smile, though his face was still ashen. A technique that powerful must eat up a lot of chakra. You really should take better care of yourself, Ningxi said, her tone a mix of worry and gentle reproach. Bishu listened, his voice soft. I won't let it happen again. Still thinking about doing this again? Don't keep draining your chakra like that. Don't you know it's bad for your health? Ningxi's tone was stern. I understand, Bishu nodded earnestly. He looked at Ningxi, his eyes gentle, and in that moment, all he wanted was to protect her well. Are you hungry? A little. Then take a break first. We'll go eat together in a bit. Okay. Bishu nodded, sat cross-legged, and began to recover his chakra. After their meal, the two returned to the Lin family martial arts school and continued their training until 5 in the afternoon, when they finally wrapped up and hailed a cab to head home. Halfway there, Ningxi suddenly said she needed to buy something and asked the driver to pull over. What do you want to buy? Bishu asked. Well, Ningxi looked a bit embarrassed, her voice dropping low. What is it? Bishu was even more puzzled. It's just that, Ningxi's cheeks flushed. This kind of personal matter was hard to bring up. Even though she'd lived with Bishu for quite some time, she had never mentioned it before. So what exactly is it? Bishu still hadn't figured it out. Ningxi simply took Bishu by the arm and led him straight into the supermarket. She quickly made her way to the intended aisle. Catching sight of the items on the shelves, Bishu instantly understood. Scratching his nose in embarrassment, he realized what she meant. Displayed on the shelves were brands like Safi, 7th Generation, and ABC. Wait here a moment, Ningxi said, then walked in to make her selection. Bishu, left with nothing to do, wandered around in circles. Before long, she came out carrying 2 packs. Let's go. All right. After paying, they left the store together. Let's walk home. It's not far, Bishu suggested. Sure, she agreed, holding the black plastic bag in her hand. As they strolled along, she gazed toward the snack street ahead, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. How about we come back here tomorrow? Sounds good, Bishu nodded, eager himself to see what delicious treats this world snack street might offer. Suddenly, Bishu noticed a long line of vehicles up ahead, stretching as far as the eye could see. Puzzled, he asked, why is there such a traffic jam here? There might have been an accident up ahead. The security team probably blocked the road, she guessed thoughtfully. Just then, a voice boomed out, commanding and loud. Defectorly phone? Stop now. There's still a chance to turn back. Don't go further down the wrong path. Bishu and she heard it clearly and exchanged a confused glance. In the distance, 3 small figures sped toward them at an alarming pace. You 2 kids, run! Nan shouted, seeing the defector's target was the pair of children ahead. His heart clenched with worry as he yelled. A man, shrouded head to toe in black, let out a twisted laugh. Run? Do you really think you can escape? Li Feng caught sight of the 2 children up ahead and realized this might be his chance to escape, so he picked up speed. Bishu, run. They're coming straight for us. Ningxi's expression was tense as she grabbed Bishu's hand, trying to pull him away. But Bishu stood rooted to the spot, as if petrified with fear. Bishu moved. She tossed the black bag in her hand to the ground and tugged on Bishu even harder. She knew all too well that rogue ninja were at least of Chunin rank, far beyond what mere genin like them could handle. Ningxi, do you trust me? Bishu looked at her intently. Just moments ago, his system had issued a new task. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission triggered. Eliminate G-rank rogue Li Feng. Reward: A rank unmarked ninjutsu Rasengan. Bishu longed for the Rasengan. Though G-rank rogue ninja were considered Chunin-level threats, to someone wielding the Flying Thunder God, they weren't much to fear. I trust you. Ning, she looked at Bishu's earnest face, her heart stirring. With conviction, she said, I trust you. Good. Bishu gave her a warm smile. In a moment, don't move. Leave everything to me. All right. Ning, she nodded, her grip tightening unconsciously around Bishu's hand as the rogue ninja drew ever closer. Run. Hurry. Jingnan and Lu Yuan saw Bishu and Ning, she still frozen in place, and couldn't help but shout anxiously. Are those kids paralyzed with fear? The rogue ninja is after them. Why aren't they running? But what happened next left the two members of the guard squad utterly stunned. Run? There's nowhere for them to run. Li Feng saw the two kids standing there like students, a wild gleam flashing in his eyes. If he could just seize them, he thought, he'd finally shake off those persistent officers from the police bureau who were hot on his trail. He lunged, reaching out to grab them by the neck. Seeing Li Feng closing in, Bishu acted decisively. He drew a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal and hurled it at Li Feng's feet. Ha ha ha, look at the brat. So scared he can't even hold his kunai straight. Li Feng sneered, raising his foot to mock the attack. That very motion cost him his life. Li Feng was still plotting how he'd torment them once he had them. But as his hand reached the spot where Bishu and Ning, she had just been standing, he grasped nothing but air. He stopped abruptly, a flash of terror crossing his face. Where did they go? Weren't they just here? How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? Bishu had triggered the Flying Thunder God, pulling Ning Shi with him as they suddenly appeared behind Li Feng. His expression was tense, his gaze wavering. This was his first time taking a life. But then he remembered. Li Feng was a rogue ninja, surely with blood on his hands. Bishu steeled his resolve. Bishu hesitated no longer. The kunai in his hand drove straight into Li Feng's back, aiming for the heart. Blood gushed out in a crimson spray. A sharp, searing pain shot through Li Feng's chest. He looked down and saw a blood-stained kunai piercing through his torso. Unwilling to accept his fate, he turned his head and saw behind him the two young people who looked like students, a boy and a girl. The boy's hands were still stained with blood, clearly the one who had struck. Even in death, Li Feng did not understand what technique this was, nor how his opponent had appeared behind him in an instant. Li Feng collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, staring ahead with bitter unwillingness. Li Feng deceased. Congratulations, host, for eliminating the G-rank rogue ninja Li Feng. A-rank unmarked ninjutsu Rasengan has been granted. Please check your rewards promptly. A retching sound suddenly interrupted Bishu's thoughts. At some point, Ningshi had run to the corner of the wall and couldn't help but vomit. Bishu hurried over and gently patted Ningshi's back, speaking softly, I'm sorry. If he hadn't lost his composure over receiving a reward, Ningshi wouldn't have been so shaken. I'm fine, Ugg. Ningshi emptied her lunch onto the ground, finally feeling a bit better. Moments ago, when Bishu had whisked her away using the Flying Thunder God technique, she'd felt an intense tearing and dizziness from the spatial jump, and witnessing the rogue ninja's death up close had pushed her over the edge. Just then, Jingnan and Lu Yuan arrived as well. It had taken Bishu only a few seconds to kill Li Feng. Jingnan spoke quietly to Lu Yuan, go buy 2 bottles of water. All right. Lu Yuan nodded and hurried off to the nearby convenience store. Jingnan pulled out his credentials and handed them to Bishu, his tone serious. Hello, I'm Jingnan, from the 3rd Squad of the Police Division. Here are my credentials. Bishu responded politely. Hello, officer. Here's some water. At that moment, Lu Yuan returned from the store, handing a bottle to Bishu. Thank you. Bishu paused for a moment, then took the bottle and thanked him softly. He twisted the cap open and brought the bottle to Ningshi's lips, speaking gently. Rinse your mouth. Okay. Ningshi's eyes were still red, but she obediently took a sip and rinsed her mouth. Once Ningshi had calmed down a bit, Lu Yuan and Jingnan, who had been inspecting Li Feng's body, straightened up. We'll need you both to come with us to the police division to give a statement, Jingnan said. Of course. Do both of us need to go? Bishu was a little nervous, but he held a deep respect for the officers. Yes, it's just a routine inquiry, nothing to worry about. There's even a reward for taking down a rogue ninja. Noticing Ningshi's unease, Jingnan smiled reassuringly. We really appreciate what you did. If you hadn't subdued that rogue ninja, he could have caused far greater harm if he'd run into someone else. Lu Yuan added, still shaken by what had happened. It's getting late. Let's head out now, or it'll be dark before we know it, Jingnan urged. When Bishu and Ningshi followed them to the police vehicles, they finally understood why there were so many cars on the street. It turned out that the police had parked their cars in the middle of the road, blocking the passage and causing a traffic jam. Bishu and Ningshi got into Jingnan's car, heading to the police bureau. On the way, Ningxi's delicate little face looked a bit tense, worried that Bishu might be arrested for killing someone. Seeing this, Bishu naturally gripped Ningxi's hand tightly, silently assuring him that he was there. Ningxi's fair, soft hand was slightly damp, but he still held on tightly to Bishu. Before long, they arrived at the police bureau. Bishu followed Jingnan and Lu Jinyuan to give a statement. Name: Bishu. Gender: male. Occupation: student. Where do you go to school? Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Ninja rank: Genin. Awakened ninja? Minato Namikaze. Namikaze? From a civilian family? Yes. Hearing Bishu's answer, Jingnan's face clearly showed surprise. Your civilian ninja skills don't seem like the sort that could pull off that jutsu. Jingnan was referring to the technique Bishu used to instantly appear behind a rogue ninja. Officer, even if you ask me, I can't really explain. The Minato Namikaze I awakened just happens to have that ability. I spent a long time training before I mastered it, Bishu replied helplessly. Sorry about that. Jingnan apologized a bit awkwardly. He'd forgotten that what's awakened are only the ninja's talents and techniques, not their memories. It's fine, Bishu shook his head. All right. Thank you for your cooperation, Jingnan said, rising to his feet with a handshake of thanks. You're welcome. Bishu stood up and shook his hand. Come on, let's get you your reward. Jingnan's tone lightened as he spoke. Only he knew how much time he and Lu Jinyuan had spent hunting for the rogue ninja these past days. If they hadn't caught him, they would have lost their jobs. What kind of reward? Hearing this, Bishu couldn't help but get a little excited. He hadn't expected there'd be a reward for taking down a rogue ninja. For eliminating a grade G rogue ninja, you get a bonus of 20,000 yuan, Jingnan said with a broad smile. 20,000 yuan? Bishu couldn't hide the grin spreading across his face. Soon, Jingnan led Bishu into the office. Ningxi was sitting nervously on the sofa, but when she saw Bishu come out, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the sofa beside her sat two middle-aged men. One was Jingnan's partner, Lu Jinyuan. The other radiated an imposing air, simply sitting there in silence, but a strong and invisible aura filled the room. Captain. With just a word, Jingnan revealed the identity of the stern-looking man. Captain, let me introduce you. This is the talented young man Bishu, who took down the rogue ninja Li Feng. Bishu, this is our captain, Guo Cheng, Jingnan said, making the introductions. Hello, Bishu. Guo Cheng's sharp, tiger-like eyes bore into him. Under that gaze, Bishu felt a little uneasy, but out of courtesy, he nodded. Hello, Captain Guo. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Guo. My child is about the same age as you two, also studying at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. A faint smile softened Guo Cheng's otherwise stern face. Having just chatted with Ningxi for a while, he naturally knew that both of them attended Class 2, Grade 12 at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. His own daughter was in Class 1 of the same grade. Bishu wasn't sure what this Chief Guo wanted, but he still called out politely, Uncle Guo. Yes, that's right, Guo Cheng replied, his smile growing. I just have a question for you, Xiao Jiang. You don't have to answer if you'd rather not. Please go ahead, Uncle Guo. I'll tell you whatever I know, Bishu said. I was wondering, Xiao Jiang, what kind of ninjutsu did you use to defeat Li Feng? So that's what this is about. The moment Bishu heard Guo Cheng's question, he understood why Guo Cheng had asked him to call him uncle. It was all to ask about his ninjutsu. From the moment he had used the space-time ninjutsu, Bishu had no intention of keeping it a secret. Only by letting others know could he maximize his gains and secure a steady flow of resources. So he answered directly, I use space-time ninjutsu. As expected, everyone in the room, Jingnan, Guo Cheng, and Lu Jinyuan, immediately showed a look of comprehension. Only space-time ninjutsu could allow someone to appear behind an enemy without a trace. Now their faces lit up with excitement. It seemed that the human race was on the verge of welcoming another peerless prodigy. None of them harbored any thoughts of taking his abilities for themselves. With so many threats both inside and outside their ranks, the last thing humanity needed was more infighting. It would only hasten their downfall. Outside the walls, the beasts were ever watchful, ready to strike at any moment. Within, rogue ninja continued to stir up trouble. They could only hope for more human powerhouses to rise up, to wipe out the traitors and beasts alike, so their descendants might finally live without fear. I'll report this to the higher-ups, said Guo Cheng, his expression grave. Now that you possess the legendary space-time ninjutsu, Xiao Bai, if word ever gets out and the beasts target you, it would be a great loss to our people. Thank you, Uncle Guo, Bishu replied, nodding thoughtfully. He had almost forgotten. Humans had once used heaven's gift to slay beasts. If the beasts decided to target him, what then? He had been careless. Sensing Bishu's concern, Guo Cheng chuckled and offered reassurance. Don't worry. The four great walls of our people stand tall at the borders. You'll be safe. Bishu nodded, but in his heart he resolved to return and continue training, determined to master all of Minato Namikaze's abilities and awaken the next power. All right, Xiao Lu, take Xiao Bai to collect his reward. For a genin to defeat a chunin. Truly, heroes are made young. With those words, Guo Cheng rose to leave. He walked into his office, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before the call was answered. Hello, Xiaohua. Hello, Director. I have something to report. What is it? A young man has just defeated a grade G rogue ninja. That's a good thing. Our Jianqing has produced a boy genius. That boy possesses space-time ninjutsu, Guo Cheng added. What? Space-time ninjutsu? Is it that by Shu from Class 2, Grade 3, at Jianqing No. 1 High School? The chief blurted out a string of questions all at once. Huh? Guo Cheng was puzzled as to how the chief knew, but he replied promptly, Yes, Chief, you know him? I've heard of him. He's a relative of Steward Ning from the Jianqing Ninja Association. A relative of Steward Ning. Guo Cheng nodded to himself. That boy should be fine, right? He's fine. Xiao Jing already sent them back. All right, I understand. Yes, sir. Inside an office, two elderly men with hair touched by frost sat drinking tea. One of them put down the phone and smiled. You heard all that. To think, he truly possesses space-time ninjutsu. Before, when Xiao Ning told me that my Ashu could use space-time ninjutsu, I didn't believe it. Who would have thought? The other old man spoke with excitement. A tiger raises no weak cubs. Xiao Bai's talent was already remarkable. What a pity. Sun Guiyuan let out a long sigh. But perhaps it's for the best. His son's talent is just as strong, and now he's mastered space-time ninjutsu too. You should tell Xiao Ning to look after him well. Don't worry. That boy is doing well. Handsomer than that rascal ever was, Shun Changtian laughed. You still can't let go of what happened back then. Sun Guiyuan looked at his old friend, whose face had grown more haggard with the years, and sighed. How could I forget? Shin Changtian downed his scorching tea in one gulp, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. It should have been me who died back then. That rascal was so young. If he'd lived, he'd have reached Kaga level without breaking a sweat. If it hadn't been for those rogue ninjas, how could my son have died? Even now, I can't bring myself to acknowledge Ashu. Alas, Shin Changtian gave a helpless, self-mocking chuckle. Back then, I wanted to bring that boy to my side, but I just couldn't face him. Seeing this, Sun Guiyuan shook his head helplessly, then changed the subject. That boy's awakening doesn't seem like that of a common ninja. Have you found out his origins? No. His surname is Namikaze, but it seems there's no such clan at all. Shin Changtian shook his head at the question. Back when Ning Ziyuan told him, he'd used his authority to investigate, but found nothing. No matter what, protect him well. Perhaps, someday, he'll even surpass Xiao Bai, Sun Guiyuan said. Rest assured, he's my grandson. If it costs me this old life, I'll keep him safe. Bai Shu and Ning Shi, having collected their reward for eliminating the rogue ninjas from Luzhen Yuan, were now being seen off at the entrance of their residential complex by Jingnan. Goodbye, Brother Jing. Goodbye. Jingnan waved at them with a broad gesture. Watching Bai Shu and Ning Shi walk away, Jingnan couldn't hold back his excitement and shouted, A future genius of humanity calls me Big Brother. Now I've got a story to brag about to my sons. Jingnan hummed a little tune as he drove away. Ning Shi sat downstairs on a bench with Bai Shu, clutching his arm. The events of today had shaken her to the core. Bai Shu had killed someone. Even though the victim was a traitorous ninja, Ning Shi still felt a lingering fear. What if Bai Shu had gotten hurt? What would become of her then? Are you still feeling unwell? Bai Shu asked, thinking Ning Shi was still a bit shaken. Can you try not to be so reckless next time? The girl's pure white eyes gazed at Bai Shu with earnest seriousness. A gentle breeze brushed past, stirring the hair on their foreheads. At this moment, Bai Shu's heart was pounding in his chest. Is this what it feels like to fall for someone? Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing Bai Shu staring at her, Ning Shi was puzzled. What did you just say? Bai Shu snapped back to reality. I said, can you try not to be so impulsive next time? What if you get hurt? Ning Shi raised her voice, unable to hide her concern. Bai Shu was taken aback. Did I scare you? No, I'm just worried. What if you got hurt? Ning Shi suddenly threw herself into Bai Shu's arms, and in an instant, her tears soaked the front of his shirt. Holding her softness in his embrace, Bai Shu felt completely at a loss. But seeing how hard she was crying, he gently patted her back and spoke with a soothing tenderness. How could I get hurt? I would never do anything I wasn't sure of. I won't get hurt. Don't cry, it's okay. Good girl. Bai Shu softly stroked Ning Shi's hair, which was silky and smooth under his fingers. Pinky promise. Ning Shi lifted her head, her eyes rimmed red, fat tears occasionally slipping down her cheeks. Her pure white gaze seemed tinged with a hint of crimson. All right, pinky promise. Bishu nodded hurriedly. Pinky promise, hang it up for 100 years, no breaking it. Ningxi wiggled her little finger in a childish gesture. We promised, so you can't lie to me, Ningxi said, sniffling as she wiped away her tears. Okay, I won't lie to you. Without a tissue, Bishu wiped the tears from Ningxi's face with his sleeve. By the way, where's that thing you bought? Bishu remembered that earlier, Ningxi had put the groceries from the supermarket into a black bag. Now it was nowhere to be seen. Oh no, I must have dropped it on the road. Ningxi realized too. When she had pulled Bishu along earlier, the bag had gotten in the way, so she'd tossed it aside. Come on, let's go to the supermarket and buy it again, Bishu said, patting his pocket, which was still full. Let's go then, Ningxi nodded. If I didn't buy it now, there'd be none left at home. Seeing that Ningxi's attention had shifted, Bishu gave himself a big thumbs up, silently praising his own quick thinking. The two of them went to the supermarket by the neighborhood and then headed home. When they returned, they found Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling sitting on the living room sofa, their faces stern. Bishu and Ningxi exchanged a glance, not sure what was going on. But seeing her father and mother looking at them so seriously, Ningxi couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? After Ningxi finished speaking, it was as if Yu Lingling had suddenly found her voice. What's wrong, you ask? Don't you know what you've done? Yu Lingling glared at Bishu and Ningxi, her face clouded with anger. Dad, seeing her mother so upset, Ningxi looked pleadingly at Ning Ziyuan, who was quietly sipping his tea. Ning Ziyuan took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and spoke calmly. Do you really not know what you've done? Ningxi glanced over at Bishu, as if asking whether this was about the rogue ninja incident. Bishu felt the same way. Other than that, they had spent the whole day training at the Lin family dojo. But how did Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu find out? That's right, it's exactly what you're thinking, Ning Ziyuan said, breaking into their silent exchange. Dad, how did you and Mom find out about this? Ningxi asked, puzzled. If the president of the Ninja Association hadn't called your father to say that Bishu had killed a grade G rogue ninja, I wouldn't even have known something so serious happened, Yu Lingling said, her frustration mounting. If she hadn't been right there at the time, Ning Ziyuan and those two kids probably would have kept it a secret from her. Seeing Yu Lingling about to continue, Ning Ziyuan quickly interrupted. The president of the Ninja Association called me directly. He said you used space-time ninjutsu to defeat a grade G rogue ninja. Ning Ziyuan's gaze shifted to Bishu, eyes full of astonishment. Becoming a rogue ninja required at least a chunin skill, which meant grade G. For Bishu, still just a Jinin, to take down a chunin, his talent outshone even brother Bai's at that age. Bishu now understood how Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu had found out. Uncle Gua had said he would report the incident, so he must have informed his superiors. Once they looked into Bishu's background and saw his uncle was with the Ninja Association, word naturally made its way up to the president, who then informed Uncle Ning. So, tell us, what exactly happened? Yu Lingling sat back on the sofa, arms folded, regarding the two of them with the stern gaze of a TV detective grilling a suspect. Bishu recounted everything that had happened to Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu. After listening, Ning Ziyuan nodded in approval. You did well. If you hadn't acted, that rogue ninja would have come after you both. Good job. Seeing Uncle Ning approve, Bishu finally let out a breath of relief. But how did you know your opponent was a grade G rogue ninja? What if you hadn't been able to handle him? Yu Lingling scolded. Leave professional matters to the professionals. Why were you two just kids getting involved? Bishu was taken aback. She was right. How did he know the enemy was a chunin? He couldn't very well say the system told him. He hastily improvised. I sensed he didn't have much chakra, so I decided to take action. After his explanation, Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling finally seemed reassured. Seeing Uncle Ning head out to buy soy sauce and Aunt Yu busy herself in the kitchen, Bishu and Ning, she both breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on a sofa. Bishu, do you dare do that again in the future? Ning, she half reclined on the sofa, her tone exasperated. Never again, Bishu replied, shaking his head. The interrogation had been even more unbearable than committing murder. The two let out a heavy sigh in unison. As dusk settled in, Bishu finished his meal and returned to his room. He lay down on the bed and quickly drifted off to sleep. After a long day of intense training, dispatching a rogue ninja, reporting to the police bureau, and then enduring Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu's relentless questioning at home, Bishu finally reached his limit and sank into a deep sleep. The next morning, thump, 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 a dull knocking at the door roused Bishu from his slumber. He reached for his phone on the bedside table. 8:46. Staring at the time on the screen, Bishu was visibly startled. How did I sleep for so long? Instantly wide awake, he slipped on his slippers and went to open the door. Bishu, why are you only just waking up? Didn't we agree to go shopping today? Ningxi's voice rang out, full of annoyance. Baishu saw that she was already dressed and waiting for him. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I overslept. I knew it, Ningxi said, counting off on her fair fingers as she recited the day's plan. Go wash up quickly. We'll head straight to the snack street, and then go shopping. All right, I'll be quick, Baishu promised, hurrying off to freshen up. After washing up and getting dressed, Baishu caught sight of his handsome reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but grin smugly. I really am good looking. He lingered another moment, fixing his hair, before finally leaving the bathroom. Baishu, honestly, you take even longer than I do to get ready, Ningxi complained from her seat on the sofa. All those novels lied, claiming boys could shower and be ready in 5 or 6 minutes. Baishu had already taken over 10. Baishu glanced at his phone. 9 o'clock sharp. Not that slow, really. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm starving, Ningxi urged, grabbing his hand and pulling him out the door. She'd already told Yu Lingling the night before that they'd be out for breakfast and lunch, so there was no need to eat at home. As a result, Yu Lingling and Ning Ziyuan hadn't called them for breakfast that morning. And with Baishu sleeping in so late, Ningxi's stomach had been growling for ages. Fine, Baishu thought, letting Ningxi drag him along. The two of them soon arrived at the nearest snack street. In Jiangcheng, the snack streets open around 9 in the morning and stay open until 5 in the afternoon. Why not night? Even though the 4 great border posts stand guard at the city's edges, there are still some who slip through. For the safety of the citizens, the Ninja Association decided people should avoid going out at night, and the police bureau assigns officers to night patrols for quick response to emergencies. By the time Baishu and Ningxi arrived, the vendors were just setting up for business. 2 skewers of squid, please, sir, Baishu said as he approached the stall. Coming right up. Hey, young man, your girlfriend has awakened to be a Kugin of the Hyuga clan, hasn't she? The middle-aged vendor looked at the girl with pure white eyes in surprise. That's right, sir. You got a sharp eye. Baishu gave the vendor a big thumbs up. The vendor, proud to be a seasoned genin who'd seen his share of things, took Baishu's compliment as praise for his worldly experience. But that wasn't what Baishu meant. He was actually referring to the vendor, mistaking Ningxi for his girlfriend. Ningxi, standing beside him, blushed shyly, but didn't expose the misunderstanding in front of everyone. Instead, she quietly reached behind Baishu and gave him a sharp twist. Baishu cried out in pain. The vendor, who was brushing sauce onto the squid, jumped in surprise. What happened, son? I just can't eat spicy food, Baishu lied, forcing a wry smile. Oh dear, look at me, I forgot to ask. Want me to make you a fresh batch? The vendor's voice was apologetic. No need, really, sir. I can eat spicy food. Ningxi hurriedly cut in, saving the situation and shooting Baishu a meaningful look. Baishu caught on immediately. Yeah, sir, she likes it spicy. All right, come back for more if you like it, the vendor said cheerfully, packing up 2 skewers of squid with a smile. Thank you, sir, Baishu replied, handing over the money and taking the squid. Take care now. Goodbye, sir. This is delicious. Ningxi took a bite of squid, her lips glistening with oil. Are you sure you can eat spicy food these days? Baishu remembered seeing her by sanitary pads just yesterday, and now here she was happily eating spicy food. Of course I can. Ningxi shrugged it off. Well, Baishu thought to himself, he really didn't understand girls and their cycles, so he dropped the subject. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and took a big bite of the fragrant squid. Baishu, let's try that one. Let's go. Baishu, that one looks so tasty. Let's go. Baishu. Let's go. Hiccup. Baishu, I can't eat another bite. Ningxi hiccuped and handed the half-eaten sausage to Baishu. I'm full too. Baishu replied, his mouth full of sausage, his left hand holding a box of stinky tofu, his right clutching half an ear of corn, one pocket stuffed with a box of pork belly, and the other with leftover flatbread. Are you looking down on me? Is that it? Ningxi pouted, her face a mix of pretend fierceness and cuteness as she stared at Baishu. Of course not. There's just too much food. I really can't eat any more, Baishu said helplessly. If only he'd known, he would have just finished Ningxi's leftovers. Every time she tried something and didn't like it, she'd hand it to him. Sometimes she'd give it up halfway through. Now, everything he was holding was food she couldn't finish. Well, fine. I guess I'll have to throw it away, Ningxi said, a little regretful. Baishu was so exasperated by what he heard that he nearly choked. Oh, so now I'm a trash can? Is that it? Of course not. I just thought it'd be a shame to waste it, Ningxi replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh, Ningxi. Baishu couldn't bear to scold his childhood friend, so instead he snatched the half-eaten sausage from her hand and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing with exaggerated gusto. Ningxi giggled, her smile lighting up her face and her brows arching beautifully. Ningxi really is lovely, Baishu thought privately. Just then a familiar voice called out, Hey, don't let Manta eat that bun. He'll get an upset stomach. The two exchanged a glance and turned toward the source of the voice. There they saw a young girl crouched on the ground, dressed in overalls with her hair tied up in a bun, holding back a little white dog by its hind legs. The white pup stared longingly at the roast chicken sizzling on the grill, drooling with anticipation. Its little legs scrabbled at the ground, desperate to leap forward and devour the feast. Chi-Chi, Ningxi greeted, tugging Bishu along as they walked over to the girl. Cici? And Bishu too. Lin Chi-Chi looked up and instantly recognized the two familiar faces. Are you here to try the street food? She asked, scooping Manto into her arms despite his protests, his legs dangling in the air. Yeah, we are. Ningxi nodded, then asked curiously, why can't Manta have roast chicken? Every time he eats it, he gets an upset stomach, and the mess he makes is just awful. Lin Chi-Chi flicked Manto gently on the head, her expression one of helpless resignation. Oh, I see. Ningxi nodded in understanding. Well, I came with some friends, so I'd better find them. Cici, Bishu, see you both tomorrow. Lin Chi-Chi waved, carrying Manto off in the other direction. See you tomorrow. Ningxi waved back. Bishu, meanwhile, was busy polishing off the rest of their snacks. It was just a small episode in the lively snack street. Bishu, let's go shopping for clothes. Ningxi said, her spirits high. After all, girls will be girls. They just love to shop. All right, coming. Bishu popped the last bit of flatbread into his mouth. Ningxi led Bishu straight to a nearby mall. With a clear goal in mind, Ningxi headed directly to the third floor, where the clothing stores were. Bishu, what do you think of this one? Ningxi pointed to a t-shirt with a cute cat design. It's nice. Then take it down from me, Ningxi instructed. She was too short to reach that high. Sure. Bishu nodded and reached up to grab it. Here you go. Bishu handed the shirt to Ningxi. To his surprise, Ningxi looked at him in astonishment. Why are you giving it to me? Try it on yourself. Me? Bishu glanced at the t-shirt and protested. No way. I'm not wearing that. Oh, just try it on. No. But the cat is so cute. No, I don't want to. You wear it. How can a dignified man like myself wear such a cute outfit? Bishu refused with an air of righteous indignation. Are you going to wear it or not? At this point, Ningxi rolled her eyes, veins popping at her temples as she glared at Bishu. I'll wear it. Bishu, utterly obedient, turned and headed straight for the fitting room. Good. Seeing this, Ningxi withdrew her glare and nodded with satisfaction. How do I look? Bishu emerged wearing a white t-shirt adorned with a little cat motif. When he saw Ning, she had stopped rolling her eyes. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. You look great. Ningxi's eyes curved into a smile, transforming her demeanor completely from just moments before. And so, laden with bags of all sizes, Bishu followed Ningxi home. Most of the things were bought for him by Ningxi. He had picked out very little for himself. This touched Bishu deeply. Without hesitation, he handed Ningxi all 20,000 yuan he'd earned from taking down the rogue ninja yesterday. With grand generosity, he declared, no need to be polite. What's mine is yours. Spend as you like. That afternoon, after returning home with Ningxi, something suddenly occurred to Bishu. He regretted giving all his money to Ningxi. Oh no, I haven't made my Flying Thunder God kunai yet. Bishu sat in his room, staring at the few ordinary kunai in his ninja tool pouch, each marked with a Flying Thunder God seal. But ordinary kunai would never look as cool as Minato's custom ones. Wait a second. An idea struck Bishu. He jumped up and hurried off to find his piggy bank. Relying on the original owner's memories, he rummaged through drawers and cabinets until he finally found a pig-shaped piggy bank. He held the little pig reverently in his hands, treating it like a precious treasure. This was the original owner's secret stash, saved up over almost 10 years. The money inside was all pocket change from Uncle Ning, and Aunt Yu. The original owner had always been thrifty, only buying what was necessary and saving the rest without wasting a single coin. Bishu made a rough estimate. There should be over 10,000 in there. Sorry, little pig, he thought, his heart pounding with excitement. He smashed the piggy bank open with a kunai. Crash! The piggy bank shattered on cue. Red bills, green ones, brownish yellows, and blues flooded his vision, filling Bishu's eyes with color. Time to count the money. Time to count the money. Bishu tossed the kunai aside and eagerly started counting his loot. 100, 200. There was a total of 20,476. Bishu stared at the pile in astonishment. He thought having over 10,000 would be plenty, but he never expected it to be over 20,000. Now he finally had the funds to make his custom three-pronged kunai. Bishu's face lit up with pure delight. Without further hesitation, he pulled out his phone and looked up a ninja tool shop, ready to commission his new kunai. After finding a shop, Bishu sketched out the design for the Flying Thunder God kunai. 3 prongs, 2 forks. Once the sketch was done, he snapped a photo packed up his cash and drawing, and stepped out the door. Where are you going, Ashu? Yu Lingling, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, couldn't help but ask when she saw Bishu dressed up and ready to leave. Ain't you? I'm just heading to the ninja tool shop. I'll be right back, Bishu replied as he put on his shoes at the door. Be careful. I will. After putting on his shoes, Bishu answered and stepped out the door. As soon as Bishu left, Yu Lingling's gaze drifted back to the television, immersing herself once more in the love drama playing on screen. Bishu left the house, walked to the roadside, and hailed a cab to his destination. 12 minutes later, Bishu paid the driver, then stood in front of the ninja tool shop, looking up at the signboard. Wusher Ninja Tool Shop. This was the place. Bishu pulled out his phone to double-check, then stepped inside. What are you looking for, young man? As soon as Bishu entered, an elderly man with a head of white hair greeted him. Grandpa, I read online that you make custom ninja tools here. Is that true? Bishu asked. That's right. Bishu immediately said, I'd like to have some kunai made. What kind? Right here. As he spoke, Bishu pulled out a drawing of the kunai from his pocket. Oh, this kunai is quite an unusual shape, young man, the old man said, raising his reading glasses with a look of surprise. Yes. Is it possible to make these? Bishu's heart beat a little faster with anxiety. Of course. It's not too difficult, the old man replied. Bishu let out a silent breath of relief. Thank goodness. But it might be a bit pricey, the old man continued. Materials plus labor, 500 each. 500? Bishu thought to himself, that's expensive. But for the sake of style, 500 it is. I can always earn it back later. Resolute, Bishu said, All right, Grandpa. I'd like 30 of these kunai. All right then. That'll be 15,000 in total. Cash, scan to pay, or card. The old man's tone suddenly became much more enthusiastic. Cash. Bishu counted out 15,000 yuan, reluctantly handing it over. Unexpectedly, the old man had a firm grip and snatched the money in one swift motion. You can pick them up tomorrow, the old man said after counting the money. All right. Bishu nodded, feeling a pang of loss at spending such a large sum all at once. Years of savings had nearly vanished in an instant. He couldn't deny that it stung. When Bishu returned home, Aunt Yu had already finished cooking and was waiting for him. Ashu, you're back. Go wash your hands. Dinner's ready. Yu Lingling called out as Bishu pushed open the door. Okay. Bishu responded at once and hurried to the bathroom to wash up. As the family waited for him to eat, he was deeply moved. He vowed to repay their kindness in the future, no matter what. Bishu, what did you go to the ninja tool shop for? As soon as Bishu sat down in his chair, she couldn't wait to ask. When? She came out and didn't see Bishu. She asked her mother, and only then did she find out he had gone to the ninja tool shop. I want to buy a few kunai, Bishu replied, his voice muffled as he shoveled a mouthful of food. Kunai? Don't we already have some at home? She was puzzled. There were already hundreds of kunai in the living room. Special kunai, Bishu clarified. Special ones? As soon as Bishu said this, Ning Ziwan, Yu Lingling, and Shi all froze, as if they didn't quite understand. My space-time ninjutsu can be inscribed onto the kunai, and it'll never fade. So I thought I'd make a few custom ones, Bishu explained. No wonder it's space-time ninjutsu. Truly mysterious, Ning Ziwan remarked in awe. Ashu, if you're ever short on money, remember to ask us, Yu Lingling chimed in. She wasn't particularly interested in ninjutsu and such, but she worried. Bishu might be short on money and too embarrassed to say so. After all, she wasn't his biological mother, even if she'd long since treated him as her own. No need. Aunt Yu, I still have money. Bishu quickly waved his hands. After buying the materials for the kunai, he still had about 5,000 yuan left, enough for his needs for now. With that, the family dropped the topic and continued eating. Bishu ate with gusto, juices running down his chin. Even though he'd stuffed himself on snacks at the food street that morning, as a ninja, his digestion was quick, and besides, Aunt Yu's cooking was especially delicious. After the meal, Yu Lingling promptly shooed everyone away from the table and began clearing the dishes. Seeing this, Bishu settled onto the living room sofa to digest. He tried to help with chores before, but Aunt Yu had always insisted he focus on his studies and training, saying she could handle the housework herself. So, Bishu stopped insisting on helping with chores. Bishu, what kind of kunai are you making? She wriggled over and asked, curiosity lighting up her face. Like this. Bishu handed over a photo he'd taken of his sketches that day. This kunai looks so strange, she said, eyeing the three-pronged, two-fork design. Of course, if it wasn't unique, how would it show my personality? Show off. She retorted, rolling her eyes. Well, a classic eye roll, her signature move. Just wait. My flying thunder god technique will definitely become famous throughout Xia country. Bishu declared, his eyes shining with excitement. After all, he had awakened the legacy of Minato Namikaze. Fame was only a matter of time. All right then, I'll be waiting to see how you make a name for yourself, Ningxi replied, smiling at the spirited Bishu. Overhearing their conversation, Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling exchanged a glance, both breaking into warm, knowing smiles. What the whole family longed for was simply to be together, safe and sound. The next day, Bishu reached out to silence the alarm and stretched lazily on the bed. There would be no sleeping in for school today. Bishu slipped on his slippers and went to the bathroom to wash up. After quickly finishing the breakfast Yu Lingling had made, he shouldered his backpack and left the house together with Ning Shi, who had already finished eating. Ning Shi never ate much in the morning. Just 2 buns were enough to fill her up. Bishu, on the other hand, needed 5 or 6 to feel satisfied. School again? When will it ever end? Ning Shi grumbled the moment they stepped outside. 94 days left, Bishu replied helpfully. Humph. Ning Shi gave a little huff, her pout unmistakable. Bishu, which school are you aiming for? Ning Shi looked up at Bishu, who was a whole head taller than her. The 4 great academies. Ning Shi saw the earnestness in Bishu's eyes, so serious it couldn't be fake. She nodded and said, all right, the 4 great academies it is. Huh? Bishu looked at Ning Shi, puzzled. Did she just say she want to go to the 4 great academies as well? Hey, what's with that look? Are you the only one allowed to go to the 4 great academies? Why can't I? Ning Shi's expression suddenly turned adorably fierce. Bishu hurriedly shook his head. No, of course not. But didn't want to go to Jincheng University before? What changed? People change, and so do their dreams. Besides, Ning Shi glanced at Bishu with a gentle smile and said nothing more. Because I want to stay with you, always, never to part. But sadly, those are words Bishu would never hear. Besides what? Bishu was left scratching his head, confused. I'm not telling you. With a playful laugh, Ning Shi ran ahead with her hands behind her back. What? Wait for me. Bishu quickly chased after her, not giving it another thought. The 2 of them arrived at their classroom, ready for a new week of lessons. Today's classes were all theory, no battles, no training, so nothing major happened. Still, something amusing did occur. A girl from class 4 mustered her courage and confessed to Zhang Shulin from Bishu's class. That was the boy who had awakened the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, bearing a single Tomo, Sharingan, in his eyes. Everyone knew the Uchiha temperament. Zhang Shulin, perhaps changed by his awakening, now had a personality to match. He flatly rejected the girl's confession. Word had it she cried all the way back to her classroom. Throughout the day, Bishu kept hearing classmates from class 2 teasing Zhang Shulin about it. Soon enough, as the end-of-day bell rang, everyone instinctively began packing up, ready to head home. Ning Shi, I'm heading to the ninja tool shop to pick up some kunai. Want to come along? Bishu asked. Yes, let's go. Ning Shi nodded eagerly at the invitation. All right, let's go then. The 2 of them hailed a cab, and soon arrived at the ninja tool shop White Tree had visited yesterday. Grandpa, I'm here to pick up my kunai, White Tree said as he pushed open the door, glancing at the old man engrossed in his newspaper. You're here, young man. The items are on the table. Open them up and take a look for yourself, the elderly man replied, his hair as white as snow. With that, he lost interest in White Tree and returned his paper. Hearing this, White Tree immediately turned his attention to the table. There were 3 ninja tool pouches laid out. White Tree walked over and opened one, revealing the special kunai from his memory. Flying Thunder God kunai. It had 3 prongs, 2 forks, and a glint of cold steel at the tip, looking razor-sharp and deadly. So sharp, Ning, she couldn't help exclaiming. It is, White Tree nodded, casually imprinting the Flying Thunder God seal onto the kunai. He handed it to Ning Shi and said, keep this safe. No matter where you are, as long as you channel chakra into it, I'll be able to come to your side. Really? Ning Shi accepted the Flying Thunder God kunai with delight. Of course, I can also sense the kunai and come to you even without your signal. It just uses more or less chakra, depending on the distance. Does this jutsu of yours have any limits? Ning Shi tilted her head, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Of course it does. White Tree rolled his eyes and said, every jutsu has its flaws. Take my Flying Thunder God technique. The farther the distance, the more chakra it consumes, and the closer you are, the less it takes. Oh, ise, ninki notteret. All right, let's go. White Tree put 2 of the ninja tool pouches into his backpack and fastened the 3rd to his waist. Since today was theory class, he hadn't brought his usual tool pouch. Grandpa, we're heading out, White Tree said politely, waving his hand. Off you go, the elderly man called out, his eyes never leaving the newspaper. White Tree and Ning, she caught a cab and headed home. On the way back, She kept turning the flying thunder god kunai over in her hands, making White Tree nervous. What if she accidentally hurt herself? She assured him, this is your very first flying thunder god kunai, White Tree. Of course, I'll take good care of it. Well, hearing that, White Tree decided to let her be. As long as she didn't get hurt, he had no complaints. Just as the two of them were on their way home. Inside the happiness community, at Shi's house. What? You're saying a monster has entered the happiness community? Yuan's face was filled with astonishment. Yes, Steward Ning. It's a third-tier phantom wolf. Its moves are strange and unpredictable. The police division lost track of it, and now it's already in your community. I see. And where are the police now? Yuan asked. They've already arrived in the community and are searching for any trace of the phantom wolf. Listening to the voice on the phone, Yuan nodded. All right, I understand. I'll join the others in the search. Okay. What's wrong, Lao Ning? Yulingling noticed her husband's serious expression and couldn't help but grow anxious. It's nothing, Yuan replied. It's just that a third-rank exotic beast has made its way into our neighborhood. He hadn't finished speaking when Yulingling, alarmed, cut him off. Ashu and Cece haven't come home yet. You don't think something has happened to them, do you? Hearing this, Yuan smiled, trying to reassure her. Ashu was able to defeat even a Chunin. A third-rank exotic beast is only about as strong as a lower elite ninja. Don't worry, Ashu is more than capable. Only after Yuan's explanation did Yulingling finally relax. I need to go now and coordinate with the police department to track down the phantom wolf. You stay home and be careful, said Yuan. All right, you be careful too. Don't worry. Yuan hurried downstairs, circling the building before finally spotting the police officers. Sir, there's an exotic beast on the loose here. Please return to your home. We'll inform everyone once the situation is under control, said a young man with a buzz cut, dressed in black tactical gear, stepping in to block Yuan's way. Yuan took out his credentials and replied, Hello, I'm Yuan from the Ninja Association. I live here, and since the association said there's an exotic beast, I came down to see if I could help. The young man took his credentials, checked them, then managed a wry smile. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Ning. This beast is a bit unusual. The young man's name was Zhao Tian. He and his team had been dispatched upon reports of an exotic beast sighting. He thought a third-rank beast would be an easy target for them. But its strange abilities had caught them off guard, allowing it to slip away, right into the residential community. Zhao Tian had immediately reported this to his captain. The captain had cursed up a storm, then told them to keep searching the neighborhood while he sought out someone from the Ninja Association to see if any experts were nearby. After all, the safety of the residents was paramount. Have you notified the homeowners here? Yuan asked. We have, Zhao Tian replied with a nod. Good. Let's focus on finding that creature first. I'll check over there. All right. Please stay safe. Yuan nodded and immediately began searching for signs of the beast. By this time, Bishu and Ning, she had gotten off the bus and were walking toward the entrance of the neighborhood. The sky was shrouded in gray, as if night might fall at any moment. Jianyuan No. 1 Middle School usually let out at 5, but today Bishu had stopped by the ninja tool shop, which had cost him another hour. I'm starving. I wonder what Mom's cooking tonight. Thinking about how she'd soon get to eat her mother's food, she could hardly keep from drooling. When Bishu heard what she said, he couldn't help but start thinking about Aunt Yu's cooking as well. Steaming hot rice, tender and flavorful braised pork, and tangy pickled cabbage slices. His pace quickened at once. Hurry up, I'm starving too. Bishu. Let's see who gets home first. Whoever loses has to carry the school bag for a month. With that, she dashed ahead. All right, Bishu responded, pretending to jog after her. As her childhood friend, how could he ever bear to let his dearest companion carry such a heavy bag? Is there anyone in the world with a better childhood friend than me? Bishu thought smugly. Meanwhile, Yuan had also arrived not far from the entrance to the neighborhood. Suddenly, a dark blur swept past his eyes. Phantom Wolf! Yuan exclaimed in surprise. He quickly gave chase, preparing to slay the beast. Just then, another figure came running swiftly in this direction. Yuan's heart tightened. The Phantom Wolf was just ahead. If that person ran into it, they would surely get hurt. With that thought, Yuan immediately sped up, desperate to warn them to run. She run. He drew closer, and the runner's face became clear. His pupils shrank in shock. It was his precious daughter, Shi. Why was she here? There was no time to think. He shouted at the top of his lungs for Shi to run. The always gentle man, now, seemed almost frantic, ready to throw himself forward without a second thought. Shi, still running, kept glancing back to see if Bishu was catching up. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice calling out to her. She instinctively turned toward the sound. Daddy! Seeing that the figure was her father, Ningxi happily waved her little hand, completely unaware that danger was rapidly approaching. Run, Shishi, there's danger, Ning Ziyuan shouted from afar. Danger? Ningxi heard her father's warning, but was still puzzling over what sort of danger he meant. In a flash, a dark shadow appeared before her. Razor-sharp claws slashed toward her. The black shape revealed itself. A chill swept through the air, and Ningxi finally saw what was happening. A black wolf, fur as dark as midnight, lunged at her with its claws outstretched. There's no way to dodge. Is this the end? Ningxi saw the wolf's claws drawing ever closer to her throat, and tears welled up in her eyes. So this was the danger her father meant. She didn't want to die. Not yet. She hadn't been with Bishu. Her parents were waiting for her at home. She was still so young. But it seemed like everything was over. I'm sorry, Damon Bishu. Ningxi shut her eyes, bracing for death. Perhaps heaven wasn't ready to take her yet, for help arrived just in time. Spiraling sphere. An angry voice echoed through the air. Hearing that familiar voice, Ningxi couldn't help but open her eyes. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared right in front of her, his right hand gripping a swirling blue sphere, which he slammed forcefully onto the black wolf's claw. With a thunderous impact, a shockwave burst against Ningxi. The black wolf let out a harrowing howl, its body thrown backwards as blood splattered through the air. Only then did Bishu breathe a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, a strange beast had appeared before Ningxi, launching an attack at her. For a split second, Bishu froze in shock, but then rage surged through him. Damn it, you beast, you're asking for death. Quickly, he focused on the flying thunder god kunai he'd given Ningxi, and without a single hand sign, he unleashed a Rasengan, slamming it down hard on the black wolf's claw. In an instant, the Rasengan shattered the claw to pieces, blood spurting from the stump of the wolf's limb. Growing ever more furious, Bishu threw aside the still stunned Ningxi and swiftly pulled another flying thunder god kunai from his ninja pouch, hurling it with force at the howling black wolf. The phantom wolf tried to dodge the incoming attack, but pain once again surged through its mind, and it couldn't help but cry out in agony. Its eyes flashed with a desperate plea for mercy as it continued to wail. But Bishu paid no mind to any of this. Sensing the kunai's mark, he flickered out of sight and reappeared above the black wolf, flipping into a handstand. He caught the flying kunai in his left hand, and with his right, he summoned another Rasengan, smashing it down onto the wolf's head. With an explosive crash, the wolf's skull shattered instantly. Blood and bones splattered everywhere, and before the black wolf could even react, it was already dead. Seeing the wolf slain, Bishu immediately turned to check on Ningxi, but someone else was faster. Cici, are you hurt? Papa, Ningxi cried out, seeing Ning Ziyuan rushing toward her. The shock of moments before finally caught up with her, and she burst into tears. There, Cici, it's all right. Don't be afraid. Ning Ziyuan gathered her into his arms, gently patting her back to soothe her. That scared me so much. How did a wolf suddenly appear? Ningxi said, her voice still trembling. That was a third-rank phantom wolf, a kind of mutated beast with the power to turn invisible. It wandered into our community today. I came out here to deal with it, Ning Ziyuan explained. Where's Bishu? Ningxi looked up, wiping away her tears. I'm right here. Bishu waved from beside the black wolf's corpse. Just a moment ago, he had been examining the beast's body. Aside from its sharp claws and green blood, it wasn't much different from the wolves on Blue Star. It's a good thing you were here this time, Ashu, or else, Ning Ziyuan began. But Bishu interrupted him, his expression earnest. Uncle Ning, we're family. There's no need to thank me. Besides, if I hadn't taken Ningxi to the ninja tool shop, none of this would have happened. Yes, we're family. Ning Ziyuan nodded quickly. He hadn't even had time to use his own jutsu. Thank goodness Bishu was here. A look of relief flashed across his refined features. If not, his precious daughter might have. Mr. Ning. Zhao Tian's voice rang out. Just moments ago, Zhao Tian had heard a commotion and rushed over with his team, but they were still a step too late. When they arrived, they saw the phantom wolf they had been desperately searching for, its head missing, lying lifeless at the feet of that tall, handsome young man. They also saw Ning Ziyuan comforting a young girl. Only after the girl had calmed down did they call out to Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan heard someone calling him, turned around, and saw that it was Zhao Tian and his team. Mr. Ning, about that phantom wolf. Zhao Tian and his team approached Ning Ziyuan, eyeing the headless creature at Bishu's feet with uncertainty. That's right, it's the phantom wolf. But it was my nephew who killed it. Ning Ziyuan replied, pride shining on his face. That young man? Zhao Tian and his team were astounded. They had their suspicions. After all, the wolf lay peacefully at the boy's feet, but hearing Ning Ziyuan confirm it left them utterly shocked. How old could that boy be? He looked like a high schooler at most. To possess such power at a young age, what heights would he reach in the future? Hello, young man. I'm Zhao Tian. Thank you for helping us slay the Phantom Wolf, Zhao Tian said, stepping up to Bishu to express his gratitude. You're too kind, brother Zhao. I just happened to be here, Bishu replied with a shy smile. If that strange beast hadn't recklessly attacked Ningxi, he might never have noticed it at all. Don't be so modest, young man. Without your help, who knows how many people this beast might have harmed? Another young teammate chimed in. Well, Mr. Ning, now that everything's settled, we'll be on our way, Zhao Tian said, glancing at the cleaned-up scene and hefting the headless Phantom Wolf's corpse. All right, Ning Ziyuan nodded. Goodbye, young man. As they left, Zhao Tian and his team didn't forget to bid farewell to Bishu. Goodbye. As Zhao Tian and his team reached the entrance to the neighborhood, a young woman remarked, Is that the Bishu who killed a Grade-G rogue, shinobi, and possesses time-space ninjutsu? Zhao Tian nodded. To have such strength at his age, it's enough to make anyone envious. Tell me about it. If I'd had that kind of power back then, maybe that girl wouldn't have ignored me. Another teammate quipped, and the group burst in a lively discussion. Let's go. Time to file our report. Once that's done, double the training. We let a Tier 3 beast slip away. How can we protect the peace of Jianyuan City like this? Come on, Captain, give us a break. If that Phantom Wolf hadn't turned invisible, any one of us could have taken it down. One of the young men protested, his voice full of despair. The others' faces also showed their reluctance loud and clear. No more excuses. The safety of the people is in our hands. Since we wear this uniform, we can't let them down. Seeing the captain's dark expression, the group lowered their heads and fell silent. Let's go. Yes. As the three of them made their way home. Bishu, was that your space-time ninjutsu? Ning Ziyuan asked as they walked along the road. Although he had witnessed Bishu kill the Phantom Wolf from start to finish, he still wanted to confirm it with Bishu himself. Yes, that's right. Using the Flying Thunder God kunai as a medium, I can instantly appear wherever the kunai is, as long as I sense its presence. Bishu's right hand dangled a Flying Thunder God kunai. Oh, that's right. Dad, look, this is what Bishu gave me today. Ningxi chimed in quickly, pulling out her own Flying Thunder God kunai. When Ning Ziyuan saw the identical kunai in his daughter's hand, he immediately understood. Thankfully, Bishu had already given Ningxi her own Flying Thunder God kunai in advance. Oh, right. Uncle Ning, this one's for you, Bishu said, handing his kunai to Ning Ziyuan. For me? Ning Ziyuan looked a bit puzzled. Of course it's for you. If anything happens, just channel chakra into it. No matter how far away I am, I'll be there in an instant. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Ning Ziyuan laughed as he accepted the Flying Thunder God kunai. Bishu smiled sincerely. If Uncle Ning or Aunt Yu were ever in danger, he could come to their aid in time. The debt of gratitude for raising him was greater than the sky itself. The three soon arrived home. Inside, Yu Lingling sat anxiously on the sofa, glancing at the door every few moments. Just a little while ago, a sudden sense of unease had crept into her heart. She feared something might have happened to Ning Ziyuan and the two children, so after making dinner, she sat waiting on the sofa, unable to relax. Click! The door slowly opened. The three figures appeared in Yu Lingling's sight. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness, everything was fine. Oh my Cece, why are you crying? Seeing Ningxi's eyes still rimmed with red, Yu Lingling hurried over to check on her. Mama, I almost didn't get to see you again, Ningxi mumbled, pouting as she hugged Yu Lingling tightly. Ning Ziyuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Sure enough, Yu Lingling turned her gaze toward him. What happened? Yu Lingling's voice was unusually calm. Bishu knew this was the calm before the storm. Aunt Yu always became very quiet right before she lost her temper. With a helpless sigh, Ning Ziyuan recounted the whole story. Hearing that the beast had gone after her own daughter, Yu Lingling immediately clutched Ningxi close, her voice trembling with tears. Ning Ziyuan, you're an executive of the Ninja Association, and for what? You nearly failed to protect your own daughter. Ning Ziyuan could only sigh. He didn't argue, because it was true. As an elite chunin, he couldn't even catch up with a third-tier beast. Had he grown too complacent, too out of practice after so long at peace? Ning Ziyuan reflected on his shortcomings. Mama, don't blame Daddy. Bishu was with me. Nothing happened. Seeing her father silenced by her mother's scolding, Ningxi couldn't bear it and quickly spoke up for him, bringing Bishu into the conversation. Sure enough, when Ningxi spoke, Yu Lingling turned her head to look at Bishu. Seeing this, Bishu immediately understood what Aunt Yu was about to say and quickly interrupted. Aunt Yu, we're family. Don't mention thanks. All right, we're family. Yu Lingling nodded, feeling deeply relieved in her heart. Mama, I'm hungry, Ningxi said, tilting her little face up and acting spoiled. Come eat, come eat. Mama's already made dinner, Yulingling replied. At the table, Bishu devoured the braised pork greedily. Tonight, there really was braised pork. What a treat. Throughout the meal, Yulingling barely ate a bite herself, constantly picking out food for Ningxi and Bishu. That's enough, Aunt Yu. You and Uncle should eat too, Bishu mumbled through a mouthful of food. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly put down his chopsticks and dashed to his room. Bishu, where are you going? Ningxi called out. My room, Bishu replied, and in a moment he was out of sight. When Bishu returned, he held in his hand a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God seal. Seeing this, Ningxi immediately understood, nodding quietly to himself. What do you need the Flying Thunder God kunai for? Ningxi asked, puzzled. It's for Aunt Yu, of course, Bishu replied, handing the kunai to Yulingling. Yulingling looked at him, a bit confused. Mama, this is Bishu's Flying Thunder God kunai. It's what lets him use space-time ninjutsu, Ningxi explained to her mother. Why give me something so precious? Put away, quickly. Yulingling waved her hand dismissively. Mama, you don't understand. If you ever run into danger, just channel chakra into it, and Bishu will appear in an instant. This is Bishu's way of looking out for you. Just accept it, Ningxi added, gently persuading her. Seeing her daughter and husband both insist, and noticing the hopeful look on Bishu's face, Yulingling finally took the kunai. When she did, Bishu said, Aunt Yu, if you're ever in danger, inject chakra into it. I'll come as fast as I can. All right, I understand, Yulingling replied seriously. The family soon finished their meal. Yulingling went to wash the dishes, while Ningxi stayed to chat with her. Before long, only Bishu and Ningxi were left in the living room. Bishu, I'm so glad you're here, Ningxi said, her pure white eyes fixed on him. Next time, run a little slower. That beast caught me off guard. Thank goodness I gave you the Flying Thunder God kunai earlier, or I'd never have made it in time, Bishu said, gently patting Ningxi's little head. I get it. Who could have guessed there'd be a monster in our own neighborhood? Ningxi shuddered a little, recalling the black shadow lunging at her with its sharp claws. It's all right now. I'm here, Bishu comforted her softly. Then congratulations, host, on killing a tier 3 Phantom Wolf for the first time. You are awarded a B-level ninjutsu, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Bishu received this message as soon as he woke up in the morning. Huh? You get rewards for slaying exotic beasts? Bishu was a bit surprised. Ding, this is your first time defeating an exotic beast. As encouragement to keep getting stronger, you are being specially rewarded. Oh, so it's not just any beast kill that gets you a prize, Bishu thought, nodding to himself. At once, his consciousness dove inward. That handsome, golden-haired young man still stood there in his mind, a scroll floating before him. With a thought, Bishu grasped the scroll. It instantly shattered, dissolving into fragments that surged into his mind. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, successfully learned. Humming a cheerful tune, Bishu got up to wash up. Such a big surprise first thing in the morning put him in an exceptionally good mood. After washing up, he walked into the living room and saw Ningxi already sitting on the sofa, playing on her phone while waiting for him so they could have breakfast together. The two finished eating and headed straight for school. Ningxi, what classes do we have today? Bishu asked as they walked along the road. Ningxi thought for a moment, counting on her fingers. We have shuriken throwing, chakra refining, and some theory lessons. Yeah, that's about it. Oh, okay, Bishu nodded. The two of them walked side by side toward school. Sunlight poured over them as tree branches swayed gently in the breeze. It felt as if time itself wanted to pause at this moment, but their future was only just beginning. How could they stand still now? The school bell soon rang, clear and urgent. Chattering classmates quickly found their seats, while Bishu and Ningxi were already settled, waiting for class to start. The door swung open. Once again, it was Mr. Fong's tall frame and dark skin that met their eyes. Class, stand up. Good morning, teacher. Good, you may sit, said Fongzhua, pressing his palm downward. I have an announcement to make. Fongzhua glanced around the room, clearly pleased as I turned his way. The students looked back at him, curious, not sure what their homeroom teacher was about to say. Ahem. Fongzhua cleared his throat and began. The school has made a unified decision. To improve your combat abilities, the day after tomorrow we'll head to the Yuan Forest outside Jianyuan City for live battles against exotic beasts. As soon as he finished, the class erupted into a buzz of excitement. Teacher, I thought we could only go to Yuan Forest and fight exotic beasts during the college entrance exams. Zhang Shulin asked, puzzled. Yuan Forest was a small forest outside Jianyuan City. Though small, was relative, as it covered nearly half the area of the city. Itself, considering Zhang Yuan's size, was impressive even by national standards. You could imagine how vast Uinta Forest truly was. Every day, trained professionals swept the area, so there were never any Tier 5 exotic beasts. The most dangerous you'd find were Tier 4s, about the level of an elite genin. Normally, the Uinta Forest only opens during the college entrance examination. The exam doesn't just test theoretical knowledge, it also evaluates combat ability. First, students have to duel with examiners, and second, they must venture into the Uinta Forest to hunt down exotic beasts as proof of their skills. Those who perform exceptionally well will earn a place at the nation's most prestigious institutions, commonly known as the 4 Great Academies. Of course, that's only for the truly outstanding. The rest have to settle for other universities. That's right, teacher. My second brother is correct. Why are we starting more than 90 days early? A bowl-cut boy called out. Teacher, what's going on? Are we really going to battle beasts this soon? My blood's already boiling with excitement. Zhao Yang plucked a bone spike from his shoulder, bearing a crazed, bloodthirsty grin that was more than a little unsettling. Those nearby wished they could flee at once. This battle maniac was slipping into another frenzy. Listening to the rising tide of chatter below, Fongswood didn't intervene. He was giving them a moment to let the news sink in. He himself had been puzzled during yesterday's meeting, but the principal quickly explained the reason. Recently, several species of exotic beasts in Uinta Forest had, for reasons unknown, suddenly disappeared. Their rival beasts, now free from enemies and competition, multiplied rapidly over the course of a year. Originally, the Ninja Association and the Police Division had planned to handle the problem themselves, but the principal of Jianyuan, No. 1 High School, stepped in, suggesting the cleanup could also serve as an opportunity to strengthen the students' combat skills. That's how Fongswa had come to deliver this announcement. Teacher, is the whole senior year going? Lin Chichi raised her hand to ask. As soon as Lin Chichi spoke, the other students fell silent and turned to Fongswa, waiting for his answer. Yes, that's right. Every senior at Jianyuan No. 1 High will be participating, he replied. Teacher, will it be dangerous? A timid girl asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Don't worry. When it comes to safety, you have nothing to fear. All the senior year teachers will accompany you, along with staff from the Ninja Association and the Police Division. Your safety is absolutely guaranteed. We have over 500 students in our senior year. Can you really keep everyone safe? Another student questioned, concern in their voice. Each group will have 5 students led by a teacher who will step in if things get dangerous. Beyond that, you'll have to rely on yourselves, Fongswa explained. There are 40 students in our class. Divide into 8 teams of 5. Go ahead and choose your teammates now. Second brother, let's team up, someone called eagerly. Get lost. Come on, second brother, take me with you. I promise I won't hold you back. Zhang Lauer, count me in. Please, Lauer, let me join your team. In an instant, Zhang Shulin became the most sought-after teammate. After all, he'd awakened the legendary Uchiha bloodline and possessed the Sharingan, one of the clan's most powerful ocular abilities. Yang, let me join your team. Me too. In no time, Zhou Yang found himself surrounded by eager classmates, all hoping to be chosen. Bishu looked at the chaotic crowd around him, feeling as if he alone remained clear-headed while the world was lost in confusion. He wasn't picky about teammates. Anyone would do. Ningxi, much like Bishu, didn't vie or compete for teammates. As long as Bishu was by her side, it didn't matter who else joined their team. Before long, 7 teams had been formed, and the 5 people left were grouped together. Among them were Bishu and Ningxi, as well as someone who had left a deep impression on Bishu, a person who had awakened the Manhwaresumen ability and had lost to Zhang Shulin's Qingyu in the last competition. There was also a timid-looking young girl who had just asked Fongswa if there would be any danger. Her name was Wang Miao. The last member was a boy with a cold, distant expression. His name was Mu Xinghe. Baishu didn't know much about Mu Xinghe. Neither he nor the original Baishu had ever interacted with him. He simply knew of his existence. Baishu nodded in greeting to the group, acknowledging that in 2 days' time they would be teammates. Qingyu nodded back calmly, signaling her understanding. Wang Miao offered a shy, bashful smile. Mu Xinghe also gave a composed nod. All right, it looks like the teams are set. The day after tomorrow, you'll work together just like this, the teacher announced. Teacher, isn't there any reward for slaying the beasts? Someone piped up. As soon as the question was asked, the room fell silent. After all, who doesn't like a bit of extra money? The more the better. Fongswa let out a hearty laugh. Kid, you've got money on your mind, haven't you? The crowd broke out into laughter at that, filling the room with cheerful voices. The student, undeterred and full of conviction, retorted, who'd want to work for free? There's got to be something in it for us. There's a reward, but it's rare and very precious, Fongswa replied. What kind of reward? Came the eager question, as all eyes turned to Fongswa. Only the top 3 teams will get prizes. First place gets a B-rank ninjutsu technique. Second place also gets a B-rank ninjutsu. Third place gets a C-rank ninjutsu. Teams placing 4th through 10th will receive D-rank ninjutsu. B-rank ninjutsu? The school's really going all out this time, someone exclaimed in astonishment. And there are 2 B-rank prizes. That's not just going all out, they're about to bleed dry, another chimed in. Everyone buzzed with excitement over the B-rank techniques, paying little attention to the C and D-rank ones. Thanks to Teacher Mu, they could learn those anytime, but B-rank skills were truly rare and coveted. All right, class is starting. Fongs were interrupted, bringing the discussion to a close. The students fell quiet, ready to listen. Bishu and Ning, she finished their lessons and soon prepared to head home. As they walked and chatted, Ning, she looked up at Bishu, her pretty face full of nervousness. Bishu, we're about to go hunt the beasts. Are you nervous? I'm doing all right. Actually, I'm a bit excited. I want to see what those beasts are really like, Bishu replied, unable to hide a hint of anticipation in his voice. This is section 23 out of 365. Other than last night, when he finally saw a strange beast in person for the first time, all of his previous encounters had been through videos on his phone. If possible, of course he wanted to witness more of these creatures with his own eyes. But I think those beasts are terrifying, Ning, she confessed, her pretty face clouded with unease, as if the memory of those razor-sharp claws from last night had clawed its way back into her mind. Don't worry, there's no need to be afraid. I'll protect you, Bishu reassured her softly. It's only by facing them that we can overcome our fear. All right, I will face them, Ning, she declared, clenching her small fists and giving a determined swing in front of her. After all, I've awakened as a member of the Hyuga clan. Exactly, you're a ninja from the Hyuga clan now. I'm sure those little beasts won't be a problem for you, Bishu encouraged her. That's right, Ning tikikilet. Why don't you ask Uncle Ning if he's coming with us the day after tomorrow? Bishu suggested with a smile, smoothly changing the subject. Oh, that's right. Dad works at the Ninja Association. Sure enough, Ning Shi's attention shifted immediately. Let's go home. Hum. The two of them walked back home, where Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling were sitting on the sofa, watching TV. Dad, we're going to into forest the day after tomorrow to hunt strange beasts. Are you coming? Ning Shi asked as soon as she walked in. Ning Ziyuan nodded in response. Yes, I know. I'll be leading some members of the Ninja Association to keep you all safe. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? Ning Shi puffed up her cheeks in protest. I only found out myself today. The president just informed me this morning. Ning Ziyuan replied helplessly. Make sure to protect Ashu and Cici when you're in Yuinta Forest, Yu Lingling chimed in. Clearly, she already knew about this. Ning Ziyuan must have told her when he got home. Don't worry. The beasts in there are nothing Ashu can't handle. The strongest are only 4th-rank beasts at most, Ning Ziyuan said, utterly unconcerned. This is a great opportunity for you both to hone your skills. That way, you won't panic during the college entrance exams. We understand. All right. Both of them nodded in agreement. Soon, the date ahead for Yuinta Forest arrived. On the school field. Classmates, I'm sure you all know what today is about, don't you? The principal, silver-haired but full of vigor, addressed them in a booming voice. Yes, a deafening chorus thundered from the field. Don't be afraid when you get to Yuinta Forest. Just fight. The teachers leading your teams will keep you safe, the principal declared loudly. Principal, what if the teachers can't protect us? A student called out boldly. The crowd burst into laughter at that. The principal, his white hair shining under the sun, laughed heartily as well. Then you all run together. Laughter erupted across the field at the principal's candid humor. Enough talk. Strange beasts are our enemies. When you face them, show no mercy. If it's time to kill, then kill. Now let's move out. With the principal's order, the teachers and students strode out of the school gates, ready for the adventure ahead. The students in their first and second years of high school gazed at their senior classmates with envy written all over their faces. They wondered when their own turn would come to hunt exotic beasts. Several buses carried the students and teachers out toward the Yuinta Forest just outside Jianyuan City. Bishu and Ning, she were among them. They hadn't chosen to follow Ning Ziyuan because they worried their other 3 teammates might not be able to find them. It was simpler to stay with the rest of the school. An hour and a half later, the buses arrived at the outskirts of Yuinta Forest. More than 500 students, along with their teachers, filed off the buses. Members of the Ninja Association and officers from the police command were already waiting for them. Principal Chi, Ning Ziyuan, dressed in the distinctive green vest of a chunin, hurried to greet the elderly man with snow-white hair. Oh, little Ning, so you're leading the team this time? The old man, clearly recognizing Ning Ziyuan, smiled warmly. That's right. Ning Ziyuan nodded in reply. Let me introduce you. This is Principal Chi from Jianyuan No. 1 High School, Chijingua. Principal Chi, this is Captain Gua from the 3rd Squad of the Police Command. Ning Ziyuan introduced the stern-faced, middle-aged man standing beside him to Chijingua. Hello, Principal Chi. I'm Gua Chung, Captain of the 3rd Squad. The middle-aged man saluted the elderly principal with respect. Principal Chi had presided over Jianyuan No. 1 High for more than 20 years. That alone was enough to earn Gua Cheng's admiration. Hello, Captain Gua. Chijingua replied with a genial chuckle. Let's get started, shall we? The students have all formed their teams. You can begin assigning them to their instructors now. Yes, sir. Gua Cheng nodded and took his leave. All right, I'll get to it right away. Ning Ziyuan strode over to the Ninja Associations group to make arrangements. All right, everyone, we'll be using a point system for this exercise. Fang Zua addressed the students of Class 2. 1 point for A. First level exotic beast, 2 points for 2nd level, 5 for 3rd level, 10 for 4th level, and 20 points for a 5th level beast. Got it, teacher. We'll bring you back a first-place finish, one of Zhang Shulin's teammates shouted excitedly. Lu Laoqi, first place is obviously ours. Someone for Zhou Yang's group shot back, unwilling to be outdone. Huh, don't underestimate my second brother. Lu Laoqi responded with a scoff. Please, my brother Yang isn't afraid of Zhang No. 2. Another retorted with a cold snort. Bishu watched their spirited exchange with amusement. The competition's already begun, and they haven't even started hunting the beasts yet. Zhang Shulin, on the other hand, was a bit helpless. He was confident in himself, but being thrust into the spotlight from the get-go felt a bit too conspicuous. Zhou Yang, by contrast, looked completely at ease, as if victory was already in his grasp. Soon, each team knew who their instructor would be. A few were assigned to teachers from the school, but most were led by members of the Ninja Association or the Police Command. Hello, everyone. I'll be your instructor for this exercise. My name is Lu Qing. You can call me teacher, or just old Lu. A young man stood before Bishu and his companions, smiling as he regarded them. Hello, Brother Lu, Bishu greeted him. Ning Ti, Qing Yu, Wang Miao, Muk Xinge. Each of them spoke their names, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. All right, unless there's danger, I won't intervene, Lu Qing said with a cheerful chuckle. Understood, the group nodded in agreement. After that, they stood quietly in place, waiting for the principal's command. Meanwhile, Lu Qing sized up Bishu. He knew well who Bishu was, a prodigious youth blessed with space-time ninjutsu, and the nephew of his superior. Lu Qing had been assigned by Ning Ziyuan to lead Bishu and Ning Shi's group. After all, as a steward, it was only natural for Ning Ziyuan to give his daughter and nephew a little extra support. Among all the young ninja in Jianyuan City, Lu Qing was the one most likely to break through to the rank of Special Jonin, making him Ning Ziyuan's obvious choice. Are you ready? A powerful voice boomed across the outer edge of the Uinta forest. Ready! Over 500 students shouted in unison. Excitement, anticipation, and nervousness filled the ranks of the 500 students. Then let's begin, Chijingua announced loudly. Yes, sir. With a collective shout, everyone dashed into Uinta forest, eager to seize the chance before the rare beasts were all taken. After all, this was a golden opportunity for training. With teachers to protect them and teammates at their side, they knew that excelling here could give them a huge advantage over their peers in future exams. Driven by this motivation, they charged forward with wild enthusiasm. Their teachers followed closely behind, keeping a watchful eye on their charges. Bishu and his friends ran into the forest as well. Once they entered Uinta forest, the other students had already vanished from sight. Wow, did everyone really run that fast? Ning Shi exclaimed in surprise. No idea. Let's just look for the beasts, Bishu decided. All right. The others nodded in agreement. Bishu gazed up at the towering trees around them, marveling inwardly. No wonder this was the ninja world. These trees soared far higher than anything he'd seen back on Blue Star. Let's go this way. Bishu picked a random direction and led the way. The rest followed without hesitation. Bishu was now their leader. Ning Shi was ever supportive. Qing Yu couldn't care less. Mu Xinghe went along casually, and Wang Miao simply lacked any opinion of his own. The 5 of them moved forward, searching for signs of rare beasts, while Lu Qing kept a vigilant watch from above, scanning for any threats that might endanger them. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new mission. Take first place in this competition and earn a Jonin-level chakra reserve as a reward. Huh. Bishu, alert as he walked, was momentarily taken aback. Jonin-level chakra? Oh wow, with that, my flying thunder god kunai could be used so many more times. Bishu felt a surge of excitement. His chakra reserves now far surpassed those of an ordinary chunin, allowing him to use the flying thunder god technique about 20 times. If his chakra reached the level of a jonin, He could perform the technique over 50 times and once again bring the name of the Yellow Flash to life. What's wrong, Bishu? Seeing Bishu halt, Ningshi immediately assumed he had spotted some strange beast and hurriedly asked, "It's nothing, really. I just remembered something. Let's keep moving," Bishu replied, waving his hand dismissively. And so, the group continued to follow Bishu as he led the way forward. Hold on. Bishu noticed a patch of footprints in the muddy ground ahead and motioned for everyone to come take a look. What is it? The group gathered in a circle, examining the print. These should be the tracks of a bristleback boar, Ningshi said, rubbing her smooth chin thoughtfully. Bristleback boar? Bishu racked his memory. Nothing came to mind. Sensing his confusion, Qingyu explained, bristleback boars are herd animals, large in size, and typically classified as Tier 2 magical beasts. Now, Bishu understood. Tier 2 magical beasts were roughly equivalent to the strength of a chunin. Without hesitation, Bishu declared, "Let's go see if we can find them." What? Qingyu frowned. Hadn't she just said bristleback boars were herd animals? With just a few of them, there was no way they could defeat, let alone hunt, such a group. Is it safe? Wang Miao asked nervously, his voice wavering. With a sly grin, Bishu reassured, "We're just going to take a look. If there are too many, we'll simply make a run for it." Ningshi had already figured out Bishu's real plan. He just wanted to charge in and try to cut down a few bristleback boars himself. She knew exactly how capable Bishu was. "Mu Xinghe, what do you think?" Bishu turned to the stoic Mu Xinghe. "I'm fine with it," Mu Xinghe replied curtly. "And you, Wang Miao?" Bishu asked. "Okay, I guess." The moment Wang Miao agreed, Bishu quickly assured him, "Don't worry, Mu Xinghe will watch her back." Mu Xinghe raised his eyebrows in surprise, glancing at Bishu, who responded with an exaggerated wink. With a barely audible sigh, Mu Xinghe said quietly, "I'll look after you." "All right," Wang Miao replied, cheeks flushed. Mu Xinghe's good looks were certainly on par with Bishu's. "Qingyu." Bishu now turned to Qingyu, who was still hesitant. "Fine." Seeing that everyone else was on board, she didn't want to dampen the team's spirit. "Great, then let's move out," Bishu declared with a sweep of his arm. "You didn't even ask me." Ningxi's voice floated over, tinged with mock grievance. Ahem, did he really need to ask? Bishu wrapped an arm around Ningxi's shoulders. He already knew she'd agree. Ningxi snorted contentedly, much like a little piglet, obviously pleased by Bishu's words. With everything settled, the group pressed on. Half an hour later. "There are way too many of them. Let's get out of here." Wang Miao gazed at the herd of bristly boars by the stream, his voice trembling with fear. "Bishu, there's no way we can fight so many of them. Let's just leave." Qingyu's expression turned grave. Mu Xinghe remained silent, but his usually indifferent face now showed a flicker of excitement, as if he was itching for a challenge. Bishu, Ningxi quickly counted the number of bristly boars. There were more than 50. She, too, felt compelled to persuade Bishu to leave. There were just too many of them, and no matter how strong Bishu was, he might not be able to take them all down. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained," Bishu replied, licking his lips. "Here, take these." He produced 3 flying thunder god kunai and handed them to Qingyu and the others. "What are these?" Qingyu and her companions took the strangely shaped kunai, bewildered. "Just hold on to them. If you run into danger, I'll be able to reach you in an instant." "Wait, what are you planning to do?" Qingyu stared at Bishu in disbelief. Sure, he had defeated Zhou Yang, but this wasn't just a single bristly boar. This was over 50 of them, and each one was as strong as a lower-ranked ninja. Was he out of his mind? Perched in a tree, Lu Qing looked on with interest, curious to see whether Bishu would fight or flee. But what happened next left him utterly stunned. "Bishu?" Ningxi suddenly understood Bishu's intent. He meant to slay them all. "Take good care of yourselves," Bishu said, then began forming hand seals with both hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 exact copies of Bishu appeared out of thin air. Bishu reached for his ninja tool pouch and pulled out the remaining 20-some flying thunder god kunai. Qingyu, Mu Xinghe, and Wang Miao watched him in confusion, unable to guess his intentions. But Bishu's next move left them utterly astounded. "I'm going in. Make sure you protect yourselves." Bishu flashed a grin. His 2 shadow clones received their orders, then hurled all the flying thunder god kunai in every direction. The wild boars, in the midst of resting and drinking, suddenly felt sharp stings across their bodies. But they barely paid any mind. Thick-skinned and tough, such injuries meant little to them. "Let's go." In a blink, Bishu appeared before one of the bristly boars, driving a flying thunder god kunai straight into its brow. The boar saw only a shadow before searing pain ripped through its body. It tried to bellow, but darkness swallowed it whole. Its massive form crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. The rest of the boars snapped to attention, Someone had killed one of their own. A chorus of furious roars split the air as every bristly boar charged at Bishu with all their might. But Bishu was already gone, reappearing before another bristly boar just as they lunged. Another kunai struck, lodging between its brows. With each motion, Bishu cut down another. Each time he wielded the flying thunder god kunai, another bristly boar fell. Qingyu and her companions watched in stunned silence, seeing only flashes of black lightning darting back and forth. She wore a face full of pride. This was her Bishu, just that powerful. Lu Qing, still perched atop the tree, was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. He'd heard the higher-ups children could use space-time ninjutsu, but never imagined this teenager's mastery would be so formidable. All he could see was a flicker of black lightning, darting here and there, with wild boars falling one after another wherever it flashed. The scene shifted. In just 2 short minutes, Bishu had already slain more than 20 bristle-haired boars. The remaining ones quickly realized something was terribly wrong. Their companions were dying too fast, and not even a shadow of their enemy could be seen. How were they supposed to fight? Spotting their intent to flee, Bishu's shadow clone, who'd been standing with Ning Shi and the others, leaped forward, hands flying in a rapid succession of seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style, dragon flame bullet. A devastating combo, wind fueling the flames, fire borrowing the force of the wind. The 2 shadow clones unleashed their jutsu and instantly dissolved into white mist, having clearly exhausted all their chakra. A roaring inferno swept towards the remaining boars. Sensing the searing heat, the boars tried to bolt, but there was no outrunning the wind. In an instant, they were swallowed by flames, their anguished cries echoing through the entire forest. Qingyu and the others stared in stunned silence at the raging sea of fire and the boars' pitiful screams. So strong, Qingyu whispered in awe. Yes, stronger than anyone in our entire class, Wang Miao gasped, clapping a hand over his mouth in astonishment. Mu Xinghe's expression grew grave. He, too, had been hiding his true strength and believed few in Class 2 could rival him. Not even Zhang, Shulin, or Zhou. Now, seeing Bishu's power so vastly surpass his own, he realized that even at full strength, he might not stand a chance. Amazing! Ning Shi's eyes sparkled like tiny stars, her pure white pupils fixed unblinkingly on that striking figure. This kid's a monster! Lu Qing couldn't help but smack his lips. He considered himself a prodigy, but standing before Bishu, he felt utterly insignificant. The gap between geniuses, he thought, is wider than the gap between man and beast. The scent of scorched flesh hung heavy in the air as bristle-haired boars kept charging out of the inferno. Seeing this, Bishu shouted, Hey, it's your turn now. I'm out of chakra. At his call, Ning Shi and the others rushed forward, finishing off the charred, blackened boars with ease. Bishu collapsed onto the ground, suddenly feeling he had overestimated his own limits. Though his chakra reserves had steadily grown, using the flying thunder god technique over 20 times in quick succession had drained him completely, not to mention splitting off 2 shadow clones as well. He hurriedly began to recover his chakra. 10 minutes later, Ning Shi and the others had effortlessly finished off the remaining boars. The survivors, driven mad, stampeded through the fire, some even succumbing to the flames themselves. None of them had expected it would be this easy to wipe out all the bristle-haired boars. Bishu, are you all right? Ning Shi struck the last bristleback boar squarely on the brow with a gentle fist, felling it instantly, and then hurried over to Bishu. I'm fine. Just need a short rest, Bishu said, getting to his feet once he'd recovered some chakra. He pulled a military ration pill from his ninja pouch and popped it into his mouth. The bitterness and medicinal taste exploded across his tongue, and Bishu's expression changed in an instant. These pills really were unbearably bitter. If it's bitter, that means it's working, Ning Shi said, half concerned, half amused. Hey, looks like it's over, Bishu called out, spotting Qingyu and the others making their way over with smiles. Yeah, it's done. The 3 of them nodded in agreement. But then they fixed him with complex, searching looks. What is it? Why are you all staring at me like that? Bishu asked, curiosity piqued by their collective gaze. How are you so strong? Qingyu was the first to speak. I've always been this strong, Bishu replied without missing a beat, his face calm and unflustered. By the way, how are we supposed to tally up our kills with all these bristleback boars? Right, that's when it hit everyone. The principal hadn't explained how to score them. Just as they stood around, at a loss, Lu Qing dropped down from a tree branch above. I'll be keeping track of your points, he assured them. Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes. This time, you all took down 52 bristleback boars, 17 of them first rank, 35 of them second rank, for a total of 87 points. Thank you, Brother Liu, Bishu said gratefully. Thankfully, Lu Qing was there to keep score for them, or all their hard work would have gone to waste. No need to thank me, it's my job. But you really have surprised me today. Lu Qing shook his head in admiration, convinced this boy would one day make a name for himself in this world. Bishu chuckled, brushing off the compliment. The group pressed on, seeking out more strange beasts. Along the way, they encountered a few red-eyed rabbits, but Bishu didn't even need to lift a finger. Mu Xinghe and the others handled them with ease. It was then that Bishu discovered Mu Xinghe had awakened the bloodline of the Snow Clan from the Hidden Mist Village. When Mu Xinghe had just used Ice Release, Bishu's mind practically went blank. What kind of monster class was Class 2 anyway? Even the students who awakened their powers at random came from legendary clans in the world of ninja. Bishu couldn't help but marvel. His classmates' luck was downright frightening. They continued on, leaving the beasts they met to Ning Shi and the others, while Bishu focused on recovering his chakra. Soon, they came upon a wide clearing, free of tangled terrain and towering trees. Oh no, this is the territory of the long-haired monkey demon, Qingyu blurted out, spotting a monkey covered in thick fur and growing anxious. Long-haired monkey demon? Ning Shi echoed, her face tightening with concern after a moment's thought. Bishu, let's get out of here. Bishu racked his brain, but couldn't recall anything about it. Looks like he'd need to hit the books once he was back at school. The original Bishu had always been a good student, but since he'd spent so much time training lately, he'd neglected his studies. Now he hardly recognized any of these strange beasts. We're leaving. Ning Shi grabbed Bishu's hand and strode out. The others hurried to catch up, with Mu Xinghe bringing up the rear, staying alert in case the creatures charged at them. These long-haired ape beasts are social animals too, but their numbers far outstrip the bristled boars by more than 10 times. There must be several hundred of them in there, someone remarked. If we go in, they'll tear us to pieces, Qingyu said, her face a little pale. No way, that sounds terrifying, Bishu replied, surprised. Bishu, have you been slacking off your reading lately? The books spell this out quite clearly. Have you forgotten everything? Ning Shi tilted her little face up, eyes scrutinizing him. Ahem, not at all, Bishu turned his head, avoiding Ning Shi's gaze. I'm telling you, you have to study properly. Don't you want to get into one of the 4 great academies? Ning Shi's delicate face showed a hint of annoyance. If Bishu failed the cultural exams and didn't get in, what was the point of her going alone? All right, I get it. I'll study as soon as we get home, Bishu quickly promised. Qingyu and the others watched the exchange with a trace of envy. It was no secret that Bishu and Ning Shi had grown up together. Even at parent-teacher conferences, it was Ning Shi's mother who came for both of them. Wang Miao's face lit up with an auntie's fond grin, as if she wished she had a bag of sunflower seeds to snack on while watching the scene unfold. Come on, let's head to the next spot, Ning Shi said. Okay, Bishu agreed at once. Qingyu and the others nodded as well. Then, Ning Shi activated her Byakugan to check the direction, gripping Bishu's arm as they set off. She couldn't let Bishu lead the way anymore. Every path he picked was crawling with social beasts, dozens or even hundreds at a time. Were they supposed to hunt exotic beasts, or just deliver themselves as a snack? A deep, guttural beast's roar echoed through the whole forest. The group halted. Bishu glanced at Ning Shi. What kind of exotic beast is that? It's probably a bear-type beast, Ning Shi replied after a moment's thought. Let's go have a look, Bishu said, taking the lead toward the source of the roar. Qingyu and the others followed closely behind. By now, they all knew Bishu was the strongest in their team. Sticking with him almost guaranteed a top ranking. Their current score had already surpassed 100, putting them ahead of many teams. As they headed toward the beast's roar, elsewhere. On the other side, second bro, there's a flame lion over there. A buzz-cut youth pointed into the distance. Flame lions are usually 4th-rank demon beasts. It'd be tough for us to take one down, Zhang Shulin said after a moment's thought. He had awakened the Uchiha bloodline, but he wasn't reckless. He knew better than to try taking down a mid-level beast far above his own rank. Old 7, how many points do we have now? Zhang Shulin asked the buzzcut boy. 77 points, the youth answered. That's enough. Our current score is sufficient. There's no need to take any more risks. Let's go find some stray beasts to hunt, Zhang Shulin decided. They had only been at it for 3 hours and had already racked up so many points. He was confident that a spot in the top 3 was within reach. All right, second brother. On the other side, a young girl was crying as she looked at the middle-aged man. Teacher, I want to quit the competition. I want to quit. Tears streamed down her face, as if she had suffered some tremendous grievance. Hey, have you considered your teammates? They don't want to quit, the middle-aged man said helplessly. What was wrong with kids these days? Just the sight of blood was enough to frighten them out of their wits. It all started when their team managed to slay a second-tier spotted leopard together. Blood kept flowing from the wound, and the girl just couldn't take it anymore. She insisted on quitting, no matter what. Wenwen, just hang in there a bit longer. We'll protect you. The boy on her team tried to comfort her. This was such a good opportunity to train. He had no intention of quitting. No, I want out. The girl named Wenwen shook her head stubbornly. Damn it, if I'd known this, I wouldn't have taken you. Such a buzzkill, grumbled a hot-tempered boy on the team, unable to hide his annoyance. Wenwen sobbed, even louder at his words. All right, the rest of you wait here and don't wander off. I'll take her out first, the middle-aged man said, exasperated. With that, he led Wenwen away. Damn, such a buzzkill, the hot-tempered boy muttered again, still disgruntled. What can we do? No one wanted to team up with her, so she ended up with us, another girl said with a sigh. We probably won't place in the rankings now. Let's just focus on gaining experience for the college entrance exam. Well, it was what it was. The remaining 4 looked disappointed. All throughout the forest, students from Jianyuan No. 1 High and their teachers could be seen. Meanwhile, the number of beasts was steadily dwindling. The scene shifts back. That's a blast armor bear, Ning, she whispered. It looks like it's giving birth. Wang Miao noticed the giant bear's pained expression. For real? Should we leave? Qingyu asked softly. Why should we leave? Mu Xinghe looked puzzled. Because it's giving birth, Wang Miao answered, her voice crisp. What does its giving birth have to do with us? It's a beast, Mu Xinghe replied, his face cold. Sensing Mu Xinghe's bloodlust, Qingyu glanced over at Bishu. Bishu grinned and said, let it finish first. Qingyu and Wang Miao both breathed a sigh of relief. But Bishu's next words made their skin crawl. Once it's done, then we kill it. Why? Wang Miao and Qingyu could hardly believe it. Such icy words coming from this handsome boy. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Mu Xinghe's eyes. As expected of you. Bishu's gaze toward Qingyu and Wang Miao grew icy. He sneered at them, saying, Why? Are you idiots? The monstrous beasts are our enemies. They have taken our homeland and slaughtered our kin. They deserve to die. Put away your foolish compassion. This is a war for our very survival. There's no room for that kind of naive mercy. His cold, commanding voice rang out like a great bell, echoing straight into their hearts. Ning Shi, watching from the side, couldn't help but be captivated. It was the first time she had seen Bishu so forceful and commanding. Yes, they had killed so many of our people, and yet we still feel pity for them. At this thought, Qingyu and Wang Miao both lowered their heads in shame. Seeing their reaction, Bishu allowed himself a faint smile. These two were still teachable. He continued, a monstrous beast is a monstrous beast, and we are who we are. The two can never be compared. If you ever let one go out of misplaced mercy, think what you'll do if the beast you spared comes back and kills your loved ones. His words struck home once again, shaking them to their core. As Qingyu imagined her parents killed by beasts, anger flared up within her. Monstrous beasts deserve to die, she said suddenly, lifting her head. All traces of pity had vanished from her eyes. I won't let them go. Never, Wang Miao added, a flash of determination crossing her face that was usually timid. Impressive, thought Mu Xinghe, admiring how quickly the two had changed their stance, and giving Bishu his due respect. All right, Bishu said, let's wait until it's finished giving birth before we go out. Let that bear cub see the world for the first and last time. With that, he continued to watch the rampaging armored burst bear. Ning she couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Letting the cub be born only to kill it right away? Maybe it would be better if it never came into this world at all. Half an hour later, the armored burst bear's roars finally died down. Its gaze softened as it looked at the ugly, hairless, newborn cub, its child. Now Bishu commanded. The flying thunder god, kunai, shot forward in an instant. The bear let out a deep, guttural roar. Instinctively, the armored burst bear shielded its cub with its arms. Though its body was weak, it would let no harm come to its child. It swung its left paw with all its might at the incoming kunai. Raising Gan. In a blur, Bishu appeared above the flying thunder god kunai, his right hand conjuring a swirling sphere of energy. He slammed it down onto the bear's massive paw. A tortured howl escaped the bear as its paw split open, blood welling from the wounds. Ice-style, pillar of ice. Mu Xinghe's hands formed rapid seals, and a huge ice pillar, over 3 meters long, crashed toward the bear. Seeing this, the armored burst bear hunched over, shielding its cub tightly, letting the pillar slam into its own back. I'm sorry, Qingyu whispered, before swinging her long sword down hard on the beast. I won't let you harm my parents. Lightning style, ground surge. Wang Miao's voice rang out, firm and unwavering. She formed a hand seal and slammed both palms onto the ground. A crackling current snaked along the earth's surface, striking out toward the armored blast bear in a swift attack. Seeing that Xingyu and Wang Miao had both made their moves, Bishu stopped holding back. He hurled a flying Thunder God kunai. Activating his jutsu, the kunai shot straight toward the armored blast bear's brow. The armored blast bear never expected such speed. Its eyes, filled with pleading sorrow, turned to Bishu, as if begging him to spare its cub. But Bishu shook his head. Sorry, but he couldn't let the threat go free. The bear's eyes widened in shock, refusing to close even in death. With a regretful sigh, Bishu gently pushed aside the massive body of the armored blast bear, revealing the bear cub hidden beneath. The little cub was pitch black all over. Had Bishu not witnessed the bear giving birth himself, he would never have believed that this blackened bundle was truly a bear cub. Clearly, Wang Miao's lightning attack had already ended the newborn's life. We really do look like the villains here, Ningxi murmured, letting out a troubled sigh. The group fell silent, a heavy hush settling over them. After a while, Bishu spoke in a low, somber voice. In a war between species, there's no real right or wrong. If we spare them, they'll just go on to hurt others, Lu Qing added, clapping his hands as he stepped out from behind. You all did well. Today, you showed me the true sense of responsibility and courage in the youth of Xia. Lu Qing's face shone with approval. If before he had only thought well of them, now he truly respected them. Countless innocent people in Xia lose their lives to beasts every year. For anyone to pity the monsters would be senseless. There can only be one survivor between humans and these beasts. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the scorching sunlight beat down on Bishu and his companions, making them drowsy even in the heart of this perilous primeval forest. How many points do we have now? Bishu asked, breaking the silence. Xingyu answered immediately. We got 87 points for killing the bristle boar, 8 points for 6 red-eyed rabbits, 5 points for spotted python, and 10 points for the tier 4 armored blast bear. That's 110 points in total. That many, Wang Miao exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Good. Let's make one more round. If we spot any more beasts, we'll take them down. If not, we'll head back, Bishu decided, mindful that the contest was nearing its end. The others nodded in agreement. They had to gather at the forest's edge by 4 o'clock to tally their points and receive their rewards. All of them were confident that their team had outscored the rest. Bishu led the way as they pressed on. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, then another. Just as they were moving forward, 2 beastly roars erupted from both in front and behind, catching them off guard. Trouble! Bloodthirsty tigers! Xingyu shouted, her face paling as she recognized the menacing creatures. Bishu finally got a clear look at the tiger before him. It was massive, its skin a blood-red hue. The character king, on its forehead, seemed to glow, faintly with a crimson light. It let out a low growl, saliva dripping from its jaws to the ground. Clearly, it had its eyes set on devouring them. Hey, Bishu, these are 5th-rank mutant beasts. Should I step in? Lu Qing, perched up in the tree, called down to them. He knew Bishu had the power to slay those 2 bloodthirsty tigers, but as their teacher and protector on this journey, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Mutant beasts at the Chunin level, Bishu murmured softly. Then he turned to Mu Xinghe and the others. Do you want to fight? Or should we just leave? Fight! Fight! Mu Xinghe and Qin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment. In that case, I'm in too, Wang Miao quickly chimed in, nodding enthusiastically. All right, Bishu gave a small, confident smile and called out, Brother Lu, just keep watch from the tree and let us know if you spot any other beasts nearby. Leave these 2 to us. No problem. Don't worry, Lu Qing replied with a nod. Ningxi, you and the others take on the bloodthirsty tiger at the back. I'll handle the one in front, Bishu said, a spark of battle intent flickering in his eyes. All right, Ningxi nodded too, veins bulging at the corners of her eyes. Her Byakugan had clearly activated. The rear tiger looks like it's got an injury on its hind leg. Don't be reckless, Ningxi reminded him. Got it, Bishu replied, committing her words to memory before turning his attention to the massive tiger before him. Ningxi, Qin Yu, and the others fanned out, forming a 4-cornered encirclement around the other bloodthirsty tiger. Come then, let's see how tigers in this world compare, Bishu said, gripping his flying thunder god kunai in reverse as he charged forward. The bloodthirsty tiger let out a guttural roar, claws digging into the earth. Then, with a powerful leap, it launched itself at Bishu. With a heavy impact, the 2 collided. Bishu's face flushed with exertion as he and the tiger struggled for dominance. Kunai clashing against the beast's paw. Neither would give an inch. The tiger's occasional growls filled the air, and Bishu could clearly smell the foul stench of its breath. Damn, when was the last time you brushed your teeth? Bishu grumbled, smacking the tiger's head with his right hand as he instantly triggered the flying thunder god mark. In a flash, Bishu leapt backward, putting distance between himself and the tiger's reach. He gagged, clutching his chest. Twice, he retched dryly, his eyes turning red and tears spilling down his cheeks. I've never cried from killing men or monsters, but your breath just did me in, he muttered, wiping his eyes. Even as he moved away, the reek seemed to linger stubbornly in his nostrils. With another snarl, the bloodthirsty tiger lunged at him again, unwilling to let its prey escape. Bastard, Bishu cursed under his breath. In a flash, he used the flying thunder god technique, reappearing directly in front of the tiger. Rasengan, he called out. With a swift motion, Bishu slammed the swirling orb straight onto the tiger's head. A thunderous boom echoed through the forest. The wild surge of power sent the bloodthirsty tiger flying, smashing through several trees along the way, a testament to the sheer force behind the blow. Roaring sounds filled the air. To think it was still unharmed, Bishu was a little surprised. The bloodthirsty tiger shook itself and stood up. Its eyes, which moments ago showed white, suddenly turned a furious shade of crimson. A bloodline ability? Bishu readied himself for attack, curious to see what the tiger would do next. A thunderous roar burst from the tiger's maw, shaking the very air. Birds scattered in panic, their wings flapping wildly as they fled from the forest. With another earth-shaking roar, the bloodthirsty tiger's gaze burned red, its aura intensifying. An instant later, its body became a blur as it lunged straight at Bishu. Truly worthy of the title King of Beasts. Whether in the old world or this one, its power is not to be underestimated, Bishu murmured in admiration. Still, he didn't dare let his guard down. He hurled his flying thunder god kunai into a nearby tree. The beast's roar drew nearer, echoing through the woods as the bloodthirsty tiger charged with jaws wide open, ready to swallow Bishu whole. But Bishu refused to become its prey. In a flash, he activated the flying thunder god technique, vanishing and reappearing atop a neighboring tree. The kunai was safely embedded in a branch beneath his feet. Hey, over here, Bishu shouted, drawing the tiger's attention. With another roar, the bloodthirsty tiger retreated a step, then suddenly accelerated, crashing headlong into the tree. With a thunderous crash, the tree toppled to the ground. Bishu hadn't expected the tiger to be so cunning. He quickly threw another kunai and leapt to a different tree. Seeing this, the bloodthirsty tiger prepared to strike again, but Bishu's patience was wearing thin. Sensing the flying thunder god mark on the tiger's forehead, Bishu's hands formed a swirling Rasengan, pouring even more chakra into the technique. A chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have learned the giant Rasengan. Whoa, this technique devours chakra, Bishu thought, suddenly feeling his reserves nearly depleted. Giant Rasengan! Clutching the massive sphere, Bishu invoked the flying thunder god and appeared directly before the bloodthirsty tiger. The tiger sensed danger and tried to retreat, but Bishu gave it no chance. The giant Rasengan struck home. The bloodthirsty tiger was engulfed by the attack. A deafening explosion tore through the clearing. Where the tiger had stood, there was now a massive crater, and Bishu himself was blasted backwards by the force of the explosion. Well done, kid. You really are a genius, Lu Qin called out, leaping down from a tree to catch Bishu as he was flung through the air. Bishu managed a pale smile, chuckling weakly. He hadn't expected the giant Rasengan to drain his chakra so thoroughly. In the world of Naruto Uzumaki could toss them around at will. Truly the mark of a main character. Are you alright, Bishu? Ning, she called out from the other side, having just taken down another bloodthirsty tiger. Everyone bore some fresh wounds. I'm fine, just out of chakra again, Bishu replied with a resigned sigh. Can't you keep track of how much chakra you have? Every time you end up completely drained. Don't you know that's bad for your body? Ning, she said with a hint of dissatisfaction, though she still gently supported Bishu by the arm. I promise, next time, Bishu replied, feeling a bit sheepish. He honestly hadn't realized the great Rasengan would use up so much chakra. Are you all right? Bishu asked, looking at the others. We're fine. That bloodthirsty tiger was actually a tier 3 beast, Qingyu said. Then let's head back, Ning, she suggested. All right. Sure. Everyone nodded in agreement. Their score had already reached 125 points, which was more than enough. Besides, Bishu had exhausted his chakra again. It wouldn't be good for his body to take another soldier's ration pill right now. Let's go then. We'll head back. You've earned 125 points this time. Well done, Lu Qin said, no longer standing guard in the trees, but instead chatting with them as they walked back together. The group laughed and joked as they made their way back to the edge of the primeval forest. By the time Bishu and the others emerged from the forest's outskirts, quite a few people had already returned. We finally made it out, Ning, she said, taking a deep breath. The constant danger inside the primeval forest had been stifling. With her Byakugan, the responsibility of scouting the surroundings and keeping an eye on the environment had fallen squarely on her shoulders. At least they'd racked up a good number of points. Steward Ning. Lu Qing called as he led Bishu and the others over to Ning's yuan. Dad, Ning peek of it Casualty. Uncle Ning, Bishu greeted as well. Good. No one got hurt, I hope. Ning Ziyuan asked with his usual scholarly warmth. Don't worry, Steward Ning. Even if I weren't there, nothing would have happened to them, Lu Qing said, his eyes sparkling as he recounted everything that had happened and described how well Bishu and the others had performed. Listening to Lu Qing's story, Ning Ziyuan's face shone with pride. After all, these were the children he'd watched grow up. You all did great. When we get home, I'll have Aunt Yu make something delicious for you. Ning Ziyuan praised them generously. Bishu scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed, but grinning nonetheless. 125 points. Impressive. No one else has topped your score yet. Looks like you've got a good shot at this round's reward, Ning Ziyuan said as he flipped through the records Lu Qing handed him. Dad, what's the highest score right now? Ning Shi asked curiously. I'm not telling you. You'll see soon enough, Ning Ziyuan replied, teasing her. Ning Shi pouted in protest. All right, why don't you all take a break and wait for the other teams to get back, Ning Ziyuan suggested. Okay, Uncle Ning, they chorused. Hearing this, Bishu found a patch of open ground and flopped right down, feeling a bit weak after using up all his chakra. Not that he was frail, mind you. Xiao Ning, is Bishu really little Bai's kid? Qijinhua asked as he walked over to Ning Ziyuan. Yes, he's Bai Ji's son. Ning Ziyuan nodded. All grown up already? Qijinhua glanced at Bishu, his face filled with emotion. He had always thought that the genius boy who awakened the space-time ninjutsu and happened to be surnamed Bai was just a coincidence. But now he realized it really was Xiao Bai's son. Yes, he's 18 this year. When Ashu first started following me, he was only 10. In the blink of an eye, he's this old, Ning Ziyuan replied, his gaze tinged with nostalgia. Ning Ziyuan's eyes drifted toward Bishu, who stood not far away, lost in thought. Time ticked by, and soon it was 4 o'clock sharp. The students who were still in the Uinta forest began to return, trickling back to the forest's edge. I hereby announce that the beast hunting competition has ended. Qijinhua's booming voice echoed around the outskirts of the Uinta forest. Next comes the announcement of the rankings, right? I can't wait. I wonder if I'll get a B rank ninjutsu. Ancestors, bless me. If I get first place, our family's ancestral graves will be smoking with pride. That B rank ninjutsu is mine. Nobody better try to snatch it from me. Second brother, I'm so excited. What should I do? Seventh, get lost. Stay away from me. Qijinhua looked down at the students, their faces a mix of anticipation and anxiety, and a trace of amusement flickered in his eyes. The future truly belongs to you young people. The winning team for this competition is Class 2, Senior Year, Bishu's team, Ning Shi, Mu Xinghe, Qing Yu, Wang Miao, a total of 125 points. What? It's actually Class 2? Not me. Ancestors, looks like our family's graves won't be smoking after all. Bishu from Class 2? Never heard of him. I know Ning Shi though. The girl with the Byakugan. Yeah, I know the girl with the Byakugan too. She's so beautiful. If I were just a bit stronger, I'd definitely confess to her. Damn that Bishu. Zhou Yang's heart twisted with disappointment. He had been certain his team would win, since they'd racked up more than 100 points. Never did he expect to lose to the person he'd always looked down on the most. Even though Bishu had already defeated Zhou Yang once before, Zhou Yang still refused to concede. In his mind, Bishu's only advantage was his space-time ninjutsu. Take that away, and he'd be nothing. Second brother, we didn't get first place. Bishu's really strong. Losing to him, well, we can't complain. The second place team is, as the chatter died down, Qijinhua announced the runner-up. Class 1, Senior Year, Shen Jinlong's team, Wang Liang. And in third place, Class 6, Senior Year, Jun Xiao's team, Lin Xiaoju. Fourth place, Qijinhua continued to announce the rankings for the competition. Damn it, over 100 points, and still only 8th place. Zhou Yang clenched his fists in frustration. He was a genius awakened from the Kagaya clan. How could he finish in 8th? Second brother, we didn't even make it into the top 10 with our score. I heard you, Zhang Shulin replied, his lips twitching awkwardly. He had thought that 90 points would be enough, but to his surprise, he didn't even make it into the top 10. How embarrassing. The reward for first place this time is a B-rank ninjutsu. I believe you've all heard of it, Qijinhua said with a beaming smile. We've heard, the students below the stage shouted in unison, curiosity burning in their eyes as they wondered what element the B-rank ninjutsu would be. Ha, then I won't keep you guessing. The first prize this time is the B-rank ninjutsu. Earth style, Earth flow wall. Earth flow wall? Damn, what a loss. No way, it's a defensive jutsu? That's a real letdown. Oh, ancestor, I won't burn incense for you this year. My precious earth flow wall, don't leave me. A chorus of groans and complaints erupted from the students as they heard the announcement. Bishu was also surprised by the prize. He hadn't expected it to be earth flow wall. In the world of Naruto, everything could be summed up as strong offense, weak defense. Defensive techniques were rare, and B-rank defensive ninjutsu even rarer. Unfortunately, the Minato Namikaze persona Bishu had awakened didn't possess earth affinity, so he couldn't learn it. At least, not unless he mastered the transformation of chakra natures, in which case it might be possible. There was one more possibility, unique to Bishu, his system. If he completed all of Minato's jutsu, he might awaken the next ninja, who could have earth affinity, but that was a story for another day. Second and third place would each receive a C-rank ninjutsu. Water style, water prison jutsu. Water prison jutsu? Damn, that's a good one too. Still a loss though. Oh, ancestor, next year I won't be burning incense either, just so you know. Mr. Mu hasn't even taught water prison jutsu yet. This is bad. I've lost everything, even my dignity. Stop pretending. Even if you lost everything, with your scores, you wouldn't even crack the top 50. Hey, don't underestimate me. Want to fight? Bring it on. I'm not scared of you. Chijinghua then handed out the remaining prizes and officially announced the end of the competition. The homeroom teachers led their students onto the waiting buses, and soon everyone was on their way back to school, after which they could head home. Bishu and Ning, she sat together on the bus, watching the silhouettes of trees flicker past the windows as they moved farther away. It's all over for today, Ning, she sighed. She had slain a beast with her own hands and grown a lot. No longer the delicate flower that lived in a greenhouse, but someone who could now fight side by side with Bishu. She still hadn't caught up to his pace, but she was determined to keep trying. Yeah, you weren't scared, were you? Bishu looked at Ning Shi, his eyes filled with warmth. Scared? With you here, what do I have to be afraid of? Ning Shi shot back. Caught off guard for a moment, Bishu burst out laughing. The students around them looked over, puzzled by his reaction. What's up with Bishu? No idea. He's been acting kind of weird lately. I won't let anyone hurt you. Bishu promised earnestly, his expression entirely serious. All right, then you'd better protect me well. Ning Shi replied with a playful smile. Bishu nodded firmly, as if sealing the most important decision of his life. They took the coach bus back to school, returned to their classroom, and after homeroom teacher Fong's was called roll to make sure everyone was present, they were dismissed for the day. Bishu, thank you so much for today. Qin Yu and Wang Miao came over to Bishu and Ning Shi, their faces full of gratitude. Bishu looked puzzled. Why are you thanking me? If it weren't for you, there's no way we could have won first place, let alone gotten such a rare ninjutsu, Wang Miao said, waving the scroll in her hand enthusiastically. Well, we're teammates, after all. Without you two, we might not have one either, Bishu replied with a gentle smile. The scrolls had just been given to them by Fongzhua, 5 in total, 1 for each team member. From now on, this ninjutsu belonged to them. They could give it to whomever they wished, teach it to whomever they chose. Maybe, in time, it could even become a family inheritance. Even so, Wang Miao looked at him with quiet sincerity. Still, I have to thank you. The seriousness on her face seemed to melt away for a moment. She came from a modest background, and all the ninjutsu she'd learned came either from school or from watching teachers' videos online on her own. It was only because she'd teamed up with Bishu and the others that she could get her hands on such a precious technique. Otherwise, a ninjutsu like this would have been out of reach for her. All right then, make sure you practice hard, Bishu said, shaking his head helplessly. I'm heading out. A cool, distant voice drifted over to the group. They turned to see Mu Xinghe, giving them a slight nod before slinging his bag over his shoulder, leaving the classroom. The friends exchanged glances, all a little surprised. None of them had expected the aloof Mu Xinghe to initiate conversation with them. Let's go too. Bye. Snapping back to her senses, Ning Shi tugged Bishu along and waved to Qin Yu and Wang Miao. Okay, bye. Bye. See you tomorrow. The two girls waved back, signaling their farewells. Bishu, if I remember right, your chakra doesn't have an earth attribute, does it? Ning Shi asked as they walked side by side down the road, turning her head to look at him. No, it doesn't. I can't learn this ninjutsu, Bishu replied with a sigh. Winning a B-rank technique and not being able to learn it. How unfair is that? Ugh, and I still have to study Gentle Fist, too. I won't have time to learn this either. Ning Shi sighed as well. The two exchanged a glance, then let out another long sigh together. What's the use of having a treasure you can't actually master? With heavy hearts, they made their way home. When they got back, Ning Ziyuan had already arrived. He was sitting on the sofa, absorbed in his phone. Bishu handed the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall scroll to Ning Ziyuan, explaining that he didn't have Earth Nature Chakra, and couldn't learn it. So it was up to Uncle Ning to give it a try. Ning Ziyuan shook his head and chuckled softly. He had already mastered this ninjutsu long ago. Since he couldn't learn the new one yet, he might as well set it aside for now and save it for when he understood the nature of elemental attributes. Bishu could only give up for the time being, and the whole family sat down to eat dinner. While they were eating, Yulingling kept filling Bishu's and Ning Shi's bowls with food, her eyes full of tender concern. After the meal, Ning Ziyuan called Bishu and Ning Shi over to the sofa in the living room, while Yulingling stayed behind in the kitchen to wash the dishes. On the sofa. So, how did today's experience feel? Ning Ziyuan looked at his two children, who were growing taller by the day. You used to be just little kids, now look at you. It was all right. Not bad. Hearing this, Ning Ziyuan's face darkened. That answer was as good as saying nothing at all. Be more specific. Bishu and Ning Shi exchanged a glance. Specific? How specific? Ning Ziyuan rubbed his brow. Helpless. For example, what do you think about the alien beasts? Our opinion. Bishu and Ning Shi were both puzzled again. I mean, should they be killed, or should we try to coexist peacefully? Ning Ziyuan's forehead was practically lined with frustration. Normally these two were sharp enough. Why were they so dense today? Coexist peacefully? Are you kidding? Bishu's tone was one of surprise, his expression incredulous as he looked at Ning Ziyuan. That's right, Dad. How could we possibly coexist peacefully with alien beasts? Ning Shi chimed in. Ning Ziyuan lit a cigarette, took a long drag, then exhaled slowly. The smoke wreathed around his face as he spoke at last. Humans have lived in comfort for decades now, so naturally there are some who don't want any more war. That's how the faction that wants peaceful coexistence with the alien beasts came about. Alien beasts were lurking just outside the borders, watching for any sign of weakness. How could anyone entertain such a notion? Bishu's expression was dismissive. People who aren't of our kind must have different hearts. Peaceful coexistence was nothing but wishful thinking. What about you, Cici? Seeing Bishu's reaction, Ning Ziyuan relaxed and turned to his precious daughter. Of course they should be killed, Ning Shi analyzed. The alien beasts have killed so many of our people. How can we just talk about peace as if nothing happened? Very good. I'm relieved to hear you both think that way. Ning Ziyuan nodded with satisfaction. His greatest worry was that these two kids might develop the idea of peaceful coexistence with alien beasts. Now, hearing their firm stance, he could finally set his mind at ease. Uncle Ning, is there really such a group of people? Bishu still found it hard to believe there could be such fools in the world. Of course, right now, the higher-ups are split into two factions, one that advocates peaceful coexistence, and one that believes in exterminating the alien beasts. Ning Ziyuan replied with a nod. So which side are you on, Uncle Ning? Bishu couldn't help but ask. I'm just an elite shunin, hardly qualified to belong to any faction. But here in Jianyuan City, our ninja association is firmly in the extermination camp. Ning Ziyuan smiled as he explained. Oh, I see. Why get to college? I'll go and see what those idiots look like for myself. Bishu said, clearly dissatisfied. Anyone still advocating for peace must have had their brains kicked by a donkey. Hearing Bishu's words, Ning Shi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ning Ziyuan also let out a soft chuckle at that. What were those people thinking? They couldn't even compare to a child. All right, you both had a long day. Go get some rest, Ning Ziyuan said as he put out his cigarette. I'll head back to my room then. I'm really tired, Ning Shi said, yawning widely. I'll be going too, Uncle Ning, Bishu added, getting to his feet. As Ning Ziyuan watched Bishu's departing figure, a memory surfaced. There was someone in his past whose silhouette seemed to overlap perfectly with Bishu's. Brother Bai, Ashu is so much like you. Nothing like your wife. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Ning Ziyuan turned to gaze out the window, lost in his thoughts. Bishu entered his room and immediately sat down on the bed, letting his consciousness sink into his mind. Except, he whispered to himself. A soft chime echoed in his head. Congratulations, host. You've obtained Jonin level chakra. Bishu's awareness snapped back to his body in an instant. He didn't linger in his mind for even a moment. This was the reward for taking first place, the system's gift, chakra on the level of a Jonin. Opening his eyes, Bishu could feel the surge of chakra within him, and a thrill ran through his veins. This time, he figured he could probably use the big ball Rasengan 3 times. It wouldn't be like before, where a few uses of the Flying Thunder God technique and one big ball Rasengan would leave him completely drained. At the very least, now he could manage 3. With Jonin level chakra, Bishu dared not slack off in the slightest. He continued to refine his chakra, and once that was done, he practiced forming hand seals. It wasn't until around 10 o'clock that Bishu finally stopped training. He washed up and went to bed. After a day filled with battles and another round of training upon returning home, Bishu fell asleep almost as soon as he lay down. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Bishu woke up early. That good night's sleep had left him feeling refreshed and full of energy. The whole family was having breakfast when Bishu suddenly spoke up. "Uncle Ning, I want to take the Chunin exam today." Ning Shi, who was in the middle of drinking her milk, was caught off guard by his words. She tried to respond, but forgot she still had milk in her mouth, and ended up choking and coughing as the milk went down the wrong way. "Slow down, no one's fighting you for it," Yulingling said, rolling her eyes at Ning Shi, but still reaching over to pat her on the back. After a couple of coughs, Ning Shi managed to speak. "You said you want to take the Chunin exam? You want to skip the Elite Genin exam and go straight to the Chunin exam?" Ning Ziyuan set his chopsticks down and asked. "Yes. My strength now is already well above the average Chunin, and aren't there extra benefits for taking the exam early?" Bishu replied. It wasn't something he'd been plotting for ages. The idea had just come to him that morning while he was washing up. With his chakra already at Jonin level, and knowing a bit about the Chunin exam, it seemed like the logical next step. Besides, once you become a Chunin, the Ninja Association gives you a stipend. No matter how he looked at it, Bishu saw no reason to hesitate. "That's true. I know what you're capable of." Ning Ziyuan noted. "Here's what we'll do. After breakfast, come with me to the Ninja Association." "All right, Uncle Ning," Bishu replied, realizing he'd succeeded. There'd be no school for him today. "What about me?" Ning Shi's voice drifted over, tinged with disappointment. "You're going to school, of course. Ashu needs to take the Chunin exam. Why would you go?" Yulingling said. "Daddy." Ning Shi blinked her pure, white eyes, her gaze full of longing. All right, you can come too." Ning Zuan gave in with a helpless sigh. He could never bear to see his daughter sad. "Yay, thank you, Daddy." Ning Shi abandoned her breakfast, rushing to give her father a great big hug. Ning Ziyuan. Yulingling watched the father and daughter with a calm expression. "Ahem, it's all about balance. Work and rest, right? Shishi and Ashu went through so many battles yesterday. Taking a day off won't hurt." Ning Ziyuan cleared his throat and forced a sheepish smile. "Oomph. You handle it, then. They've only got 90 days until their college entrance exams." Yulingling's voice remained even as she gave her warning. I know. With a huff, Yulingling stood up as soon as Bishu finished eating and began clearing the dishes. "Still want to eat? Think again. We're doomed. Aunt Yu's mad," Bishu said awkwardly. "Let's go. We're heading to the Ninja Association now." Ning Ziyuan was a little exasperated himself, but there were more pressing matters at hand. He could always coax his wife later. The three tidied up and quickly left the house. Ning Ziyuan drove Bishu and Ning Shi toward the Ninja Association. "Wow, what a tall building. Daddy, is this the Ninja Association?" Ning Shi gasped in awe, turning excitedly to her father. She'd grown up here, but had never set foot near the association before. "That's right. This is the headquarters of the Jianyuan City Ninja Association," Ning Ziyuan replied, beaming. Bishu stared up at the building towering over 20 meters high, momentarily stunned. If this was just a local branch, how massive must the main headquarters be? "Come on, let's go inside." Ning Ziyuan patted both of them on the shoulder. Okay. Ning Shi and Bishu nodded eagerly, following right behind Ning Ziyuan into the building. Director Ning. People greeted Ning Ziyuan with respectful nods all along the way. Bishu couldn't help but be surprised by how many people greeted Uncle Ning. He hadn't realized just how well-liked he was within the association. Ning Shi, meanwhile, looked around curiously, taking in the place where her father worked. "Good morning, Director Ning." "Hey, isn't that Bishu and your daughter?" a familiar voice called out. Bishu looked over and saw that it was their team leader from yesterday, Teacher Lu Qing. "Good morning, Brother Lu." Bishu greeted him warmly. I'm here to bring Bishu to take the Chunin exam," Ning Ziyuan said calmly. "The Chunin exam." Lu Qing's mouth fell wide open at the words, but a moment later he forced a bitter smile and regained his composure. "Well, that makes sense. I know a thing or two about Bishu's abilities. He's ready for the Chunin exam. I'll take them upstairs first," Ning Ziyuan said, then led Bishu and Ning Shi onward, continuing up the stairs. Lu Qing was left standing alone. 18 at Chunin at 18. I only made Elite Chunin at 25. What's there for me to be proud of? I need to train harder, much harder. A fierce determination flared in Lu Qing's eyes. No way am I letting the youngster surpass me. With that resolve, Lu Qing dashed toward the training room, where he threw himself into rigorous practice, sweat pouring down as he pushed himself to the limit. Little did Bishu know, his decision to take the Chunin exam had lit a fire under Lu Qing. Not long after, Lu Qing would advance to Special Jonin and become a steward. Soon, Bishu arrived at their destination. "Brother Wang, my nephew wants to take the Chunin exam. Could you help him with the assessment?" Ning Ziyuan addressed a middle-aged man. Your nephew. The man surnamed Wang glanced at Bishu, a flicker of surprise in his eyes that he quickly hid. He praised, the prodigy with the space-time ninjutsu. That's right, he's only 18 this year. Ning Ziyuan replied. Taking the exam at 18, truly a genius. Wang Kong gave a thumbs up. And what about this young lady? Wang Kong looked at the girl beside Ning Ziyuan. Her pure white pupils were unmistakable. She had awakened the Hyuga clan's bloodline. My daughter, Ning Shi. Look at me. Ning Ziyuan couldn't help but pat his own forehead. Ashu, Shi, greet your uncle. 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 Bishu and Ning Shi greeted him politely. Good. Wang Kong nodded with a smile. Come on, Ashu, uncle will take you to the Chunin exam. Ziyuan, why don't you take your daughter for a look around? Wang Kong suggested. Dad, aren't we going in? Ning Shi watched Bishu and Uncle Wang's retreating figures and couldn't help but ask her father. We're not going in. Outsiders aren't allowed inside. I'll show you around first. Ashu's exam will take quite a while. Ning Shi thought for a moment. Dad, why don't you take me to try the elite genin exam? Ning Ziyuan considered it for a moment. Do you think you're ready? Let's just see. Who knows, maybe I'll pass. Ning Shi said, pretending not to care. Of course she cared. Now that Bishu was already a Chunin, how could she not mind? She wanted to stay by his side, and there was only a small gap between elite genin and Chunin. The scene shifted. Bishu was already following Uncle Wang into the Chunin exam hall. Are you familiar with the Chunin exams? Wang Kong looked at the young man before him, a face both familiar and strange, as he spoke. I know a bit about it. Uncle Ning told me on the way here, Bishu replied, nodding as he recalled what Ning Ziyuan had explained in the car. The Chunin exams would assess 3 aspects: chakra standards, combat ability, and a written test. Bishu wasn't worried about the chakra standards or his fighting skills. Only the written test left him feeling a loss. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. All right, let's start with the chakra assessment, Wang Kong said, leading Bishu to a crystal orb set on a pedestal. This is the chakra testing crystal ball. When ninja inject their chakra into it, the color changes according to their rank. Violet, light blue, blue, light green, green, yellow, orange, and red, Wang Kong explained, his tone patient. Ninja trainees have violet chakra. Light blue means you're a genin. Blue is for elite genin. Light green signifies Chunin. Green is for elite Chunin, he continued, laying out the progression. And so on up the ranks. Oh, thank you, uncle. Bishu expressed his gratitude, surprised at the crystal ball's remarkable function. No need for thanks. You should at least call me uncle. Besides, if you want to pass the exam, these are things you have to know, Wang Kong replied, shaking his head with a gentle chuckle. Now, go ahead, get everything you've got and inject your chakra. You'll need to reach light green to pass this round. Everything I've got? Bishu asked, a little uncertain. Of course. You're just at the Chunin level now, so if you don't give it your all, the crystal ball won't pick it up, Wang Kong reassured him. Bishu nodded thoughtfully, taking in Wang Kang's explanation. He gazed at the clear crystal ball before him, slowly reaching out with his right hand. He decided to start with just a bit of chakra, curious to see whether the crystal would change color instantly or gradually. After all, he possessed chakra reserves on par with a Jonin. He didn't want to reveal his true strength too soon. With that thought, his right hand made contact with the cool, smooth surface of the crystal ball. He began by channeling a small amount of chakra inside. The orb immediately shimmered violet. Bishu marveled at the transformation, clicking his tongue in wonder, and continued to feed more chakra in. It seemed the ball shifted colors gradually, not jumping straight to a higher rank. Light blue, blue, and then light green. The crystal glowed a gentle light green, which Bishu figured was enough. He was just about to pull his hand away when, with a slight tremor, he accidentally let a bit more chakra slip in. Oh no, he thought, noticing the shade deepened toward true green. He couldn't help but twitch his lips at the close call. Not bad at all. Your chakra is almost at elite Chunin level, Wang Kong remarked, a note of surprise in his voice. Bishu let out an embarrassed chuckle, taking it as an admission. Let's move on. The next part is the written test, Wang Kong said, heading toward a table and chairs set off to the side. Sit, he instructed. Bishu nodded in response and took his seat. Scoring 90 points on the written test is enough to pass, Wang Kong said as he pulled a test paper out of the drawer and handed Bishu a pen. All right, uncle. Bishu immediately accepted the test and the pen. You go ahead and start. I won't disturb you, Wang Kong said, then walked out, leaving Bishu alone in the room. Bishu stared at the questions on the paper, momentarily dazed. 1. If one day strange beasts suddenly attack, which of the following must join the battle? A. Pregnant woman. B. Child. C. Junior shinobi. D. Chunin. Bishu carefully confirmed it was a single-choice question, then quickly wrote a large, flamboyant D on the answer sheet. Is the Chunin exam really this easy? Bishu couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Meanwhile, Wei, you'll be the examiner, Wang Kong said as he entered an office and called someone by name. Yes, sir, came the reply. The speaker was a young man with a close-cropped haircut, a round face dotted with a few pimples, and narrow eyes that nearly disappeared when he smiled. 20 minutes later, Bishu stretched lazily as he walked out of the room. The questions had been far too simple, a mere waste of time. Outside the door, Wang Kong and Wei Mingyan were already waiting. Uncle, I've finished, Bishu announced. Good, then let's head straight to the combat assessment area, Wang Kong said, nodding as he started to walk. Bishu quickly stopped him. Uncle, don't you need to grade the test? No need. Anyone could pass those simple questions, Wang Kong replied. Well, there was nothing for it. Bishu could only follow Wang Kong. True enough, anyone could pass those questions. Testing chakra and the written exam were both a breeze. Perhaps the real challenge was the combat portion. As he thought this, Bishu glanced at the slightly chubby young man walking behind Wang Kong, his gaze thoughtful. So this must be the examiner. Bishu soon arrived at the destination, watching as Wang Kong walked straight into a spacious training room. The room was completely empty. Since sparring would inevitably result in damage to equipment, they'd simply left nothing in the exam area. Are you ready, Ashu? Wang Kong asked as Bishu stepped onto the arena. I'm ready, uncle. Good. Let me introduce you. This is Wei Mingyan, an elite Chunin, and your examiner for this promotion, Wang Kong said, gesturing to the young man beside him. Bishu nodded. Wei, you know what to do, Wang Kong said sternly to Wei Mingyan. I understand. I won't hold back at all. If I'm not strict now, then when war comes, it will be lives that are sacrificed. Wei Mingyan replied, his expression grave. All right, Ashu, next you have to give it your all. Fight with the determination to defeat the examiner. Understood. I will. Seeing this, Wang Kong smiled in satisfaction. Everyone who comes to take the Chunin exam has to go through this. If the examiner isn't strict and lets you pass easily, you might find yourself outmatched in a real battle, and your life could be forfeit. The previous two steps are just the basic requirements. It's this final phase that is the true test. Let's begin, Wang Kong ordered. Upon receiving the command, Wei Mingyan flicked his wrist and sent 3 kunai flying toward Bishu. How decisive, Bishu thought, a bit surprised. The challenges before were nothing. This is where the real difficulty begins, in combat. He didn't waste time pondering further. With a swift motion, he gripped his flying Thunder God kunai in a reverse hold. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 kunai clashed and were deflected midair. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Wei Mingyan quickly formed hand seals, his index and middle fingers pressed together near his lips. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth. The moment the jutsu was released, he snatched up a kunai and charged straight at Bishu. Bishu saw through his ploy. He knew the great fireball wasn't meant to kill, just to feint. Wind style, gale breakthrough. Bishu's hands flew through a series of seals. Whoosh whoosh. A powerful gust burst from his mouth, dispersing the fireball hurtling toward him. By then, Wei Mingyan had reached Bishu, kunai in hand, stabbing without hesitation. Clang! Bishu parried with his own flying Thunder God kunai in his left hand. Clang! 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 The two quickly became locked in a fierce exchange. While Bishu was a bit weaker in taijutsu, his reflexes were lightning fast. Each of Wei Mingyan's attacks was forceful and relentless. Bishu would block, then press the attack himself, forcing Wei Mingyan to retreat and defend. Not bad at all. Standing nearby, Wang Kong nodded in approval, his eyes full of pride. Truly his son. Their combat skills were exceptional. It was worth noting that among all the examiners, Wei Mingyan was the most skilled in taijutsu. For Bishu to spar with him and not lose ground, he really was a prodigy. Clang! Bishu blocked another strike and swiftly leapt back to gain distance. Shadow clone jutsu. His hands flashed through more seals. Poof! 2 figures identical to Bishu appeared out of thin air. Watch out, big brother. Bishu's true self kept forming seals, while the 2 clones began forming seals of their own. Anyone observant would notice Bishu and his clones were making different signs. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bullet. The 2 shadow clones inhaled deeply, then unleashed roaring streams of fire from their mouths. At the same time, Bishu finished forming his seals. Wind style, Gale Breakthrough. A fierce wind burst from Bishu's lips. Wind strengthens fire, and fire borrows the force of the wind. The raging inferno surged toward Wei Mingyan like a tidal wave. Water style, Water Formation Wall. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. Wei Mingyan was startled and quickly performed 2 defensive ninjutsu techniques, but he still felt uneasy. Sure enough, the roaring flames evaporated the water formation wall, melted the earth flow wall, and surged toward him with undiminished ferocity. At the very last moment, Wei Mingyan decisively used the body replacement technique to escape the range of the flames. Left in his place was a piece of wood, now reduced to ashes. Water style, great water bullet. A massive ball of water shot forth, extinguishing the flames. Ha, excellent. As expected of a genius, Wang Kong praised, his face glowing with admiration. The way you seamlessly combine ninjutsu and use them at just the right moment is truly impressive. I lost, Wei Mingyan admitted, still shaken. If he hadn't used the body replacement technique, he might have been the one burned to ashes. Huh. Bishu scratched his head sheepishly. Here are your Chunin vest and identification badge, Wang Kong said, handing over a light green vest and a metal tag to Bishu. Thank you, uncle, Bishu replied, accepting the vest and badge that marked his promotion to Chunin. From now on, you're Chunin. Every month, the Ninja Association will deposit 3,000 yuan into your account, Wang Kong said with a smile. All right, Bishu grinned, delighted that his dwindling savings would finally start to grow again, with money flowing in and none going out. And now that you're a Chunin, I hope you'll step up to protect ordinary people if you find yourself in danger. Wang Kong suddenly turned serious. Then he smiled again and added, of course, only if the enemy isn't overwhelmingly stronger. If things look bad, run for it. Your own life is most important. Watching his uncle shift between stern and cheerful, Bishu swallowed nervously and nodded. I will. Wang Kong burst out laughing at Bishu's expression. He then turned, waving his hand. I'll wait here for your Uncle Ning, or take a stroll. Someone else is here for the assessment. I'll be off now. Goodbye, Uncle, Bishu called after him, watching as Wang Kong walked farther and farther away. Once Wang Kong was out of sight, Bishu found a random spot to sit, gazing at the light green Chunin vest and identification badge in his hands. He fiddled with the metal badge that marked his rank, noticing his name and ninja level engraved on it. Could this be made of silver? The thought suddenly crossed Bishu's mind. Without hesitation, Bishu brought the badge to his mouth and bit down. It felt cold and smooth. After he finished, he checked the badge. Aside from a little saliva, there wasn't a single bite mark. Aha, Bishu, what are you eating? A familiar voice called out to him. Bishu froze, quickly stuffed the badge into his pocket, and stood up in embarrassment to face Ning Ziyuan and his daughter, Ning Shi. Uncle Ning, where did you two go? A forced smile tugged at the corner of Bishu's lips, his expression looking even more miserable than if he were crying. Ning Ziyuan's gentle, refined face wore a faint, easy smile. Meanwhile, Ning Shi had completely abandoned any trace of ladylike decorum, clutching her stomach and bursting out in boisterous laughter. How did the Chunin exams go? Ning Ziyuan walked over and asked. The chakra assessment and written test were pretty easy, but the sparring with the examiner was a bit tough, Bishu replied. So this is the Chunin vest? Let me see. Ning Shi took the pale green vest from Bishu's hands. Yeah, the light green one is for Chunin. The dark green one is for Jonin. So how do I look with it on? Without hesitation, Ning Shi slipped into the pale green vest. It was a bit too big. She felt the hem nearly reach the back of her thighs. Seeing this, Ning Ziyuan couldn't help but laugh. That's Bishu's vest. Of course it's going to be big on you. How do they know Bishu's size, though? Ning Shi spun around, curiosity twinkling in her eyes. The size is marked on the tag, see? Bishu could only rub his forehead in exasperation. His childhood friend could be so clueless at times. What was he supposed to do with her? All right. Ning Shi took off the vest and stared at the label in wonder. Bishu, put on. Let me see how it looks on you. She stuffed the vest back into Bishu's hands, gesturing for him to try it on. Let's do this at home. Bishu hesitated, glancing around at the steady stream of people approaching, feeling a little embarrassed. Hurry up right now. Bishu shot a pleading look at Ning Ziyuan, hoping for rescue. But Ning Ziyuan just cleared his throat and looked away, pretending not to notice. He had no intention of interfering, especially when it came to his precious daughter. Hurry up. Ning Shi's clear eyes narrowed slightly, her voice perfectly calm. Bishu quickly put on the pale green vest and even struck a pose. That did it. Ning Shi immediately broke into a radiant, satisfied grin. Bishu felt a wave of relief. Ning Shi's angry face was just like Aunt Yu's, absolutely terrifying. Don't move. Hold that pose. Ning Shi raised her phone, ready to snap a photo. All right then. As she looked at Bishu through the camera lens, Ning Shi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Bishu really was photogenic. No matter what angle, he looked great. The camera captured a tall, slender boy with stylish, tousled hair and eyes that sparkled like stars. His features were handsome, and a gentle smile played at his lips. Satisfied, Ningxi snapped a few pictures before tucking her phone away. By the way, where did you and Uncle Ning just go? Bishu asked. Ahem. Ningxi cleared her throat in a deliberately mysterious way, then pulled a metal badge out of her pocket and showed it to Bishu. Bishu took a look. Name, Ningxi. Ninja rank, Elite Genin. Bishu double-checked, making sure he hadn't read it wrong, then looked up at Ningxi. You took the Elite Genin exam. Of course. Ningxi answered proudly. You're already a chunin, so naturally I can't let you get too far ahead of me. Impressive. Bishu gave a generous thumbs up without hesitation. Of course. Ningxi's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly reveling in Bishu's praise. Soon after, Ning Xuan brought Ningxi and Bishu home, taking the opportunity to request leave from work as well. Once they got home, Ningxi handed Bishu's chunin vest straight to her mother for inspection. Yu Lingling was so excited that she forgot to be upset with either Ning Xuan or Ningxi, and immediately set about preparing a delicious meal for everyone. Ningxi also didn't forget to show her own special ID badge to Yu Lingling. But Yu Lingling only gave it a quick glance before handing it back. Being an elite genin is nice, but it's not as impressive as chunin. Show it to me again once you reach that level. Ningxi was quite indignant. She'd finally earned the ID badge that only elite genin could have, and yet her mother didn't seem the least bit happy. That afternoon, Ningxi indulged herself at the table, eating and drinking with abandon, determined to vent her frustration. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the college entrance exam. All the high schools in Jianyuan City had already started their break, preparing the exam rooms and giving students time to recharge before the big day. A sharpened sword is forged through hardship. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. At that moment, Bishu was sitting in Ningxi's room, engrossed in his books. Ever since the chunin exam ended, he had thrown himself into studying theory with a singular focus. Although in his previous life, Bishu had studied hard and gotten into a top university, something that might make others think he'd be tired of learning, quite the opposite was true. The knowledge of this world fascinated him deeply. Bishu was eager to understand everything about this world. Like a sponge soaking up water, he absorbed knowledge tirelessly. Seeing Bishu so dedicated, Ningxi didn't want to be left behind and dove headlong in her own studies. Ning Xuan and Yu Lingling were more than happy to support them, making sure the two kids had the best food and drinks every day. Now, Yu Lingling didn't even dare to turn on the TV in the living room, afraid that any noise might disturb their studying. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking broke the quiet focus of the two hardworking students. Ningxi put down her textbook and hurried to open the door. Shu, come have some fruit. Yu Lingling stood outside, holding a tray of fresh fruit. Mom, you could have just come in. The door's not even locked, Ningxi said helplessly. I don't want to disturb you and Shu while you're studying, Yu Lingling replied, handing over the fruit and quietly closing the door behind her. Come on, let's have some fruit. Ningxi brought the tray over to Bishu. Bishu set down his book and picked up a cluster of glistening grapes, popping them into his mouth. Cool and sweet, the flavor was refreshing. Bishu, there are only 3 days left until the college entrance exam. Are you nervous? Ningxi had just picked up her book again when a restless feeling welled up inside her, leaving her a little uneasy. She set the book down and turned to look at Bishu. A little, Bishu nodded. Though he'd already been through the college entrance exam once before, the atmosphere around him still made his nerves tingle. Hearing this, Ningxi kicked off her shoes and dove onto the soft pink bed, letting out a wail. Even you're starting to get nervous. What am I supposed to do when the time comes? Bishu couldn't help but laugh and shake his head, but he still tried to reassure Ningxi. The college entrance exam, after all, was just a written test, a beast battle, and then a match against the examiner. You'll have no trouble with the written part. As for the beast battle, didn't we take down quite a few strange beasts together, just 2 months ago? And the examiner's match is even easier. You already fought an examiner back when you tested for Elite Genin, didn't you? Just keep your mind steady. Trust yourself. You can do this. Listening to Bishu's gentle encouragement, Ningxi felt her anxiety ease a little. She lay sprawled on the bed, her pure white eyes fixed on Bishu's handsome profile, and asked again, I wonder how strong the examiners are? How strong were the examiners? Bishu frowned in thought for a moment before answering, the strongest should be Special Jonin at most. Special Jonin? That's already pretty tough. How many moves do you think you could last against a Special Jonin? Ningxi's curiosity was piqued. Ever since Bishu reached the level of Chunin, she hadn't seen him fight, so she truly had no idea how strong he was now. A few moves? Bishu's lips twitched slightly. Is that really how she sees me, as so weak? He didn't bother to answer Ningxi's question, instead offering her a faint, confident smile. Seeing this, Ning, she was a bit confused, but she quickly decided to let it go and picked up the book beside her to continue reading. Special Jonin, at his current level, could easily be defeated with a single flying thunder god attack. Bishu mused silently to himself. Host Bishu. Gender, male. Age, 18. Race, human. Rank, Jonin. Awakened persona, Minato Namikaze. Skills, transformation jutsu, substitution jutsu, clone jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, shuriken shadow clone jutsu, flying thunder god technique, Rasengan, summoning jutsu, one-handed seals, wind style, great breakthrough, fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Bishu glanced at his personal stats with a hint of pride. Jonin at 18. At an age when most of his peers were still elite genin or at best chunin, Bishu had already left them far behind. True, he couldn't compare to those in the world of the Hokage, where teenagers often reach Kage or even Super Kage levels, but at least here, Bishu was already among the strongest. Of course, his skill list had changed a lot as well. For instance, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. He'd been rewarded with that when he was promoted to Chunin. When Bishu first received this reward, he'd been thrilled for ages. He'd long had an idea. What if he used the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu on his Flying Thunder God kunai? That way, he'd have endless Flying Thunder God kunai. In battle, combining Flying Thunder God with Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu would make him utterly unstoppable. But when he went to the training room to test this theory, his hopes were quickly dashed. The Flying Thunder God kunai, created by the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, can't sense spatial markers at all, so Bishu had to abandon that idea. However, it's still a great move for confusing the enemy. Once people start to figure out the weaknesses of his Flying Thunder God technique, he can use the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique to create even more Flying Thunder God kunai and throw off his opponents. The real Flying Thunder God kunai would be hidden among a sea of ordinary ones. He was sure this would catch his enemies completely off guard. Both one-handed seals and the summoning technique were rewards Bishu received for completing quests issued by the system. He hadn't found much use for the summoning technique yet. He couldn't summon the likes of Gamabunta. They simply didn't exist in this world, so summoning them was impossible. Unless Bishu caught a few exotic beasts in this world and signed contracts with them, but that was a matter for the future. For now, he hadn't decided what kind of summoned creatures he wanted. Aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, one-handed seals were Bishu's favorite skill. Just the sheer style of it had completely won him over. Imagine it. While battling an opponent, they're weaving hand seals with both hands, while you smoothly form seals with one hand, or even use each hand to make different seals, unleashing different jutsu. How cool is that? It also saved him the chakra needed for shadow clones. You could say one-handed seals were both stylish and practical. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Bishu settled down to continue reading his book. Now, his and Ningxi's goal was the 4 great academies: Azure Dragon Academy, Vermilion Bird Academy, White Tiger Academy, and Black Tortoise Academy, all named after the legendary guardians. These are the most prestigious academies in Xia country, each located in a different direction: east, south, west, and north. They also served as the second line of defense against exotic beasts, standing right behind the 4 border strongholds. Every student and teacher at these academies was outstanding among their peers, and together with the border soldiers, they protected the peace of Xia country's heartland. Bishu thought that, having crossed into this new world, he had to do something to prove he'd truly been here. Attending one of the 4 great academies to learn how to fight exotic beasts seemed the simplest way. The original Bishu's idol, Duanmu Jintian, who awakened the powers of the legendary master Hitaki Sakumo, was a graduate of Azure Dragon Academy. Famed across the land. What young person hasn't dreamed of that? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the time for the college entrance exam finally arrived for Bishu and his friends. Early in the morning, the house was bustling with noise. Ashu, do you have everything you need? That was Aunt Yu's voice. Ashu, are you sure you've packed everything? That was Uncle Ning. Cece, double check. Are we missing anything? Cece, don't worry, just relax during the exam. Ningxi and Bishu each stood in the living room holding a small bag, exchanging looks as they watched the slightly flustered Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling. I thought it was our exam, but why do Mom and Dad seem more nervous than we are? Ning, she signaled with her eyes. I have no idea. Bishu gave a small shake of his head. All right, Mom. We have everything we need. Hurry and take Bishu and me to school. Ning, she raised her voice, putting a stop to her parents' frantic preparations. Yes, you're right. Old Ning, let's get Ashu and our daughter to school quickly. Yu Lingling urged, her tone anxious. Okay. Ning Ziyuan replied, nodding as he hurried downstairs to start the car. Usually so composed and refined, the middle-aged man now seemed flustered, even a bit clumsy in his haste. Watching him, Bishu found it hard to believe this was the same Uncle Ning he had always respected. At this moment, he was just a worried father, anxious about his niece's and daughter's exam. Ashu, Cici, check one last time. Are you sure you have everything? Yu Lingling asked again. Though Bishu and Ning, she felt a bit helpless. They obediently opened their small pouches and double-checked for their exam permits, ID cards, and ninja certificates. These 3 items were absolutely essential. Missing even one would mean no entry to the exam hall. After confirming they had everything, Yu Lingling took their hands and led them out the door. Ning Ziyuan was already waiting with the car downstairs. As soon as the 3 of them climbed in, he pressed the accelerator. With a rush, the car shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow, and Bishu felt a jolt as he was pressed back into his seat. Fortunately, the neighborhood was quiet at this hour. Otherwise, at Uncle Ning's speed, Bishu would have worried about hitting someone. The road to Jianyuan No. 1 High School was packed, most of the passenger students heading for the big exam. The sheer volume of cars caused a traffic jam, but thanks to police officers and members of the Ninja Association directing traffic, it didn't get any worse. It wasn't just parents and teachers who cared about the college entrance exam. Both the police and the Ninja Association paid close attention as well. Early in the morning, both organizations had dispatched teams to patrol the streets, making sure nothing dangerous would happen. Watching the scenery blur past, Bishu felt a mixture of excitement and nerves. The college entrance exam in this world was a bit different from the one back in his old life. The first day was all about theoretical knowledge, a written test. On the second day, students would head to the city's largest arena for a combat trial with an examiner. The third day, they'd enter the Uinta forest to hunt down exotic beasts. The total score was 700 points, 400 for theory, 100 for the combat trial, and 200 for beast hunting. In previous years, a score above 650 would earn you a place in one of the 4 great academies. Whether that would hold true this year, no one knew. As Bishu pondered all this, Ning Ziyuan brought the car to a stop. Ning, she clung to Bishu's arm, the school looming before them. She was visibly nervous now. Bishu snapped back to the moment, gently patting Ning Shi's soft, fair hand. In a warm voice, he reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Just do your best." Ning Shi nodded, her face at this moment delicate and almost ethereal. Sitting on the right, Bishu stepped out of the car first, followed by Ning Shi. "Ashu, Cici, good luck." Yu Lingling cheered them on with heartfelt encouragement. "Mom, I know. And you, I'll do my best." "All right, go on and now. Don't be late for your exam." Ning Ziyuan glanced at his watch. It was 8:10. The exam wouldn't start until 9 o'clock. "Okay, we're heading in." Ning Shi waved her hand as she spoke. Bishu waved too. "Good luck. Good luck." Yu Lingling and Ning Ziyuan's voices rang out, a little loud, but amid the bustle outside the school gate, they barely made a ripple. "It's lucky we're taking the exam at our own school. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know where to find the exam room." Walking through the familiar campus, Ning, she felt a bit relieved. "Yeah, it really is lucky." Bishu agreed wholeheartedly. If the exam were at another school, he'd have to go hunting for the room. The 2 of them followed the stream of students to the playground. There, a crowd was already waiting. No one was allowed into the teaching building until 8:30, still 20 minutes to go before the doors would open. Bishu and Ning, she decided to stand quietly in one spot and wait. "Bishu, Ning Shi, over here," a voice called out, loud enough to immediately catch their attention. Bishu looked up and spotted Lu Xingyao from their class, known to everyone as Old Seven Lu. When Bishu and Ning, she looked his way, Lu Xingyao shouted again, "Our whole class is over here." Exchanging a glance, Bishu and Ning, she walked over. They found quite a few classmates gathered. Zhang Shulin, Lu Xingyao, Wang Chang, Zhou and Han Li Baoding. "You guys got here early." Though Bishu wasn't especially close to them, being in the same class was still better than standing among strangers. "Yeah, I got here at 7:30, and now my back is killing me," complained Wang Chang. "I can't stand exams," Zhou and Han said, looking thoroughly dejected. They chatted and laughed for a while, and soon enough, the gates opened. "Time to go. My exam's on the first floor." "Good luck." "I'm off too." "Good luck." Everyone parted ways. "Bishu, I'm heading in too. Do your best, okay?" "Ning Ti Site." "Don't worry, I will." "You too, give it your all." "I'm off then." Ning, she called back, jogging into the classroom. Bishu waited until he saw Ning she disappear inside before moving on. His own exam room was still a bit farther away. Soon, Bishu was seated at his desk in the exam room. Since the exam hadn't started yet, he took the chance to look around. There wasn't a single familiar face in sight. Everyone was a stranger. The bell rang, its sharp sound echoing in everyone's chest. All eyes turned to the invigilator as the exam papers were unsealed and distributed. Nervous glances swept over the questions, and across the room, students' faces shifted, some lit up with excitement, others clouded with worry. Bishu looked at the questions on his test paper and smiled, then began to write his answers. He knew how to solve them all. They weren't difficult at all. Meanwhile, in another examination room, Ningxi also let out a sigh of relief. The questions were so easy, she had worried for nothing. She quickly settled down and started working through her answers in silence. The hands of the clock spun swiftly, and soon it was already 9:30. A crisp bell rang out. "Time's up. Please stop writing and put down your pens." Hearing this, Bishu set his pen aside and waited for the teacher to collect the papers. The first exam was over. Bishu dashed out to the playground, searching for Ningxi in the crowd. "Over here." Ning, she waved her hand. "Were the questions easy?" she asked with a smile, her earlier worries nowhere to be seen. She didn't even wait for Bishu to answer. "I thought they were quite easy," Bishu replied, nodding confidently. "That's great. Let's take a walk. We still have another subject coming up soon." Without waiting for his agreement, Ningxi grabbed his hand and pulled him along. There were 4 written subjects in all, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Each subject was worth 100 points. So, after finishing the last subject of the morning, Ningxi and Bishu headed home for lunch and a bit of rest, before returning in the afternoon to tackle the remaining 2 tests. By the end of the day, all the written exams were finished. The next day soon arrived. Bishu and Ningxi rode in Ning Ziyuan's car to Jianyuan City's largest arena. They would face off against the examiners there, who would observe and give them their scores. "We'll wait for you two right here," Yu Lingling said, looking a bit exasperated at the sea of parents crowded outside the security line. They had arrived a bit late, and the area was already packed with anxious parents waiting for their children. "Got it. Bishu and I will go in first," Ningxi replied, nodding as she pulled Bishu toward the entrance. "Uncle Ning, Aunt Yu, we'll see you later," Bishu called out, waving his hand. "Good luck on the exam." Yu Lingling cheered, trying to encourage them. But the noise from the crowd was too loud. Bishu and Ning, she didn't seem to hear her. "Old Ning, do you think those two can really—" Yu Lingling began, but Ning Ziyuan quickly interrupted. "Don't underestimate them. Ashu already passed the Chunin exam, and Shishi passed the elite Genin assessment. Among their peers, they're both outstanding. Relax your mind." Seeing the confident look on Ning Ziyuan's face, Yu Lingling finally felt reassured. Bishu and Ning, she quickly verified their identities and entered the arena. A sea of people greeted them as they stepped inside. "They sure got here early," Bishu remarked, glancing at the clock. It was only about 8:30. The matches wouldn't officially begin until 9. This is the college entrance exam. Who wouldn't be nervous? Everyone wants to get it over with as soon as possible. "The later you go, the more the pressure builds," Ningxi replied, her heart pounding a little faster from nerves. "But didn't they already assign the match numbers? What's the point of coming so early?" Bishu wondered aloud. His number was D36. "I don't know." Ningxi shot Bishu an annoyed look. Why did he have to be so stubborn with his words? Realizing Ning, she seemed a little upset. Bishu quickly fell silent and turned his attention to the surroundings. At this moment, the large arena had been divided by earthen walls into 10 separate sections. Because there were so many students taking the exam and not enough proctors to go around, the organizers decided to split the arena into 10 groups. Each group had dozens, sometimes hundreds of students. This not only greatly increased the efficiency of the examiners, but also saved a significant amount of time. Bishu was number 36 in Group D. Ning, she was number 48 in Group F. Soon, 9 o'clock arrived. Bishu and Ning, she parted ways, each hurrying off to their respective areas. By now, Group D had already formed a long, orderly line. Those with lower numbers stood at the front, higher numbers at the back. As life improved, so did people's manners. High school students these days have been well taught by their parents. Bishu turned and said a quick apology to the girl standing behind him in line. Even though his number was ahead of hers, Bishu felt he should still be polite. The delicate-looking girl simply shook her head and smiled, signaling that she didn't mind, and graciously let Bishu take his place. Meanwhile, the testing in each section had already begun. In Group D, someone had already stepped onto the stage to face off against the examiner. It was a boy, but he was too far away for Bishu to make out his features. All Bishu could see was a burst of flame quickly doused by a splash of water. Then the examiner's kunai was at the boy's throat. The boy walked off the stage looking dejected. Now that he was closer, Bishu could see his face, a fair-skinned, ordinary-looking teenager. It was just a brief interlude. As someone left the stage, another took their place, and Bishu inched forward with the line. He observed the faces of those stepping down. Some were elated, some calm, some disappointed, and a few were even sobbing uncontrollably. Time crept by, and soon it was Bishu's turn. He strode confidently onto the arena platform. There were 2 examiners on stage. One sat in a chair, recording information about the candidates. The other stood in the center of the field, arms crossed, eyeing Bishu with an unreadable expression. By the way, both wore pale green chunin vests, though whether they were standard chunin or elite chunin was anyone's guess. "Are you Bishu?" The examiner, sitting in the chair, Wen-ding, asked in a gentle tone. Even though the candidate's details and photo were right in front of him, he still asked as a matter of procedure. It was his duty as an examiner. Yes, Bishu nodded. "Are you ready to begin?" "I am. I'll let you make the first move. Otherwise, if I attack first, you might not get the chance." The man with his arms crossed spoke. It was Zhao Exine. That's just how it is. Since he was appointed as an examiner for this round, he'd naturally want to learn more about the student's true abilities, so his partner could score them more accurately. If he were to make the first move, these candidates, most of whom were genin and elite genin, would stand no chance against him. They wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of his movements, let alone talk about scoring the match. "All right, examiner, be careful," Bishu replied, unfazed. He reached into his ninja tool pouch at his waist and drew out a flying thunder god kunai. "Oh!" Zhao Xian's eyebrows rose in mild surprise. He'd never seen such a peculiar-looking kunai before, but didn't pay it much mind. Just a student, after all. No matter how skilled, could one really defeat a Tokubetsu Jonin? That's right, Zhao Xian was a Tokubetsu Jonin. As for why he wore a chunin vest, well, he couldn't bear to part with the vest that had accompanied him for years, so he rotated between a few of them. Bishu's lips curled into a faint smile, and he hurled the flying thunder god kunai straight at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian tilted his head slightly. The kunai whizzed past his ear, ruffling the hair at his temple. His face showed a hint of confusion. What was the student doing, throwing just a single kunai? Was he underestimating him, or was this candidate simply too weak? Even if you're outmatched, you could at least throw a few more kunai. What was the point of just one? As Zhao Xian puzzled over this, he suddenly realized Bishu had vanished from sight. Years of combat experience kicked in, and he immediately darted away from where he'd just been standing. So close. Bishu shook his head in mild regret. He hadn't expected the examiner to react so quickly, or so decisively, to leave his position at once. At that moment, Bishu was standing behind where Zhao Xian had just been, the flying thunder god kunai back in his hand. Wen-ding, watching from the sidelines, was visibly shocked. He'd seen the candidate appear behind Zhao Xian in a flash, ready to strike. Fortunately, Zhao Xian's quick reflexes got him out of harm's way. Otherwise, the examiner would surely have lost. What kind of ninjutsu is that? The girl standing behind, Bishu, covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Who'd have thought that this handsome boy would be so powerful? Could it be space-time ninjutsu? It must be. To appear behind someone without a sound or sign. That has to be the legendary space-time technique. When did Jingan City produce such a genius? A few more students in line behind Bishu started murmuring among themselves. So this is space-time ninjutsu? Zhao Xian still felt a lingering sense of dread. If not for his extensive combat experience, he might have lost to this student just now. Bishu nodded in confirmation. So it really was the legendary space-time technique. That strange kunai must be the key to activating it, Zhao Xian realized. He recalled how the kunai had grazed his hair. Only now, with Bishu suddenly behind him, did the truth dawn on him. His face showed not only admiration, but also a considerable amount of relief. Fortunately, this kind of ninjutsu consumes an enormous amount of chakra. Otherwise, if he, a distinguished special jonin, were to lose to a mere genin, it would be nothing short of an insult. Bishu, upon hearing this, showed no surprise on his face. As a seasoned senior qualified to serve as an exam proctor, it was only natural for him to see through the flaws in Bishu's flying thunder god technique. Yet he smiled and said, "Let's try this move." Bishu then unleashed a combination of the shuriken shadow clone technique and the flying thunder god technique. With a swift motion of his left hand, Bishu grabbed several flying thunder god kunai and flung them high into the air. His hands wove seals at lightning speed. Shuriken shadow clone technique. In an instant, those few flying thunder god kunai multiplied into a rainstorm of identical kunai, filling the sky and showering across the entire arena. What incredible tactical intelligence. He's using this ninjutsu to create a multitude of bizarre kunai, hiding the real ones among them. Then, when he activates, his space-time technique, the true and the false are mixed together, real and illusion, illusion and real, making it impossible to distinguish between them. Wen-ding watched with admiration written across his face. As expected of a genius who possesses space-time ninjutsu, Zhao Xian looked around at the arena, now bristling with countless strange kunai, his expression grave. He, too, understood some sensory-type ninjutsu. There had to be some flaw in these conjured kunai. If he could just pick out the genuine ones, memorize their positions, and keep his distance, that student wouldn't be able to use his space-time technique, the outcome would be decided. Acting on this thought, Zhao Xian immediately began to sense his surroundings. But when he activated his sensory ninjutsu, he found the area filled with blue points of light. In other words, every single kunai was real. Zhao Xian stared at Bishu in utter astonishment. Was this kid really just a genin? Just this one technique must consume an enormous amount of chakra. Only with such reserves could he make the fake indistinguishable from the real. He just used a space-time technique, and now he was unleashing a ninjutsu of this scale. Were children these days truly so powerful? Bishu paid no mind to Zhao Xian's shock. Seizing a flying thunder god kunai, he rushed toward Zhao Xian. He had never lost in taijutsu, though he didn't know exactly how strong he was. But using the flying thunder god required him to slip through space, and each passage subtly enhanced his physical abilities. Coupled with his lightning-fast reflexes, he had faith in his taijutsu as well. He couldn't bring himself to strike Ning Shi. Whenever she asked him to spar, he'd simply dodge, and before long, she stopped seeking him out as a training partner. This proctor, on the other hand, made for a perfect opponent. Well now, you're a bold one, aren't you? Zhao Xian grinned wide as he watched Bishu charge forward. As a proud special jonin, there was no way he'd lose to a kid in hand-to-hand combat. He reached into his ninja tool pouch, pulled out a kunai, and dashed right in. Clang! Blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Zhao Xian and Bishu locked eyes for a moment. Each saw the surprise in the other's gaze. Is this kid a monster? How can he be this strong? Truly worthy of being an exam proctor. The two of them sprang apart and clashed again, this time launching into a close-quarters battle with both hands and feet. 100 points. Standing off to the side, Wending immediately marked a perfect score of 100 next to Bishu's name. To be able to go toe-to-toe in taijutsu with Zhao Xian, a special jonin, and on top of that, to possess the legendary space-time ninjutsu he nearly defeated Zhao Xian just now. Coupled with his keen combat intelligence, Wending felt that even a perfect score seemed hardly enough. After scoring, Wending quietly watched the match between Zhao Xian and Bishu. Bishu had excellent physical condition and quick reflexes, but ultimately he still lagged behind in skill. He could withstand Zhao Xian's fierce attacks, but when it came to technique, he was outmatched and started losing ground. Zhao Xian noticed Bishu's weakness as well. Seizing the advantage, he pressed forward, determined to end the match quickly. After all, there were still many students waiting for their turn. Bishu kept retreating, but a fleeting smile flashed in his eyes. Although he couldn't beat Zhao Xian in pure taijutsu, if he could lure him toward where his flying thunder god kunai were hidden, victory might still be his. And sure enough, behind Zhao Xian, several of Bishu's flying thunder god kunai were embedded among others. He had managed to blend them in seamlessly. Just as Zhao Xian was preparing to deliver the final punch to knock Bishu out of the ring, his fist shot forward, but in that very instant, Bishu vanished. Oh no! All his years of battle experience told Zhao Xian he was in trouble, but his body couldn't react in time. As expected, Bishu suddenly reappeared behind Zhao Xian. Watching Zhao Xian's punching motion, Bishu pressed a flying thunder god kunai swiftly to his back. The whole exchange took only a few seconds. Bishu had won. You win. Zhao Xian let out a wry smile. For a distinguished special jonin to lose to a high school senior. How would he live this down? If you hadn't gone easy on me, I wouldn't have stood a chance, Bishu replied, demonstrating his understanding of social niceties. Hearing this, Zhao Xian felt much better and said candidly, a loss is a loss. Consider it a lesson for me. With your strength, you're certain to stand out from the crowd. Losing to a future powerhouse isn't something to be ashamed of. I will, Bishu replied earnestly with a nod. I'm looking forward to it. Bishu offered Wending a gentle smile, picked up the real flying thunder god kunai from the ground, and, as the kunai embedded in the stage, disappeared, he turned and left. The scores were announced together, but he was sure to get a perfect score for defeating the examiner. Zhao Xian gazed after Bishu with a faint smile. A young genius with space-time ninjutsu. When will your name resound across the land? I'll be waiting for that day. The next examinee soon stepped forward. As always, Wending asked for the student's name, and then Zhao Xian began the evaluation. Perhaps there's only one true genius. After Bishu defeated the examiner, not a single other student displayed comparable strength. This allowed Zhao Xian to sweep through the remaining students with ease. As Bishu walked away, a group of people was still deep in discussion. Who the heck is that guy? Even the examiner couldn't beat him. The examiners are at least Chunin or higher, and yet he's still lost? Which ninja power did he awaken, anyway? He even has space-time ninjutsu. Ugh, I'm over here sweating about how to survive 3 moves from the examiner, and he just went and beat the examiner. This is killing me. The entire D-zone was shaken. The news spread like wildfire, first from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100, until everyone in D-zone knew. Someone had defeated the examiner. Meanwhile, the culprit, Bishu, was already heading toward F-zone at a leisurely pace. Ningxi would definitely be at the front of the line, and it wouldn't be long before she was up. Bishu figured there was no point in hurrying. He wouldn't see her anyway if he got there too early, so he took his time. In F-zone, Byakugan activate. Blue veins bulged at the corner of Ningxi's eyes. She watched, wary, as the woman before her stood with an icy, unapproachable air. Indeed, the F-zone matches were moving quickly. It was already Ningxi's turn. The woman, with a face as cold as frost, considered her approach. As a member of the Hyuga clan, her strength lay in close-quarters combat. Testing her abilities meant facing her head-on. "Gulme, I'll fight you up close," the frosty woman said coolly. Ningxi's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, sensei." She'd been worried. She only knew gentle fist and one defensive move, rotation. If the examiner used ninjutsu against her, she'd never get close enough to land a hit. Luckily, the examiner's words put her mind at ease. Ningxi immediately stepped forward, launching herself into a taijutsu match with the examiner. Outside, sitting idly on the open ground, Bishu picked up an ant and toyed with it, bored. "Bishu, you're done already?" Ningxi had just exited the arena when she spotted Bishu sitting on the ground. She ran over to him. "Finished. How did you do?" Bishu asked eagerly. "I did okay. The examiner fought me in close combat on purpose. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even been able to show what I could do," Ningxi replied, her face full of relief. Bishu breathed a sigh of relief. From what Ningxi said, it was clear she'd done well. "Come on, let's head back. We have to go to the primeval forest tomorrow," he said. Ningxi grabbed Bishu's hand and pulled him up from the ground. "Let's go. Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu have been waiting for us for ages." "How did your exam go, Bishu?" Ningxi asked, looking up at him. "You don't know my skills by now?" "Piece of cake, of course," Bishu replied, looking smug. "Umph." Ningxi just smiled to herself. She'd wait until the results came out and then give Bishu a real surprise. She'd just gone toe-to-toe with the examiner and hadn't given an inch. Outside the exam hall, the D-zone candidates who came out after Bishu rushed to find their parents and share the news. "Dad, there was a total beast in our group. He beat the examiner." "He beat your examiner? What about you?" "I almost ended up exchanging a few moves with the examiner and was nearly thrown off the stage." "You didn't get hurt, did you?" "No, I'm fine." "You can't really compare yourself to those kinds of geniuses. Come on, let's go home. Your mom will make something delicious for you. You still have another match tomorrow." "Dad, listen to me. That guy had the legendary space-time ninjutsu. In a flash, he just vanished. It was incredible. So, could you compete with him?" "No way. Just focus on yourself for now. If you could get into a first-class academy, your mother and I will finally be at ease." "Don't worry. I'm sure I'll make it into a first-class academy." "That's good to hear." As the father and son walked away, Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling, who had been eavesdropping nearby, exchanged a knowing glance. A suspicion began to form in their hearts. Lingling looked up at her husband, her thoughts swirling. Could that boy who defeated the examiner be Ashu? It has to be him, Ning Ziyuan thought with a proud smile. In Jianyuan City, Ashu is the only one who possesses space-time ninjutsu. Who else could it be? Around them, a few others were also murmuring that someone in District D had managed to defeat the examiner, a tall, handsome young man. This only made Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling more certain. The one who beat the examiner was definitely Ashu. Before long, Ningxi and Bishu emerged from the main gate. Spotting her parents from afar with her Byakugan, Ningxi immediately tugged Bishu aside. "Ashu, I heard you defeated the examiner in your district." Yu Lingling called out the moment Ningxi and Bishu approached. Beside her, Ning Ziyuan wore a faint, approving smile. Ningxi looked puzzled when she heard this. Defeated the examiner? What was that about? Bishu was just about to greet Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu when Aunt Yu's question caught him off guard. "That's right," Bishu nodded, still a little confused. "But how did Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu find out?" "We overheard some kids talking," Ning Ziyuan explained when he saw the confusion on their faces. "They said someone in District D used space-time ninjutsu to defeat the examiner. When you're Aunt Yu, and I thought about it, you're the only one in District D who knows that technique. So that's how it is." "Bishu, I can't believe you didn't tell me." Ningxi huffed, her eyes narrowing in mock annoyance as she glared at Bishu. "I was planning to tell you at home," Bishu replied, rubbing his nose and avoiding her gaze. "I don't care," Ningxi pouted, turning away in feigned anger. "So, Shishi, how did your exam go?" Yu Lingling quickly changed the subject. "I went toe-to-toe with the examiner. It was a real showdown. Ning, she replied, her face lighting up with pride, the earlier irritation already forgotten. Bishu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Ning Ziyuan then drove the three of them back home. When they arrived, it was only around 11:30. Since Bishu and Ning Shi's exams were scheduled early, they finished quickly and were able to leave soon after. Yulingling was busy cooking in the kitchen, while Ning Ziyuan, Bishu, and Ning Shi sat together on the sofa, chatting as they watched television. Dad, are you going to Yuan Forest tomorrow? Ning Shi asked. Bishu perked up his ears and listened in quietly. As an executive in the Ninja Association, Uncle Ning would probably be going too. Of course, Ning Ziyuan nodded, his eyes still fixed on the TV. He added, not just our Ninja Association, people from the police department will be there as well. Every year during the college entrance exams, the police department dispatched officers to safeguard the students and manage the crowd. Parents weren't allowed to wait around the outskirts of the Yuan Forest during the exam. Instead, students would be led by their schools into the forest to hunt down exotic beasts and earn points. In other words, Bishu and Ning, she would have to report to school the next day, and then head to Yuan Forest under the school's supervision. Bishu, which of the 4 great academies should we go to? Ning, she sprawled out on the sofa, speaking without a care for her image. Both Bishu and Ning Ziyuan couldn't help but twitch their lips at her words. The results weren't even out yet, and she was already picking her school. Still, Bishu played along, clearing his throat and saying, I have no idea either. We'll just go with whichever academy offers the best deal. Watching the two children discuss the pros and cons of the 4 great academies, Ning Ziyuan couldn't help but smile and shake his head. 4. Most people, these schools were out of reach and rarely even mentioned. But for these two, they tossed the names around without a second thought. Yet, these children truly had the talent to back it up. Their academic achievements were obvious, and their strength, well, Bishu was even stronger than his father had been at this age, already a chunin. His precious daughter was also an elite genin. Among their peers, both were outstanding. Pride filled Ning Ziyuan's face. These were his children. He might only be an elite chunin himself. His talent nothing extraordinary, but he had powerful connections, a loving family, and 2 exceptionally gifted children. The more Ning Ziyuan thought about it, the more he felt that life couldn't be better. The only regret was the brother who'd passed away 10 years ago, and the sister-in-law who had disappeared without a trace. Thoughts of them brought a fleeting shadow to Ning Ziyuan's eyes. But Yulingling's cheerful call brought him back to the present. Wash your hands, dinner's ready. Time to eat. Let's eat. Ning Ziyuan let out a wry chuckle and pushed his sorrow deep down once more. Yulingling had laid out a feast on the table, and Bishu dug in heartily, his chopsticks barely pausing for a second. After dinner, Bishu retreated to his room and lay on the bed to digest. Perhaps because he'd eaten his fill, drowsiness crept over him. He simply closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. As the sun set and the moon rose, Bishu's eyes fluttered open. The white ceiling came into view. He lay there for a moment before remembering he'd dozed off after a satisfying meal. Truly, a full belly makes one lethargic, he thought, stretching lazily as he got up. A clear chime sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host. Mission triggered. Take first place in tomorrow's exam. Reward, Sage Mode. Only now, upon hearing this, did Bishu remember he even had a system. He couldn't help but complain. Hey, buddy, you really have no sense of presence. If you didn't speak up, I'd have forgotten about you entirely. A chime sounded, and the system replied, Ding, the forgetful author is to blame, not me. Well, Bishu had no choice but to let it go. Sage Mode, he absolutely had to clinch first place tomorrow. With Sage Mode, only the Sealing Technique and the Dark Ninetales Mode would remain, and then he could awaken the next ninja. Who could that powerful figure be? Surely the system wouldn't give him any 1 week. Bishu hadn't even mastered Minato Namikaze's skills yet, but he was already dreaming about it. Lost in thought, Bishu got up and went to open the door. As soon as he walked out of his room, the 3 people sitting on the couch all looked up at him. Bishu froze, scratching his head, a little confused by their attention. Hey, finally awake? Ning, she teased, taking a bite of her apple. Bishu, have you been overworking yourself lately? Yulingling asked, her face full of concern. Trying to reassure her, Bishu gave an awkward laugh. No, I just ate too much and dozed off. Yulingling finally relaxed at his words. She now treated Bishu like her own son and naturally didn't want anything to go wrong with his health. Come have some fruit. If you don't, Mom won't even let me touch it. Ning, she grumbled in mock resignation. Bishu chuckled and went over to join them. The teams are the same as last time. Is that all right with everyone? On the bus, Feng Zhua, tall and dark-skinned, leaned on a seat and glanced around at his classmates. Sure, teacher. No problem. Anything works. As long as I'm grouped with my second brother, I'm fine. Teacher, Are there enough exotic beasts for all of us to go around? Zhou Yang asked loudly, without a trace of subtlety. There'll be enough. The question is whether you have the guts to face them. Fong's were replied with a half-smile. As long as we each get one, that's fine. With so many schools and so many candidates, I was worried there wouldn't be enough beasts for us. Don't worry, not everyone's a ninja. Ordinary people can't take part in this exam. They have their own tests, Fong's reassured them. Hearing this, Bishu was reminded that there were still ordinary people who hadn't awakened. If Fong's hadn't mentioned it, he might have thought everyone in this world had become a ninja. The bus rolled along, slowly. Everyone chatted happily. After today's exam, they'd all be heading their separate ways. Who knew when they'd all be together like this again? Soon, the bus arrived at the edge of the Yuantu forest. Through the windows, they could see many officers from the police department and members of the Ninja Association standing outside. The police wore black uniforms emblazoned with bold white characters. Most of the Ninja Association members present were at least Shunin or higher, easily recognized by their pale green vests. Bishu and his group got off, verified their information, and then stood aside to wait. It was around 9:10 in the morning. The sun was gentle, the breeze just right, a soft wind caressing the excited faces of everyone gathered there. 10 minutes later, all the senior students from Jianyuan City had arrived. Classmates, this is your final exam. I hope you'll show your true abilities. Don't hold anything back. A voice rang out from atop a tall wall, made of earth and stone. The voice was loud enough that even those at the very back could hear it clearly. From here on, the battle depends on you and your teammates. Members of the police department and the Ninja Association won't be by your side, the figure announced. There's a wristband here, used to keep track of the points you earn by defeating the beasts. Each wristband records your kills. After you've taken down a beast, place the band on its head, it will recognize the level. If you run into danger, just press the small button underneath, we'll get to you quickly. As he spoke, he raised the wristband high for everyone to see. And you all know the points for the beast from previous years, right? A first-tier beast is worth 1 point, second tier is 2 points, third tier is 5 points, fourth tier is 10 points, and fifth tier is 20 points. We know. Understood. Good. Any other questions? The figure called out once more. No, no, no. The crowd answered in unison. Let's hand out the wristbands, then. The preparations for the exam began. Yes, sir. Distributing the wristbands alone took over 20 minutes, and that was only because every member of the Ninja Association and the police department was helping. While everyone was busy, Bishu tried to spot Uncle Ning among the crowd, but after searching for a while, he still couldn't find him. Meanwhile, in a building on the far side, a wall in a room was covered with screens, large and small, all showing live footage. If Bishu were here, he'd recognize it as the original forest, where they had once slain the bloodthirsty tiger. A few people were sitting on the sofa, sipping tea. Among them was Ning Ziyuan, the very man Bishu was looking for. It's 9:43. The exam's about to start, said an elderly man, glancing at his watch. Let those young ones compete, another elder said, taking a sip of tea. Xiao Ning, when you get a chance, bring Ashu over to see me, said Shun Chantian. Ning Ziyuan was taken aback, but then nodded. Once Ashu finishes his exam, I'll bring him over. Sun Guiyuan watched the exchange with a silent smile. Finally, he was willing to face things. They've started, Sun Guiyuan said, watching the figures appear on the screen. Send the police department and the Ninja Association as well. Have them follow behind. We must ensure every student's safety, Shun Chantian instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Ziyuan made the call to pass on the orders. Though he was an elite chunin, he had strong connections behind the scenes. Two big shot from Jianyuan City sat beside him. To be honest, in Jianyuan City, he could walk sideways without a care in the world. The scene shifted. Bishu and his team had already ventured deep into the Yuanda forest, preparing to hunt down the exotic beasts. Which direction should we go? Wang Yao asked quietly. Let's head that way. Ning Shi activated her Byakugan and pointed to one side. The others nodded in agreement. Bishu followed closely behind Ning Shi, making sure she was safe. With so many people around, it's getting harder to find exotic beasts. Looks like we need to pick up the pace, Muxing has said, watching the 5 people who had just left. It was nothing like their last visit. Last time, it was rare to run into anyone. This time, you couldn't avoid bumping into people even if you tried. Everyone nodded, and Ning Shi quickened her steps. On the way, they didn't even encounter any large beasts, just smaller ones. Sticking to the principle of not wasting anything, Bishu steeled himself and took them out, earning 8 points. They pressed on, stopping occasionally to slay more small beasts. Long-haired rabbits, blackwater pythons, 6-legged spiders. Their points tally climbed to 32. By now it was noon. The competition was set to end at 4 o'clock, so Bishu's team still had 4 more hours to hunt exotic beasts. They each felt time slipping by faster and faster, their feet moving with barely a pause. There's a cave over there. From a distance, Ning Shi, her Byakugan still active, pointed to a spot not far away. The group exchanged glances and made up their minds. Let's go. Fortune favors the bold. Vein stood out at the corner of Ning Shi's eyes, her expression tense. The unknown was always the most frightening. Who knew what might lie inside? Don't be scared. I'm right here, Bishu said softly, gently squeezing Ning Shi's hand in reassurance. If only Ning Shi could use Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sending a clone ahead would have been ideal. Bishu could use the jutsu himself, but the cave was pitch dark inside. He couldn't see, nor did he have sensory techniques. Feeling the warmth of Bishu's hand in hers, Ning Shi nodded and, hand in hand, the two walked into the cave. We'll go in and scout ahead. You all stay alert out here. Don't let any beasts sneak in. Mu Xinghe and the others were about to follow, but Bishu's words made them stop. All right. Got it. Be careful. Watching the two figures slowly swallow by the darkness, the remaining three immediately turned their attention to the surroundings, taking up their assigned watch. Bishu's strength was well known to them. Only the strong have the right to give orders. At that moment, Ning Shi gripped Bishu's hand tightly, afraid he might suddenly disappear. The cave was narrow, allowing only one person through at a time. Ning Shi led the way, with Bishu sticking close behind her. If things went south, he was ready to use Flying Thunder God to whisk Ning Shi away. After all, he had left a Flying Thunder God kunai outside. They walked on, not knowing how much time had passed. The tunnel was narrow at first, barely wide enough for a person, but after thousands of paces, it suddenly opened up into a vast space. Bishu, Ning Shi suddenly tightened her grip on Bishu's hand. Her voice trembled slightly. There are so many bats. Ning Shi's tone was shaky. In her vision, countless little dots of chakra were scattered all around. She knew that each of those chakra signatures belonged to a bat. All right, let's get out of here first. Bishu gently pulled Ning Shi by the hand, slowly retreating. Mu Xinghe can use ice release and freeze them in place. We'll take them down little by little. If it were fire release, I'd worry about burning them all to ash. Ning Shi nodded. Bishu made a good point. The two of them retraced their steps, heading back the way they came, not far from where Mu Xinghe's group was. Daoji, there's a cave up ahead, and 3 people guarding the entrance, reported a skinny teen, his tone a little deferential. The one addressed as Daoji bore a fierce scar slashing across his right cheek, a menacing sight. Daoji, there's got to be something good in that cave. Why don't we agree? See? Chubby boy made a slicing gesture across his throat. The other two licked their lips in anticipation. Their grades weren't great, so they needed to rack up points from the examiners and the beasts. Daoji himself, before he ever awakened as a ninja, had once chased down 6 people on his own, swinging his blade with terrifying ferocity. After awakening the power of the Hozuki clan, he became even more formidable. By 18, he had already reached the rank of elite genin. Let's go see for ourselves. Daoji flashed a bloodthirsty grin, then gave the skinny kid a kick on the backside, signaling him to lead the way. Sure thing, Daoji. This way. Though the skinny kid winced in pain, he didn't get angry. Instead, he forced a sycophantic smile and hurried ahead. Meanwhile, Qingyu saw 5 people swaggering over and quickly raised her sword, ready for trouble. Wang Miao also picked up his kunai, his face tense with caution. Mu Xinghe watched the newcomers in silence, his face unreadable. Hey, this place is ours now. If you know what's good for you, get lost, the skinny kid declared, his face full of bravado, nothing like the lackey he'd been moments before. Who are you? We got here first, Qingyu replied sharply, her voice cold as steel. Well now, looks like the lady here doesn't know who's standing next to me. The greasy fat boy chimed in, eager to seize the spotlight. The skinny kid looked a bit regretful. If only he'd spoken up sooner, he might have stolen the show instead of letting the fat boy take all the credit. This is the famous Dayang Tian from Third High. Even the top prodigies there call him Daoji. If you're smart, you'll clear out. Don't get in Daoji's way. Next to him, Dayang Tian tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, gazing up at the sky as if he didn't care at all, but the sly grin tugging at his lips betrayed just how much he enjoyed the praise. Daoji from Third High? I think I've heard of him. Wang Miao whispered to the others. It seems he's awakened the powers of the Ghost Lantern clan. At Third High, he's considered a genius. His strength should be at the level of an elite genin. An elite genin? That's a bit tricky, but he's not unbeatable. As long as we hold out until Bishu and Ning Shi arrive, we'll have the upper hand. Qingyu calmly analyzed their odds. All right, leave that guy with the blade to me. The other 4 are yours. Can you handle them? Mu Xinghe spoke with an impassive face. Elite genin? As if we aren't on that level ourselves. I'm up for it, Qingyu nodded. I can do it too, Wang Miao whispered to himself, trying to muster his courage. Hey, are you coming or not? If you're not, I'll show you what I'm made of. The chubby one was growing impatient. Less talk, more action, Mu Xinghe replied coolly. Kid, you're the first one in ages to dare talk to me like that. A flicker of anger flashed in Dai Yangtian's eyes. Ever since his awakening, everyone had treated him with nothing but deference. Who would dare defy him? If this kid wanted to be so reckless, then he couldn't blame him for what was about to happen. I style, swallow snowfall. Mu Xinghe didn't waste another word. His hands blurred through a series of seals. In the sunlight, snow began to swirl around Mu Xinghe out of thin air, then solidified into shuriken shapes that shot towards Dai Yangtian. Dai Yangtian erupted in fury. This brat actually dared to attack him? He must have a death wish. What? He's awakened the Snow clan's bloodline. The four on Dai's side stared in disbelief. They never imagined a random group they've bumped into would all possess rare bloodline abilities. Shock mingled with bitterness in their hearts. Why did they get to awaken such powerful ninja bloodlines, while we ended up with ordinary ones? If only I'd awakened a powerful bloodline, I'd never let someone like Dai Yangtian push me around. As the four were lost in thought, Qingyu and Wang Miao seized the moment to attack. Water style, water formation wall. Dai Yangtian quickly formed seals with both hands, conjuring a shimmering wall of water to block Mu Xinghe's assault. Water style, water dragon whip. Having blocked the attack, Dai Yangtian countered immediately. Mu Xinghe responded with an ice-style defense, and the two began trading blows, water style against ice style, jutsu clashing with jutsu. Seeing their formidable blade bro caught up in a fierce battle, the hope for reinforcements among Dai's group began to wane. And that swordswoman on the other side, she was terrifying. They didn't know any ninjutsu, and in pure hand-to-hand combat, they were no match for her blade. Qingyu's sword danced through the air, forcing three of them to retreat, unable to fight back. Meanwhile, the greasy fat one kept shouting for help. Blade bro, save me. Shut up, you useless fool, Dai Yangtian muttered under his breath, snapping back to focus on his icy-faced opponent. Ice style, ice shuriken. Oh no, secret art. Water transformation technique. At the critical moment, Dai Yangtian quickly used his secret art, transforming into a puddle of water to dodge dozens of shuriken formed by the ice release technique. Wang Yao's opponent was a skinny guy who didn't know any ninjutsu, but had a real knack for running away. Every time Wang Miao tried to strike, that scrawny figure would slip away in some bizarre posture. Lightning release, ground walk. Wang Miao formed hand seals and slammed his palms onto the earth. Blue currents crackled and surged toward the skinny youth. Whoa, wait, I give up. Spare me, please. Seeing this, the skinny youth dashed backward, wishing his mother had given him a pair of extra legs. The noise of battle soon drew the attention of quite a few people nearby. Ainen, should we go check it out? A handsome youth glanced at the refined boy beside him. Let's go. The refined youth nodded after a moment of thought. If it turned out to be a clash with a giant beast, maybe they could pick up something valuable. Gee, there's a fight over there. Want to go? Yeah, let's take a look. It sounds like Saiwei's group is caught up in something. Should we head over? Sure, it's still early anyway. Second brother. Come on. I knew you'd get me. Second brother. Let's go watch the show. When Bishu and Ning, she stepped outside. This was the scene that greeted them. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Bishu stared in confusion at the crowd gathered outside the cave, then glanced at Qingyu, who was panting heavily beside him. Wang Miao hurried over to Bishu and Ning Shi, explaining what had happened. Only then did Bishu realize that while he and Ning Shi were inside, Mu Xinghe and the others had gotten into a fight with the newcomers outside. Naturally, Mu Xinghe's group had won. When Dai Yangtian saw more and more people arriving, he sensed trouble and quickly led his men away. Mu Xinghe, Qingyu, and Wang Miao stayed on guard, watching the people who'd gathered around them. That was when Bishu and Ning Shi finally emerged. Is there something else you all need? Bishu looked at the crowd and spoke calmly. Around 20 people had gathered, about 4 teams in total. Bishu, did you find anything good in there? Lu Xingyao called out. Zhang Shulin stood at his side, along with several other classmates from Class 2. Huh. Bishu was startled, only now realizing that one of the teams was actually from their own class. Nothing much worth mentioning, Bishu called back loudly. Hey man, there's so many of us here. We can't just leave empty-handed. At least let us take a look inside. The boy who spoke had a handsome face and a brash, easygoing tone. We found it first. Why should we let you in? Usually timid, Wang Miao's face now showed a rare flash of anger. It was all thanks to those people earlier. If they hadn't caused such a ruckus, this crowd wouldn't have swarmed over here in the first place. Were you really the first to find it? Do you have any proof? In the original forest, Strength is what counts. The speaker was a tall, well-built young man, standing protectively behind a young woman. That's right, brother. If there's a beast, we'll take it down together. If we run into danger, we can join forces and fight back together, chimed in the last group, their members carrying a somewhat cold and aloof air. What do you all think? Bishu ignored the other three teams entirely, turning to face Zhang Shulin and his companions. Meeting Bishu's gaze, Zhang Shulin let out a sigh. We're backing out. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Seventh turned and, grabbing the stunned Lu Xingyao by the arm, started to pull him away. But second brother, why are we leaving? Why not help Bishu? A flood of confusion filled Lu Xingyao's mind. Even if they weren't especially close, Bishu and the others were at least classmates who saw each other every day. Old Seventh, don't blame me for this. Zhang Shulin sighed in resignation, then explained, we've only just scored a little over 30 points, and there are only a few hours left. We can't afford to get tangled up in pointless competition. If we get hurt, we'll walk away with nothing to show for it. It's just not worth it. Lu Xingyao nodded at that. The logic was sound, but watching a classmate in trouble and not offering help left him feeling uneasy. Old Seventh, instead of worrying about them, you should worry about us. Bishu has space-time jutsu on his side. He even defeated Zhou Yang. He's not as weak as you think. True enough. Reassured by his teammates' words, Lu Xingyao nodded again. Neither Bishu nor Ning Shi are weak, and Qingyu is no slouch either. As for Mu Xinghe and Wang Miao, he wasn't sure about their abilities, but he imagined they must be formidable as well. With that thought, Lu Xingyao's worries finally eased. The scene shifts. You're really not leaving? Bishu asked, pulling a flying thunder god kunai from his ninja gear pouch and taking up a fighting stance. Wait, we're leaving, said the aloof young man, his voice cool and measured. He looked seriously at Bishu before turning away, leading his teammates into the forest. The other two teams were left baffled. Even Bishu himself couldn't understand why they chose to leave so suddenly. Why did the aloof young man decide to retreat? Because his companion had suddenly remembered. The person facing them had defeated the examiner. That companion had also been assigned to District D, not far from Bishu, and had witnessed that remarkable battle firsthand. He hadn't connected the dots at first, but as soon as it clicked, he urgently informed Chu Tianran, the cold, aloof youth. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianran didn't hesitate a moment. To challenge someone who had beaten the examiner? That wasn't something he could handle now. He wasn't foolish enough to charge forward when he already knew his opponent's strength. There was nothing to gain, and if he got hurt, collecting points in the remaining time would be even harder. Looks like it's just the two of our teams left, said the handsome young man with a cheerful grin. Yes, that's right. Why not join forces? We can defeat them first and then discuss how to split the spoils. There must be something valuable in the cave. The tall and sturdy boy chimed in. All right. I have no objections. The handsome young man nodded in agreement. Hey, did you all forget I'm still here? Bishu looked at the two groups, a smile playing on his lips. And just who do you think you are, talking to us like that? Yeah, if you know what's good for you, get lost. How dare you raise your voice in front of Fei Fei? If you want to die, get out of here. Vulgar insults spewed from the mouths of their teammates behind them, making Ning Shi and her group burn with anger. Come on, then. Let's settle this. Bishu crooked his right index finger, beckoning them. Bishu, Ning Shi quickly stepped forward. She couldn't let Bishu face them alone. Mu Xinghe and the others hurried forward as well. Even though their chakra was almost depleted, they could still lend a hand. No need, you all should rest. I can handle them myself, Bishu said with a grin. But, worry clouded Ning Shi's pretty face. It's all right, take a breather now. I'll need your help later. Fine, but be careful. Ning Shi relented, reluctantly stepping back, her gaze shooting daggers at the group across from them. Mu Xinghe and his two companions hesitated, unsure whether they should step in after seeing Ning Shi retreat. You all take it easy, Bishu repeated firmly. Be careful. You little brat. You must have a death wish to challenge us. One of the opponents snarled. Kid, you clearly have no idea who you're messing with. Before their captain could say a word, 6 of their teammates charged forward, brandishing kunai, determined to teach Bishu a lesson. Bishu didn't flinch. Even without using the Flying Thunder God technique, these people were no match for him. His reflexes, boosted by the Flying Thunder God, were no joke. A tall, dark-skinned boy reached Bishu first, thrusting his kunai fiercely at Bishu's abdomen, intent on making him pay. But Bishu sidestepped the vital point, seized the attacker's arm, and held him fast. Strong, aren't you? Before the boy could react, Bishu slammed a powerful kick into his stomach. With a cry of pain, the boy was sent flying backward. The other 5 arrived at Bishu's side. Seeing their comrade kicked away, they gritted their teeth and lunged at Bishu with their kunai. Bishu casually flicked a Flying Thunder God kunai into the air. With the technique activated, he vanished in a blur, reappearing above the group. The five were stunned to see Bishu suddenly disappear. Before they could react, Bishu knocked two of them unconscious with swift, precise kicks. Moments later, the remaining three were also knocked out by Bishu. He turned his gaze to the four opponents who were still standing. The tall, burly boy and the girl with delicate features formed one team. The handsome-faced boy was paired with the youth whose looks were gentle and refined. When the four of them saw Bishu so effortlessly dispatch their teammates, even a fool would realize they'd hit a wall. That move just now was the legendary space-time ninjutsu. The tall, burly boy's face was filled with shock. The pretty girl beside him was equally incredulous, her expression frozen with disbelief. Ain't tricks are tough to handle. Do you think we stand a chance? The handsome youth's tone grew serious, his brows furrowing with concern. Not a chance. Run. Nanshin grabbed the handsome youth and took off at a sprint. Seeing the other two flee, the tall, burly boy didn't hesitate. He hoisted the girl next to him and dashed away as well. They're just running away like that? Bishu watched their retreating figures with a hint of surprise. His show of strength had clearly hit its mark. They're gone, but what about these ones? Ningshi pointed at the five people lying on the ground. The one Bishu had sent flying saw even his captain run, and he didn't hesitate to scramble away too. Let's dash them somewhere safe, Bishu thought with a trace of pity. Better hidden than left for the wild beasts. It didn't take long for them to hide the unconscious five, and then Bishu excitedly recounted what he'd seen inside the cave. Their scores would go straight to the maximum. No time to waste. After a quick tidy-up, the group hurried back in. 316 points. Not only did we max out the score, we overshot it by more than 100. Nangshi's voice trembled with excitement as she looked at the points on her wristband. Over 300? Qingyu and Wang Miao were both surprised. They hadn't even done anything, yet their score was already maxed from slaying the beasts. Mu Xinghe, hearing the news, managed a pale, bloodless smile. When Bishu had brought them in earlier, he had told Mu Xinghe there would be a swarm of bats ahead, both first and second rank. He'd instructed him to release all his chakra at once and leave the rest to Ningxi. Mu Xinghe had absolute faith in Bishu, following his directions exactly. After that, there was nothing left for him to do. His pallor was simply the result of chakra exhaustion. He'd push himself to the limit, not wanting to risk the bats breaking free and harming Bishu and the others. But seeing the score now, Mu Xinghe knew it was all worth it. Once the group's excitement had settled, Bishu said, "No time to waste. Let's head back." "All right. Yeah." And so, they set off for the return journey. On the way, Bishu noticed the lack of people along the path. Perhaps everyone else had already ventured deeper inside. Meanwhile, outside the cave, these guys are hopeless. They couldn't even take on a single person, someone in a police uniform remarked sarcastically. "It's not surprising. Do you know who that is?" The man in the pale green vest replied with a secretive air. "Of course I do. In Jianyuan City, there's only one person who can use space-time ninjutsu." The middle-aged officer shot back with a roll of his eyes. "TCH, how boring." The middle-aged man in the light green vest let out a sigh. He'd want to show off a little, but it turned out the others already knew. He tucked two people under his arm, with another held firmly in his hand. "So I get all the heavy ones, huh?" The police officer looked helplessly at the hefty man lying on the ground, along with a teenager who didn't seem any lighter. "I've got 3 with me too. Let's get moving," came a voice from a distance. "Hey, wait for me." The officer hurriedly hoisted up the heavy man and the other person, scrambling to catch up. Oof, these guys are seriously heavy. The two of them had been watching the whole scene for quite a while. Now, apart from the examinees, only the police and members of the Ninja Association remained in the original forest. To prevent any sudden danger for the examinees, nearly every team was shadowed by either a police officer or a Ninja Association member. There was no worry about the police or Ninja Association members colluding with the examinees. Overhead, the entire original forest was covered by a faint blue protective shield. Only upper-ranked ninjas could sense or see it. Those below that rank couldn't perceive it at all, let alone spot it. The pale blue shield projected a clear view of everything happening inside the forest to those outside. Besides, any contact between an examiner and an examinee was immediately counted as cheating. No one would dare risk it. At the edge of the original forest, Bishu had already handed his wristband to one of the examiners. The examiner stared at the score displayed, 316 points. He fell into deep thought. They'd already maxed out the score and even gone over the limit, all in such a short time. He gave the group a careful look, then turned to make a phone call. Only after confirming there had been no cheating did he return. With the scores recorded, Bishu and his group were told to rest and wait off to the side. "Do they not trust us, or something?" She couldn't help but complain as she sat on the open ground nearby. "It's normal," Bishu replied. "We're the first ones out, and our scores are way above the threshold. It's only natural they'd be suspicious." Looking around at the police and ninja association members, Qingyu couldn't help but ask, how did they confirm we didn't cheat? At this, the group fell silent. Good question. How could they be sure? Forget it, no point overthinking. The exam's over, anyway. Qingyu shook her hair and let the thought go. By the way, which university are you all planning to go to? Wang Miao couldn't help but ask. Where are you headed? Qingyu deflected the question back. Wang Miao tapped her chin. I'm thinking of Sinan Academy. A first-tier university? Qingyu seemed to have heard of it before. Yeah, I figure I'll get about 350 points on the written test, and I scored around 60 in yesterday's battle. Today, with 200 points for defeating the beasts, that's over 610 points altogether. Should be enough for a first-tier university. Wang Miao finished, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sinan College specializes in water-based abilities. Wang Miao possesses both water and lightning attributes. With her lightning powers, she can use the lightning step technique, dashing swiftly along the ground. But she hopes to focus on water techniques in the future. Since her family isn't especially wealthy, if she wants to learn more advanced water arts, her only option is to attend a university that specializes in water abilities. Bishu and the others nodded, surprised that Wang Miao already had such clear plans of her own. I really have to thank all of you, Wang Miao said, her face full of gratitude as she looked at her friends. If it weren't for your help, I might not have even made it into a second-tier college. We're teammates, aren't we? There's no need for thanks, Ningxi replied, waving her hand dismissively. Ningxi, which university are you and Bishu going to? Wang Miao asked, curiosity lighting up her eyes. All three of them turned their attention to Bishu and Ningxi. We're going to one of the 4 great academies, Ningxi answered, glancing over at Bishu. The 4 great academies? Those are dangerous places. They have the highest mortality rates among all the universities. Why would you want to go there? Wang Miao asked, her face full of confusion. I'm planning to go to one of them as well. Mu Xinghe spoke up before Bishu or Ningxi could answer. His eyes shone with determination in that moment. The others turned to Mu Xinghe, taken aback by his sudden declaration. Seeing their gazes, Mu Xinghe decided not to keep them guessing. His eyes sparkled with resolve as he said earnestly, I want to make the name of the ice technique resound throughout the world. Only the 4 great academies can help me take that vital first step. The group stared in astonishment at Mu Xinghe, who was usually so expressionless, now speaking such bold and passionate words. Bishu, you feel the same way, don't you? You must want your space-time ninjutsu to become famous across the world. Mu Xinghe fixed his blazing gaze on Bishu. Of course, Bishu replied with a serious nod. Mu Xinghe couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. I'm not alone on this path. I'm not alone. Ningxi, Qingyu, and Wang Miao exchanged bewildered glances. Just moments ago, everything was normal. How had things become so intense, so suddenly? Bishu just smiled silently. He, too, was curious to see how far Mu Xinghe could go. With laughter still coloring his cheeks, Mu Xinghe eventually turned back to Bishu and asked, which of the 4 great academies are you planning to attend? I haven't decided yet, Bishu replied after a moment's thought, shaking his head. Let me know once you have, Mu Xinghe said. All right. Then Qingyu spoke up, saying she wanted to enroll in the Academy of Blades and Swords, because only there could her swordsmanship truly flourish. The conversation flowed on, and before long, most of their classmates had returned, forming a long line as they waited for the examiners to check and score their results. Around 6 in the evening, everyone boarded the bus for the ride back to school. The journey home. Sitting by the window, Bishu watched the trees flickering past in reverse, whispering to himself, high school is really over now. What was that? Ningxi leaned over, having caught the faint sound of Bishu's voice. I was just wondering what sort of delicious food Aunt you will cook tonight, Bishu replied with a gentle smile. Always thinking about food, Ningxi rolled her eyes. Then, with a bright smile, she said, we have 3 months of vacation. Where should we go for fun? I don't know. Wherever you want to go, I'll go, Bishu replied. He was happy to follow Ningxi anywhere. Then let's start by. Ningxi's face was full of anticipation, while Bishu's eyes were filled with nothing but her. After finishing her college entrance exams, Ningxi was finally free to indulge her true nature. Every day, she dragged Bishu all over, exploring this place and that. In just over 10 days, Bishu had accompanied Ningxi as they visited every corner of Jianyuan City. Bishu swore that, back in his original world, he'd never explored his own city so thoroughly, some places he hadn't even heard of. But here, in Jianyuan, their footprints marked every nook and cranny. Just then, a phone call interrupted the two as they were savoring some delicious food. Hello, Dad. Ningxi took a bite of sausage, her words muffled. Where are you and Shu right now? We're over by Southwest Street. Hurry home, you two. The admissions office from Qinglong Academy is here. Huh? Ning Shi froze, her face registering disbelief. But the exam results aren't out yet, are they? Come home first. We'll talk then. Okay, got it. What's wrong? Noticing Ning Shi's change in demeanor, Baishu's expression turned serious. Ning Shi looked up at the tall, handsome boy in front of her, her voice trembling slightly. Dad says the admissions office from Qinglong Academy is here. He wants us back right away. What? Baishu felt as if he'd just heard something incredible. Hurry home, let's go. We'll find out when we get there. Without another word, Ning Shi grabbed Baishu's hand and was ready to dash off. Baishu quickly pulled her back. What's the matter? Ning Shi looked confused. After all, the admissions office was waiting, so why wasn't he in a hurry? Almost forgot. I know time-space ninjutsu, Baishu said with a helpless smile. Oh right. Ning Shi slapped her forehead, suddenly realizing that she'd forgotten all about Baishu's space-time techniques. Let's go, Baishu said, taking Ning Shi's soft, pale hand as he focused on the Flying Thunder God seal. With a rush of energy, the Flying Thunder God technique activated. When Baishu and Ning Shi reappeared, they found themselves standing right in the middle of the living room at home. Everyone sitting on the sofa was clearly startled. A wave of dizziness hit Ning Shi, and she couldn't help but clamp a hand over her mouth as she rushed to the bathroom. He glanced at the two unfamiliar faces on the sofa. These must be the folks from the admissions office. Seated there were Ning Ziyuan and his wife, along with a man and a woman. The man had a large belly and thinning hair, the very picture of a middle-aged uncle. The woman wore a flowing blue dress and had delicate, elegant features. As Baishu sized them up, the two visitors were also studying him. Chen Youyang's eyes flashed with astonishment. So this must be the Baishu who possesses the legendary space-time ninjutsu. A genius like this absolutely had to be recruited for Qinglong Academy. Mu Wanting's beautiful eyes also revealed surprise. So this was the prodigy the school administration was eager to enroll, the one gifted with space-time techniques. As a third-year student, she had been specifically asked by Chen Youyang to accompany him during the recruitment. His reasoning was simple. Having a stunning young woman handle recruitment would always go over better than an old man doing it himself. Definitely not a case of using feminine charm as a strategy. Ashu, this is Director Chen Youyang from the Qinglong Academy Admissions Office. Ning Ziyuan continued with the introductions. Director, this is my nephew Baishu. The one who just ran to the restroom is my daughter, Ning Shi. Hello, bye. Chen Youyang greeted, wearing what he believed was a kindly smile. Hello, Director Chen, Baishu replied, reaching out to shake his hand. And this is Mu Wanting, a third-year student at Qinglong Academy and my assistant, Chen Youyang added. Nice to meet you. Baishu simply nodded with a polite smile. Mu Wanting returned the gesture with a gentle nod and smile of her own. At that moment, Ning Shi emerged from the restroom, pinching the bridge of her nose, clearly not feeling well. Are you all right? Baishu immediately walked over to steady her. I'll live. But how come you look totally fine? Ning Shi muttered under her breath. Baishu couldn't help but twitch his lips at her words. He'd used the Flying Thunder God technique dozens, if not hundreds, of times. He certainly wasn't as affected as Ning Shi was. If I may ask, Mu Wanting spoke up, does your space-time ninjutsu have any limitations, Bai? Chen Youyang was secretly pleased with her initiative. It was the right call to bring Mu Wanting along. Outwardly, though, he frowned in slight displeasure. Wanting, it's a major taboo to pry into someone else's ninjutsu. Don't you know better? Mu Wanting rolled her eyes discreetly and, appearing flustered, hurried to apologize. I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean to offend. Watching their clumsy performance, Ning Ziyuan felt a touch of embarrassment. Baishu saw right through their act, but simply responded, of course there are some limitations, but not many. If he wanted the 4 great academies to offer him more resources, he would have to demonstrate his worth as much as possible. While the system he possessed meant he wanted for nothing, who would ever turn down greater benefits? Hearing Baishu leave his sentence hanging, both Chen Youyang and Mu Wanting couldn't help but curse inwardly, calling him a little fox. So, what exactly are the limitations? Mu Wanting pressed, unable to resist, asking again. As long as my Flying Thunder God kunai is present, no matter how vast this world, there is nowhere I cannot reach, nowhere I cannot go, Baishu declared, pointing arrogantly to the kunai suspended from the ceiling. That very kunai had actually been hung there earlier by Ning Ziyuan, who said it would be handy for Baishu's future visits. Staring at Baishu's unabashed arrogance, Ning Shi was left dumbfounded. Since when had Baishu become so full of himself? She desperately wished she could disappear into the floor. Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling felt a sense of relief and pride. At last, their fledgling eagle had grown up. Chen Youyang and Mu Wanting, at first too stunned to believe it, soon broke into ecstatic joy. This kind of genius absolutely had to be kept at their Qinglong Academy. Student Bai, these are the resources our Qinglong Academy can offer you. Please take some time to consider, Chen Yuliang said, pulling a document from a black briefcase at his side. May I ask, the results haven't come out yet. How do you know I've been admitted to one of the 4 great academies? Bishu took the document, curiosity still lingering on his face. Ning, she also leaned in, listening intently. At this, Chen Yuliang's lips curled in pride. The 4 great academies get access to the scores 2 weeks in advance. It's a privilege certified by the state, exclusive to us. As long as a student crossed the admissions threshold, the enrollment offices of the 4 academies would mobilize at once, visiting candidates' homes to recruit them. Their first stop was always Jianyuan City. The school's administration had made it clear, any student with talent in time-space ninjutsu must be admitted to Qinglong Academy. After Chen Yuliang's explanation, Bishu and Ning, she nodded in understanding. Is this document for me? Or is it for both of us? Bishu shook the file in his hand. That's your personal file, Chen Yuliang replied, still a bit puzzled by the question. It clearly stated that Bishu possessed time-space ninjutsu, a file prepared especially for him. What about Ningxi's? Bishu frowned slightly. Ahem, student Bai. This is a file made just for you. Ning's file will be sent to her phone later. Chen Yuliang cleared his throat awkwardly. While Ningxi was qualified to enter Qinglong Academy, she was not entitled to the same resources as Bishu. Oh no, this little troublemaker isn't about to stir things up, is he? Sure enough, Bishu set the file down with a smile and said, let me see that document first. Now, how could Ningxi not understand Bishu's intention? Touched, she reached out to tug at Bishu's arm. Bishu only shook his head gently, then exchanged contact details with Chen Yuliang. Moments later, a file arrived on his phone. Bishu clicked it open at once, comparing it side by side with the paper document. Bishu's file had 5 items. 1. Full tuition waiver. 2. 500 bonus points. 3. Access to 2 A-rank ninjutsu and 3 B-rank ninjutsu. 4. 3 months of personal instruction from an elite Jonin teacher. 5. Direct admission into Class 1 of the combat department. Ningxi's file, on the other hand, had only 3 items. 1. 100 bonus points. 2. Access to 1 B-rank ninjutsu. 3. Random assignment within the combat department. Why are her resources so much less generous? Bishu couldn't help but frown. To call the difference between their agreements vast would be an understatement. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuliang put on an awkward yet polite smile and explained, you're a genius blessed with space-time ninjutsu. These resources were unanimously decided upon by the school. In fact, Ning's allocation is actually the standard for new students entering Qinglong Academy. So this is a normal standard? Bishu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in the 4 great academies. They were offering so little. Yet so many people still wanted to attend one of them. Sensing her opportunity to speak, Mu Wanting quickly chimed in, this is just a welcome gift for new students. The real benefits come after enrollment. There's much more waiting for you. With the talents you and Ning possess, reaching special Jonin level by graduation should be well within your grasp. You might even break through to full Jonin. Listening to Mwante's explanation, Bishu's mot twitchet. Only Jonin? But then, he remembered, Jonin was already a formidable rank. Even in the world of Naruto, before the 4th Great Ninja War, Jonin were considered top-tier fighters. During the war, Jonin became cannon fodder. Without Kaga-level strength, no one dared step onto that battlefield. Returning to the main point, Bishu thought for a moment and asked, could you tell me more specifically about the perks? Of course, Mu Wanting responded at once, nodding eagerly. If she could recruit this prodigy for Qinglong Academy, she would surely earn a hefty amount of credits. And with those, the ninjutsu she dreamed of mastering would be within easy reach. With that, Mu Wanting began to explain the workings of Qinglong Academy in earnest. The first thing you need to know is about credits. In the 4 great academies, money doesn't circulate. Credits are the true currency. Credits are incredibly valuable and in high demand. You can use credits to unlock training grounds within the academy, exchange them for resources, or even trade with others for rare items like ninjutsu or chakra-infused metals. The second point is about the competitive dueling students. Every 2 months, there's a grand arena tournament. The champion receives a reward of 200 credits, and so on. Mu Wanting's voice was soft and pleasant, making everything she said easy on the ears. Bishu and Ning, she listened intently, nodding from time to time. What Mu Wanting described opened the door to a whole new world for both of them. So what do you think? Are you interested? Mu Wanting's eyes shone with excitement, as if urging them to say yes, yes. Chen Yuliang couldn't help but feel anxious as well. If a genius like this didn't enroll in Qinglong Academy, the school would have. his head. If Bishu chose any of the 4 great academies other than theirs, his days as head of admissions would be numbered. Bishu and Ning Shi exchanged a look, then turned their eyes to Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling, the couple beside them. Uncle Ning, Aunt Yu, what do you think? Bishu asked. Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling had raised him for 7 or 8 years, treating him as their own son. Their opinions mattered greatly to Bishu. Both Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling, sitting on the sofa, were taken aback, clearly not expecting Bishu to ask for their thoughts. The couple exchanged a glance, each seeing the emotion mirrored in the other's eyes. With a look full of pride, Ning Ziyuan spoke up. Wherever you want to go, your aunt and I will support you. That's right, Ashu, you're grown up now. Some things you can decide for yourself, Yu Lingling added gently. Shall we go? Bishu turned to Ning Shi, whose opinion was just as important. Wherever you go, I'll go, Ning Shi replied. She had no particular preference among the 4 great academies. Being with Bishu was what mattered. Chen Yuliang and Mu Wanting, watching this, felt a surge of joy. It looked like things were working out. Just as they thought Bishu was about to agree, he suddenly said, I have 2 more conditions. If you can meet them, Ning Shi and I will choose Qinglong Academy straight away. Chen Yuliang's heart skipped a beat, and he asked cautiously, What are your conditions? Mu Wanting, meanwhile, was silently praying, Please let this work, let it work. Pointing at his own copy of the agreement, Bishu asked, Does the school have any elite Jonin teachers with the Byakugan? Chen Yuliang glanced at the beautiful girl with the Byakugan nearby, a guess forming in his mind. He nodded. Yes, we do. That was a relief. Bishu let out a quiet sigh. His biggest worry was that the school might not have an elite Jonin with the Byakugan. Indeed, Bishu wanted to amend the 4th condition in the agreement, to have the 3 months of elite Jonin guidance transferred to Ning Shi instead. Having awakened the power of Minato Namikaze, he no longer needed a teacher's guidance. His strength was increasing rapidly by the day. It was actually Ning Shi who needed the guidance most. Her Byakugan still had so much potential to unlock. In this world, those who had awakened the Hyuga bloodline were no longer bound by the curse of the caged bird. Ning Shi's abilities would not be restricted. I'd like the 3 months of elite Jonin guidance transferred to Ning Shi, Bishu explained. Sure enough, Chen Yuliang's face showed understanding. Mu Wanting, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. This was 3 months of elite Jonin instruction, and he was just giving it away to someone else. Even childhood friends wouldn't be this generous, would they? Mu Wanting couldn't help but feel envious. She wished she had a friend like that. No, Ashu. Ning Ziyuan objected immediately. The elite Jonin's guidance could take Bishu's abilities to the next level. How could he just give it away to Shishi? Although Yu Lingling was touched that Ashu was thinking of Shishi at a time like this, she also knew how crucial this was for Bishu's future. She tried to persuade him not to do it. Uncle Ning, Aunt Yu, the elite Jonin's guidance won't do much for me. My main focus now is on the Flying Thunder God technique. It will be better to give this opportunity to Ning Shi, Bishu explained to them. All right then, do as you see fit. Seeing the unwavering determination on Bishu's face, Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling realized they had no choice but to give in. After a moment's thought, Chen Yuliang nodded and said, That's fine. I'll explain this to the school. What's your final request, Bishu? Mu Wanting couldn't help but ask, eager to know. The last request is simple. I just want Ning Shi to be in the same class as me. A bright smile instantly appeared on Ning Shi's delicate face. While the others were still discussing, she'd been quietly worrying about what she'd do if she ended up in a different class from Bishu. They'd spent 2 years of elementary school together, then middle and high school as classmates. If they were separated, she really didn't know how to handle it. Thankfully, Bishu had resolved this problem. At the same time, her eyes turned expectantly toward Chen Yuliang, filled with hope. Phew! Mu Wanting and Chen Yuliang both let out a sigh of relief after hearing Bishu's final request. Chen Yuliang replied solemnly, Don't worry, that's no problem. With that settled, they agreed to enroll at Qinglong Academy, and Bishu couldn't help but smile as well. With Ning Shi by his side, he'd be able to protect her. Wonderful, wonderful! Chen Yuliang was overjoyed and wasted no time in calling Qinglong Academy to report the admissions information for Bishu and Ning Shi. Director Chun, stay for a meal before you go, Ning Ziyuan offered, hoping to keep him a little longer. No, thank you, Mr. Ning. We still have to visit other students' families. We can't let the other 3 academies snatch up the promising ones, Chen Yuliang said hurriedly, bustling out the door with Mu Wanting following close behind. From now on, we're students of one of the 4 great academies. Ning Shi leaped with excitement in the living room. Come on, let's go out to eat. Ning Yuan laughed heartily, delighted that his nephew and daughter had both been accepted into the most prestigious university in the country. All right, let me go change my clothes. Yu Lingling, who normally didn't like dining out, agreed without hesitation. clearly just as happy as the rest. The moment Baishu's enrollment at Qinglong Academy was processed, the admissions directors at the other 3 academies all received the news. Each of the 3 called Chun Yuliang to berate him, accusing him of playing dirty. Though Chun Yuliang muttered about keeping a low profile, he couldn't hide the triumphant grin spreading across his face. The 4 great academies competed for students every year, and these kinds of rivalries were all too familiar. The directors had long been old acquaintances, each determined to seek out the most gifted new students. Ning Ziyuan found a restaurant for dinner. Though some of the dishes couldn't compare to Aunt Yu's cooking, Baishu still ate with great relish. Ashu, come with me to meet someone tomorrow. Midway through the meal, Ning Ziyuan suddenly spoke. All right, Baishu nodded, not even asking why as he continued to eat heartily. Mom, why aren't you eating? Ning, she asked, puzzled, as she peeled shrimp and noticed Yu Lingling tapping away at her phone instead of eating. You all eat. Go ahead and eat. Yu Lingling replied with a smile tugging at her lips, her fingers dancing swiftly across the phone screen. Ning Ziyuan could only shake his head in resignation. Just moments ago, he had seen his wife boasting to her gaggle of aunts and relatives, proudly telling them how Ashu and Ning, she had both been accepted into the 4 great academies. Taking a sip of his drink, Ning Ziyuan slipped into memories. He had no family. His childhood was spent growing up in an orphanage. Later, he met Bai He, who ensured he had the means to attend school. Then, following Bai He traveled far and wide, the adventures they shared still vivid in his mind, unforgettable even now. The next morning, Baishu dressed neatly and left the house together with Ning Ziyuan. During dinner the previous night, Uncle Ning had mentioned he wanted to introduce Baishu to someone. Baishu had wondered why Ning, she wasn't invited as well. Ning Ziyuan only said that Baishu would understand soon enough. With questions swirling in his mind, Baishu climbed into the car. Half an hour later, Ning Ziyuan pulled up at the entrance of a residential complex. Let's go, he said. He took several boxes of gifts from the trunk. Uncle Ning, let me help, Baishu offered, sensibly taking the gift from Ning Ziyuan's hands. Ning Ziyuan just smiled and didn't refuse, leading the way for Baishu. Baishu followed closely, matching Ning Ziyuan's steps all the way to the elevator. The elevator glided upward. When it reached the 4th floor, Ning Ziyuan stepped out first, with Baishu right at his heels. Ning Ziyuan walked up to an apartment and knocked on the door. Soon, an elderly woman with silver hair opened the door. Little Ning, you're here. The old woman smiled warmly at the visitor. But when her gaze fell on Baishu standing behind Ning Ziyuan, her eyes instantly reddened, shimmering with tears. Baishu felt a flicker of confusion. The old lady seemed so familiar, and yet he couldn't quite place her. Aunt Wang, let's talk inside, Ning Ziyuan said gently. Yes, come in, the old woman replied, quickly stepping aside. Baishu noticed the old lady's unwavering gaze on him, and felt a little awkward, but he returned her look with a polite smile. As Baishu walked in, Wang Yun's tears silently slipped down the corners of her eyes. He looked so much like him, far too much. You're here, little Ning. A deep, time-worn voice sounded from within. Yes, Uncle Shun, Ning Ziyuan replied. Seeing Uncle Ning's respectful demeanor, Baishu immediately sensed that the elderly man reading the newspaper on the sofa was someone extraordinary. Baishu stole a glance at the old man sitting upright. His hair was white as snow, his face stern and commanding even in silence. Do you remember me? Shun Changtian's words carried a hint of hope. Huh? Baishu realized the question was directed at him. He glanced at Uncle Ning for reassurance. Ning Ziyuan simply nodded, signaling that all was well. Baishu studied the old man's face carefully, then shook his head slightly. You seem familiar, but I can't recall. So you don't remember? The light in Shun Changtian's eyes dimmed, his tone heavy with nostalgia. Do you still remember your father and mother? Shun Changtian asked again. My father? My mother? Baishu's face froze at those words, so stunned that he didn't even notice the gift slipping from his hand. That's right. He couldn't remember his father or mother, not even what they looked like. In the original host's memories, there wasn't a single trace of his parents. Unwilling to accept this, Baishu desperately searched his mind, sifting through recollections for a long while, only to realize there was nothing. He had no memory of anything before the age of 10. A hint of sorrow colored his expression as he looked toward Ning Ziyuan. But Uncle Ning, usually so composed and gentle, could only let out a long, heavy sigh at this moment. Baishu then turned his gaze to the old man sitting on the sofa, his eyes full of silent pleading. Shin Changtian saw the confusion on Baishu's face, and a sharp pain twisted in his heart. He paused for a moment, then said softly, Come, sit down. Grandpa will tell you everything, little by little. Grandpa? Baishu echoed, bewildered. Sit down first, Ashu, Ningzon urged gently, guiding Bishu to the sofa. That's right. Shun Changtian's face broke into a faint smile as he continued. Your father was taken in by me when he was just 4. Back then, he was so mischievous, always stirring up trouble, driving the whole neighborhood crazy. Later he met your Uncle Ning, and the two of them were thick as thieves, constantly up to no good. Hearing this, Bishu instinctively looked up at Ning's Yuan and caught a small, nostalgic smile on Uncle Ning's face. For the first time, Bishu saw a trace of fond remembrance in Uncle Ning's eyes. Shun Changtian's deep, resonant voice rang out again. When your father turned 18, he awakened the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan. In those days, he was every bit as spirited and bold as you are now. But here's where you're different. Back then, your father didn't even bother with university. He just dragged Uncle Ning away with him and left. All he left behind was a letter, saying the world was vast, and he wanted to see it for himself. Your grandmother and I were furious beyond words. If I hadn't been tied up with duties of the Ninja Association, I would have chased those 2 troublemakers down myself and dragged them home. As Bishu listened to his grandfather's story, he pictured his father's wild, free-spirited nature and couldn't help but find it amusing. For 6 years, I had no idea what your father and his friend went through. If you want to know, you can ask your Uncle Ning. But eventually they came back. Shun Changtian's voice was thick with emotion. Not only had his father and Uncle Ning returned, but they brought someone else with them as well, Bishu's mother. Mother! Bishu repeated the unfamiliar word, turning an earnest gaze to Shun Changtian. They got married as soon as they came home, and not long after, you were born. After that, your father and mother settled in Jianyuan City and never left. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Your father's strength grew by leaps and bounds. He was just a step away from reaching Kage level. I'd hoped he would someday take my place, but then, all of a sudden, disaster struck. As he spoke, a cold, lethal aura began to gather around Shun Changtian, growing heavier with every word. The pressure made it hard for Bishu to breathe. Noticing Bishu's discomfort, Shun Changtian quickly withdrew his killing intent. As for Ning Ziyuan, nothing fazed him. Although he was an elite Chunin, ever since he started following Brother Bai, there was nothing he hadn't seen before. What happened next? Bishu asked hurriedly. Shun Changtian had long avoided facing that day, for the one destined to die then was never meant to be Xiao Bai, not his proud foster son, but rather this old, worn-out man himself. 10 years ago, inside the office of the Ninja Association headquarters, Shun Changtian, his jet-black hair streaked with a few white strands, sat with an air of authority, his eyes bright and penetrating as he reviewed the documents in his hands. During a rare moment of respite, his gaze fell upon a photo frame on his desk, and a doting smile played at the corners of his mouth. Inside the frame was a young boy, grinning from ear to ear, his face radiating innocence. Shun Changtian immediately straightened up, returning his focus to the files. Today was his grandson Bishu's birthday. He couldn't afford to be late. Suddenly, the office door burst open with a bang. President, something terrible has happened. A middle-aged man rushed in, panic written all over his face. Shun Changtian frowned, displeased. What's going on? The man was gasping for breath, his voice trembling. President, there's a man in black in Jianyuan City. He says if you don't show up on Southwest Avenue within 5 minutes, he'll kill someone every minute you're late. What? At those words, Shun Changtian shot to his feet, his voice rising in alarm. What were the police and the Ninja Association's people doing right now? The police in our association have surrounded the area, but the rogue ninja has the strength of an elite jonin. They're no match for him, so all they can do is contain the scene for now, the man replied quickly. No one's been hurt, have they? Shun Changtian pulled on his forest green vest and strapped on his ninja toolkit. Not yet, but there are still dozens of civilians in the rogue ninja's grasp. I understand. Tell the Ninja Association to protect the area at all costs. With those words, Shun Changtian leapt out the window, rushing towards Southwest Avenue. But in the end, he was still several minutes too late. By the time Shun Changtian arrived, several innocent people already lay lifeless in pools of blood. A surge of rage threatened to consume him, but he forced it down. He couldn't let the rogue ninja see his anger and take pleasure in it. The police and Ninja Association members, terrified and hesitant to act, quickly stepped aside as soon as they saw Shun Changtian. President, President, President. Shun Changtian didn't respond. He simply ordered, fall back and protect the civilians. A harsh, rasping voice came from the center of the street, where an old man in a black robe stood. Shun Changtian, you finally show your face. I thought you'd hole up like a coward and never come out. Next to him, the innocent townsfolk trembled in terror. Huali Dong, I never expected you to still be alive. Shun Tian spoke with an expressionless face. Back then, he had assumed Hua Li Dong had vanished, but never expected him to reappear now. And after killing so many people. If you're still alive, how could I possibly be dead? Hua Li Dong's face twisted into a savage grimace. With a sigh, Shun Tian gestured toward the terrified crowd and said, "They're innocent. Let them go." "Fine," Hua Li Dong replied with a chilling grin. He kicked a woman nearby and hissed coldly, "You heard him, didn't you?" We heard. We heard." The crowd nodded frantically, their voices trembling. They were simply too frightened. That man in the black robe could kill with a flick of a finger. They had barely time to react, let alone resist. Desperate, the people rushed over to Shun Tian's side. Only then did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. They had survived. "Don't you dare!" Shun Tian shouted at Hua Li Dong, watching as he calmly wove hand seals. At the same time, Shun Tian's own hands moved swiftly, forming seals of his own. "Why wouldn't I dare? Fire release. Great fireball technique. You're courting death." Shun Tian's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as he watched the enormous fireball roar toward the group of innocent people. The fireball was much too fast, and those people were too far away. His own jutsu couldn't possibly reach them in time. The group, realizing the searing heat bearing down on them from behind, tried to run even faster. But how could they hope to outrun ninjutsu? Just as disaster was about to strike, a powerful voice rang out. "Water release. Water dragon bullet technique." A mighty water dragon surged in from the side, swallowing the fireball in one gulp before barreling on toward Hua Li Dong. "Earth release. Earth-style wall." Seeing this, Hua Li Dong dared not be careless. He quickly formed seals and slammed his hands to the ground. A huge wall of earth rose up, blocking the water dragon's assault. The crowd had narrowly escaped disaster. They called out their thanks to Shun Tian and kept running, terrified that the man behind them might still kill them. Both Hua Li Dong and Shun Tian turned to see where the water dragon had come from. On the roof stood a strikingly handsome young man, a child tucked under his right arm, laughing heartily as he looked down. "Old man, what's going on here? You little brat, why are you here now?" A flicker of amusement flashed in Shun Tian's eyes, though his tone was still tinged with annoyance. "I brought Ashu to buy some toys, but when I saw the police and the Ninja Association gathering here, I thought I'd take a look." As he spoke, Bai descended gracefully from above. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" Bishu squirmed anxiously under Bai's arm, but the strong grip left him unable to move. Pouting, he muttered, "Daddy put me down. Ashu feels uncomfortable." "Huh, you little rascal." Bai gave Bishu's bottom a playful smack before finally setting him down. "Grandpa!" The moment Bishu's feet hit the ground, he dashed obediently to Shun Tian's side. "Good boy, Ashu. It's dangerous here." Shun Tian gently patted his eldest grandson's head, his voice warm and doting, his eyes full of affection. "Ha ha, what a touching sight." A raspy voice burst into laughter. "Kid, take my grandson away from here. It's too dangerous." Bai understood the gravity of the situation at once. He hurriedly picked up Bishu and carried him away, quickly returning afterward. "Where's Ashu?" Shun Tian frowned as he saw Bai come back. "I left him with Uncle Lee." Bai waved a hand dismissively, turning his attention to the man before him dressed in black. "Shun Tian, if my wife hadn't died at your hands, I'd probably have a grandson of my own by now." Hua Li Dong's hoarse voice was thick with emotion. "Old man, you killed someone's wife?" Bai stared at his foster father in shock. That couldn't be right. The old man wasn't that kind of person. Just as Bai was puzzled, Shun Tian spoke up, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Your wife died because her body exploded from within. That had nothing to do with me." "I don't care." Hua Li Dong's voice suddenly grew shrill and unhinged. "She died right in front of you. There's no way her death had nothing to do with you." "Damn it." Shun Tian felt his anger rising. "What an idiot. She was killed by the curse mark. She lost control and her body exploded. It wasn't my fault." "Curse mark? How could a curse mark kill anyone? I don't believe it. I don't." Hua Li Dong abruptly tore open his black robe, revealing skin densely covered in dark markings. What? Both Shun Tian and Bai were stunned. "It was the curse mark. The curse mark gives me endless power. How could it possibly kill?" Hua Li Dong cackled menacingly. "Old man, this fight's not going to be easy." Bai's usual carefree attitude vanished, replaced by a look of grim determination. During his 6 years of wandering, he'd encountered rogue ninja with curse marks before, but those were all unfinished imitations. None came close to the terrifying aura this man exuded now. "Yeah, be careful. His strength now far surpasses that of an elite jonin," Shun Tian said, his voice heavy. "Ah, this intoxicating power, the curse mark bestowed upon me personally by Lord Orochimaru. This is my first time unleashing it. You two should consider yourselves honored. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Shun Changtian, long accustomed to authority, usually radiated an effortless air of command. But when Hua Li Dong uttered that name, his face betrayed genuine shock. Orochimaru's real name was Xiao Tian, an S-class rogue ninja. 20 years ago, he awakened to his ambition as a commoner ninja and fought his way into the 4 great academies. Yet, neglected by teachers and bullied by classmates, Xiao Tian snapped. He slaughtered all those who tormented him, then fled the Xia kingdom, taking on the name Orochimaru. 10 years ago, in Longjiang City, tens of thousands were injured and thousands killed, all at the hands of Orochimaru. After capturing people, they would carve curse marks onto their bodies, driving them into madness and rage, until they lost control of their own strength and perished as their bodies exploded from within. Back then, Shun Changtian was leading a team to support Longjiang City. Right before his very eyes, Hua Li Dong's wife died. He didn't even have time to call for the medical squad before the woman's body tore itself apart. Hua Li Dong was there as well. He insisted that Shun was to blame for his wife's death. At first, Shun thought he'd simply been overwhelmed by grief and had him sent to the hospital. But on the way, Hua Li Dong escaped. Shun Changtian had deliberately tried to find Hua Li Dong after that, but his search was in vain. Eventually, the matter faded into oblivion. But returning to the main topic, Orochimaru's crimes didn't end there. 5 years ago, in Huacheng, he carried out human experiments, seizing large numbers of people. By the time the police department and the Ninja Association finally discovered the place, the scene that greeted them was utterly shocking. The ground was stained red, dismembered limbs lay scattered everywhere, and even the air was thick with the stench of blood. Not a single one of the 800 captives survived. Some had been turned into beasts, others reduced to chunks of flesh, a tragedy beyond words. It was nothing short of hell on earth. Shun Changtian never thought that, after 5 long years, he would hear that name once again. Standing beside him, he was also taken aback. Of course, he had heard tales of Orochimaru, the most infamous rogue ninja in the Summer Nation. That was why he was so stunned when he heard the old man across from them mention that name. Well, are you scared now? Ha ha ha. Hua Li Dong broke into uncontrollable laughter when he saw the shock on by he and Shun Changtian's faces. This is the power of Lord Orochimaru. It's time to send you both to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Li Dong shot forward like a cannonball, heading straight for Bai He and Shun Changtian. I'll take the lead, old man. You watch my back, Bai He said, his expression turning grave. His strength might be beyond that of an elite jonin. What? Impressive. Shun Changtian's face changed in an instant, from worry to delight, excitement shining in his eyes. He could sense a tremendous aura surging around Bai He. This was the power of the Umbu. Shun Changtian could never mistake it. As a veteran elite jonin, he had the eye for these things. He simply cautioned Bai He to be careful, ready to act when the moment was right. Bai He responded, slamming his right foot down hard as he charged at Hua Li Dong. The spot where he'd just been standing now had a deep crater, a testament to his formidable strength. A series of thunderous blows rang out as Bai He and Hua Li Dong clashed. From the very first exchange, Bai He realized something was off about this man in black. His strength was overwhelming, enough to give even someone of the Senju bloodline pause. He nearly couldn't withstand it. After all, he had awakened the power of the Senju clan, famed for their physical might. That alone spoke volumes about the power of the curse mark. Impressive. If the first form of the curse mark can't take you down, let's see how you handle the second form. Hua Li Dong saw that his first form had been easily blocked by the young man, so he quickly retreated, preparing to activate his second form. The first form simply amplified his strength, multiplying his power several times over. But how could Shun Changtian, who had been lying in wait for an opportunity, let such a golden chance slip by? His hands flew through a series of hand signs. Though he was a bit older, his speed did not falter in the slightest. In a flash, the technique was ready. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. A torrent of flames surged forward, engulfing the retreating Hua Li Dong in a blazing inferno. Yet Hua Li Dong remained utterly motionless, as if he were a meditating monk, letting the sea of fire swallow him whole. Shun Changtian and Bai He exchanged grave glances. Was he truly unafraid of fire? A raspy, strangled laugh rang out from within the flames, sharp and piercing, as if someone were choking on their own voice. Is this really all you've got? Suddenly, a dark silhouette stirred within the inferno, striding out at a measured, unhurried pace. Bai He and Shun Changtian couldn't help but gasp in shock. Was that still Hua Li Dong? The figure emerging from the flames had skin black as night, with everything below his eyes shrouded in darkness. Two grotesque, fleshy wings protruded from beneath his ribs, and a sinister aura radiated from his entire body. Yes, this is the kind of power that completely fascinates me. Though Hua Lidong spoke, his mouth, now covered in blackness, never moved. Don't you want to possess such overwhelming power? Hua Lidong tempted, his gaze fixed on the two. Huh, who'd want to become some half-human, half-demon monstrosity like you? He spat forcefully on the ground in disgust. So this is the new curse mark developed by Orochimaru? Shen Chantian calmly tried to extract information from his opponent. Sure enough, Hua Lidong took the bait. Dropping to his knees, he spread his arms wide, as if embracing something unseen, his tone fervent. Of course, this is Lord Orochimaru's power. A guttural, unnatural cackling followed. Hua Lidong then sprang to his feet, his fleshy wings flapping as he shot toward Bai He, the closest target, with blinding speed. Zulfust. Bai He had no time to defend. He was sent hurtling backward, body bent from the impact. You brat. Seeing this, Shen Chantian rushed to help, but Hua Lidong's strength had now firmly entered the realm of the Umbu, far beyond what an elite jonin like Shen Chantian could hope to match. With a single beat of his wings, Hua Lidong appeared before Shen Chantian in an instant, landing a heavy kick to his chest. Shen Chantian was sent flying, completely outmatched. Old man, Bai had just managed to steady himself when he saw his grandfather flying toward him. He hurried forward to catch him. The tremendous force transferred through to Bai He, causing him to stumble back a step to absorb the blow. His speed has increased several times over, Bai He analyzed, his expression growing more serious. Well, Shen Chantian, if I remember right, you have a grandson, don't you? Hua Lidong taunted, his voice chilling as he eyed the two men with a mocking glint. Hua Lidong, don't you dare. Shen Chantian's furious roar thundered like a war drum. How dare someone even think of harming his grandson? Why wouldn't I dare? Hua Lidong's fleshy wings beat powerfully as he soared into the sky, streaking toward the area behind Bai He and the others. I want you to know what it's like to be utterly alone, just like me. And I'll start with your precious grandson. His voice echoed from afar, sending a chill of dread through both Bai He and Shen Chantian. You rascal, get to Ashu now. Shen Chantian's voice betrayed a hint of panic. I'm on it. Bai He's figure flashed away, vanishing from Shen Chantian's sight in the blink of an eye. Shen Chantian desperately wanted to follow, but Hua Lidong's earlier kick had already broken two of his ribs. So this is what it means to grow old. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Shen Chantian forced himself onward, praying that Old Li had already managed to get Ashu out of harm's way. But when he finally arrived, the scene that greeted him made his heart shudder. His own grandson lay motionless on the ground, life or death uncertain, while Old Li was sprawled in a pool of blood. A series of deafening crashes jolted Shen Chantian from his grief. By now, Bai had gone berserk, locked in a relentless battle with Hua Lidong. Bai's eyes were bloodshot with fury. He'd moved as fast as he could, but still arrived too late. He'd watched as Uncle Li's heart was pierced by a single punch, and saw Hua Lidong's palm strike down toward Ashu's head. If not for his timely arrival, and if Hua Lidong hadn't sensed danger and retreated, Ashu would surely be dead. How could Bai not be furious? He gently set Ashu on the ground, then hurled himself at Hua Lidong, engaging him in vicious close combat. To lay a hand on a man-child in front of him is like stealing food from a tiger's mouth, an act of sheer madness. Shen Chantian rushed to Bai Shu's side. Seeing that his beloved grandson was still breathing, he let out a sigh of relief. But looking at Bai Shu's pale face and the blood at the corner of his lips, Shen Chantian's rage reached its peak. He moved Bai Shu to safety, then turned to join the fray. Come at me if you must, but lay a finger on my grandson and you'll face my wrath. Water release, great waterfall technique. Bai He formed seals with his hands, then spewed a torrent of water from his mouth. In moments, the open plaza was transformed into a vast pool. Fortunately, they were in a square. Anywhere else, this volume of water would have destroyed countless buildings. Not bad, kid. That's quite the chakra reserve you've got there. Hua Lidong's voice was low, but a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Hua Lidong, are you courting death? Shen Chantian now stood atop the water, his face twisted with fury as he glared at Hua Lidong. Courting death? Huh, ridiculous. With the power Lord Orochimaru has given me, I am invincible. Hua Lidong let out a sigh. It's a pity I didn't get to kill your precious grandson. Bai gave a cold snort, his hands moving in a blur of seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon surged up from the pool, roaring as it lunged toward Hua Lidong with unstoppable momentum. Hua Lidong, seeing the situation, beat his fleshy wings rapidly, pulling himself out of the water dragon's range of attack. Yet the water dragon still lunged after him. His true strength was only that of a chunin, but his rise to the ranks of the Umbu owed not only to Orochimaru's cursed seal, but also to his own abilities. He was born with a body far stronger than most, capable of withstanding immense power. He could still recall the look of excitement on Lord Orochimaru's face when this fact was discovered. Night after night, he lay on the operating table, cooperating with Lord Orochimaru's experiments, completely neglecting the study of ninjutsu. When Orochimaru finally injected his newly developed cursed seal into Hua Lidong's body, combined with his natural strength, his power leapt straight into the Umbu's league. Even Orochimaru himself had clicked his tongue in amazement at the result. Afterward, Hua Lidong headed straight for Jianyuan City, determined to avenge his wife's death at Shun Changtian's hands. After all, Shun Changtian had been present when his wife died. Even if he wasn't the killer, his cold indifference condemned him all the same. That was how this confrontation began. Hua Lidong's wings carried him away from the water dragon's strike. Eventually, the chakra fueling the dragon faded, and it broke apart, falling as raindrops that splattered against the ground. Seems like none of your attacks can even touch me, Hua Lidong exclaimed with smug satisfaction as he landed lightly on the water surface. Baihe and Shun Changtian exchanged glances. Shun Changtian caught the unspoken signal, stepping forward to stand before Baihe, squaring off against Hua Lidong. Seizing the moment, Baihe formed a series of hand seals. Water-style, water clone jutsu. Out of sight, his water clone silently slipped through the water to the spot where Hua Lidong stood. Hua Lidong, what exactly are you doing in my Jianyuan city? Shun Changtian pressed, refusing to believe a word of his explanation. For someone with Umbu-level power, swaggering into town and openly declaring intent to kill made no sense. I told you already. I'm here for one reason, to kill you. Shun Changtian's suspicions only deepened. Was it really just to kill him? Water-style, water prison jutsu. By now, Baihe's water clone had reached Hua Lidong's back. Forming another set of seals, it conjured a spherical prison that instantly trapped Hua Lidong inside. When did this happen? Hua Lidong scowled, staring down at the watery prison encasing him. Seeing him ensnared, Baihe and Shun Changtian sprang into action. Old man, use lightning style. Understood. Lightning style, false darkness. Shun Changtian gathered all his chakra into his hands, launching a massive bolt of blue lightning straight at Hua Lidong, who was trapped within the water prison. The crackling blue lightning raced through the water, striking Hua Lidong head-on. Hua Lidong's agonized screams tore through the air, echoing far and wide. The sizzling sounds of electricity arcing through water reached Baihe and Shun Changtian's ears. Baihe released the water prison, letting Hua Lidong's limp form sink beneath the surface. The two of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At last, it was over. Look out, old man. Just as the two were about to leave and head to see the white tree, Baihe let out a startled cry and hurriedly threw himself in front of Shun Changtian. There was the sickening sound of a blade slicing into flesh. Warm blood spattered across Shun Changtian's face. Snapping back to his senses, Shun Changtian looked at Baihe, who was shielding him. A pitch-black hand had punched straight through Baihe's chest, and the owner of that hand let out a chilling, guttural laugh. TCH, what a shame. I killed the wrong person. Old man, run, Baihe murmured, his chest racked with agony, every breath growing more labored. Run? Where do you think you can run? Hua Lidong sneered, yanking his blood-soaked hand free, and with a vicious kick, sent Baihe and Shun Changtian sprawling. Shun Changtian collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his aged face, bewildered as he gazed at the pale, striking young man before him. Dad, go! Hurry! Baihe's arms felt heavier and heavier, his eyelids drooping as an overwhelming sleepiness crept in. Shun Changtian clutched the bleeding Baihe to his chest, a crushing weight pressing down on his heart. He tried to speak, but not a single word would come. Baihe died in his arms, his eyes lingering with worry in the direction of the white tree. A wrenching cry tore from Shun Changtian's throat as he threw his head back, locking his burning gaze on Hua Lidong. That was the reaction Hua Lidong had been waiting for. He burst into manic laughter, savoring Shun Changtian's anguish. Now you know what it feels like to lose someone you love, Shun Changtian. Don't worry, I'll send you to join him soon enough. Hua Lidong, I'll kill you. Shun Changtian laid Baihe gently on the ground, then charged forward with blinding speed. Huh, you've lost your mind. What makes you think you could take me on now? With a flicker, Hua Lidong appeared right in front of Shun Changtian and unleashed a devastating kick that sent him flying. Shun Changtian tumbled over and over before finally coming to a stop. Flat on his back, he was consumed by a helplessness that dwarfed even the agony racking his body. The pain of losing his son was far worse. All right, The game's over. Time to send you to your death, Hua Lidong said coolly, strolling toward Shen Changtian. He reached out, ready to kill Shen Changtian just as he had killed Bai He. Don't you dare! Just as Hua Lidong crouched down, a thunderous shout exploded in his ears. A sudden, stabbing pain struck his chest, and the world reeled around him, everything rushing past as if he were being thrown backward. He was under attack. Old Shun, are you all right? A middle-aged man in a police uniform hurried over. You rascal! Shen Changtian, ignoring his pain, forced himself upright and staggered toward Bai He's lifeless body. Just moments ago, Bai He had been warning him to be careful. Now, they were separated by the chasm between life and death. Grief and physical pain collided, and darkness closed over Shen Changtian's eyes as he fainted. Watching his nephew's death and his old friend collapse, Sun Guiyuan was struck by a deep ache. He turned to the white-haired, youthful-looking elder beside him and said, Uncle Wang, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, the old man said with a sigh, shaking his head in regret. Still, we were too late. Oomph. After killing so many people here in Jianyuan City, you think you can just walk away? There's no getting off that easy. Wang Lin saw the strange creature with fleshy wings trying to escape and immediately released a powerful aura. Under the crushing force of this presence, Hua Lidong couldn't move an inch. Panic flickered across his face, though the blackness covering him hid his expression from view. How can this be? How is this possible? I'm an elite of the Shadow Division. How could I be subdued so easily? The Shadow Division will always just be the Shadow. It will never be the hand in control, the old man said calmly, strolling up to Hua Lidong. Neither human nor ghost. You abomination, it's time to die. With that, the old man prepared to strike down Hua Lidong. Wait. Sun Guiyuan hurriedly stopped Wang Lin. He had just called for the medics, urging them to come as quickly as possible. Looking up, he saw Uncle Wang about to kill Hua Lidong. That wouldn't do. This was a grudge that Old Shun should avenge himself. Though he was the chief of the police bureau, Old Shun and he had fought side by side before. What's bending a few rules between brothers? What is it, Xiao-san? Wang Lin asked, a bit puzzled. Sun Guiyuan quickly replied. Uncle Wang, this man killed Xiao Bai and wounded Ashu. Let's leave this vengeance for Changtian to settle himself. You're right, Wang Lin nodded, abandoning his murderous intent. But he still pulled out a kunai, severing the tendons in Hua Lidong's hands and feet. The two hideous wings were brutally nailed to the ground. Hua Lidong screamed in agony, his cries echoing as the dark markings faded from his face, revealing his true features, deathly pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Bishu, watching the old man seated on the sofa, felt twin streams of tears slip down his cheeks, his heart stirred beyond words. At some point, another elderly woman had also sat on the sofa, her face streaked with tears. Then why can't I remember anything from before? Bishu asked, eyes reddened. Shen Changtian answered. When the medics arrived, they said your head had suffered a severe blow. You might not remember your past. When Shen Changtian next awoke in the hospital room, 3 days had passed. Dad, you're awake. Shen Yu, who had been sitting at his bedside, exclaimed in delight. Tears she could no longer hold back began to fall. Where's your brother? Shen Changtian, pale and frail, looked at her hopefully. More than anything, he wished to hear that Bai He was all right. My brother, Shen Yu sobbed, her words broken by grief. So it's true, Shen Changtian thought, and his eyes dimmed instantly. In that moment, he seemed like an old man lost in the twilight of life, powerless to change fate. And what about Ashu? A glimmer of hope returned to Shen Changtian's eyes. Shen Yu replied carefully. The doctor said Ashu's brain was badly injured, but his life isn't in danger. It's just, he might forget everything that happened before. It's good that you're all right. Shen Changtian let out a long sigh of relief. Where is your brother's body? Shen Changtian asked in a low voice. It's in a ward not far from here. Mom and my sister-in-law are there too. Help me over. Dad, what about your injuries? Help me over. Seeing his father's firm tone, Shen Yu could only comply, supporting Shen Changtian as they walked toward the adjacent ward. In the other room, her people sat inside. On the hospital bed, a beautiful woman sat, holding Bai He's cold, pale hand. Her eyes were rimmed red, and tears slid down her cheeks, falling onto Bai He's lifeless face. Another woman, Wang Yun, who still looked youthful, sat in a chair nearby. Her heart ached as she looked at her son, who had always worried her. Just a short while ago, everything was fine. How could it be? How could he be gone so suddenly? Ning Ziyuan, still a handsome young man at this age, was silently weeping. Large tears streamed down his face. He hadn't seen his brother for just 1 day, yet now he was gone. And his nephew still hadn't woken up. The last was Yu Lingling, who leaned against Ning Ziyuan, unable to bring herself to look at the big brother who had always been so good to their family. Click. The door opened. Shinyu entered, supporting Shun Chantian by the arm. As he looked at his elder brother lying on the bed, Shinyu's tears once again escaped, betraying his grief. Shun Chantian gazed wordlessly at the son who had been both his pride and his greatest worry. I've lived so long. I've already had more than enough years. But you're only 30-something, with so much of your life ahead of you. Becoming a shadow level was just a matter of time. You died, right in front of your father. How am I supposed to go on living now? Old Shun, you're awake. Wang Yun hurried forward as she saw him. Yes. What kind of guild leader are you? Your son's dead. Your son is dead. Wang Yun pounded Shun Changtian with her fists, as if trying to vent all the pent-up anger and grief of these past days. I'm sorry. Shun Changtian's tears rolled down in silence. Mom, Dad's injuries haven't healed yet. Shun Yu quickly stepped in front of his father. Soft sobs filled the room. Wang Yun sank weakly to the floor. Dad! A clear, cool voice rang out. Murong Shui looked up at her father-in-law, his body wrapped in bandages. Zhao Shui, what is it? Shin Chantian answered at once. I want to take Baihe away from here. Take him away? Shin Chantian was stunned. Everyone in the room was stunned. I want to return to the Murong family, to seek out our elders and ask if there's a way to bring the dead back to life. Sister-in-law, the dead can't return. Ning Ziyuan wanted to comfort her, but didn't know where to begin. If such a way existed, he would risk everything to find it. If I say there is, then there is. Murong Shui's eyes were resolute, her face cold and determined. As she finished speaking, her hands summoned a shield of icy mist, encasing Baihe's body within. She had been using her ice release technique to freeze Baihe's organs, all in order to prevent his body from decaying. Now that her father-in-law had awakened, it was time for her to take her husband and seek a way to bring him back to life. She once saw a forbidden technique within her clan called self-rebirth. Though mastering it was exceedingly difficult, she wanted to give it a try. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving Xiao Shu in your care. Murong Shui's gaze lingered with a trace of reluctance, but then she steeled herself. Carrying the now ice-cold Baihe, she left the hospital room. Sister-in-law, let her go. Shun Chantian waved his hand, letting out a long sigh. After all, what if Baihe really could be revived? Even Shun Chantian couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Come on, let's go see Ashu. Shun Yu supported Shun Chantian as they entered Baishu's hospital room together. After that, it was because I couldn't face you, so I had Xiao Ning take you away and raise you. Sitting on the sofa, Shun Chantian spoke, and when he finished, he breathed out deeply, as if he had finally laid down a burden he'd carried for years. Ashu, Grandma never abandoned you. It was all because your grandpa wouldn't let me go. Wang Yun, her hair streaked with gray, looked at the grown-up Baishu, unsure of what to do with herself. She had often suppressed her longing to see her grandson, but every time, she could only watch him from afar, never daring to approach. Now, at last, she could look at him openly and honestly. He had grown tall and handsome, even more so than Baihe was in his youth. Grandma, how could I ever blame you? Baishu shook his head gently, looking at the two elders, their faces still streaked with tears, and his heart ached for them. To lose a son in middle age was, for these two elders, a disaster as devastating as the sky falling. Upon hearing his words, Wang Yun's tears flowed once more, but this time, they were tears of joy, true happiness. Grandpa, where's my mother now? Baishu couldn't help but ask. Hearing that his mother was not dead, only gone, a surge of complex emotions welled up inside him. So she was still alive. When Shun Chantian heard Baishu call him Grandpa, a warm, gentle smile appeared on his face. But as soon as Baishu asked about his mother, he could only let out a bitter smile. Your mother is from the Murong family in Jinling. Ever since your father died, she never came back. In the first few years, she would call twice a year, but later, even the calls stopped. A shadow crossed Shun Chantian's face. His son had died because of him. Perhaps his daughter-in-law still resented him, even now. The Murong family in Jinling, is it? Baishu nodded. He would go there. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Ashu, you must be hungry. Grandma will go cook for you. Wiping away her tears, Wang Yun stood up and headed for the kitchen. Ashu, Xiao Ning, you two sit for a bit. I'll go get something. With quick steps, Shun Chantian went into the other room. When he returned, he was holding a photo album in his hands. What's this? Baishu asked quietly. There are photos of your father when he was a boy in here, Shun Chantian said, his gaze softening. Go ahead, take a look. Baishu took the album and slowly opened the first page. On the first page was a photograph. The photo had an old-fashioned feel, nothing like the crisp, high-tech images of today. In the picture were two children. One was a little boy, hands on his hips, looking at the world with his nose in the air. The other was a sweet little girl. Is this my dad? Baishu's mouth twitched. He was already so cocky as a kid. Ning Ziyuan just smiled, saying nothing. He'd seen the picture too. Baishu's father looked like a miniature version of himself. And who's this? Baishu pointed at the little girl. That's your aunt, Shinyu. Shin Shantian answered patiently. Aunt? Baishu nodded. He remembered his grandfather once telling him that his father had a younger sister, his grandfather's own daughter. Baishu kept turning the pages. The boy in the photos was growing up, but seemed to become more rebellious with each year. At last, Baishu spotted a familiar figure. A teenage Baihe and Ning Ziyuan. In the photo, Ning Ziyuan still had the innocence of youth, his face showing a hint of fear, but Baihe had a strong arm around him, making it clear, this is my friend. Uncle Ning, did you know my dad since you were kids? Baishu looked over at the gentle and refined Ning Ziyuan beside him. That's right. I met your dad when we were 10. Ning Ziyuan's eyes grew distant with nostalgia. 30 years ago. Hey, let him go. Even as a child, Baihe had a heroic streak and couldn't stand to see injustice. He saw 4 boys, all taller and stronger than him, bullying a skinny little kid. Without a second thought, he shouted at them. One of the bullies looked up at Baihe, his voice harsh and threatening. If you don't want trouble, scram. Oh, you looking for a beating? Baihe bristled at the threat. You dare to throw your weight around in front of me? I'll handle this. You little brat, you've got a death wish, huh? The 4 of them stopped beating the skinny boy and turned, cracking their necks and knuckles as they stalked toward Baihe. But Baihe didn't back down in the slightest. After 3 years of training with the old man, he was fearless. He tossed his backpack aside and charged straight at them. Being small and nimble, Baihe darted around the group, and every now and then, he landed a sly kick in just the right spot. It might not have been honorable, but in a street fight, there were no rules. Damn, that hurts, one of the bullies yelled as Baihe's foot found its mark. But in that moment of distraction, Baihe took a punch right to the eye socket. While he was stunned, the other 3, clutching themselves where he'd kicked them, each took a swing at him. The pain only fueled Baihe's fighting spirit. In just a few moves, he knocked them all to the ground, though by the end he was battered and bruised himself, one eye already swelling shut. Ignoring the groans of the 4 sprawled on the ground, Baihe walked over to the skinny boy. The boy, still aching, scrambled backwards, afraid he was about to get beaten up again. Hey, what's your name? Ning Ziyuan. Have they always bullied you? Yeah. Well, from now on, just call me Big Brother Bai, and I'll have your back. Ning Ziyuan looked up in disbelief, only to see a face covered in bruises and a black eye. It looked almost comical, yet the earnestness in his expression deeply moved Ning Ziyuan, who had suffered bullying for so long. Softly, Ning Ziyuan murmured, "By Big Brother." That's right. Come on, Xiao Ning. Baihe reached out his hand. Understanding, Ning Ziyuan grasped it and let Baihe help him up. We've known each other for 30 years now. That's a long time, Baishu sighed. It really is, Ning Ziyuan thought, giving Baishu a gentle smile. He could still faintly see that rebellious spirit shining through Baishu. As the memories flooded back, Ning Ziyuan's eyes grew hot and misty, a lump rising in his throat. He quickly stood and said, I'm going out for a smoke. You two catch up. He hurried out the door. Tears welled up and streamed down his cheeks before he could stop them. With trembling hands, he took out his cigarette and lit it. Ning Ziyuan drew a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. He found himself missing Big Brother Bai. Your Uncle Ning and your father were very close, Shinshan Tian said with a quiet sigh. Baishu nodded thoughtfully. Uncle Ning treated him almost like his own son. He must have been incredibly close to Dad. Just then, Wang Yin finished preparing the food and called everyone to the table. At dinner, Baishu dug in heartily, sauce dribbling down his chin. Grandma's cooking was every bit as delicious as Aunt Yu's. Here, try this. This was your favorite dish when you were little. Wang Yin kept piling food onto Baishu's plate, barely eating herself, just watching her precious grandson enjoy his meal. Is Ashu going to Qinglong Academy? Ning Ziyuan had just mentioned Baishu's plans to attend Qinglong Academy while chatting with Shun Shantian. Yes, Grandpa, I want to go to Qinglong Academy, Baishu replied earnestly. Your aunt works over in Fengyang too. If you need anything, just go to her. My aunt is there as well. Baishu nodded to show he understood. After dinner, Shun Shantian and Wang Yun suggested that Baishu move in with them. Baishu didn't refuse. He just said he'd pack up and come over soon. Only then did Wang Yun let Baishu and Ning Ziyuan leave, urging Baishu to pack quickly and move in as soon as possible. On the way home, what's on your mind? Driving, Ning Ziyuan glanced over and noticed Baishu lost in thought. I never imagined I'd still have a mother and grandparents, Baishu said with a wry smile. He'd always thought he was alone in the world. Ning Ziyuan took it softly. Don't blame them. They had their reasons. I know. If I have to blame anyone, it's Hua Li Dong. Him and that guy who awakened the Orochimaru bloodline. A cold gleam flashed in Bishu's eyes. By the way, Uncle Ning, whatever happened to Hua Lidong, the one who killed my father? Ning Xuan hesitated, then replied, your grandfather made sure he could never hurt anyone again. Good. If he were still alive, I'd tear him apart myself. Bloody words slipped easily from Bishu's lips, leaving Ning Xuan momentarily dazed. He silently hoped that Ashu wouldn't let hatred cloud his judgment. As soon as Ning Shi got home, she couldn't wait to rush up to Ning Xuan and Bishu, demanding to know where they'd gone and why they hadn't taken her along. Ning Xuan gently patted his precious daughter's head and said, we went to Bishu's grandparents' house. Bishu still has grandparents? No sooner had Ning Shi spoken than she clapped her hand over her mouth and hurriedly apologized to Bishu. It's all right. I didn't know I had grandparents either until recently, Bishu replied, finding Ning Shi's anxious, almost tearful face rather amusing. Ning Shi didn't dare look up at Bishu. How could she say something that might sadden him? Even if it was just a slip of the tongue, it was still wrong. In her heart, she scolded herself, telling herself to learn a lesson from this. Just then, Yu Lingling came over, rescuing Ning Shi from her awkwardness. You took Ashu to Uncle Shun and Aunt Wang's place? Yu Lingling asked her husband softly. Yes, we did. Uncle Shun had mentioned he wanted me to bring Ashu over. Ning Xuan nodded. So Uncle Shun has finally let go, Yu Lingling thought with a sigh. Mom, what are you all talking about? Ning Shi asked curiously, her pretty face puzzled. She recognized every word, but together they made no sense to her. Go play for a while. Grown-ups are talking. Children shouldn't interrupt. What? I'm already 18, and Bishu is the same age as me. If he can know, why can't I? Ning Ti protested loudly. Bishu couldn't help but burst out laughing. You rotten Bishu. Always making fun of me. Ning Shi shouted, chasing after him. Of course, Bishu wouldn't let her catch him. He ran. She chased. Ning Xuan and Yu Lingling looked on, their gazes soft as they watched the two play. After a while, Yu Lingling finally called out to stop them. There's still neighbors downstairs. Don't make so much noise. Only then did Ning Shi give up, plopping back onto the sofa with a pout. Oh, right. Aunt Yu, I'd like to stay at my grandparents' place tomorrow, Bishu announced. Huh, what? Bishu, are you leaving? Ning Shi immediately turned to him, alarmed. Bishu was leaving, going back to his grandparents' house. Would he ever come back? In that fleeting moment, Ning Shi imagined a future where Bishu never returned, and she would be coming home all alone from now on. Her eyes filled with tears, on the verge of spilling over. Will you come back again? She asked carefully. Of course I'll come back. Where else would I go? Bishu replied, puzzled. That's all that mattered. He'd come back. In an instant, all of Ning Shi's sadness vanished. She reached for an apple from the coffee table and took a bite, acting as if nothing had happened. All right, your grandparents haven't seen you for a long time. Spend some quality time with them. Once you head off to school in Fengyang, you'll have less time to visit. Only then did Yu Ling finally get a chance to speak. Just now, her beloved daughter had been asking so many questions, she couldn't get a word in. I'll go tomorrow, she said, then turned to Ning Shi and asked, are you coming? Ning Shi flushed, lowering her voice. Why should I go? To meet my grandparents, of course. Bishu replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He already knew everyone in Ning Shi's family. Before, he didn't even know he had relatives himself. Now that he did, how could he not let Ning Shi meet them too? Definitely not meeting the parents, he thought, with a mischievous sparkle. Huh? Ning Shi's heart started to race with anxiety. What is this? Meeting the parents? Isn't this moving too fast? We're still so young. What should I wear tomorrow? Should I bring a gift? While Ning Shi's thoughts were spinning, Ning Xuan spoke up. Cici, tomorrow you can go with Ashu and pay a visit to your Grandpa Shun and Grandma Wang. Okay, got it. Should I bring a gift? Ning Shi asked. No need, just go as you are, Ning Xuan said with a gentle smile and a shake of his head. All right then. Early the next morning, Bishu finished his breakfast, and, once Ning Shi was ready, the two of them set off to visit his grandparents. Is this the place? Standing before the front door, Ning Shi looked a little nervous. Yes, it is, Bishu nodded and reached out to knock on the door. The door opened quickly with a soft click. The moment Wang Yun saw her treasured grandson, her joy was beyond words. Grandma, we're here. This is Ning Shi. Bishu stepped aside, revealing Ning Shi who had been hiding behind him. Hello, Grandma. Ning Shi immediately stepped forward to greet her. Cici, is that really you? You've grown up so much. Wang Yun looked at the girl with pure white eyes, almost unable to recognize the mischievous little girl from years ago. Come in, don't just stand there. Wang Yun ushered them inside with enthusiasm. Have you had breakfast yet? Let Grandma make something for you. We've already eaten, Grandma. The two of them replied, shaking their heads. Then let me wash some fruit for you. Bishu was about to refuse, but Grandma had already bustled away, disappearing from sight in a flash. Before long, Wang Yun returned with freshly washed fruit, cut into neat pieces, and placed on a plate, complete with 2 forks on the side. Ashu, Cici, why don't you stay here tonight? I'll go get your rooms ready. Ashu, you'll sleep in your father's old room, and Cici can take your aunt's. Wang Yun made the arrangements swiftly and decisively, not missing a beat. Oh, there's no need, Grandma. I'd better not stay. I still need to go home. Ningxi hurried to stop her, afraid that if she hesitated, the room would already be made up. Just then, the door opened again as Shun Changtan rushed back from outside. When he saw Bishu inside, a look of delight flickered across his face. Ashu, you're here. Shun Changtian called out, holding a fishing rod in one hand and dangling a hefty 5 or 6-pound carp in the other. Yes, Grandpa. Bishu nodded politely. Perfect timing. I just caught this carp. Tonight, your grandma will make some soup for you. Thank you, Grandpa. Bishu agreed sweetly. Oh, and Cici's here too. It was only then that Shun Changtian noticed Ning, she's standing with his wife. Hello, Grandpa. Ningxi greeted him with courtesy. It's been so long, look how much you've grown. Shun Changtian exclaimed. Nostalgia and emotion etched across his face. 10 years had gone by. His own grandson had grown up, and so had the Ning family's girl. Time had flown, and he himself had grown old. I'm heading to work now. Would you like to come along? Shun Changtian offered with a smile. If Sun Guiyuan could see his stern old friend being so gentle, he'd be shocked speechless. It had been ages since Wang Yun had seen her husband in such high spirits, and she couldn't help but feel happy herself. Work? Ning ti et hoet, puslet. Was it really possible to bring guests to work? Of course. After all, Grandpa is the president of the Ninja Association. Let me show you around. The president of the Ninja Association? Ningxi was so surprised that she covered her cherry-red lips with her hand. Bishu's grandfather was actually the head of the association. She couldn't help but cast a glance at Bishu, only to find him watching her with a teasing smile. So he'd known all along and hadn't told her, just to see her reaction. Well, Bishu had succeeded. She was truly stunned. Let's go. I want everyone at the Ninja Association to meet you, to know that you're my grandchildren, Shun Changtian said, a hint of pride in his tone. And so, Bishu took Ningxi, still in shock, by the hand and followed after Shun Changtian. As they left, Bishu and Ning, she didn't forget to wave goodbye to Grandma, promising to return in the evening. Bishu and Ning, she toured the Ninja Association with Shun Changtian. After wandering around a bit, they grew bored and asked Grandpa if there was a place to train. The moment Shun Changtian heard his grandson wanted to practice, a broad smile spread across his face. That was truly his grandson, never forgetting to train, even now. Quickly, he led them to an empty training room, saying he wanted to test Bishu's abilities. Ashu, let Grandpa see your space-time ninjutsu. Shun Changtian, dressed in a deep green Jonin vest, stood a short distance from Bishu. Bishu rummaged around the training room and found a few kunai. He hadn't brought his ninja pouch, so his flying thunder god kunai weren't on hand. He'd have to make do. Grandpa, watch out, he warned. 3 kunai flew in a triangular formation straight at Shun Changtian. Calm and composed, Shun Changtian flicked a handful of shuriken from his hand. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp metallic echoes rang out. The kunai and shuriken collided midair, then fell harmlessly to the ground. It seems Grandpa is quite cautious after all. Bishu watched as Shun Changtian, showing no trace of arrogance, intercepted the kunai midair. This move prevented him from using Flying Thunder God to reach Shun Changtian's side. Without hesitation, Bishu gripped the kunai and charged straight at Shun Changtian, launching into close-quarters combat. The sounds of bodies clashing echoed across the arena, and Ningxi watched the scene with keen interest. Bishu planted both hands on the ground, his legs spinning in a sweeping attack directed at Shun Changtian. Silently, he triggered the Flying Thunder God technique, imprinting the mark onto the floor without a trace. By now, it had become second nature. Wherever he went, he would always leave a Flying Thunder God mark behind. Seeing his grandson attacking in that position, Shun Changtian dared not strike back with full force, fearing he might injure Bishu. He simply stepped back, moving out of the attack's range. Bishu quickly caught on, flipped backward with a somersault, and formed hand seals, not just one, but 2 in rapid succession. Ningxi, unsure what she was seeing, thought Bishu was just stretching his hands after a cramp. After all, forming seals usually required both hands, and single-handed seals were unheard of. Yet, the more she watched, the stranger it seemed. Shun Changtian also sensed something was wrong. His heart skipped a beat. These were single-handed seals. At that moment, Bishu completed the seals. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Fire and wind techniques burst from Bishu's mouth, one after the other, merging into a powerful combination attack. The wind fanned the flames, and the fire borrowed the force of the wind. A roaring inferno surged forward, engulfing everything in its path. Impressed by the sheer power of Bishu's ninjutsu, Shun Chantian couldn't help but cheer. To think, most Chunin would have no way to withstand a strike like this. As the firestorm swept towards him, Shun Chantian remained calm, swiftly forming hand seals. Water style, water formation wall. A shimmering wall of water rose before him, shielding him from the blazing flames. Once the ninjutsu was blocked with such ease, Bishu realized just how few techniques he actually knew. One fire technique, one wind technique. As for Rasengan, its power was too great. He didn't want to risk hurting Grandpa. Grandpa wanted to see his space-time ninjutsu. There was only that one move left, Bishu thought to himself. That's right, the very move he'd used during the Chunin exams against the examiner. He activated the Flying Thunder God mark, tagging all 4 kunai with it. Bishu first threw the kunai toward Shin Chantian. Then he quickly formed hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Klon Technique. Before their eyes, for kunai became 8. 8 became 16. 16 became 32. In the blink of an eye, a storm of kunai filled the air, descending like a dark cloud. Faced with this onslaught, Shun Chantian had no choice but to use water formation wall once more. The wall behind him left him nowhere to retreat. This time, the water formation wall was different from before. The first time, it was a single wall in front, protecting only his front side. Now, water spiraled around Shun Chantian, forming a column that shielded him from all directions. The barrage of kunai was swept aside, not even grazing the corner of Shun Chantian's robe. But Bishu was secretly delighted. The kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal was lying right at Shun Chantian's feet. As soon as the water droplets dispersed, Bishu instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, sensed the coordinates, and appeared in a flash right beside Shin Chantian. Don't move, Ashu. You've already lost. A gleaming kunai was pressed against Bishu's neck. Bishu's pupils involuntarily contracted. It was the first time his Flying Thunder God technique had been countered, and the shock was undeniable. His previous opponents, even when they discovered the weaknesses of the Flying Thunder God, were never quick enough to react. None of them could compare to his grandfather, who now had the kunai poised against him. With a wry smile, Bishu said, "Grandpa, your reflexes are just too fast." Shun Chantian burst out laughing, his voice hearty and warm. Anyone with battlefield experience is extra sensitive to movements around them. The moment you appeared at my side, I felt it. Listening to Shun Changtian's explanation, Bishu understood. That examiner from the college entrance exam was the same. Sensing danger, he'd escaped immediately. Shun Chantian looked at Bishu, who had drifted into thought, and felt even more satisfied. Not only could his grandson use legendary space-time ninjutsu, but even his hand seals just now had astonished this veteran shinobi. After all, forming seals with one hand is many times harder than with two, and channeling chakra this way is even more challenging. Yet his grandson could form 2 different seals at once, one in each hand. Such talent. He had never seen the like in his life. All right, Grandpa has work to do now. You two can either keep training here or go explore whatever you like. Glancing at his phone, Shun Chantian hurriedly addressed them both. Okay, Grandpa, go ahead. I'll practice ninjutsu here. Goodbye, Grandpa. The two of them watched as Shun Chantian walked away. Ningxi bounced over with curiosity in her eyes. What was that thing you just did, forming different hand seals with both hands? That was single-handed sealing. There's such a thing as single-handed sealing. Ningxi blinked in surprise. She'd never heard of that before. Of course. Not only that, some people can even form seals with their feet. Bishu couldn't help but explain. What? With their feet too? As expected, Ningxi's little head was filled with big questions. There sure are. Bishu recalled a certain eccentric hero. He wondered if anyone had awakened that ability by now. Ningxi, do you want to train? Bishu asked her gently. Sure. It's been ages since I practiced taijutsu. I feel like I'm getting rusty. Ningxi nodded. Then I'll work on my ninjutsu. Bishu sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, delving deep into his mind. Seeing Bishu so focused, Ningxi didn't want to fall too far behind him, so she walked over to the stance training area to practice her taijutsu. Inside his mind, Bishu once again encountered that handsome blonde man. It seemed he hadn't been here for a month. The system pulled up his personal profile. Ding. Host Bishu. Gender male. Age 18. Race human. Rank Jonin. Iguaken persona. Minato Namikaze. Skills: Transformation Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, Clone Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, Flying Thunder God. Technique: Rasengan, Summoning Jutsu, One-Handed Signs, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Still the same old lineup. Bishu glanced at his stats panel, contemplated for a moment, and then asked, System, what should I do if I want to learn Kurama mode? After all, this wasn't the world of Naruto. Whether tailed beasts even existed here was a mystery. Without a tailed beast, Minato's Kurama mode would be impossible to use. That was a power that could instantly elevate him to Kage level or even beyond. Bishu simply couldn't bring himself to give it up. Ding the host may submerge their consciousness within their own body. Submerge my consciousness. Hearing the system's instructions, Bishu first gently withdrew his awareness from his mind, then slowly directed it inward. Following the system's guidance, he let his consciousness sink deeper inside himself. Suddenly, it felt as if two invisible giant hands seized his awareness. Before Bishu could react, he was dragged away, pulled into some unknown dimension. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Wasn't this exactly the scene inside Naruto's body? Bishu found himself standing in a sewer, the dim yellow light casting eerie shadows all around, his feet barely above a thin layer of water. From time to time, the faint sound of water dripping echoed through the space. At that moment, Bishu's heart tightened. He felt an overwhelming chakra presence, as if it were enticing him, luring him closer with the promise of limitless power. Could it be Kurama? Joy flickered through Bishu's mind. So there really were tailed beasts in this world after all. He followed the pull of that immense chakra, his footsteps splashing softly across the water, the sound echoing in the silent emptiness. A sense of unease crept into his heart. This was the Nine Tails, after all, the mightiest of the nine-tailed beasts. He was no Naruto, no child of prophecy. What if he made a single misstep and lost his life here? But still, Bishu yearned for that incredible power. Forget it. No matter what, I still have to get revenge on Orochimaru. How can I give up now? As Minato's successor, I must claim the Nine Tails' power for myself. He shook his head, made up his mind, and strode forward with unwavering determination. This should be the place. He stopped, glancing around. All he saw were dim, yellowed walls and a tangled maze of pipes, nothing else. But that couldn't be right. The chakra was definitely here. Bishu frowned. System, where's the Nine Tails? Ding beneath your feet. Beneath me? There's nothing here but water. He stared down in confusion. What the? Bishu stared at the sudden black hole beneath his feet and hurriedly tried to leap aside, but the powerful suction pulled him in before he could escape. This feels nothing like being inside Naruto, Bishu thought to himself. Right now, he could feel his body sinking deeper and deeper. Soon, Bishu sensed his descent coming to a stop, his feet landing firmly on solid ground. He opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a blinding light, so intense it took him quite a while to adjust. A massive cage loomed before him, instantly drawing his attention. Its inky darkness seemed ready to swallow him whole. Strangely, while everything outside was dazzlingly bright, not a trace of light penetrated the cage. Bishu looked up, searching for the source of the illumination, but realized the light simply existed, without any visible origin. Who are you? A tremendous voice echoed in Bishu's ears. Startled, he quickly turned toward the sound and realized it was coming from within the enormous cage right in front of him. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red, slit-pupiled eyes flashed in the darkness, making Bishu jump back in fright. Kid, who are you? Why have you appeared here? The voice boomed once again. Steadying himself, Bishu answered, My name is Bishu. I'm here because I awakened Minato Namikaze. Awakened Minato Namikaze? The Nine Tails, who had lived for over 1,000 years, certainly remembered Minato Namikaze, the man who had split it in two, but didn't quite understand what awaken meant. It recalled that after Minato fought in the Fourth Great Ninja War, he returned to the Pure Land. Seeing that the Nine Tails was confused about the situation, Bishu sat down, preparing to patiently explain things. Fortunately, the ground was dry. Otherwise, sitting would have been out of the question. Do you still remember Minato Namikaze? Bishu asked, pausing to think before speaking. He wasn't sure where to begin, so he started by checking if the Nine Tails retained its memories. Of course I remember Minato Namikaze, the Nine Tails replied, its tone tinged with disdain. How could it forget the man who had split it in two? Even in death, that memory would remain. That's a relief, Bishu thought, breathing out quietly. At least the Nine Tails still remembered. Next, Bishu explained the differences between this world and the world of Naruto to the Nine Tails. Hey, why am I here anyway? The Nine Tails, now understanding that this was a different world, had grown impatient with all the explanations. Ahem, I don't know that either, Bishu admitted, shaking his head. If you've awakened Minato, does he have consciousness? No. In this world, even though ninjas can be awakened, they're all without consciousness. Then why do I have consciousness? I don't know that either. Is there anything you actually do know? Bishu could clearly hear the disdain in the Ninetales' voice, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He wasn't the sage of six paths, after all. How could he possibly know everything? Hey, kid, have you heard any news about the other tailed beasts? At that, Bishu couldn't help but correct him. First of all, I'm not Hey. My name is Bishu. Second, as for news about the other tailed beasts, I don't know right now, but who's to say I won't find out in the future? Come and find me again when you do. As the Ninetales spoke, it prepared to kick Bishu's consciousness out. Wait, Bishu quickly called out to stop him. Aren't you even a little curious about this world now? There was a note of temptation in Bishu's voice. Our world is far more interesting than the one you used to live in, you know? I'll give you half an hour. The Ninetales' voice rang out, cool and aloof. Bishu was inwardly delighted when he heard this. He knew he was getting somewhere. If he just stayed here long enough, he'd eventually talk the Ninetales around. The environment in here is a bit grim, though. Can't we change it up a bit? Looking around at the damp, gloomy surroundings, Bishu couldn't help but feel it was affecting his mood. We can. This place is controlled by your mind. Well, that made things easier. With a mere thought, Bishu changed everything. Suddenly, he found himself seated on a lush green lawn, surrounded by endless fields of flowers swaying gently in the breeze. The soft wind teased Bishu's hair. He could finally see the Ninetales clearly, the same as in the hidden leaf legends. Dark red fur, Ninetales flicking lazily behind him, sprawled on the ground, watching Bishu with a languid gaze. What's with this cage? Bishu frowned. By rights, the Ninetales ought to be out now, so why was it still locked inside? Mere wishful thinking won't help. This is a sealing technique. Unless you break the seal, the cage won't open. The Ninetales rolled over onto its back, basking in the sunlight. The sun might have been an illusion, but it did nothing to dampen its spirits. I don't know sealing techniques yet, but once I learn, I'll let you out. Bishu knew it was time to earn some goodwill. Oh, aren't you afraid of me? The Ninetales' fox eyes stared in surprise at the boy named Bishu. He was barely a jonin in strength, so weak the Ninetales could squash him with a single claw. Why should I be afraid? After all, you're inside me now. Bishu edged closer to the cage, looking at the Ninetales with earnest eyes. Aren't you afraid that I'll go out and kill a lot of people once I'm free? The Ninetales said, feigning menace. I believe you wouldn't do that, Bishu replied, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. TCH, suit yourself. The Ninetales closed its eyes, ignoring Bishu. I'll tell you about our world. When I learn sealing techniques and let you out, you'll see just how much fun it can be, Bishu said. The Ninetales didn't open its eyes, but its perked-up ears betrayed its interest. Bishu smiled faintly and began his story. At this moment, petals filled the sky, swirling and dancing before settling softly on the boy's hair, only to be carried away again by the gentle breeze. In this world, tailed beasts are unique entities. According to the rules of this book, any ninja who can awaken a tailed beast is destined to be the last Jinchuriki. The previous Jinchuriki no longer carry the beast within. At most, they retain only traces of the beast's chakra. When Bishu opened his eyes, night had already fallen outside. The first thing he saw was Ningxi staring at him unblinkingly, which made him ask with some confusion, "What are you doing?" Phew. As soon as Bishu spoke, Ningxi's anxiety melted away. She let out a long sigh of relief. She had finished her physical training by 4 in the afternoon, only to find Bishu still sitting perfectly still, not moving a muscle. If it weren't for the steady sound of his breathing, she might have already called for the medical staff. So she sat by his side, waiting and watching. 3 full hours passed just like that. The tension in her heart finally eased. What time is it now? Bishu stood and stretched, feeling the numbness in his legs from sitting so long. It's 7:13. It's been that long. Bishu was surprised. He had spent so much time telling the Ninetales about this world, he hadn't noticed the hours slipping by. What did you think? Ningxi shook her head helplessly, then asked, You sat there all that time. What were you doing? One no. Bishu gestured for Ningxi to come closer. Catching on, Ningxi tiptoed nearer, tilting her head and listening intently, her face full of curiosity. Suddenly, a warm breath brushed against the skin of her ear. Ningxi's body gave a tiny, involuntary shiver, but she fought down her embarrassment, bracing herself to hear what Bishu would say next. Bishu leaned in, lowering his voice to a whisper at her ear, Not telling you. At those words, Ningxi's bashfulness vanished in an instant. Her face first went blank, then flushed with annoyance. She clenched her small, pale fists, ready to give Bishu a piece of her mind. But Bishu was quick as lightning, dodging lightly away before she could catch him. Still try to run, you heartless thing. Ningxi gritted her teeth, her voice sharp with mock outrage. Who was it that sat here, keeping watch over you, worrying for nothing? Bishu paused, struck by the realization. He really had left Ning Shi fretting for ages in that strange space. No wonder she wanted to hit him. He deserved it. Go on. Why aren't you running now? Ning Shi gave Bishu a gentle tap with her fist, half teasing, half scolding. By the way, isn't Grandpa home yet? Bishu seized the chance to change the subject. Didn't the Ninja Association close at 5:30? It was already past 7. Why was Grandpa still not back? Oh right, Grandpa actually stopped by at 5 to check on us. He saw you were training and didn't want to disturb you, so he told me that. When you finished, we should just head home, and Grandma would have something nice for us to eat. He had work to take care of tonight. The memory finally returned to Ning Shi. She blamed Bishu for distracting her, making her forget all about it. Oh, Bishu nodded, then said, let's get going. Grandpa must have things to take care of. Okay. Come on. What are you standing around for? Seeing Bishu rooted to the spot, Ning Shi asked in confusion. I'm setting the coordinates. Space-time ninjutsu really was convenient. She had almost forgotten that Bishu could just teleport to the destination in a blink. No need for taxis at all. Did you leave a mark at Grandpa's house? No, but I put a flying thunder god seal just outside the neighborhood. Are you ready? Bishu took Ning Shi's hand and asked. All right. Ning Shi took a deep breath, hoping she wouldn't get sick again this time. The flying thunder god technique activated. When Bishu and Ning Shi appeared again, they were standing outside Shan Changtian's apartment complex. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Bishu looked at Ning Shi, whose hand was clamped tightly around his face full of concern. Huff, huff. I'm fine. Much better than last time. Suppressing the dizziness, Ning Shi gulped down the fresh air with deep breaths. After waiting for Ning Shi to recover a little, Bishu led her towards his grandparents' home. Wang Yun had already prepared dinner and was sitting on the sofa, glancing at the door from time to time, hoping to see the two children return. No one knew how much time had passed before the sound of knocking came at last. Wang Yun hurried to the door, and when she saw Bishu and Ning Shi, her face broke into a delighted smile as she quickly stepped aside. Gumin, what took you so long? Grandma's had dinner ready for ages. I lost track of time while training today, Bishu replied, scratching his head a bit sheepishly. Well, you mustn't forget to eat, even if you're training. Go wash your hands now. Don't wait for your grandpa. He's busy today and won't make it back. Obediently, Ning Shi and Bishu went to the bathroom to wash up. After dinner, Bishu lay sprawled on the sofa, clutching his full stomach. Grandma's cooking was just too delicious. He simply couldn't stop. Every bit as good as Aunt Yu's food. Grandma, it's already dark. Where are you going? Bishu called out when he saw Wang Yun with a lunchbox in hand, preparing to head out. I'm taking dinner to your grandpa. This late? I don't even know if he's eaten yet. Wang Yun braced herself against the wall and bent down to put on her shoes. I'll go, Grandma, Bishu said, quickly stepping over and taking the lunchbox from her hands. No need for that. You stay here with Cece, Wang Yun replied gently. She was touched by his thoughtfulness, but at this hour she couldn't bear to let her grandson go out. What if something happened? Grandma, didn't Grandpa ever tell you that I can use space-time ninjutsu? Bishu smiled, and in a flash, the flying thunder god technique whisked him away, vanishing before Wang Yun's eyes. Bishu! Wang Yun looked around in bewilderment. He'd just been standing right in front of her. Where had he gone? Seeing her grandmother looking a bit anxious, Ning Shi, who was sitting on the sofa, quickly offered comfort. Don't worry, Grandma. This is Bishu's ninjutsu. He can instantly transport himself to a marked location. Wang Yun was somewhat astonished to hear this. She had lived so many years and never knew such a ninjutsu existed. So, Ashu has already gone to the Ninja Association? Yes, Grandma. He should be delivering the meal to Grandpa right about now. Inside the Ninja Association, in an office, Bishu had already brought the food to Shen Changtian. Just 3 minutes earlier, Shen Changtian had been dealing with paperwork in his office when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. He was a bit puzzled. Who could still be here after dark? He called out casually, "Come in." He was curious to see who it was, but to his surprise, it turned out to be his own grandson. Why are you still here? Didn't you go home for dinner? Shen Changtian asked kindly, his face warm with affection. I did, Grandpa, but Grandma said she wasn't sure if you'd eaten yet, so she wanted to send you dinner. Since I know time-space ninjutsu, I brought it over myself. As Bishu explained, he set the lunchbox down on Shen Changtian's desk. Shen Changtian nodded, understanding. Grandpa, you should eat while it's hot. All right, Shen Changtian agreed with a nod. He had only had a little food in the afternoon and hadn't eaten anything all evening. Just a moment ago, he'd been debating whether to go home for dinner before continuing his work, but he hadn't expected his grandson to bring it to him. Soon, Shen Changtian finished his meal and went back to reviewing documents. Bishu couldn't help but lean in, curious about what his grandfather was working on. Suddenly, Bishu spotted a familiar name under his grandfather's pen. He watched as Shun Chantian wrote down the name. Mu Xinghe. Grandpa, what's this about? Bishu asked, intrigued. Was this the Mu Xinghe he knew? Oh, these are rewards the Ninja Association is preparing for these people. Shun Chantian explained it openly to Bishu. This wasn't classified information, and there was no reason to keep it from his own grandson. Rewards? What kind of rewards? Bishu perked up at the mention of rewards. Shin Chantian smiled helplessly at his eagerness. Picking up the document from the desk, he said, everyone on this list has been admitted to one of the 4 great academies from our Jianyuan city. You and little Shi are both on it. Since you two got into the 4 great academies, it brings honor to Jianyuan city, and you'll also receive a reward. Listening to Shun Changtian's explanation, Bishu finally understood. Back in the old world, if you scored well on the college entrance exam, not only would your school reward you, but even the government would give out prizes, though Bishu never knew exactly how much. In that world, compared to those genius scholars, Bishu was just an ordinary person, never in a position to know about such rewards. Grandpa, so what kind of reward will we get? Bishu couldn't help but ask. 30,000 in cash, plus a C-rank ninjutsu, Shun Changtian replied. Then, with a smile, he added, give me your bank account number tonight, and I'll transfer the money directly. As for the ninjutsu, just tell Grandpa which one you want to learn. Our family has quite a few up our sleeve. All right, I got it. Bishu couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy inside. Having connections really does make a difference. By now, he was effectively part of the 3rd generation of officials. In this world, the government took the form of the Ninja Association. The heads of the ninja associations in each city were, in fact, the former mayors, wielding great authority. And Bishu was the grandson of Jianyuan City's chairman. Now you understand just how powerful his background is. As Shun Chantian went on approving more documents, Bishu, growing bored, settled onto the sofa and began to study sealing techniques. Anyone who's familiar with the world of Naruto knows just how formidable sealing techniques can be. The earliest sealing jutsu were incredibly powerful. To stand against the tailed beasts, the only hope lay in these heaven-defying arts. Bishu immersed himself in the mysteries of the sealing arts. Though the techniques were obscure and difficult to grasp, his natural talent, thanks to Minato's legacy, allowed him to push forward, if only just. Shun Changtian, glancing over at Bishu now diligently training, felt a surge of pride in his eyes. Earlier that afternoon, when he'd gone to check on Ashu, he'd found the boy practicing. Even after delivering lunch, Bishu was still hard at work. Shun Changtian was certain, as long as the Minato within Ashu didn't turn out to be a disappointment, the boy's achievements would far surpass his own, and even Baihi's. And let's be honest, with Minato, the master of space-time ninjutsu, how could his abilities possibly be lacking? Shin Chantian shook his head and turned back to his paperwork. Time slipped by unnoticed. At last, Shun Chantian finished all the documents. From now on, things wouldn't be as hectic as today. Truthfully, he could have delegated the task to someone else. But this was the reward for Jianyuan City's students who made it into one of the 4 great academies. It was too important to risk any mistakes. That's why he handled it personally. Afterward, Shun Chantian gently roused Bishu from his meditation. Bishu's eyes opened slowly. The complexities of sealing techniques had left his head throbbing. Grandpa, are you finished? Bishu asked, seeing Shun Chantian standing by his side. Yes, all done. Let's head home. Shun Chantian gazed at the boy before him with grandfatherly affection. He'd had both sons and daughters in his life. Though his son wasn't related by blood, to him, he was as dear as his own flesh and blood. And the young man in front of him was his true grandson. All right, Bishu nodded, stood up, and took Shun Chantian's arm. Meeting Shun Chantian's puzzled gaze, Bishu gave a slight smile and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Shun Chantian suddenly felt space itself tugging at his body. As he regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by the familiar sights of home. It didn't take long for him to figure out. Ashu must have used his space-time ninjutsu to bring them back. In the living room, Wang Yun and Ning, she were chatting on the sofa. Seeing the 2 people who had suddenly appeared, it was clear they'd been startled. But once they recognized who it was, they both let out a sigh of relief. You're back, Wang Yun said. Shun Chantian nodded slightly, turning to look at Bishu, whose face carried a hint of exhaustion. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, said nothing. He'd seen Ashu use time-space ninjutsu before, but this was his first time actually traveling through space himself. The pressure of the dimensions and a faint dizziness left a vivid impression. He now truly understood what it felt like to traverse space. What's wrong, Grandpa? Bishu noticed that Shun Chantian seemed to have something on his mind, but was holding back. That kind of ninjutsu must use up a lot of chakra, doesn't it? Shin Shantian finally spoke, only after Bishu's inquiry. Otherwise, he planned to wait until Bishu had rested before asking. It's manageable, Bishu replied as he wearily sank onto the sofa. What's wrong? She hurried over. Worry etched on her face as she sensed something was off about Bishu. Training ninjutsu is just too exhausting, Bishu said, eyes half closed. Then take a rest. It's late anyway. Why don't you stay here tonight, Shishi? Shin Shantian made the decision on the spot, seeing how tired his grandson was. He even arranged for Shi to stay. Grandpa, I really shouldn't. Shi began to refuse. But Shin Shantian cut her off. I'll call your parents, Ning. Tonight, you'll sleep in your Aunt Yu's room. All right then. Seeing she had no other choice, she gave in. Bishu headed straight to his room. Without even glancing at the furnishings, he collapsed onto the bed and immediately drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. Those profound and intricate sealing techniques were utterly draining. Just learning them for a short while had left him feeling spent, more exhausted than making a dozen round trips with the Flying Thunder God technique. The night passed uneventfully. When Bishu awoke again, it was already midday. He stared at the unfamiliar room and its surroundings for a long while before it dawned on him. This was the room where his father used to live. Surveying the room once more, Bishu finally opened the door and stepped out. You're awake. Shin Shantian was sitting on the sofa, watching television. Seeing Bishu emerge with his hair tousled like a bird's nest, he couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Wang Yun was already in the kitchen, setting rice and dishes out on the dining table. You're up, come eat. What made you sleep so long, she called. Bishu, hair still wild and unkempt, dug hungrily into the food. He was so famished he didn't even bother to wash up first. He felt as if he could devour an entire cow after yesterday's exhausting ninjutsu practice. What kind of ninjutsu? Shin Shantian's curiosity was piqued. What sort of technique could wear him out so much that he'd slept straight through from last night until now? Sealing technique, Bishu muttered, still focused on his meal. Sealing technique. Shin Shantian forgot all about the television, his eyes going wide with surprise as he stared at Bishu. But aren't you an awakened civilian ninja? How could you know the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques? Who's the fool here, me or you? No, Grandpa, Minato is definitely not just an ordinary ninja. He's really strong. Bishu said earnestly. The surname Namikaze? Grandpa combed through a lot of records and still couldn't find that surname. Not even a single ninja who'd ever awakened with that name. But somehow, this Namikaze Minato not only mastered space-time ninjutsu, but also the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. What's his background? Shin Shantian was puzzled. Watching his grandfather deep in thought, Bishu grinned quietly to himself. Minato was certainly no ordinary ninja. He was the fourth Hokage, known far and wide as the Yellow Flash. Grandma, where's Ningshi? Bishu then shifted the topic, looking over at Wang Yun. She went home while you were still asleep. Time seemed to pass quickly. Bishu had already been living with his grandparents for a week. He blended into their lives with ease. He cherished the warmth of having family around, the taste of his grandmother's cooking, and the gentle affection both grandparents showered on him. These were things he'd never had before, and he treasured this hard-won sense of belonging. He woke naturally in the mornings, spent late mornings fishing by the lake with his grandfather, passed the afternoons sitting downstairs with his grandmother, chatting with the neighborhood grannies, and practiced sealing techniques at night. Every day felt full and meaningful. But this morning, instead of following his grandfather to the lakeside, Bishu set out alone for a residential complex. Standing before the apartment buildings, his grandfather's words echoed in his mind. Grandpa's useless. I couldn't protect your father back then, and I didn't protect you either. Your mother is gone as well. But your home is still there. Aside from your grandma, who goes over to tidy up now and then, nobody else has been in. Everything is just as you left it. Tomorrow, why not go back and see? Maybe you'll find some memories you thought were lost. Bishu pictured the imposing figure of the old man, his back now slightly stooped. A sudden ache welled up in his nose, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Shaking off the memory, Bishu followed the address his grandmother had given him, searching slowly and carefully. Half an hour later, he found himself standing before a door. He took a deep breath, pulled out the key, and unlocked it. A spacious living room greeted him. Everything was tidy and spotless, but a faint chill lingered in the air, a silence that spoke of long absence. Bishu stepped inside, taking in the unfamiliar room. The floors and tiles were pure white, so spotless that he could see his own reflection. He wandered through the living room, glanced around the kitchen, and finally made his way to another room. Suddenly, a large picture frame caught his eye, and his heart skipped a beat. Inside the frame was a striking wedding photograph. A tall, handsome man in a sleek black suit, a playful half-smile lingering on his lips, his right arm wrapped gently around the slender waist of the woman beside him. A woman stood there, draped in a pure white wedding dress, her fair skin exposed to the air, so luminous that it seemed to pale the world around her. Her face was cool and reserved, the smile barely there, but the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. "Dad, Mom?" Bishu felt an emotion welling up from deep within him, one he could not put into words. "Am I crying?" He touched the dampness at the corner of his eye and murmured softly to himself. How long had it been since he last cried? It seemed he hadn't shed a tear since grade school. After all, growing up without parents, he had learned to hide his timid and self-conscious heart behind a mask of strength. Bishu forced himself to swallow the tangled feelings, wiping away his tears. "I'll bring you back, Dad. I'll find Mom too. It won't be long." He carefully closed the door to this room, afraid to disturb the joyful couple frozen in the photo frame. "I will grow stronger." Having come to this world, Bishu once again found a purpose for gaining strength, to resurrect his father and reunite with his mother. Impure world reincarnation. Forbidden jutsu. Self-sacrificial rebirth. Orochimaru's heavenly curse mark resurrection. Dragon life reincarnation. Outer path. Samsara of heavenly life technique. First, he ruled out Orochimaru's revival through the heavenly curse mark. Dragon life reincarnation required transferring one's own life force to another through a kiss, something Bishu neither knew nor wanted to attempt. Self-sacrificial rebirth. Grandpa had said that Mom wanted to learn this jutsu from the clan in hopes of saving Dad. But exchanging one life for another was not an option Bishu was willing to consider. "I hope Mom hasn't learned it yet." Bishu sighed and continued to ponder. Impure world reincarnation. By using remains of the deceased and a living vessel as a sacrifice, one could bring the dead back into the real world. Outer path. Samsara of heavenly life technique. This was a high-level resurrection jutsu that only those with the Rinnegan could perform, and the price was one's own life. Still, with something to protect oneself, perhaps death could be avoided. In the original story, Obito survived after reviving Madara thanks to Black Zetsu possessing him. But to perform this jutsu, one had to have a Rinnegan. In this world, the Uchiha clan's most advanced Sharingan was only at the 3-tomo stage. No one had even awakened the Mangekyo, let alone the far more advanced Rinnegan. The road ahead would be difficult indeed. Lost in thought, Bishu suddenly remembered another possibility, finding someone who had awakened Haiden's abilities. Aside from Orochimaru's curse mark and impure world reincarnation, the other three methods could be accomplished by appealing to such a person. After all, Haiden had achieved immortality. This realization lifted Bishu's spirits at once. If the person with Haiden's powers turned out to be a rogue ninja, well, he wouldn't hesitate to get rough. If it was an ordinary ninja, then he would reason with them, appeal to their emotions, and above all, persuade them with logic. Bishu believed he could manage that. By now, Bishu had already pushed open the door to his second room, shaking off the thoughts in his head as he hurried inside to look around. Compared to the living room and the other rooms he had just seen, this room felt much more youthful and innocent. It was clearly Bishu's childhood bedroom. The room was painted sky blue, and the shelves were crowded with models of monsters and superheroes. Bishu couldn't resist running his hand over the bed in the corner, now covered with a white sheet. His grandmother must have put it there to keep the dust off. The mattress was soft and pleasantly cool. Bishu pulled his hand back and let out a sigh. Try as he might, his childhood memories still eluded him. Was it that he truly couldn't remember, or was it because he wasn't really Bishu? If it was the former, he might find some small comfort. But if it was the latter, didn't that make him an imposter who had stolen someone else's life? He stood there in a daze for a moment, then shook himself and said quietly, "Whatever happened before, now I am me." Casting one last look around the room, Bishu finally tiptoed out and gently closed the door behind him. The scene inside grew dimmer and dimmer until he shut the door completely, locking it with a soft click. He slipped the key into his pocket, summoned the Flying Thunder God technique, and in the blink of an eye, Bishu was gone from the house. "Sweetie, I think I just saw a shadow go by." A young man stared in confusion at the spot where Bishu had just stood. He could have sworn he'd seen a shadow flit across the room, but now there was nothing. "What shadow?" A woman looked at him, her face full of doubt. "You must be seeing things. Honestly, you've been overdoing it lately, and it's taken a toll on your health. From today on, you're banned from my bed." "No, please, sweetheart. There really was a shadow just now." "No way. You need a couple of days to rest." "There's no shadow, darling. I was just kidding." "Oh, so you're getting bolder now. Daring to lie to me, are you?" The young man trailed after the woman, grumbling but helpless. By this time, Bishu had already returned to his grandparents' house, completely unaware that his actions had set off this little farce. "You're back." Today, for the first time in ages, Shun Chantian hadn't gone fishing. He sat on the sofa, uneasy, worrying what would happen if Ashu came home and still hadn't regained his memory. Baishu nodded. Well? Wang Yan asked, her eyes filled with hope. Baishu only shook his head with a wry smile. Seeing this, Wang Yun and Shun Changtian both sighed. Even if their grandson never got his memories back, he was still their grandson. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm gonna go practice now. Right now, Baishu only wanted to focus on his cultivation. Power was what mattered most. And besides, there was just 1 month left before school started. He needed to work hard. BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZ. The vibrating of his phone cut through Baishu's dreams, rousing him from his sleep. With a frown and his eyes still closed, he groped along the edge of the bed until he finally found the buzzing phone tucked beneath his pillow. The tension in his brow eased as he answered. Hello. Hey, Baishu. School's starting earlier than expected. We need to report to Qinglong Academy the day after tomorrow. On the other end of the line, Ning-shi spoke rapidly as soon as Baishu picked up. HM, the new semester is starting soon. In an instant, Baishu's groggy mind snapped awake. He sat up with a jolt and asked, Did you just say school starts the day after tomorrow? Yes, Director Zhao from the Qinglong Academy admissions office called Dad this morning and told him. But didn't we still have a long break before school started? Why is it suddenly starting now? Baishu was clearly confused. I'm not sure either. Anyway, Mom said you should come home today. She wants to help us both pack our clothes. All right, I got it, Baishu replied, and hung up the phone. Let me call Mu Xinghe and see if he's heard about this. Back when Baishu chose Qinglong Academy, he'd told Mu Xinghe, and Mu Xinghe had decided to enroll there too. The call connected quickly, and Mu Xinghe's cool voice came through. Hey, Baishu. Yeah, it's me. Qinglong Academy starts in 2 days. Did you hear about this? I know. The admissions director called my mom this morning and told her. All right then, talk later. With that, Baishu ended the call, got up, and began washing up to prepare to return to Ning-shi's house. By the time he finished, it was already 9 o'clock. Usually, at this hour, he'd be out fishing with his grandfather. He hadn't expected to sleep in so late today. Maybe he really needed to plan his training more reasonably. After all, he'd been cultivating until 2 in the morning and only fell asleep when he couldn't stay awake any longer. Baishu grabbed a quick bite and called out to his grandmother before leaving. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Baishu reappeared in his room in an instant. He didn't waste any time admiring the soft bed. Instead, he hurried to open the door and headed out. In the living room, Ning-shi and Aunt Yu were sitting together, chatting. Both of them looked a bit surprised when Baishu suddenly appeared from his room. Then, Ning-shi lifted her snowy white chin and said with a touch of pride, See, Mom? I told you Baishu would use the Flying Thunder God to get here. Aunt Yu, Baishu greeted, flashing a big smile. Why haven't you thought about coming home to visit these past few days? Though Aunt Yu tried to look displeased, a trace of laughter sparkled in her eyes. Well, here I am now. Baishu replied sheepishly, scratching his head. All right. Who doesn't know you by now? Aunt Yu said, shaking her head with a smile. Come on, let's go. I'll take you and Shishi to buy some clothes and other things. Only then did Baishu notice that Aunt Yu and Ning-shi were already dressed up, clearly waiting for him on the sofa. Naturally, Baishu didn't want to let them down, so he nodded eagerly. Which mall are we heading to, Aunt Yu? Should I use the Flying Thunder God to take us there? He wasn't exaggerating. Last month, he'd gone everywhere with Ning-shi, leaving Flying Thunder God markers in all sorts of places. Whenever he wanted, he could appear anywhere in Jianyuan City's shopping malls in an instant. Your Uncle Ning will be back soon. Today, the whole family is going together. Yu Lingling glanced at the time on her phone. The whole family? Baishu was visibly taken aback by those words, but quickly regained his composure and gave a gentle smile. The three of them sat on the sofa for a while longer, chatting. Most of the conversation came from Yu Lingling. She asked Baishu how he'd been these past few days, what he'd been up to, whether he was eating well, if he'd been sleeping comfortably. Baishu answered each question earnestly, one by one. When Ning Xuan returned and waited for them downstairs, only then did the three of them head down, get into the car, and prepare to set off for the mall. On the way, Baishu struck up a conversation with that gentle, easygoing middle-aged man. Uncle Ning, did Director Zhao from Qinglong Academy mention anything besides starting the semester early? Ning Xuan replied as he drove. No, Director Zhao only called this morning to say the semester would begin early. He didn't mention anything else. Oh, I see. Baishu nodded deep in thought. The 4 academies always started the school year along with the other institutes, so why was Qinglong Academy starting early this year? And not only Qinglong, but all 4, Qinglong, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Baihu, were opening their doors ahead of schedule. Baishu had just seen a video online, and in the comments below, people were already talking about all 4 academies moving up their start dates. That was why Baishu couldn't help but ask Ning Ziyuan, hoping to glean more information. Noticing Bishu's thoughtful silence, Ning Xuan spoke up. Do you feel there's something strange about this? Bishu nodded in response. A little. In past years, the 4 academies always started with the others, but this year they're all opening early. It feels odd. Ning Xuan nodded as well. I think so too. When you and Cece get there, you'd better stay alert. What's there to worry about? Qinglong Academy is one of the top schools in our country. What could possibly go wrong? Yu Lingling waved it off, unconcerned. Ning Xuan could only shake his head helplessly. Such a woman's perspective. It's wise to be cautious of others, even if you mean them no harm. Your uncle Ning and your father have seen a lot in our travels. Just remember to be careful, Ning Xuan said, his tone earnest as he looked at Bishu. Seeing the seriousness in Uncle Ning's eyes, Bishu nodded firmly, signaling that he understood. Uncle Ning, where did you and my dad go during those years? Bishu wondered, hoping to hear stories of their past adventures. We went everywhere, so many places I couldn't even count. Ning Xuan replied. I'll tell you more about it in the future. There are some things you're not ready to know just yet. All right, Bishu thought, letting go of his curiosity for the moment since Uncle Ning didn't want to say more. He trusted Uncle Ning. If he said he'd share it someday, then he surely would. Uncle Ning had never lied to him. When Bishu didn't press the issue, a look of satisfaction flickered in Ning Xuan's eyes. The little one from before had truly grown up. Rest easy, brother Bai, up there in the heavens. With that, the car rolled gently to a stop in the underground parking garage. Bishu and his companions also set out for the mall. By the time they came out again, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Bishu was trembling as he walked. He would much rather be cultivating than shopping. This was simply exhausting. Beside him, Ning Xuan also wore a tired expression. Fortunately, Ashu knew spatial ninjutsu, so all those big and small shopping bags had been taken home by Bishu. Otherwise, it would have been him lugging all that around. In stark contrast to the weary Bishu and Ning Xuan, Yu Lingling and Ning, she were strolling ahead arm in arm, full of energy and enthusiasm. Listening to their lively conversation up ahead, Bishu's lips twitched in exasperation. Don't you two ever get tired of shopping? He glanced over at Uncle Ning, and was relieved to see that Ning Xuan looked just as worn out as he did. At least he wasn't suffering alone. At that moment, Ning Xuan also turned to look at Bishu, giving him a wry smile and a helpless shrug. On the way back, Bishu didn't say a single word. A few hours of shopping had left him more drained than a whole day of training. He vowed that whoever suggested another shopping trip in the future would be a little puppy. The drive home was once again handled by Ning Xuan, while Ning Shi and Yu Lingling chatted happily in the back. Soon, the day arrived for Qinglong Academy's term to begin. Bishu and Ning Shi had been ready for days and could leave at any moment. These past couple of days, Bishu stayed one more night at his grandparents' house, letting them know he'd be leaving for school today. Sure enough, outside the Xingfu community, Shun Changtian and Wang Yun had arrived early, ready to see their grandson off to Fengyang City. Bishu had come back to stay the night before, packing up his things. The bedding had already been shipped to Fengyang City by courier. So today, he and Ning Shi each had only a suitcase for the rest of their belongings, traveling light, so to speak. Ashu, Shi, are you sure you don't want to bring a few more clothes? Aunt Yu's concerned voice lingered in his ears, making Bishu both touched and a little helpless. Fortunately, Ning Shi stepped in to shield him from Aunt Yu's fussing. Mom, this is plenty. If we take any more, we won't be able to fit it all. Besides, if we need something else, Bishu can just come back for it. After all, with his spatial ninjutsu, he could come home anytime. Seeing Ning Shi's carefree attitude, Bishu's mouth twitched again. So that's the plan, huh? Rely on me for backup. But he played along. That's right, Aunt Yu. I can bring Ning Shi home anytime. No need to pack too much. Well, all right then. Yu Lingling finally relented. Ashu, your aunt lives in Fengqing City. If you need anything, go find her, his grandmother reminded him. I understand, Grandma. Bishu nodded solemnly. Looking at the two elderly figures, their hair silvered and faces full of affection, Bishu felt a complex surge of emotion. The love and indulgence they'd shown him lately was something he could lose himself in. Who wouldn't want to bask in the warmth of family every day? But Bishu couldn't, not now at least. His vengeance was unfinished, his father not yet revived. He couldn't afford to stop, not yet. Ashu had something to ask his grandfather, and in Fengyang City, his grandfather still carried some weight. Shun Changtian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Okay, Grandpa, Bishu replied with a goofy grin. That's the benefit of having connections. It's getting late. I'll take them to the train station now, Ning Xuan said, pulling open the car door and starting the engine. All right, drive safe. Mama, we're leaving. Goodbye, Grandma. Ning Shi waved her hands energetically, reluctant to part. Bishu smiled and waved as well. We're off, Ning Xuan called out. The engine roared to life, carrying Bishu and Ning Shi away. They're gone now. Yu Lingling watched the car disappear in the distance, her smile gradually fading. When did the children grow up? Was it just in the blink of an eye? Yesterday, they were still at home, and today they're already gone. She let out a quiet sigh, composing herself, then turned to the silent old man beside her and said, Uncle Shun, why don't you and Aunt Wang stay for dinner tonight? Sure, I'd like to chat with Xiao Ning about the Ninja Association. Shun Changtian nodded. Soon, the car arrived outside the high-speed rail station. Seeing the bustling crowd, Ningxi's excitement was obvious. It's not even a holiday. Why are there so many people at the station? It's perfectly normal. There are so many people in summer country, and lots of them travel for work, Ning Ziyuan explained. So, Dad, should we go in now? Ningxi hesitated, a trace of reluctance in her voice. She knew that starting today, she would be leaving her parents to study elsewhere. She'd always had Mom and Dad by her side, and now the day had come part. Thankfully, Bishu would still be with her. Ning Ziyuan paused for a moment, then spoke gently, Go ahead. Goodbye, Dad. Ningxi suddenly threw herself into Ning Ziyuan's arms, not wanting to let go. He smiled softly, patting his precious daughter's back. Go on. If you get homesick, you and Ashu can always come back. Okay, I know. Ningxi muttered. She quickly grabbed Bishu's hand, left hand holding his, right hand clutching her suitcase, and dashed into the station without looking back. She was afraid that if she turned around and saw her dad's face, she wouldn't be able to leave. Seeing this, Bishu hurriedly waved, calling out, I'll take good care of Ningxi. Goodbye, Uncle Ning. As their figures vanished into the crowd, Ning Ziyuan was left with a hollow feeling. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and let the smoke curl around him, as if it could ease his mood. Only then did he drive away. Inside the train station, Bishu couldn't help but be surprised at the number of police officers patrolling the area. Why are there so many police officers here? He whispered to Ningxi. I don't know either. This is my first time taking the high-speed rail. Ningxi replied, her face a little tense, gripping Bishu's arm tightly. Only then did Bishu remember that Uncle Ning always used to say the outside world was dangerous, so he never took them far from home. Bishu and Ning, she had only ever stayed in Jianyuan City, so naturally, they'd never had the chance to ride the high-speed train. Don't be scared, I know what to do. Bishu listened to the announcements for a while and realized there wasn't much difference from the world he once knew. Instantly, he grasped Ningxi's slightly clammy hand, giving her all the reassurance she needed. You know, Ningxi looked at him, her delicate face full of skepticism. Bishu, unfazed, lied without missing a beat. Even if I haven't eaten pork, I've at least seen a pig run, haven't I? I've seen it in videos. That's good then. Ningxi let out a sigh of relief, trusting every word Bishu said. Hand in hand, Bishu led Ningxi to 2 empty seats. They sat down quietly, waiting for departure. The tickets had been bought by Ning Ziyuan, and the train was set to leave at 10:06 in the morning. Now, it was only around 9:30, so there was still some time to spare. Back at home, Yu Lingling, who was in the middle of cooking, suddenly remembered something and let out a startled shriek. What happened? What's wrong? Wang Yun, who was helping in the kitchen, rushed over to check, and Ning Ziyuan and Shan Changtian, who were sitting in the living room, hurried over as well. What is it, Lingling? Ning Ziyuan asked anxiously. Old Ning, Ashu, and Shishi have never traveled far before. Will they even know how to take the high-speed train? Yu Lingling's face was clouded with guilt. She couldn't believe she'd forgotten such an important detail. What if the 2 kids got on the wrong train? No need to panic. I'll call Shishi and check. Ning Ziyuan tried to keep his composure, but his trembling hands gave him away. Bizidzid, bizidzid. Hello. The call quickly connected, and a sweet, youthful voice came from the other end. Hello, Shishi. Have you and Ashu boarded the train yet? Ning Ziyuan asked, not wasting a second. Yu Lingling strained to listen, afraid she might miss a word. Shun Changtian and Wang Yun also wore anxious expressions. It had never crossed their minds that their grandchildren had never ridden a high-speed train before. We're on. Is something wrong? That sweet voice rang out from the other side. Everyone in the house breathed a collective sigh of relief, their worries melting away. It's nothing. Dad just thought since you and Ashu have never taken the high-speed train, you might have trouble finding your way. No way. Bishu is amazing. He found a train for us. All right, then you two just enjoy the ride. Ning Ziyuan hung up, turning to the others with a smile. Good thing they found it. Yes. Yu Lingling felt the weight lift from her shoulders as she let out a long, relieved breath. On the train, listening to the recent conversation between Uncle Ning and Ningxi, Bishu couldn't help but smile. Even Uncle Ning had forgotten that he and Ningxi had never traveled by high-speed rail before. Wow, so this is Fengyang City. Ningxi squeezed Bishu's hand, gazing out at the scenery of Fengyang City in awe. Bishu, this train station is so much bigger than the one in Jianyuan City. That's right. I have to say, this place truly lives up to being home to the Azure Dragon Academy. Even the high-speed rail station is so imposing, Bishu exclaimed in awe. The grand station before his eyes was larger than any he'd seen in his previous world. All right, let's go. We should head over to Azure Dragon Academy to check in. With one hand, Bishu took Ning Shi's, and with the other, he lifted his suitcase, ready to hail a cab. Noticing that Bishu was still holding her hand, Ning Shi's cheeks flushed pink, her heart fluttering with shyness. Even in urgent moments, she would only ever grab Bishu's arm, never his hand outright. Unlike him, who seemed to do so easily. What should she do? She liked it so much. Soon enough, Bishu managed to flag down a cab, and they set off toward Azure Dragon Academy. Unexpectedly, their driver turned out to be quite chatty. Let me tell you, young man, he began, out there on the wild outskirts of Fengyang City, battles have actually broken out before. Bishu's interest was piqued, and he struck up a conversation with the middle-aged driver. There have been wars here? Of course, the driver replied, a note of pride in his voice. Why else do you think Azure Dragon Academy and the other 3 academies are called the second line of defense? With a somewhat proud expression, he went on, the 4 great walls of our Xian nation form the first line of defense, and the 4 academies are the second. You know about this, right? I do, Bishu nodded. The driver smiled. That's just the big picture. Since you're heading to Azure Dragon Academy, let me tell you a bit more in detail. Fengyang City is in the east of Xian Nation. Thousands of miles away, there's a towering, majestic wall. That's the first line of defense in the east. Meanwhile, the many outstanding teachers and students of Azure Dragon Academy, along with the troops stationed outside Fengyang City, make up the second line. If any rogue beasts manage to sneak in here, what awaits them is nothing short of annihilation. As the middle-aged man finished, the atmosphere in the car shifted. An unmistakable aura of steely resolve emanated from him. Bishu and Ning, she both felt a jolt of surprise. Bishu asked, Uncle, what did you do before? A flicker of nostalgia crossed the driver's eyes before he replied, I was a soldier. But how? Ning she had just started to ask why he'd come back, when Bishu quickly stopped her. With a hearty laugh, the driver answered for her, lost my hand, so my squad leader wouldn't let me return to the battlefield. He shrugged it off with a wry grin and held out his left hand, revealing only 2 fingers and a scarred, incomplete palm for Bishu and Ningxi to see. I'm sorry, sir. Ningxi apologized, guilt coloring her voice. She hadn't meant to bring up painful memories. No need to apologize. You 2 are the future pillars of our Xian nation, the driver said with a warm chuckle, shaking his head. All right, we've arrived at Azure Dragon Academy. Goodbye, sir. Ningxi and Bishu said their farewells, grabbing their suitcases as they stepped out. He really is a man with stories to tell, Bishu remarked with a sigh. Wow, Bishu, look over there. Ningxi exclaimed, tugging eagerly at his arm. Bishu turned his head in confusion and couldn't help but cry out, whoa, seriously? Before him stood the grand entrance of Qinglong Academy, towering 6 meters high. The door, adorned entirely in black, radiated an air of solemn dignity and weight. But what truly left Bishu in awe were the 4 gilded characters spelling out Qinglong Academy above the entrance, exuding an undeniable sense of nobility and prestige. While Bishu and Ning, she were still marveling at the sight, 2 upper-classwomen from Qinglong Academy approached them. Hello, handsome and beautiful. Are you new students at Qinglong Academy? One of the girls greeted them warmly. Yes, we are, Bishu and Ning, she replied with a nod. With a sweet smile, the girl introduced herself. Let me introduce myself. I'm Gao Exant, a sophomore in the medical department. And I'm Lu Jing, also a sophomore, but from the perception department, the other girl added. Hello, seniors. Ning Shi and Bishu greeted them politely. Come with us, Gao Xin said with a friendly grin. We'll help you register your information and then take you to your dormitories. Thank you. That's really helpful, Bishu replied, glancing around at the bustling crowd. He realized that finding their way alone would be nearly impossible for him and Ning Shi. Oh, don't mention it. We get course credits for this anyway. Besides, having such good-looking juniors around is a treat for the eyes, Gao Xin said with a wink. It wasn't just idle flattery. These 2 new students were genuinely attractive, and for someone like Gao Xin, who appreciated good looks, they easily stood out from the crowd. Bishu and Ning, she could only respond with an awkward chuckle. Bishu thought to himself, as expected of sophomores, they'd been through a year of college life and shed the shyness of their first year. Lin, help these 2 register their information, Gao Xin called out. Gao Xin and Lu Jing led Bishu and Ning, she over to another girl. The bespectacled Lin nodded and said, Juniors, please hand me your ID cards and admission letters. Bishu quickly crouched down, opened his suitcase, and took out both his and Ning Shi's admission letters. They had their ID cards on them. Then, with practiced efficiency, Lin performed a series of steps that Bishu couldn't begin to understand. Looking up at their faces, Lin seemed slightly surprised. You're both in class 1 of the combat department. Bishu and Ning, she didn't quite grasp why their senior sounded so amazed, but they nodded in confirmation. You two are actually in class 1 of the combat department. Gao Xian exclaimed, her voice rising with excitement. Even Lu Jing looked utterly astonished. What's the matter? Bishu asked, still puzzled. Gao Xian explained, class 1 of the combat department is where all the prodigies gather. Everyone who makes it in is exceptionally talented, and all sorts of resources are given to class 1 first. Jealous admiration filled Gao Xian's tone. It was clear Lin and Lu Jing felt the same way, their faces full of envy. The prodigies from the combat division's first class were figures they could only look up to from afar, seemingly untouchable. Who would have thought that on the very first day of the freshmen's arrival, they would see not 1, but 2 such prodigies? No wonder the girls were so stunned. These are your dorm keys. The room numbers are written on them. Once the astonishment had faded, Lin handed a key each to Bishu and Ning Shi. Come on, I'll show you to your dorm. Gao Xian's tone brimmed with excitement. She herself had never set foot in the combat division's dorms before. MHM. Stepping onto campus, Bishu took in the wide avenues and the willow trees on either side, their branches swaying gracefully in the breeze. He found the place rather pleasing. Oh, by the way, senior, where's the school's parcel collection point? Bishu inquired. Where are your suitcases, anyway? Gao Xian glanced at the two of them, noting that they were only carrying a single suitcase between them. Clearly, their luggage must have been shipped in advance. I'll take you there. Gao Xian was just about to turn around. But Bishu interjected, just tell me where it is, senior. You and Ning should go ahead to the dorm. I'll catch up in a bit. Are you sure you can find the dorm? Gao Xian wasn't trying to look down on him. Qinglong Academy's dormitories covered a huge area. Without a guide, it was easy to get lost. Don't worry, I've got it, Bishu replied with a faint smile. He had marked Ning Shi's location with his flying thunder god kunai. He could teleport there anytime. Gao Xian looked at Ning Shi, hoping this cool, aloof younger sister would persuade her boyfriend otherwise. But Ning Shi simply nodded in agreement. With no choice, Gao Xian led Ning Shi toward the girls' dormitory. Following the directions Gao Xian had given him, Bishu soon arrived at the parcel collection point. At this hour, the place was deserted save for the staff. It didn't take long for Bishu to spot both his and Ning Shi's luggage. He picked up Ning Shi's suitcase, sensed her position, and activated Flying Thunder God. Their luggage had actually arrived yesterday, the very day they'd shipped it. No wonder Kuaifeng Express was so highly regarded. Meanwhile, Ning Shi and Gao Xian had already reached the dorm, chatting with the other roommates. Ning Shi, where's your luggage? Asked a petite, fair-skinned girl with curiosity. Her name was Guanhua. Yeah, I didn't see you bring any suitcase with you, chimed in a tall, spirited girl who raised her eyebrow, exuding a heroic air. Her name was Jiang Yan. Come on, Ning Shi probably shipped it here, just like me, added another girl with a neat short haircut and delicate features. As she looked at Ning Shi, there was a sense of camaraderie in her gaze. Her name was Xia Yuha. Listening to their lively chatter, Gao Xian, standing off to the side, couldn't help but find the whole scene amusing. If only they knew, the luggage was being picked up by Ning Shi's boyfriend. Responding to the group's questions, Ning Shi said, I had my luggage shipped here. See? Told you so. Xia Yuha grinned, flashing her little tiger teeth as her legs swung back and forth. She kept chattering away. Let's go pick up our stuff together later. Mine has already arrived. Well, about that. Ning Shi found it a little hard to answer. She didn't know what to say, and all she could do was silently hope that Bishu would hurry back. Perhaps it was some kind of telepathic connection. The very next second, Bishu's figure suddenly appeared inside Ning Shi's dorm room, 403. Guanhua, startled by the sudden appearance, couldn't help but let out a scream. Jiang Yan and Xiaoyue were both frightened as well, their faces tense with alarm as they stared at Bishu, who had just materialized out of nowhere. The girl's screams gave Bishu quite a scare. He froze for a moment, and then said awkwardly, Wow, you all came back to the dorms so early today. Gao Xian, standing off to the side, looked completely stunned, obviously still reeling from the shock. Wasn't this underclassman supposed to be at the package station? How'd he suddenly turn up in the girls' dorm? At this moment, Gao Xian's little head was full of questions. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ning Shi kept apologizing to everyone, realizing she'd forgotten that Bishu's Flying Thunder God technique made him appear out of thin air. She hadn't expected it to frighten them so much. It's fine. Aren't you going to introduce him? Jiang Yin came back to her senses, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. Xiaoyue and Guanhua also snapped out of their shock, quickly waving their hands to show it was all right, that Ningxi didn't need to apologize. Their gazes shifted toward Bishu, eyes filled with curiosity. So this handsome guy knew Ningxi. All right. Ningxi slapped her smooth forehead, then hurried over to Bishu to formally introduce him. This is my childhood friend. His name is Bishu. Bishu cooperated with a friendly smile. Nice to meet you all. I'm Bishu. Hello, I'm Jiangyan. My name's Xiaoyua. Guanhua, I'm Guanhua. With that, Bishu was now at least acquainted with Ningxi's roommates. Bishu, how did you get here? Gao Xian couldn't help but ask. The words had barely left her mouth before she regretted it, and quickly covered her lips. Some ninja techniques weren't to be inquired about so casually, but she had already asked. What should she do now? For a moment, her face was laced with anxiety. Xiaoyua and the other two stared at Bishu, their eyes unblinking. Seeing that they were all looking at him, Bishu gave a slight smile. There wasn't really any reason to hide it. Sooner or later, they were bound to find out. After all, the legend of the Flying Thunder God would return. It's a space-time ninjutsu, he explained. The legendary space-time ninjutsu. Guanhua gasped in astonishment. What? Xiaoyua and Jiangyan could no longer keep up their refined demeanor. This was the legendary space-time ninjutsu. Watching Ningxi's roommates, Bishu found their reactions a little amusing. He could already tell Ning she got along well with them. So... Xiaoyua's delicate face flushed red as she looked at Bishu, clearly wanting to say something but hesitating. What's wrong? Bishu asked, puzzled. Seeing this, Ningxi quickly interjected. Her luggage is also at the package station. Could you help her pick it up? Listening to Ningxi explain to her, Xiaoyua was deeply moved. How could she let such a beautiful girl carry all those bags and luggage for her? That would be far too presumptuous. She had been pondering whether to ask Bishu for help, but felt too embarrassed to speak up. Fortunately, Ningxi spoke up for her. From now on, Ningxi was going to be her best friend. She vowed to treat Ningxi well. Would that be all right? Xiaoyua asked in a voice as soft as a whisper, her pretty face flushing bright red. Sure, just send me the code, Bishu replied, wondering what this was all about. Oh, okay. Xiaoyua took the opportunity to add Bishu's contact information and sent in the passcode. Moments later, Bishu's figure disappeared from the crowd. Shishi, I absolutely adore you. As soon as Bishu left, Xiaoyua threw herself next to Ningxi, practically squealing with delight. Ningxi suddenly realized that university life might actually be even more fun than high school. Shishi, let me help you make your bed. Xiaoyua volunteered eagerly. Just then, Bishu reappeared in the dorm room, carrying Xiaoyua's luggage. Although everyone was getting used to his comings and goings, they were still a bit surprised. Thank you, Bishu, Xiaoyua said gratefully. No need to be so polite, Bishu replied with a gentle smile. Freshman, let's go. Time to take you to your dorm, Gao Xian announced. All right, I'll get going then, Bishu nodded, turning to Ningxi. Hearing this, Ningxi stopped tidying up her bed and looked up. Do you want me to come with you? No need, just don't forget to eat once you're done here. Bishu waved his hand and followed Gao Xian out in search of his own dorm. Watching Bishu's figure gradually disappear down the hallway, Ningxi felt a faint sense of loss. From now on, they wouldn't be living together anymore. Hey. Ningxi snapped out of her thoughts as Jiang Yin waved a hand in front of her face. What is it? Ning, she turned to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin grinned mischievously. So, what exactly is your relationship? Guanhua came over with her hands on her hips, putting on a mock stern voice. Better tell us the truth. Don't bully Ningxi. Xiaoyua, loyal as ever, stepped in front of Ningxi to shield her. But her words betrayed her resolve. Ningxi, they've got the numbers on their side. Maybe you should just tell them. Ningxi could only shake her head helplessly at their antics. Meanwhile, Bishu was following behind Gao Xian, heading towards the boys' dormitory. Seeing Gao Xian hesitate as if wanting to say something, Bishu asked, a bit exasperated, Senior, is there something you want to say? No, it's nothing, Gao Xian stammered, shaking her head like a startled rabbit. All right then, Bishu shrugged. If you won't ask, I won't say. Let's see which one of you can hold out longer. To Bishu's surprise, Gao Xian really didn't say anything else the whole way. He was more than happy to enjoy the peace, taking in the sights of Qinglong Academy. As expected of one of Xia country's top academies, the campus was beautiful and serene, a rare oasis amidst the noise of the city. Before long, Gao Xian led Bishu to a dormitory building. All right, this is it. You go on up. I won't go in with you. Gao Xian stopped in front of the boys' dormitory building. Okay, Senior. See you later. Bishu nodded and waved at Gao Xian, then strode into the dormitory. Gao Xian watched her junior's retreating figure and felt a surge of frustration at her own timidity. This was a genius junior who had mastered space-time jutsu. Having his contact information would be a valuable connection for the future. At this moment, regret gnawed at her. But Bishu was unaware of all this. He had already reached the third floor and, standing in front of room 314, took a deep breath before gently pushing open the door. Hey, the last brother is finally here. No sooner had Bishu entered than a booming voice rang out. The first thing he saw was a burly man, well over 2 meters tall, bare-chested, with deeply tanned skin. Grinning widely, the man introduced himself, named Xiong Jingsheng from Nanlin City. Bishu smiled in return. I'm Bishu from Jianyuan City. Bishu, I'm Fu Huai from Qian City. A fair-skinned, chubby boy sitting on a chair waved at him. Hello, Bishu replied politely with a nod. I'm Jin Longyu. Another boy, hands stuffed in his pockets, leaned casually against the balcony door, speaking in a cool, detached tone. Bishu couldn't help but notice how effortlessly stylish he looked, and yet, for some reason, he wanted to laugh. Coughing lightly, Jin Longyu said with a resigned sigh. Go ahead. Laugh if you want. My mom picked this name for me. There was no way out of it. He knew all too well. Anyone who heard his name was bound to chuckle. Why do their names sound so normal? Well, it's made people think of a brand of cooking oil. I'm Jin Longyu. I'm Jin Longyu. The words echoed in his mind. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiong Jingsheng let out a wild, unrestrained laugh that shook the room. He was the 2-meter giant, after all. Bishu couldn't hold back, either. Laughter bubbled up and spilled out. Yes, Jin Longyu. The name was identical to a famous cooking oil brand in this world. Aunt Yu always used that oil when she cooked. Even the chubby Fu Huai started laughing again. He'd already snickered the first time he heard the name, but the mood was infectious. Amid the cheerful laughter of the three, only Jin Longyu felt truly wounded, his suffering complete. But seeing everyone laughing so hard, Jin Longyu abandoned his pride and joined in, laughing aloud as if to say, let's see who can laugh the loudest and longest. Peals of laughter roared through the room, growing louder and more raucous with every second. This, after all, was the simple joy of being boys together. Eventually, Bishu was the first to surrender, unable to laugh any longer. His throat felt parched. He realized he hadn't had a drink all morning. Here, catch. Fu Huai stopped laughing, tossed Bishu a bottle of water, and grabbed one for himself, gulping it down with relish. Jin Longyu stopped laughing as well. There was no point in forcing a laugh anymore. He turned his gaze to the big oaf who was still chuckling, veins bulging on his forehead. He really wanted to give the guy a good beating. But faced with that hulking figure, he felt a chill run down his spine. Just one punch, and he'd probably be left in pieces. Jin Longyu shuddered involuntarily at the thought. Seeing that everyone had stopped laughing, Xiong Jingsheng finally quit as well. He knew he'd already won. With a look of satisfaction, he glanced at the 3 others. None of them looked like they could put up a fight. Bishu and his 2 companions exchanged helpless shakes of the head. All his brains must have gone into his muscles, they thought. Dragging his suitcase, Bishu headed to an empty bed, the last one left, which naturally became his. Their dorm was arranged with bunks on top and desks below, complete with a private bathroom and a balcony. Bishu set his odds and ends on the desk, then hung his clothes neatly in the wardrobe. Bishu, where's the rest of your luggage? Xiong Jingsheng asked curiously. At the parcel station, Bishu replied as he continued unpacking. Come on, let's go get it now. Afterwards, we'll grab some drinks, Xiong Jingsheng said, his spirits high. That's right. This is our first meal as room 314. We've got to celebrate with barbecue and beer. Jin Longyu exclaimed, leaping up from his chair with a thump. We'd already planned it, just waiting on you, Fu Huai added, his eyes fixed intensely on Bishu as if trying to stare a hole through him. Bishu could see the excitement shining in their eyes, and couldn't help but smile. All right, just give me a minute. What are we waiting for? Let's go now. With hands as big as palm fans, Xiong Jingsheng grabbed Bishu's arm and started pulling him toward the door. The sheer strength in his grip startled Bishu. He prided himself on his own physical prowess, but Xiong Jingsheng's raw power was even greater, easily overpowering him. Bishu felt that he'd have to go all out, almost like activating some mythical mode, just to match Xiong Jingsheng's strength. That's right. Only then could he stand a chance. Bishu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Where on earth did this monster come from? Then, as if struck by a mischievous idea, Bishu grinned slyly. Hey, old Xiong, ever wanted to experience what it's like to travel between dimensions? Xiong Jingsheng stared at Bishu, completely baffled. Judging by your face, I'd say you do. Seizing Xiong Jingsheng's moment of confusion, Bishu grabbed his arm, then called out to Fu Huai and Jin Longyu. Wait here, we'll be right back. Before Fu Huai or Jin Longyu could respond, Bishu activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he and the stunned Xiong Jingsheng vanished from room 314. What the? Where did they go? The 2 left behind, just about to reply, stared in alarm at the now empty spot. Slowly, they turned to look at each other, both seeing the same fear mirrored in the other's eyes. Jin Longyu, Bishu, and Xiong Jingxing were right there just now, weren't they? Fu Huai stammered, swallowing hard as his teeth chattered. Yeah, they were. So where did they go? Unless they're not human. Jin Longyu guessed. Ugh. Bishu looked on with a touch of helplessness as Xiong Jingxing retched uncontrollably. For someone with such a sturdy build, he really couldn't handle even a little spatial compression. Xiong Jingxing felt dizzy, his vision spinning with stars, and it was worse than downing 5 bottles of white liquor in one go. Meanwhile, Bishu took the opportunity to locate his own luggage. Back at the courier station, the crowd stood in stunned silence, staring at Bishu's figure in disbelief. It was simple, really. Bishu and Xiong Jingxing had appeared out of thin air right before their eyes. Could this be one of those legendary space-time ninja arts? Someone murmured under their breath. Good heavens! Since when did the Academy have such a genius? It must be space-time ninja arts. It has to be. Only space-time ninja arts could let someone appear so silently, right in front of you. Bishu paid no mind to the excited whispers swirling around him, though he did find it odd. Just a moment ago, this place had been completely empty. Without much ado, he hefted his luggage in one hand, grabbed the still-dazed Xiong Jingxing with the other, and vanished from the crowd's sight once again. I have to post about this on the forum, a tall, skinny boy exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. After all, a genius who could wield space-time ninja arts was a big deal, especially for their own Qinglong Academy. How could they not spread the word? Count me in. Me too. I'm posting as well. Bishu had no idea that his image would be all over the Qinglong Academy forum the next day, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. Right now, he was facing the fierce and stern gazes of his 3 roommates. Talk, Fu Huai demanded, crossing his arms over his chest and trying to look intimidating as he stared at Bishu. But Bishu couldn't help but find the chubby, pale-faced boy's expression more amusing than scary. Be serious and confess honestly. The more forthright you are, the more lenient we'll be. Resist, and things get tough. Jin Longyu intoned, face solemn, all traces of earlier fear gone. Xiong Jingxing, still a little woozy, sat in his chair with his eyes closed. Despite his dizziness, his curiosity was undiminished. With a smile, Bishu calmly admitted that he knew space-time ninja arts. Incredible! You can actually use the legendary space-time ninja arts. Fu Huai burst out, barely containing his excitement. Wait a minute, if you have space-time ninja arts, doesn't that mean we can go anywhere we want for free? Jin Longyu's focus was different. He looked positively thrilled at the idea. Bishu couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. To them, space-time ninja arts had somehow turned into a free taxi service. Xiong Jingxing, eyes shut tight, said nothing. He got carsick just from riding in a vehicle. There was no way he'd let Bishu drag him through space again unless absolutely necessary. By the afternoon, Xiong Jingxing had recovered and was clamoring to drink, eager to show off his impressive alcohol tolerance. Jin Longyu and Fu Huai rolled up their sleeves, exchanging determined glances. Today they were going to drink Xiong Jingxing under the table, no matter what. In the midst of all this, She called Bishu to ask if he wanted to join them for dinner. But Bishu was already eating with Fu Huai and the others, and simply said he'd look for her tomorrow. He hung up the phone and continued drinking with his friends. Watching the 3 of them, each with their own peculiar drinking posture, Bishu shook his head and popped a peanut into his mouth. With all this drinking, if none of you get drunk, then who will? He himself had managed 7 bottles before he couldn't take another drop, but the others kept urging him on. Yet Bishu just replied calmly, "If I get drunk, none of us will make it back tonight." The moment he said this, the 3 immediately gave up on trying to get him to drink more. After all, Bishu was the only one who could get them all home in one go. So they left him alone, and the 3 of them kept on battling their drinks. The table was strewn with a heap of iron skewers, and 5 empty beer crates lay scattered on the floor. There were even 2 bottles of baijiu nestled amid the pile of green beer bottles, a testament to how fierce the drinking had been. Afterward, Bishu settled the bill, hoisted the passed-out Xiong Jingxing onto his back, grabbed Jin Longyu and Fu Huai by the arms, and with a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique, vanished from the barbecue stand. When the staff came out, they found the table that had just been lively now completely deserted. Puzzled at how quickly everyone had left, they simply shrugged it off and began tidying up. By the time they returned to the dorm, it was already 8 in the evening. Bishu tossed the 3 onto their beds, then went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing, he lay in bed, staring at the messages on his phone, lost in thought. Freshman military training. Training begins the day after tomorrow and lasts for 2 months. No leave, no tardiness, no early departures. Violators will have their admission revoked. If you do not wish to participate in military training, You may withdraw from school now. The military training in this world is a bit strange. Bishu couldn't help but think. It's more than a little harsh. No being late, no leaving early, no absences, and the training lasts 2 months. Oh well, whatever comes, he'll deal with it when it arrives. Bishu put his phone aside and went to sleep. It had been a long day, and soon enough, he drifted off. That afternoon, while Xiong Jingsheng was napping, Bishu and Jin Longyu, along with Fu Huai, took the chance to go to the supermarket for some daily necessities. Their class group chat had also been set up that afternoon by the counselor, who told everyone to gather at room 512, 5th floor, Building B at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Bishu was the first awake. Seeing the other 3 still deep in sleep, he quietly went to wash up. It was only about 7:30 a.m. With nothing else to do, Bishu let his consciousness sink inward and went to chat with Kurama. Ever since Bishu had first met the Ninetails, he'd come back several times just to talk, and during those visits the Ninetails had even told Bishu its name, a clear sign of approval. When Bishu opened his eyes again, he found himself once more in that familiar sea of flowers. At this moment, Kurama, whose massive form sprawled across the ground, was deep in slumber. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open and it glanced in Bishu's direction. It knew Bishu had arrived. "Long time no see, Kurama." Bishu greeted with a cheerful smile, walking right up to the cage. "Hey, Bishu, when will you finally master the 8 trigram seal?" "I want to get out of here," Kurama demanded, ignoring Bishu's greeting and cutting straight to the chase. "Soon, very soon," Bishu tried to reassure him. The truth was, the 8 trigram seal was extremely complicated. Bishu had been learning it for over half a month and still hadn't mastered it. "Is the outside world really as wonderful as you say?" Kurama's skeptical voice echoed again. "Of course. It'll absolutely blow your mind." Bishu thumped his chest as he promised. "Then hurry up and learn the 8 trigram seal." Before Bishu could say another word, Kurama had already booted him out of that space. Back in the dorm room, Bishu opened his eyes with a helpless sigh, Kurama's words still ringing in his ears. All right, I'll get to it now," he muttered, shifting his focus inward again to continue studying the 8 trigram seal. The sooner he could master it, the sooner his own strength would skyrocket. "Oh, come on, Bishu's already training first thing in the morning. Does he have to be this intense?" Jin Longyu lay on his bed, looking utterly defeated by life. He'd just woken up to see Bishu sitting on the floor, already deep in training. No wonder he'd made it into Qinglong Academy. Xiong Jingsheng and Fu Huai had woken up by now as well. At first, they were confused as they watched Bishu train, but then shock dawned on their faces. "Mom, someone's already going all out the moment school starts. What am I supposed to do? Our buddy starts training the moment he gets up. How are we supposed to make him stop?" "Simple, just wake him up." Fu Huai was already at Bishu's side, gently nudging him, whispering, "Bishu, Bishu." Bishu opened his eyes, only to be startled by Fu Huai's round, chubby face looming right in front of him. He sprang to his feet in alarm. Fu Huai was startled too. Who would have thought Bishu would jump up so fast? Bishu glanced outside at the bright morning, then turned to the others and asked, "What time is it?" "It's only 8:55, what's wrong?" Xiong Jingsheng scratched his spiky buzz cut, looking puzzled. "Oh no." Bishu slapped his forehead. If only he'd known these 3 were so unreliable, he would have set an alarm. "What's up?" The 3 of them looked at Bishu's expression, completely confused. "The counselor said we have to gather at 9, Bishu said slowly. "Oh crap. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xiong Jingsheng blurted out in surprise. "Dang, does that mean we're going to be late?" Jin Longyu scrambled out of bed in a panic. "What's the rush? Doesn't Bishu have that space-time ninjutsu?" Compared to the other 2, Fu Huai remained cool and collected. "Well, yes, but you all haven't even washed up yet," Bishu shouted. "Damn it. Oh crap. Ah hell. Wait for us. You have to wait for us." Fu Huai was the first to bolt from the basement toward the bathroom. "Big bro, you have to wait for us." Jin Longyu jumped out of bed too, making a dash for the bathroom in nothing but his red boxers. "Today's the first day of the semester. We have to make a good impression on all those girls." Xiong Jingsheng's first move after getting out of bed was to pick out an outfit. Bishu glanced at the time on his phone, 9 o'clock. Then he looked at his friends, scrambling around. He finally let out a defeated sigh. They were still going to be late. By the time the 3 of them showed up in front of him, looking all put together, it was already 9:10. Meanwhile, Ningxi called him several times. "All set." Bishu looked at the 3 of them, his tone far from pleased. "All set, Bai. We're counting on you." Jin Longyu stuffed his hands in his pockets, his freshly styled hair giving him a bit of swagger. "We're good to go, Bai." Fu Huai stood proudly before Bishu, dressed in brand new clothes and beaming with confidence. "Old Bai, you've got to make sure you lead us into class looking sharp. Make it flashy." Xiong Jingsheng grinned, angling for the dramatic entrance of his dreams. Clearly, he wanted Bishu to help him make a grand entrance. Fine, Bishu said, helplessly nodding. Then he added, hold on to me. Obediently, Fu Huai and the others grabbed Bishu's arm. Xiong Jingxing hesitated for a moment. Last night when they'd returned, he'd already fallen asleep and missed the dizzying sensation. Today would be different. But, he figured, this was the moment he'd dreamed of. Time to go for it, he decided resolutely. Let's go. Bishu focused on the flying thunder god kunai at Ningxi's side. A little earlier, after breakfast, Ningxi and her roommates set out to find their classroom. When they arrived, quite a few students were already there. Standing at the podium was a young woman. Zhao glanced at the 4 girls standing at the door and waved. You're from class 1, right? Come on in. Yes, ma'am. Ningxi and her friends nodded and walked into the classroom. What are your names? Zhao asked gently. She'd been a counselor before, so she knew the drill. Ningxi, Xia Yuha, Jiang Yin, Guanhua. The girls answered obediently. All right, just pick any seat for now. Zhao found their names on the list and checked them off. Hey, Shi, isn't your Bishu here yet? Xia Yuha looked around and noticed no sign of Bishu. No idea. Let me check. With that, Ningxi quickly messaged Bishu. When Xia Yuha claimed that Bishu belonged to her, she had already grown immune to it by last night. Most of their late-night conversation had revolved around the two of them, after all. Besides, Xia Yuha wasn't wrong. Bishu really was hers. As time slipped by, the clock hands formed a right angle. 9 o'clock. Standing at the podium, Zhao glanced at the roster in her hand. 4 students were still missing. Bishu, Fu Huai, Xiong Jingxing, and Jin Longyu were all absent. Zhao pulled out her phone and dialed Jin Longyu's number. The call tone droned on, but clearly no one picked up. Zhao frowned and tried calling Xiong Jingxing next. Again, the same monotonous ringing filled the air. Still, no answer. Teacher. At that moment, Ningxi raised her hand and looked toward Zhao. What is it? Zhao asked, her voice gentle as she regarded the pretty girl with striking pale eyes. Teacher, I know Bishu. Let me give him a call, Ningxi offered. Bishu? All right, go ahead. The name was familiar to Zhao. This was the boy who had awakened the rare space-time ninjutsu. The school administration had even discussed in a meeting the importance of recruiting him into Qinglong Academy. Ningxi dialed Bishu's number. The classroom fell silent. Suddenly, a clear voice came through Ningxi's phone. Hello. Bishu, when are you coming? Ningxi went straight to the point. My roommates almost finished packing up. We'll be there soon, Bishu replied. Good. Hurry up then. Ningxi looked at Zhao, saw her nod, and urged Bishu along. Okay, we'll do. Hurry? Even if you hurry, it'll still take more than 10 minutes. The B building is nowhere near the dorms, and they'll have to find a classroom too. That's at least half an hour, someone muttered. We have to wait another half hour? I don't want to stay here a second longer, grumbled another. Whispers rippled around the room. Skepticism clear. No one believed Bishu and his friends would arrive anytime soon. But around 9:10, just as boredom had settled over the class, Bishu and his group suddenly appeared in the classroom. Bishu, sit here, Ningxi said, gesturing to the seat in front of her as Bishu appeared at her side. Her words left everyone stunned. The 4 newcomers looked bewildered as all eyes turned to them. Ugh, ugh. 2 of them doubled over, retching dryly. In full view of the class, all heads turned to the sound. A tall, thin boy and a pale, chubby one clung to their desks, struggling not to be sick. The burly, bear-like young man's face was flushed dark red, his skin betraying his discomfort. Meanwhile, the tall, handsome youth sat in front of the pale-eyed girl, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Bishu, Zhao asked, looking curiously at the boy who had settled into his seat so calmly. Yes, teacher, Bishu replied with a nod. They? Zhao gestured again toward the 3 who looked utterly disheveled. Xiong Jingxing, Fu Huai, Jin Longyu, Bishu replied helplessly, glancing at the trio's embarrassing state. Everyone's here now. Let's find a place to sit. Seeing the full list accounted for, Zhao got ready to start talking about the military training. Jin Longyu and the others slumped down beside Bishu like walking corpses, faces filled with utter despair. Xiong Jingxing considered himself a notch above the other 2. At least he hadn't wretched or ruined his own image. Jin Longyu and Fu Huai wore tearful expressions, cursing the wretched space-time ninjutsu that had made a spectacle of them. All right, since everyone's arrived, I'm going to talk about the military training, Zhao announced, clapping her hands to gather everyone's attention. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao, your counselor from now on, and also a special jonin. Her words caused a wave of shock among the students. A special jonin? Seriously? That's even higher than my dad's rank. No wonder it's Qinglong Academy. Here, even the teachers are special jonin. Whoa, that's incredible. Their surprise was understandable. Most of them were only elite genin. Special jonin was 2 whole ranks above them. Yet some wore in different expressions, and a few even showed a hint of disdain. Bishu was among them, but he belonged to the first group. He wasn't the type to look down on others. At this moment, Bishu listened calmly to Zhao, knowing she was about to get to the important part. Sure enough, after introducing herself, Zhao moved on to the details of the military training. The training will last for 2 months. The rules are no being late, no leaving early, and no requesting leave. Anyone who breaks these rules will be expelled. I posted all this in the group chat yesterday. Any questions? Zhao scanned the room as she spoke. Everyone shook their heads. After all, getting into Qinglong Academy, one of the 4 great academies, was already a hard-won achievement. No one wanted to risk getting expelled so easily. Seeing how obedient everyone was, Zhao smiled and continued. For the first month, you'll be trained by a dedicated instructor. I'll keep the training content a secret for now. In the second month, you'll head out to the wilds beyond Qinglong Academy to battle with exotic beasts. Her announcement caused an uproar, and the students couldn't help but break into discussion. The wilds outside Qinglong Academy. Wasn't that the old battlefield? Wait, isn't that dangerous? If there's no danger, what's the point of being a ninja? What's the point of learning ninjutsu? Fighting beasts is what I do best. Bishu and his friends joined in the chatter. Bishu, are we really heading to that wilderness the driver told us about last time? Ningxi asked, her hands resting lightly on Bishu's shoulders, her voice crisp with excitement. Looks like it, Bishu replied with a nod. This kind of posture was perfectly normal for the two of them, but in the eyes of Ningxi's and Bishu's roommates, it was anything but ordinary. The two were simply too close. Xiaoyuha and her friends immediately started watching the scene play out with interest, like spectators munching on snacks at a show. Xiong Jingsheng and his group, on the other hand, looked over at Bishu with barely concealed envy. Not only was this guy good-looking, but he also had a beautiful childhood friend. Some people just have all the luck. They had learned while drinking the night before that Bishu had grown up with his childhood friend. But what they hadn't expected was that Bishu's childhood friend would be this stunning. Watching the group chatter and discuss, Zhao just smiled and made no move to stop them. After all, it made sense to give the students a little time to process everything. By the time Zhao finished explaining the details about military training, it was already 10 past 10. Since there was still some time left, she decided to have everyone introduce themselves, so they could get to know each other better. After all, barring any surprises, they'd all be in the same class for the next 4 years. The first to step forward was a young man, dressed head to toe in black, his expression cold and distant. My name is Li Zichen, Chunin. I awakened the Uchiha bloodline, he said simply, then stepped off the stage and returned to his seat. To awaken the Uchiha bloodline at only 18 and already reached the level of Chunin. He was, without a doubt, destined for even greater heights. No way. Someone actually awakened the Uchiha bloodline. I wish I had a pair of Sharingan too. Whoa, this guy's already a Chunin. How come we're in the same class, and he's a Chunin while I'm just an elite genin? That's just not fair. Hearing the whispered discussions around him, Bishu also glanced at Li Zichen. This was only the second time he'd met someone who had awakened the Uchiha bloodline. The first had been Zhang Shulin. But this was the first time he'd met someone his own age who had already reached the level of Chunin. Compared to Zhang Shulin, Li Zichen really did remind Bishu of the Uchiha clan members from his memories. Bishu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He wondered which ninja Li Zichen had awakened. He must have awakened a powerful one to reach Chunin so quickly. A few more boys and girls went up, each of them having reached the Chunin rank, and every one of them had awakened a Kekkei Genkai. Before long, it was Ningxi and her friend's turn. She went up first. Hello everyone, my name is Ningxi. I'm an elite genin, and I awakened a ninja from the Hyuga clan. Ningxi smiled as she spoke, showing no sign of nervousness. Truth be told, she didn't even need to specify which ninja she'd awakened. Her classmates already knew, thanks to her clear, pure white eyes. Next up was Xiaoyuha. Hello, I'm Xiaoyuha, also an elite genin. I awakened a ninja from the Yuhi clan. Yuhi clan? Could she have awakened Kurinai Yuhi? Bishu couldn't help but wonder to himself, a hint of surprise on his face. No wonder this was Class 1 of the Azure Dragon Academy's combat division. Truly a gathering of hidden talents. My name is Jiang Yin, elite genin. I've awakened as a ninja of the Uzumaki clan. Bishu's face froze at her words. She was an Uzumaki ninja, and Ningxi's roommate. No less, this was getting out of hand. Just then, Guanhua stepped up. Bishu perked up, curious to see if this petite girl also hailed from some impressive lineage. Hello, everyone. My name is Guanhua, Chunin. I've awakened as a ninja of the Sarutobi clan. Seriously? Bishu gave up hope. Damn author. Isn't Ningxi the real protagonist here? Bishu turned his expectant gaze to the burly figure approaching the podium. Old Xiong, don't let me down now, he thought. It was odd. After a whole day together, none of them had mentioned which clan's ninja they'd awakened as. Then again, he hadn't asked. Greetings, I'm Sion Jingsheng Chunin. I've awakened as a ninja of the Yatsuki clan. Of course, only the muscle-bound giants from the Cloud Village would suit you, old Xiong. But what caught Bishu off guard was that Xiong Jingsheng was only a Chunin. Hello, everyone. My name is Jin Longyu. Jin Longyu took the stage with a dramatic flick of his flowing hair, hands coolly tucked in his pockets, striking a stylish pose. I'm an elite genin, awakened to the Yamanaka clan. Yamanaka? Now, that was unexpected. Bishu's expression showed his surprise. In this world, there was no such thing as the Inoshikicho trio, the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Naturally, people didn't know that a team made up of all three could be several times stronger than any single clan alone. Good grief. Bishu shot a look at the platform and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sure enough, the plump, rosy-cheeked Fu Huai waddled up to the stage next. He'd awakened as a ninja of the Akimichi clan. All that was missing was a Nara. Bishu couldn't help thinking, maybe old Xiong and I should just team up instead. Finally, it was Bishu's turn. He stood up and made his way briskly to the podium. Taking in the unfamiliar faces around him, he drew a deep breath and declared, My name is Bishu Chunin. I've awakened as a ninja of the Namikaze clan. Without waiting for a reaction, he stepped down and returned to his seat. Minato may have come from a humble background, but at least he had a proper surname. Calling himself a member of the Namikaze clan wasn't exactly a stretch, Bishu mused as he sat back down. Li Chi, have you ever heard of the Namikaze surname? Nope. Wang Shanyu? Nope. What? This Bishu guy can use space-time jutsu, but the ninja he's awakened as is from some minor clan we've never even heard of. Doesn't that strike you as odd? What's so odd about it? There are all sorts of awakened ninjas out there. Who knows what jutsu he can do? Forget it. Let's not overthink this. Better to cozy up to Bishu early. If he brings us to class, we could sleep in forever. Damn, Wang Sheng, you're a genius. That's right. The whispers and murmurs around them never reached Bishu's ears. Once everyone had finished their introductions, Zhao sent someone to the first-floor office to collect the uniforms for military training. Naturally, she chose Bishu and his group, the ones who had arrived late. Bishu and his friends didn't complain. After all, they were the latecomers. The military training uniforms were pure black, not the green Bishu had imagined. Soon, each of them was carrying a bundle of clothes, making their way back to the classroom step by step. As for why Bishu didn't use the Flying Thunder God technique, Fu Huai and the others firmly refused. They didn't want to risk tripping and falling in the same spot again. Bishu had no choice but to give up and walk with them. Back in the classroom, Zhao distributed the uniforms according to size, then finally took her leave. Before departing, she reminded them to wait in the classroom the next day. An instructor would come to lead them for military training. Finally, it's over. I need food. I need food, Xiong Jingsheng moaned, sprawled weakly over his desk. I want breakfast, Jin Longyu chimed in, nodding earnestly. Breakfast? It's lunchtime already, Fu Huai corrected him. All right, lunch then. Jin Longyu nodded again, then turned to Bishu. Come on, Bai, let's go eat. Yeah, let's go. Bishu was starting to feel hungry too. He hadn't eaten a single thing since morning. Wait, Bishu, you haven't eaten yet? Ningxi asked, her face full of confusion. Nope, we were waiting for them, weren't we? Bishu shifted the blame without hesitation. After all, that's what brothers are for. Do you guys know where the cafeteria is? Ningxi looked at them, eyebrows raised. No idea. Bishu shook his head. He hadn't been there yet. Nope, Xiong Jingsheng echoed, shaking his head as well, a lost look flashing across his face. It was true. They had never been to the cafeteria. Let's go, I'm free anyway. I'll show you the way, Ningxi offered. We're free too. Let's all go together, Xia Yuhua and Jiang Yin said, glancing at the other girls. And so, the 8 of them headed straight for the cafeteria. On the way, Xiong Jingsheng and his 2 friends cast grateful looks at Bishu. Now this is what real brotherhood is, they thought. Thanks to Bishu, they got to eat with so many beautiful girls. During lunch, the boys even pretended to be extra refined, but Bishu looked at them with utter disdain. Bunch of hopeless flirts. The next day, at Qinglong Academy, on the training field, my name is Wang Chang'an. I'll be your instructor for military training. Standing before the first class of the combat department, Bishu's class, was a burly man dressed in black. His hair was cropped close, and a fearsome scar slashed across his left cheek, giving him a menacing appearance. This is our first meeting, so I prepared a little welcome gift for you, Wang Chang'an said, forcing a stiff smile. Standing in the back row, Bishu eyed the instructor's expression and felt a sense of foreboding. Some of the others, however, looked at Wang Chang'an with anticipation in their eyes. A gift? Maybe he's going to teach us some ninjutsu? Wang Chang'an shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone run 50 laps around the field. Just as I expected, things were never going to be that simple. Bishu rolled his eyes in exasperation. This was the training field of Qinglong Academy, and its size was nothing short of immense. The track alone stretched for 1,500 meters. Running 50 laps meant covering a staggering 75 kilometers. Even though this was a world of ninja, and their physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, 75 kilometers was still a daunting challenge for anyone. 50 laps. That's way too much. Someone soon snapped out of their daze and complained bitterly. Yeah, this track must be at least 1,500 meters. How are we supposed to do this? Another person protested. Seeing that no one seemed eager to start, Wang Chang'an's expression remained calm as he said, "If you want to quit, do it now. If you don't, start running." His last words were bellowed with such force that everyone jumped before quickly scrambling to run around the field. No one wanted to quit because leaving meant expulsion, and nobody wanted that. Under the intimidating glare of the instructor, everyone silently complied, their resentment swallowed along with their pride. Once the first person set off, the rest followed suit without further protest. Bishu was no exception. He jogged over to Ningxi's side, falling into pace with her. "Why is our instructor so strict?" Ningxi grumbled, glancing at the other classes who lounged idly while their own class was forced to run laps. "We are class 1 of the combat division, after all. It's normal for our instructor to be tougher on us, right?" Bishu replied, though there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. After all, every member of their class, male or female, was a ninja from a distinguished family, each possessing unique abilities and secret techniques. Naturally, the academy wanted to hone their talents to the fullest. Bishu and Ningxi soon fell silent, focusing on their running. With over 40 laps still to go, there was no energy left for conversation. Elsewhere, 2 instructors watched the combat division's class 1, where Wang Chang'an was in charge, and struck up a conversation. "Still as tough as ever, Chang'an?" joked a young man with a close-cropped haircut and sun-kissed skin. "Of course, these students have quite a trial ahead of them," replied Lao Lin, the middle-aged man, bursting into hearty laughter. Qinglong Academy's training field was vast, easily accommodating the 10-plus classes of the combat division. From a distance, they could see a group dressed in black uniforms running back and forth across the field. In Class 4 of the combat division, a cold-faced boy standing in the center caught sight of 2 familiar figures running on the track, his eyes flickering with surprise. The boy was, of course, Mu Xinghe. He had been assigned to Class 4, and as he watched Bishu and Ningxi running lap after lap, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why were Bishu and the others running, while his class was just standing at attention? Mu Xinghe was baffled. He would have much preferred running laps over standing motionless. But if he knew that Bishu and Ningxi were expected to run 50 laps, he might have thought otherwise. Time crept by, and the sun grew ever more merciless. Large beads of sweat kept streaming down Bishu's face. This was his 30th lap, and his whole body was drenched, as if he had just been fished out of a river. The discomfort was almost unbearable. Ningxi, running beside him, was hardly faring any better. Girls naturally had less stamina than boys, and her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. If Bishu weren't at her side, she doubted she could hold on any longer. Compared to some others, Bishu and Ningxi were actually doing relatively well. Some, like Fu Huai, could barely manage a jog and looked close to giving up altogether. Yet there were others who, like Bishu, were soaked through but still kept running. What surprised Bishu most was Xiong Jingsheng. That burly giant, well over 2 meters tall, was still powering forward without slowing down. A thick mist of steam rose above Xiong Jingsheng's head as he ran. There were a few others who caught Bishu off guard. Ningxi's 3 roommates, Xia Yuhe, Guan Hua, and Jiang Yin, were still running too. The sight of the 3 petite girls keeping pace made Bishu secretly click his tongue in admiration. Jin Longyu and Fu Huai couldn't even keep up with the girls. How embarrassing. Right in Bishu's line of sight, Jin Longyu had slowed from a jog to a walk. Clearly, he couldn't run any further. At the very front of the group was Li Zichen. Even though his face was flushed and his clothes were soaked through, nothing could stop him from leading the pack. It was only fitting. After all, he was from the Uchiha clan. "Coach, someone's fainted." A loud shout jolted everyone to attention. Bishu looked toward the sound and saw a girl collapsed on the ground, with a boy from her group calling out an alarm. Wang Chang'an strode over, grabbed the girl by the collar, and effortlessly lifted her up, his face expressionless as he carried her toward the medical ninja's tent nearby. The academy had arranged for medical ninjas to be present, During military training, fainting and injuries were all too common. Having them on standby was simply good planning. This instructor really doesn't have a soft spot for the weak, Bishu sighed. Oh, and do you? Ningxi shot Bishu a sidelong glance, her tone cool. Bishu suddenly felt a chill in the air and quickly coughed, replying, no, I don't. Umph. Ningxi snorted and ignored him, continuing her laps without another word. Seeing this, Bishu let out a sigh of relief. When Ningxi got angry, she was truly terrifying. Normally, she seemed sweet and gentle, but if she lost her temper, even Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu would steer clear. I can't do this anymore. I'm exhausted, Fu Huai groaned, lying on the ground and squinting up at the sky. You didn't even finish, and you're complaining about being tired? Xiong Jingsheng retorted bluntly. Fu Huai rolled his eyes at Xiong Jingsheng, but didn't dare talk back. After all, the big guy had actually finished all 50 laps. He was not someone to cross. Bishu sat down on the grass to rest as well. He completed his 50 laps too. At this moment, the students of Class 1 of the combat department were scattered across the lawn, each sprawled out in their own way, utterly spent. The girls were fine, sitting quietly on the ground, but the boys had no such reservations. They looked as if they'd love nothing more than to sprawl out on the lawn and take a nap, maybe even roll around a bit. All right, that's enough rest. At that moment, Wang Chang'an stepped in front of the group. Everyone stiffened, a hint of fear flickering in their eyes, worried that Wang Chang'an would make them run laps again. Wang Chang'an found it amusing, though he kept his expression perfectly neutral as he said, there are over a dozen of you in this class who managed to stick it out for 50 laps. Well done. Now, I'm going to teach you a ninjutsu technique. At these words, everyone perked up, the fear vanishing from their faces. They cheered, long live the instructor. Wang Chang'an certainly understood the value of a good carrot-and-stick approach. Besides, this class had performed admirably, which is why the idea of teaching them ninjutsu had even crossed his mind. Watch closely, Wang Chang'an said, rapidly forming hand seals. Water release, water surge. With that, Wang Chang'an's chest swelled as he leaned back, and a torrent of water burst from his mouth. Whoa, run for it. Are you kidding? It's coming right at us. The students of Class 1, Combat Division, saw the massive wave barreling toward them. They wanted to run, but their bodies were so drained they couldn't move a muscle. All they could do was watch helplessly as the water engulfed them. Bishu and Ningxi were no exceptions. Bishu tried to run, but his energy was completely spent. And so, Class 1 of the Combat Division became a squad of drenched, sputtering drowned rats. A wicked grin curled across Wang Chang'an's face, his amusement barely contained. It had been 2 weeks since instructor Wang Chang'an taught Bishu and the others that water release, water surge ninjutsu. Now on the training field. After enduring 2 weeks of military training, Bishu and his classmates had gradually adapted. What started as endless laps had evolved into all manner of physical drills. Their skin had darkened under the sun, but their strength had steadily grown as well. Looking at the group of young people waiting quietly for their next instruction, Wang Chang'an was thoroughly satisfied. It was no surprise that this was the combat division of Qinglong Academy. The training these past 2 weeks had been intense. Even seasoned soldiers like Wang Chang'an found it taxing. Yet these young trainees had gritted their teeth and pushed through. The journey had been tough, but Wang Chang'an was deeply pleased with their progress. These 2 weeks of physical training are now complete. Next, I'll be teaching you techniques for actual combat. At Wang Chang'an's words, everyone froze for a second, then their faces lit up with joy. Finally, no more physical training. Only heaven knew what they'd been through these past weeks. Their once delicate skin now tanned to a deep bronze, and the smell of sweat seemed to have seeped into their very bones, making it hard to breathe. All eyes turned expectantly to Wang Chang'an, waiting for what he'd say next. No one dared interrupt him. Last week, someone who'd spoken out of turn had been made to run 20 laps around the field. Since then, everyone had learned to keep their mouths shut. Excellent. Seeing their steady composure, Wang Chang'an allowed himself a slight smile. His efforts in training them hadn't been in vain. Next, we'll move on to combat training. Pair up in groups of 2. When I call your name, step forward. Sui, Aokin. Here. Li Zichen. Here. You 2, step forward and face off. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The 2 immediately stepped out of the ranks and stood by Wang Chang'an's side. Everyone formed a loose circle, giving them space. As Wang Chang'an directed the group, he used Earth Release to create a broad platform for the match. Bishu, going with the flow, ended up right beside Ningxi. What a coincidence. Xia Yuha, Jiang Yin, and Guan Hua, with a sense of tact, moved to stand on Ningxi's other side. Begin the match. At Wang Chang'an's command, the 2 started their duel. Li Zichen was the cool-headed youth gifted with the Sharingan. Sui Haochen, though his appearance was unremarkable, was an awakened ninja of no ordinary sort. He belonged to the Hozuki clan. It's well known that the Uchiha clan, with their Sharingan, excel at fire release, while the Hozuki clan, masters of the hydrification technique, are skilled in water release. This was truly a battle of water against fire. Fire release, great fireball technique. Li Zichen quickly formed hand seals, then spat out a blazing fireball from his mouth, sending it straight at Sui Haochen. Not to be outdone, Sui Haochen formed his own seals. Water release, wild water wave. A thick stream of water, as wide as a barrel, surged from Sui Haochen's mouth, easily dousing the oncoming fireball. Seizing the brief opening, Li Zichen had already darted to Sui Haochen's side, a kunai in hand, aiming straight for Sui Haochen's throat. A sharp gasp rippled through the onlookers, and even instructor Wang Chang'an looked somewhat surprised. Li Zichen's kunai had pierced Sui Haochen's throat, yet, from the wound, it wasn't blood that flowed but water. As it turned out, Sui Haochen had sensed the danger and swiftly activated his hydrification technique. Without it, blood would have spilled instead. Hey, were you trying to kill me? Sui Haochen's face darkened. Aren't you from the Hozuki clan? Besides, the instructor is right here, Li Zichen replied, his face expressionless as he withdrew his hand. He remembered clearly who the strongest in class were, and Sui Haochen happened to be one of them. Thanks a lot. Sui Haochen shot back, clenching his right fist and swinging it straight at Li Zichen. Thud. Of course, Li Zichen wasn't about to just stand there and take it. He quickly countered. Thud. Thud. Back and forth the two went, their bodies moving in a flurry of taijutsu blows. In the end, Li Zichen gained the upper hand. With his Sharingan, he caught a flaw in Sui Haochen's defense, seized the moment, and sent Sui Haochen flying with a well-placed kick. Sui Haochen still wanted to keep fighting, but Wang Chang'an stepped in to stop him. You've lost. Oomph. Sui Haochen snorted coldly, but, always respectful to the instructor, shot Li Zichen a resentful look and walked off the platform. Seeing this, Li Zichen shoved his hands in his pockets and returned to the group without a word. Next group, Xiong Jingsheng. Bishu. Here. Bishu hadn't expected his turn to come so soon, nor that his opponent would be Old Bear. Be careful, Ningxi said, glancing at Xiong Jingsheng's massive build, then at Bishu's slight frame, unable to hide her concern. Would Bishu survive a punch like that without getting hurt? Don't worry, Bishu replied, missing the worry in Ningxi's eyes and thinking she was just telling him to be careful in general. Oh, come on, Xiong Jingsheng looked at his old acquaintance across the ring, his face almost turning green. How was he supposed to fight against space-time ninjutsu? How is that even possible? Relax, Old Bear, I won't use the Flying Thunder God technique this time. Bishu seemed to have read the look on Xiong Jingsheng's face and grinned as he spoke. Really? Xiong Jingsheng's eyes lit up. He seemed almost relieved at the thought that Bishu wouldn't use any space-time ninjutsu. Hearing this, Bishu casually tossed his ninja tool pouch off the stage and said, Of course. I'm curious to see your taijutsu skills, too. Ha, that's more like it. Oh, bye. Let me show you what I could do today. Seeing Bishu toss aside his ninja tools, Xiong Jingsheng naturally couldn't hold back, either. Pale blue lightning began to spread across his body, crackling with energy. Is that the lightning release armor? Bishu watched Xiong Jingsheng's transformation, shocked inside. Could Old Bear have awakened the third Raikage power? Well, I can't fall behind, either. Sage mode, activate. A subtle smile crossed Bishu's lips, and his features began to shift in an instant. Orange markings appeared around his eyes. His pupils turned yellow, and a horizontal black bar stretched across the center. What's that? Xiong Jingsheng noticed Bishu's transformation, his face puzzled. The group facing Bishu from below the stage also noticed the change. They started whispering among themselves. What kind of ninjutsu is that? I have no idea. Never seen it before. Bishu's eyes look like a toad's. I think so too. Is Bishu turning into a toad? A crisp young girl's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Xia Yuha, realizing she'd spoken aloud, quickly covered her mouth. Her petite form edged closer to Ningxi, and she asked curiously, What's happening to Bishu? Jiang Yin and Guanhua were also intrigued, leaning in to listen. Ningxi was at a loss. She didn't know, either. I have no idea. Bishu never mentioned it to me, Ningxi replied. Oh, okay. Seeing that Ningxi didn't know either, the group gave up questioning and quietly watched the stage above. Nearby, Wang Chang'an frowned in silence. He wasn't sure what Bishu's transformation meant. But with so many ninja awakenings, strange techniques were hardly uncommon. Wang Chang'an simply assumed Bishu was using some rare, unusual ninjutsu. Old Bai's making his move, Xiong Jingsheng said, crouching into a ready stance. All right. Bishu nodded. The match began. Whoosh. A sharp sound split the air. Everyone watched as Xiong Jingsheng, cloaked in pale blue lightning, charged at Bishu like a bolt of living energy. So fast. Bishu marveled to himself. With Sage Mode activated, all his abilities were greatly enhanced, and he could clearly follow the trajectory of Xiong Jingsheng's attacks. Bishu planted his feet firmly on the ground, twisted his waist, and threw a punch. Bang! Their fists collided, and a shockwave rippled out from where they stood. Ouch, that hurts! Bishu's face stiffened, and he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, trying to mask the pain on his face. There was no other reason. Xiong Jingsheng's fists were unbelievably hard. Seeing this, Xiong Jingsheng was equally surprised. He hadn't expected Bishu to block his attack. Again, Xiong Jingsheng shouted, launching another assault. He knew he couldn't maintain his lightning armor for long and needed to end this quickly. This technique put a strain on his body cells. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many girls from his class watching, Xiong Jingsheng would never have entered this mode. But for the sake of impressing the ladies, he wanted to show off his might. Xiong Jingsheng intended to finish it fast, and Bishu felt exactly the same. Though he could enter Sage Mode instantly, Bishu knew it would only last for about 6 or 7 minutes before fading away. With old Xiong's strength, I need to end this quickly, he thought. Determined, Bishu engaged Xiong Jingsheng in a flurry of close combat techniques. Seizing an opportunity, Xiong Jingsheng swung his right fist straight at Bishu's cheek, holding nothing back. Bishu leaned sharply backward, bracing his hands on the ground, dodging with a limbo-like move. Then, using his waist, he kicked his legs up into a handstand. Seeing Bishu's intent, Xiong Jingsheng charged, both fists crackling with arcs of lightning, smashing down toward Bishu's waist. But Bishu was not about to let things go his opponent's way. Supporting himself on his hands, he spun rapidly, his legs whirling in a wide arc. One leg blocked Xiong Jingsheng's attack, while the other swept toward Xiong Jingsheng's neck. Bang! Xiong Jingsheng couldn't dodge in time, and took the full force of the kick, stumbling backward from the impact. The crowd watching around them was stunned by the ferocity of their battle. Exclamations of "or" rising non-stop. Wow, Bishu is way too cool. Jin Longyu said enviously. Man, are these two even human? Fu why matted. Their physical skills are unreal. Fatty, do you think you could take on either of them? Jin Longju leaned in toward Fu Wai. Are you trying to get me killed? Fu Wai shot him a look and rolled his eyes. It's just not fair. We're all from the same dorm. How are they so strong? Jin Longyu grumbled, smacking Fu Huai on the back in frustration. Knock it off. Go smack someone else. Fu Huai shoved Jin Longyu aside with a bump of his hip and kept watching the fight. Back on stage, both fighters were already drained, their stamina nearly spent. The lightning armor on Xiong Jingsheng flickered, growing dim and unstable. Bishu was feeling the fatigue as well. Even though he had the chakra reserves of a Jonin, it couldn't fully make up for the gap in physical endurance. Ha, excellent. As expected, Azure Dragon Academy is full of geniuses. Old Bai, I have another powerful ninjutsu. Let's see if you can handle it. Xiong Jingsheng burst out laughing. Back when he was recruited, the admissions officer had told Xiong Jingsheng that Azure Dragon Academy was teeming with talent, and here, he'd be able to show his full strength. That's why he came. But now, facing Bishu, someone even stronger than himself, he realized that Bishu hadn't even used spatial temporal ninjutsu yet. If he had, Xiong Jingsheng wouldn't have stood a chance. A powerful ninjutsu, you say? Go ahead, show me. I'll take it head on. Bishu looked surprised for a moment, then answered seriously. All right, I spent a long time learning this one. Only mastered it right before the semester started. As he spoke, Xiong Jingsheng's right hand crackled, wild lightning arcing over his skin. Could be that technique. Seeing this, Bishu guessed privately. Careful now. Hell, thrust, four-fingered strike. Lightning coursed over Xiong Jingsheng as he shot forward at blinding speed, his four fingers, excluding the thumb, seeming sharp enough to slice through the very air itself. Wang Chang'an sensed the danger of this ninjutsu and rushed onto the stage, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Even he could feel a trace of threat from it. Wang Chang'an was on full alert, prepared to step in should things turn dangerous. The audience couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Bishu. Everyone sensed that Xiong Jingsheng's technique was anything but ordinary. Hey, CC, aren't you worried about your Bishu at all? Xia Yuha, standing beside Ning Shi and nervously squeezing her hands, couldn't help but ask, noticing Ning Shi's calm expression. Worried? About what? Ning Shi cocked her head, her lovely face full of confusion. Xia Yuha rolled her eyes and replied, Bishu's in danger. Aren't you worried? Not all. He's still got plenty of tricks he hasn't used. Ning, she shook her head. In her eyes, Bishu was the strongest, especially since he had that instant cast ninjutsu she hadn't seen him use since the beast attack in her neighborhood, not even during the entrance exams. Well, if you say so, Xia Yuha let out a sigh. If even a childhood friend wasn't worried, Why were the rest of them getting so worked up? It really is the hell thrust. Baishu's expression made it clear he'd expected this. The moment old Xiong unleashed his lightning release armor, Baishu had been sure. Now, with the signature hell thrust on display, the user's identity was obvious. A paradoxical existence boasting the strongest spear and the strongest shield. The third Reikage. A. Sage Art, Giant Rasengan. Baishu extended his right hand, and a glowing sphere appeared in his palm, growing larger as he poured more chakra into it. The giant Rasengan required more than just chakra. It demanded finesse and technique. In Sage mode, Baishu conjured the giant Rasengan effortlessly. It was time. Baishu focused, launching his Rasengan just as Xiong Jingsheng charged in. Watch out, old bot. There was a thunderous impact. A tremendous surge of energy radiated from the two of them, sending a powerful shockwave across the arena. The crowd below couldn't help but take a step back, pushed by the force. The stage was shrouded in thick smoke, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. Who won? No idea. Damn, these two are insanely strong. Yeah, did you catch the jutsu that Baishu used just now? It was instant. He didn't even form any hand seals. I didn't see him form seals either. Could that be a seal-less jutsu? Who knows? There are so many jutsu. How could we possibly keep up? Let's just keep watching. Amidst the chatter around him, Li Zichen had already activated his Sharingan, piercing through the haze to see what was going on inside. Despite his formidable attacks, Xiong Jingsheng had lost, now leaning on Baishu for support as they made their way out. Baishu, on the other hand, was completely unscathed. So strong. Li Zichen clenched his fists, his body trembling ever so slightly, not from fear but from excitement. Only powerful opponents could push him to grow stronger. Cici, who won? Xia Yuha, Jiang Yin, and Guanhua all turned curiously to Ning Shi, who had activated her Byakugan. At that moment, veins bulged at the corners of Ning Shi's eyes. Spotting that familiar chakra, a wave of delight washed over her. Baishu, Ning Shi replied calmly, letting the two syllables slip from her lips. Yet the slight curve at the corner of her mouth betrayed her pride. Naturally, Xia Yuha and the others noticed Ning Shi's haughty expression. Exchanging glances, they smiled helplessly. As the smoke finally cleared, the scene on stage came into view for all to see. Xiong Jingsheng, supported by Baishu, stepped off the stage, one step at a time. Everyone understood. Baishu had won. Old Bai, you're way too strong, Xiong Jingsheng said with a wry smile. Keep training. Your jutsu is nothing to scoff at, Baishu replied, dodging the compliment. Thinking back, Xiong Jingsheng still felt a lingering fear. If Baishu hadn't pulled his punches, his arm would have been crippled for sure. Watching Baishu help Xiong Jingsheng off the stage, Wang Chang'an couldn't hide a flicker of joy in his eyes. Now he had a candidate for the upcoming military training competition in half a month. That competition would mark the first month of military training. After the instructors finished teaching physical and combat training, the grand contest would begin. Every year, Qinglong Academy held a military training competition, and this year was no exception. Only the combat department would participate, as the other departments weren't skilled in battle. The school had decided that only students from the combat department would compete. Even so, the school placed great importance on the event. When the time came, all teachers and students would gather to witness the contest. It was not only a showcase of the students' talents and abilities, but also a testament to the instructor's teaching. For Wang Chang'an, this was a matter of great significance. There were still 3 spots left. He'd decide on those later. Retracting his gaze, Wang Chang'an continued pairing off students for matches. Soon, Ning Shi and her group had also finished their bouts, winning with remarkable decisiveness, living up to their reputation as true prodigies. Jin Longyu and Fu Huai didn't have it easy at all. The 2 elite genin had each been paired with a chunin, so the outcome was hardly surprising. Baishu paid special attention to their matches. In one-on-one combat, members of the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans were clearly at a disadvantage. The Yamanaka needed time to unleash their secret techniques. As for the Akimichi, their bodies would become heavy and unwieldy when using their secret arts. If their opponent was fast, it was all too easy to dodge. Neither Fu Huai nor Jin Longyu got to show their true potential. Looks like I need to find a chance to tell them about the combined power of the Inoshikacho trio, Baishu thought to himself. Once everyone had finished their matches, the group dispersed. Wang Chang'an watched them leave, jotting down the names of those who had performed exceptionally well. As expected, the students who would represent Class 1 in the upcoming military training competition were all listed on that paper. It was around 3 in the afternoon. Baishu said his goodbyes to Ning Shi and the others, then returned to his dorm. On the way back, Jin Longyu and Fu Huai walked in silence, both looking thoroughly dejected. As soon as they entered the dorm, Xiong Sheng couldn't stand their gloomy faces any longer. Come on, it's just a loss. Win it back next time. You're both grown men. Stop moping around. The two exchanged glances, then looked at Xiong Sheng's earnest face, only to lower their heads and sigh heavily. You just don't get it, old bear. You just don't get it, old bear. Fu Huai and Jin Longyu spoke in perfect unison. At their words, a vein throbbed on Xiong Sheng's forehead. Hey, what don't I get? Losing isn't the worst part. The real problem is losing face in front of the girls, Jin Longyu muttered, ruffling his flowing hair with a frown. Fu Huai nodded in solemn agreement. If that's the case, didn't I lose to Bishu too? We're all in the same boat, Xiong Sheng said, finally catching on. Come to think of it, he'd embarrassed himself in front of the girls too. Arg, that blasted Bishu. No, you're not like us. Jin Longyu and Fu Huai replied in unison. We all saw your skills. You didn't lose face. In fact, you stole the show, Fu Huai said, a hint of envy in his eyes. If that's how it is, I suppose it won't be long before girls start asking for my contact info, Xiong Sheng declared, his bull-like eyes suddenly shining with anticipation. Is that so? Fu Huai forced a laugh. He certainly hadn't said that. So, who do you think will be the first to ask for my contact? Xiong Sheng, now thoroughly fired up, leaned in excitedly. Jin Longyu glanced at Fu Huai, then jerked his chin at Xiong Sheng, as if to say, you started this, now you deal with it. Ahem. Bishu couldn't help but cough twice. How had the conversation turned to exchanging contact details? He decided to steer things back on track. Jin Longyu, Fu Huai, don't you think there are some shortcomings in the way you use your secret techniques? As soon as Bishu finished speaking, Fu Huai and Jin Longyu immediately fell into deep thought. After a while, Jin Longyu finally spoke up. Yes, I've always felt that using the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan takes time, but the enemy just never gives me a chance to use them. That's not right. Aren't the Yamanaka clan sensory-type ninja? What are you doing in the combat division? Fu Huai exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, that's true. What's going on? Xiong Sheng also reacted with astonishment. Even Bishu was a little taken aback. He had forgotten about this detail. The Yamanaka clan are supposed to be sensory-type ninja. If anything, they should be in the sensory division, not the combat one. A sly smile crept up on Jin Longyu's lips. That's a secret. The other three stared at him with blank expressions. He gave a sheepish cough and explained, well, the sensory division is just too boring. I wanted to improve my skills, so I came over to the combat division. Don't buy it. Excuses. Each of the three offered their own skeptical remarks. They teased each other a bit more before Fu Huai spoke up. I also feel that the Akimichi clan's secret techniques have their flaws. Yes, I watch your matches. Jin Longyu needs time to unleash his secret art, and once you use yours, Fu Huai, you can barely move. If you two can overcome these weaknesses, I believe your strength will increase dramatically, Bishu said calmly. Brother Bai, you must have a solution, right? Jin Longyu and Fu Huai exchanged a glance. Then each of them clung to one of Bishu's legs, their eyes brimming with tears. Bishu tugged up his pants helplessly. I'll tell you if you let go. Deal. At his words, Jin Longyu and Fu Huai instantly released his legs and hurried back to their seats, eyes full of anticipation. It was actually quite simple. Bishu didn't keep them guessing and continued. Just find a ninja with a secret technique that can control the enemy. That way, you'll cover each other's weaknesses. You mean, they weren't fools. With that hint from Bishu, the two of them immediately thought of a certain ninja clan. The Naruto clan. They said in unison, then fell into deep thought again. Bishu watched the two of them ponder and didn't interrupt. Then he noticed Xiong Sheng staring at him in confusion. What's wrong? What do you mean by that? Xiong Sheng asked, clearly not following the conversation. Bishu was just about to reply, but Fu Huai's voice cut in. So that's it. Fu Huai's eyes shone brighter and brighter. With the Naruto clan secret techniques, combined with those of the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans, not only will our weaknesses be covered, our strength will multiply. Jin Longyu shouted excitedly. Jin Longyu already explained it for you. Bishu shrugged at Xiong Sheng. Brother Bai, you really are a genius. Dinner's on me tonight, Jin Longyu said, giving Bishu a thumbs up. But where are you going to find a ninja from the Naruto clan? Xiong Sheng's words poured cold water over the two of them. That's right. Our class doesn't have any Naruto clan ninjas, so it's all just empty talk, Fu Huai said, sounding a little discouraged. Don't worry, I've got a way. Jin Longyu flashed a devilish grin. Damn awesome. Fish, I'm counting on you, brother. Fu Huai quickly ran behind Jin Longyu, massaging his shoulders like a loyal sidekick. Fu Huai never doubted Jin Longyu's abilities. After all, without skill, how could a sensory-type ninja have ended up in the combat class? Relax. From now on, the two of us will reign supreme. Kicking Bishu, punching Xiong Jingsheng, piece of cake. Jin Longyu crossed his legs, basking in the moment. Old Xiong. Bishu shot Xiong Jingsheng a look. Xiong Jingsheng understood immediately. His large, fan-like hand reached out and grabbed Fu Huai and Jin Longyu. What are you guys up to? The two struggled as Bishu approached, but it was all in vain. What do you think? Bishu chuckled mischievously. No, please. Stay away from me. The shrieks coming from room 314 caught the attention of the students outside. A chill ran down their spines, and they quickly steered clear of room 314. Time flew by, and soon enough, the first month of military training had come to an end. Today was the day of the big military training competition. Lao by fatty fish, check out how I look today. Xiong Jingsheng showed off his bulging biceps to the three. So handsome, incredibly handsome, the trio replied, all rolling their eyes in exasperation. Today's the day Bishu and I are up. You two better cheer for us. Xiong Jingsheng thumped Fu Huai and Jin Longyu on the back with resounding pats. We know. You've reminded us 5 days in a row. Fu Huai and Jin Longyu looked like they were about to be driven to tears. Bishu stifled a laugh from the side. Ever since the instructor had announced 5 days ago that the freshmen would have a military training competition, and that Bishu and Xiong Jingsheng were among the chosen participants, things had changed. When Xiong Jingsheng first heard the news, his eyes lit up. For him, this was the perfect chance to show off in front of the girls. He'd solemnly told Fu Huai and Jin Longyu to cheer for Bishu. Though, of course, Bishu was just along for the ride. Fu Huai and Jin Longyu had agreed. That was the beginning of their nightmare. Nearly every half-day, Xiong Jingsheng would remind them, as if terrified they'd forget. Fu Huai and Jin Longyu were frustrated but dared not complain, even secretly asking Bishu for help. But he was powerless to intervene. Listening to Xiong Jingsheng's endless reminders, the group finally made their way to the sports field to assemble. On the field, many of their classmates had already gathered. Even Zhao, their counselor, whom they hadn't seen for a month, was there today, chatting with instructor Wang Chang'an and the students. Bishu, Xiong Jingsheng, over here. A tall, skinny boy spotted them and hurriedly waved them over. Bishu and Xiong Jingsheng bid farewell to Fu Huai and Jin Longyu before heading off in the other direction. Don't you dare forget. Xiong Jingsheng's booming voice echoed from behind. We know. Fu Huai and Jin Longyu replied, listlessly. At last, the big guy is finally gone. Jin Longyu watched Xiong Jingsheng walk away, his eyes brimming with tears of relief. Yeah, he's finally gone. Yuer was about to lose his mind. 2 tears slipped down the corner of Fu Huai's eyes despite himself. These past few days had been tough for them. They couldn't win a fight. It was just so unfair. Bishu and Xiong Jingsheng walked side by side to where Wang Chang'an and Zhao were waiting. 3 others were with them. These were the teammates who would join them in the military training competition. The young man who had called out to Bishu earlier was Sui Haochen, who possessed the secret art of water transformation. The other 2 were Li Zichen, who had the Sharingan, and Guan Hua, a member of the Surtobi clan. Today's competition relies on the 5 of you. Give it your best. Zhao, cheer them on. Understood. The group nodded in unison. Then Zhao called roll once more to make sure no one was missing. Once she confirmed everyone was present, they set off toward the competition grounds. Wow, this place is enormous. How many square meters is this? It's huge. Bishu, this place is massive. Ningxi tugged at Bishu's sleeve, exclaiming in awe. It really is, Bishu murmured, his eyes wide with shock as he took in the vastness of the structure before him. He simply couldn't believe how enormous it was. Zhao, noticing the amazement on her classmates' faces, smiled and explained, whenever there's a big event at our academy, we use this venue. It's called the Starfield Arena, and it covers an area of 130,000 square meters. Whoa, 130,000 square meters. That's insane. No wonder it's the Azure Dragon Academy. So impressive. How many people can it hold? No idea, but it must be able to fit tens of thousands. Come on, let's head in. Practically all the upperclassmen and faculty from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years had already arrived. Zhao led everyone through the entrance. So that means nearly the whole school is here. I'm getting social anxiety. What do I do? You're not the one competing. What are you anxious about? Yeah, you're right. As they followed Zhao through the giant doors, the scene inside instantly captured everyone's attention. Bishu's face was full of wonder as he gazed at the breathtaking sight that greeted them. All around, dense crowds filled the seats, the chatter and commotion swelling like a bustling marketplace. The seats were arranged in tiers, and from Bishu's vantage point, the floor was several meters below the highest row. Giant screens encircled the arena, giving everyone a clear view of the competition area at the center. Wow, look at all these people. I should have fought harder to join the competition, Fu Huai said, swallowing nervously as he glanced at the cheerleaders gathered on the green field. Yes, yes. Jin Longyu nodded his head in a fluster, completely thrown off. Those legs are really long and fair. An utterly besotted look spread across Jin Longyu's face. What are you staring at, Bishu? Ningxi noticed Bishu's eyes nearly glued to the group of cheerleaders, so she tiptoed and twisted his ear. Ouch, that hurts. Bishu quickly averted his gaze, ducking his head and grumbling in pain. Do you think they're pretty? Ningxi asked in an adorably fierce tone. I wasn't looking at them. I was just admiring how white that wall over there is, Bishu insisted stubbornly. Really not looking? Ningxi eyed him with suspicion. Seeing her reaction, Bishu immediately put on a serious face and replied, Really, I wasn't. I don't believe you, came a light, teasing voice that drifted into Bishu and Ningxi's ears. It was Xia Yuha, grinning from ear to ear. Just look at the boys in our class. Their eyes are about to pop out. Bishu was staring too just now. Oh, so you dare to lie to me? Ningxi gave Bishu a playful knock on the head, pretending to be stern. Sigh. Watching their little scene, Xia Yuha let out a wistful sigh. Oh, how I wish I had a childhood sweetheart too. This is our class's area. Find a place to sit. Everyone, the opening ceremony for the military training competition will start soon. Zhao clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Naturally, Bishu sat with Ning. She was on his left, while Yuer and the others were on his right. To Ningxi's right sat Bishu, and to her left were Xia Yuha and her friends. Hanger, what's that big screen for? Xiong Jingxing asked, pointing up at the large screen overhead. It's for the upperclassmen sitting up high, Fu Huai explained. They can't see the action clearly from up there, so the big screen lets them follow the battles in detail. Oh, I see. Xiong Jingxing nodded, then added, Don't forget to cheer me on. Got it, Fu Huai replied with a resigned nod, looking a little glum. Meanwhile, in the sophomore and junior section, heard the rumors? They say there are a few exceptionally strong freshmen this year. Wu Laolu, if you know something, spit it out. Quit keeping us in suspense, grumbled a burly young man, eyeing the skinny youth who'd spoken. Yeah, Laolu, we've known each other forever. We're all brothers here. Don't hold out on us. That's right, 6 brother, just tell us already. We're all dying to know how this year's freshmen stack up. Everyone chimed in, playing on Wu Lu's emotions. After all, Wu Lu was known across Qinglong Academy as the little newswire. If he said it, it was as good as true. All right. Since everyone's so eager, I won't keep it to myself anymore, Wu Lu said, standing up and clearing his throat. You all saw the forum posts, right? Is it that freshman who's rumored to know space-time ninjutsu? Piped up a lively girl in a floral dress, jumping in before anyone else. The girl's name was Wang Yinshi, a sophomore in college. That day, she idly browsed the school's online forum, when a headline immediately caught her eye. Shocking. A freshman possesses the legendary space-time ninjutsu. Driven by curiosity, Wang Yinshi tapped her finger on a post. Never mind the space-time ninjutsu for now. The boy was incredibly handsome, even though the photo only showed his profile. It didn't hinder her imagination. As someone who had read countless novels, she could instantly conjure up a vivid image of the boy's appearance in her mind. Clearly, he was her type. She had tried several times to find out more about this freshman, but her efforts had yielded nothing. It wasn't until the annual military training competition that she realized the boy rumored to have space-time ninjutsu would surely appear on the battlefield. So, she arrived early at the Xingshan Arena, waiting solely for the chance to see him again. When Wu Lu saw that the first person to approach him was a rather attractive girl, his mood instantly lifted. He coughed with pretended sophistication before continuing. That boy with the space-time ninjutsu is named Bishu. He's in class 1 of the first-year combat division. That's it. Wang Yinshi waited expectantly for Wu Lu, the school's little know-it-all, to say more, but he fell silent. Ahem, that's all I've got, Wu Lu replied, rubbing his nose in embarrassment. After all, even the best sources have their limits. He was only the little know-it-all, not the omniscient sage. Oh, Wang Yinshi's eager gaze faded into calm disappointment. She thought to herself, a bit dissatisfied, some know-it-all he is. Wu Lu, of course, noticed the displeasure on her face, but there was nothing more he could do. Thankfully, someone else stepped in to change the subject. Old 6, are there any other genius freshmen, boys or girls? Wu Lu breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the conversation. Yes, there are. There's another genius freshman in class 1 of the combat division. His name is Xiong Jingsheng. He awakened as a ninja of the Night Moon clan, and his physical strength is astounding. A ninja of the Night Moon clan? Isn't that a guaranteed ticket to becoming an elite ninja? Someone exclaimed with envy. Exactly. The Night Moon clan is a distinguished family, famed for their mastery of lightning-style ninjutsu and hand-to-hand combat. That freshman is truly lucky. Admiring whispers rippled through the crowd. None of them used to envy others for awakening as ninjas, but since entering university, the differences have become painfully clear. Those who awakened with a clan bloodline or inherited limit far surpassed those with ordinary abilities. Whether it was in close combat, ninjutsu, or illusions, the gap was unmistakable. Their self-confidence had gradually slipped away. Former prodigies now blended into the crowd. Of course, blending into the crowd only applied within Qinglong Academy. Compared to students from other schools, they still stood out by a mile. After all, they were students of Qinglong Academy. Those 4 words alone were enough to make countless others look up to them with admiration and envy. Besides the geniuses from Battle Class 1, the talents from other classes should not be underestimated either. Wu Lu's expression grew serious. What do you mean, Six Brother? Isn't Class 1 supposed to be the strongest? How does the Academy arrange things? A bespectacled young man asked with a puzzled look. By tradition, the students of Battle Class 1 have always been the best in the entire department. Yeah, Six Brother, what's going on here? The group's eyes were filled with confusion, but also a hint of anticipation as they looked at Wu Lu. Wu Lu spoke slowly. This year's freshmen are far superior to those in previous years. There are elite genin everywhere, and even quite a few chunin. Ordinary genin can't even make it into Qinglong Academy now. That's why I say the other classes in the battle department are by no means weaker than Class 1. But this is a good thing. If war breaks out again, I'm sure we'll be able to sweep those beasts aside without mercy. Wu Lu's voice brimmed with excitement as he spoke. Absolutely. If those beasts dare invade again, I'll make them cough up everything they've got. Yeah, that's right. Laughter and cheerful banter filled the air, echoing across the field. Meanwhile, the opening ceremony for the military training competition was beginning. Taking advantage of a lull, while Ning, Shi, and Jiang Yin chatted with their friends, Bishu stole a glance at the long, fair legs in the crowd below. Of course, Ning she noticed. Xia Yuha and the other 2 girls exchanged teasing looks with her, and Ning she could only respond with a helpless smile. She decided to spare Bishu any embarrassment in front of everyone. After all, he was about to represent Battle Class 1 in the upcoming matches. After the cheerleaders finished their dance, they left the stage, making way for a middle-aged man. With his hair slicked back in a tailored suit, he exuded an unmistakable sense of formality. I'm the director of the battle department. My name is Li Zhang. Welcome, freshmen. 5 minutes later, I now declare the start of the freshman military training tournament. In an instant, the arena erupted into excitement. From the audience came a chorus of cheers and shrieks. All eyes turned to the giant screen in the center of the field, where headshots of the participants scrolled past in rapid succession. These are the freshmen competing in this year's tournament. As the screen continued to roll, 2 faces gradually came to a stop. Battle Class 3's Zhao Heng versus Battle Class 6 Wang Bo. The crowd's attention focused on the platform as the 2 boys stepped onto the stage. One wore a simple, honest expression. The other was visibly thrilled. Are you both ready? The battle department director looked at the 2 freshmen, his tone gentle. Yes, I'm ready, Zhao Heng replied with a nod, his face calm. I'm ready, Wang Bo stammered, his voice trembling. It took him a moment to compose himself. With so many people watching, his nerves were getting the better of him. Begin. Li Zhang swept his arm in a commanding gesture, then retreated to the edge of the ring, ready to intervene at a moment's notice if things got dangerous. Watch yourself, brother, Wang Bo called, launching 5 shuriken from each hand, sending them hurtling toward Zhao Heng. Though Zhao Heng appeared solidly built, his movements were surprisingly agile. With a nimble step to the right, he dodged 4 of the shuriken, then deftly parried the rest with the kunai in his hand. Wang Bo had already used that brief opening to form a hand seal. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust burst from Wang Bo's mouth, transforming into slicing blades of wind that tore toward Zhao Heng. The sharp sound of blades cutting flesh filled the air. Zhao Heng crossed his arms over his head, shielding it, and allowed the wind blades to slash across his body. Wang Bo stared in shock as bright red blood seeped through the shredded remains of Zhao Heng's clothes. He had never used this wind-style jutsu on anyone before. Why wasn't Zhao Heng dodging? Why didn't he use a jutsu to block? Sigh, still too inexperienced. Li Zhang couldn't help but remark. His chakra control was impressive, but he clearly lacked real combat experience. This boy Zhao Heng was quite remarkable. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Li Zhang's eyes. This is a battle. Don't lose focus. A steady, honest voice sounded from beneath Wang Bo's feet. What? Wang Bo stared in disbelief at the arm that had suddenly appeared below him. Earth release, headhunter, jutsu. The voice rumbled from underground as the arm yanked Wang Bo down into the earth, leaving only his head exposed above the surface. Victory goes to Zhao Hang of Battle Class 3. Li Zheng announced just as Zhao Hang, standing in front of Wang Bo, vanished with a sudden pop. Wait, that's it. He won, came the astonished murmur from the stands. What an incredible battle instinct. Damn, that's insane. He's a freshman? Dirtier tricks than I ever pulled. The secret was that Zhao Hang had quietly formed a clone hand seal behind his back, sending his clone burrowing underground to wait for the perfect moment to unleash the headhunter jutsu. Meanwhile, his real body remained above, distracting Wang Bo. Even Zhao Hang hadn't expected his opponent's lack of combat experience. Wang Bo hadn't even noticed Zhao Hang's feigned injuries. It was unexpected, but a win was a win, and Zhao Hang felt his pain wasn't in vain. He offered Wang Bo, now just a head poking out of the ground, a sheepish, apologetic smile before turning to leave. Don't dwell on it. Just get more matches under your belt. Your only problem is lack of experience. The words echoed in Wang Bo's ears, snapping him out of his daze. Li Zheng smiled faintly, used Earth Release to free Wang Bo, and then smoothed out the arena floor with another jutsu. Thank you, teacher, Wang Bo said, his expression complicated as he watched Zhao Hang's departing figure. These two kids are both excellent, Li Zheng said, a look of quiet pride on his face. In the future, they would become the pillars of Qinglong Academy. Although they are still young and inexperienced, there are always those who stand before them. Once their wings are fully grown, these heavy responsibilities will naturally fall upon the younger generation's shoulders. Soon, as the headshots rolled across the giant screen, a new matchup appeared. Combat Class 9, Liang Ping versus Combat Class 2 McQueen. With a crisp command from the director of the combat department, the second match officially began. Bishu watched each match attentively, realizing that most of these competitors hover between elite Genin and Chunin level. The fact that there were hardly any regular Genin spoke volumes about the extraordinary strength of this year's students. As time passed, the students and teachers in the stands showed no sign of fatigue. On the contrary, their excitement only grew. They cheered for the contestants without reservation. Even the instructors, who were notorious for their stern faces during military training, were now sitting among the audience, rooting for the classes they taught. The matches raged on with intensity, while the big screen kept up its steady roll of updates. The headshots slowly paused. This time, the next contestant was set. A ripple of excitement swept through the boys and girls of Combat Class 1. Finally, it was time for one of their own to take the stage. Up on the screen, a bright headshot appeared. It was Bishu. In the photo, the young man smiled cheerfully, his sunny expression radiating warmth like a little sun. Combat Class 1, Bishu versus Combat Class 5, Qizhen. Go, Bishu. Ning, she cheered, her delicate fists clenched in encouragement. Got it. Bishu smiled and nodded at her. Give it your all, old Bai. Xiong Jingxing hollered, waving his broad hands. Brother Bai, go get him. Panger and I are cheering for you. Jin Longyu patted his chest in a show of support. Fu Wai nodded earnestly. Don't worry. I'll be right back, Bishu replied, patting the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Xiao Yuha and the rest of the class cheered for Bishu, just like everyone else. Their counselor Zhao Ye and instructor Wang Chang'an were no exception. They, too, had high hopes for Bishu. Stepping onto the field, Bishu looked around at the crowd, their astonished exclamations echoing all around him. He could feel a surge of pride welling up from within. This was his first time standing in such a grand combat arena, and it was impossible to keep the excitement from his heart. Across from him stood a short, thin boy. Meanwhile, in the stands, whoa, it's that kid with the space-time ninjutsu. I want to see what space-time ninjutsu is all about. Not gonna lie, he's pretty good-looking, almost as handsome as me. Everyone glanced at the self-obsessed young man, shuddered, then quickly edged away from him in silence. So handsome, Wang Yinshi squealed, fingers tapping away on her phone. The sound of camera shutters clicked nonstop. Clearly, she was taking rapid snapshots of Bishu's photo. He was just as handsome and warm as she had imagined. Up in the front row, the school leadership began discussing the remarkable youth named Bishu. An elderly man with graying hair looked at Bishu's name and quietly asked the middle-aged man beside him, "Is this the boy who possesses the space-time ninjutsu?" The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. "Yes, Director Chun, this is Bishu, the student said to have the legendary space-time ninjutsu." "Not bad. This young man is quite impressive." Chun Fengnian gazed kindly at the poised, striking youth on the stage. "Thank you for your praise, Director Chun." The middle-aged man, Feng Tian, broke into a delighted smile. After all, the old man before him was a Kaga-level master, renowned for his great strength and sharp eye. Every one of his students had become outstanding figures. For Bishu to receive such a compliment from him. His future potential was truly limitless. The scene shifted to the tournament grounds. Li Zheng raised his arm and announced the start of the match. Qi Jun immediately broke into a run, circling around Bishu, moving in tight, rapid loops. He was so fast that Bishu could see afterimages trailing behind him. In a sudden flurry, dozens of shuriken and kunai shot out from the afterimages, hurtling straight toward Bishu. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. And chasing the kunai was a massive fireball, blazing its way forward. Even if I dodge the shuriken, the fireball will catch me next. A chain attack, is it? Bishu smiled faintly. This was child's play for him. Wind style, great breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind burst from Bishu's mouth, scattering the kunai and snuffing out the fireball in one move. With a single ninjutsu, Bishu had unraveled his opponent's attacks. Qi Jun came to a stop. Now that his assault had been neutralized, there was no point in running further. He'd only end up dizzy. He watched Bishu warily, waiting for the next attack and ready to counter, using stillness to respond to change. Still, his offensive options were limited. Bishu couldn't help but grumble to his system, wishing for a little more support. He just didn't know enough jutsu. Forget it. Let's finish this quickly. Bishu shook his head in resignation, drew a flying thunder god kunai from his ninja pouch, and flung it straight at Qi Jun. Qi Jun's eyes went wide. Was Bishu really being as casual? Was he underestimating him? It wasn't just Qi Jun's imagination. Bishu's attitude really was too relaxed. He tossed a strange-looking kunai with less focus than most students showed in class during throwing practice. Well then, if you're going to look down on me, don't blame me for doing the same. Qi Jun cocked his head in a taunt. The flying thunder god kunai whizzed past, barely grazing his hair. Bishu, of course, saw right through Qi Jun's intentions. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The flying thunder god technique activated. In the blink of an eye, Bishu vanished completely from Qi Jun's sight. What? Where did he go? Qi Jun was left stunned, unable to spot even a shadow of Bishu nearby. My friend, I'm not looking down on you at all. A voice bubbling with laughter sounded behind Qi Jun, and at the same time, a chill spread across his neck. When did it happen? Qi Jun stared in disbelief at the oddly shaped kunai pressed to his throat, completely stunned. Yes, that strange kunai. By the time Qi Jun came to his senses, Li Zheng had already announced the result of the match, and Bishu had long since returned to his class's area. Qi Jun could only force a wry smile. This is space-time ninjutsu. How am I supposed to fight against that? A wolf's howl suddenly echoed from the stands. Clearly, the audience was just as shaken as he was. They had witnessed the entire process as Bishu performed space-time ninjutsu. They had seen firsthand the power of such technique. How could they not be excited? Any doubts they might have had about this young man's mastery of space-time ninjutsu were now completely dispelled after seeing it with their own eyes. Bishu, basking in the joyful and envious gazes of everyone, made his way back to his class's area. Zhao looked at the handsome boy before her, unable to suppress the smile curling at her lips. Go for it. Bring home first place if you can. I'll do my best. Bishu shrugged. He knew that many other geniuses were lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to reveal their true power. The matches would only get more thrilling from here. Standing nearby, Wang Chang'an watched Bishu with mixed emotions. This student had hidden his abilities so well. He actually knew space-time ninjutsu, and after a whole month of teaching him, Wang Chang'an had never noticed. The moment Wang Chang'an saw the technique Bishu had used just now, he realized it was no ordinary skill. He turned to Zhao for answers. Zhao explained that it was space-time ninjutsu, then glanced at him in surprise. He didn't understand her reaction at first. Only later did Zhao clarify that Bishu's mastery of space-time ninjutsu was common knowledge, except to him. That realization brought a rueful smile to his face. He could only blame himself for never asking. Damn it, if I were still your instructor, I'd make things tough for you all. Wang Chang'an inwardly fumed. Oh, Bai, that was awesome. Brother Bai, you're a legend. Brother Bai, you're a legend. Xiong Jingxing and the other two gave Bishu the highest praise a man could give. Let's keep it low-key, guys. Bishu made a gesture, pressing both hands down as if asking for calm. Come on. The three of them, unimpressed by Bishu's showy humility, raised their middle fingers in unison. How about that? Pretty impressive, right? As soon as Bishu took his seat, he started bragging to Ning Shi. Not bad. Ning Shi gave a soft snort, but the pride sparkling in her eyes and the smile on her lips were impossible to hide. Bishu, of course, noticed her expression, and his heart couldn't help but flutter. Xia Yuha and the others watched Bishu and Ning Shi interact, their eyes glued to the scene. They were only missing a bag of sunflower seeds to fully play the role of spectators. Unfortunately, food and drinks were strictly forbidden in Shinshin Square. The competition pressed on. Once again, the thrilling battles drew wave after wave of cheers from the audience. Guanhua, that petite girl, stepped into the arena as well. Her opponent was a girl from Class 7. Having awakened the abilities of the Sarutobi clan, Guanhua possessed 5 chakra natures and had mastered a variety of ninjutsu. With her remarkable talent for combat and seamless coordination of techniques, she effortlessly secured victory. Watching this, Bishu couldn't help but sigh in admiration at the strength and heritage of the ninja clans. She used 2 Birang jutsu in just this fight, techniques Bishu had never even seen before. But then again, the ninja world was vast. It was only natural there were many jutsu he hadn't encountered. Outside Starfall Plaza, the sun was already dipping toward the horizon, but inside, the crowd was still abuzz with excitement. This annual military training competition was a major event, and with so many beautiful underclass women and handsome junior students, no one dared take it lightly. All right, that's it for today's matches. We'll meet right here again at 9 tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Everyone, please leave the venue in an orderly fashion. The head of the battle department, Li Zheng, spoke gently into the microphone, his voice reaching every ear in the plaza. At his words, the crowd let out a collective sigh. Why did it end so soon? I haven't had my fill yet. Yeah, did you see how long that girl's legs were? Crude. Low. Disgusting. Lewd. I've got her contact info. Dad, give it to me. My good son, I already sent it to you all. Get lost, idiot. Go on, get out of here. The farther away, the better. Bishu, holding Ning Shi's hand, joined the slow-moving crowd as they made their way out. I'm starving. Bishu, let's grab something to eat. Ning Shi felt the warmth in her palm and was secretly delighted, though she kept her expression calm. Let's go, I'm hungry too. Bishu nodded, then glanced at Xiong-jing, Shang-xia, and Yuhi, asking, we're gonna eat. Do you guys want to come along? Xiong-jing had just begun to reply, when Jin Longyu leapt up and clamped a hand over his mouth. Fu Huai pulled Xiong-jing's arm and said, Brother Bai, you two go ahead. We'll pass this time. We'll skip too. We've got things to take care of, Xiaoyu has said, winking at Jiang Yin and Guanhua. Yeah, we're busy too, Jiang Yin and Guanhua chimed in quickly. In that case, we'll head out first. See you. They waved their goodbyes, then watched as Bishu and Ning Shi walked away, hand in hand. Click, click. Jiang Yin lowered her phone, a satisfied smile playing on her lips as she admired the photo she'd just taken. Let me see. Xiaoyuha and Guanhua crowded close for a look. Bathed in the soft, dusky glow, the two of them held hands. In that fleeting moment, time itself seemed to pause, capturing an eternity. They're just too perfect together. Guanhua couldn't help but sigh with heartfelt admiration. They've known each other since they were kids. Xiaoyuha said, her voice tinged with envy. We're heading out first. Bye-bye. Xiaoyuha waved at Xiong-jing and the others as she spoke. Because of Bishu and Ning Shi, they had all shared meals together before, so of course they knew each other. Bye-bye. Fu Huai and his friends replied, waving back. Wait, why don't we just eat with old Bai? I'm starving over here, Xiong-jing grumbled, clearly dissatisfied. Oh, come on, old Xiong. Didn't you see Bai and Ning Shi leave together? They're going on a date. You want to go and be the third wheel? Wouldn't that mess things up for them? Jin Longyu scolded him, shaking his head as if disappointed Xiong still didn't get it. Thank goodness he'd reacted quickly just now, jumping up and clapping a hand over Xiong-jing's mouth. Otherwise, the moment could have been ruined. Yeah, it's a good thing you two stopped me, Xiong-jing finally realized. Let's go. We should get something to eat too. I'm really starving, Fu Huai said, patting his round belly. Not having had lunch had left him feeling miserable. Come on, let's move. I'm dying of hunger here, Xiong-jing said. He hadn't even had a chance to play today, and going hungry all day was almost too much for a 2-meter-tall teenager like him, a bear. After dinner, Bishu and Ning Shi took a stroll around the track. A gentle evening breeze played through their hair, leaving them feeling perfectly at ease. There are so many couples on the track. Ning Shi exclaimed in surprise as she watched pair after pair pass by. Yeah, we're in college now. Teachers don't care, and parents can't control us. It's pretty normal for people to date, Bishu replied. Even at a top academy, it was something you couldn't avoid. Come on, let's go sit on that bench over there. Without waiting for Bishu's answer, Ning Shi grabbed his hand and led him toward the bench. The view from here is amazing. Ning Tisait delichtet. Bishu nodded in agreement. It really is. From this spot, they could see the distant city skyline, thousands of twinkling lights, and the lively crowd close by. Suddenly, Bishu felt a gentle weight on his shoulder. Looking down, he saw Ning. She had closed her eyes, her head resting against him. The faint fragrance of her hair reminded him this was no dream. Bishu smiled softly, pressing his cheek to Ning Shi's hair, letting the gentle night breeze wash over him, and slowly closed his eyes. He loved this moment, loved the person by his side, and wanted nothing more than to protect them both. The bustling crowd instinctively kept their distance from the bench, careful not to disturb the couple leaning on each other in quiet contentment. The next day, 9 in the morning, at Shingshin Arena, everyone arrived as planned. With anticipation in the air, all eyes turned to the big screen as it started to scroll rapidly. Pick me, Xiong Jingxing muttered under his breath, eyes squeezed shut in hope. Baishu and the others could only shake their heads helplessly. Old Xiong's fighting spirit was just too strong. Perhaps the heavens grew impatient with Xiong Jingxing's constant muttering, because suddenly his big face flashed onto the screen. Old bear, it's your turn. Jin Longyu hurriedly gave Xiong Jingxing, who was sitting with his eyes closed, muttering to himself, a firm push. Huh, my turn already. At those words, Xiong Jingxing's eyes flew open, as big and round as a bull's. See for yourself. Fu Huai pointed at the big screen. Combat Class 1, Xiong Jingxing versus Combat Class 8, Lu Ying. Xiong Jingxing read each word slowly and clearly. Ha! Finally, my turn has come. A broad grin broke out on Xiong Jingxing's face. Old by fatty fish, cheer me on, all right. Yeah, we know, just go. Your opponent's already on stage. The three of them couldn't help but chuckle. Even now, he wouldn't let them forget to root for him. After straightening his clothes, Xiong Jingxing stormed onto the stage, full of energy. Facing him across the stage was a thin, frail-looking girl, her demeanor soft and delicate. Why is it a girl again? Xiong Jingxing muttered, obviously displeased. Classmate, that's not right, you know. That's discrimination, the skinny girl stammered, looking up at the burly figure before her. Despite her fear, her eyes were sincere and unwavering. Xiong Jingxing's face flushed with embarrassment. He truly hadn't meant it that way, but felt he should clear things up. He quickly said, I didn't mean it like that. It's okay, Lu Ying replied, lowering her head and nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Xiong Jingxing was at a loss for what to do, frozen awkwardly in place. Meanwhile, in the stands, what's going on? Why aren't they fighting? Yeah, what's the holdup? Come on, brother, hit her. Don't go easy now. Man, can you even call yourself human? How can you hit such a delicate girl? You clearly don't get it. This is what you call no women in your heart, so your punches come naturally. In Combat Class 1's area. Hey, Bai, you think old bear's got a crush on her? Jin Longyu teased. Maybe he does. Can't bring himself to throw a punch. Fu Huai snickered lewdly. Baishu, too, shot a mocking glance at Xiong Jingxing, who was standing in the ring, utterly at a loss. Back to the combat stage. Li Zheng looked helplessly at the two motionless contestants. This was supposed to be a battleground, not a matchmaking event. You two may begin, he finally announced, realizing that if he didn't speak up, the standoff might last until morning. All right, okay. Xiong Jingxing and Lu Ying snapped back to attention and quickly responded. You go first, Xiong Jingxing said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Okay, thank you, Lu Ying replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Xiong Jingxing couldn't help but grin foolishly. He'd heard it. She'd actually thanked him. So I'll start then? Lu Ying took a deep breath, her delicate features suddenly full of determination. Bring it on. Xiong Jingxing nodded seriously. With a sharp breath, Lu Ying dashed up to Xiong Jingxing and, with her pale, harmless-looking little fist, aimed a punch right at his chest. Xiong Jingxing didn't pay it any mind. He hadn't even activated his Thunder Escape armor, and his muscles were completely relaxed. In his eyes, that pale, delicate little fist posed no threat at all. With a deafening crash, her fist slammed into his chest. Xiong Jingxing's expression changed in an instant. A tremendous force surged from Lu Ying's fist, launching Xiong Jingxing straight out of the ring. He felt a sharp, metallic taste in his throat, and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Staring at Lu Ying in disbelief, he couldn't make sense of what had just happened. What's going on? Is this some kind of fixed match? No way. The director's right there. There's no chance this is rigged. Holy crap. How does that freshman girl have so much strength? Man, she's like a beast in human skin. Didn't Xiong Jingxing awaken as a powerhouse from the Night Moon clan? How did he lose so easily? He underestimated her. Who would have thought such a gentle-looking girl could hit that hard? Over at the Class 8 arena, cheers erupted. Woo, I knew it. Lu Ying always manages to surprise us. Serve that big guy right for underestimating her. Lu Ying is amazing. The students of Class 8 shouted and hollered in excitement. When they first heard about Lu Ying's strength, they were skeptical. But after seeing her slap a handprint deep into a wall, they became true believers. During the military training competition, they had done everything they could to recommend Lu Ying to the instructors. That's how today's spectacle came to be. Meanwhile, in Class 1, what just happened to old Xiong? Jin Longyu asked, baffled. He let his guard down. That girl's got monster strength. Fu Huai smacked his lips, imagining if he'd been the target. One punch, and he'd be sent flying too. Is this superhuman strength? Bishu narrowed his eyes, pondering. Could that Lu Ying girl have awakened the same power as Haruno Sakura? Lu Ying? Sakura? Is Xiong Jingsheng all right? Ningxi looked at the pool of blood on the ground, her concern evident. He'll be fine. Old Xiong's tough as nails, but his pride probably took a hit, Bishu replied, shaking his head with a weary smile. After all, anyone would feel embarrassed after being taken down by a seemingly harmless girl. Medical ninja quickly arrived at Xiong Jingsheng's side, finding him dazed and shocked. They immediately began healing his injuries, whether obvious or hidden. After all, a lingering internal wound could jeopardize his future as a ninja. I'm so sorry. Lu Ying hurried down from the stage, bowing deeply in apology to Xiong Jingsheng. It's all right, it's not your fault. Xiong Jingsheng managed a bitter smile as he regained his composure. He knew it was his own carelessness, and he had no one else to blame. Thank you, sister, he said gratefully to the medical ninja who treated him, then stood up and walked away. Watching Xiong Jingsheng's lonely figure leave, Lu Ying couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. She quickly dashed after him. Wait up! Hearing the faint voice behind him, Xiong Jingsheng stopped in his tracks, looking back with a puzzled expression. Step! Pant! Lu Ying ran up to Xiong Jingsheng, a little out of breath. What's wrong? Xiong Jingsheng asked, still confused. Could I have your contact information? Lu Ying asked timidly. Upon hearing this, Xiong Jingsheng didn't show any sign of delight. Instead, his expression remained calm as he replied, You don't need to make it up to me. I lost this time. It's on me. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry. Lu Ying stammered, her voice trembling, on the verge of tears. Seeing the frail girl about to cry in front of him, Xiong Jingsheng had no choice but to pull out his phone and hand it to her. Here, this is my contact info. As soon as Lu Ying heard this, she quickly whipped out her own phone and added his contact. She apologized a few more times, then hurried away with her head down. Xiong Jingsheng looked at the newly added contact, Cherry Blossom, unsure whether to laugh or to sigh. Now, these 10 are our final contenders. Li Zheng's voice echoed through the microphone, igniting the entire arena. But who will ultimately claim the championship in this grand military training competition? Let's wait and see. Excitement rippled through the crowd as his words rang out. The winner is definitely going to be Huang Huacheng. No one can stand up to the power of his double Tomo Sharingan. Nonsense. The winner has to be Bishu. Once his space-time ninjutsu comes into play, who could possibly compete? Out of the way, both of you. The champion will absolutely be our own Songyu, the goddess of ice and snow herself. She's unforgettable. Ice and snow goddess? Please. I'm the ice prince then. I'm rooting for Mu Xinghe from Class 4. Im Buking Liziten. He's just as strong, and don't forget, he has the Sharingan too. Passionate arguments erupted in the stands. After 3 days of intense matches, everyone had their favorites, and no one was willing to back down. Bishu from Combat Class 1. Li Zichen from Combat Class 1. Huang Huacheng from Combat Class 2. Zhao Hang from Combat Class 3. Song Yu from Combat Class 4. Mu Xinghe from Combat Class 4. Wan Xunyu from Combat Class 7. Lu Ying from Combat Class 8. Meng Zai from Combat Class 10. Zhu Ling from Combat Class 13. Bishu glanced at the list displayed on the big screen and nodded slightly. For the past 3 days, they had all been in this star arena, competing, watching, waiting. During the last 2 days, Bishu had fought 2 more matches. His opponents hadn't been much trouble, so he'd easily secured victory. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique was still overwhelmingly powerful against anyone below Kage level. His classmate, Li Zichen, had also fought 2 bouts and won, advancing straight to the next round. Guanhua and Sui Haochen, on the other hand, hadn't been so lucky. Both were eliminated in their second match. And it wasn't just anyone who defeated them. It was 2 of the top 10 contenders. Guanhua's opponent had been none other than Song Yu from Class 4. Sui Haochen's opponent was Huang Huacheng from Class 2. Once again, he lost to the Sharingan, and in his frustration, he shouted, He and the Sharingan are sworn enemies of mine. We cannot live under the same sky. As for Xiong Jingsheng, well, there's really not much to say about him. Ever since his defeat, he had seemed downcast for a while. But after sneaking out on his own last time and returning, there was a smile tugging at the corner of his lips, a smile so stubborn even an AK couldn't wipe it off. Bishu and his 2 friends naturally noticed it. They guessed that Lu Ying must have sought him out, but as for what happened exactly, the three of them had no way of knowing. And if you try to ask Xiong Jingxing about it, not a word would come out of him. Asking was just asking in vain. Soon the big screen began to scroll, signaling the start of the matches. Would the contestants they supported claim the championship? Let's read on and see. The first round. Combat Department, Class 1's Bishu versus Combat Department, Class 10's Mengzai. Here we go. The wielder of space-time ninjutsu faces off against the prodigy who awakened the Aburame clan's powers. Bishu is definitely going to win. Space-time ninjutsu is legendary. No random nobody could ever beat it. So what if it's legendary? Since it's a space-time ninjutsu of legend, it must consume an enormous amount of chakra. Even if Bishu is a chunin, how many times can he use it? Exactly. Every match. He only uses the space-time ninjutsu once. Maybe his chakra can only support a single use. Your analysis actually makes sense. Enough talking. The match has started. In a moment, we'll see who wins and who loses. The scene shifts. Bishu studied Mengzai closely. Just as he remembered the Aburame clan, Mengzai wore black sunglasses and was wrapped in a black trench coat from head to toe, his expression calm and distant. Clearly, he was not the talkative type. Begin the match. Li Zheng raised his right hand and declared the match open, then stepped aside to watch from the edge of the arena. Li Zheng had high hopes for Bishu, the boy who wielded space-time ninjutsu, and was eager to see what he would do. Suddenly, tiny pores appeared on the exposed skin of Mengzai, and then, in a dense, unsettling wave, insects began to crawl out, swarming into the air and circling around him. For anyone with a fear of insects or trypophobia, this was the stuff of nightmares. Secret technique, parasitique destruction insecte. With a flick of Mengzai's finger, the swarming insects surged toward Bishu like a living tidal wave. You absolutely couldn't let these insects get close. Once they touched you, even the flying thunder god technique would be useless for Bishu. These parasitic destruction insects could scout, track, lure, drain chakra, launch large-scale attacks, and defend all at once, a deadly, versatile force. If they managed to latch on, unless Bishu could defeat Mengzai in an instant, no matter how much chakra he had, it would all be drained away. However, isn't fire the best way to deal with insects? Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive dragon of flames and a blazing fireball erupted one after the other from Bishu's mouth, scorching the swarming destruction beetles with a furious crackle. Bishu had inherited Minato's talent, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to secretly master the great fireball technique, right? For the first time, a ripple of emotion crossed Mengzai's usually calm face. He felt a pang for his insects, creatures he had nurtured within his own body, feeding them day and night with his own chakra. Losing so many at once, of course it hurt. Let's see if your chakra lasts longer than my insects. Mengzai steeled himself, summoning another dense, black cloud of bugs. Secret technique, destruction bitole. Based on his calculations, Bishu could probably manage 3 more great fireballs and 1 more fire dragon flame bullet. A Chunin chakra could only support 4 or 5 C-rank jutsu, or 2 B-rank at most. All Mengzai had to do was endure until Bishu ran out of chakra, and then victory would be his. As for Bishu's space-time ninjutsu, Mengzai was well prepared. He kept his distance, never letting Bishu get close, nor allowing that oddly shaped kunai anywhere near him. This way, he could avoid Bishu's mysterious teleportation technique altogether. Oh, again, Bishu watched as another wave of insects surged toward him, endless and overwhelming. He couldn't help but form seals once more. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Fire release, great fireball technique. As expected, the bugs were once again reduced to ashes in a roaring inferno. Here we go again. Secret technique, parasitic insects. Mengzai's heart bled with every command. Still more. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Fire release, great fireball technique. Again. Secret technique, parasitique insecte. You must be out of chakra by now. Mengzai forced a smile to his face, lips curling with relief. But as he caught sight of Bishu's hand signs, his smile stiffened. How did Bishu still have chakra left? Shadow clone technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball technique. A shadow clone materialized at Bishu's side. The original cast of fire technique. The clone unleashed a wind technique. As for why he didn't use one-handed seals, Bishu thought it best to save that as a trump card, something to catch other opponents off guard. It wasn't underhanded. It was strategy. A sea of blazing fire swept through, devouring every last insect in its path. Do you still want to continue? Bishu looked at Mengzai, whose face had gone stiff with defeat. I give up. Meng's eyes face darkened as he raised his hand in surrender. Huh. Even Li Zheng found the outcome amusing. Losing to Bishu's overwhelming chakra. Now that was a fair defeat. Group 1 Combat Division, Bishu wins. Li Zheng announced the result. Meng's eye turned and left, showing Bishu only his back. The remaining matches were nearing their end as well. Combat Division, Class 3, Zhao Hang vs. Combat Division, Class 7, Wan Chunyu. Zhao Hang wins. Combat Division Class 1, Li Zichen vs. Combat Division Class 2, Huang Huacheng. Huang Huacheng wins. Combat Division Class 4, Mu Xinghe vs. Combat Division Class 4, Song Yu. Mu Xinghe wins. Combat Division Class 8, Lu Ying vs. Combat Division Class 13, Zhu Ling. Lu Ying wins. What made things interesting was that during Lu Ying's match, Xiong Jingchen was so tense you'd have thought he was facing a deadly enemy. Bishu and his friends found this utterly baffling, exchanging glances before sharing a knowing look. Hey, old Xiong, what's up between you and that Lu Ying? Fu Huai asked, his tone sly. At the question, a faint flush crept across Xiong Jingchen's tan face. He stammered, No, there's nothing going on. Oh. The three of them drew out the sound, instantly reading between the lines. Don't get the wrong idea. There's nothing between us. At least, not yet, Xiong Jingcheng blurted, trying to sound casual, but failing miserably. Oh, we get it. Brothers understand, they replied, all nodding with mock seriousness. But Xiong Jingcheng didn't buy it for a second. He was just about to get up and give them a piece of his mind when the next announcement made him freeze in place. He sat back down, suddenly attentive. Bishu and his friends looked puzzled. Then realization dawned on their faces. It turned out Lu Ying was up next. After each of their matches, the contestants first received medical ninja treatment, followed by a half-hour rest. Only then did the next round begin. On the giant screen above the arena, 2 close-up photos and the names of the next competitors appeared. Combat Division Class 2, Huang Huacheng vs. Combat Division Class 8, Lu Ying. At that moment, both Huang Huacheng and Lu Ying stood ready in the ring. Huang Huacheng's expression was icy, hands stuffed in his pockets. He hadn't expected his opponent to be this girl famed for her extraordinary strength. Begin. At Li Zheng's command, Huang Huacheng sprang into action. His eyes glowed crimson, 2 tomo spinning rapidly in his pupils. With his left hand, he flung 4 kunai. With his right, another 4, even faster than the first. A sharp metallic clatter followed as the kunai from his right hand overtook the first set, striking them mid-air and knocking them off their original course. The 8 kunai seemed almost alive as they targeted Lu Ying's head, throat, upper body, and legs. A true Uchiha, his mastery of shuriken and kunai arts was on full display. Li Zheng, standing at the edge of the arena, nodded in silent approval. Seeing this, Lu Ying quickly pulled a small wooden board from her ninja tool pouch and tossed it behind her. Her hands flashed through a rapid series of seals. Just as the kunai were about to strike her, she completed the jutsu. In the blink of an eye, she vanished, leaving only the wooden board where she once stood. Lu Ying had used the substitution technique, knowing that the kunai barrage left her no room to dodge. She broke out with the simplest solution. Not bad, Li Zheng remarked, his tone cool and measured. Fire style, Phoenix Flower, Jutsu. Huang Huacheng first hurled a few shuriken, then quickly formed hand seals and spewed a breath of fire from his mouth, enveloping the shuriken in flames as they shot toward Lu Ying at lightning speed. Water style, Wild Water Wave. Lu Ying formed hand seals with both hands, then unleashed a torrent of water from her mouth, dousing the flaming shuriken and extinguishing the fire. A thick fog rose and spread overhead. A few crisp metallic clinks echoed in the air as the shuriken, now deprived of any force, clattered uselessly to the ground. The shuriken are finished, Huang Huacheng muttered, frowning. He reached to his ninja tool pouch at his waist and drew only a single kunai. Looks like it's down to close combat now. The 2 tomo and Huang Huacheng's eyes spun rapidly. He crouched low, then launched himself forward, right foot pounding the ground as he charged at Lu Ying with incredible speed. So fast, Lu Ying was visibly startled. She hurriedly produced her own kunai, gripping it in a reverse hold and taking up a defensive stance. Clang! Huang Huacheng's kunai shot straight for Lu Ying's pale neck. In a panic, Lu Ying raised her weapon to block. So unskilled in taijutsu, in that fleeting moment, Huang Huacheng's Sharingan spotted several flaws in her defense. He quickly leaped back, recalling that in previous matches, Lu Ying had relied on her sheer strength to hurl opponents away, never once showing any real taijutsu prowess. A faint smile appeared on Huang Huacheng's usually stern face. If he was fast enough to seize an opening, he could end this in a single strike. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Huang Huacheng formed hand seals, unleashing the Uchiha clan's signature technique. A massive fireball burst from his mouth. Lu Ying, seeing this, quickly formed her own hand seals. Water style, wild water wave. Water and fire clashed, hissing furiously as thick white mist billowed between them. You've lost. Huang Huacheng's voice rang out. The great fireball was just a feint, wasn't it? Lu Ying forced a wry smile, glancing down at the chill of steel kunai pressed against her neck. That's right. Huang Huacheng nodded. The great fireball had been a decoy. He'd gambled that Lu Ying, upon seeing it, would respond with a water technique. Using the dense fog as cover, he'd closed the distance for a decisive blow. Clearly, his gamble had paid off. Impressive, Li Zheng praised, a satisfied smile on his face as he looked at the two of them. The pair stood awkwardly, unsure how to respond. They were not the type for words and didn't know what to say. With a hearty laugh, Li Zheng noticed their discomfort and simply announced Huang Huacheng as the victor. Huang Huacheng and Lu Ying bowed respectfully to Li Zheng, then hurried off the stage. In the audience stands, Combat Class 1. Damn it. Xiong Jingsheng's huge, fan-like hands clenched tightly, his face twisted in frustration. If I run into Huang Huacheng in the ring, I'll beat the crap out of him. Ahem, old Xiong, have you considered that you might not even get the chance? Jin Longyu added fuel to the fire, grinning slyly. Is that so? Xiong Jingsheng suddenly flashed a bright, toothy grin at Jin Longyu. What are you trying to do? Sensing something was wrong, Jin Longyu quickly edged closer to Bishu, seeking protection. What am I going to do? Obviously, I'm coming for you. Xiong Jingsheng grinned wider, stood up, and yanked Jin Longyu over without warning. He grabbed Jin Longyu by the shoulders and shook him vigorously. I was wrong. Brother Xiong. Brother Bai, fatty, save me. Seeing Jin Longyu's pitiful state, Bishu and Fu Huai exchanged a quick glance, and, acting in perfect sync, immediately averted their eyes. With solemn faces, they fixed their gaze on the empty arena, deliberately ignoring Jin Longyu's cries for help. After giving Jin Longyu a good shaking for a while, Xiong Jingsheng noticed that his victim was foaming at the mouth and promptly released him with a look of distaste. He turned back to his seat, pulled out his phone, and began typing a message to his contact nicknamed Sakura. Bishu and Fu Huai shivered as they watched the sorry sight Jin Longyu had become. Old Xiong was truly terrifying. More than 10 minutes passed before the giant screen in the arena finally began to scroll. Combat Class 3's Zhao Hang vs. Combat Class 4's Mu Xinghe. Bishu get the bye. Earth style, crumbling earth palm. With frost still clinging to his eyebrows, Zhao Hang formed hand seals and slammed his palms forcefully onto the ground. The earth split open. It was as if a giant underground serpent was racing toward Mu Xinghe at breakneck speed. A wry smile flickered across Mu Xinghe's pale face. He was spent. He'd known Zhao Hang was strong to have made it this far, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. Zhao Hang wielded all sorts of earth-style techniques with ease, and his astonishing chakra reserves left Mu Xinghe in awe. Moments earlier, Mu Xinghe had used all his chakra to freeze Zhao Hang solid, but within 5 seconds, Zhao Hang broke free and continued his assault. Earth style, earth flow wall. Li Zhang's figure appeared in front of Mu Xinghe, both hands hitting the ground. Instantly, a massive wall of earth rose up, blocking the onrushing fissures. Thank you, Sensei, Mu Xinghe said gratefully. No need to thank me. You did well, Li Zheng replied, a gentle smile crossing his face as he looked at the handsome young man before him. After all, who doesn't like a polite kid? Victory goes to Zhao Hang of Combat Class 3. Li Zheng's voice, amplified by the microphone, echoed throughout the arena. In the stands, these earth-style jutsu, even more than I know. I mean, I don't major in earth affinity, but I'm a junior already. Look at his chakra. Are you telling me he's just a chunin? I'd believe it if you called him an elite chunin. This year's freshmen, both guys and girls, are absolute monsters. Zhao Hang is incredible. Our Class 3 is just as good as Class 1. So what, my Class 2 is just as good as Class 1. Haha, Huang Huacheng is awesome. Zhao Hang is awesome. Beat Bishu. Beat Bishu. Beat Bishu. Old Bai, why do I feel like you've turned into the villain here? Xiong Jingsheng remarked. Oh no. Baiji, looks like they're all targeting you. Jin Longyu said, glancing at the crowd where shouts of defeat Bishu echoed now and then, a smile playing on his lips. Bishu, you become the public enemy, Xia Yue giggled, covering her mouth while sitting next to Ningxi. Bishu could only offer a helpless smile and replied, well, what can I say? I'm from Class 1, after all. CC, your Bishu is the public enemy now. Everyone's cheering for Huang Huacheng and Zhao Hang, someone teased. Ningxi's beautiful face showed no concern as she replied, So what if they're cheering? None of them can beat Bishu anyway. Oh, TSK Tisk. Xia Yuha, Jiang Yin, and Guanhua shook their heads in mock dismay, feigning jealousy. Hearing Ning Shi's words, Bishu instinctively sat up a little straighter. No one knew him better than his childhood friend. Bishu, I'm here. You gonna win, right? Ning Shi tilted her delicate face up, her pure, clear eyes dancing with mischief as she looked at Bishu. Of course. I never lose. Bishu smiled gently, his slender fingers tucking a loose strand of hair behind Ning Shi's ear. Ning Shi blushed, lowering her head in silence, but inside she felt a burst of joy. Looks like Bishu was finally getting a clue. Jiang Yin, Xia Yuha, and Guanhua were caught off guard by the sweetness and could only roll their eyes in exasperation. Fu Huai and Jin Longyu looked at Bishu with a twinge of envy. They wanted a sweet romance, too. So, Fatty, what's the plan? Jin Longyu asked, his expression grave, as if he were making a life-changing decision. Gotta get a girlfriend. We must, Fu Huai declared, clenching his fist in determination. Bro, you really get me. Jin Longyu turned his palm into a fist and thumped his chest. Brothers for life. Meanwhile, Xiong Jingxing watched Bishu's moves closely, deep in thought, pondering every detail. He wondered if, after he caught up with Lu Ying, using that same gesture would move her tears. The thought made Xiong Jingxing's lips curl into a love-struck smile he couldn't hide. Seeing this, Fu Huai and Jin Longyu shuddered and quickly scooted their seats away from Xiong Jingxing. That's right, Xiong Jingxing was determined to pursue Lu Ying. Ever since she'd beaten him, he felt a bit frustrated inside. But the day she asked him out for dinner, bustling around and taking care of everything, Xiong Jingxing suddenly found her gentle, and his frustration melted away, replaced by a budding affection that only grew stronger. He started dreaming about her every night and kept wondering when would be the right time to confess. After a 15-minute break, the giant screen on the field began to scroll again. Now, only 3 contestants remained, and the images on the screen flashed by at dizzying speed. At last, 2 faces began to slow and came to a stop. One was a strikingly handsome young man, wearing a gentle, easy smile. The other had a cold, stoic face, betraying no emotion at all. Battle Division Class 1. Bishu versus Battle Division Class 2. Huang Huacheng. Both of them are so handsome. I like Bishu. His smile is so warm, like a little sun. I still prefer Huang Huacheng. I just like his cocky attitude. I actually like both of them. If either one became my boyfriend, I'd probably wake up laughing from my dreams. Hey girl, wake up, it's daytime. So what? Can't I daydream a little? At last, I've found you, Huang Huacheng said coolly. Bishu looked puzzled. They all say your space-time ninjutsu is the strongest, but I don't think so. From what I've seen, every time you fight, you lure your opponent near that oddly shaped kunai, and only then do you use your space-time technique. So, your space-time ninjutsu, right now, you can only use it once. With his hands in his pockets, Huang Huacheng spoke with unwavering seriousness. What makes them think I can only use the Flying Thunder God technique once? Bishu's lips curled into a faint smile as he heard this. He hadn't expected them to believe he was limited to a single use of the Flying Thunder God technique. What a misunderstanding. The truth was, he only used the technique once each match because he didn't want his classmates to lose too quickly. Otherwise, if he simply hurled a handful of Flying Thunder God kunai, who could possibly keep up? Fire style, Phoenix Flower Claw Crimson. Huang Huacheng struck first. Flaming shuriken shot toward Bishu at blinding speed. If everyone thinks I can only use my space-time ninjutsu once, then it's up to me to shatter that illusion. A gleam lit up in Bishu's eyes as he pulled out every last Flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja pouch. Qing Shui, lend me your strength. Raising Gan Flash, Super Wheel Dance Howl, 3rd form. Bishu hurled all his Flying Thunder God kunai, loudly, if a bit embarrassingly, calling out the name of his technique. Instantly, his figure began blinking in and out of view. Like a streak of black lightning, he flashed here, then there, impossible to pin down. Huang Huacheng was utterly stunned. What was this? And it wasn't just Huang Huacheng. The entire arena fell silent, the shock playing on every face. No one could track Bishu's movements. All anyone could see was the blur of a dark shadow, flickering from place to place. You've lost. No one knew when Bishu had appeared before Huang Huacheng, but now he stood there, his Flying Thunder God kunai aimed right at Huang Huacheng's throat. Gulp! Huang Huacheng swallowed hard, the cold gleam of the kunai sending chills across his skin. Drip! A cold bead of sweat slid from the tip of his nose and hit the floor. In this hushed world, the sound was acutely clear. When did you? Huang Huacheng was frozen in place, dumbstruck. Li Zheng watched Bishu with a complex expression. He'd always assumed Bishu could only use the space-time technique once for now, and that with time, he'd eventually manage a few more uses. Who could have imagined that Bishu's technique wasn't a one-off? He just used it how many times? At least a dozen, right? We really struck gold. Just a bit of resources, and we managed to recruit a genius. Shin Yuliang, you're a damn legend. Victory goes to Bishu from Battle Class 1. Overjoyed, Li Jun wasted no time in announcing the winner. Huang Huaqing looked on with a complicated expression at Bishu, who had just been aiming a kunai at him, but was now crouched on the ground gathering up those very kunai. The sheer absurdity of the scene made it hard for him to watch. In Huang's mind, the person who defeated him should have been cold and expressionless, someone who wouldn't even bother to speak to a vanquished opponent. Not this boy, scouring the ground for his lost kunai. Bishu paid no attention to the stares of those around him and continued to pick up his flying thunder god kunai. What did they? No. Each of these cost 500 yuan, 10 times the price of a regular kunai. Was he supposed to just leave them lying around? At last, Bishu tucked all the flying thunder god kunai into his ninja tool pouch. He double-checked the area to make sure he hadn't missed any, then nodded in satisfaction. He flashed a polite smile at the still-stunned Huang Huaqing and the beaming Li Zhong, then turned and walked away from the arena. Suddenly, a wild shout erupted from the audience. Someone couldn't hold back anymore, snapping the stunned crowd out of their daze. Holy crap, that was insane! Spacetime ninjutsu is so freaking cool. Bishu, you're absolutely awesome. And with that, the entire stadium exploded in excitement. Bishu, I like you, be my boyfriend, will you? Bishu, pick me. I can do any pose you want. Bishu, I'm loaded, be my boyfriend, and you can have any car or house you want. Even the girls were getting worked up by how cool Bishu was, not to mention the guys. Bishu is the best. Spacetime ninjutsu is legendary. Damn, why don't I have a spacetime ninjutsu? I'm dying of envy here. Back in Battle Class 1, Counselor Zhao Ye and Instructor Wang Chang'an were both still stunned, as if they hadn't quite processed what just happened. After a long pause, Wang Chang'an finally snapped out of it and said, Spacetime ninjutsu really lives up to its name. That kid Bishu is the real deal, unpredictable as a flash of lightning. Absolutely. I never thought Bishu could develop his spacetime techniques to this level. Qinglong Academy really found a treasure, Zhao Ye murmured. Teacher Zhao, have you ever considered letting Bishu join the military? Wang Chang'an began to make his pitch. Zhao Ye's guard went up the moment she heard this, and she firmly refused. No way. Bishu just started college. He hasn't even experienced the best parts of university life yet. There's no way he's going to the military. All right, easy, Teacher Zhao. I was just asking. Wang Chang'an sighed inwardly. The class monitor had already witnessed Bishu's abilities. He was sure the higher-ups had already gotten a call by now. Watching Wang Chang'an fall silent, Zhao Ye immediately grew wary. She knew she had to keep a close eye on Bishu. If a genius like him were snatched away by the military, Qinglong Academy would be left with nothing but tears and regret. Just then, a middle-aged man with a rugged, chiseled face strode out of the Starfield arena with determined steps. Hey, good day, sir. The man responded crisply, phone in his left hand and saluting with his right. This was instinct, a reflex unique to soldiers. Xiao Zhang, what's the matter? Zhang Huai quickly recounted what had just happened in the arena, including everything about the boy named Bishu. After a brief pause, a chuckle came from the other end of the line. Xiao Zhang, that Bishu is still just a child. He's not suited to join the military just yet. Besides, the fighting at the front isn't so urgent. Us old-timers are still here. We don't need these youngsters in battle. Let him enjoy his university life for now. Don't disturb him. Yes, sir. Zhang Huai saluted once more. As the dial tone echoed in his ear, Zhang Huai finally put away his phone and returned to Star Square. The scene shifted back to Class 1's arena. Bishu had already returned to his seat, greeted by unfiltered envy and astonishment from his classmates. Their intense stares made Bishu a little uneasy, and he smiled awkwardly. Brother Bai, you're absolutely amazing. Jin Longyu shouted, his usually carefully styled hair now a mess, though he didn't care in the least. Fu Huai lifted his head high, his round face beaming with pride. See? That my brother Bai. Xiong Jingsheng was so envious he nearly ground his molars to dust. If only that were him, then Lu Ying would definitely look at him differently. Lost in his daydreams, Xiong Jingsheng once again escaped into his own little fantasy world. While Bishu was making his way back to his seat, quite a few girls glanced at him with bashful expressions. After all, Bishu was so outstanding, they wanted to try their luck too. So what if Ning Shi and Bishu were childhood friends? They weren't officially a couple. As long as there's no ring on the finger, everything's still up in the air. And even if there is a ring, as the old saying goes, if you wield your hoe well, there's no wall you can't break. But Bishu simply responded to them with a polite smile. He still preferred the company of his longtime childhood friend. No sooner had he sat down than Bishu turned eagerly to Ningxi and asked, "Well, wasn't I impressive?" Ningxi looked at Bishu's face, which seemed to be begging her for praise. The words, "hurry up and compliment me," were practically written across his features, and she couldn't help but find it amusing. But then she remembered those girls gazing at Bishu just moments ago, and how he had smiled back at them. The memory made her feel a twinge of irritation. So she met his gaze with a stone-cold face and replied flatly, "Not really." Huh? Bishu was left scratching his head. Knowing Ningxi as well as he did, he realized at once that she was upset with him. "What's wrong?" Bishu asked cautiously. If he didn't ask, Ningxi wouldn't talk to him and would instead stew in silence for ages, only speaking to him again once her anger faded. That's exactly what happened last month. Bishu went out without taking her along, and when he returned, she ignored him for days before finally breaking her silence. Bishu didn't want that to happen again. Those days of wordless tension had left him walking on eggshells, every little thing feeling like a struggle. Why aren't you over there smiling at those girls? What are you doing here talking to me?" Ningxi's lovely face was frosty, her pure white eyes refusing to even glance in Bishu's direction. So that's what it was. Bishu realized the truth. He smiled helplessly, but inside, he couldn't help feeling a surge of delight. Ningxi was jealous. That gave him even more confidence for the confession he'd been planning. That's right, a confession. Bishu had long wanted to tell Ningxi how he felt, but he hadn't found the right moment yet. Now that Ningxi was jealous, what did that say? It meant she liked him too. Bishu lowered his head, secretly hiding a smile. "What are you laughing at? Do you think this is funny?" The chilly tone of her voice snapped Bishu out of his smile. It froze on his lips. Oh no, he'd forgotten she was still angry. Bishu looked up. He saw the veins standing out at the corner of Ningxi's eyes, though her face remained calm as she gazed at him. Bishu gave an awkward, embarrassed laugh. This was bad. She was giving him the cold shoulder, and he had no idea what to do. Xia Yuha, Jiang Yin, and Guan Hua watched the exchange between Bishu and Ningxi with looks of envy in their eyes. "Seeing she and Bishu like this makes me really want a boyfriend," Xia Yuha sighed. "Who doesn't?" Jiang Yin sighed as well. "But where can we find someone as strong and handsome as Bishu?" Guan Hua nodded in wholehearted agreement. The three of them exchanged glances and, unable to help themselves, sighed again and shook their heads. Sigh. Bishu. 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 Thunderous cheers erupted from the stands, the shouts coming mostly from crowded girls. Many of them stood up without any concern for appearances, waving their arms and calling Bishu's name at the top of their lungs. With his good looks and remarkable strength, what girl wouldn't be drawn to Bishu? Man, these girls are so loud. There's no way I can outshout them. Jin Longyu wiped sweat from his brow, breathing heavily. No way. Baigu has to hear us cheering for him. Give it all you've got. Sweat had soaked through Fu Huai's shirt, but he kept shouting until his voice was hoarse. He had his own reasons. If Bishu took first place, it would bring him honor too. When he went out and told people his buddy topped the military training competition, everyone would look up to him. And with that, maybe he'd get the contact info of some pretty girls as well. Go, Baiji, you can do it. Jin Longyu kept shouting, refusing to believe he could be outdone by that group of girls. Go, old Bai, you've got this. Xiong Jingxing also cheered for Bishu. Since he hadn't managed to take first place himself, he was now counting on Bishu to win, because honestly, Bishu was the only one he truly respected. Ningxi's eyes sparkled as she watched Bishu's tall, slender figure. She was sure he would win, and she wanted to witness this glorious moment with the whole crowd watching. The cheers from the stands didn't affect Bishu on the field one bit. His mind had already drifted elsewhere. The system had suddenly appeared just now to give him a new mission. Take first place in the military training competition. Reward. A rank ninjutsu. Lightning style, Chidori. Lightning style, Chidori. This was a powerful A-rank jutsu invented by Kakashi in his youth. When used, it said a sound like thousands of birds crying out at once. Later, Kakashi even developed an S-rank technique, Raikiri, based on it. And one of the two main characters in Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, also created many new techniques based on Chidori. You could say this jutsu had enormous potential. As long as Bishu mastered chakra nature transformation, he could easily learn and use these techniques, drawing on his memories. Not bad at all, Bishu murmured softly. This system either stayed silent or delivered a major gift whenever it showed up. The match begins. Only when Bishu was ready did Li Zheng announce the start of the competition. After seeing Bishu's performance in the previous round, Li Zheng was paying closer and closer attention to him. If Bishu kept improving, he'd become the pride of Qinglong Academy. Their previous star was Duanmu Jintian, who was now a jonin. Watching time pass, Li Zheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Let's do this. I'm not giving up, Zhao Hang said, his usually honest face set in determination as he locked eyes with Bishu, refusing to give him the slightest opening. Bishu smiled slightly at the challenge, reversing his grip on the flying thunder god kunai. Here I come. The words were barely out before he shot toward Zhao Hang at blinding speed. So fast, Zhao Hang was shocked for a split second, but quickly came up with a plan. Earth style, Earth prison barrier. Zhao Hang slapped his hands to the ground, channeling a torrent of chakra deep into the earth. The terrain shifted immediately. Chunks of rock jutted up, forming a stone cage that rose to trap Bishu. But at that speed, it was nowhere near enough to catch Bishu. He hurled his kunai to an empty spot off to the side, then instantly reappeared next to it, neatly dodging Zhao Hang's attack. Earth style, iron rock bullets. Zhao Hang launched another attack. Pebble-sized stones shot from his mouth, slicing through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Bishu swung his kunai, knocking away the flying pebbles, then swiftly drew 3 flying thunder god kunai and began forming hand seals. Shuriken shadow clone technique. He hurled all 4 flying thunder god kunai. In the blink of an eye, the 4 became 8, 8 turned into 16, and 16 multiplied into 32, the number doubling with each beat. Soon, a veritable storm of flying thunder god kunai rained down from above, blanketing the entire arena without discrimination, leaving nowhere untouched. Realizing there was no way to outrun the attack, Zhao Hang decided to act. He formed hand seals and slapped his hands onto the ground. Earth style, subterranean voyage. The earth around Zhao Hang abruptly liquefied, and he slowly sank out of sight, disappearing into the ground below. Impressive. Bishu arched an eyebrow at Zhao Hang's maneuver. No wonder he'd made it this far, using the perfect jutsu at the perfect moment. Even if it was just a single nature type, it was still formidable. But Bishu had his own methods for dealing with an opponent hiding underground. Fire style would do the trick, though it demanded a massive amount of chakra. He was curious to see just how much chakra he had at his disposal. Without hesitation, he started weaving new hand seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive ball of flame burst from Bishu's mouth, scorching the entire arena. Yet despite its size, the fireball seemed almost insignificant in the vast open field, like a drop in the ocean. If that's not enough, Sage Mode, activate. Bishu instantly slipped into Sage Mode. Orange eyeshadow appeared around his eyes, his pupils turned yellow, and a horizontal black bar stretched across each iris. With Sage Mode boosting him, the fireball grew larger and larger, until it swept across the entire arena in a blazing inferno. At this point, it was no longer just a great fireball jutsu. It deserved to be called Sage Art. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A minute passed, then 3. Just as Bishu's Sage Mode flickered and faded, his strength nearly spent, Li Zheng's voice rang out. The winner is Bishu. Immediately, Bishu released the flames and staggered, his body barely keeping upright. Even with the Jonin's chakra reserves and the power of Sage techniques, maintaining such a massive fire-style jutsu for this long had pushed him to his limit. If Zhao Hang had held out a little longer, the outcome might have been very different. Bishu scanned the arena and realized he was the only one left standing. Li Zheng, the head of the combat department, was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Hang had also vanished. Over here, kid. You really went overboard with that fire-style technique. Li Zheng called out. He'd noticed Bishu's eyes had changed just moments before, but didn't press. After all, everyone has a few secret weapons up their sleeve. Now, where's Zhao Hang? Bishu scratched his head awkwardly, a bit embarrassed as he asked. The medical ninja are treating him right now, Li Zheng replied with a weary shake of his head. He dove straight under the stage. The temperature up there was way too high. If he'd stayed even a second longer, he'd have been roasted alive. You took first place in this year's military training competition. As for your prize, you'll receive it at tomorrow's award ceremony. Li Zheng joked, as if looking for something to talk about. There's a prize? Bishu's eyes lit up at the mention. If there was one thing he loved, it was rewards. Of course. Would I lie to you? Off you go. Li Zheng laughed. Goodbye, teacher. Bishu gave a polite farewell and left the dueling arena. A prodigy, such a young prodigy, Li Zheng couldn't help but marvel as he watched Bishu's retreating figure. With everyone's eyes on him, Bishu hurried back to his class. He couldn't help it. The heat of so many gazes made him feel distinctly uncomfortable. Our school has produced another powerhouse, just like Senior Duanmu. A crew-cut boy spoke with envy. That's right. I remember the seniors saying Duanmu was also launched into fame through the military training competition. He wielded a short blade called White Fang and stood out from a crowd of geniuses. Many upperclassmen and women chimed in, agreeing. But by the time they enrolled, Duanmu Jintian had already graduated, so all they knew were stories passed down from those just a bit older. Though they'd never witnessed Duanmu Jintian's greatness themselves, they had now seen a new star rise before their eyes, a star that shone no less brightly than Duanmu ever had. They hadn't been there for Duanmu Jintian's moments of glory, but they were lucky enough to witness the brilliance of this young man, named Bishu. Bishu quickly made his way to his class, thinking that finally he could relax now that he was back among his own. Yet the fervor in the eyes of his classmates from Combat Class 1 was no less intense than that of the audience. If anything, it burned even brighter. If Zhao hadn't warned them ahead of time that this was a public place, and they needed to keep their excitement in check, they might have already rushed up and swept Bishu into a group bear hug. After all, with Bishu's victory, Combat Class 1 now truly lived up to its name, and they couldn't risk doing anything that would tarnish the class's reputation. So Jin Longyu, Fu Huai, and Xiong Jingsheng all held themselves back, though it wasn't easy. Zhao watched Bishu with a joyful smile, feeling a weight lift from her heart. After all, she'd taken on the role of Class 1's counselor under enormous pressure. This year's incoming class was packed with talent, and the average level between classes was closer than ever. If Combat Class 1 couldn't stay ahead, what was the point of being Class 1 at all? Thankfully, Bishu had more than delivered, defeating countless prodigies and ensuring that Class 1 kept its reputation as the best, just as in years past. Wang Chang'an, too, was bursting with pride. Now he could brag to the other instructors and class leaders. Bishu was a student, a soldier he'd personally trained. After a few words with Ning Shi and the others, Bishu followed the flow of people as the crowd dispersed. The military training competition had finally come to an end. There was no reason for them to linger any longer. In the end, Li Zheng announced that the closing ceremony would be held tomorrow at the very same Xingchen field. It's finally over. Bishu stretched his arms lazily as he and a few others walked onto an open patch of ground. Damn, Bai, you were amazing. Jin Longyu could finally let out all the excitement he'd been holding in. What he managed to express inside earlier hadn't even come close to matching his exhilaration. Bai, please accept my humble admiration. Fu Huai slapped his knees in exaggerated reverence, his expression utterly comical. You too. Bishu couldn't help but smile helplessly. Watching their antics, he raised his eyebrows at Xiong Jingsheng, who stood to the side. Old Xiong, what do you think? Ahem, ahem. Xiong Jingsheng honestly hadn't expected Bishu to toss the question his way. He cleared his throat and declared, not bad, but if I'd been on the field, the top spot would have been mine. Oh, please. Jin Longyu and Fu Huai both shot Xiong Jingsheng a look of utter disdain, unimpressed by his bold claim. Old Xiong, you really have no shame. Jin Longyu said bluntly, without holding back. HM? No shame, huh? Fine, let's see about that. Xiong Jingsheng flexed his wrists and fixed Jin Longyu with a mischievous smirk, striding toward him with deliberate slowness. Seeing Xiong Jingsheng about to make a move in front of everyone, Jin Longyu quickly ducked behind Bishu. Xiong, come on, I didn't mean it. Don't run. You slippery fish. I'm sorry, Xiong. I'm sorry. Xiong Jingsheng, you bullying a sensory ninja. Where's your sense of honor? If you got guts, go fight Bai instead. With that, Jin Longyu dashed away at top speed. Xiong Jingsheng broke into a run, even channeling his lightning release armor to boost his pace. Watching Xiong Jingsheng bring out his ninja techniques, Bishu couldn't help but offer a silent prayer for Jin Longyu. Fish, may you be born mute in your next life. Fu Huai sighed, offering up a helpless little wish. Wait, why is Jin Longyu a sensory ninja? Xia Yuha, who was standing next to Ning Shi, asked curiously. Bishu explained the story to the group, and understanding dawned on their faces. I knew it. What's a sensory ninja doing in the combat division? Turns out he's got family connections. Xia Yuha nodded as she spoke, feeling vindicated. Bai, should we go out and celebrate? After all, you took first place in the military training competition, Fu Huai suggested. Is that all right? Bishu thought it sounded like a good idea, so he turned to Ning Shi for her opinion. Of course. Ning Shi nodded emphatically, then looked at Xia Yuha and the others. Are you coming? Shi, don't be so formal. Of course we're coming. Xia Yuha clung to Ning Shi's arm, a hint of playful grievance on her face. That's right, Ning Shi. We've known each other so long, and we're all thrilled that Bishu won first place. This really does call for a celebration, Guan Hua chimed in. Let me look for a place. Jiang Yin pulled out her phone without hesitation and began searching for good restaurants nearby. After sharing a meal together, Bishu and his friends finally headed back to their dormitory building. I'm so full. Jin Longyu swayed a little as he pushed open the dorm room door. He was greeted by the sight of two people who looked exactly like Bishu, sitting cross-legged on the floor, scribbling away on paper with deep concentration. Scenes like this had long become a familiar sight. Brother Bai, you really are the most dedicated. Even after a competition, you never forget to keep training, Fu Huai said, full of admiration. It's nothing, Bai Shu replied with a smile. I'm about to master this ninjutsu, and the sooner I get the hang of it, the more cards I'll have up my sleeve. He glanced at his two shadow clones and waved his hand. With a muffled pop, both shadow clones vanished. At that very moment, a surge of knowledge about sealing techniques flooded into his mind. The sheer volume of information nearly made him lose his balance, so he quickly returned to his seat to rest. It was only a few days ago that it struck him. Using shadow clones to practice sealing techniques was a brilliant shortcut. He'd almost forgotten what a powerful tool shadow clones could be for training. Fortunately, he remembered in time. He'd already mastered most of the other sealing techniques, leaving only the dead demon consuming seal and the 8-trigram seal. Once he conquered these two, not only would Kurama be freed, but the next ninja would awaken as well. All in all, Bai Shu was filled with anticipation. Fu Huai, sitting to the side, glanced at Bai Shu with some concern. Training with shadow clones put tremendous strain on one's mental strength. If a clone vanished, its memories would flood into the original's mind, and anyone lacking the resilience could suffer serious mental backlash. At the rate Brother Bai trains, if he doesn't become the strongest, even the heavens would be shocked, Jin Longyu quipped, then sat down on the floor to start refining his chakra. He was already lagging behind. If he didn't work harder, he wouldn't even catch a glimpse of Bai Shu's taillights. As soon as Jin Longyu settled in, Xiong Jingxing and Fu Huai exchanged a glance and nodded in silent agreement. They, too, sat down cross-legged and began refining chakra. Who here wasn't willing to put in the effort? And so, all four of them devoted themselves to training. It was clear, the environment shapes people. Competition breeds motivation. The next morning, at dawn, the four of them washed up, got dressed, and were ready to set out. Today was the closing ceremony of the military training competition, a day they couldn't afford to miss. Especially since Bai Shu was the star of the day, there was no way they'd be absent. After another quick breakfast in the cafeteria, they hurried straight to the Xingqian field. Looks like we got here a bit early, Jin Longyu remarked, glancing around at the empty field with a frown. When we came a few days ago, the place was packed. Why is it so deserted today? Xiong Jingxing commented, surveying the eerily quiet stadium. Bai Shu and Fu Huai exchanged a look and shook their heads helplessly. With his hands clasped behind his back and a rolling gait, Fu Huai shook his head as he spoke. A few days ago, the competition was still going on, so of course. They arrived early, but the contest ended yesterday. Today's just the closing ceremony, which isn't so important to them, so naturally they showed up a bit late. As Fu Huai was speaking, a few more people entered through the entrance to the Xingqian venue. Bai Shu and his friends glanced over, realizing they didn't recognize the newcomers, so they looked away and quietly sat in their seats, scrolling through their phones. But those girls seemed to have spotted Bai Shu and his group and were briskly walking in their direction. Qian, do you see that handsome guy over there? Isn't that Bai Shu? A girl in overalls stared, eyes shining, at the boy in the black t-shirt. Because they were still some distance away, she couldn't quite make out whether that was Bai Shu or not, but she could tell that he was sitting in the section for class 1 of the combat department, which only made her more curious. The girl named Qian wore delicate makeup. Her black crop jacket revealed a snowy white waist, and her shapely thighs were outlined by tight jeans, accentuating her perfect figure. I think it is. Why don't we go over and check? Sun Qian glanced at the group from Combat Class 1 as she spoke. She wasn't sure either, but she was eager to find out. After all, Bai Shu was not only strong but also handsome. Who wouldn't be curious? Let's go. The girl in overalls lit up with excitement at the suggestion. She immediately grabbed Sun Qian and another girl by the arm and hurried over. She wanted to meet Bai Shu too. Who could resist a good-looking guy? And with her bold personality, it was only natural for her to take action. Excuse me, is Bai Shu here? Seated and absorbed in videos on their phones, the four friends hadn't noticed Sun Qian and her companions approaching from behind. It wasn't until Sun Qian spoke up that Bai Shu and the others finally looked up. Who are you looking for? Jin Longyu asked, raising his head. He had just been watching Mr. Mu's explanation of ninjutsu and hadn't caught what the girls were saying. But none of the girls paid any attention to Jin Longyu. All their eyes were fixed on Bai Shu, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. I'm Bai Shu. May I ask what you need? Bai Shu looked at the three girls standing behind him and spoke politely. Bai Shu, can I have your contact info? The girl in overalls wasted no time and went straight to the point. Seeing Bai Shu hesitate, she quickly added, or a photo together will be fine, too. Her bold request took only a heartbeat for the others. Contact info is fine, but I think I'll pass on the photo, Bai Shu replied a bit awkwardly. He didn't mind sharing his contact, but if Ningxi found out he was taking photos with other girls, there would be trouble. And as for how Ning she might find out, Bishu quietly glanced at Xiong Jingsheng and the other two, saying nothing. After exchanging contact information with the girl in overalls, she left with a beaming smile, completely forgetting about Sun Qian and the other girl's presence. Bishu noticed the awkward expressions on the two girls' faces and offered them a gentle smile. Are you two here with her? Yes, Sun Qian replied, her cheeks flushed red. Even her carefully applied makeup couldn't hide the blush spreading across her face. She wished she could just disappear into the ground. Meng Qi had completely treated them like background props. She got the contact info she wanted and left, leaving Sun Qian and Wang Bing standing there, utterly ignored. Bishu shook his phone, the screen still glowing, displaying his QR code. You too. Thank you. Sun Qian quickly pulled out her phone to scan it, then hurried off with Wang Bing, both of them ducking their heads and trotting away. Qian Bing Bing, I'm so sorry. I totally forgot you were still there. Meng Qi came running back along the way, her face full of apology as she turned to Sun Qian and Wang Bing. It's all right, no big deal. We got Bishu's contact info anyway. It's a win, Wang Bing replied with a laugh. After spending over a month together, she knew exactly what Meng Qi was like, scatterbrained, easily distracted. She didn't take it to heart. Meng Qi was always forgetting something. Pick up one thing, leave another behind. It was nothing new to them. Sun Qian shook her head, signaling she didn't mind. In truth, her heart was already drifting toward Bishu. His smile just now was so warm. Sun Qian replayed the moment in her mind, and couldn't help but let a small smile curl at her lips. She had always been pretty since she was young, and plenty of people had tried to court her. But she'd never understood those feelings. She was too young, and her parents were strict. She'd never actually dated anyone. But now, after meeting Bishu, she could feel the first buds of something called liking stirring inside her, breaking through the surface. Brother Bai, when will a girl ever come up to me and ask for my contact info? Jin Longyu lamented nearby. Just now, no one had paid him any attention, and he could hardly hide his embarrassment. If you were as handsome as Brother Bai, it wouldn't be hard. If you had his skills, it wouldn't be hard. But if you've got none of that. Fu Huai patted Jin Longyu's shoulder as he spoke, leaving the rest unsaid, but the meaning was clear. I need to train, Jin Longyu declared, eyes blazing with determination. Xiong Jingsheng, on the other hand, only scoffed. He'd had girls ask for his contact info before, so he didn't care. There was only one gentle girl who truly mattered to him. As the clock struck 9, the Star Arena was packed as always, every seat filled just like the previous nights. On the competition platform, Li Zheng held the microphone high, his voice ringing out with passion. The crowd responded with equal enthusiasm from the stands. Let's welcome the champion of our latest military training competition, Bishu, Li Zheng announced, raising his mic for all to hear. Bishu, 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 hurry, get up there. Ning Shi excitedly patted Bishu's arm, as if she were the one about to go on stage. All right, I'm going now. Bishu gently stroked Ning Shi's soft, fair hand, then strode quickly toward the dueling platform, stepping into the spotlight of everyone's attention. As the champion of this year's military training competition, the Academy is awarding you with 2 A-rank ninjutsu techniques. As soon as Li Zheng finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. Even Bishu couldn't help a flicker of surprise. 2 A-rank ninjutsu techniques? As expected of Qinglong Academy. I can't believe the prize this year is actually 2 A-rank ninjutsu techniques. Yeah, in previous years it was always just 1. Why is this year different? It seems the Academy shares my opinion. Bishu is destined to become a true powerhouse, so they're rewarding him with 2 A-rank techniques. Li Zheng personally handed the scrolls containing the A-rank ninjutsu to Bishu. Bishu accepted them with both hands, polite and respectful. Afterward, Bishu left the stage, and Zhao Hang and the others went up in turn. Their rewards weren't as generous as Bishu's. Each received just 1 A-rank ninjutsu technique. But for Zhao Hang and his friends, that was more than enough. Better to have something than nothing. And mastering an A-rank ninjutsu meant one more trump card up their sleeves. Who would complain about having too many tricks? With the scrolls in his hands, Bishu suddenly remembered something. The Academy still owed him the ninjutsu technique they promised when he enrolled. They haven't forgotten, have they? I'd better ask the advisor, Bishu thought, quickly making his way over to Zhaoya. Advisor? Yes, what is it? Zhaoya looked at Bishu standing beside her, puzzled. Why wasn't he off studying his new techniques, and instead running over here? After all, 2 A-rank ninjutsu techniques were a huge temptation for a kid his age. Bishu got straight to the point. Before I enrolled, the school promised me a reward. When will I receive it? Zhaoya let out a helpless laugh. She smiled at Bishu and said, once the military training is over, the Academy will give you all the rewards you're entitled to. All right, thank you, advisor. Bishu sighed in resignation. He'd have to wait a bit longer. No problem. Go back and focus on practicing your ninjutsu, Zhao said with a gentle smile. I will. With that, Bishu returned to his seat. Brother Bai, come on, show us what ninjutsu you got. Jin Longyu's mouth was practically watering as he eyed the scroll in Bishu's hands. He didn't know a single A-rank technique yet. No wonder he couldn't hide his excitement. Yeah, let's see. Fu Huai's eyes were also shining as he stared at the scroll. Xiong Jingsheng, on the other hand, looked a little puzzled. Was it really such a big deal? Just 2 A-rank techniques. He had plenty stored away in his mind. All right, Bishu said with a helpless smile, and slowly unrolled the scroll for his friends to see. Earth style, Quagmire of Yellow Springs. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Whoa, I didn't expect it would be these 2 wide area jutsu. Jin Longyu exclaimed in surprise. As someone who spent a lot of time browsing short videos, he naturally seen others use these 2 jutsu in battles before. Bishu glanced at the jutsu in his hand and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The jutsu themselves were powerful, but he didn't have the corresponding chakra attributes. Standing nearby, Ningshi's face soured as she muttered in a low voice. What's wrong with the school? They don't even know your chakra nature, and they just hand out jutsu at random. Her voice was barely above a whisper, close enough that only Bishu could hear. Bishu smiled gently to reassure her. It's all right. It's normal for the school not to know. Besides, I didn't mention it either. I'll just hold on to them for now. When I've learned to use earth and water chakra, I can study these 2 jutsu. All right then. Ningshi nodded helplessly. That was the only option. She couldn't bear the thought of returning the jutsu to the school. These were 2 powerful, wide-range techniques. Even if she'd never seen them in action, she'd certainly heard of them. Among all water and earth-style jutsu, these 2 were renowned for their exceptional quality. Soon after, amid the cheers of the crowd, the new class's military training competition officially came to a close. Ningshi and Bishu walked along the street, feeling the gentle warmth of the breeze. Bishu, should we go home for a bit? Ningshi looked up at him as she spoke. Sure. Missing home? Not exactly, Ningshi replied, her smile radiant. I just really want to tell Mom and Dad that you won first place. She was practically bursting with excitement at the thought of sharing Bishu's achievement with her parents. When do you want to go? Hearing this, Bishu felt a surge of joy as well. He wanted to tell Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu the news. They had always treated him with kindness, more like family than anything else. Let's go now. There's nothing to pack anyway. All right, then hold on to me, Bishu said, giving her hand a gentle squeeze as he prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Okay. Ningshi gripped his hand tightly in response. Here we go. No sooner had the words left Bishu's mouth than the 2 of them vanished from where they stood. In an instant, Bishu and Ningshi appeared in a familiar room. The sights and scents of home washed over Bishu, and his legs gave out beneath him, leaving him sitting right on the floor. The journey from the academy to home had completely drained his chakra. Ningshi wasn't faring any better. Her vision sparkled with dizziness, and she swayed, nearly collapsing. Quick as lightning, Bishu caught Ningshi, pulling her gently into his arms before she could hit the ground. Bishu, why does it feel so rough this time? Ningshi clung to his neck, burying her face against him, her breaths coming fast and shallow. Bishu felt an itch on his neck, and his whole body was a little out of sorts. After all, he was an 18-year-old young man. His face flushed slightly as he stammered. This time the distance was too far, and the side effects are much stronger than before. Why don't you go lie down on the bed for a while? Bishu, feeling the softness in his arms, suggested reluctantly. It was the first time since growing up that he had been this close to Ningshi, and he couldn't bear to let the moment go. When they were children, they had been close too, but back then, they didn't understand anything, so those memories had faded. But things were different now. They were both adults. Bishu wished he could make this moment last. Ningshi's next words brought a surge of joy to his heart. No need. I'll just lean here for a bit. I'll be fine soon. Ning, she was also reluctant to move. She had liked Bishu for a long time, since long ago. Even though her hip was starting to ache from the awkward position, she still didn't want to let go. She wasn't a child anymore. She understood exactly what was happening. But since it was Bishu, she simply accepted it. Half an hour later, Ningshi finally got up from Bishu, her cheeks burning red as she glanced at him. I'm going out first. All right, Bishu replied with an awkward, sheepish smile. As he watched Ningshi open the door and leave, Bishu quickly got up, opened the wardrobe, and changed his clothes. Useless, absolutely useless. You couldn't even hold it in with your pants on. Bishu muttered to himself, frustrated and embarrassed. After he finished changing, Bishu waited a little while before coming out. The living room was empty. Bishu wondered where Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu had gone. He walked over to Ningxi's bedroom door and knocked. Click! The door opened. With a soft thud, the door closed again. Ning Shi poked her head out, saw that it was Bishu, and immediately shut the door. Ahem. Bishu rubbed the tip of his nose, awkwardly. Where are Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu? They're out. They'll be back soon. Ning Shi's voice was barely above a whisper from inside the room. Bishu didn't know what else to say. He mumbled an "oh," then walked away from Ning Shi's door. Inside her room, Ning Shi leaned against the door, both hands covering her blushing face. This is so embarrassing. Bad Bishu. How am I supposed to face him from now on? The more Ning Shi thought about it, the more flustered she became. Taijin, the loyal fan, the white-clad drinker, user 218, Luo Yanqing of Huqing Beach, your cheese daddy, deeply in love with him. Firefly, I want to wear a mech suit. Kyo cycling in the new home city, a little black cat. Yu Dong Wang, who loves silverfish and lotus root. Groudon the White, ice, and, not this time, daring to disrespect Lord Madara, the plant. Person, Lin Tianjiao, who adores the swinging clang of gongs and drums. The frenzied, bewildered one. Groudon, who dreams of flying, tipsy. Art and Hurt, side by side, waiting for someone's. Confession, Jojo, I don't want to be human anymore. Wow Frog West Frog, IW1. In a thought, good or evil. Hugo's Summer, Shwani Gaga, silly but nice. Alas, Dongxiang Jinshi of the Endless Mountains. Thinking of Dan Hung through the night, breeze and white waves. Little cat Sasuke, do you regret? Uchiha Bito, smiling Yunlong. Lonely heart, north and cold. A Jew, letter to Jiang. Guizhong, who loves yellow bean paste. The wonderful cat makes me spin. Fierce ghost, lover of tofu with Xianchuan. Qingmu, winter's chill. Moon Palace Osmanthus. Words, smiles tinged with bitterness. King Chi-Che of Launching Guards, the savior. Mobile Phoenix Net, salted fish fizz. Mangosteen and beef balls. Hu Shangrong, who loves locust blossom. Rice, Xiao Yejing, who loves donkey meat from Inkai. Uchiha, Obito, don't forget your lighter. Ask while drunk, the mysterious villain. Listen to the wind at sunset, dustless. Thank you all for your support. At night, a few people gathered for dinner, and Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling had already come home. When they opened the door, they saw Bishu sitting on the living room sofa. For a moment, they were stunned, and then a surge of joy swept over both of them. Yu Lingling hurried over, studying Bishu carefully, her gaze tinged with worry. After all, the past few days of military training had left Bishu a little sunburned. Ning Ziyuan just felt a deep sense of longing. The two children had never been away from them for so long before. Yu Lingling quickly asked where Ning Shi was and why she hadn't seen her. Bishu answered a bit awkwardly. The Flying Thunder God technique covers such a long distance, and the space gets chaotic. Ning Shi wasn't used to it, so she's resting in her room. Their longing for their daughter blinded them to any oddness in Bishu's tone. They hurried straight to Ning Shi's room. After chatting with Ning Shi for a while, Yu Lingling pulled Ning Ziyuan out to buy groceries, saying she wanted to cook a feast. They bustled about for quite some time, and soon, a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the table. Mom, Dad, let me tell you, this time at the Qinglong Academy competition, Bishu took first place. No sooner had they sat down than Ning Shi blurted it out, her face brimming with pride. To someone who didn't know better, it would have seemed like she'd won first place herself. Really? That's amazing. Yu Lingling and Ning Ziyuan exclaimed in astonishment. To be the top among the freshmen at Qinglong Academy. Didn't that mean Ashu was the most outstanding of them all? Of course. There are over 700 students in our year's combat department, and only the strongest from each class are chosen to compete in the military training tournament. Even so, not a single one could last a round against Bishu. Ning Shi boasted openly about Bishu's strength. Even Bishu found it a bit much and glanced up at Ning Shi. Catching his look, Ning Shi glared back at him, then rolled her eyes and said, "Just eat your food." Bishu didn't dare say a word and quickly lowered his head to continue eating. All right, our Ashu is already this amazing. Ningzon burst out laughing, then lifted his glass and took a hearty swig, trying to hide his excitement. Yu Lingling's face was tinged with pride, too. She'd already made up her mind to go straight to the family group chat after dinner and announce that her Bishu had taken first place in the Qinglong Academy's military training tournament. After that, they ate and chatted at the same time. Most of the conversation was Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling asking questions, Bishu eating, and Ning Shi answering. Yu Lingling asked, Ashu, CC, was military training tough for you? Ning Shi replied, it was exhausting at first, but once we got used to it, it was fine. Ning Ziyuan chimed in, how are things with your roommates? Ning Shi smiled, really great. I love the people in my dorm. And you, Ashu? Seeing Bishu wolfing down food and not answering, Ning Ziyuan had to repeat the question. Bishu, mouth full and lips shiny with oil, wiped his face, and mumbled, "We all get along really well." If the girls at Xinglong Academy who admired Bishu saw him eating like this, they'd probably keep their distance. He looked as if he hadn't eaten in days, barely pausing between bites. Watching Bishu, Ningxi couldn't help but recall that incident in Bishu's room. Her pretty face flushed, suddenly shy, completely different from how confidently she'd just been praising him. In this moment, she was just a bashful girl. Fortunately, Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling were busy serving food to Bishu and didn't notice Ningxi's expression. Bishu kept eating, partly to ease the awkwardness. He had no idea how to face Ningxi either. Eating was the best distraction, and besides, Aunt Yu's cooking was simply too good. He hadn't tasted her dishes in a whole month. After dinner, Ning Ziyuan looked at Ningxi and Bishu, who were each doing their own thing on the couch, and asked, "Are you two heading back tonight?" "Yes, we have to. We need to meet up with our class tomorrow morning to prepare for the next round of military training," Ningxi replied. Hearing this, Yu Lingling got up from the sofa and said, "Then I'll wash some fruit for you to take back to school. Share it with your roommates." "Ning uncle. Aunt Yu, I'm going to visit my grandparents now," Bishu said as he checked the time. It was 8:40, still early. "Go on then." Ning Ziyuan nodded. With Bishu's mastery of space-time techniques, visiting Uncle Shun's place would only take a moment. It was good for him to drop by and see the old folks. "Ningxi, would you like to come with me?" Bishu suddenly extended the invitation. I think I'll pass." Ningxi hadn't expected Bishu to ask her out of the blue, and she hurriedly shook her head. "All right then, I'm heading out." With that, Bishu vanished from the living room in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Ning Ziyuan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. No wonder they call it the legendary space-time ninjutsu. He left without a trace. In Shun Changtian's home, Shun Changtian suddenly sensed a surge of chakra appear inside the house. He quickly got to his feet, his expression alert and wary. But in the next moment, his tense posture relaxed, and without realizing it, a gentle smile spread across his face. Because Bishu was already standing at the entryway. "Grandpa, good evening." Bishu greeted him cheerfully as he walked over. Shin Chantian sat back on the couch, grinning. "Weren't you supposed to be at school? What brings you back?" "It's been a month since I was home, and I started feeling a little homesick." Bishu gave a sheepish laugh and plopped himself down on the sofa. Wang Yun, who was busy in another room, heard the voices coming from the living room. Curious, she opened the door, and of course, who else would be sitting on the couch with the old man but her precious grandson? "Bishu, when did you get back? Come here. Let Grandma take a good look at you." Wang Yin hurried over to Bishu as she spoke. "Grandma," Bishu called out joyfully at the sight of her. "So, when exactly did you get home?" Wang Yin came up to him and gently cupped his face, studying him carefully. "You've gotten tanner and sturdier." "Grandma, I came back this afternoon, but I have to head back to school tonight," Bishu replied obediently. "Why such a rush? Can't you stay home for a few days?" "I've got things to do early tomorrow morning. I need to go back with Ningxi tonight." "Did you use space-time ninjutsu to get here?" This was Shun Changtian's question. "Yes, I did. That's quite a distance, isn't it?" Shin Changtian looked a bit surprised. "Yeah, it's just that it uses up a lot of chakra. By the time I got back, I barely had any left," Bishu explained. "Space-time ninjutsu truly is remarkable." Shun Changtian looked pleased, as if certain that with such skills, his grandson would soon surpass him. Bishu chatted with his grandparents for over an hour before using the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. When he returned to his own living room, it was already around 10 o'clock. Ningxi was sitting with Aunt Yu and Uncle Ning, chatting away. The table was piled high with all kinds of fruit, a treat for Bishu and Ningxi. Usually, Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling would have been in bed by now, but tonight they wanted to catch one last glimpse of Shu and Shi before they left. Only after seeing them off could they sleep peacefully. "You're back? Take a break for a while," Ning Ziyuan said. "Okay." Bishu nodded. Yu Lingling pulled Bishu down to sit beside her and reminded him to take some of the fruit to his roommates to build good relationships. Listening to Aunt Yu's motherly advice, Bishu felt a sudden sting in his nose. He managed to hold back his tears with sheer willpower, focusing intently on her words. Around 10 o'clock that night, Bishu left home with Ningxi in tow, carrying a large bag brimming with fruit. "All right, that's enough. Stop looking. Get some sleep," Ning Ziyuan called out, noticing his wife still lost in thought on the sofa. "All right. Okay." Yu Lingling snapped back to reality, quickly responding. Xinglong Academy, girls' dormitory room, 403. "Shi, you're back." "Good evening, Bishu." "Good evening," Bishu replied, having already escorted Ningxi back to her dormitory. Since the main entrance to the dorm was locked at that hour, Bishu had gone straight to Ningxi's room. There, Xia Yuha, Jiang Yin, and Guanhua were quietly seated, each absorbed in their phones. Back at home, Ningshi had already spoken to her roommates, and with everyone's consent, Bishu had entered their dorm without concern. The room, apart from the lingering sweet fragrance in the air, was otherwise unremarkable. Bishu glanced around and came to this simple conclusion. Fighting off the dizziness clouding her mind, Ningshi handed out the fruit before climbing into bed to rest. I'll head out now, Bishu said softly to Ningshi, who had her eyes closed. Okay. Ningshi opened her eyes, nodded, then closed them again. Bye. Bishu called out to Jiang Yin and the others, then vanished from the room with his flying thunder god technique. Bye. The girls waved casually, not paying much mind to Bishu's departure, their attention quickly turning to Ningshi lying in bed, concern etched on their faces. I'm fine. The space-time ninjutsu that Bishu uses causes intense dizziness. I'm just a little uncomfortable. Don't worry about me. Go ahead and enjoy the fruit. It's really fresh, Ningshi reassured them, forcing her eyes open despite the discomfort. She saw Xiaoyuha and the others looking at her with worry, and a wave of gratitude washed over her. She comforted them in return. Then you get some rest, the three said in unison, urging her to sleep. After that, everyone quietly returned to their own activities, moving with such tacit understanding that not a sound was made. Bishu returned to his own dormitory, handed the fruit to Xiong Jingxing and the others, then collapsed onto his bed, utterly drained of chakra. After 3 trips, first from home to Ningxi's dorm, then back again, each time using the flying thunder god technique, his chakra was completely depleted. It seemed mastering the 8 trigram seal was now urgent. Once I have Kurama's chakra, I'll never have to worry about running out again, Bishu mused quietly as he lay in bed. Hey Laobai, are you okay? Xiong Jingxing asked, munching loudly on a big, shiny apple, his words full of concern. Brother Bai, are you alright? Jin Longyu came over, holding a bunch of grapes in his hand. Brother Bai, are you alright? Fu Huai echoed, feeling awkward about breaking the pattern since they both spoke in unison. He grabbed a handful of cherries and stuffed them into his mouth. Bright red juice burst out, splattering everywhere, including onto Bishu's face. If you two would just keep quiet, I'd be fine. And seriously, if you're going to eat, can you at least not spray it all over my face? Bishu wiped his drenched face with a resigned sigh. Alright, just take a break. Xiong Jingxing shook his head and tossed the apple core in his hand into the trash bin, then went rummaging through the pile of fruit to see if there was anything else he fancied. Hey Xiong, save some pineapple for me. Seeing this, Jin Longyu hurried over and snatched the pineapple right out of Xiong Jingxing's hands. Under Fu Huai's watchful gaze, the two launched into a fierce tug-of-war over the fruit. With a sharp thud, the door closed. Jin Longyu was thrown outside by Xiong Jingxing, as effortlessly as tossing out a chick. Fu Huai could only shake his head in exasperation. Pineapple, not even tasty. By the time Bishu had recovered his composure, it was already the next day. Today, Zhao would be taking them to the new location for the 2nd month of military training. After a bit of tidying up, Bishu and his friends left their dorm, grabbed breakfast at the cafeteria, and finally made their way to the classroom. As soon as they entered, the entire class turned their attention to them, or rather, to Bishu. The others merely caught the edge of people's glances. Bishu spotted Ningxi's seat and immediately strode over. Naturally, Xiong Jingxing and the others followed. Seeing Bishu approach, Ningxi's heart couldn't help but race. She still hadn't gotten over what happened yesterday. The memory kept surfacing against her will, leaving her frustrated and annoyed with herself. It wasn't until Bishu greeted everyone that she snapped out of her daze. Xiaoyuha and the others, ever polite, greeted them as well. But when they noticed Ningxi sitting motionless, they exchanged glances, unable to hide their concern. What's going on? Did they have a fight? No idea. Probably. She used to greet him right away. Let's just stay out of it. That's their business. All right. Yeah. Just as the three finished their silent exchange, Zhao walked in. Good morning, everyone. Zhao stood at the podium and greeted the class. Good morning, teacher. Everyone responded with equal courtesy. Teacher, when are we heading to the wilderness? I can't wait to battle those exotic beasts, a tall, lanky student called out. Bishu recognized him. Lu Jing, who had awakened as a leaf ninja. His sword skills were known for their sharpness. Lu Jing's question sparked a wave of eager agreement throughout the room. That's right, teacher. The beasts in the college entrance exams are way too weak. There's hardly any sense of danger at all. When are we going to Wildlands to actually fight real beasts? Hearing this, Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She felt like crying because the beasts in the college exams were nothing compared to those in the wilds. The ones in the exams were mostly raised in enclosed forests just for students, to get some practice, while the beasts that survived in the wildlands were truly powerful, where the law of the jungle ruled. But she also wanted to laugh, seeing that this new generation of students all had the ambition to slay beasts. Zhao simply smiled at everyone's questions and gently pressed her hand down, signaling for silence. Once the room had quieted, Zhao slowly spoke. What we're talking about today is exactly this. In a bit, after you return to your dorms, pack a few changes of clothes and get ready. Meet at the main field at noon. Remember, don't bring too much. Things like cosmetics are unnecessary. We're going to the wildlands to hunt beasts, not to doll yourselves up. As Zhao said this, her tone grew stern, her gaze sweeping across all the girls present. After all, it was usually the girls who would bring cosmetics, though there were always a few boys who might as well. And for the boys, once you're out there, be especially cautious. Never let your guard down. Zhao added this reminder, still feeling uneasy. Every year, there were always one or two students who lost their lives to carelessness. And in her heart, Zhao sincerely hoped it wouldn't be anyone from her own class. Understood, teacher. Got it. A chorus of cheers filled the room, as if no one had really taken Zhao Yu's warnings to heart. She could only sigh, watching the excited faces all around her, and shook her head helplessly. Only after they've experienced it for themselves will they truly understand the dangers of wild beasts. Boys' dormitory. Room 314. This is great. We get to fight again. Xiong Jingsheng beamed as he packed his backpack. If he went any longer without a battle, he felt like he would explode. Unlike Xiong Jingsheng's obvious excitement, Jin Longyu and Fu Huai had been frowning ever since they got back. I heard the wildlands outside Qinglong Academy are full of dangers, with even 7th-rank beasts roaming around. We really can't afford to be reckless out there. Jin Longyu said this as he packed, addressing Bishu and the others. He heard all this from the older folks in his family. What if we run into real trouble? Fu Huai's face was full of worry. He knew the wildlands were dangerous, but not going wasn't an option. Backing out would mean leaving Qinglong Academy, and after all the hard work it took to get in, how could he just quit now? Don't worry, you've got me. I'll make sure nothing happens to you. Xiong Jingsheng thumped his broad chest, brimming with bravado. Bishu saw their concern and tried to reassure them as well. Don't worry. If trouble comes, we'll deal with it together. And if things really get bad, Old Bear and I would never let anything happen to you too, right? All right, I was just overthinking it. Fu Huai gradually let go of his worries. Yes, with Brother Xiong and Brother Bai around, what danger could possibly befall them? Okay, I'm all packed, Bishu said, bouncing twice with his backpack on. Seemed manageable, not too heavy. Inside his backpack, Bishu had packed a few changes of underwear, some clothes, and toiletries. Nothing else. At his waist hung 2 ninja tool pouches, amply stocked with flying thunder god kunai, shuriken, ration pills, and even a small wooden board. I'm ready too, Jin Longyu announced, also shouldering his bag. Just a minute. I'm almost done. Xiong Jingsheng and Fu Huai chimed in, speeding up their packing. Soon, the 4 of them were off to the main field, backpacks slung over their shoulders. Along the way, they saw plenty of others headed the same direction, backpacks in tow. Bishu even spotted someone lugging a suitcase, which left their group speechless. This wasn't a vacation. Was a suitcase really necessary? By the time Bishu and his friends reached the field, most of the boys had already arrived. They sat scattered on the grass, deep in lively discussion. Spotting Bishu and his crew, several waved in greeting. Bishu waved back in return. They found a patch of open ground and sat down to wait quietly. Ningxi hadn't arrived, nor had Zhao. With nothing better to do, Bishu shut his eyes and focused on memorizing the bagua sealing technique. He was just one step away from mastering it, and he was eager to learn. After that, only the Reaper Death Seal remained. At 11:30, someone gently nudged Bishu awake. Opening his eyes, Bishu saw a beautiful girl standing before him. Instinctively, he smiled, warm and soft. Time to gather. Stop training already, Ningxi said. Seeing Bishu awake and greeted by his gentle smile, Ningxi blushed, lowering her head shyly. Why had she started noticing how good-looking Bishu was? What had changed lately? Luckily, she remembered what she was here for and quickly gestured toward Zhao. Bishu glanced over to see Zhao watching him with a gentle smile. He gave her an apologetic nod, hurried to his feet, and joined Ningxi as they returned to their group formation. Why didn't you wake me up? Bishu whispered as he reached Xiong Jingsheng and the others. Ningxi was already here, so we left it to her, Jin Longyu replied, raising his eyebrows at Bishu. Yeah, Brother Bai, how's that for a wingman move? Fu Huai added, winking exaggeratedly. Oh Bai, we got a sharp eye, don't we? Xiong Jingsheng declared, his rough features full of pride. Bishu grinned. I'll give it to you, you know what's up. Whoa, those guys are so cool. Who are they? They look awesome. Are they the ones leading us to the frontier? I think so, the director's there too. But who's the old guy standing next to them? No idea. They're here. Quiet, everyone. Hearing the commotion behind him, Bishu couldn't help but glance over his shoulder surprise flickering across his face. A squad of people, all clad in black combat uniforms, had suddenly appeared right behind them. Each of them stood tall and proud, radiating an unmistakable aura of strength. At the front of the group, Bishu spotted a familiar figure. It was Li Zheng, the head of the battle division, who had presided over the military training competition. Next to Li Zheng stood an elderly man with a full head of white hair. Despite his age, his face was rosy and his stride confident and powerful as he walked toward them. Suddenly, the group stopped in their tracks. Counselor Zhao strode over to where Li Zheng and the others had halted. It wasn't just her. Counselors from each class seemed to have arranged to meet there, making their way over together as if it had been pre-planned. The distance was too great for Bishu to make out what they were saying, but when the counselors returned, each was accompanied by several people in black combat uniforms. "Let me introduce you," Zhao announced to the group. "These are the examiners for your military training. They'll be in charge of your next activities." Bishu and the others, quick to read the situation, raised their voices in greeting. "Good afternoon, instructors." A look of satisfaction crossed Zhao Yu's face at the students' politeness. Taking 2 steps back, she signaled that her part here was done. One of the instructors, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, stepped forward and said, "Your next destination is the wilderness. We'll be responsible for your safety." "Instructor, there's so many of us. Can you really keep track of everyone?" It wasn't that Sui Jingxian was being difficult. He genuinely wondered. There were only 5 instructors, but their class alone had 40 students. Would it be 1 instructor per 8 students? That seemed a bit too easy for what was supposed to be military training. Gu Cheng, the instructor, didn't mind the interruption from the outspoken student. He simply continued, "Next, I'll distribute wristbands. These aren't just for tracking your location. They also provide a measure of defense." With that, Gu Cheng held up a blue wristband and demonstrated for the group. He pressed a button on the band, and a transparent shield instantly shimmered around him. "This shield can withstand a single attack from a B-rank ninjutsu," Gu Cheng explained calmly from within the protective barrier. "No way, seriously? That's amazing. Are these really for us? It can block a B-rank ninjutsu attack? That's insane. Are these gadgets straight out of the Naruto universe or something?" Bishu's mind reeled. He couldn't shake the feeling that something bizarre was mixing into their reality. Afterward, Gu Cheng and the other 4 instructors handed out the wristbands to everyone in the battle division's first class. Bishu turned the blue wristband over in his hands repeatedly, but it looked perfectly ordinary. "I guess I'll have to wait until I use it to see what it can really do," Bishu thought to himself. After the supplies were distributed, Gu Cheng spoke again. He reminded them that their job was not to protect Bishu and the others at all times. Only when danger arose would they send people to help. For the rest of the time, the students would have to rely on themselves to survive on that desolate land. This was, in fact, the core of the upcoming military training. Inside a conference room at Qinglong Academy. "Have all the students departed?" An elderly man, sitting at the center chair, inquired. "All the freshmen have set out," a middle-aged man replied. A woman with gentle features and pure, unblemished eyes looked at the elder in the main seat, hesitating as if she wanted to speak. Finally, she gathered her courage and said, "Principal, is it a bit too soon to send them to hunt exotic beasts on the wasteland?" In previous years, students only went to fight the beasts in their sophomore year, before returning. At her words, some in the conference room looked troubled, while others remained calm and impassive. Before the principal could respond, a middle-aged man in a suit, his expression cold as ice, spoke up. "Ms. Wanqing, don't forget, we are teachers at Qinglong Academy, and they are our students. That very identity means their path ahead will always be filled with challenges and hardships." "That's right, Ms. Wanqing. They're students of Qinglong Academy, after all. Besides, this year's batch is far more gifted than any before. Letting them face more trials will only do them good," a rugged-looking young man added, nonchalantly crossing his legs. But they're still just children," Wanqing protested, her voice tinged with anguish. While students at other universities lived out their college days in peace, the students of the 4 great academies had already stepped onto the battlefield against the beasts. "Ms. Wanqing, you've only been here 2 or 3 years. Perhaps you still don't fully understand the true purpose behind the founding of Qinglong Academy," said a woman with faint wrinkles on her face, her tone gentle and warm as she looked at Wanqing. In her eyes, Wanqing was a junior colleague, one with boundless potential yet to be realized. "Ms. Gua," Wanqing murmured, gazing at her elder. "Qinglong Academy stands as the second line of defense in the eastern region of Xia country. If the first line falls, every teacher and student at our academy must be ready to stake their lives in battle against the beasts. Behind us lies the fate of countless civilians. We cannot, under any circumstances, retreat. If the day ever comes when the beasts invade, Every beast these students have slain beforehand will be a crucial step toward survival in the war. Knowing this, do you still think we are being too harsh on them? An older male teacher said, taking a sip of tea and continuing where Ms. Guo left off, his tone earnest and heartfelt as he addressed the young teacher. Enough. Wan Qing is still new here. There are things she needs to learn from you veterans. Do share your experience with her, the elderly man at the center said, his tone warm, ending the conversation with a smile. Yes, principal. Understood. Beneath the sweltering sun, armored vehicles rumbled across the yellow earth, sending clouds of dust billowing behind them, quickly burying any trace of their passage. No one knew how long they had been driving before the convoy finally halted at the edge of a vast forest. We're getting out? I was about to suffocate in there. My backside feels like it's been split in two by all that bouncing around. Where on earth have they brought us now? Is this supposed to be a wasteland? Shouldn't a wasteland be a desert? Why is it a forest? Did I lug a whole case of water here for nothing? A young man stared, dumbfounded, at the enormous forest before him, his backpack slipping off his shoulder without him even noticing. Thud! The weight of the pack sent tiny pebbles scattering across the ground. Bishu, seeing the vehicle stop, hurried out to catch a breath of fresh air. The inside of the armored car was stifling, with barely any ventilation. Each breath felt like a struggle. Fortunately, the convoy stopped every hour or so to let the students stretch their legs and breathe freely. Otherwise, Bishu couldn't imagine how he would have coped. Why does this forest feel so eerie? Fu Huai couldn't help but shiver as he looked around at the dense woods. I feel it too. Lao Xiong, you two have to protect me and Panger when we go in. Jin Longyu eyed the forest as if it were a beast waiting to devour them, and hurried to seek shelter beside Bishu and Xiong Jingsheng. Assemble! A commanding shout rang out, echoing in everyone's ears. Though a bit flustered, the crowd instinctively formed themselves into neat lines. A middle-aged man in a black combat uniform stood before them, his face stern as he swept his gaze over the group. His voice was cool and detached as he spoke. For the next month, you'll be living in this forest. We'll scatter you throughout its vastness. Before he could finish, murmurs of unrest rippled through the group. Scatter us? Does that mean we can't form teams? Scatter us? Are you sure this isn't just sending us to our doom? What's the point of military training if we can't team up? The man's expression grew colder, his eyes locking onto the crowd with an icy glare. He barked, if you don't want to take part in this training, then get lost. Qinglong Academy has no place for the weak. Anyone want to quit? Who? Step forward. The sharpness of his voice startled everyone into silence. Those who had spoken up hastily lowered their heads. Is there anyone who wants to quit? If so, step out now. I said, is there anyone? His harsh voice echoed around the forest's edge, sending birds screeching as they took off in a flurry. No. Did you not eat this morning? No. The crowd shouted with all their might. Good. That's the spirit I expect from students of Qinglong Academy, the man said coolly, his previous harshness vanishing without a trace. In a moment, we'll be taking you all into the forest. Some of you will be dropped off farther in, others closer to the edge. If you're lucky, you'll run into someone you know. If not, you may find yourself alone, struggling to survive here for an entire month. If you ever find yourself in danger, remember the two buttons on top of your wristband. One activates a protective shield to block attacks, the other sends a distress signal. The moment we receive your call for help, we'll come at once. The middle-aged man swept his gaze over the group of youthful, inexperienced boys and girls, suppressing the trace of reluctance in his heart before continuing. For the next month, I wish you all the best of luck. You few come with me. Let's go, follow me. As people dressed in black combat uniforms led away those around them one by one, Bishu hurriedly pulled out all the Flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja tool pouch and addressed his classmates. Lao Xiong, Sui Jingshun, Li Zichen, Lu Jing. You all are strong. I believe you'll make it through this. Skipping over the stronger students, Bishu handed the Flying Thunder God kunai to those who seemed less confident, his expression serious. If you find yourself in danger, channel chakra into the kunai, and I'll be there in no time. I might not be able to win every fight, but I can definitely get you out. Everyone looked at the unusually shaped kunai in their hands, gratitude shining in their eyes as they placed the weapons carefully in their most familiar spots. Thank you, Brother Bai, one boy said sincerely. He knew what this kunai meant. Bishu had just given him an extra trump card, a powerful lifeline. As soon as he spoke, many others chimed in, thanking Bishu in earnest. Ning Shi watched Bishu, surrounded at the center of the group, pride sparkling in her eyes. No matter where he was, Bishu always shone. All right, let's focus on the training, Bishu said, shaking his head with a smile. They were classmates, after all. He couldn't stand the thought of anything happening to them. If he had the ability to help, There was no question he would. You're not upset with me, are you? Bishu teased a few who hadn't received a kunai. Old Bai, if you'd given one to me, I'd have taken it as an insult, Xiong Jingsheng retorted, rolling his eyes. I don't need it, Li Zichen replied coolly, hands stuffed into his pockets. Thank you for your trust, Brother Bai. I won't let you down, Sui Jingchan said, bowing in exaggerated jest. Thanks for believing in me, Brother Bai, Lu Jing echoed, mimicking Sui Jingchan's gesture. The others burst out laughing. Earning Bishu's recognition truly delighted them. After all, Bishu was the strongest among the freshmen. All right, everyone, time to move. A soldier in a black combat suit walked up to their group and spoke. Okay. Bishu and a few others nodded and fell in line behind the soldier. As they neared the edge of the forest, Bishu quickly glanced over at Ning Shi. At this moment, Ning, she was also watching as Bishu's figure gradually disappeared into the forest. Suddenly, Bishu turned his head and looked back at her. If you channel chakra into the flying thunder god kunai, I'll come and find you. Bishu mouthed the words silently. All right. Ning Shi nodded gently, understanding his intention. Seeing that Ning Shi grasped his meaning, Bishu felt reassured and followed the warriors in black combat uniforms into the forest with a calm heart. Bishu could never be at ease, leaving Ning Shi to survive alone in this perilous forest for a whole month. Naturally, he intended to find her and protect her. As for why he needed to wait until Ning Shi infused chakra into the kunai before seeking her out, Bishu had already distributed all his flying thunder god kunai, and even now, he could sense several of them, scattered throughout the forest. If he tried to locate her on his own, it would not only waste chakra, but also precious time. In such a dangerous place, the faster he could reach Ning Shi's side, the better. Around him, the others were gradually being led into the depths of the forest by the black-uniformed warriors, until only Bishu himself was left following behind one of them. More than an hour passed before this warrior finally stopped. This is the place. Good luck to you, little brother, the warrior said. With those parting words, the warrior leaped onto a towering tree, 5 or 6 meters tall, and bounded away from branch to branch, quickly vanishing from Bishu's sight, leaving him no chance to reply. He left so fast, Bishu muttered with a helpless shake of his head, before turning his gaze to survey the sprawling, dense forest around him. The trees here soared skyward, most of them at least 5 or 6 meters tall, some even higher. Thick foliage blocked out most of the sunlight, only allowing thin shafts to filter down through gaps between the branches and reach the forest floor. Even so, the woods felt oppressively eerie to Bishu. He instinctively tightened his jacket and, with his backpack slung over his shoulders, proceeded through the forest on high alert. Meanwhile, Ning Shi had separated from Xia Yuha and the others. After being led here by the woman in the combat uniform, the woman departed, leaving Ning Shi alone. Surveying the shadowy surroundings, Ning Shi immediately activated her Byakugan to scan the area, and, seeing no immediate danger, quickly took out the flying thunder god kunai Bishu had given her from her ninja tool pouch. Without hesitation, she infused it with chakra. As space rippled ever so slightly, Bishu instantly appeared right behind her. Ning Shi, still tense and scanning the area ahead, hadn't noticed anyone approaching from behind. Seeing this, Bishu couldn't resist a mischievous grin and tiptoed quietly closer. Just as he was about to reach her, Bishu flashed a triumphant smile. Ah! Startled by Ning Shi's sudden turn, Bishu jumped back in fright and let out a loud cry. Ha ha! Bishu, you're way too jumpy. Ning Shi laughed, realizing her little trick had worked perfectly. Don't forget, she had just activated her Byakugan. With its flawless 360-degree vision, she naturally caught sight of the familiar flow of chakra behind her. She had assumed Bishu would greet her, but to her surprise, he tiptoed over instead. Ning Shi instantly realized Bishu was plotting to give her a scare. Of course, Bishu had no idea she was using her Byakugan, so she decided to play along and give him a fright in return. Ning Shi, since when did you get so mischievous? Bishu's heart finally settled down after its startled leap. He pointed at her in mock despair. I must have learned it from you, Ning Shi replied, dodging the blame, her eyes still sweeping the area. Bishu coughed awkwardly, unsure if Ning Shi was referring to that particular incident. Quickly, he changed the subject. This forest seems dangerous. If we're going to survive here for a month, we should find a place to stay first. Whatever you say. Ning Shi had no objection to Bishu's suggestion. The two set off. Ning Shi took the lead, using her Byakugan to scan for any signs of strange beasts, while Bishu walked close behind her, equally alert. In a forest riddled with danger, Bishu couldn't afford to let his guard down. With Ning Shi by his side, he was even more determined not to let any harm come to her. They walked on for a while, and as the shadowy, damp woods revealed not a single trace of any beasts. Ningxi gradually relaxed her vigilance. "Do you think he and the others are all right?" she asked. "Don't worry. They're carrying my flying thunder god kunai. Even if they run into a beast they can't handle, I'll be able to get them out safely," Bishu replied confidently. "Wait, Bishu. I sense chakra fluctuations over there." Suddenly, Ningxi stopped and looked toward a patch of grass. "Shadow clone jutsu," Bishu announced. To be safe, he quickly formed the hand seals and split off a shadow clone. "I'll leave it to you," he said. "Don't worry. I'll protect Ningxi," the clone replied, then crept cautiously towards the suspicious grass. A sharp swish sliced through the air. A gray shadow darted by in a blur. Fortunately, Bishu's shadow clone was quick to react, dodging aside just in time. "Be careful. It's a gray-line snake," Ningxi warned, her face tense after catching sight of the creature. "The gray-line snake is incredibly fast. Stay sharp." Watching Bishu's sturdy back, Ningxi felt a surge of reassurance. "It's only second rank. Don't worry, it's nothing." Bishu soothed her, exchanging a knowing glance with his clone. The clone understood and began forming hand seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. A powerful blast of wind erupted from Bishu's shadow clone, sweeping through the patch of grass and sending leaves and branches flying. Finally, the gray-line snake couldn't withstand the gale and tried to flee. But Bishu, who had been waiting for this moment, had no intention of letting it escape. The instant the snake showed itself, Bishu drew a shuriken from his ninja pouch and hurled it with all his might. The sharp, swift shuriken cut straight through the powerful wind, its speed unabated as it hurtled toward the gray-streaked snake. A harsh, slicing sound pierced the air, the blade cleaving through flesh. In the blink of an eye, the gray-streaked snake was sliced cleanly in two by the shuriken. Its upper and lower halves twitched and writhed, desperately trying to escape, but as its life ebbed away, the convulsion slowed, then ceased altogether. Bishu withdrew his shadow clone and scanned the forest with wary eyes. "There are strange beasts lurking in the undergrowth. We need to move quickly and find somewhere safe." "All right." Ningxi naturally followed Bishu's lead. Whatever he decided, she would go along with. The two pressed on, continuing their journey forward. All around them, the occasional roar of beasts echoed through the woods, while from above, the calls of birds hidden among the leaves kept their nerves taut and senses alert. If two people felt this on edge, it was hard to imagine facing it alone. Fu Huai glanced around anxiously, gripping tightly the flying thunder god kunai that Bishu had given him. He longed to pour his chakra into it. With Brother Bai nearby, he'd be safe. But he didn't want to be the kind of Fei Wu, someone who only ran away and never dared to fight. He didn't want Bishu to look down on him. At last, Fu Huai made up his mind. With a solemn gesture, he tucked the flying thunder god kunai close to his chest and strode forward with bold, determined steps. Ahead lay the darkness, where man-eating beasts prowled. Behind was the bright, peaceful life he'd known. One step was all it took to cross the divide between two worlds. In the Xia kingdom, at the far eastern edge, a colossal great wall coiled through the land like a mighty dragon. From above, it appeared as a thick, commanding line splitting the terrain in two. On one side, lifeless desolation. On the other, verdant abundance. It was as if two entirely different worlds coexisted, separated by the dragon's spine, never interfering with each other. "Human, are you certain you can lead us across this great wall?" A deep, resonant voice rumbled, accompanied by a guttural growl. Had Bishu been there, he would have been utterly astounded, for the speaker was none other than a black tiger. Among the strange beasts, those who reached the 7th rank, equivalent to a human jonin, gained the power of speech. After years of conflict with humanity, these beasts had learned the language of their adversaries. The black tiger's fur was midnight dark from head to tail, so much so that the mark of king, on its brow, symbol of its rule over the forest, was nearly invisible against its inky coat. Only its eyes glinted with a fierce, dangerous light. "Of course." The man in black robes nodded, then gave a sly, coaxing laugh. "Tiger King, don't you wish to see what lies beyond this great wall?" The black tiger paused, then spoke in a low voice. "Can you truly guarantee we'll cross safely?" "You don't have to trust me, Tiger King," the black-clad man replied with a careless smile. "But don't forget who my master is. That guy Orochimaru wants revenge on humanity. Why doesn't he come himself?" Black Tiger let out a cold laugh. In its eyes, Orochimaru was simply using them as pawns against humans, a notion so absurd it was laughable. After all, it was a noble Tier 8 beast. How could it be so easily manipulated? Lord Orochimaru naturally has other matters to attend to. He doesn't need to concern himself with such trivial affairs as this, replied the man in black. Seeing black tigers in different attitude, the man in black pressed on, his tone coaxing, "Aren't you at all curious about what lies within this Great Wall, Tiger King? It's far more prosperous than here. Countless humans living together in harmony, delicious food everywhere you look." At the mention of food, drool involuntarily dribbled from the Tiger King's mouth. What's more, the man in black's voice shifted, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, just visible beneath his dark robes. What's more, the very one who killed the previous chief of the Black Tiger clan is on the other side of this Great Wall. That place is famed as the second line of defense in Eastern Xia. The previous chief of the Black Tiger clan? That was my father. Damn those humans. At these words, Black Tiger threw back its head and let out a furious roar. The roar of a Tier 8 beast could carry for miles. Even the warriors on the wall heard it, as clear as day. Yet they remained impassive, holding their posts without flinching. Such sounds echoed here daily, and no longer surprised them. Every lesser beast nearby dropped to its knees, bodies trembling in instinctive fear. They couldn't resist. All they could do was shudder, hoping to escape notice. "Human, tell me how to cross this wall." Black Tiger's eyes glinted with menace as it fixed its gaze on the man before it. The human's words had struck a raw nerve. Its father had died in the last Great War, nailed to the city wall by a mighty human warrior. The chief's death had plunged the already struggling Black Tiger clan into dire straits, and the encroachment of other beast tribes left them with barely any territory to survive on. Fortunately, the late chief's son was prodigiously gifted. In just a few decades, he'd risen to become a Tier 8 beast, reclaiming their lost lands and even expanding their domain. He was now the Black Tiger. At this moment, it longed for nothing more than to charge into human lands and unleash its fury. Noticing Black Tiger's reaction, the man in black's lips curled ever so slightly in a cold, internal smile. He's taken the bait. But his voice remained calm as he said, "Trust me, Tiger King." Very well. And so, a deal was struck, almost without anyone realizing it. The warriors guarding the Great Wall knew nothing of this. Nor did Bishu. "Bishu, are we really spending the night up there?" Ningxi looked up at the towering tree before them, disbelief glinting in her eyes. She wasn't a fragile girl, but she'd grown up sheltered by her parents. She had never slept in a tree before. Ahem, well, it's just safer up in the tree. Besides, this tree is tall and sturdy enough. We can hollow out a space inside and make ourselves a home. Bishu cleared his throat, his tone betraying a hint of awkwardness. He really had no idea how to survive in the wild, but compared to living underground, he felt much safer up in the branches. And with a tree this thick, so wide it would take several adults to encircle it, carving out a hollow inside, made for a pretty decent shelter. All right then. Ningxi gave a barely audible sigh. She hadn't expected that one day she'd end up living inside a tree. But she also knew that by choosing the path of a ninja, hardship was simply part of the journey. It's just a tree hollow, right? I'm not afraid. Ningxi, use your Byakugan to scan the tree. I'll start making the hollow. With that, Bishu sprang into the air, ready to find a good spot for their new home. Okay, I'm on it. Ningxi immediately activated her Byakugan and began to observe their surroundings. This spot will do. Bishu stood on a sturdy branch, eyeing the rough bark in front of him with satisfaction before giving a nod. He extended his right hand and formed a single-handed seal. In an instant, lightning crackled, and the air filled with the piercing cries of thousands of birds. I bet I'm the only one who uses Chidori to carve out tree hollows. Bishu marveled as he plunged his Chidori attack into the trunk, carving out a doorway tall enough for a person to walk through. Of all the ninjutsu he knew, Chidori was by far the most suitable for making a hollow. No, wait, there's another one, he muttered. Bishu immediately stopped using Chidori and formed another set of hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With several soft pops, 3 identical figures appear beside him. I'm counting on you all. Bishu grinned as he addressed his 3 shadow clones. Oh, come on. You summoned us just for manual labor. Seriously, you never treat us like real people. Ahem, let's get moving, or we'll lose the daylight. Bishu coughed, glancing up at the sky. The clones looked up through the gaps in the branches and noticed that dusk was already settling in. Fine. Ah, what a tough life. Let's get to it. The dark brings danger. As the 3 shadow clones got to work on the hollow, Bishu joined in, Chidori blazing once again. With 1 person and 3 clones working in a flurry of energy, the tree hollow quickly took shape, while Ning, she kept watch from below, her Byakugan scanning the area for threats. When the clock struck 10, Bishu lay inside the faintly glowing tree hollow, drenched in sweat. It's finally done. Otherwise, we'd have had nowhere to sleep tonight, he gasped, catching his breath. I brought some food. Take a look. See what you want to eat. Ning, she said, her eyes softening with concern at how exhausted Bishu looked. Anything is fine. Tomorrow we'll have to find more food anyway. We can't just live off what we brought, and you didn't have much to start with. Bishu replied thoughtfully, still lying on his back. We'll worry about tomorrow when it comes. For now, let's eat something. Ningxi rummaged through their supplies for food for Bishu, using the faint glow of a flashlight. Yeah, let's leave tomorrow's troubles for tomorrow, Bishu murmured, slowly closing his eyes. A soft, even breathing soon followed. Already asleep? Hearing Bishu's steady breaths, Ningxi realized he had drifted off. She immediately lowered her own movements, careful not to make a sound, and switched off the flashlight beside her. She soon found a spot next to Bishu, settled down, and with one hand grasping his arm, closed her eyes to rest as well. The night passed in silence. Suddenly, thud, thud, thud. A thunderous roar shattered the quiet, shaking the earth and echoing through the mountain forest. What do I do? It's catching up. Right now, Xiaoyuha looked nothing like her usual self-assured and polished self. She was disheveled, crouching behind a tree, her clothes stained with mud. Chasing her was a massive blast-armored bear. It had all started the day before, when she'd entered the forest, hoping to find a safe place to rest for the night. Unbeknownst to her, she'd wandered into the bear's territory. She'd planned to slip away quietly, leaving the bear undisturbed, but it seemed the blast-armored bear had lost its mind, relentlessly pursuing her ever since. She'd had no option but to run and hide. She hadn't given up without a fight, but none of her attacks had worked. Her vaunted illusion techniques were useless against a creature of such a high level, and even her kunai and shuriken couldn't penetrate its thick fur. How was she supposed to fight back? If it weren't for the bracelet that could withstand a single rank attack, Xiaoyuha would have already fallen prey to the beast. Now, being a 5th-level blast-armored bear, it was beginning to develop a mind of its own. Once it reached the 6th level, it would even be able to speak. It had learned that humans were its natural enemies, and after days without a meal, the sudden appearance of a lone human was a stroke of luck, an opportunity to both satisfy its hunger and eliminate a threat. Xiaoyuha retrieved the kunai Bishu had given her from her ninja pouch, feeling a wave of relief. Thank goodness for Bishu's gift. Without it, her only option would be to call for the examiner, which would mean withdrawing from the training and leaving Qinglong Academy. That was something she could never accept. The bear's deep growl rumbled in her ears. Xiaoyuha froze, carefully turning her head. She saw the blast-armored bear crouched low, its eyes gleaming with a mocking, almost human intelligence. It was unnerving to see such a giant brown bear wear an expression so eerily similar to a human's. Her throat tightened, and she silently channeled chakra into the kunai in her hand. With another earth-shaking roar, the blast-armored bear lunged at her, red light flashing in its eyes and saliva dripping from its open maw, splattering the ground. Xiaoyuha squeezed her eyes shut, her body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, she could only hope that Bishu would arrive in time. Otherwise, she would truly become this bear's next meal. Perhaps it was fate's way of ensuring that this delicate, lively girl would not meet an untimely end. Bishu had arrived just in time. Seeing the situation, Bishu quickly grabbed Xiaoyuha by the back of her collar and pulled her behind him. In his right hand, a spiraling blue sphere began to form. Hand over your kidney and liver. A familiar voice echoed in Xiaoyuha's ears. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, her racing heart gradually calming. She knew Bishu was here. The armored blast bear, spotting this sudden arrival, flashed a look of confusion. When did this human appear? But once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. The bear's massive form barreled straight toward Bishu, who stood gripping the glowing blue orb. What a beast! No wonder they call him monster this forest. Its attack instincts are incredible, Bishu thought to himself, clicking his tongue in silent astonishment. He hadn't expected the bear to charge at him simply because its bulk made stopping impossible. A tremendous crash erupted. Both figures were sent flying backward. Bishu planted his feet against a tree trunk behind him, regaining his balance, and frowned as he watched the bear rise, growling low in its throat. What incredible defense, Bishu thought, his face showing shock as he looked at the wound his spiraling sphere had made. The spot where the bear's head had collided with the sphere was now a bloody mess, yet hardly seemed to slow the beast down. Crouched low, the bear glared furiously at the human who had injured it. The throbbing pain in its head was a constant reminder. It was hurt. With a furious roar, the bear shook its head and charged at Bishu once more. If it can withstand the spiraling sphere, let's see if it can handle the 1,000 birds, Bishu murmured, sensing the space around him. Flying thunder god, 1,000 birds. In the blink of an eye, Bishu reappeared, right before the bear. In the beast's terrified gaze, Bishu drove the crackling energy of 1,000 birds straight into its skull. As the sound of 1,000 birdsong faded, the bear's massive body crashed to the ground. Unbeknownst to the bear, Bishu had already marked it with the flying thunder god kunai the moment his spiraling sphere struck. Nothing but skill and familiarity. Are you alright? With the crisis over, Bishu turned to look at Xiaoyue, who was sitting dazed on the ground. I am fine, Xiaoyue stammered, eyes wide with shock and envy as she watched the bear that had chased her for so long be dispatched so easily by Bishu. If she had that kind of strength, she wouldn't have been running for her life all this time. That's good, Bishu nodded, then asked, do you want to survive here on your own? Or come back with me? Without hesitation, Xiaoyue blurted out, I'll go back with you. As soon as she spoke, a flush crept over her face. Why had she been so forward? Fortunately, her cheeks were smeared with dust and mud, so Bishu didn't notice her embarrassment. All right, then let's go. Ning, she is still waiting for us. Cici? You're with Cici. Xiaoyue looked up at Bishu, her eyes questioning. Yes, I am. I just couldn't feel at ease leaving her alone. Dragging the corpse of the exploding armored bear, Bishu rested his right hand on Xiaoyue's shoulder, quietly sensing the coordinates in space. Huh, why did you bring that along? Xiaoyue stared at Bishu, bewildered by the sight of him hauling the bear's carcass. This is food. It'll last us several days at least, Bishu replied, his gaze occasionally drifting to the bear's paw. Bear's paw. He'd never tasted it before. In his old world, it was considered a delicacy, a coveted dish among gourmets. Now that he had the chance, how could he possibly let it slip by? Understanding dawned on Xiaoyue's face. She'd almost forgotten they had to survive here for a whole month, relying entirely on themselves for food and water. Let's go. Bishu activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, the two of them and the massive bear vanished from sight. Yue, are you all right? Cici, I almost lost you. Xiaoyue sobbed, tears streaming down her face as she threw herself at Ningxi. Reunited at last, the two friends had so much to say to each other, especially with Xiaoyue pouring out her fears in a mix of tears and laughter. Seeing this, Bishu quickly dragged the bear's carcass away, intent on finding a river to deal with the meat. And, of course, the prize bear paw. Bishu cleaned the exploding armored bear's hide and buried it in the earth. He then hauled the butchered meat back to the tree hollow they'd carved out the day before. Only then did he consider the job done. Meanwhile, several hundred miles from the forest, in a sprawling camp. Inside a tent. Long Qing, Wang Li, Hua Lin. How are those students doing? Zhang Feng strode into the tent, addressing the three young men seated before a large screen. Don't worry, Captain. None of them have hit the distress signal yet. In fact, they're very active. Long Qing replied, his eyes never leaving the screen, not even for the captain. Such was his dedication. I'm seeing a student's location suddenly blink onto a different spot on the screen. That's not an accident, is it? Wang Li frowned at a little red dot on the monitor. Zhang Feng smiled lightly. No need for alarm. Director Li already told me. There's a boy in this year's cohort who's mastered time-space ninjutsu. I'd wager it's him putting that skill to use. Time-space ninjutsu? Even legends are coming to life these days. What a prodigy, Wang Li sighed in admiration. Good. Keep a close watch. If anything goes wrong, report to me immediately. With that, Zhang Feng turned and left the tent. Yes, sir. That night, darkness fell across the land. Unbeknownst to anyone, a silent horde of exotic beasts slipped past the Great Wall, heading straight for the heart of the forest. At that moment, two shadowy figures stood quietly, eyes fixed on the departing beasts. One of them, cloaked in a black robe, broke the silence. Thank you, Captain Yuan. I'm willing to do anything for Lord Orochimaru. Haha, good. I'll report your merits to Lord Orochimaru as soon as I return. If this attack manages to severely damage Qinglong Academy, you'll be the greatest hero, the man in black whispered. Thank you, Divine Envoy. Stay here and remain on standby for Lord Orochimaru's orders at any time. Yes, I understand. As he watched the figure gradually disappear into the distance, the smile lingering on the man in black's face faded into a calm indifference, and a trace of contempt flickered in his eyes. It's nothing but a pawn planted by Lord Orochimaru on a whim. And pawns are meant to be sacrificed, aren't they? Ha 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 ha. The man in black was in exceptionally good mood, for this time, their target was the freshman newly enrolled at Qinglong Academy. According to reports from spies planted by Lord Orochimaru within the academy, this year's freshmen would be sent to survive in the forest for a month. In previous years, only sophomores participated, but this time, not only had the timeline been moved up, survival training was now part of their military drills. The students would have to make it through a month in the wilderness. This presented the perfect opportunity for the man in black to strike back. If he could wipe out all the new students, Qinglong Academy would be thrown into crisis, with a gap between generations. The man in black was eager to see the expressions on the faces of the Academy's leaders when that happened, even though he himself had once been a student at Qinglong Academy. Well, little ones, are you frightened? Are you trembling in fear? Ha 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 ha. Several days passed. More people arrived at Bishu and Ningxi's base. The tree hollow was far too cramped to fit everyone, so someone suggested sleeping outside. With so many people now, there was little need to fear the odd stray beast or two. Everyone agreed without hesitation. Bishu and his group also moved their things down from the tree, repurposing the tree hollow as a food storage. Brother Bai, where do you think Panger is all by himself? Jin Longyu asked, leaning against the tree. Don't worry, he's perfectly safe. His spatial coordinates keep shifting, so it's hard for anything to catch up with him, Bishu reassured him. That's not it. I mean, we're brothers, and I've joined you guys over here, but he's still surviving on his own. It makes me feel kind of useless, Jin Longyu said, scratching his head in frustration. Bishu froze for a moment at his words. He thought Jin Longyu was worried about Fu Huai, but it turned out he was just feeling a bit competitive. Truly, there's nothing like a brother's success to make you feel left behind. Bishu shook his head helplessly. After all, Jin Longyu had awakened as a ninja from the mountain clan, whose attack techniques were somewhat limited. A few days ago, he'd run into a formidable fourth-tier beast and had to call for help. Otherwise, Jin Longyu could have managed on his own for a while longer. Ewer, have you seen how humane the military training is for students in the sensory department? Why did you insist on joining the combat department? A tall, thin young man joked. He lived in the dorm next door to Bishu's group, so they were all quite familiar with each other. Old Gua, you just don't get it, Jin Longyu declared with fervor, his voice brimming with excitement. Even though I'm a sensory ninja, I still have a heart that craves battle. All right, Gua Shuai replied, laughing. Meanwhile, on the girl's side, Xia Yuha clung to Jiang Yin in Guanhua's arms, sobbing as she poured out her grievances. It seemed she wanted to recount every hardship she'd suffered at the paws of the rampaging armored bear. Of course, she hadn't let it go unrepaid. She'd eaten one of the bear's paws herself. Although the taste left much to be desired, she devoured it with greasy satisfaction, savoring her revenge. Guanhua and Jiang Yin exchanged a glance at Ningxi, their eyes filled with a hint of concern. Does this kid have something wrong with her head? Ningxi noticed and couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. Most of the class was gathered here, each holding a white tree, flying Thunder God kunai. A few more students with flying Thunder God kunai remained outside, while the rest, like Xiong Jingsheng and Li Zichen, were among the stronger ones. Beneath the night sky, beside the campfire, a group of students chatted and laughed, their joyful mood a stark contrast to the somber forest around them. Through gaps in the trees, many exotic beasts watched the humans by the fire, wary and unwilling to make a move. The students, still lost in cheerful conversation, had no idea that danger was quietly drawing near. Hell stab, four-fingered strike. Crackling with azure lightning, Xiong Jingsheng charged straight at the already battered and bloodied Gorilla King. With a thunderous impact, the Gorilla King stared in dull shock at the gaping wound in its chest. Its eyes lost their light, and it collapsed to the ground. Yes, Xiong Jingsheng shouted, feeling the pain in his body and the tremor in his muscles. This was the battle he had always dreamed of. The Gorilla King had meant to kill him, yet he had turned the tables. He exhaled deeply. Stepping away from the beast's corpse, Xiong Jingsheng set out to find a safe spot to recover his chakra. He had survived alone in this forest for over 10 days. No clueless rookie The Gorilla King's blood would soon attract a swarm of other exotic beasts. If he still had chakra, he might have stayed to face the coming horde. But now, with his reserves nearly depleted, he knew it was time to leave. He was no simple-minded brute. After wandering for some time, Xiong Jingsheng found a hidden spot and sat cross-legged to restore his chakra. The recent battle had given him new insight into his mastery of lightning release. Now was the perfect moment to begin the next phase of his ninja training. Not far away, just beyond the forest, the Tiger King had arrived, leading a vast host of black tigers and the lesser tribes under their rule. Hundreds of exotic beasts in all. Chief, when will we finally see the humans' territory? A three-horned goat asked in a timid voice. What, you have something to say? The Tiger King shot a glance at the tribal leader of the Triceratops sheep. Despite his fear, the Triceratops sheep mustered his courage and said, My clan members are exhausted and can't keep up with the main group. Could we rest for a while? Insolence. Who gave you the nerve to question the chief's orders? Growled a black tiger, standing beside the Tiger King. The Triceratops sheep quickly bowed his head, clearly too intimidated to argue. Enough. Let's rest for a while, the Tiger King declared. At his words, The Triceratops sheep breathed out in relief and hurriedly shuffled back to his own group. Chief, that beast. Silence. We still have use for it. The Tiger King cut off the Black Tiger's protest without giving him a chance to finish. Yes, sir. This Triceratops sheep was, after all, a 7th-tier beast. Not as strong as the Tiger King himself, but still capable of speech. Keeping alive was more useful than killing it. Pass the word. We'll rest for a bit. After that, we'll invade the human territory. Understood. Captain Zhang, a student is calling for help. Wang Li, who sat before the big screen, spoke up urgently. Confirm the coordinates. I'll send someone right away. At once, Zhang Fang jumped up from his chair. Nothing mattered more than the student's safety. Just as Wang Li was about to report the student's coordinates, he suddenly noticed that the red dot had vanished, meaning the student was dead. He tensed up and said, "The red dot's gone. That student is dead. What happened?" Zhang Fang's face turned grave. The death of a student was no small matter. Captain, I also have a student asking for help. Wait, the red dot just disappeared. Before Zhang Fang could leave the tent, Long Qing called out loudly. What? I'll take a team into the forest right now. The 3 of you report all students' locations to Feng Mo, Zhang Fang ordered, dashing out of the tent before anyone could respond. Yes, sir. Long Qing and the others didn't dare delay. They immediately recorded the students' coordinates and sent them to Feng Mo. King, is this what humans taste like? Tiger Wing mumbled, his speech slurred. Blood dripped from his mouth, pooling on the ground into a dark, sticky puddle. The other beasts stared at the blood pit, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Excellent, excellent. The Tiger King nodded his massive head in satisfaction. He had heard tales from his elders since he was young. The flesh of humans is tender and smooth, truly the finest delicacy in the world. It was true. The elders hadn't lied. As the Tiger King mulled this over, he casually flicked a human head with his paw into the midst of the beasts. The face on the head was twisted in sheer terror, the fear still etched deep. In an instant, the other beasts scrambled for it, tearing and devouring, until nothing remained. To think there are humans in this forest. Search, keep searching, the Tiger King commanded. He had originally intended to rest here, but his underlings had just reported sightings of humans. This piqued his interest greatly, and he immediately sent his men to capture them. Watching the terror on their faces, the Tiger King was thoroughly satisfied and, without hesitation, killed and devoured them. A mighty roar resounded, followed by the bleating of goats, and a thunderous rumble of countless beasts. Hundreds of exotic creatures answered the Tiger King's command with wild cries. Why aren't there any beasts around here? I'm starving, Xiong Jingcheng grumbled, rubbing his stomach as his gaze swept the surroundings. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a goat with 3 horns darting past. It's been ages since I've had mutton. Xiong Jingcheng let out a sinister chuckle and quickly gave chase. Chief, I just saw a human. Right over there. A tri-horned goat bleated anxiously, raising its hoof to point ahead. Really? Well done, Yang Tan. You've just helped our tribe avoid disaster. The chieftain of the tri-horned goats, no longer the timid creature he was before the Tiger King, laughed heartily with praise. I'll report this to the Tiger King right away, the goat chieftain exclaimed, and immediately bounded off to find the Tiger King. At that moment, the chieftain could barely contain his delight. If there were humans in this forest, the Tiger King's attention would turn to them, sparing the tri-horned goats from becoming his next meal. It seemed their tribe just might escape calamity. The tri-horned goat knew perfectly well why the Tiger King wanted them to lead their kin to the humans. He meant to use them as food. If only he were stronger, he would never have bowed to the Black Tiger clan's rule. To refuse meant annihilation. To submit meant a slim chance at survival. As chieftain, he had no other choice. Now, the humans had become their sliver of hope. The tri-horned goat quickly relayed the news to the Tiger King. Delighted, the Tiger King ordered the tri-horned goat to lead the way to the human. Meanwhile, Xiong Jingcheng had no idea that he had become the target of a pack of exotic beasts. He was still rummaging through the underbrush. How strange, it's not here. Xiong Jingcheng scratched his head, puzzled as to where the tri-horned goat had disappeared. Ichem? Is that an earthquake? Xiong Jingcheng felt tremors beneath his feet. Loose stones and fallen branches began bouncing in rhythm with each tremor. Hey, isn't that old Xiong? What's he doing here? Standing behind a distant tree, Fu Huai poked his head out to take a look. Fu Huai, with his dirt-smudged face and cheeks no longer plump and fair but sallow and drawn, clearly hadn't had an easy time lately. He was about to step out and call to Xiong Jingcheng when the scene before him left him frozen in place. He watched as Xiong Jingcheng became surrounded by a pack of exotic beasts, some of which Fu Huai had never even seen before. There was a tiger with midnight black fur, a goat with 3 horns, a gorilla sporting 4 arms, and even a 2-headed serpent. Meanwhile, Xiong Jingsheng stared blankly at the strange beasts before him, momentarily stunned. He had only wanted to hunt a single beast for today's meal. How had so many suddenly appeared out of nowhere? And why were these creatures all so hideous? Human, strong human, your flesh must be delicious. The Tiger King strode forward, looking down at Xiong Jingsheng from above, amusement glinting in his eyes. A talking tiger, Xiong Jingsheng muttered, craning his neck to look up at the massive black tiger, who stood a head taller than him. Of course we can talk. Once us beasts reach the 7th rank, we naturally gain the gift of speech, the Tiger King said with disdain. His gaze grew heated as he fixed it on Xiong Jingsheng. For a human to be eaten by me, that is your greatest honor. Honor my foot. Damn it. Surrounded by these strange beasts, Xiong Jingsheng felt as if there was no escape from death today. He couldn't fathom why so many had suddenly shown up, but that didn't stop him from clenching his fists, determined to take the tiger down with him before he died. Wait, what ninja rank did a 7th rank beast correspond to again? There was no time to ponder. Xiong Jingsheng unleashed his strongest ninjutsu. Infernal Thrust, Fourfold Spearhand. Di Yuhech Tiga. With an indomitable spirit and unrivaled lightning technique, Xiong Jingsheng's confidence soared. He truly believed he could kill this tiger. But reality slapped him in the face. The Tiger King let out a thunderous roar, sending Xiong Jingsheng flying through the air. He hit the ground hard, kicking up a cloud of dust. It's over, human, the Tiger King said, advancing step by step toward him. Pain racked Xiong Jingsheng's body. No matter how he tried, his limbs refused to obey. Powerless, he could only watch as the Tiger King drew closer and closer. Let go of my brother. Let go of my brother. A loud shout rang out. A hint of astonishment flickered across Xiong Jingsheng's face. After all this time together, he instantly recognized the voice. It was the chubby guy who always called him Old Xiong, the one who liked to pretend to be deep, the timid one who was always a little scared. The Tiger King halted and turned toward the voice. The other beasts, too, glanced in that direction. A dust-covered figure came into view, catching the eyes of every beast present. Roars, stomps, howls. Another meal had just delivered itself to their doorstep. Many of the strange beasts bared their fangs and roared at Fu Huai, who stood alone, their gaping maws ready to swallow him whole. Fu Huai's throat worked, and his legs trembled despite his will. But still, he strode forward to stand before the beasts. He knew that if he didn't speak up, Old Xiong would die. How could Old Xiong die? With such extraordinary talent, he was destined for greatness. And more importantly, they were brothers. Even though Fu Huai was afraid, he stepped forward, refusing to back down. Fu Huai stepped, one foot after another, into the circle of exotic beasts. The creatures, sharp-eyed and cunning, shifted aside to let this human walk inside. This way, there would be more food to go around for them all. The roars of the beasts rose and fell, echoing like a wild chorus, as if welcoming their meal's arrival. Fatty, what are you doing here? Get out of here now. Xiong Jingsheng, a burly man standing 2 meters tall, couldn't help but tear up. If he had to die, so be it. But why drag someone else into this? You're brave, human. The Tiger King, standing nearby, gave an admiring nod, though his eyes sparkled with delight. More food had come. This time he could truly feast. Don't be afraid. I've already called for Brother Bai. Fu Huai had walked up to Xiong Jingsheng's side, reaching out to help him stand. Sigh. This beast is terrifyingly strong, not to mention the whole pack watching us. Even if Old Bai comes, it might not be enough. Why did you come out here? Xiong Jingsheng's eyes were red, and he looked at Fu Huai with a mixture of gratitude and frustration. Don't panic. Brother Bai knows spatial ninjutsu. He'll definitely get us out. We just need to stall for a bit. Fu Huai whispered under his breath, full of confidence in Bishu. How are we supposed to stall? Don't worry, just watch me. Fu Huai steadied himself. If there was one thing he could do, it was talking his way out. Trying to stall for time? Ha ha. Human, do you really think I'll give you the chance? The Tiger King overheard their hushed conversation and broke into booming laughter. He was an 8th rank beast. Nothing escaped his senses, not even the faintest whisper, let alone a conversation. Fu Huai and Xiong Jingsheng stiffened at his words. Then Fu Huai forced a bitter smile. Seriously? Old Xiong, tell me the truth. Just how strong is this beast? Not only can he speak, but his senses are terrifying. He said he's an 8th rank beast. I'm not even sure what that means for us ninjas. What? 8th rank? Fu Huai nearly collapsed on the spot. An 8th rank beast is on par with an elite jonin. How'd you end up provoking this guy? Damn it, elite jonin? I didn't plan this. I just wanted to find something to eat, and then I was surrounded. To be eaten by me is an honor for your kind. The Tiger King had enough of their back and forth. With a snarl, He lunged straight at them. Brother Bai, help me. Old Bai. I'm here. Great spiral sphere. Fu Huai and Xiong Jingsheng joined forces, summoning a technique called Bishu. As expected, Bishu appeared. The Tiger King's fierce eyes blazed as he glared at this new human suddenly attacking him. With a roar, he swung his massive, razor-sharp claws down. What a powerful aura, Bishu murmured, gripping the spiral sphere in his right hand as he charged forward. Boom! A thunderous explosion rent the air. A figure was blasted backward, sent flying through the chaos. Brother Bai, are you all right? Old Bai. The figure sent flying was, of course, Bishu. The Tiger King's body was powerful and its strength immense. The moment they clashed, Bishu knew he was no match. I'm Fine. How did you end up provoking this beast? Bishu stood up, feeling a searing pain shoot through his right hand, making it hard to use. But surrounded by these strange beasts, he couldn't let a trace of pain show on his face. Womans, prepare tout dit. The Tiger King looked down at its own right forepaw, now slick with blood. Furious, its eyes blazed with rage. A weak human dared to injure it? The audacity was beyond belief. The Tiger King lunged forward, raising its massive paw high and bringing it down toward Bishu and his companions. We need to move now. Seeing the attack coming, Bishu grabbed Xiong Jingsheng and Fu Huai by the arms. In an instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the three of them vanished from sight. The Tiger King's paw struck nothing but earth, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Where are they? Where did they go? The Tiger King roared, frustrated at their disappearance. What kind of strange technique was that? Cerberus, track their scent. Woof woof, yes, Tiger King. Good, lead the way. If they dare escape under my nose, I'll devour every last one of them. The Tiger King's thunderous roar echoed. How dare its prey resist? As king of the beasts, he would tolerate no defiance. They had to die. Yes, sir. The monstrous hound with 3 heads dashed off on all fours, racing in a single direction. The Tiger King led the other beasts in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Bishu, along with Xiong Jingsheng and Fu Huai, had already arrived at the base where their class lived. Seeing Bishu return with Xiong Jingsheng and Fu Huai, Jin Longyu hurried over, opening his mouth to speak, but Bishu didn't give him the chance. Bishu looked around at his classmates and shouted, "Gather up, everyone, quickly." They were all from the same class, and Bishu had saved their lives before, so they trusted him. Even without knowing his plan, they came over and stood in front of him. There's no time to explain. Hit the emergency button and run. Bishu led by example, pressing a button on his wristband with his right hand. Xiong Jingsheng and Fu Huai suddenly remembered the emergency button on their own wristbands and hastily pressed it. The others looked on in confusion. What's going on? By fatty, old Xiong. Jin Longyu was puzzled. Strange beasts. We ran into a pack of them, and the strongest is an 8th-tier monster with the strength of an elite jonin. Fu Huai rattled off the explanation at lightning speed. What? His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Go. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Bishu hurried over to Ning Shi, grabbed her hand, and started running. Let's go, fishy. Don't just stand there thinking. We wouldn't lie to you. Fu Huai walked over to the stunned Jin Longyu, grabbed his arm, and hurried after Bishu. Damn it, wait for me. Xiong Jingsheng called out, chasing after them in a rush. The rest of the group looked at one another, uncertain and at a loss for what to do. We should go too. Bishu saved us. How could he possibly deceive us? Xia Yuha, Jiang Yin, and Guan Hua quickly pressed their emergency buttons and followed Bishu and the others. That's right. If not for Bishu, I'd be dead by now. There's no way he'd lie to me. I'm going too. Wait up. I'm coming as well. Let's go. Let's all go together. Count me in. Just moments ago, the place had been crowded, but now it was completely empty. Everyone had taken off, chasing after Bishu's retreating figure and fleeing from the spot. Captain, something's up. A young man carrying a laptop in his hands, a backpack slung over his shoulders, halted in his tracks. Hold up, what's going on? Zhang Feng made a gesture, signaling the soldiers following behind to stop, and quickly made his way to Feng Mo's side. Captain, look, over 20 students just sent out distress signals all at once. Feng Mo pointed at a cluster of red dots on his computer screen. They must be in danger. Captain, what are we waiting for? If we're any later, these kids' lives could be at risk. A burly man in combat gear said urgently. Let's move. We'll head straight there, Zhang Feng decided with a sweep of his arm. He changed course, leading the team directly toward Bishu's location. Yes, sir. More than 20 soldiers in black tactical uniforms leaped into the trees, springing from branch to branch as they raced toward their destination. 3-headed hellhounds. Where are they now? They're just ahead, replied one of the beasts, sniffing the lingering scent in the air. Their kin were famed for their incredible sense of smell, Once they caught a scent, they could remember it for a long time. Especially in this forest, tracking down these humans was child's play. Faster. They dare flee right under my nose. I'll tear them apart piece by piece. With a furious roar, the Tiger King threw its head back and surged forward with renewed speed. Meanwhile, Bishu was pulling Ning Shi along as they ran ahead, a crowd of their classmates trailing behind. What's going on? Sui Jingxian asked curiously as he ran with the group. Just moments before, Sui Jingxian and Li Zichen had seen their classmates fleeing ahead, puzzled by the chaos. What shocked them even more was that the strongest of them all, Bishu, was leading the charge, and even Xiong Jingsheng, whose strength was on par with their own, was running flat out. Driven by curiosity, Sui Jingxian grabbed Li Zichen's arm and followed, questioning the classmates beside them as they ran. Bishu, Xiong Jingsheng, and Fu Huai ran into an 8th-tier mutant beast. There are even more high-level monsters in this forest. We had no choice. We even pressed the emergency button, the classmate answered, still shaken by the ordeal. Although he couldn't be sure whether Bishu was telling the truth, the fact that Bishu had once saved his life was enough for him to trust him. Upon hearing this, Sui Jingxian and Li Zichen's faces changed dramatically. They rushed forward and anxiously asked if what Bishu said was true. Of course it's true. If Brother Bai hadn't arrived in time, old Xiong and I would have ended up as beast droppings by now, Fu Huai replied, still panting from exertion. Bishu, your hand. Ning Shi noticed that Bishu's right hand seemed oddly stiff, hanging motionless at his side, and a hint of worry crept into her voice. I just had a run-in with that tiger a moment ago. My hand's a bit sore, but I'm fine. We need to move. Those beasts are all strong. None of them are easy opponents. Bishu's expression turned grave, and his eyes kept darting back over his shoulder. If the beasts really gave chase, none of them would have a chance of escaping, unless he stayed behind to hold them off, or even managed to kill them. Only then might the crisis be averted. You got hurt. Ning Shi's heart thudded painfully at the realization. In her eyes, Bishu was nearly invincible. Whatever the danger, he always found a way out. That these beasts had actually managed to injure him was almost unthinkable. No wonder he's urging us to run. I can't be the one to hold him back, Ning Shi told herself, steeling her resolve. Brother Bai, there's a lot of beastly auras behind us. Jin Longyu shouted, his voice tinged with panic. In his perception, a mass of powerful beasts were surging toward them, closing the distance at frightening speed. Not soon. They were already upon them. Woof woof. The Tiger King and the others are just ahead. The three-headed hound let out a series of urgent, mournful howls. Boss, there are so many humans here. Tiger Wing drooled, thick saliva dripping from its foul, gaping maw. Roars, bellows, howls. The cries of all kinds of strange beasts thundered in the students' ears. Damn, there really are beasts. With so many of them, how are we supposed to get away? Mom, I miss you. A wave of despair swept through the crowd. There were more beasts than people. How could they possibly win? And with an 8th-rank monster lurking, its predatory gaze fixed on them, escape seemed hopeless. Damn it! Why hasn't help arrived yet? Don't they know what's happening in the forest? This is bad. Bishu, what are you doing? Ning Shi's voice trembled as she watched Bishu release her hand. You go first. I'll catch up soon. With those words, Bishu turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, away from the group. Brother Bai, old Bai, Bishu. Everyone watched his receding figure and instantly understood what he intended. He was staying behind to buy them time to escape. Old Bai, Xiong Jingsheng started to chase after him, but someone grabbed his arm, holding him back. Fatty, what are you doing? Xiong Jingsheng looked at Fu Huai, who refused to let go of his arm, utterly confused. Old Xiong, listen to me. We need to run. If you go back, you'll only get in Brother Bai's way, Fu Huai said, his eyes red as he watched Bishu's retreating figure. His voice was grave. But Xiong Jingsheng wanted to protest, but seeing the seriousness in Fu Huai's expression, he instinctively lowered his head. He knew that going back would be pointless. He couldn't even withstand a single roar from that giant tiger on the other side. What else could he do besides make things harder for Bishu? Damn it, damn it, damn it, Xiong Jingsheng roared, venting his frustration and powerlessness. Noticing a few others hesitate, turning as if to run back and fight beside Bishu, Fu Huai raised his voice. If you go, you'll just be in Brother Bai's way. Don't forget, he has space-time ninjutsu. He can escape whenever he wants. Worrying about him won't help. You should worry about yourself. Don't make things harder for him. Trust me. Let's get out of here and report what happened to the instructor leading this training. At that moment, Fu Huai seemed like a true leader, giving everyone something to hold on to. He's right. Let's go find the instructor. They'll be able to take down these beasts for sure. Let's move, brothers. Don't make trouble for Bishu. Fu Huai's words seemed to ignite a spark. Everyone found new energy and broke into a sprint. Bishu stopped. Ningxi slowed down, unable to help herself. She wanted to go to Bishu, but was afraid she'd only burden him. Shi, what are you doing? Don't just stand there. Xia Yuhua, seeing Ningxi fall behind, grabbed her arm and pulled her forward. It's gonna be okay, Shi. Bishu has space-time ninjutsu. He can escape anytime. We're running so we don't drag him down. Jiang Yin tried to comfort her. I know. I don't want to be a burden, but I'm scared. I'm scared he won't come back. Ningxi's pretty face was streaked with tears, her words coming out in broken sobs. Don't cry. Bishu is strong. He'll come back, you'll see, Guanhua reassured her. Yin, hold on to Ningxi. Let's move. Xia Yuhua grabbed one of Ningxi's arms, gesturing for Jiang Yin to take the other, making sure she couldn't run off to find Bishu. Got it. Watching everyone disappear into the distance, Bishu finally let out a sigh of relief. He didn't have enough chakra to teleport the entire group away at once, so he'd taken the lead and run ahead. He hadn't expected these beasts to catch up so quickly. Human, are you here to die? The Tiger King halted, leading his pack of beasts, and stared at the small, thin human before him. Tuti, that's not what I'm here for. I'm not done living yet, Bishu replied with a faint smile, standing calm and unruffled despite being surrounded by so many fearsome beasts. Because he held a trump card, a formidable one at that. This trump card was enough for him to stand above all others, enough to wipe out these so-called exotic beasts with a mere wave of his hand. Oh, human, you're quite bold. Tiger Wing, kill him. The Tiger King narrowed its eyes, a cold, murderous intent flashing within them. Tiger Wing, at your command. With those words, Tiger Wing, who stood beside the Tiger King, lunged straight at Bishu. The aura of an 8th-rank beast radiated freely from Tiger Wing. Though it was weaker than the Tiger King, it was still a fearsome creature of the 8th tier. Yet Bishu stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly ahead, as if petrified by fear. Are you ready, Kurama? Bishu's consciousness drifted into the space he had conjured in his mind. Of course. I've been ready for a long time. Inside the cage stood Kurama, the 9-tailed, orange-red fox, brimming with spirit, its intense eyes fixed on Bishu. Then, 8 trigram seal release. Bishu's hands flashed through a series of seals before he slapped the cage before him. Crack! 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 With each sound, the cage began to fade, bit by bit. Kurama, let's do this. Bishu burst into laughter, eyes shining with excitement. Orange chakra surged from Kurama's body, flooding into Bishu's own. In the outside world, Bishu still looked as if he were frozen in terror. The Tiger King sneered in contempt. Humans are truly nothing special. Around them, the other beasts let out mocking roars and growls. Tiger Wing eyed the seemingly helpless human, opened its massive, blood-red maw, and lunged, eager to swallow him whole. It had never tasted a human before. Surely, it would be delicious. Suddenly, a deafening boom. A surge of immense power erupted from Bishu's body, instantly blasting Tiger Wing away, jaws still agape. In the blink of an eye, sand and dust filled the air, dead leaves and broken branches whirled about, obscuring the vision of the surrounding beasts. The Tiger King squinted at the human figure shrouded in dust. Its instinct screamed that danger was near, but then it shook its massive head. How could a frail human possibly threaten it? Gradually, the swirling sand began to settle, and a figure within emerged for all the beasts to see. Where once stood a weak and trembling human, there now stood someone transformed, his entire body shrouded in a cloak of orange and gold, radiating an aura of palpable menace. What's going on? No idea, but I feel like he's gotten stronger. Roar. Human, D. Tiger Wing, undeterred by this change, charged once more at Bishu, disbelief fueling its rage. So this is Kurama mode? Bishu clenched his fists. He could feel an immense chakra continuously pouring into his body, warm and invigorating. Even the arm he had injured clashing with the black tiger was gradually healing. Bishu, that old tiger is coming. Kurama's voice echoed in Bishu's mind, sharing his senses as a warning. I'm aware, Bishu replied with a slight smile. He casually drew a flying thunder god kunai from his waist and tossed it upward in an unhurried motion. Human, you deserve to die, roared Tiger Wing, baring its foul-smelling maw and snapping at Bishu. But its jaws closed on nothing but air. Where'd he go? Tiger Wing stared at the spot where Bishu had just stood, finding nothing but empty ground. Its massive head was filled with confusion. Big Tiger, you're too slow. Look up, Bishu's voice called down, prompting Tiger Wing to glance overhead. Suddenly, a surge of intense danger flooded its heart. It tried to dodge, but the human was far too fast. Bishu's right hand, wrapped in crackling blue lightning, like the cry of 1,000 birds, drove mercilessly into Tiger Wing's eye. A sickening squelch was followed by a heavy thud. By the time Bishu's feet touched the ground again, the corpse of a black tiger lay sprawled before him. So this is all an 8th rank exotic beast amounts to? Bishu shot the carcass a dismissive glance, curling his lip in arrogant disdain. He had pierced the tiger's eye with Chidori, then used lightning release to destroy its brain. Thus, an 8th rank beast fell. Tiger Wing, you damn human, I'll kill you. Attack! The Tiger King's face twisted with rage as it witnessed Tiger Wing's demise. Tiger Wing had been the strongest among the black tigers, second only to the king itself. Its death here meant a grave loss for their clan. Damn human, kill him. The triangular horned goat chieftain led the charge against Bishu, hoping the Tiger King would look favorably upon his tribe for it. But the Tiger King was oblivious, still consumed by grief and rage over Tiger Wing's death. Fury filled its heart, leaving no room for anything else. Had it known the goat chieftain's thoughts, it would have scoffed in contempt. Vassals should know their place. As the horde of exotic beasts surged toward him, Bishu remained calm. He drew all his flying thunder god kunai from his ninja pouch and flung them indiscriminately in the direction of the charging beasts. He had retrieved the kunai after rescuing his classmates. After all, each one was a costly treasure. The beasts eyed the falling kunai with a flash of almost human disdain. These little blades couldn't even scratch their hides. How laughable to think they could be harmed. Their present arrogance would soon turn to bitter regret, if only they had the chance. Bishu gripped Chidori in his right hand, focused on his spatial coordinates, and vanished in an instant. A triangular horned goat fell with a dying bleat. A 4-armed ape crashed heavily to the ground. Thus, an indiscriminate massacre began. Despicable humans. Don't let me catch you. The Tiger King roared, glaring at the dead beast on the ground. The moment Tiger Wing fell, the Tiger King sensed something was wrong. At first, it thought the enemy was simply fast, but that wasn't it. The human possessed the power to move through space. The Tiger King wanted to seize Bishu, but felt utterly helpless. Whenever it moved to one place, Bishu would appear somewhere else, never giving it a chance to confront him. Bishu understood, too. These beasts were nowhere near as dangerous as the Tiger King itself. It was better to clear out the lesser ones first, and then face the giant tiger one-on-one. The Tiger King soon realized this as well. Frustrated, it simply stood its ground, letting Bishu slaughter the beasts it had brought along. As the agonized cries and desperate pleas of the beasts echoed, the Tiger King's fury burned hotter still. Yet it was powerless. It swore to itself that it would one day tear the human to pieces, devouring him alive to quench the hatred in its heart. 10 minutes later, the screams slowly faded away. Bishu withdrew his blood-soaked right hand from the skull of a triangular ram, breathing slightly heavier. This was, without doubt, the most exhilarating killing spree he'd ever experienced. A massacre, not a battle in any sense. Then Bishu turned his gaze to the Tiger King, whose eyes glared at him with blazing fury. The real trouble begins now, Bishu muttered under his breath. But with the power of the Kurama mode surging within him, he felt no fear at all. In fact, a thrill of anticipation sparked inside him. An elite beast of the 8th rank. Let's see how long you can last. Human, you're impressive. But now, you've completely enraged me. The Tiger King howled toward the sky. An invisible shockwave sent Bishu's orange-yellow robe fluttering. With a roar, the Tiger King leapt high into the air, its massive, razor-sharp claws arcing down toward Bishu. Good. Bishu saw the attack, and, instead of retreating, surged forward. Giant Rasengan! A huge sphere of deep blue energy materialized out of thin air in Bishu's right hand, spinning swiftly and radiating an aura of danger. Take this, Bishu shouted. The Rasengan met the tiger's claws. A thunderous explosion echoed out, and a figure was sent hurtling backward. The Tiger King's colossal body slammed into the earth, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. It stared in shock at its own mangled, bleeding paw. In the fierce clash, just now, half of its paw had been blown away. Blood and flesh dripped from the ruined limb, pain shooting through its nerves until its face twisted with rage and agony. No wonder this is the Kurama mode, Bishu said, clenching his fists, feeling the boundless power coursing through him. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bishu, keep attacking. Don't just stand there. Kurama's voice echoed impatiently inside him. It's a battle, not a break. In the world of Naruto, you'd already be dead by now. All right, got it. I'll finish this. Bishu snapped back to his senses, quickly focusing on the task at hand. He nearly let the power go to his head, but the giant tiger was still standing. Without hesitation, Bishu dashed toward the Tiger King, ready to engage in a true hand-to-paw duel. The Tiger King, not to be outdone, charged straight toward Bishu. As the king of the Black Tiger clan, how could it possibly lose to a human? Human, I'm going to eat you alive, it roared. The beast's roar echoed through the entire forest. If you want to eat me, let's see if you have what it takes, Bishu shot back. As soon as he finished speaking, Bishu and the Tiger King collided with a thunderous force. Although the Tiger King was more than 10 times his size, Bishu, empowered by his 9-tailed Kurama mode, was not at a disadvantage in the slightest. Boom! Crash! Bang! The sounds of their fierce clash rang out again and again, shaking loose the leaves that had been resting quietly on the branches above. Finally, Bishu seized an opportunity. He dodged to the side, circled around the Tiger King, then leapt up and grabbed its tail. Sage Mode, activate! With a shout, Bishu entered Sage Mode as well, his power surging once more. With this newfound strength, he gripped the Tiger King's tail tightly and stomped his foot into the ground. Sensing something was wrong, the Tiger King thrashed its tail with all its might, desperately trying to break free from Bishu's iron grip. But with both modes combined, Bishu felt an overwhelming surge of power. He twisted his waist, spinning the Tiger King around by its tail. They spun and spun, man and tiger whirled like a spinning top, stirring up a violent whirlwind. Take this, Bishu shouted, his voice ringing out as he hurled the Tiger King away. With a thunderous crash, the Tiger King's massive body snapped several ancient trees before crashing into the ground, sending up clouds of dust. At that moment, the Tiger King felt as if golden stars were circling dizzyingly around its head. Cursed human! It let out another furious roar. Meanwhile, Fu Huai and the others had already caught up with Zhang Fong. What happened to everyone? Zhang Fong quickly asked, seeing the disheveled, exhausted group of students. Seeing the warrior in black combat gear, Fu Huai could no longer hold on. He plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. The other students also collapsed to the ground without a care for appearances. After being chased by those beasts, they wished their parents had given them 2 more legs just to run faster. If not for Bishu covering their retreat, they might not have made it back alive. Wait, what about Bishu? Someone suddenly remembered. But someone else spoke up even faster. Ningxi spotted the middle-aged man at the front and rushed over, clutching Zhang Fong's arm, her voice trembling with tears. Uncle, please, you have to help Bishu. He's still out there. Zhang Fong's heart softened at the sight of the weeping girl, her tears falling like raindrops from a pear blossom. He quickly asked, what happened? Jin Longyu, still with some strength left, hurried over to explain the situation. What? An 8th-rank beast? Zhang Fong's face filled with shock. How could such a powerful creature appear in this forest? How could there be an 8th-rank beast in this forest? Wasn't the highest only 5th rank? What's going on? Even the team members behind Zhang Fong looked dazed and bewildered. A tier 8 exotic beast has appeared in the forest. This is no small matter. Lao Lin, go find Elder Lu at once, Zhang Fong said, his expression grave. I understand. I'll go right now. The operative named Lao Lin immediately turned and sprinted toward the rear. I just hope we're not too late, Zhang Fong murmured, watching Lao Lin's receding figure. Elder Lu was a formidable elite jonin, and one of the key figures of this military training exercise. Zhang Fong had initially thought he could handle things on his own, so he hadn't troubled Elder Lu to come. But now, things had spiraled far beyond his expectations. Captain Zhang, this red, here must be the boy we're looking for. He's sending out a distress signal. Hasn't disappeared yet. Let's move quickly, Feng Mo announced, clutching a laptop and pointing one of the blinking red markers on screen. All right, let's go now. Zhang Fong nodded, then turned toward a middle-aged man and instructed, Fang Yin, take these kids back to camp first. I'm not going back. I have to find Bishu, Ningxi said, her voice firm as she shook her head. I'm not going back either. I need to find Brother Bai. Panting, Fu Huai rushed to Ningxi's side. I'm not going back either. Bai only got into this mess because of me. I can't leave him behind. Xiong Jingxing joined them, standing tall by Fu Huai. I'm staying too. He's my brother Bai, Jin Longyu declared, stepping forward without a moment's hesitation. We're not going back either. Xia Yuhua and her 2 companions came up beside Ningxi, unwavering in their stance. That's right, we're staying. Bai risked his life to fight the beast for our sake. How can we just abandon him now? More and more people stepped forward to join them. Even Sui Jingxin and Li Zichen were among them. Only a handful of students stood silently in place. People are, after all, inherently self-preserving. This was a tier 8 beast, after all. There was no guarantee they'd make it back alive if they went. Zhang Fong could only shake his head helplessly. That's a tier 8 beast you're talking about. Even if you go, you'll just be adding to the chaos. Listen to me, return to camp. It's safer there. Yet seeing the resolve burning in their eyes, Zhang Fong felt a mix of helplessness and pride. With successors like this, how could our great Xia ever falter? Just as the standoff continued, a thunderous boom echoed from afar. Look, what's that over there? Someone pointed, hand trembling, an enormous silhouette looming in the distance. Is that a tiger? That's the black tiger that chased us just now, Fu Huai said, his face tense as he stared at the giant tiger on the horizon. Damn it, Bai's not in trouble, is he? Xiong Jingsheng muttered anxiously. Idiot, just shut up. Jin Longyu snapped, swatting Xiong Jingsheng's shoulder. Bai Shu, wait for me. Tears suddenly streamed down Ning Shi's face as she remembered something. She was about to dash forward when Xia Yuhua and Jiang Yin grabbed her arms to hold her back. What are you doing? Let go. Bai Shu is still out there. Please. Her voice broke into sobs. Don't cry, Cece. Look over there, what do you see? Xia Yuhua gently patted Ning Shi's arm, her gaze fixed in shock at the massive creature before them, as large as the black tiger itself. Ning Shi, her eyes swollen from crying, looked up to see. Next to the enormous black tiger stood an orange-yellow fox, its stature equally imposing. The two stood face to face, locked in a distant standoff. But that wasn't all. Ning Shi could clearly see that atop the orange-yellow fox's head, a human figure was standing. Is that Bai Shu? What in the world? How could a human become gigantic too? The Tiger King eyed the orange-yellow fox before it, confusion flickering in its mind. This fox was just as large as itself. The power of gigantification was a talent reserved for 8th-rank beasts. How had that human child suddenly turned into a fox and grown to rival its own size? Kurama, is this the world you see? Standing atop the fox's head, Bai Shu looked down from above, surveying the vast forest below. Over 10 meters tall, their form was like a living mountain. In truth, Bai Shu could have grown even larger, but that would require burning through even more chakra. Besides, this black tiger was only so big. He wasn't done having his fun. Human, whatever trick you've used, remember this. I am king of the black tigers. Today you will die. With a thunderous roar, the Tiger King charged straight at Bai Shu. The enormous beast thundered across the earth. The ground quaked and trees toppled in its wake. If this weren't a world of ninjas, Bai Shu might have thought the apocalypse had arrived. But this was a world of shinobi, and Bai Shu now possessed formidable power of his own. He swung his arms, commanding the orange-yellow Kurama to do battle with the black tiger. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to shatter. The roars of beasts echoed across the land, leaving countless reverberations in their wake. Are we still going in? At this rate, we might be crushed by falling debris before we even get close, someone muttered, legs trembling as they watched the terrifying scene from afar. Captain, we go. There are still students inside. This is our duty, Zhang Fong replied, glancing firmly at his hesitant teammate. This was their calling, the mission of every soldier. Even if there were no one left inside, stopping those two terrifying beasts was their responsibility. Yes, sir. The soldiers in black combat uniforms behind him snapped to attention, saluting in unison. You are the pillars of our people, the foundation of our future. Now's not the time for tantrums. Everyone, get out of here, Zhang Fong said sternly, turning to the children who were still eager to rush in with them. This battle was so dangerous that even they might not make it back, let alone these children who had yet to grow. Uncle, look over there, Fu Huai exclaimed, pointing to where the orange-yellow fox and the black tiger clashed, his face full of astonishment. What is it? Whoa, what kind of move is that? It looks incredibly powerful. Even from this distance, just looking at that sphere makes my heart race. If I were standing beneath it, I'm not sure I'd make it back alive. Everyone from Class 1 of the Combat Division, along with the nearby support staff, stared unblinkingly at the ominous black sphere that radiated a world-ending aura. Because they were far from the battleground where Bai Shu and the black tiger were fighting, the shockwaves of their clash couldn't reach them. That was the only reason they could stand there safely, watching. They saw the orange-yellow fox's mouth slowly form a black sphere, which grew larger and larger, exuding an apocalyptic energy that made even the air tremble. Returning to a moment earlier, no wonder it's a Tier 8 beast, Bai Shu muttered as he used chakra to heal the tail the black tiger had just snapped. If it weren't for his ability to use chakra to repair his body at any time, Bai Shu wasn't sure he'd be able to take on this black tiger. That other tiger I killed before must have let its guard down. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to defeat. Bai Shu glanced at the massive black tiger, still locked in fierce combat with him, its presence undiminished. He sighed softly. Good thing I took care of that other one first. Otherwise, I'd be in serious trouble now. Human, even if you turn into a fox, you're still no match for me. Why not just behave and let me eat you? Roared the Tiger King, its voice booming across the land. It seemed that as its body grew, so did its voice. Now it thundered like a rolling storm. Eat me? That depends on whether you've got the ability, Bishu shot back. Then he called inwardly to Kurama, the nine-tailed beast inside him. I'm going to use that move. Go ahead. That tiger probably can't withstand it, Kurama replied. All right. With Kurama's approval, a smile flashed in Bishu's eyes. With a flicker of thought, a tailed beast ball suddenly took shape in his mouth. The black sphere grew rapidly, its threatening energy making the Tiger King instinctively tense with danger. What kind of technique is this? The Tiger King's vision blurred as he stared at Bishu. It was astonishing enough that a human could turn into a fox, but to unleash such a terrifying move was beyond his comprehension. Take this, Bishu shouted. With a mighty roar, the tailed beast ball shot from Kurama's orange-yellow jaws, hurtling toward the Tiger King at breakneck speed. The air itself seemed to shatter as the sphere raced forward with a thunderous sonic boom. The Tiger King's pupils shrank in an instant. He leaped desperately to his left. The tailed beast ball grazed his fur and continued on, striking a distant mountain. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. The mountain in the distance was obliterated, torn apart by the blast. Shards of rock and clouds of dust filled the sky. Ah, so that's all you've got, human, the Tiger King snorted, relief flooding his heart as he turned to Bishu with a mocking sneer. But the look froze on his face. He saw another black sphere forming in the fox's jaws, not as massive as the last one, but still radiating that same devastating power. Go, Bishu commanded, unleashing another tailed beast ball straight at the Tiger King. The Tiger King leapt high, springing to the other side to dodge the tailed beast bomb's assault. What? There's more? Human you. Before the Tiger King could finish, another tailed beast bomb hurtled toward him. He dared not take the attack head-on, scrambling frantically to evade. He, the proud monarch of the Black Tiger clan, now tormented by a mere human. Rage and heartbreak surged in the Tiger King's heart. At last, Bishu seized an opening. The tailed beast bomb launched, striking the Tiger King squarely in the waist. A guttural roar tore from his throat. Where the bomb had struck, a gaping, bloody wound had opened up, and blood poured from it in a relentless rush. A deafening crash. Roar! Curse you, human! Seeing the black tiger stripped of its strength to fight, Bishu stood atop the orange-yellow nine-tails head and approached the Tiger King at a measured pace. Forgive me, but I am human, and you are a beast. It's either your life or mine, and it seems I've won. With those words, Bishu began gathering chakra once more, forming another massive tailed beast bomb. The Tiger King tried to rise and flee, but the searing pain racking his body left him limp and powerless. As the bomb drew ever closer, the Tiger King's vision blurred. Was this his end? If he died, what would become of the Black Tiger clan? Would they once again be bullied by other beasts? Curse these humans. If only he'd never listened to that man and crossed the Great Wall. If only he hadn't tried to avenge his father. I refuse to accept this. His anguished cry echoed far into the distance, just as the explosion erupted. A tremendous blast shook the land. The Black Tiger's massive body was obliterated, leaving nothing behind but a great crater and a pool of blood. Faint reminders that the Tiger King had been there only moments before. It's over. Bishu withdrew the chakra into his body, shrinking back to normal size. He gazed at the devastation around him, lost in thought. Zhang Feng led his squad carefully into the area where the orange-yellow fox and the Black Tiger had just clashed. The ground was riddled with craters, countless trees shattered and toppled. Everywhere, the aftermath of a ferocious battle was plain to see. Holy! A young warrior, seeing the scene at the center of the battlefield, couldn't help but gasp, his mouth agape in shock. Suddenly remembering himself, he clamped a hand over his mouth and glanced at Zhang Feng and the others, relieved to see the same stunned expressions mirrored on their faces. They were the elite, held to the strictest standards. His outburst had already breached discipline, but thankfully, the captain and the rest were too shocked to notice. The young warrior's gaze was drawn back to the grisly scene before him, sending shivers down his spine. There, lying across the clearing, were the corpses of countless beasts, everyone slain with a single lethal blow, their heads and bodies punctured by gaping, bloody wounds. And ahead of them, the orange-yellow figure stood with its back to the squad, giving no sign whether it had noticed their arrival. Captain, Feng Mo gestured toward the orange-yellow figure up ahead. Zhang Feng was about to refuse, not wanting to alert their target, but unexpectedly, a crisp voice rang out. Suddenly, a girl appeared, and what happened next left them all utterly astonished. Bishu, her clear, slightly tearful voice echoed across the silent clearing. To their surprise, the orange-yellow figure actually turned to look at the girl who had called out. Under everyone's gaze, A young girl with pure white eyes dashed desperately toward the orange-yellow figure, weaving her way past hundreds of monstrous beasts. Then, she flung herself into the figure's arms and broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. The teammates behind Zhang Fong exchanged bewildered glances, then shook their heads and kept watching the scene unfold before them. "Why are you crying?" Bishu was caught off guard to see Ning-shi running over. Moments ago, he had sensed unfamiliar chakra nearby, but hadn't noticed Ning-shi's presence at all. How did she suddenly appear out of nowhere? Yet, in the moment Ning-shi burst into tears, all his doubts faded away. "Bishu, are you all right?" Ning-shi looked at the person in front of her, so familiar, yet somehow distant, and tears welled up in her eyes once more. "How can anything happen to me? I promise you I'll be fine. I don't break my word," Bishu replied gently, reaching out to wipe the tears from Ning-shi's cheeks. "You're still saying you're fine? What's going on?" I sensed a massive chakra inside you that isn't yours," Ning-shi said, pulling Bishu's hand to her face as she spoke. She hadn't returned with the others, but instead secretly trailed behind the main group, using her Byakugan to observe their movements. When the main group came to a halt, Ning-shi also stopped. Watching them stay put, she realized they must have reached Bishu's location. Circling around to the other side, she witnessed a shocking scene. The ground was strewn with the corpses of monstrous beasts, each killed in a single blow. Sensing lingering traces of lightning-released chakra on the bodies, Ning-shi immediately knew it was Bishu's doing. Then she spotted the figure clad in the orange-yellow cloak. She covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Having spent years side by side with Bishu, she instantly recognized his silhouette in that cloak. That was why she found it so hard to accept what she saw. Because inside Bishu, she could feel a vast chakra that absolutely did not belong to him, an overwhelming, powerful presence. It reminded Ning-shi of the orange-yellow fox that had fought the black giant tiger just moments before. Now the black tiger was dead, the fox had vanished, and Bishu wore the orange-yellow cloak. Ning-shi had witnessed it all. She couldn't bring herself to believe that Bishu had been possessed by that fox. But as she thought and thought, it felt as if a giant hand had clenched her heart, making it hard to breathe. Even so, Ning-shi still clung to a sliver of hope and called out loudly, "Bishu! Bishu!" Wrapped in an orange-yellow cloak, heard the familiar voice and couldn't help but turn around. Seeing this, Ning-shi could no longer hold back. She ran toward Bishu, tears streaming down her face. She was relieved that Bishu was still himself and had not been possessed by that giant fox. "Chakra, that doesn't belong to me." Bishu shook his head and chuckled softly. "Don't cry, sweetheart. I'll explain everything when we get back. Can't you tell me now?" Ning-shi sniffled, her voice rough with emotion. "When everything's settled, I promise I'll tell you. Right now, those soldiers are still waiting for us." Bishu pointed behind them. Ning-shi looked over and saw a group of soldiers in combat gear staring at them without blinking. Although they were some distance away, Ning-shi's Byakugan eyes could clearly make out the gossip and curiosity on their faces. Flushed with embarrassment, she instinctively put a bit more space between herself and Bishu. "Come on, we should head over," Bishu said, taking Ning-shi's hand and leading her toward Zhang Fong and the others. "By the way, how did you end up coming here by yourself?" "I was worried about you, so I followed you on my own," Ning-shi replied quietly, hopping over the bodies of strange beasts, her head lowered. The way she felt with Bishu by her side was completely different from when he wasn't there. As long as Bishu was close, she was afraid of nothing. She knew he would always protect her. But without him, she really didn't know how to go on with her life. Bishu's nose stung with emotion at her words, and he scolded gently, "Silly girl, what if you ran into danger? Doujinshi, wouldn't you protect me?" Ning-shi replied with a playful wink of her pure white eyes, looking utterly adorable. At that moment, Bishu felt as if Cupid's arrow had struck him straight through the heart, making it pound in his chest. Inside him, Kurama couldn't help but facepalm at Bishu's love-struck expression. Here we go again. Minato and Kushina were always like this, so dull, so hopelessly sappy. With a wave of his paw, Kurama withdrew his chakra. The orange-yellow cloak of the tailed beast slowly faded from Bishu's body, signaling his exit from Kurama mode. "What's going on?" Ning-shi, noticing Bishu had returned to his normal appearance, looked him up and down with curiosity. "When I withdraw the chakra, this mode disappears too," Bishu explained. Then, turning his focus inward, he saw Kurama already sprawled out, resting. Bishu asked, puzzled, "Kurama, why did I exit Kurama mode?" "Brat, stop flaunting your human romances in front of me." Kurama bellowed in exasperation, and with a swipe, he booted Bishu's consciousness out of his inner world. What's going on here?" Bishu's expression froze, clearly confused. "In heat? That couldn't be. Kurama was already so old." Or could it be that going into heat had nothing to do with age? He just couldn't figure it out, no matter how he thought about it. Shaking his head, Bishu kept his doubts to himself. He dared not ask, and simply took Ningxi by the hand and walked over to Zhang Fang. Hello, I'm the officer in charge of this military training, Zhang Fang. Hello, I'm a student participating in this military training, Bishu. Bishu mimicked Zhang Fang's introduction, answering with perfect seriousness. Ningxi couldn't help but burst into laughter at this, giving Bishu a gentle pat on the arm. Who answers by copying word for word like that? The soldiers standing behind Zhang Fang couldn't help but glance up at the sky, feigning indifference. If it weren't for the exaggerated smiles tugging at the corners of their mouths, one might really wonder if there was something unusual up there. A faint line appeared on Zhang Fang's forehead at Bishu's reply. If this boy weren't the one cloaked in that striking orange-yellow garment, he might have felt the need to put him in his place. But unfortunately, the young man standing before him with that gentle smile was indeed the very one draped in orange and gold. Zhang Fang had seen it clearly. The moment Bishu led the girl over, the orange-yellow cloak melted away into nothingness. Bishu realized it as well, but since the words had already left his mouth, there was no taking them back. He just grinned at Zhang Fang, his face bright with a cheerful smile. Zhang Fang chose not to dwell on such trivialities. What was coming next was far more important. With a grave look, he turned to Bishu and asked, "Did you kill all these beasts?" "Yes." "And that 8th rank beast? Was it you as well?" "Yes." "And that orange-yellow fox?" "That was me too." Bishu cut him off and answered directly. For a moment, Zhang Fang felt dazed. This was far beyond the pay grade of a mere military training officer like himself. The 8th rank beast alone was something he could only hope to defeat in his wildest dreams. Just then, an elderly man hurried over. "Where are the beasts? Where's the 8th rank beast?" Seeing the crowd standing around, he rushed over to find out what was happening. He had thought this round of military training would be easy, given the strength of this year's students and the presence of the combat team. There should have been no need for him to intervene. But the moment he heard there was an 8th rank beast in the forest, he was so startled that his smoking pipe slipped from his hand. He didn't even bother to pick it up. He dashed straight into the woods. If that beast got away and harmed the people elsewhere, the consequences would be disastrous. On his way here, he was still wondering where these strange beasts could have come from. Surely, they couldn't have crossed over from the other side of the Great Wall. If they had, then what would that say about the soldiers stationed inside the wall? Were they just sitting around doing nothing? The very idea of anything making it past the Great Wall seemed utterly ridiculous to him. Yet as soon as he arrived, he put forth this only plausible answer, all the while still pondering where on earth these beasts could have appeared from. Soon after, he spotted a group of instructors from this military training session gathered nearby. He hurried over and leapt down, asking urgently where the beasts had gone. But no matter how many times he asked, not a single person answered him. It wasn't that they were ignoring him. Rather, there was a faint trace of pity in their eyes whenever they glanced his way. "Old Chi, you're too late. Everything's already been taken care of." Of course, none of them would ever dare to say that out loud. "Xiaozhang, where are the beasts? And what's wrong with this lot? Have they all been scared witless? There's nothing to fear as long as this old man's around. I won't let anything happen to you." Seeing that no one responded, the elderly man's face clouded with frustration as he turned a disgruntled look on Zhang Fang. "Ahem." Zhang Fang cleared his throat as the old man looked his way, then quietly pointed ahead and said in a low voice, "Old Chi, the beasts have all been dealt with." "What? Dealt with?" Chi Quan followed the direction of Zhang Fang's pointing finger, his face a mask of shock. He saw the corpses of all kinds of strange beasts sprawled across the ground, each one slain with a single, fatal blow. Blood seeped from their wounds, painting the earth a vivid red. What left Chi Quan most astounded was that none of these beasts had been weak. In fact, there were even 2 of the formidable 8th rank beasts among them. One of those 8th rank beasts hadn't even had a chance to unleash its awakening talent, gigantification, before it was killed. And where the other 8th rank beast had fallen, the ground was so battered and pitted that there was barely a flat patch to be seen. Clear evidence of a fierce and violent struggle. "Who did this?" Chi Quan asked. It wasn't that he looked down on Zhang Fang and the others. It was just that Zhang Fang was only at the special Jonin level. He wouldn't stand a chance even against that 7th rank triangular ram, let alone those whose abilities were even lower. "Him." Zhang Fang's gaze settled on the young man with a gentle, sunny smile. He simply couldn't connect the image of such a bright and handsome youth with the merciless slaughter of these beasts. "What?" Chi Quan's voice rose with incredulity as he nearly jumped in place. "No, Xiaozhang, are you trying to make a fool out of this old man? Are you telling me that this kid, barely grown, slew all these beasts? If that's true, then what has all my experience been for?" But it's true, old Chi. It really was this young man, Zhang Fang replied helplessly. If he hadn't witnessed with his own eyes how the youth shed that orange-yellow cloak and hadn't confirmed it for himself, he would never have believed it either. What 18-year-old would dare face hundreds of beasts alone and actually kill them all? Chi Quan's gaze, heavy with disbelief, was now fixed intently on the young man Zhang Fang had pointed out. The young man was simply dressed, his figure tall and slender, a radiant, warm smile lighting up his face. In his right hand, he gently held the little girl's hand. Wait, Xiao Zhang, are you really not pulling an old man's leg? This child, no matter how I look at him, he just doesn't seem like someone who could have killed so many fierce beasts. Chi Quan was once again overcome by doubt. Grandpa Chi, I really did kill those beasts. Bishu, seeing that the old man remained unconvinced, had no choice but to speak up. With a sigh, seeing that Chi Quan was still skeptical, Bishu switched directly into his Kurama mode. It was hard to blame the old man. After all, who would believe that an 18-year-old youth could slaughter hundreds of mutant beasts, 2 of them even at the 8th tier, if they hadn't witnessed it themselves? Bishu could only enter Kurama mode once more. Besides, he had another matter that needed to be conveyed through this old gentleman. In an instant, an orange-yellow cloak enveloped his entire body, a fierce and intimidating aura radiating all around him. What in the world? Chi Quan's jaw dropped, completely forgetting his composure. He had only ever sensed this kind of aura from one other person, a person who now stood among the absolute elite at the pinnacle of the Xia nation's power. For a moment, Chi Quan was stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Now, even he found this situation rather thorny. At this point, he was convinced these beasts really had been slain by this youth. The aura alone was enough to make him feel his own life was in danger. He studied Bishu intently, then stepped away to make a phone call. Watching the old man's receding figure, Bishu felt a bit perplexed. Why was this elder so jumpy and excitable? 15 minutes later, Chi Quan finally finished his call and hurried back. Xiao Zhang, gather some people and take care of things here. I'll take these 2 children with me first. Understood, Grandpa Chi. Zhang Fang snapped a salute, watching as the 3 figures disappeared from view. At Qinglong Academy. Inside the meeting room. What? An 8th tier beast? How could there possibly be an 8th tier beast in that forest on the steppe? Director Li Zheng of the combat department exclaimed in disbelief. We've led cleanup operations through that forest several times. There's no way an 8th tier beast could appear there now. 5th tier is already the upper limit. The speaker, a young man with a strong, rugged face, was Chu Mengsheng. It's not just the 8th tier beast. According to the soldiers in charge of this year's military training, there were also hundreds of other beasts trailing behind it. This is no simple matter. A composed, steady-looking middle-aged man said gravely. It's definitely not simple. An 8th tier beast, plus hundreds of others. It must be a breach from beyond the Eastern Great Wall. Our top priority should be to hold the Eastern Great Wall responsible. A hot-tempered middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table. What's the point of blaming the Great Wall? The Eastern Great Wall stands guard over the East, protecting countless civilians. If we start pointing fingers without cause, wouldn't that chill their hearts? A female teacher scanned her colleagues before continuing. If these beasts actually came from somewhere else, and we blame the Eastern Great Wall, wouldn't we become a laughingstock? Let them laugh. But what if the beasts really did come from the direction of the Great Wall? How would we explain this to the parents of the students? Who died? How could we face them? Gao Yin, whose temper was infamous, retorted bluntly, not holding back even in front of the female teacher. Listening to the heated discussion among her senior colleagues, Wan Qing frowned and turned toward the principal, who was deep in thought at the head of the table. Principal, how many students were killed or injured this time? She asked. The moment Wan Qing finished speaking, the meeting room fell into a heavy silence. No one knew the exact number of casualties yet. All they'd heard was that 2 8th-rank beasts, leading hundreds of others, had invaded. It seemed almost certain that the students had suffered terribly. Everyone stared at the principal in anxious silence, dreading that the next words they'd hear would be, "No one survived." Seated at the head of the table, Han Linyan first swept his gaze across the tense faces of the teachers, then, unexpectedly, broke into a faint smile. Baffled by the principal's expression, the crowd exchanged puzzled looks. Could it be that there was a glimmer of hope after all? Gao Yin, unable to hold back his impatience, burst out. Principal, please don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us. I'm about to die of anxiety here. Everyone nodded in agreement. Very well, Han Linyan said with a small nod, finally breaking the tension. According to the list provided by the soldiers in charge of the military training, both 8th-rank beasts, along with every single one of the hundreds of beasts, have been completely wiped out. 2 students died. Over 400 were injured, and those injuries were caused by the beasts already in the forest. As Han Lianyan finished speaking, the room plunged into a silence so absolute it felt like time itself had stopped. Had they heard right? Only 2 students had died, and just over 400 were injured, and even those injuries were from the beasts in the forest, not the invaders. But there were 2 8th-rank beasts, and they were both dead. Hundreds of beasts, all gone. Was this really happening, or was it some kind of tale? How was that possible? Murmured a calm-faced, middle-aged man, almost to himself. Only 2 students dead. It wasn't that he didn't care about those 2 lives. He did, but this outcome seemed unbelievable. He had expected a massacre, and yet only 2 had died, with just over 400 injured. Those beasts were that useless? Gao Yin blurted out, his face twisted in disbelief. He clamped a hand over his mouth almost immediately, as everyone around the table shot him angry glares. Enough. I'll hold the Eastern Great Wall accountable for this. Letting so many beasts slip through, even if it wasn't entirely their fault, is still a dereliction of duty, Han Lianyan declared, making his decision. So many beasts had managed to come through unnoticed, with no warning at all. Had the long years of peace dulled the Eastern Great Wall's vigilance? Principal, you still haven't told us how the beasts were defeated. Someone pressed, anticipation thick in the air. Could it be that some expert happened to pass by, took care of those exotic beasts, and ended up saving students from our academy? 2 8th-rank beasts. Wouldn't that make this expert a Kaga-level powerhouse? It's very possible. As everyone speculated, Han Lianyan spoke up. Let's stop making wild guesses. Our academy's students handled this themselves. At his words, surprise flashed across everyone's faces. Doubtful looks darted toward the old headmaster, sizing him up with disbelief. Headmaster, are you kidding us? Even I couldn't take down 2 8th-rank beasts, and you're saying it was one of our students? Aren't all the students participating in this military training just freshmen? Which student could possibly be stronger than us teachers? Gao Yin protested, refusing to believe it. That's right, old Gao has a point. If there's really a student stronger than us, then all our years of training would have gone to waste, Chu Mengsheng added. Ahem, Mengsheng, there's always someone better out there. In the world of shinobi, there's no shortage of geniuses. It's only natural that some escape our notice. But when Chu Mengsheng mentioned their training having gone to waste, Han Lianyan couldn't help but feel a pang. He himself had been cultivating for over 60 years to reach Kaga-level strength, and yet this student, at only 18, had already slain 2 elite Jonin-level beasts. It wouldn't be long before the student surpassed him entirely. By Chu Mengsheng's logic, did that mean Han Lianyan's decades of effort had been for nothing? All right, there's no point hiding it now. Han Lianyan glanced at the group and said, that child has a tailed beast sealed within. What? A tailed beast? A chorus of astonishment rippled through the room. To the 4 great academies, tailed beasts were hardly a secret. They knew well the immense power of a tailed beast, and not only that, the beasts carried with them the memories of the shinobi world. They were, in fact, Xia Country's only true window into the shinobi world. You mean just like that person possessing a tailed beast inside? Li Zheng asked, barely able to believe it. Han Lianyan nodded, a smile he couldn't suppress lighting up his eyes. That student was from their own academy. Naturally, they took pride in it. And once Bishu reached Kaga level, Qinglong Academy's reputation would surely eclipse the other 3, rising to the very top. After all, a young Kaga-level shinobi at Qinglong Academy would draw admiration from all corners. Headmaster, who is this student? Wan Qing asked, eyes wide with curiosity. As soon as she spoke, even Gao Yin, who had been loudly debating just moments before, fell silent, waiting with bated breath for the headmaster's answer. Actually, you've probably heard of this child, Han Lianyan said with a smile. He's the top student in this year's military training competition, Bishu. What? Bishu? A voice instantly rang out across the conference room. Everyone turned to look and saw that it was Chun Yuliang, the director of admissions. Everyone understood now. The child who possessed space-time ninjutsu was the very same one whom Chun Yuliang had traveled a great distance to recruit from Jianyuan City. They could fully grasp why Chun Yuliang was so excited. It was easy to imagine Chun Yuliang's current mood. He had thought he was recruiting a future powerhouse, but instead, he had brought in an unparalleled talent who had already slain 2 8th-rank dire beasts. This was, without a doubt, the most glorious moment in all his years of recruiting students. Years later, Chun Yuliang would still boast to friends and family that the mighty human warrior, Bishu, was someone he had personally brought to Qinglong Academy. All right, that's settled. I'll take care of the arrangements. The meeting is over. Go back to your duties. I have to call the Eastern Great Wall to hold them accountable. Yes, sir. Understood. The crowd, faces still marked by disbelief, slowly filed out of the conference room. It's over. I must have trained all this time for nothing. Ugh, I can't believe it. Calm down, Xiaochu, just calm down. Brother Bai. Old bot. Bai Shu and Ning, she had just arrived at the training camp's classroom when someone spotted them. The two voices calling out belonged to Xiong Jingsheng and Fu Huai. They had been on their way to the restroom when they happened to look up and saw Bai Shu and Ning, she approaching, and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Their shouts interrupted many of their classmates' conversations, and everyone turned to look. Seeing Bai Shu and Ning, she walking toward them, they immediately got up and ran over. Bai Shu, are you all right? Bai Shu, were you hurt at all? A group surrounded Bai Shu, chattering away with concern. Ning Shi, meanwhile, had already been pulled aside by Xia Yuhua, who'd rushed over to talk with her. I'm fine. Thanks for caring, everyone. Bai Shu gave an awkward smile. His classmates' enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming. A couple of them even looked like they wanted to reach out and touch him, which made Bai Shu's eye twitch involuntarily. He was starting to feel a bit out of his depth. Fortunately, a tall, broad-shouldered figure wedged himself in front of Bai Shu, pushing some of the crowd aside. No one dared say a word in protest. After all, it was Xiong Jingsheng who had muscled his way to Bai Shu's side. With a sweep of his large hand, Xiong Jingsheng cleared away the crowd around Bai Shu, grabbed his arm, and led him back to where they'd been sitting before. The rest of the group had no choice but to follow. Brother Bai, you're really not hurt? Fu Huai finally voiced the worry that had been gnawing at him. He hadn't even managed to squeeze in next to Bai Shu earlier. Despite the fact that he weighed over 150 pounds, he just couldn't compete with the crush of people. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine, Bai Shu replied. Are you sure you're all right, old Bai? Xiong Jingxing looked at Bai Shu, concern clear on his face. He was worried Bai Shu might be pretending to be strong. After all, those dire beasts they'd faced were truly formidable. What could possibly happen to me? Even if I couldn't win, I could always outrun them, couldn't I? Bai Shu noticed the worry on Xiong Jingxing's face and reassured him. That's good to hear. By the way, did you see that big orange fox? With his worries eased, Xiong Jingxing asked with curiosity. He had witnessed the fierce battle between the orange fox and the great black tiger. To call it earth-shattering, with the ground trembling and the sky splitting, wouldn't be an exaggeration. As soon as Xiong Jingxing said this, the rest of the classmates all turned to Bai Shu, their eyes filled with keen curiosity. At that moment, a sharp, surprised voice came from the other side. What? Are you saying Bai Shu is that orange fox? The speaker was Xia Yuhua, who, together with Jiang Yin and Guan Hua, was staring at Ning Shi in utter disbelief. Xia Yuhua had just asked Ning Shi where she had snuck off to earlier. So Ning Shi recounted the whole story to the three of them. When she mentioned Bai Shu, cloaked in orange, standing beside the giant black tiger, Xia Yuhua couldn't help but cry out. Keep your voice down. Ning Shi hurriedly covered Xia Yuhua's mouth. But it was already too late. Everyone's attention shifted from Xia Yuhua and her friends back to Bai Shu, who sat nearby with a gentle smile, leaving the crowd at a loss. If Bai Shu really was that orange fox, did that mean all those fearsome beasts were already dead? How did Bai Shu turn into a fox? Could Bai Shu be a beast himself? Questions swirled endlessly in everyone's mind. At last, someone spoke up. Brother Bai, how did you turn into a fox? It was Jin Longyu who asked, his heart uneasy. Could Brother Bai really be a beast? Don't overthink it. I'm not a beast, Bai Shu replied with a hint of impatience, having noticed the doubt in Jin Longyu's expression. Hiv. Jin Longyu gave a silly laugh, but deep down, he was relieved. Of course. How could a human possibly turn into a beast? That's my secret, Bai Shu said with a slight shake of his head, giving nothing more away. Everyone let out a collective sigh of disappointment. No way. Old Bai, are you saying your strength has already reached elite Jonin level? It was Xiong Jingxing who blurted this out, eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Bai Shu. Trust Xiong Jingxing to latch onto a completely different detail from everyone else. His words sent the whole group into shock once again. Just moments before, they had all been preoccupied with Bai Shu's transformation, never even considering his strength. To fight toe-to-toe with an 8th-tier beast, wasn't that the mark of an elite Jonin? Whoa, that's right. If he can take down an 8th-tier beast, doesn't that mean Bai Shu's an elite Jonin? Man, that's incredible. Huh, I'm barely a junior Jonin, and Bai Shu's already this powerful? Li Zichen and Sui Jingshan exchanged glances, then shook their heads with wry smiles. They had once talked about their dreams in the forest, dreams of surpassing Bai Shu and becoming true powerhouses. But before those dreams could even begin to take shape, no, more accurately, now there was no possibility left for them to come true. At such a young age, Bai Shu's strength had already reached that of an elite Jonin. There was no way he would stop there. In the future, he would only grow stronger, so strong that he'd become someone others could only look up to, forever out of reach. How could they possibly catch up? Just as the two of them were sighing, Bai Shu spoke up. That was only my power after transforming. Normally, I'm just like you, an elite chunin. Bishu was going out of his way to spare his classmates from a crushing blow. Elite chunin is such a niche rank. I mean, I'm just a regular chunin myself. Someone muttered these words, speaking the minds of everyone present. Did he really think all of them were monsters like this group? Reaching chunin and even elite chunin at such a young age? No, most of them were just regular chunin, for crying out loud. Still, some people perked up after hearing Bishu's words. Yes, that was Li Zichen and Sui Jingshun. One a ninja awakened to the Uchiha clan's bloodline, the other to the Hozuki clan's powers. The two shared another look, grinned at each other, and silently made up their minds. They would go back and train hard, determined to one day surpass Bishu. By the way, where are the rest of our classmates? Bishu changed the subject. If he didn't, who knew what kinds of awkward questions they'd end up asking next? Lu Qing and the others haven't returned yet. The instructors have already gone looking for them, Fu Huai replied. Bishu nodded in understanding. Of course he knew about Lu Qing and the others. Since the Flying Thunder God kunai were gone, it meant he trusted their abilities and hadn't given them one. Hopefully, nothing had happened to them. Bishu exhaled softly. Oh, right, the military training competition is officially over, Fu Huai suddenly said. Over? How so? Bishu was puzzled. Because of the sudden appearance of that strange beast. They're not sure if any students were injured or worse. All the instructors have gone out to search for them, Jin Longyu explained from the side. Sigh. Let's hope luck is on their side, Bishu said with a note of concern. Luck was such a slippery, unpredictable thing. If the beast had first encountered Bishu's group, things would have been fine. At least Bishu had a trump card or two. But if it ran into anyone else, the outcome could have been disastrous. Night was slowly falling. Figures moved in and out of the camp, shadows flitting beneath the darkening sky. Report. The head count is complete, came a voice. Speak, came the reply. Zhang Fang's heart was anything but calm at that moment. The sudden appearance of that beast had thrown all their plans into chaos. He could only hope the students hadn't suffered too much. According to the tally, there were 2 fatalities during this training, and more than 400 suffered minor injuries. How many? A sharp gleam flashed across Zhang Fang's eyes as he heard the report. Like a tiger, his gaze locked intensely onto the soldier who had spoken. The latest statistics show 2 casualties and over 400 lightly injured during this military training, the soldier repeated. Zhang Fang couldn't help but let a broad smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Injuries and deaths were to be expected in such a large-scale military drill, but with the sudden chaos that had erupted, he had feared the worst, many lives lost. To his relief, only 2 had perished and just over 400 were lightly wounded. This was, in truth, the best possible outcome. Take this roster to Feng Mo, Zhang Fang ordered, his tone decisive. Have him deliver it to Azure Dragon Academy immediately. Yes, sir. Watching the soldier's retreating figure, Zhang Fang finally felt his heart settle after so many hours of anxiety. It's time to check on the students, he murmured to himself, setting off toward their camp. On a wide, open stretch of ground within the camp, a crowd of students had gathered. Many simply slumped to the earth, their appearance disheveled and uncaring. Some sprawled flat on their backs, indifferent to the world's opinion. After days of hardship in the jungle, all traces of pride and arrogance had been swept away. The students had suffered too much to care about appearances now. If it hadn't been for the protective shields built into their wristbands, capable of blocking any attack below B-rank ninjutsu, many would have fallen in the forest, their lives claimed by savage beasts. So what if they looked a mess? Far better than losing their lives over a little dirt. Most were of the same mind. Even as they rested, talk buzzed among them about the fierce battle between the orange-tinged fox and the massive black tiger. They'd been far enough away to avoid the fighting, but witnessing the clash, even at a distance, had been a sobering lesson for this group of young trainees. Hey, rumor has it the reason the training was canceled this time is that black giant tiger, someone whispered, eyes darting with excitement. Oh, tell us more, brother, another urged. About the inside scoop? I swear, a third chimed in, eager to join the exchange. Their conversation quickly caught the attention of those around them. Faces lit up with curiosity as more students edged closer, forming a loose circle, all waiting in anticipation for the latest news. The one who claimed to know the truth basked in their attention, clearly enjoying the spotlight. Even the original gossiper looked over, waiting for his explanation. Soaking in the eager gazes, he cleared his throat, but kept his focus. The reason our military training was cut short isn't just because of the battle between the orange fox and the black tiger. My friend's in the first combat class, and he told me this himself. He stressed the word himself, giving his words extra weight. So what was it then? It was the sudden appearance of hundreds of exotic beasts, he announced, his voice low and dramatic. What? Hundreds of beasts, came a startled cry. How come I didn't see anything? Me neither. The group exchanged uncertain glances, their voices dropping as they whispered among themselves, the mystery deepening in the hush that followed. The young man rolled his eyes at those words, as if to say, "Didn't see it? Even if you had, there's no guarantee you'd make it back alive." "All right, let me continue," he said, once again capturing everyone's attention. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, listening intently. Hundreds of mutated beasts appeared out of nowhere, right where the Combat Class 1 students were resting. Huh, they showed up at Combat Class 1's place? That can't be right. I just saw some of those guys a moment ago. Someone muttered in confusion, scratching his head. "Come on, let me finish before you jump in," the young man snapped, clearly annoyed. Fine, my bad," the interrupter admitted, quick to apologize. The young man went on. So, hundreds of beasts suddenly descended on Combat Class 1. People were visibly uneasy. Even if they are the elite fighters, sheer numbers like that are impossible to fend off. And just then, his storytelling was gripping, and everyone's hearts leapt and fell with his words. Just then, a figure stepped to the front of the Combat Class 1 students. He said, "You all go ahead, I'll hold the rear." And with that, the figure unhesitatingly charged straight into the horde of beasts. Wow, which brother was it? So heroic and righteous. My respect for him knows no bounds, someone exclaimed, full of admiration. Alas, poor guy. Going in like that, there's no way he makes it out alive. Yeah, what a shame, what a shame. No one even needed to ask what happened next. The outcome was obvious. Facing hundreds of beasts, even the most gifted genius wouldn't have a chance at survival. Seeing the crowd's spirits sink and hearing their heavy sighs, the young man's forehead twitched in frustration. He shouted, "I'm not done yet. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions, you idiots." "Oh, you're not done? You mean there's a twist?" Baelyong asked in surprise. "Of course there is. Listen up, or I'm done talking," the young man replied, still annoyed. No, don't go. It's our fault." The crowd hurriedly apologized. Taking a deep breath, the young man continued. "That figure who stood up managed to slay every single beast, and then faced an 8th-tier beast alone. That's when you saw the fight between the orange-yellow fox and the giant black tiger. Come on, that's just ridiculous. Who would believe such nonsense?" Someone suddenly shot up, spat on the ground, and stormed off. Grumbling as he left, he muttered, "What a waste of time. I'd be better off tending to my wounds." As he walked out, it was as if someone had flipped a switch. One after another, people began to leave. "Hey, don't go. I'm telling the truth," the young man called out, waving his hand and raising his voice. "It's not about whether you believe me or not, brother. It just sounds too unbelievable. Who else would have slain hundreds of mutant beasts and then gone toe-to-toe with that giant black tiger? You know, any beast that can grow that large is at least tier 8. And we're just freshmen. Who's that powerful in their first year? What, did they start training while still in the womb?" Baelyong stood up and patted the boy's shoulder, offering a bit of comfort. "To be honest, I'm more inclined to believe that some senior expert happened to pass by and save them," he said with a sigh, turning to leave as well. "I'm telling the truth. Why does nobody believe me?" The boy's voice carried a tinge of disappointment. "The people from the Combat Class 1 told me themselves. How could it be fake? He believed it wholeheartedly. After all, the one who stepped up was Bishu, a genius said to possess the legendary space-time ninjutsu. To him, defeating hundreds of mutant beasts seemed perfectly possible. Why did nobody else believe it? This little episode soon passed. Although the news spread far and wide, hardly anyone took it seriously. It sounded far too fantastical, and no one would trust something so vague and unbelievable. People only believed what they saw with their own eyes. Night had fallen. The soldiers in the camp quickly prepared dinner for the students and collected their wristbands. After all, the students would be sent back to Qinglong Academy the next morning. There was no point in letting them keep the wristbands, so they were naturally taken back. After all, those wristbands were expensive. The next day, a fleet of armored vehicles lined up in perfect order, waiting for the students to board. "We're finally leaving this place. Those damn mutant beasts. Just wait till I get stronger. I'll be back to teach you a lesson." Man, thank goodness it's over. If I had to hide out here a few more days, I'd have lost my mind. Tell me about it. Those storm wolves kept chasing me day after day. If I wasn't so fast, I'd have been wolf fu by now. We're going home. We're going home. Every student in the combat department looked back at the place that had tormented them for so long, each with their own mixed emotions. Finally, it was over. Everyone felt a weight lift from their hearts. Their faces lit up with laughter and relief, looking forward to the college life that awaited them. With the end of this military training, they were now officially students of Qinglong Academy. The bright days of university life were just beginning. Bishu also turned to look at the forest behind him, a place where he, too, had left his mark. All classes, assemble and board the vehicles. A sharp command rang out. Bishu quickly turned away and followed his classmates onto the armored transport. Once everyone was on board, several soldiers checked the roster. Seeing that no one was missing, they climbed into the vehicles as well. The terrain was rough, and the armored cars rumbled and jolted their way back to the main road, then on to Qinglong Academy. By the time Bishu and the others got off, it was already noon. On the sports field of Qinglong Academy, the counselors of each class stood at their designated spots, waiting for their students to return. Not only were the counselors present, but also Director Li Zheng of the combat department, along with several other teachers, all gathered on the field to await the arrival of this year's freshmen. The students' appearance instantly dispelled the emptiness of the wide-open field, bringing it to life. Following the lead of their class representatives, the students made their way to where their counselors stood. Zhao looked at the weary, disheveled students before her, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart. While freshmen from other colleges were still enjoying the carefree days of university life, the students from the 4 major academies were already learning to survive and to battle against mysterious creatures. But there was no other way. They were, after all, students of Azure Dragon Academy. With danger came boundless honor. The more they experienced now, the easier it would be for them in the future. Zhao also noticed that some students bore visible wounds, deepening the ache in her chest. But at least they had all returned alive, familiar faces reflected in her eyes, with none missing. That, in itself, was the best outcome. When Director Li Zheng had briefed them, he'd already explained the situation in the forest out on the frontier. The counselors had listened with pounding hearts. Fortunately, Li Zheng reported only the loss of 2 students, with most others merely injured. A sigh of relief escaped them, though sorrow inevitably lingered. The death of 2 students meant 2 families torn apart. If they hadn't chosen Azure Dragon Academy, those students would probably be enjoying a carefree university life right now. It was all because of those damn beasts. We'll do everything we can to compensate the families of the 2 law students. For now, focus on comforting your classes, Li Zheng had told the counselors before they dispersed. You all must be exhausted, Zhao said, her voice gentle. No sooner had she spoken than the students of Class 1 began to grumble. Exhausted doesn't even begin to cover it. First we were chased by a single beast, and then by a whole pack. If it hadn't been for Brother Bai, who knows if any of us would have made it back. Chased by a pack of beasts? A flicker of confusion crossed Zhao Yu's face. When Director Li Zheng had briefed them, he mentioned hundreds of beasts invading, 2 students lost, and 100 more injured, and had instructed them to comfort the students. He hadn't explained how the crisis was resolved, so Zhao had no idea what had transpired in the forest. That's right, teacher. You have no idea what it was like in there. 4 days in the forest, I was walking on thin ice, being hunted by a crimson python for 3 days. I used every last bit of my bracelet shield. If Brother Bai hadn't given me his flying thunder kunai, I'd have ended up as Beast Chow for sure. Wei Wenjia paused, then continued, spitting out his frustration. Just when we thought things were settling down, we ran into another horde of beasts chasing us. If Brother Bai hadn't stayed behind to cover our retreat, most of our class wouldn't have made it out. Yeah, I was scared out of my wits at the time. Teacher, you wouldn't believe how fierce those exotic beasts looked. Some of them I'd never even seen before. And especially that sheep with 3 horns. When it grows up, it looks absolutely hideous. As everyone vented their complaints, Xiong Jingxing and Fu Huai exchanged glances, guilt written all over their faces as they lowered their heads. If it weren't for Bishu saving them, those exotic beasts might not have even noticed the other students. In the end, it was still Fu Huai and Xiong Jingxing's fault. Now, the 2 of them looked like they wanted to bury their heads in their laps. Jin Longyu watched, clicking his tongue in amazement. He wondered what on earth those 2 were up to. If only he had his phone, he would have snapped a picture to capture this moment, but phones weren't allowed. They'd all left theirs back in the dorm before leaving. Meanwhile, Zhao, listening to the students' back-and-forth chatter, gradually pieced together the truth about what had happened. Just as she was about to ask, someone unexpected arrived at Class 1. Bishu, I'm here. Bishu looked at Li Zheng, who had come over and called his name, a bit puzzled. Get some good rest today. Come to my office tomorrow, Li Zheng said. All right, I understand. Bishu nodded, seeming to realize why Li Zheng wanted to see him. Good. If there's nothing else, Ms. Zhao, let them go back and rest. Huh? Weren't you the one who told me to comfort the students? Now you're sending them away? Men, so fickle. Though Zhao grumbled inwardly, her expression remained pleasant as she nodded and said, All right, everyone, go back and get some rest. I'll send out the class schedule tonight, so don't forget you have classes the day after tomorrow. No sooner had Zhao finished speaking than everyone rushed off toward the dorms. It had been so long since they'd lain in their own beds. Even if it was just a wooden board, it still carried a familiar scent. Zhao could only shake her head with a helpless smile. Li Zheng gave Bishu a faint smile, and took his leave as well. Bishu, did you know the director before? Ningxi asked curiously. No, I didn't. Bishu shook his head. Then why does he treat you differently? It's because of strength, of course. Bishu grinned, his eyes narrowing in amusement. So he's calling you in tomorrow because of what happened in the forest. Yeah, I think so. You're not going to get in trouble, are you? Ningxi's delicate face showed her worry. When it came to Bishu, she just couldn't help but be concerned. What kind of trouble could there be? Besides, I actually want to learn a few other things from these academy teachers. What kind of things? Ningxi's pure white eyes were fixed on Bishu, her face full of curiosity. I'll tell you later, Bishu replied with a mysterious smile. Why is it always I'll tell you later? Every day, it's later, later. Just how long is later supposed to be? Ningxi crossed her arms, her tone rarely so discontent. She was unhappy now, so much so that her unhappiness seemed to overflow. She had noticed that Bishu always kept things from her. Were they really the best of friends, like everyone said? All right. Once I get through these few busy days, I'll tell you everything. Sensing her displeasure, Bishu hurriedly patted her shoulders in a gentle attempt to placate her. Humph. Ningxi rolled her eyes at him, turned, and walked away. Wait for me. Bishu quickly chased after her. Watching Bishu's retreating figure, Zhao fell into thought. From the gossip swirling among their classmates, she had just realized that Bishu seemed closely tied to this whole affair. Yet before she could ask, Li Zheng had interrupted her, as if he didn't want her to know any more. Never mind, she thought, shaking her head to bury the doubts deeper in her heart. Yesterday, Bishu had first escorted Ningxi back to her dorm before returning to his own. He washed up, then collapsed in a bed, falling asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. He was exhausted these days, rescuing classmates, fighting, rescuing, and fighting again. For several days in a row, Bishu had rescued 2 classmates each day. Then he'd gone on to slay hundreds of monsters, and even battled a fearsome black tiger of the 8th rank. Bishu's days had been packed to the brim. One could say that, without Bishu, Qinglong Academy would have suffered catastrophic losses this time. Still, Bishu took no pride in these achievements. With every rescue, he gained more battle experience, so why not? At dawn the next morning, Bishu awoke from a deep sleep. He looked around his familiar dorm room and smiled softly. How wonderful to wake naturally, no longer startled awake by fear in the forest. He climbed out of bed and went to wash up. It was only around 7:30. Yesterday, the head of the battle department, Li Zheng, had asked Bishu to meet him in his office, but hadn't specified a time, so Bishu had no idea when to go. Oh well, I'll stop overthinking. I'll have breakfast first and figure out after, Bishu muttered as he continued brushing his teeth. 10 minutes later, Bishu was dressed and ready. Listening to Xiong Jingsheng and the other 2 snoring loudly, he could only shake his head in resignation. Good thing he'd gone to bed early last night, or he wouldn't have gotten any sleep at all. He closed the door and headed for the cafeteria. Hello. Hey, Bishu. Have you eaten yet? No, I haven't even gotten up. I'll bring you something in a bit. Great, thanks. You get some more rest. I'll call you when I'm downstairs. All right. Bishu shook his head with a smile. What a sleepy head. Before long, he arrived at the cafeteria, grabbed a quick breakfast, and packed up some extra food. The distinction was clear. On one side, food for Xiong Jingsheng and his gang. On the other, food for Wanhua and her friends. Naturally, Ningxi's meal was the most lavish of all. As for why he brought them food, well, for Xiong Jingsheng and his group, Bishu considered it a father's care for his sons. When it came to Guanhua and the others, Bishu naturally hoped they could get along even better with Ningxi. Bishu truly worried himself sick over Ningxi. Downstairs by the girls' dormitory, Bishu called Ningxi and asked her to come down, then sat on a bench nearby to wait. 2 minutes later, Ningxi came down, dressed in her bear-print pajamas and bunny slippers. Morning, Bishu. Morning. Bishu smiled gently. Ningxi was still the same as ever, never bothering to dress up unless it was for school or shopping. Here, this is for you. And some for your roommates, too. Bishu first handed Ningxi her breakfast, then passed over the breakfast for Guanhua and the others. Okay, got it. Ningxi nodded, unable to stop herself from swallowing as she gazed at the food before her. All right, you go on upstairs. I'm heading back. Bishu had a laugh at the sight of Ningxi. She was still such a foodie. Okay, bye. Ningti vavet. I'm off, Bishu replied, and in an instant, his figure vanished from in front of the dormitory. The Flying Thunder God technique really is amazing. Ningxi couldn't help but feel a hint of envy. She quickly dashed upstairs. If she waited any longer, breakfast would get cold. How'd you get back so fast? Xiaoyue looked up from her makeup in surprise as Ningxi burst through the door. From start to finish, Ningxi had been gone less than 5 minutes. Bishu just dropped off breakfast and left. He must have something else to do. Ningxi handed out the breakfast to Xia Yuhua, as well as to Guanhua and Jiang Yin, who were still sprawled in bed, unwilling to move. Wow, Bishu even thought of us. That's so sweet. Xia Yuhua's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the breakfast. She'd been planning to head to the cafeteria, but thanks to Ningxi, she too got to enjoy breakfast delivered right to the door. She will help you keep an eye on Bishu. Jiang Yin chimed in immediately, feeling obligated after receiving food. Yes, she, we're definitely on your side. Guanhua quickly agreed. Just moments ago, she and Jiang Yin had been debating whether to order takeout, but wrapped up cozy in her blanket, she really hadn't wanted to get up. Great. Ningxi smiled and nodded. She and Bishu had been childhood friends for 7 or 8 years. How could she possibly just hand him over? Now, with 3 allies by her side, how could their grand plans not succeed? Meanwhile, Bishu returned to his own dorm to find his 3 roommates still asleep. He shook his head helplessly, then walked over to the lower bunk where Xiong Jingsheng slept, stood on his chair, and looked down at his friend, who was snoring away. He couldn't resist gently patting Xiong Jingsheng's cheek. In his dreams, Xiong Jingsheng felt a tickle on his face and scratched at it. But it didn't help. The itch persisted, and he grew annoyed, snapping his eyes open. He saw Bishu interrupting his sleep. You. Without a word, Bishu shoved a breakfast into Xiong Jingsheng's arms. Godfather. The moment Xiong Jingsheng arrived, his anger vanished without a trace. After all, he had gone to bed hungry last night. Bishu also walked over to Fu Huai and Jin Longyu, stuffing breakfast into their arms. Every time they called him Godfather, Bishu felt intoxicated by the sweetness of it. Wasn't this exactly the effect he wanted by getting up early to buy them breakfast? You guys eat first. I have something to take care of outside. Need any help? Xiong Jingsheng replied, his words muffled as he stuffed a bun into his mouth. No need. The department head wants to see me. I'll head out first. Bishu waved his hand, closed the door, and left. Hello, Teacher Zhao. Yes. This is Bishu. I wanted to ask, where is the office of Li Zheng, the head of the combat department? All right, I got it. Thank you, teacher. Goodness, I forgot to ask about the department head's office yesterday. Bishu shook his head, relieved he had his counselor's number handy. Following the address Zhao Ye had given him, Bishu soon found himself standing in front of an office. Top. Bishu knocked politely on the door. Come in. A steady voice sounded from within the office. Bishu opened the door and walked in. The office was modest in size, with just a single desk inside. It was clear this was Li Zheng's private space. One glance was all Bishu needed to take in his surroundings. You're here. Li Zheng noticed Bishu walk in and immediately offered a warm, welcoming smile. Yes, Director. May I ask why you wanted to see me? Bishu bowed slightly, feigning ignorance as he asked. Li Zheng chuckled. It's not me who needs you. The principal asked me to call you. The principal? Yes, the principal. Li Zheng stood up and said, You'll understand when we get there. All right. On the way, Li Zheng would glance back at Bishu from time to time. Unable to help himself, Bishu asked, Director, is something on your mind? Li Zheng, caught in the act, wasn't the least bit embarrassed. Instead, he looked at Bishu with growing interest. Tell me, what's your current strength? Elite Chunin, Bishu replied. Li Zheng clearly didn't quite believe him, but he didn't press further. He simply led Bishu to another office door. This is it. Go on in, Li Zheng said. All right. Bishu narrowed his eyes, a flicker of anticipation rising in his heart. Just moments ago, Kurama had told him there was the aura of Gyuki here. Was the person who awakened Killer Bee also here? Or could the principal himself be the one who awakened Killer Bee? Pondering for a second, Bishu pushed open the office door. Inside the principal's office, Han Liuyan and a middle-aged man sat facing each other. Huanyan, have some tea. Han Liuyan slid a teacup over to Chen Huanyan. Thank you, Uncle Han. Huanyan, besides confirming the presence of the tailed beast, did the Ninja Association headquarters send you here for anything else? Han Liuyan asked. No, I haven't. Chen Huanyan shook his head and continued. Let's first confirm which tailed beast it is. If it's really as Elder Chi reported, then the beast inside that boy is most likely the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails? Isn't that the most powerful of all the tailed beasts? Han Liuyan's face was full of shock. He hadn't expected that the boy actually housed the most formidable beast within him. The Ox Demon once mentioned that the host of the Nine Tails is unlike the hosts of other beasts. The Nine Tails possesses a unique fighting ability that none of the other tailed beasts have. If that boy truly bears the Nine Tails, then we'll do everything we can to protect him as he grows, Chen Huanyan added. Han Liuyan was still reeling from the revelation about the strongest tailed beast. What kind of unbelievable luck had their academy stumbled into? No matter what, Chen Yuliang had to stay at the admissions office. Han Liuyan made up his mind about that. Meanwhile, far away in the admissions office, Chen Yuliang sneezed without warning. He had no idea that because he had brought in by Shu, the principal had already decided that the position of admissions director was his and his alone. Unbeknownst to him, he was now stuck. There was no room for promotion, nor any space to retreat. If he knew this, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Nian, I sense Kurama's presence. Within Chun Huanyan, the ox demon's eyes snapped open with delight. Ever since awakening, the ox demon hadn't sensed another tailed beast. It had assumed it was the only one of its kind in this strange world and had been downcast for a long time because of it. But now, hearing news of another tailed beast, especially Kurama, filled it with excitement, and it urged Chun Huanyan to hurry over. Sure enough, it was Kurama's aura. Is it here? Chun Huanyan quickly looked toward the door. The next moment, the door swung open. A boy in a white hoodie appeared before Chun Huanyan's eyes. There was a faint, easy smile at the corner of the boy's lips, and he radiated warmth and sunshine. Have a seat, Bishu, Han Liunian called out in welcome. As a prodigy who possessed space-time ninjutsu, Han Liunian naturally recognized Bishu. What's more, Bishu had taken first place in the military training competition, which made Han Liunian remember him even more vividly. Hello, Principal. Bishu greeted politely, then sat down on the sofa the principal had indicated. He might not have known the principal of Qinglong Academy personally, but this was clearly the principal's office, so the person inside had to be the principal. Even though there were two people in the room, Bishu could easily pick out his own principal, the elderly man with a full head of white hair. Look how polite this child is, Han Liunian said approvingly, nodding at Bishu. Kurama, it's been a long time. A deep voice echoed through the office. Bishu turned his head toward the source of the voice. The voice did not come from the middle-aged man, but rather from the creature perched on his shoulder, a monster with the head of a bull and a body resembling that of an octopus. It's been a long time, Bull Demon. You haven't changed a bit. Another deep voice sounded, this time from White Tree's shoulder. There squatted a miniature, orange-red fox, calmly perched on White Tree's shoulder. Bull Demon, why did you shrink? Chun Huanyan seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary, staring at the miniaturized Bull Demon on his own shoulder, lost in thought. I simply separated a portion of my chakra. Don't worry, Nian, Bull Demon replied. Oh, I see. Chun Huanyan nodded. He had never known that Bull Demon had the ability to change size. You're the one from Minato's body. Bull Demon scrutinized the nine tails and noticed something was amiss. He had expected this young man to have awakened as Uzumaki Naruto, but to his surprise, it was Namikaze Minato instead. That's right. Since White Tree awakened as Minato, I naturally followed along. Nine Tails answered, then lazily sprawled out on White Tree's shoulder and let out a big yawn. By the way, how long have you been awake? Nine Tails lifted his head, curiosity in his eyes. I've been awake for 20 years now. During that time, Nian has always been helping me look for traces of the rest of you. Bull Demon glanced at Chun Huanyan, his gaze tinged with gratitude. Bull Demon, we're friends, after all. Chun Huanyan seemed to have noticed Bull Demon's emotion and said with a smile. It seems you've come to trust him, Bull Demon, Nine Tails remarked with interest. Of course. Bull Demon nodded earnestly, then continued. Aside from hearing news of you yesterday, I haven't found any clues about the other tailed beasts. With that, Bull Demon shook his head in disappointment. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Let's hope so. So what brings you to White Tree? Nine Tails asked again, but this time his gaze turned to Chun Huanyan. Sensing the question, Chun Huanyan hurriedly replied, Don't worry, Elder, we mean no harm. First, we wanted to confirm your identity. Second, we wanted to see if this young man needed any protection. Protection isn't necessary. With me here, no one can lay a finger on him. Besides, once White Tree gains full control over my abilities, his strength will far surpass yours. Nine Tails replied coolly. Indeed, White Tree had yet to fully master the Nine Tails mode. His control over chakra was still rather rough. Once he achieved mastery, his power would undergo a tremendous transformation. Well, Chun Huanyan glanced hesitantly at Bull Demon. Relax, he'll be fine. He awakened as Namikaze Minato, after all. Bull Demon shook his head with a smile. Back then, neither B nor I could gain the slightest advantage over Minato. The thought made Bull Demon chuckle to himself. Namikaze Minato, Han Liunian asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. He had also looked over Bishu's file. He always assumed Bishu had awakened as a civilian ninja, and that his ability with space-time jutsu was nothing more than a lucky accident. But for what the Eight Tails Ox Demon said, it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Chun Huanyan glanced at the Ox Demon with a curious look, as if he wanted to ask, Who is Minato Namikaze? Seeing their confusion, the Eight Tails explained, Minato Namikaze was the fourth Hokage of Konoha in the Land of Fire. During the Third Great Ninja War, he wiped out 50 Jonin in an instant, earning the title of the Yellow Flash, the fastest man in the ninja world. Even when B and A joined forces, they couldn't defeat him. What? Principal Han Liuyan leapt to his feet, staring at Bishu in utter shock. The fourth Hokage of Konoha in the Land of Fire? According to the official documents from higher authorities, all the awakened ninjas came from another world, a world divided into 5 great nations, 5 major villages, and countless smaller countries and villages. Konoha in the Land of Fire was the strongest of them all, the foremost military power. For someone to become Hokage there, what kind of genius, what kind of extraordinary person must they be? Chen Huanyan turned to Bishu, equally stunned. This boy had awakened as a figure of such significance. He then shot a reproachful look at the Ox Demon. Why didn't you ever tell me any of this before? Cough, cough. Well, it's not too late to know now, is it? The Ox Demon gave a sheepish grin. It had only shared the most basic knowledge of the ninja world with people here, keeping the rest to itself due to its own low spirits, something it now regretted, seeing Chen Huanyan's complaint. Bishu put on an expression of shock as well, but inside he was elated. Did you see that? This is Minato Namikaze, a man both powerful and warm-hearted, brilliant in every way. Nearby, Kurama the Ninetails curled its lips in disdain. After living for thousands of years, it knew perfectly well that Bishu was hiding things from it, but it didn't mind. When Bishu was ready to talk, he would. Ox Demon, I need to report what you said to the authorities, Chen Huanyan said solemnly. Of course. I'll help you, and I'll tell you everything I know about the ninja world, the Ox Demon replied. Now that it had seen Kurama, it was clear it wasn't the only tailed beast in this world. That settled its worries. What it once hesitated to share, it was now ready to reveal. Ox Demon. Chen Huanyan looked at the creature with a wave of emotion he couldn't quite put into words. After all, it was thanks to the Ox Demon that they'd glimpsed this other world at all. Now that it was willing to share everything without reservation, how could Chen Huanyan not be moved? Ha ha ha, we're friends, aren't we? The Ox Demon's tentacle reached out and patted Chen Huanyan on the shoulder. Kurama, perched on Bishu's shoulder, glanced at the emotional pair and couldn't help but wonder when the Ox Demon had become so sentimental. Can humans in this world really be trusted? Kurama involuntarily looked at Bishu, but in the next instant, its face froze in surprise. Because Bishu was looking at him with a bright smile, like a little son, and said cheerfully, Kurama, we're friends too, you know. Kurama turned his head away with a proud, dismissive snort, then lay back down on Bishu's shoulder, keeping up his aloof act. Bishu couldn't help but think how adorable Kurama looked after shrinking down. He could clearly see Kurama's tsundere attitude, but deep down, Bishu knew that Kurama wouldn't even allow this mode if he didn't truly accept him. For a moment, watching the two of them and the beast on Bishu's shoulder interacting, Han Liuyan felt like he was the odd one out. Wasn't he supposed to be the principal here? And yet, the tailed beast seemed so much more approachable. Han Liuyan kept brooding over this, searching for some sense of presence. He finally spoke up. Huanyan, do you have any further thoughts on Bishu's situation? Chen Huanyan, noticing the cue, shifted his gaze away from Gyuki, glanced at Bishu and the little Ninetails perched on his shoulder, then looked back at Han Liuyan. Uncle Han, it seems Bishu is strong enough now that our Ninja Association's protection isn't needed. I'll go back and report this to the higher-ups. We'll upgrade Bishu's file to top secret, and make sure his identity doesn't leak. Han Liuyan pondered this for a moment, then nodded. That sounds good. I'll leave this in your hands. Understood. With Han Liuyan's approval, Chen Huanyan nodded in agreement. Han Liuyan wasn't just his elder. He was also the principal of Qinglong Academy, and Bishu was a student here. Some decisions needed Han Liuyan's sign-off. Uncle Han, if there's nothing else, I'll head back and make my report now, Chen Huanyan said, getting ready to leave. Just then, Bishu suddenly spoke up. Wait a second. Han Liuyan and Chen Huanyan both looked at Bishu, puzzled. Bishu grinned mischievously. He knew if he didn't speak up now, he'd miss out on something good. What is it, kid? Han Liuyan asked. Ahem, principal, senior, shouldn't we talk about the reward? Bishu coughed and said, utterly shameless. Kurama, still perched on Bishu's shoulder, had already covered his ears with his tails, clearly not wanting to hear Bishu's brazen words. Reward. Han Liuyan and Chen Huanyan exchanged glances, first confused, then suddenly realizing what he meant. The next moment, both burst into hearty laughter. You really are obsessed with money, aren't you? Han Liuyan was the first to speak, still chuckling. Bishu shrugged helplessly. Can't help it, I don't know that many jutsu. Haha, so what kind of jutsu are you hoping for? If possible, wind style and fire style, something with a bit more punch. I've got so much chakra now, It'd be a shame not to use it. Bishu grinned. All right, just wait here, Han Liunyun replied, leaving the office right away. Then Bishu turned his eager gaze to Chen Huanyan, who was sitting on the sofa. Chen Huanyan looked a bit helpless, but still replied, I'm not too familiar with wind style. How about I put in a request for you at the Ninja Association? Actually, other ninjutsu would work too, Bishu shamelessly continued. Chen Huanyan's eye twitched at this. This child was truly unique. But since Bishu had already said so much, Chen Huanyan reluctantly fished out a scroll from his belongings and said, This was originally prepared for my daughter. Before he could finish, his hand was suddenly empty. Chen Huanyan stared, speechless, as Bishu toyed with the scroll. Even Gyuki, perched on Chen Huanyan's shoulder, found it hard to watch. It remembered Minato as a powerful yet gentle ninja, but even he wasn't like this. Then Gyuki understood. A ninja's character can't easily be changed. The habits from that other world had found their way into this one, settling into this boy's bones. As it mulled this over, Gyuki couldn't help but shudder. Forget it. After all, he's still just a child, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails no less. For Gyuki's sake, Chen Huanyan forced himself to breathe in, breathe out, again and again, finally regaining some composure. Thank you, Uncle Chen, Bishu suddenly chimed in. I mean, since I took your ninjutsu, calling you Uncle Chen seems only fair. For reasons he couldn't explain, that Uncle Chen struck a chord deep within Chen Huanyan. All his life, he called others uncle. No one had ever called him that before. In that moment, he and Bishu exchanged contact info, almost like family. I'm in the capital. If you ever visit, give your uncle a call, Chen Huanyan said, patting Bishu's shoulder, his eyes full of pride, as if looking at his own kin. Bishu, puzzled by Chen Huanyan's strong reaction to being called uncle, didn't give it much more thought. The prize was in hand. Just then, Han Liunyun returned, carrying a scroll of his own. This is Fire Style, Dragon Flame Song Technique, an A-rank jutsu, an advanced version of Dragon Fire Technique. Great, got it. Bishu accepted the scroll with a bright smile. At last, a ninjutsu he could actually practice. Ever since he started receiving rewards, every technique had been out of his reach. From the B-rank Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall, to the B-rank Water Style, Water Colliding Wave taught by the bootcamp instructor, and then 2 A-rank jutsu, Earth Style, Swamp of the Underworld and Water Style. Great Waterfall Technique. He hadn't dared dream of using them when he had no chakra, and even now, with chakra, they still seemed out of reach. Were these techniques meant to be nothing more than decorations? Now, the Reaper Death Seal was almost at its final stage. Soon, he'd know which ninja's abilities he'd awaken next. At that thought, Bishu couldn't help feeling a rush of excitement. Uncle Han, I'll report back now, Chen Huanyan said, rising from the sofa. All right, go ahead. Give my regards to Old Li, Han Liunyun replied with a smile, sipping his tea. Will do. Chen Huanyan nodded, and as he passed Bishu, he gave his shoulder a friendly pat. I'm off, Kurama. Gyuki called out in farewell. Kurama lifted his head and watched as Nyogue walked away. Bye, Uncle Chen. Bishu waved his hand in farewell. All right, I'm off. Click. The door slowly closed behind him. Han Liunyun glanced at Bishu with curiosity and asked, When did you two become so close? I've always gotten along well with Uncle Chen, Bishu replied, shaking his head lightly. Han Liunyun burst out laughing. Of course, he had noticed the extra scroll in Bishu's hand. No doubt a gift from Huayan. So, Principal, should I head back now? Wait a moment. There's something I want to discuss with you. Bishu settled quietly onto the sofa, waiting for the principal's next words. This round of military training went smoothly, all thanks to you. With that, Han Liunyun stood up and bent at the waist toward Bishu. Startled, Bishu darted over to Han Liunyun's side, gently supporting the principal's arm with a wry smile. Principal, what are you doing? This will take years off your life. Please get up. If you hadn't stepped in, Qinglong Academy would have suffered terrible losses. I only did what was right. We're all classmates. I couldn't stand by if something happened to them. Since I have the ability, I won't just back down. Please, Principal, you really don't need to do this. Han Liunyun straightened up and teased. So you really are afraid of something after all? Of course I am. I like to live a few more years, you know. Bishu shrugged and sat down with Han Liunyun. You're not afraid to face hundreds of beasts, but you worry about shaving a couple years off your life. Absolutely. When I'm up against those beasts, I've always got a trump card up my sleeve. And if things get rough, I can always run for it. But losing years off my life, I really can't handle that, Bishu replied, entirely serious. Han Liunyun, sitting on the sofa, looked at Bishu's honesty with growing admiration. This young man was exactly his kind of person. Oh, right, Principal. There's something else I wanted to ask you. Suddenly, Bishu remembered the matter of the strange beasts. If the principal hadn't brought it up just now, he might have forgotten. What is it? It's about those beasts in the forest. Where do they come from? They didn't seem like they belonged there. It was as if they appeared out of nowhere. Bishu finally voiced his lingering question. Han Leonia nodded and replied, I was just about to talk to you about that. Those weren't native beasts of the forest. Every year, before the students go in, we sweep the area and eliminate all beasts above rank 5, leaving only the lower-ranked ones for training. As he spoke, Han Leonin stood and walked to the window, gazing out at the deep blue sky. He continued, that group of beasts came from the Eastern Great Wall. The Great Wall, Bishu murmured under his breath. How could they come from the Eastern Great Wall? Isn't that the first line of defense in the east of Xia Kingdom? How could there be such a lapse? Bishu was puzzled. It wasn't negligence. It wasn't a mistake. Someone deliberately let the horde of beasts in. There's a traitor in the Eastern Great Wall. Bishu's face was filled with shock. That's right. There's a traitor. How could there be a traitor? Bishu grew even more confused. The Eastern Great Wall was the first line of defense in the east of Xia Nation. If there really was a traitor, didn't that mean the beasts would soon invade? Seeing the turmoil on Bishu's face, Han Linian spoke in a gentle, reassuring tone. Don't worry, the beasts won't be invading. I'm telling you this because there's something else you should be wary of. What is it? Bishu asked, puzzled. He simply walked over to the window, standing behind Han Lianyan, gazing at the blue sky and drifting clouds outside. A while ago, the general in charge of guarding the Eastern Great Wall had to leave on urgent business, so the 3 lead commanders took turns overseeing the defenses. One of those commanders had a squad leader under his command who betrayed us. He colluded with a rebel shinobi and let the beasts in. Their real target was the new class of freshmen at Qinglong Academy. Han Lianyan slowly explained the reason behind the appearance of hundreds of beasts. A rebel shinobi colluding with a squad leader? So the shinobi are involved too. Suddenly, Bishu felt the situation was becoming far more complicated. Not only were rogue shinobi involved, but also a squad leader from the Eastern Great Wall and the invading beasts. Was all of this part of some grand scheme? Yes. You know about the rebel shinobi, don't you? Han Lianyan asked abruptly. Ido. Bishu's expression darkened at once. Han Lianyan didn't notice. His gaze remained fixed outside the window as he continued gravely. The leader of the rebel shinobi is actually named Xiao Tian, but he goes by the alias Orochimaru. He's a powerful and ruthless ninja with eyes and ears all over Xia. I'm telling you this because if you ever encounter him, don't hesitate. Run. Orochimaru is that strong? Bishu couldn't help but ask. Curiosity piqued about how powerful Orochimaru could be in this world. He's unimaginably evil and dangerous. Han Lianyan, worried that Bishu might act rashly out of youthful bravado, put on his most serious expression. I'll kill him, Bishu replied, his face expressionless. His men kill my father. Han Lianyan, about to say something, paused at this. He heaved a sigh and patted Bishu gently on the shoulder. If you ever need anything, call me. Really? Thank you, Principal. Hearing this, Bishu's expression changed instantly, the coldness gone, replaced by a bright, grateful smile. Han Lianyan was taken aback by how quickly Bishu's mood shifted, but then couldn't help but chuckle. What a good kid. Curse you, Orochimaru. After exchanging contact information with Han Lianyan, Bishu took his leave. Han Lianyan, still seated on the sofa, watched by Bishu's departing figure. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Principal? Yes. Send me Bishu's file. All right. Guardian, unklening sinuan, aunt, yulingling. When Han Lianyan saw the section listing Bishu's guardian, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Such a gifted young man, yet his fate was so tragic. Han Lianyan couldn't help but lament the unfairness of destiny. Don't worry, Bishu. Once you've mastered my abilities, you'll have your chance for revenge, Kurama said, crouching on Bishu's shoulder and gazing at his profile. I know. Thank you, Kurama, Bishu replied, turning to Kurama with genuine gratitude. Kurama looked back at Bishu. In the end, it was Kurama who broke eye contact first, hastily saying, I'll be heading back now. Wait, Kurama. Bishu quickly reached out to stop him. This is nice too. Now, it's my turn to fulfill my promise. Aren't you even a little tempted? Bishu's voice was full of alluring persuasion. Kurama couldn't help but recall the time inside Bishu's body, when Bishu spoke of how wonderful this world was. For a moment, Kurama fell silent, lost in thought. At last, Bishu spoke up. All right, enough hesitation. Let me show you around first. Ahem, very well. Since you're inviting me so sincerely, I suppose I'll have a look at your world, Kurama replied with feigned seriousness, though he unconsciously sat up a little straighter. Great. But first, let me check the scroll Uncle Chan just gave me. Lightning release. Lightning clone technique. I didn't expect it to be this jutsu. Bishu unrolled the scroll that Chun Huanyan had given him and saw the words clearly written. lightning release, lightning clone technique. As the name suggests, the lightning clone technique creates clones using only lightning nature chakra. The difference between elemental clones and ordinary shadow clones. Firstly, in terms of nature, ordinary shadow clones split your chakra evenly among each clone, and each clone possesses all the abilities of the original, though with less power. Elemental clones, on the other hand, infuse each replica with a specific chakra nature, so each clone carries that elemental property. Secondly, in terms of capability, regular shadow clones can use all the original's abilities, just not as powerfully. Elemental clones use only the abilities linked to the assigned chakra nature, but their jutsu match the original in might. In short, both types of clones have their strengths. Which to use depends on the situation. Not bad at all, Bishu said with satisfaction, closing the scroll and preparing to take Kurama for a stroll. Thank you all for your support. Kurama, what do you think of our world? Bishu asked, glancing at Kurama, who was still dazed on his shoulder. It's peaceful. There's hardly any malice in people's hearts. Kurama replied, gazing at the towering buildings and the strange vehicles darting along the roads. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the air, echoing to his ears. For Kurama, who had witnessed countless wars, this scene left him stunned for quite some time. Is this what peace looks like, Bishu? Kurama asked in surprise. No, it isn't, Bishu replied, his gaze drifting forward to where a father was lifting his son high above his head. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he continued. This is only a fleeting peace. The monstrous beasts still lurk beyond the Great Wall, watching and waiting for the chance to invade. At any moment, this place could be reduced to ruins. Kurama couldn't help but picture, in his mind's eye, the once lively and bustling grounds transformed into a scene of utter desolation. Even for him, a tailed beast who had lived for over 1,000 years, the thought of turning this place into a hell on earth was almost unbearable. In the world of the Hokage, his hands were stained with the blood of countless humans, but it was never truly his intent. All he had ever wished for was a carefree existence, but fate had other plans. First, he had been controlled by Uchiha Madara and forced to battle Hashirama Senju. Then he was sealed inside Uzumaki Mido and, after her death, inside Uzumaki Kushina. For decades, he was bound in darkness by unbreakable chains. How could he not be angry? Later, he fell under the control of the masked man and wrought havoc in Konoha. Even after that control was broken, the years of mistreatment had left their mark. He couldn't simply let go and continued his rampage. In the end, Minato Namikaze split him in two. One half, being Kurama, sealed within Minato himself. The other half, the young Kurama, sealed inside Minato's and Kushina's son. Kurama. A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts, drawing his attention upward. Kurama, would you be willing to join me in ending this era, to destroy all the monstrous beasts, and let peace last forever? Bishu's eyes were earnest, his expression sincere. Yes, Kurama answered without hesitation, his tone unwavering. Bishu burst into a hearty laugh, swinging his right fist up to his shoulder. Kurama, catching on, lifted a paw to meet the fist. It's settled then. Big brother, where did you buy this toy? A childish voice chimed in from behind the swaying figures of Bishu and Kurama. Turning around, Bishu saw a slender young woman holding the hand of a small boy. The boy was the one speaking. At that moment, the boy's eyes shone with excitement as he stared at Kurama, perched on Bishu's shoulder. I'm so sorry, my brother didn't mean it, the young woman quickly apologized, covering the boy's mouth with her hand. It's all right, Bishu said with a warm smile, shaking his head. He then crouched down to the mischievous boy, who wriggled stubbornly even as his sister tried to hold him back. Hey little one, this isn't a toy. It's my good friend, Bishu said, gently ruffling the boy's soft hair. But isn't it just a toy? The boy protested, finally slipping free from his sister's grasp and speaking up again. Bishu simply smiled without saying a word, preparing to get up and leave with Kurama. Wait, big brother. What is it? Bishu asked in confusion. Big brother, are you a ninja? The little boy pointed in surprise at the ninja tools pouch on Bishu's waist. That's right, I am a ninja. One day, I'll become a ninja too, a really powerful one, the boy declared, his eyes shining as he spoke about his dream. All right, I look forward to seeing the day you become a strong ninja, Bishu praised him generously. Thank you, big brother. I'll definitely become a powerful ninja. Watching the boy pump his tiny fist, cheering himself on, Bishu couldn't help but smile. Here, let me give you a present. A little something to wish you a bright future as a strong ninja. As he spoke, Bishu took a flying thunder god kunai from his ninja pouch. Wow, is this a kunai, big brother? The boy's eyes were glued to the kunai in Bishu's hand. Of course. This is my very own kunai, and now it's yours. Really? The boy grasped the kunai, treasuring it as if it were the rarest of gifts. Then Bishu turned to the boy's older sister and apologized. I'm sorry, this kunai has a sharp blade. But your brother is such an interesting kid. I believe he'll grow up to be a strong ninja. It's all right. I'll keep a close eye on him to make sure he doesn't get hurt, the young woman replied softly, her cheeks tinged with red. No one could blame her. The young man before her was so handsome, and his gentle smile was utterly disarming. All right, I'm heading off now. Until we meet again. Bishu waved farewell to the siblings. Goodbye, big brother. I'll definitely become a powerful ninja. Even as Bishu and Kurama walked far away, the boy's voice could still be heard in the distance. You really believe in him? Kurama asked, a bit puzzled. When that kid talked about his dream, there was a light in his clear eyes. I believe he'll achieve it. I just don't get it, Kurama grumbled, not understanding what dreams were all about. Didn't you say you'd take me to try some good food? Bishu? What are we waiting for? Before we eat, I want to show you something fun. A mischievous glint flashed in Bishu's eyes. He wondered if Kurama would be scared by a horror movie. At the cinema, in theater too, screams and shouts echoed all around. Ah, holy, sweetie, I'm scared. All kinds of shrieks filled the room. What on earth did you just make me watch? Kurama said, still shaken. That woman's sudden appearance had nearly made him cry out in fright. Ha ha, wasn't that great, Kurama? Bishu laughed heartily. Seeing Kurama's ears folded back, he couldn't help but burst out laughing again. After the movie, Bishu finally took Kurama to grab something to eat. A parade of delicious dishes came one after another, and soon both Kurama and Bishu were so full they couldn't eat another bite. I never imagined human food could taste this good, Bishu said in amazement. Kurama let out a satisfied burp and sprawled comfortably across the table. Come on, let's go for a walk to help digest all this, Bishu suggested. He lifted Kurama onto his shoulder and got up to pay the bill. Where are we going? Kurama asked lazily. You'll know when we get there, Bishu replied, not bothering to explain further as he headed for the nearest arcade. Soon after, Bishu, jump over there, Kurama called out. I know, you jump to your side, Bishu answered. Bishu had rented a private gaming room, so Kurama could experience the fun of playing games. At that moment, they were playing a two-player game, a fiery red character and a deep blue character. Yes, it was the classic Fire Boy and Water Girl in the Forest Temple. After a flurry of action, Bishu ended up holding Kurama back instead of helping. Before Kurama could say anything, Bishu quickly scooped him up, shut down the computer, and whisked him off to try something else. By the time Bishu and Kurama finally returned to Qinglong Academy, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Night had fallen by then. Both of them were exhausted as they made their way back to the dormitory. I'm back, Bishu announced weakly as he pushed open the door. Beige, where have you been? Haven't seen you all day, Jinlongyu mumbled with his mouth full as he ate dinner. Spent the whole day out having fun, Bishu replied, sinking into a chair and closing his eyes for a moment. Xiong Jingxing watched and didn't need to guess. He knew Bishu must have been out with Ningxi. The thought left him a bit frustrated. When would he get the chance to take Luing out for a stroll himself? With that on his mind, Xiong Jingxing glanced down his phone, the chat window still frozen at the message he sent half an hour ago. Are you there? He'd been clutching his phone, waiting for a reply from Luing for 30 minutes, but still, no response. Beige back. Huh, what's that on your shoulder? At that moment, Fu Huai came out of the bathroom, staring curiously at the dark red bundle on Baishu's shoulder. That dark red bundle was Kurama. After experiencing so many new things, Kurama was in a good mood, though a bit worn out. Hey, watch your mouth, kid, Kurama snapped, shooting a glare at the chubby newcomer. If this kid weren't Baishu's friend, Kurama would have taught him a lesson about respect. Whoa, it can talk, Fu Huai exclaimed in surprise. Man, that's adorable. Beige, where'd you get this toy? It's so lifelike. Jinlongyu dashed over, reaching out to touch Kurama's dark red fur. Kid, get your paws off me, Kurama growled, baring his teeth and swatting away Jinlongyu's wandering hand. Whoa, it's real. Jinlongyu hurriedly pulled Fu Huai back 2 steps. All right, let me introduce you. Baishu opened his eyes, his voice still weak and weary. This is my friend, Kurama. That orange-yellow fox you saw the other day, that was its power. After speaking, Baishu glanced at Kurama, then pointed to Xiong Jingxing and the others, introducing them one by one. The biggest and tallest one is Xiong Jingxing. This chubby one is Fu Huai. And the one who just touched you is Jinlongyu. Baishu introduced everyone to Kurama, who gave them a serious look in turn before curling up again on Baishu's shoulder. Meanwhile, Xiong Jingxing and the others stood slack-jawed, mouths so wide open they could almost fit Baishu's fist inside. No one could blame Xiong Jingxing and his friends for being so shocked. They'd seen that orange-yellow fox in action with their own eyes. Now Bishu was telling them that the same power belonged to this dark red little fox right in front of them. How could they not be stunned? Such a small creature, yet so powerful. If Bishu hadn't said it himself, they wouldn't have believed it for a second. But he had, and that was that. What's wrong? Afraid Kurama might eat you? Bishu teased, smiling at the three stunned friends. No, not at all. We're just really surprised, that's all. Fu Huai swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. Yes, we're just surprised. Jin Longyu quickly chimed in. I've been out playing with Kurama all afternoon, and I'm exhausted. I'm going to get some sleep. With that, Bishu kicked off his shoes, took off his clothes, and got into bed. He set Kurama down by his pillow, and as soon as he was settled, he fell asleep. Soon, the sound of steady, even breathing filled the room. The three friends stared at each other, wide-eyed and at a loss. He's already asleep? Bai just falls asleep so fast, Jin Longyu said enviously, thinking of how it always took him ages to drift off. Don't just stand there, old Xiong. Bai isn't going to hurt you, Fu Huai said, patting Xiong Jingqing's arm, assuming his friend was dazed because of the fox named Kurama. He had no idea that wasn't the reason at all. I know. You don't have to tell me. Don't hold me up. I've got to reply to a message. Xiong Jingqing shook off Fu Huai's hand and happily went back to his seat to reply to a message, grinning from ear to ear. The truth was, he'd zoned out because Luing had just messaged him, and he was thinking about how to respond. Fu Huai was left standing there, thoroughly confused. He shook his head and went off to do something else. Bye. Time to get up. Jin Longyu stuck his rear in the air, leaning over Bishu's bed, nudging him with his arm while calling out. What time is it? Bishu opened his eyes, still groggy. It's 7:30, Bai. Hurry up. We need to get to class. Upon hearing this, Bishu's sleepy eyes regained some clarity as he replied, It's already 7:30. Of course it is. Old Bai. Hurry up and come down and wash up, someone called out. Xiong Jingqing also came to Bishu's bedside, calling to him. Only then did Bishu notice that Jin Longyu and Xiong Jingqing were both dressed to the nines, looking sharp and even faintly scented with cologne. You two got ready pretty fast, Bishu said, glancing at the three of them, all carefully put together as he got out of bed. Well, it's the first day of class. We gotta make a good impression on the teacher, don't we? Jin Longyu replied, standing with hands on his hips, clearly quite pleased with his appearance. Bishu just shook his head without another word, grabbed his toiletries, and headed off to wash up. Before long, Bishu was ready. He picked up Jiulama, who was still fast asleep, and set him on his shoulder, ready to head to class. Bai, you're really bringing Jiulama with you? Fu Huai exclaimed in surprise. Relax. As long as Jiulama keeps quiet, there won't be any trouble, Bishu reassured him, casting a glance at Jiulama. Jiulama, hearing this, twitched at the corner of his eye, shifted to a more comfortable position, and settled back down on Bishu's shoulder. Let's go. Yeah. The four of them skipped breakfast and headed straight for the classroom. Earlier that morning, the three had felt bad about waking Bishu while he was so sound asleep. Besides, they were all young and strong, missing. A meal wouldn't kill them, so they decided to keep getting ready in the dorm and only woke Bishu when it was nearly time to leave. As for why they didn't ask Bishu to use Flying Thunder God to teleport them to class, the three insisted that one public embarrassment was enough for a lifetime. They had no desire to repeat the experience. So Bishu had no choice but to walk to class with the others. The four of them entered the classroom together with the teacher, perfectly on time. The moment Bishu stepped inside, he began scanning the room, searching for Ningxi. It was actually Ningxi who spotted them first. She stood up and waved, and only then did Bishu and the others see her. Xiong Jingqing and the other two followed Bishu and took seats in front of Ningxi's roommates. Since this was a large lecture, there were students from other classes as well, not just those from the battle department's first class. The classroom was a stepped lecture hall. Bishu, where did you go yesterday? I called you, but you didn't answer. I sent you messages, but you didn't reply. Even this morning, you ignore my messages. Ningxi's plaintive voice drifted over just as Bishu sat down. Bishu quickly pulled out his phone and saw several missed calls and unread messages. His heart skipped a beat. He'd had such a good time with Jiulama yesterday that he'd completely forgotten to check his phone. He turned to see Ningxi with a frosty look on her face, arms crossed, scrutinizing him. Scratching the tip of his nose, Bishu mumbled, I forgot to check my phone yesterday. Forgot to check your phone? Ningxi pursed her lips in disbelief. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. Don't make up some random excuse. Bishu immediately put on a look of innocence. Is that really true? Xiong Jingqing and the other two didn't dare interrupt this conversation between childhood friends. They appeared to be listening intently to the teacher's lecture, but their perked-up ears betrayed their true focus. Seiyuha and her friends exchanged anxious glances, none of them daring to cut in either. Hey, Bishu, what's that on your shoulder? Xiaoyu suddenly noticed a dark red orb perched on Bishu's shoulder and asked curiously. As soon as Xiaoyu spoke, Jiang Yin and Guanhua also took notice. A fluffy lump rested right where Bishu's shoulder met his neck. Ning Shi, who was still upset with Bishu, sneaked a sideways glance out of the corner of her eye. Sure enough, there was something on Bishu's shoulder. Oh, that's my friend, Kurama, Bishu replied, as if spotting a lifeline. He hurriedly scooped up the still-sleeping Kurama, cradling it in both hands, and presented it to Ning Shi as though offering a precious treasure. Kurama stared at Bishu in utter astonishment, completely bewildered by what was happening. Bishu shot Kurama a pleading look, silently begging for its cooperation. Before Kurama could react, it suddenly found itself plucked from Bishu's hands and set down on the cold surface of the desk. Wow, what an adorable little fox. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she immediately reached out to stroke Kurama's soft fur, unable to resist its cuteness. Huh, why does it have 9 tails? Guanhua asked, her curiosity piqued. The 3 girls all turned to Bishu, waiting for an answer. Bishu cleared his throat. Ahem, well, that's why I call him Kurama, because he has 9 tails. He spoke as if nothing was out of place, completely ignoring the reproachful glare Kurama shot him. Oh, I see. The 4 girls nodded, accepting the explanation without much thought, and continued to pet Kurama's silky fur, their affection practically overflowing. Feeling a bit guilty, Bishu averted his gaze and tried to focus on the lesson. The teacher's voice boomed across the classroom, drowning out their hushed conversation. Kurama, resigned to its fate, gazed out the window at the pristine white sky. For a 1,000-year-old tailed beast to suffer such indignity. What a fickle fate for a fox. Cursed Bishu. Kurama glared at Bishu's back, its eyes practically sparking with silent outrage. Bishu, where did you buy this fox? I want one too, Xiaoyu murmured, unable to tear her hand away from Kurama's fluffy fur. Ahem. Jin Longyu, caught off guard, choked on his own saliva and coughed twice in quick succession. Oh, Xiaoyu, you really have no idea what you're holding. And you want to buy one? Jin Longyu grumbled silently to himself. Since Bishu hadn't revealed Kurama's true identity, he certainly wouldn't spill the secret. But a little internal grumbling never hurt anyone. Bishu, too, was startled. After all, tailed beasts aren't something you can just go out and buy. But Bishu simply shook his head and replied calmly, There's only this one. All right then, Xiaoyu's hopeful gaze instantly dimmed. Guanhua and Jiang Yin also felt a tinge of disappointment in their hearts. Such an adorable, cuddly little fox, they wanted one too. Ning Shi, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind. This fox belonged to Bishu, but by extension, wasn't it practically hers as well? With this thought, Ning Shi couldn't help but reach out and stroke Kurama's furry face again, completely oblivious to the fox's helpless look. Darn Bishu, this matter isn't over today. Kurama simply surrendered to his fate, lying there and letting these humans run their hands through his fur. At the headquarters of the Ninja Association, President, I've confirmed it with Gyuki. That boy does indeed have a tailed beast inside him, and it's the strongest of all 9, the 9 tails. Chun Huanyan stood before the desk, reporting respectfully to the elderly man seated in the chair. The old man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the miniaturized 8 tails perched on Chun Huanyan's shoulder and smiled kindly. So, Elder, how is our world treating you? It's good, peaceful, and happy, replied Gyuki. Then with a gentle chuckle, he added, Just call me Gyuki. All right. The old man nodded, turning his attention back to Chun Huanyan. So that child really does possess a tailed beast? Yes, and not just any tailed beast, the strongest one, the 9 tails Kurama. The old man pondered for a moment before speaking. How powerful is he? Do we need to send someone to protect him? Though the old man's own strength was modest, his position as president of the Ninja Association was earned through a lifetime of selfless dedication to the nation and through tireless, diligent service in his role. Chun Huanyan held deep respect for this elder who was already well into his 60s. Kurama said there's no need for protection. Once Bishu masters all of his abilities, he might even surpass me, Chun Huanyan replied earnestly. Surpass you? The old man paused in surprise, then broke into hearty laughter. It seems our human race has produced another prodigious talent. He quickly followed with praise, his words flowing without hesitation. And it's just as well that he doesn't need protection. After all, which of the greats didn't carve their own path, step by step? Hearing this, Chun Huanyan couldn't help but glance at Gyuki. It was thanks to Gyuki's help that he had reached the summit of strength in the nation, even in his 40s. Nien, it's still your own effort that got you here, Gyuki said gently, sensing Chun Huanyan's gratitude. Oh, right, President, Bishu killed several hundred mutant beasts this time and prevented them from advancing further toward the city. Shouldn't we give him some kind of reward? Of course. I'll let old Wong know. You could just go directly. The old man waved his hand decisively and continued. With such courageous young talents among our people, if we're stingy even with rewards, wouldn't the citizens have every right to scold us for lacking backbone? Understood, President. I'll take my leave now. Go on then. Watching as Chun Huanyin pushed the door open and left, the old man returned to his chair and, with his brush, wrote the characters for Bishu on the paper. Prodigies indeed. The old man shook his head and let out a quiet, amused chuckle, then turned back to the work he'd left unfinished. A gentle breeze drifted in through the window, lifting the papers spread across his desk. The pages rustled softly in the wind, and on one of them, clear as day, were the words, Heaven's Chosen Ranking. Bishu and the others had just finished their first class at Qinglong Academy. The 6 of them shared a silent understanding and left together, leaving space for the childhood friends to talk alone. Let's go, Bishu said gently, his eyes on Ning Shi, who was focused entirely on the little fox, Ju Lama, and paying him no attention at all. Go where? Ning Shi asked without looking up. Her fingers nervously stroked Ju Lama's soft fur. Truthfully, she hadn't meant to be angry with Bishu. She only wanted to ask what he'd been up to yesterday. But Bishu refused to tell her, always changing the subject or deflecting the question, which left her feeling both frustrated and hurt. Since when had things between them become so strained? I haven't eaten all morning. I'm starving, Bishu said, rubbing his stomach with a pitiful expression. At his words, Ning Shi glanced up at him, her face unreadable, then stood, scooping up Ju Lama into her arms, and walked off without a word. She hadn't eaten breakfast either. Waiting for word from Bishu, she'd lost her appetite and arrived early to the classroom, hoping to see him. Wait for me, Bishu called, hurrying after her. What? Is that the giant fox from that day? Ning Shi's lips parted in surprise, her disbelief clear. Yeah, his name is Ju Lama, Bishu replied with a slight smile, as if he had expected this very reaction. A little earlier, Ning Shi had hurried off with Ju Lama in her arms, and Bishu had to jog to catch up. Clearly, she was truly upset this time. They entered the cafeteria together. Bishu got 2 trays of food and found Ning Shi sitting at table. He started, Don't be mad anymore. I'll tell you what I was doing yesterday. Oh, now you want to talk? Ning Shi huffed, but then lowered her head, still stroking Ju Lama's silken fur, waiting for his answer. It was crowded in the classroom before. If it were just the 2 of us, I would have told you right away. Hearing this, Ning Shi's expression softened a little. Seeing her reaction, Bishu pointed at Ju Lama and said, Yesterday, I took him out to play for the whole day. Took him? Played all day. Ning Shi looked puzzled. That's right. Remember the fox that fought the giant black tiger that day? Bishu quickly rescued Ju Lama from Ning Shi's arms. I remember, but what does that have to do with this? Ning Shi was even more confused, her eyes full of questions. That day, I borrowed his power. I transformed into the orange fox to fight the black tiger. The orange coat you saw, that was his strength at work. Bishu explained everything to Ning Shi, his voice gentle and patient. Next comes the opening scene. What? That's the gigantic fox. Yes, he's my friend, Kurama. Bishu reached out and ruffled the thoroughly disinterested Kurama. Bishu, I suggest you take your hand off me. Now. Kurama's sudden voice erupted, brimming with fury. Ahem. Bishu gave an awkward cough and quickly withdrew his hand, not daring to risk Kurama's wrath. The fox can talk. Ning Shi stared in disbelief at the little fox that had just been in her hands, now suddenly speaking in a deep, gruff voice. Hey, little girl, I'll let your rudeness slide today. I'll just chalk it all up to Bishu. Kurama spoke with mock wisdom, trying to sound profound. But with that adorable face, those big round eyes, and his comically serious act, Ning Shi just couldn't bring herself to be afraid. Kurama, you're Bishu's friend, so that makes you my friend too, right? Ning Shi leaned in and grinned at Kurama. Well, Kurama found nothing wrong with that logic and nodded in agreement. All right, introductions are over. Bishu, a little jealous, scooped Kurama up and set him on his shoulder, steering him out of Ning Shi's reach. Seriously? Ning Shi pouted in protest. Is there something else? She took a bite of her food and glanced up, curiosity in her eyes. What do you mean? Now it was Bishu's turn to be confused. Was there something else? Before, you said there was something you weren't telling me. Isn't it time you explained? At her words, Bishu suddenly remembered. He had promised to explain things to Ning Shi later. He'd been hoping for the right moment, and now seemed as good a time as any. All right, I'll tell you. Bishu looked straight at Ning Shi and continued. Kurama isn't from our world. He comes from the world where we awakened our ninja powers. Ning Shi was so shocked she forgot to eat, raising a hand to urge Bishu to continue. In that world, Kurama is called a tailed beast. And besides Kurama, there are 8 other tailed beasts. They're numbered from 1 tail to 9 tails. The 9 tails is the strongest, meaning Kurama is the most powerful among them. Bishu slipped in a subtle bit of flattery as he spoke. Kurama clearly enjoyed the praise, his ears perking up as he listened, tail swaying with pride. Really? That amazing. She covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Kurama's tail swished even faster. Later, Kurama and the other tailed beasts were captured by ninjas from that world and sealed inside people's bodies. Those people are called Jinchuriki. The ninja I awakened, Minato Namikaze, was technically a Jinchuriki. So, you had to awaken Minato's power before you could awaken Kurama's? Nangshi's delicate fingers tapped her chin as she pondered, lost in thought. That's right, but this is only the chakra of the 9 tails. Its true form is still sealed inside me. Bishu explained once more. Byakugan, activate. Nangshi whispered, her tone focused as she activated her Byakugan to examine Kurama, who was sprawled across Bishu's shoulder. Wow, this really is Kurama's chakra. So immense. It's just like the chakra you had that day. With her Byakugan open, Nangshi saw the dark red form of Kurama, now transformed into a gigantic mass of chakra. The sheer amount of chakra radiating from Kurama left Nangshi stunned all over again. Of course, Kurama is the strongest of all the tailed beasts. Bishu seized the moment to sing Kurama's praises, hoping to make it forget the torment it had just endured. After all, if Kurama decided to settle the score, it would be Bishu who'd suffer next. But who exactly is Minato Namikaze? The way you speak of him makes him sound so mysterious. Nangshi asked, her curiosity piqued. Bishu froze for a moment at her question. Finally, the main topic had arrived. In Kurama's world, there are 5 great nations, each with their own hidden village, as well as many smaller countries and villages. Among these, the 5 great nations and their villages are the most powerful of all. The 5 great nations are the land of fire, the land of lightning, the land of earth, the land of water, and the land of wind. The 5 villages are the village hidden in the leaves, the village hidden in the clouds, the village hidden by rocks, the village hidden in the mist, and the village hidden in the sand. And Minato Namikaze was the 4th Hokage of the hidden leaf village in the land of fire. Bishu carefully laid out all this information, hoping to make Minato's status sound as impressive as possible. But to his surprise, Nangshi's next question completely caught him off guard. I get everything you said, but what exactly is a Hokage? With her pure and innocent Byakugan eyes, Nangshi looked utterly harmless and sincere. Kurama couldn't hold back any longer and burst into hearty laughter. He simply couldn't help it. After all Bishu's elaborate explanation, the main point was just that Minato was Hokage, but this little one didn't even know what a Hokage was. All of Bishu's frustration instantly vanished in the face of Kurama's unrestrained laughter, which echoed through the air as if no one else was present. Suppressing his helplessness, Bishu continued explaining to Ningxi. What else could he do? This was his childhood friend. If he didn't spoil her, who would? The Hokage is the strongest ninja in the village, and also the one recognized by everyone as their leader. So that means Minato Namikaze was a warm-hearted and powerful ninja. Ningxi spoke slowly, as if weighing each word. That's right, Minato was both warm-hearted and incredibly strong. But this time, it wasn't Bishu who replied. It was Kurama. At that moment, Kurama sat perched on Bishu's shoulder, giving Minato the highest possible praise. For a ninja to receive such words from Kurama said it all. Minato was truly exceptional and powerful. By the time Bishu finished telling Ningxi about what had happened in the Hidden Leaf Village, it was already 11 o'clock. Fortunately, there had only been one class in the morning. The remaining 2 would take place in the afternoon. Otherwise, Bishu wouldn't have had the chance to explain, and Ningxi would have spent the whole day sulking. Thankfully, after Bishu's tireless efforts, his childhood friend finally let go of her anger. It sounds like that other world is actually pretty interesting. Ningxi's mind had long since moved past her annoyance with Bishu. Instead, she was now deeply pondering the stories he'd told her about another world. That world isn't as wonderful as you imagine, Kurama said, fixing his gaze on Ningxi. War could break out at any moment, and it's common to see children sent off to the battlefield. There's nothing like the peace or happiness you enjoy in your world. What's more, in that world, people your age are already mothers. Their children are old enough to run errands for them. Hearing this, Ningxi glanced sidelong at Bishu, then looked at Kurama in surprise. That world sounds way too mature. That's why your world is so precious, peaceful and full of happiness, Kurama said, shifting his posture and leaning in close to Bishu's ear. I really am lucky to have been born in this world, in the country of Xia, Ningxi breathed a sigh of relief. Bishu, are you alright? Ningxi noticed that Bishu seemed to be staring off into space, his gaze fixed somewhere with an odd intensity. She quickly followed his line of sight, but saw nothing out of the ordinary, and asked in confusion. It's nothing, really, Bishu replied, struggling to suppress the excitement welling up inside him, and tried to sound calm. He couldn't really be blamed for feeling so worked up. The shadow clone he'd left training in the dorm had just disappeared. Its memories had flowed into his mind. He had finally mastered the Reaper Death Seal, which meant he was about to awaken as the next ninja. With excitement bubbling in his chest, Bishu turned to Ningxi and said, It's already 11. Let's go take a nap. We got battle class this afternoon. Ningxi didn't quite understand, but she was feeling a bit tired herself. She simply nodded and said, All right, I'll head back then. Come on, I'll walk you back, Bishu offered, stifling the urge to teleport straight to his dorm with the Flying Thunder God technique. He needed to make sure Ningxi made it safely to her dormitory before he could feel at ease. And so, Bishu escorted Ningxi back to her dorm. He watched her figure fade into the distance, and then, without hesitation, used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his own room. Kurama was left blinking in surprise, getting the sense that Bishu seemed a little too eager. Inside dorm 314 of the boys' building, Jin Longyu and Fu Huai sat cross-legged on their beds, breathing evenly. They were clearly focused on extracting chakra. Xiong Jingxing wasn't in the room. It was anyone's guess where he'd gone. Bishu's arrival didn't disturb the other two in the slightest. Moving quietly, Bishu climbed onto his bed, placed Kurama on the pillow, and closed his eyes, preparing to journey into the depths of his mind. Kurama didn't pay it any mind, simply finding a comfortable position to sprawl out and rest. As Bishu's consciousness delved ever deeper, he finally arrived at the space within his mind. The handsome blonde man was still standing there, his smile as warm as ever. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations. The host has now mastered all the techniques of Minato Namikaze. Would you like to initiate the next awakening? As expected, Bishu felt a surge of joy, so the system hadn't lied to him. He truly could awaken multiple times. Suppressing his excitement, Bishu spoke, Awaken. Ding, awakening complete. The host has now awakened the character Madara Uchiha. Master all of Madara's techniques to unlock your next awakening. Please continue to work hard. What? Madara Uchiha? Bishu stared in disbelief at the man who suddenly appeared beside Minato Namikaze. This man's spiky hair hung down to his waist, his crimson armor gleamed, and his eyes burned a piercing scarlet. He stood with arms folded across his chest, radiating an indomitable aura. Even as a mere projection, Bishu could feel the overwhelming, majestic presence that seemed capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. It was the complete opposite of Minato's gentle warmth, as if they represented two extremes. The very instant Bishu awakened Madara Uchiha, both Kurama within Bishu's body and the Kurama sprawled atop his bed suddenly opened their fox eyes in unison. Their gazes were wary, their fox faces turning grave. Seeing that Bishu was still immersed in cultivation, Kurama had no choice but to suppress his doubts and sit up, waiting for Bishu to awaken. How could he sense the presence of that man, the one who had haunted his nightmares? Unlike the anxious and tense Kurama, Bishu was now grinning foolishly as he gazed at his own attribute panel. Host Bishu. Gender male. Age 18. Race human. Level Umbu. Awakened characters Minato Namikaze, Madara Uchiha. Skills: Transformation Technique, Substitution Jutsu, Clone Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Rasengan, Summoning Jutsu. One-Handed Seals, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Fire Release. Dragonflame Bullet, Sealing Techniques, Massive Rasengan, Sage Mode, Lightning Release. Chidori, Kurama Mode. With the strength I have now, I could easily defeat a weaker Kaga-level opponent in single combat. Bishu mused. Although he hadn't fully mastered Kurama Mode yet, with the chakra he possessed from Kurama, the Flying Thunder God technique felt as natural as a regular attack. Combined with the support of Sage Mode, those weaker Kaga-level foes wouldn't stand a chance against him. Once he completely mastered Kurama Mode, would he step straight into the ranks of the Super Kage? The thought was genuinely thrilling. And now, with the awakening of Madara Uchiha, life seemed smooth and full of promise. After all, Madara Uchiha had many different forms, each with its own distinct style of combat. In life, Madara possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As an Edo Tensei, he wielded the Rinnegan alongside Wood Release. Then there was the revived Madara and the Six Paths Madara as the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Every form that Madara takes is incredibly powerful, To awaken the next character. Now, that is a truly long and arduous journey. Awakening the next character is supposed to be extremely difficult, so why am I laughing? Huh. Right now, the corners of Bishu's mouth are even harder to suppress than AK's. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the Rinnegan, these are all his now. It's almost impossible for him not to be happy. It's time to head out. With such an enormous reservoir of tailed beast chakra, how could I not learn ninjutsu? Lord Badura possesses chakra of every nature. After all, mastering ninjutsu is absolutely urgent. Bishu's consciousness slowly returned to his body. He opened his eyes and stretched lazily. At this moment, his mood was utterly light and joyful. Bishu, what's up, Kurama? Hearing Kurama call his name, Bishu quickly turned his head and saw the Nine-Tails gazing at him with grave seriousness. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. He'd nearly forgotten. Uchiha Madara being called a life-or-death nemesis by Kurama was no exaggeration. Kurama, let's find somewhere quiet. I'll explain everything then. Bishu's expression became earnest. All right. Kurama nodded slowly. Though the aura of that man made him uneasy, even angry, he still trusted Bishu. Bishu got out of bed, put on his shoes, placed Kurama on his shoulder, and with a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique, vanished from the dorm room. Bishu, you actually shared all your secrets with me. Kurama looked at Bishu's smiling face, his own expression a mixture of emotions. Of course. We've got a long road ahead together. I don't want to keep these things from you. Bishu nodded with a gentle smile. At that moment, Kurama was deeply moved. Bishu had entrusted him with such a tremendous secret. How could he ever repay this trust? If Kurama knew the saying, "If you treat me as a statesman, I will repay you as a statesman," he would have blurted it out without hesitation. Seeing the emotion in Kurama's eyes, Bishu understood exactly what he was thinking. To be trusted by someone, how could that not move you? All Bishu had told Kurama was that he was different from others in this world. While others could only awaken a single ninja within themselves, he could awaken two, or even more. As for why Uchiha Madara was the one to awaken, Bishu admitted he himself didn't know. He did not reveal the existence of the system. Bishu thank. Kurama was just about to thank Bishu for his trust when Bishu interrupted him. All right, Kurama, we're friends, aren't we? Bishu set Kurama on his shoulder, stood up, and spoke softly. Kurama looked up at Bishu's profile and gave a gentle smile. That's right, they were friends after all. Hey, teacher Zhao. Suddenly, Bishu felt his phone vibrate. It was a call from his counselor, Zhao. Yes, do you have a moment? Edo. Come to my office. Okay, I'll be right there. Bishu hung up the phone, still puzzled. Why was Zhao looking for him? Was that someone calling for you? Kurama had caught the sound of the call. Yeah, let's go over and see what it's about. With that, Bishu sensed the spatial coordinates and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he reappeared at the place where they had attended class that morning. Leaving a spatial marker at every location had become second nature to Bishu. Although it might technically count as damaging public property, as long as no one could see it, did it really matter? Besides, Bishu always placed his spatial markers in the most concealed spots. Unless you were looking for them, you'd never notice. You've really mastered this Flying Thunder God technique, haven't you? Kurama couldn't help but laugh. Why not? It's just so convenient. Bishu replied, heading in the direction of the office. The classroom wasn't far from the office. A quick trip downstairs and around a corner was all it took. Bishu was just about to knock when the door swung open on its own. He was surprised to see the figure standing there. Old Bai, what are you doing here? Xiong Jingsheng looked at him with equal bewilderment. I was about to ask you the same thing. Bishu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Obviously, the counselor called me in, Xiong Jingsheng replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Well, she called me in too. Bishu glanced at the 5 ninjutsu scrolls in Xiong Jingsheng's hand, instantly guessing Zhaoya's purpose. Wait, you're here for... A sudden realization dawned on Xiong Jingsheng. He lifted the scrolls in his hand, as if to make his point. All right, I'm going in first, Bishu said, pulling Xiong Jingsheng out of the way and stepping inside. I'll wait out here for you. Even after Bishu closed the door behind him, Xiong Jingsheng's voice carried clearly through. Teacher Zhao. Bishu walked over to Zhaoya's desk. Yes, you're here. Zhao looked up as Bishu entered and pulled several items from the drawer. 5 scrolls and a blue card. These are the rewards the school promised you before you enrolled. Thank you, teacher. Bishu grinned broadly, quickly taking the ninjutsu scrolls into his hands. But his gaze lingered on the blue card on the desk, and he asked hesitantly, Teacher, are these points? That's right. This card contains 500 points. You can use them to exchange for ninjutsu resources or to initiate a virtual battle at the training grounds. Virtual battle? Bishu frowned, uncertain. Virtual battles are a cutting-edge combat system unique to the four academies. Other schools haven't adopted them yet. As the name suggests, virtual battles are conducted in a simulated environment. They're almost indistinguishable from real combat, and in some ways, even more intense. The key difference is that virtual death has no real-world consequences. However, if you want to participate in a virtual battle, you have to enter a designated virtual space. The key to entering that space is points. Afterward, your opponent will be matched. It's a random selection, but only from among the students of the four great academies. The more Bishu listened, the more intrigued he became. This was his first time hearing about such an innovative way to battle, as expected from the four great academies. But Zhao changed the tone of her voice. It costs 200 points each time you enter the virtual battle mode. 200? That's a bit steep. Bishu frowned, but then understood. For such a novel battle format, a higher price made sense. All right, I understand. Thank you, teacher. Bishu thanked her politely and, at the same time, slipped the card on the table into his pocket. You're welcome. You probably have another class soon, so go ahead. With a gentle smile, Zhao began seeing him out. Bishu nodded, closed the door quietly, and left. Zhao glanced at the fox resting on Bishu's shoulder, momentarily puzzled, but soon looked away. Plenty of students kept pets, nothing unusual about it. She quickly dialed the next student. The academy's promises to its students had to be fully implemented, giving Zhao no time for breaks. Old Bai's out. Xiong Jingsheng saw Bishu coming out of the office. He hurriedly shut his ninjutsu scroll and rushed over. That was quick. You're already studying? Bishu teased. Oh, I'm just looking. I already know 2 of the ninjutsu on here. Honestly, they'd be better off giving me 200 points instead of these. Xiong Jingsheng pouted in disappointment. Did the counselor tell you about the virtual battles too? Bishu asked curiously. He thought Zhao had only explained it to him, not expecting it was standard information. She did. Said you need 200 points to get in. By the way, old Bai, how many points did the school give you? Xiong Jingsheng leaned in and whispered. 500. Me too. 500. Xiong Jingsheng instantly lost interest. He thought Bishu had received more, but it turned out to be the same. We must all get the same amount, Bishu guessed, stroking his chin. By the way, class is about to start. I got to return this scroll. Want to come with? Bishu offered. No, you take it back from me. At the suggestion, Xiong Jingsheng looked as if he'd seen a mortal enemy, shaking his head emphatically. All right, I'll return it for you. Head to class first. Bishu took the scroll from Xiong Jingsheng, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. Phew, I never want to go through that feeling again. Just thinking about the spatial compression and the waves of dizziness made Xiong Jingsheng shudder. He gave an involuntary shiver and hurried toward the battle arena. It was 12:59 now, just 1 minute until class. Xiong Jingsheng had to hurry. Bishu returned to the classroom, only to find that Fu Huai and Jin Longyu were nowhere to be seen in the dormitory. Looks like they've already gone to class, he murmured softly, placing Xiong Jingsheng's ninjutsu scroll on the bed. He then tucked away his own ninjutsu scroll, finally preparing to head to the classroom for the upcoming lesson. But preparing to head out was just a fleeting thought, for in the blink of an eye, the Flying Thunder God technique activated, and the dormitory was left utterly empty. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside the combat room, the students of Combat Class 1 were already lined up, waiting patiently as the teacher at the front called roll. Li Zichen. Here. Jin Longyu. Here. Xiong Jingsheng. Here. Jiang Yan. Here. Bishu. Bishu. Is Bishu not here yet? Teacher, he'll be here in a moment, rumbled Xiong Jingsheng's deep voice. In a moment, a sudden thought flashed through Chu Mingxing's mind, but he quickly pushed it aside and continued with the roll call. Where's Brother Bai? Why isn't he here yet? Jin Longyu whispered. He went to deliver something. He'll be here soon, Xiong Jingsheng replied in a low voice. But despite their hushed tones, most of Class 1 caught Xiong Jingsheng's words. Hearing this, everyone struggled to keep straight faces, their shoulders trembling as they tried to stifle their laughter. Brother Xiong, that booming voice of yours is truly something else. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the room, ruffling a few strands of Ning Shi's hair across her forehead. But this was an indoor room. Where would a breeze come from? Ning Shi looked over and, to her surprise, saw Bishu standing quietly beside her. Of course, Chu Mingxing noticed Bishu's arrival. He couldn't help but study the boy who not only possessed space-time ninjutsu, but also harbored a tailed beast. Clad in casual black, with a subtle, enigmatic smile at the corner of his lips, Bishu radiated a warmth as bright as sunlight, an easy, inviting charm. What a kid. He's even better looking than me, Chu Mingxing muttered under his breath. Sorry, teacher, I'm late, Bishu said, taking in the scene and realizing everyone had been waiting for him. He offered Chu Mingxing an apologetic smile. There are consequences for being late, Chu Mengsheng replied with a smile of his own. Yet somehow, the students couldn't shake the feeling that their teacher's smile wasn't entirely friendly. All right, now that everyone's here, let's begin today's lesson, Chu Mengsheng announced, tucking away the roll sheet and clasping his hands behind his back. This is a combat class, and I'll be your instructor for this course. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Mengsheng. I'm a jonin. At these words, most of the students in Class 1 couldn't hide their shock. A jonin. Most of them had never even seen one in their entire lives, and this teacher didn't even look that old. This teacher is really strong, someone whispered. No kidding. He doesn't even look 30, and he's already a jonin. If only I could become a jonin someday. Seeing the envy in the eyes of these young students, Chu Mengsheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Not so long ago, he too had gazed at the elite jonin with the same awe and admiration these youths now showed. Class is about to begin, he announced. Chu Mengsheng's demeanor instantly turned serious. Now that he was a teacher, he knew it was his responsibility to guide every student here to the best of his ability. At his words, everyone quickly set aside their playful moods, their expressions turning solemn as they prepared for the lesson ahead. As punishment for being late, Bishu, you'll join me for the first class today. Me? Bishu was momentarily stunned by Chu Mengsheng's words, but seeing the teacher's unwavering expression, he realized this was no joke and stood there, unsure what to do. Yes, you. Come here, Chu Mengsheng said. Oh, okay. Bishu nodded, handed Karama to Ning Shi, and stepped forward. I'll spar with Bishu for this lesson. Everyone, watch closely. The room erupted with excitement at this unexpected announcement. First period and we get something this intense. Who do you think will win, the teacher or Bishu? Isn't it obvious? The teacher, of course. Yeah, no matter how strong Bishu is, he can't beat the teacher. So, this is what happens if you're late. Wow, I swear if I'm late for class, I'll eat my words. While most students were shocked, Li Zichen and Sui Haochen watched with keen interest as Chu Mengsheng and Bishu stood side by side. Old Li, who do you think will win? Sui Haochen nudged Li Zichen, who stood with hands in his pockets, face unreadable. Li Zichen's eyes held a hint of resignation. I don't know, but a teacher is a teacher for a reason. TCH, I think Bishu has a shot. From Li Zichen's tone, Sui Haochen could tell he was rooting for the teacher. Meanwhile, Xiaoyuhua, standing beside Ning Shi, noticed she was completely focused on the nine-tailed fox cradled in her arms, showing not the slightest worry for Bishu. Curious, she asked. Ning Shi, aren't you the least bit worried about Bishu? He's really strong. There's nothing to worry about, Ning Shi replied, patting Xiaoyuhua's shoulder reassuringly. You make it sound like I'm the one who's worried, Xiaoyuhua said, cheeks reddening a little in protest. I'm just curious, that's all. Yuhua, don't overthink it, Jiang Yin teased. If Shishi isn't worried, there's no need for you to be. Besides, Bishu's pretty tough. Better to worry about what's coming up in our own lessons. TCH, I'm done talking to you guys, Xiaoyuhua huffed, turning away. The three of them chuckled and let it go, their attention shifting back to the impending match between Bishu and the teacher. A pure taijutsu match. No ninjutsu or special abilities allowed. Chu Mengsheng added before the sparring began, making it clear to everyone that this wasn't because he was afraid of losing or embarrassing himself in front of his students. Bishu nodded in understanding, signaling that he got the message. At the same time, he couldn't hide his eagerness. Engaging in a pure hand-to-hand combat would only help him improve his martial skills. Why wouldn't he want that? To him, this was no punishment at all, but a reward in disguise. You take the first move. Chu Mengsheng clasped his hands behind his back, looking wise and composed as he spoke. All right, teacher, watch out. Bishu didn't hesitate. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground and shot forward like an arrow released from the bow. Not bad at all. Seeing this, Chu Mengsheng nodded in approval. In terms of sheer speed alone, Bishu had already surpassed most people, not to mention his mastery of space-time techniques and his tailed beast power. Yet Chu Mengsheng remained vigilant. He stepped to the right, neatly evading Bishu's attack. At the same time, he twisted his waist and delivered a side kick with his left foot directly toward Bishu's abdomen. A rush of wind whooshed past as the kick came. Bishu dared not take it lightly. He quickly raised his knee to block, but the sheer force still sent him stumbling back a step. A tingling numbness spread across his knee. Bishu stamped his foot twice to shake off the numbness in his right knee, then pressed forward, continuing his assault on Chu Mengsheng. Back and forth they went, exchanging moves at such incredible speed that the watching students were left gaping in astonishment. Some of them, who hadn't seen Bishu fend off hundreds of beasts on his own, had only heard classmates mention it, and had always thought those stories were grossly exaggerated. But the scene unfolding before them left them stunned. Seeing truly was believing. Now, They were starting to believe the rumors they'd heard. No way. Are those the Sharingan? Sui Jingchen stared at the crimson glow in Li Zichen's eyes, watching the tomo spin rapidly, and could hardly believe it. All this for just a sparring match? Just watch. They're about to decide the winner. Li Zichen, focused intently on the duel, ignored Sui Jingchen's remarks altogether. This isn't good. Bishu realized his punch had missed, and a sinking feeling crept into his heart. Sure enough, the very next moment, he felt his body suddenly lift off the ground. Then he found himself lying flat on his back. Very good, very good. Put in a bit more work on your martial arts, and you'll soon surpass me. Chu Mengxing reached out a hand, pulling Bishu to his feet, his eyes filled with approval. If you hadn't held back, teacher, I'd have lost much sooner. Bishu knew full well that Chu Mengxiang had gone easy on him. Otherwise, he would have been defeated much earlier. Hand-to-hand combat really was crucial. Bishu made up his mind to dedicate himself to mastering it. Chu Mengxiang, hearing this, found himself even more pleased with this handsome, modest young man. This match was fought with nothing but martial skills. No ninjutsu, no secret techniques. Do you all understand what I'm getting at? Chu Mengxiang turned to the students of Class 1 in the combat department. Some of them exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of what the teacher meant. Yes, we understand. At that moment, a cold, indifferent voice rose from the crowd. Everyone instinctively turned their heads, curious to see who had spoken. Sui Jingchen stared in disbelief at Li Zichen, the one who had just spoken up. He hadn't expected Li Zichen to be the very first to break the silence. Under the gaze of so many, Li Zichen remained impassive, his face betraying no emotion. The stares of others seemed not to concern him in the least. Chu Mengxiang caught the remark, and a subtle smile flickered across his face. Go on, let's hear your thoughts, he invited. Taijutsu is crucial for us, so important that it even surpasses ninjutsu and secret techniques, Li Zichen replied, enunciating each word with calm conviction. How could that be? How can taijutsu possibly surpass secret arts and ninjutsu? Someone muttered quietly. Exactly. Taijutsu is obviously the weakest. How has it become the strongest in his eyes? Another whispered. Suddenly, a round of applause broke the murmurs. Chu Mengxiang was clapping, his expression filled with approval as he looked at Li Zichen. What's your name? He asked. Li Zichen. Li Zichen is absolutely right. What he just said is exactly what I wanted to explain to you all, and it's the very reason for my bout with Bishu in Taijutsu, Chu Mengxiang announced, sweeping his gaze over the students. Taijutsu, as the name suggests, is a fighting technique that relies on the body for direct attacks. It doesn't require hand signs to activate, he explained. Because it doesn't rely on hand signs, Taijutsu can often be used even faster than ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Anyone can master it, he continued. Of course, by anyone, I mean those who are willing to train with genuine dedication, Chu Mengxiang added with a smile. To have made it into Class 1 of the combat department, I imagine most of you are either bloodline limit holders or from prominent ninja families. Still, you must not underestimate the value of taijutsu. At these words, Chu Mengxing's expression grew serious. When you find yourselves in danger, with your chakra depleted and nowhere left to run, the only one who can save you is yourself. In moments like those, the only thing you can trust is your own strength. Seeing the thoughtful looks on the students' faces, Chu Mengxing nodded with satisfaction. These students have real potential, he thought to himself. Rest assured, if trouble arises, the academy and your teachers will stand in front of you, he reassured them. You all likely have some taijutsu skills in your arsenal already. If not, come find me. I'll teach you. Do you understand? We understand, the students replied in unison. After listening to Chu Mengxing's words, everyone felt his reasoning was sound. They were all geniuses in their own right and could instantly tell what was worth learning. Now, their spirits were high and their curiosity peaked. All right, Chu Mengxiang said with a smile. You can now find someone to spar with. If you want to challenge me, that's fine too. But remember, be careful during your matches. We will, the students promised. With that, the group dispersed in a flurry of excitement, each eager to find a sparring partner. Even Bishu wasn't spared. As soon as he returned to the group, Xiong Jingsheng grabbed him for a match. Darn it, I was one step too late. Sui Jingchen grumbled, clenching his fist in frustration as he watched Xiong Jingsheng and Bishu walk away. Sui Jingchen and Li Zichen originally wanted to challenge Bishu to a match. They were curious to see, setting aside ninjutsu and focusing only on taijutsu, just how much of a gap there was between themselves and Bishu. But Xiong Jingsheng beat them to it. Sui Jingchen glanced at Li Zichen, a mischievous grin flashing across his face. Old Li, how about you go up against Xiong Jingsheng? I'll take on Bishu instead. That way, I can help you gauge what kind of strength Bishu really has. Why don't you go yourself? Li Zichen rolled his eyes. He wasn't stupid. Xiong Jingsheng's arms were nearly as thick as his thighs. A punch from him was not something Li Zichen wanted to experience. Ahem, I'm just giving you a chance, you know. Sui Jingshun cleared his throat awkwardly, then threw an arm around Li Zichen's shoulders. Come on, let's spar a bit, and see if your skills have gotten rusty after all this time. If you lose, don't go crying about it. As if. It's more likely you'll be the one in tears. Ah, youth really is a wonderful thing. Watching the two of them walk away, Chu Mengxing couldn't help but sigh with a hint of envy. The entire afternoon slipped by as everyone immersed themselves in friendly battles and sparring matches. Are you sure you don't need me to walk you home? Bishu asked again, just to be sure. No, we're good, bye. You head on, we'll walk back ourselves. Jin Longyu, who was being supported by Fu Huai, quickly waved his hand. That's right, bye. Go ahead if you're busy. We'll be fine walking, Fu Huai chimed in. His already small eyes were swollen and bruised, now reduced to little more than narrow slits. All right then, I'll get going. Bishu shrugged and left, a little helplessly. Seriously, why didn't you let old Bai use his space-time ninjutsu to send you home? Xiong Jingsheng joked with a booming laugh. You didn't use it either. Fu Huai and Jin Longyu shot back in unison. But I'm not hurt. Xiong Jingsheng burst in a hearty laughter, his mouth wide open. Damn it, old Xiong, you really are something? Why didn't I beat you up? Jin Longyu grumbled in frustration. Old Bai and I are evenly matched, unlike you two who went all out on each other. Xiong Jingsheng said, glancing at Jin Longyu, who was leaning on Fu Huai, and at Fu Huai, whose eyes were so swollen they'd turned purple. His laughter was rough and unrestrained. Hold still, don't move. Let me capture this wonderful moment. Xiong Jingsheng whipped out his phone, zoomed in for a close-up of the pair, and snapped a photo. As he did, he muttered with amusement. First sparring class, Fish and Fatty beat each other up. One's limping, the other's got a black eye. This photo says it all. Damn, Fatty, why do you have to go all out on me? Now old Xiong won't stop making fun of us. Jin Longyu wailed, almost in tears. Hey, if you hadn't blasted me in the eye, I wouldn't have gone so hard on you. Fu Huai shot back, clearly displeased. I told you it wasn't on purpose. Well, neither was mine. As the bickering continued, Xiong Jingsheng took out his phone again and snapped another picture, captioning it underneath. Another argument after school. After that, Xiong Jingsheng put away his phone and turned to leave, paying no attention whatsoever to the two still arguing behind him. Meanwhile, Bishu had already escorted Ning Shi to the entrance of her dormitory building. Head back now. Don't forget to have dinner tonight, Bishu said with a wave of his hand. I got it. You shouldn't forget either, Ning Shi replied, placing Kurama on Bishu's shoulder before heading upstairs with Xia Yuhua and the others. What a fulfilling day. Bishu stretched lazily as he watched them disappear inside. I suppose so, Kurama muttered, nodding with boredom. After spending the entire afternoon watching a couple of amateurs peck at each other, Kurama was about to die of boredom. One of these days, I'll take you out for some real fun, Bishu said with a grin. Where to? Kurama perked up, suddenly interested. No idea. Here, take my phone, browse around, and wherever you want to go, we'll just head there, Bishu offered, handing his phone over. How does this thing work? I'll show you. Do this first, then that, and the rest you can figure out yourself. All right then. Buddies, please give me a 5-star review. I'm counting on you. On Tuesday, there were no classes. Bishu had planned to hang out with Ning Shi, but she'd been whisked away by another female teacher who also possessed the Byakugan. Looks like the school's promises are coming true one by one, Bishu murmured to himself. He was more than pleased. An elite jonin with the Byakugan was surely a formidable mentor. Ning Shi would learn a lot more, and her strength would grow. I'm going to check out the virtual battle arena. You guys coming? Bishu stood up and looked at the other three. Not me. I'm heading to the training room to practice my secret techniques, Jin Longyu replied, waving him off. Me neither. I'll be training my secret art with you in a bit, Fu Huai added, shaking his head. Really? Fatty. Jin Longyu hobbled over to Fu Huai. Of course you are. My dearest friend. My best friend. Jin Longyu sniffled and wiped away imaginary tears as he sidled up to Fu Huai. Ugh, get away from me. That's disgusting. Fu Huai scooted his chair far away. Watching these two clowns, Bishu couldn't help but laugh. Old Xiong, you coming? Let's go. A minute later, the two of them pushed open the dormitory door and headed downstairs. Strange, why didn't you go looking for Ningxi today? Xiong Jingxing asked, stroking his chin with curiosity. Her assigned mentor from the school came to see her, so she's off training with her instructor now, Bishu replied, folding his hand behind his head and tilting his face up to enjoy the cool autumn breeze. The weather had definitely turned. The air was getting chillier as autumn set in. A mentor? Don't you have one? Xiong Jingxing asked, puzzled. He had a mentor himself, even if they hadn't been in touch lately. How could Bishu, who'd enrolled under the same conditions, not have one too? I gave my chance to Ningxi. Besides, there's little the teachers here can teach me now. Compared to improving myself, I'd rather let Ningxi gain a few more ways to protect herself. Whenever Bishu thought of the childhood friend he'd always looked after, a gentle smile would unconsciously appear on his face. Watching this scene from his side, Xiong Jingsheng was completely taken aback. Was this what love was supposed to feel like? He couldn't quite figure it out, but what he did know was that he absolutely had to win Lu Ying's heart and get a taste of that sweet romance himself. He made up his mind. Once they got back, he'd invite Lu Ying out for dinner. What Bishu didn't know was that the usually silent Lao Xiong next to him had just made a huge decision. Hey, didn't Kurama come with you? Xiong Jingsheng asked again. After all, Kurama and Bishu had been inseparable these past few days. He noticed it, and naturally he was curious. No, it's at home playing with my phone, Bishu replied helplessly. Ever since he'd handed Kurama the phone yesterday, Kurama hadn't taken its eyes off the screen. Aside from asking him a few questions, it had been glued to it ever since. This morning, when Bishu asked if Kurama wanted to go out, Kurama just turned around and ignored him, continuing to stare at the phone. The two soon arrived at the virtual battle arena. It looked much like a regular academic building. It wasn't exactly packed to the rafters, but there were still plenty of people around. Hey, senior, how do we join the virtual battle? Bishu stopped a tall, lanky boy and asked. You want to join the virtual battle? Simple. See that closed door on the first floor? Inside are the virtual battle machines. But since all the doors downstairs are shut, you want to try your luck upstairs? Thanks, senior. No problem. Let's go, Lao Xiong. Let's check upstairs, Bishu said, heading for the second floor with Xiong Jingsheng. What the? How do the seniors all have so many points? Xiong Jingsheng muttered, looking at the tightly closed doors lining the second floor. Well, it's just the start of the semester. They need to level up too, Bishu said understandingly, and the two continued up to the third floor. But the third floor was already full. The fourth floor? Also full. On the fifth floor, at last, there was a door open. Both Xiong Jingsheng and Bishu breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, today's trip would have been for nothing. There are 3 machines in here. Looks like it's 3 people per room, Bishu said, running his hand over the silvery machine. The machine was circular, standing a full 2 meters tall, just a little shorter than Xiong Jingsheng. The base was fastened with something indiscernible, and its overall color was a gleaming silver. How do you get in this thing? Xiong Jingsheng knocked on the machine. A deep thud echoed in response. There's a card slot here. Let's try sliding our cards in, Bishu said, quickly locating the slot. Without hesitation, he pulled the blue card from his pocket and slid it in. As expected, the circular machine opened a door just large enough for a person to walk through. Let me give it a try too. Seeing this, Xiong Jingsheng also took out his blue card and inserted it into the slot. The circular machine in front of him opened a door identical to Bishu's. I'll go in first, Bishu called out as he stepped inside the circular machine. All right, I'm coming in too, Xiong Jingsheng replied, squeezing in after him. As the two of them entered, the doors of the machines closed behind them. Bishu glanced around the inside of the machine. The air was crisp and fresh, unaffected by the closed doors. Light bathed the chamber, a warm, gentle yellow glow, descending from above, lulling him into a drowsy state. Inside, there was an orange sofa and an orange helmet, its surface tangled with a web of intricate cables. Is the idea to lie down and wear the helmet? Bishu muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he settled onto the couch and put on the helmet. Commencing identification. Identification complete. Bishu, freshman at Qinglong Academy. Now entering virtual space. Connection established. You have successfully entered the virtual space. As the machine's voice took on a strangely human tone, Bishu's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, what he saw left him stunned. He was no longer inside the circular machine. Instead, a vast expanse of azure stretched out before him. Blue as far as the eye could see. Even the ground beneath his feet was a shade of blue. Would you like to begin matchmaking? The synthesized voice sounded again. Begin, Bishu nodded, growing ever more intrigued by this virtual combat experience. It felt so real, yet at the same time, utterly surreal. A contradiction, wasn't it? Bishu thought so too. Yet standing here felt no different from standing outside. The air he breathed, the solid blue ground beneath his feet. Starting matchmaking. Match found. Opponent, Fu Ingwei, third-year student from Vermilion Bird Academy. A third year? Looks like matchmaking is random, Bishu mused. He didn't mind the year. If anything, it was a good chance to observe the strength of students from other top academies. Meanwhile, inside Vermilion Bird Academy, standing in this blue-hued world was a tall young woman, her figure graceful and striking, her features exquisitely defined. At that moment, her brows knit with displeasure, and her face was tinged with annoyance. A freshman? What skill could a freshman possibly have to dare enter a virtual battle? What a waste of points, she thought bitterly. Drawing a freshman as an opponent made this match feel meaningless. She was already an elite chunin, and the 200 points she'd wagered might as well be thrown away. Match found. Now entering the battle arena. The synthesized voice announced. As Bishu heard this, his vision went dark. When his sight returned, he realized he had been transported to yet another place. All around them, apart from the battlefield beneath the white tree, there was nothing but emptiness. The gray haze seemed to beckon one to peer further, stirring an irresistible urge to explore what lay beyond. The moment Fu Inghui entered, she spotted this freshman, looking around curiously, scrutinizing his surroundings, which immediately sparked a flicker of irritation within her. She was already annoyed at having to spend 200 points just to duel a freshman, and now, seeing him so unfazed, her anger only grew. Yet she seemed to have forgotten that when she first entered the virtual arena, she too had gazed about in wonder, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Hey, freshman." HM. Hearing the voice, Bishu turned in its direction. He saw that it was a girl who had called out to him. Her delicate features were tinged with a hint of anger. My opponent, Bishu wondered to himself, then greeted her politely. "Hello, senior." "Hello. Don't bother with pleasantries. What makes you, a mere freshman, think you can take part in the virtual duel?" Fu Inghui's tone was sharp, her words pointed and confrontational. Bishu could tell from her tone that she wasn't pleased, though he didn't quite understand why. Still, he replied politely, "The teacher suggested it, so I thought I'd come and take a look." At this, Fu Inghui nearly exploded. "Take a look? You wasted 200 points just to take a look? Do you have any idea you've wasted not only my time, but my points as well?" Now Bishu understood why this girl sounded so hostile. She must think he's just a freshman with no real skill, not only wasting her time and points, but also giving her no useful experience in a real fight. Anyone would be annoyed in her place. Once Bishu thought it through, he accepted the situation, keeping a gentle smile on his face. "Don't worry, senior. I'm stronger than you think. Your points won't be wasted." Enough talk. Show me what you've got. Don't waste my time. I still need to earn more points after this." Fu Inghui stood her ground, arms crossed, still glaring at Bishu. "All right then. Be careful, senior." Bishu had no intention of using the Flying Thunder God technique in this fight. He planned to rely on his taijutsu and ninjutsu, and besides, he'd left his ninja tools in his dorm on purpose. He checked his own condition, noticing that it felt no different from the real world. The only difference was that Sage Mode was unavailable here, and Kurama's true form wasn't within him either. It seemed this space didn't allow for external enhancements. Everything depended on one's own abilities. Bishu was curious to see how strong he could be without Flying Thunder God, Sage Mode, or Kurama's power. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Bishu quickly formed the necessary hand seals, then pressed his right index and middle fingers to his lips, unleashing a massive fireball from his mouth. A freshman is still a freshman, always using the same old ninjutsu, yet talking so big. Fu Inghui shook her head in exasperation, her slender fingers already weaving their own hand signs. Water Style, Water Formation Wall. The moisture in the air, guided by her will, gradually gathered before her, forming a towering wall of water as tall as a person. The great fireball crashed into the water formation wall. Water and fire collided. The two forces battled fiercely, the sizzling of water against flame filling the air. As water and fire devoured each other, thick white steam billowed across the field, obscuring Fu Inghui's vision. What? She sensed a sudden gust of wind at her side, and a look of astonishment flashed across Fu Inghui's face. Such incredible speed, and the great fireball was only a feint. Fu Inghui was surprised, but at the same time, she realized Bishu's fighting style. No wonder he was a third-year student. There was no time to think. Fu Inghui twisted her body and crossed her arms just in time to block Bishu's powerful strike. A boy's physique was naturally different from a girl's, especially someone like Bishu, who had mastered space-time ninjutsu. His heavy punch sent Fu Inghui stumbling several steps backward. From a fireball to Bishu's forceful attack, only a few seconds had passed. As the white mist cleared, Fu Inghui finally took a closer look at the newcomer. The freshman was tall and lean, with sharp, tousled hair and striking features. A gentle smile played at the corner of his lips, giving off a warm, sunny aura. Fu Inghui had to admit, the junior was quite handsome, but he still had a way to go if he wanted to defeat her. A sharp pain in her arm snapped Fu Inghui from her thoughts. She shook her arm quickly, glancing at the new student, her expression turning serious. So now you're getting serious? Noticing the change, Bishu's smile deepened. He lowered his stance, gathering his strength, then shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. No, this junior is clearly skilled in taijutsu. I can't take him head-on. Having just suffered a setback, Fu Yinghui was determined not to make the same mistake. Hiding in the mist technique. A milky white vapor drifted from Fu Yinghui's rosy lips, spreading rapidly until the entire arena was shrouded in thick fog. Hiding in the mist, is it? With no visibility, Bishu halted, forming a sign with one hand. Wind style, gale breakthrough. A powerful gust burst from Bishu's mouth, sweeping away the mist that blanketed the arena. There you are. Bishu darted toward Fu Yinghui, who had just reappeared. He's so fast. Fu Yinghui stifled her surprise and quickly drew a kunai to parry. Thud, thud. Their weapons clashed, and Fu Yinghui was quickly forced down. She turned her head just in time to dodge Bishu's fist, feeling the wind from his punch brush past her hair. No, I can't gain any advantage in close combat. I need to find an opening. Fu Yinghui's expression grew tense, searching for a flaw in Bishu's defense so she could break away. What's this? Fu Yinghui's eyes widened as she saw Bishu gripping her right hand with one hand while forming a sign with the other. What is this junior planning? But Bishu wasted no time in revealing his move. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The flames kept growing larger in Fu Yinghui's eyes, but she still seemed lost in the shock that Bishu had just dealt her. It wasn't until the searing pain struck that Fu Yinghui snapped back to reality, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Though it wouldn't be fatal, the pain coursing through her body was all too real. She hurriedly cast a water release technique on herself, dousing the flames that had engulfed her. Just as Fu Yinghui managed to put out the fire, a sudden chorus of thousands of birds filled her ears. She was puzzled. Why would there be birds chirping in here? But then a sharp pain in her chest made her lower her head in confusion. She realized that, at some point, the freshman had slipped up beside her. His right arm was glowing with an intense, deep blue light, and his hand had passed straight through her body. Fu Yinghui's vision went black, and in an instant, her figure vanished from the battlefield. The senior from Vermilion Bird Academy was too careless. Otherwise, she could have lasted a bit longer, Bishu lamented with a sigh, before his own form faded from the arena as well. When Bishu opened his eyes again, he was lying inside an orange, circular chamber. Virtual dueling isn't bad. If only the opponents were a bit tougher, he mused, stretching lazily as he took off his helmet and prepared to leave. At Vermilion Bird Academy, in a classroom, inside a spherical chamber. Fu Yinghui let out a scream, her face still tinged with fear. This freshman was even stronger than she was as a third year. And she was a third year at Vermilion Bird Academy, not some ordinary school. It wasn't surprising she lost out in hand-to-hand combat. After all, she was a girl, and her eyes couldn't keep up with the speed. It was only natural. It's not like she had some special dojutsu like the Sharingan or Byakugan. The freshman's ninjutsu was nothing special, but that bizarre way he formed hand seals using someone else's hands. That's what caught her off guard and led to her defeat. Fu Yinghui replayed the battle in her mind. She realized she'd only lost because she'd been so shocked by that strange method of forming seals. Otherwise, she might not have lost at all. Yes, that must be it, she reassured herself, getting up and taking off her helmet before heading outside. She needed to earn more points. She was out of points to enter the virtual battles again. Damn freshman, Bishu, was it? I'll remember you, she muttered under her breath as she left. Meanwhile, as soon as Bishu stepped out, he was greeted by the excited face of Xiong Jingsheng. Bishu asked curiously, "What's up, old Xiong?" "You're out," Xiong Jingsheng replied enthusiastically. "I just went up against a sophomore from White Tiger Academy. He was strong, the fight was awesome, but I still managed to win in the end. This virtual dueling is really something. If only the points weren't so expensive, I'd be here every day." At this, Xiong Jingsheng sighed. "Let's see if we can find a way to get some more points. Otherwise, we'll run out before long," Bishu said after thinking for a moment. "Where are you heading next?" Bishu took out his phone and checked the time after hearing that. It was 10:33. They had arrived at 9:30, which meant more than an hour had already passed. "I'm going to practice some ninjutsu in a bit. Do you want to come along?" I think I'll pass," Xiong Jingsheng stammered, sounding hesitant. "Oh, don't tell me you're sneaking off to date someone behind our backs." Bishu teased him. He just wanted to joke around with old Xiong, but Xiong Jingsheng's reaction completely stunned him. Xiong Jingsheng blushed furiously, shook his head at once, and stammered, No, nothing like that." "Wait, so there really is someone?" Bishu hadn't expected his casual remark to hit the mark so perfectly. "Come on, tell me, who is it?" Bishu scooted right up next to Xiong Jingsheng, reaching for his phone in mock desperation. Seeing this, Xiong Jingxing quickly raised his phone high above his head. If Bishu wanted to snatch it, he'd have to jump. After all, with Xiong Jingxing's 2-meter height and those long arms, he had quite the reach. Realizing he couldn't win by force, Bishu switched tactics, putting on a sincere, coaxing tone. Old Xiong, we've known each other for so long. Don't you trust me? Come on, what major is your girlfriend in? When did you meet? At this point, Bishu's face practically radiated gossip. Ahem, I'm not seeing anyone yet. Xiong Jingxing shook his head, cheeks still burning. If you're not, then why are you blushing like a tomato? The moment Bishu heard this, he stepped away from Xiong Jingxing, giving him a look of utter disdain. Seeing Bishu's reaction, Xiong Jingxing stuck out his neck and blurted, Well, I'm about to. We agreed to have dinner together tonight. Dinner? Where are you going? Need your brothers to back you up? Bishu sidled right up to Xiong Jingxing again, eager as ever. We haven't picked a place yet. Anyway, I've got to go. With that, Xiong Jingxing hurried out of the room, afraid that if he lingered, Bishu would dig up every last secret. Hey, old Xiong, let me give you some advice. When Xiong Jingxing's figure finally disappeared, Bishu left the room as well, hands clasped behind his back, mumbling to himself, Who'd have thought old Xiong would get a girlfriend before me? I can't fall behind. Hello, senior. I'd like to use the cultivation room. It was Bishu himself. After leaving the building with the virtual combat rooms, he'd asked around and finally found a place with the cultivation rooms. How long do you want to train? A young man sitting in a chair glanced at Bishu, then turned back to his computer. 3 hours. That'll be 30 credits. The young man held out his hand. Credits? Bishu's eyes widened in disbelief. The young man didn't seem annoyed by his reaction and just smiled. You're a freshman, aren't you? Yeah, I'm new here. 1 hour in the training room for just 10 points. It's a great deal. You don't have to pay for anything you break, so you can practice your ninjutsu to your heart's content. Plus, the soundproofing is excellent. No one will disturb you while you train. All right then. Bishu found the upperclassman's words convincing. After a moment's hesitation, he handed over his points card. Here you go. Your room number is 1067. Just swipe your card to get in. As the young man spoke, he operated the computer and handed Bishu both the room card and his points card. Thank you, senior. Bishu expressed his gratitude, turned, and walked away. 1067? Here it is. Without delay, Bishu pressed his card to the door. The door slid open automatically. Wow, this is impressive. Bishu was genuinely surprised by the sight before him. The room was as large as 2 basketball courts, bathed in a silvery white hue. It was divided into several distinct training zones. There were all kinds of gym equipment for practicing taijutsu, training dummies for shuriken and kunai techniques, and a wide open space, clearly meant for ninjutsu practice. All right, time to get started. Standing on the empty stretch of floor, Bishu began forming hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. He pressed his palms together, 6 fingers interlocked, index fingers touching, thumbs raised. As Bishu parted his lips, a scorching wave of fire erupted from his mouth. The fire surged forward 3 meters before gradually fading into the air. Only the lingering heat in the atmosphere bore witness to the fire's recent passage. No, this is nowhere near Lord Madara's level. Bishu recalled the memory of a man clad in crimson armor, single-handedly holding off the entire ninja alliance. What an awe-inspiring display of dominance. No, I have to keep training. Unwilling to accept defeat, Bishu cleared his mind of distractions and continued honing his ninjutsu. 3 hours later. Phew, I'm exhausted. Sweat had soaked through Bishu's clothes, and even the ground where he sat was dotted with damp patches. Even with the air circulating in the room, it couldn't dispel the oppressive heat surrounding him. Outside, autumn's coolness had already arrived, but inside the room, it felt as sweltering as the height of summer. Not bad at all, Bishu said with satisfaction, genuinely pleased with his progress. Host Bishu. Gender male. Age 18. Race human. Level ANBU. Awakened personas. Minato Namikaze, Madara Uchiha. Skills: Transformation Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, Clone Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Rasengan, Summoning Jutsu, One-Handed Seals, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Fire Release. Majestic Destroyer Flame, Fire Release. Majestic Flame Annihilation, Fire Release. Dragon Fire Jutsu, Fire Release. Phoenix Sage Fire. Claws Fire Release. Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu, Sealing Jutsu, Giant Rasengan, Sage Mode, Lightning Release. Chidori, Kurama Mode. 5 types of ninjutsu, 3 at B rank, 2 at C rank. took Bishu 3 hours to master, and he felt quite pleased with himself. But of course, he owed it all to Kurama. Without the support of Kurama's chakra, Bishu knew he could never have kept it up for 3 hours. Thanks, Kurama. Bishu called out his gratitude, but Kurama didn't even respond. At that moment, Kurama's consciousness was lounging in the dorm room, completely absorbed in playing with his cell phone. This strange, fascinating gadget had utterly captivated him. 5-star reviews, please. Brothers, your support means everything. Hey, Bai, came a voice. Yeah. Bishu replied. Hurry back, there's something up with Old Bear, Jin Longyu whispered urgently over the phone, so quietly that Bishu immediately realized Jin Longyu was letting him in on a secret. Old Bear's getting himself all dolled up in the dorm, isn't he? Bishu guessed confidently. Whoa, Bai, how'd you know? Jin Longyu's surprised voice crackled through the line. He's got a date with a girl, going out for dinner in a bit. Come on, Bai, how could you possibly know that? Fatty and I pestered Old Bear for ages, and he wouldn't say a word. You two got a plan? Of course. As good brothers, we gotta look out for Old Bear, right? So you in or what, Bai? Let's follow him. Real quiet-like. Jin Longyu's voice oozed with mischief, tempting Bishu. I'm in. Wait for me. Bishu hung up, then quickly shoveled in the rest of his meal. By the time he finished training, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Bishu decided to call Ning, she first to check if she'd finished her training with her teacher. All he got was Ning, she complaining she'd be stuck training all day. After a few words of comfort, he ended the call. So, he headed to the cafeteria to eat. Just as he was about to finish, Jin Longyu called. After eating, Bishu stopped by the campus store for a bottle of water, and only then did he activate the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, vanishing from the spot. Some people in the store stared in shock. Where'd he go? He was right there a second ago. I saw it too, just swoosh gone. A teenage boy craned his neck proudly and declared, Clearly you haven't been to the freshman's military training tournament. That guy was the top contender. He's got a space-time ninjutsu. Comes and goes like a ghost. He's a genius ninja. Oh. Everyone nodded in understanding, their eyes filled with envy. Jutsu that lets you come and go without a trace. How envious they were. All right, guys, I'm heading out first, Bishu said. Xiong Jingxing once again pulled out a mirror, fussing with his hairstyle. He glanced at Bishu, who had just returned, and at Fu Huai and Jin Longyu, who looked as if they could eat him alive. Click! The dormitory door opened and then closed. Xiong Jingxing's figure gradually disappeared from their sight. Is the girl old Xiong's having dinner with Luing? Bishu asked. Yes. Besides Luing, no one else added old Xiong. Ever since then, he's only been with Pang-er and me. Neither of us saw anyone else at him, Jin Longyu replied. Fish by bro, what's our move? Fu Huai stood by the window, his eyes glued to the scene below, afraid he might lose track of Xiong Jingxing. We follow him, quietly, Jin Longyu declared, making the decision. Change clothes, Bishu said. Jin Longyu and Fu Huai stared at him in surprise. That's why you're the leader, Bai bro. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Of course, Bishu beamed with pride at the compliments, quickly pulling out a set of black clothes and slipping into them. Soon, the 3 of them were all geared up and ready to go. Before leaving, Bishu looked over at Zhu Lama, sprawled on the bed, playing with his phone. Zhu Lama, you coming? No. Zhu Lama flicked his tail dismissively. He was still catching up on his favorite show. No time to spare. All right, we're off then. Let's move. Fu Huai waved his big hand, taking the lead and heading out the door. Pang-er, you sure this is the place? The 3 of them arrived at a street just outside Azure Dragon Academy. Jin Longyu looked around at the couples and groups of roommates out for a stroll, but there was no sign of Xiong Jingxing's burly frame. Look, there's old Xiong. Despite his small eyes, Fu Huai's sharp gaze swept the area and instantly spotted Xiong Jingxing. Bishu squinted in the direction Fu Huai pointed and finally made out that massive silhouette. Wow, we must be at least 30 meters away. You can spot him from here. Jin Longyu was full of admiration. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Come on, let's get closer for a look. Fu Huai chuckled, then used the surrounding buildings as cover, stealthily making his way towards Xiong Jingxing. Pang-er would make a great spy, Bishu exclaimed in surprise. Such an agile big guy. Let's go, Bai bro, let's follow him. The 2 of them quickly fell in behind Fu Huai. As they passed by, 2 girls caught sight of the trio, dressed all in black and sneaking around. Puzzled, their eyes widened, unable to figure out what the 3 were up to. What were those 3 skulking around for? No idea. Don't worry, this is Azure Dragon Academy. It's safe here. Let's go. That cake shop over there is really good. Let's head there now. Sound great. With that, the 2 girls walked hand in hand toward the nearby cake shop. Old Xiong actually knows how to pick food for that girl. Jin Longyu stared through the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Xiong Jingxing beam with a silly grin as he picked food for the girl across the table. The envy was so intense, he felt like he could grind his molars to dust. She actually smiled at old Xiong. Damn it, this feels worse than death, Fu Huai muttered, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Xiong Jingsheng, whose face was all innocent laughter. Those in the know were aware that Fu Huai had unlocked the abilities of the Akimichi clan ninja. But to anyone unfamiliar, seeing those red eyes, they'd surely mistake him for an Uchiha. Bishu glanced at the two of them, feeling oddly out of place amid their intense emotions. Brother Bai, looks like old Xiong's in trouble, Jin Longyu said anxiously, shaking Bishu's arm. Jolted back to attention, Bishu followed Jin Longyu's gaze and saw 6 people crowding around Xiong Jingsheng, all with tough, unfriendly expressions. Bishu frowned, asking, "Sorry, I zoned out for a second. What's going on?" Old Xiong stood up just now and accidentally bumped into one of them. Then the whole group surrounded him. Fu Huai explained quickly. "We're going in," Bishu said, standing up and striding toward the restaurant. If it were just 1 or 2 people, Bishu wouldn't be so concerned. He trusted Xiong Jingsheng to handle himself. But 6? He didn't care if they were freshmen. What if they were seniors? Bishu was worried old Xiong might not be able to hold his own. Fu Huai and Jin Longyu hurried after him. As soon as Bishu opened the door, he caught the brash voices of the group. "You bumped into our brother Miao. You think a simple apology is enough?" "That's right. Our brother Miao is an elite chunin. His brother's even a special jonin. Do you really think a few words can settle this?" "So what do you want then?" Xiong Jingsheng's voice was deep and steady. "What do we want? You tell us, kid. Don't think you're something special just because you're tall and built. Without real strength, you're nothing. How about this? Get on your knees and count out to brother Miao twice," said one guy with a face pockmarked by acne. He then turned to Lu Ying, who was trembling slightly, and gave her a leering grin. "And have his little sister share a few drinks with us. Then we'll let it go. Yeah, let this girl drink with us. Then we'll call it even." The other 4 echoed, each flashing a lascivious smile. Only the man they called Brother Miao remained expressionless, though a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. "Hey, fellow students, aren't we all geniuses of Qinglong Academy? Why make things hard for this young man?" A middle-aged man in staff uniform said, forcing a polite smile. "What's it got to do with you? Get lost before we smash up your shop." One of the thugs snapped, shoving the man aside and cursing under his breath. "You're out of line. You've gone too far." Xiong Jingsheng clenched his fists, his face stony as he glared at the group. "Out of line? Out." The man with a face full of acne scars hadn't even finished speaking when a cup flew straight at him, striking him squarely in the face. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed through the room as the man cried out in agony. Suddenly, his mouth filled with the taste of blood. Ignoring the pain, he spat hurriedly. His teeth, slick with fresh blood, lay quietly on the ground. "Who? Who did this?" His voice, thick with rage, rang out as his bloodshot eyes swept over the crowd. Brother Miao and the 4 men beside him all shot fierce glares around the room, eager to find out who dared attack them. "Oh, bye." Xiong Jingsheng's face registered shock when he recognized the newcomer at the door. He couldn't quite wrap his head around why Old Bai would show up here of all places. Just then, Jin Longyu and Fu Huai pushed the door open and entered as well. Sorry, but your mouth was just too foul. I couldn't help myself," Bishu said, affecting an apologetic expression. "Damn it, I'll kill you." The man with acne scars, now seeing his assailant, exploded with fury. "Hold on." Miao Ingjun grabbed Yuan Ho, who was about to strike, and turned to Bishu with a dark look. "Kid, do you have any idea who I am? You dare bully my brother? Do you have any idea who I am?" Jin Longyu cut in before Bishu could speak, spitting out the words with venom. Damn, someone dared mess with his brothers? Did they really think Jin Longyu was a pushover? Especially with Brother Bai here, there was no need to worry about getting beaten up. Time for Jin Longyu to make his entrance. "Oh, and who might you be?" Miao Ingjun couldn't help hesitating when he saw the confidence on the other side. If this guy really had serious backing, even having a high-ranking ninja for a brother wouldn't help much. He was putting on a show, but he wasn't stupid. "I'm your damn father." Jin Longyu stood with hands on his hips, determined to shock everyone in the room. The crowd was left stunned, thunderstruck by his audacity. You've got a death wish." Miao Ingjun's face darkened even further, his anger almost palpable. "If you're looking for trouble, don't blame me. Get them," he barked to his men. "You think you can decide who lives and dies? Who do you think you are? Brother Bai, old Xiong, let's take them." Having finished his performance, Jin Longyu quickly pushed Bishu to the front and nudged the still-dazed Xiong Jingsheng into action. Damn, even Bishu was momentarily taken aback by Jin Longyu's quick wit. Since when did he get so sharp-tongued? And the way he finished his act and immediately ducked out. He really didn't plan on taking responsibility for what came next, did he? As the 5 men charged at him, Bishu didn't flinch. He drew a deep breath and lunged forward without hesitation. You think you're the only one with brothers? I got mine too. Xiong Jingsheng rolled his neck, lightning armor flickering to life around him. His fists crackled with energy as he smashed them straight toward Miao Ingjun, who stood with arms crossed. You're asking for it. Miao Ingjun had hoped to see his men beat Bishu into the ground before making his move, breaking their legs, showing them just how dangerous Brother Miao could be. He never imagined that the brawny man they just bullied would actually dare to strike back. How reckless. Clearly, he didn't know his place. Let me show you what an elite Chunin can do. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Miao Ingjun's lips. With agile movements, he dodged Xiong Jingsheng's punch, then swiftly pulled a kunai from his ninja pouch and lunged straight for Xiong Jingsheng's wrist. He intended to sever the tendons in this kid's hand, to teach him a lesson about who could be messed with, and who most definitely couldn't. Watch out! Lu Ying, watching from the side, hurriedly called out to warn Xiong Jingsheng. But Xiong Jingsheng had already noticed the attack, and he wasn't afraid. With a single thought, blue light surged and wrapped around his wrist, crackling with energy. Clang! When the kunai struck Xiong Jingsheng's wrist, it rang out with a clear, metallic note. Lightning release? You awakened a ninja from the Cloud Village. Seeing his attack fail, Miao Ingjun immediately retreated, warily eyeing the burly man before him, whose arm pulsed with blue light. He'd been around Qinglong Academy long enough to know that the most distinctive trait of ninjas awakened from the Cloud Village was their ability to channel lightning release through their bodies in combat. Damn it. If it weren't for this kid's backup, I would have given him a thorough humiliation today, and that sweet, obedient girlfriend of his wouldn't have escaped either. As that thought flashed through his mind, Miao Ingjun glanced over at Yuan Ho and the others. He was still hoping Yuan Ho and his crew would deal with the kid's helpers quickly, so they could join him in teaching this cocky kid a proper lesson. Suddenly, Miao Ingjun's eyes widened in shock. Yuan Ho and the others were sprawled on the ground, stacked like a pile of logs, their mouths taped shut, muffled protests escaping through the tape. And as for those three, wherever they'd found them, they were now just squatting off to the side, cracking open sunflower seeds, and snacking away as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. What? Impossible. Miao Ingjun's face twisted with disbelief. Even if Yuan Ho and the others were useless, they were still Chunin level. How could the three of them be taken down so easily? Go for it, old Xiong. Don't hold back. Jin Longyu, munching on sunflower seeds, cheered Xiong Jingsheng on. Miao Ingjun realized the tide had turned. He dropped his hand and spoke in a cold voice. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of me? Make an enemy of you? Who do you think you are? Jin Longyu spat out a shell, his tone full of disdain. Fu Huai watched, utterly stunned. For some reason, Jin Longyu seemed inexplicably cool today. You should know, my brother is a senior. He's got the strength of a special jonin. Are you sure you want to go against me? As Miao Ingjun said this, his voice was laced with pride, his face brimming with self-importance, as if he himself were the special jonin. Hey, Bai, can a special jonin take us? Jin Longyu whispered. Don't worry, Bishu replied calmly, filling Jin Longyu with confidence. With an arrogant sneer, he spat. Damn it, hurry up and call your brother over. If you can't, stop pretending to be tough. Humph. Since you're all so eager to court disaster, don't blame me for what happens next. Miao Ingjun let out a cold snort, whipped out his phone, and dialed with no hesitation. Old Xiong, seriously, just fight them already. If you can't take them, call Brother Bai. You know how strong he is. Jin Longyu crowded in front of Xiong Jingsheng, his voice full of frustration, wagging a finger as if scolding a hopeless case. I only bumped into him accidentally when I got up. I even apologized twice for it. Xiong Jingsheng felt wronged, but couldn't explain himself. The truth was, he had no idea that Miao Ingjun and his crew were deliberately picking a fight. Is your girlfriend all right? She didn't get too scared, did she? Jin Longyu grinned at Lu Ying, whose face still showed traces of fright. Lu Ying blushed, finding it hard to answer such a question. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiong Jingsheng's cheeks flushed. He quickly shoved Jin Longyu aside. Crash. Old Xiong, can't you go a little easier? Jin Longyu grumbled, rubbing his back where he'd just banged it against the table. Lu Ying looked on in surprise as the boy who, only moments ago, had been cursing up a storm now seemed oddly pitiful. The contrast struck her, and she couldn't help but reflect. Women are said to be fickle, but aren't men the same? Brother Bai, his brother's here, Fu Huai announced, spotting a young man accompanying Miao Ingjun outside. Let's go. No need to wreck this place, Bishu said, taking the lead and pushing open the door to leave. Stay put, and don't make a sound, Jin Longyu snapped, rolling his eyes at Yuan Ho and the others, who tried to speak but could only make muffled noises through the tape sealing their mouths. He shot them a glare, then hurried after by Shu and the rest. Sigh, a special jonin. I just hope those kids can hold out until the enforcement team arrives. The middle-aged man in the shop uniform shook his head helplessly. He'd worked here for years, but never seen anyone cause trouble in a place under Qinglong Academy's jurisdiction. Did they really think the enforcement squad was a joke? He'd already called them as soon as the scuffle started, and was sure they were on their way. Hey, you're his brother, Jin Longyu said, hands in his pockets, fixing a cocky stare on the unremarkable-looking young man standing beside Miao Ingjun. So, I hear you're planning to mess with my little brother, Miao Ingjie replied, ignoring Jin Longyu's provocation and instead giving Bai Shu's group a careful once-over. Pathetic. 6 of them couldn't even handle 4. And to think someone like that is my brother. Miao Ingjie shot a disdainful glance at the trembling Miao Ingjun beside him. Miao Ingjun could only grit his teeth in silence. He knew his brother looked down on him, but as the youngest in the family, all he had to do was mention it to their grandparents, and his older brother would have to step in. He'd grown so used to being spoiled by his family and relying on his brother's strength that he'd ended up like this. It was your brother who started bullying us first. Why aren't we allowed to fight back? Fu Huai grew bold and spoke up. Judging by the way you look, you must be freshmen, right? Aren't freshmen supposed to be bullied? Miao Ingjie sneered, his face full of mockery, and let out a cold, derisive laugh. Damn, this is really pissing me off. He's even more arrogant than I am. Bye. Go teach him a lesson. Jin Longyu's face hardened with anger as he began to call for backup. Bai Shu, hearing you say that, you must have been bullied a lot when you were a freshman, huh? Bai Shu smiled faintly. As expected, Miao Ingjie's mocking expression vanished instantly. He stared at Bai Shu with icy eyes, as if he wanted to devour him on the spot. Kid, you've really managed to piss me off. Oh, look at that, he's getting worked up. Bai, he's losing his cool. Did you really hit the mark with your guess? Jin Longyu could hardly believe it. His buddy Bai was incredible. It was like he could read minds. So fast. Xiong Jingxing and his friends were shocked as they saw Miao Ingjie's figure darting toward them at lightning speed. Is this the power of a special jonin? To them, Miao Ingjie's speed was astonishing, but in Bai Shu's eyes, it was nothing special. Not only did Bai Shu's own strength far surpass his opponents, but every time he used the Flying Thunder God technique, the compression of space subtly tempered his body, making him stronger each time. What's more, after Bai Shu awakened the will of Uchiha Madara, even though his Sharingan hadn't fully awakened, his vision had already improved tremendously. You or get back. With calm authority, Bai Shu's voice rang out as he caught Miao Ingjie's fist cleanly, stopping the blow that was headed for Jin Longyu. The force of the punch sent Jin Longyu's hair flying around his face. His pupils shrank in shock. He saw a slender, fair hand stretched out in front of his eyes, blocking Miao Ingjie's attack for him. Whoa, so he was coming for me after all. Snapping back to reality, Jin Longyu hurriedly retreated, calling out as he ran, Go, Bai, get him. Who are you? Inside, Miao Ingjie felt as if a tidal wave had crashed through his heart. For someone to clearly see his speed and even catch his punch, the boy with the sunny smile in front of him didn't look like a freshman at all. Me? Bai Shu tilted his head and grinned. Just a freshman. Want to spar? Earth style, Mud River. Miao Ingjie didn't answer Bai Shu's question. Instead, he quickly put some distance between them, forming hand seals at lightning speed and slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. His hands moved swiftly, forming new seals. From the surging river of mud, a 2-meter-long Earth Dragon burst forth. With a guttural roar, the Earth Dragon charged straight at Bai Shu. First, Miao Ingjie created a massive amount of mud in the area, then summoned the Earth Dragon for a direct assault. This not only boosted his offensive power, but also created favorable terrain for himself. No wonder he's a senior. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Bai Shu's eyes. On the other side, Miao Ingjie thought Bai Shu had been scared stiff and couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. So this is all freshmen can do? Stop! A sharp shout rang out from the distance. But Bai Shu paid it no mind. He set his sights on the Earth Dragon charging toward him, a gleam of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Let me use you to test the results of today's training. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Bai Shu's 10 fingers danced swiftly through hand seals. A surge of chakra gathered in his chest, then erupted from his mouth. A wave of fire burst forth, turning the sky a blazing crimson. The Earth Dragon plunged headlong into the endless sea of fire, and in an instant, it was incinerated, vanishing without a trace, reduced to nothing but a wisp in the air. Miao Ingjie stared at the raging inferno, suddenly overcome by how insignificant he felt. How is this possible? With that much chakra, there's no way he's just a freshman. I don't believe it. Water style, Water Pillar. Miao Ingjia's face twisted with effort as his hands flashed through a series of seals. 3 pillars of water erupted from the ground, aiming to block the oncoming firestorm. But it was useless. Swallowed by the wall of flames, the water columns were instantly vaporized, turning into billowing white mist that was quickly consumed by the fire. Water style, water formation wall. Water style, water formation wall. Water style, great waterfall technique. 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of Miao Ingjia. Their faces were tense, eyes fixed on the sea of flames. Not daring to show the slightest carelessness, they poured every bit of their chakra into defending against the raging fire. 2 of them summoned enormous walls of water, struggling to hold back the flames. The other conjured a torrent like a waterfall, desperately trying to douse the fire. The air filled with a violent hissing as steam exploded all around them, so thick that it shrouded the fighters in a dense white fog. Man, trust my brother to pull this off? Awesome. Jin Longyu and Fu Huai's eyes sparkled as they watched the shifting clouds of steam. Damn it, old Bai's gotten even stronger. When will I ever surpass him? Xiong Jingsheng's hope of surpassing Bishu died, yet another death in his heart. So this is what it means to be the top contender in the military training competition? Does that mean the rumors of him single-handedly fending off hundreds of beasts in the forest are true as well? Luing stared blankly, lost deep in thought. What happened over there with those guys? Some passing students glanced at the thick steam in the distance, puzzled. There was a fight just now. Even from here, that sea of fire was terrifying. Many spectators had gathered when the battle first broke out, drawn in by the spectacle. Judging by the size of that smoke, must have been some powerful fire and water-style techniques at play, one bystander said, stroking his chin and trying to sound knowledgeable. Come on, let's get out of here. We're not blind. Look, the smoke's clearing. Someone shouted excitedly. Everyone craned their necks in that direction. They saw a single figure trembling, slumped on the ground in utter defeat, while 3 others hunched over, catching their breath, clearly exhausted. On the other side, a young man dressed in black stood calmly where he was. In an instant, the expressions of the crowd changed. Oh my, the disciplinary squad is here. Judging by the looks of it, the squad didn't get the upper hand just now, did they? That must be it. Can't you see that 2 of them can barely stand? The onlookers watched the scene unfold not far away, each chiming in with their own comments. Great, the disciplinary squad is here. Hiding behind the wall, Miao Ingjuan's face lit up with delight at the sight. There was a simple reason for his relief. He recognized one of the squad members as Peng Yi, a friend of his older brother. Without a second thought, Miao Ingjun darted out from his hiding place and hurried over to Peng Yi, paying no mind at all to his own brother who was still sitting on the ground. Beaming, he said, Brother Peng, they actually dared to lay a hand on me. Hurry, arrest them. Peng Yi's expression grew complicated as he glanced at the excited Miao Ingjun and then at the despondent Miao Ingjia, still sitting on the ground. A flicker of anger flashed across his face. Fan Chung, Wu Xiao, arrest him and take him to the academic affairs office. That's right. Did you hear that? Hurry up and grab that brat over there. He actually dared to touch me. He must have a death wish. At this point, Miao Ingjun still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. He looked smugly at the young man in black, standing not far off. Wait, arrest him. Not me. Miao Ingjun started to panic as he saw the 2 squad members heading straight toward him. Shut up. You're the one we're here to arrest. One of them, clearly losing patience, smacked him on the head and tied his hands with a rope from his belt. The other, stern and impartial, said, According to the report, you not only bullied civilians but also used your senior status to threaten freshmen. You'll need to come with us. The Academic Affairs Office will decide your punishment. The mention of the Academic Affairs Office made Miao Ingjuan's face change dramatically, as if he'd heard something terrifying. He hurriedly pleaded, Brother Peng, it's me, Miao Ingjun. My brother is Miao Ingjia. Suddenly, as if struck by another idea, he lowered his head and begged his brother, still sitting on the ground. Brother, please save me. I don't want to go to the Academic Affairs Office. Shut up. Get lost. Peng, he couldn't stand it any longer and quickly signaled for the other 2 squad members to take him away. Wait. At this moment, Bishu suddenly spoke up. Miao Ingjun clung to this as though it were his last hope. Junior, please explain to them. I didn't bully you. I didn't lay a finger on any civilians. It was all Yuan Ho and his gang. Officers, there are 5 more of them in that shop. Bishu pointed toward a nearby store. All right. The members of the enforcement team, their expressions stern, immediately entered the restaurant. The 5 men who had been knocked down and had their mouths taped shut by Bishu and his companions were tied up with ropes and marched out as if they were prisoners being escorted away. He had seen firsthand just how formidable this young man was. That single fire-style technique alone had forced both him and Fan Chung to expend a considerable amount of chakra. Watching this youth walk out as if nothing had happened, Wu Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Who wouldn't wish for a little more chakra to call their own? Take them away. The Academic Affairs Office will handle their case. As soon as Yuan Ho and his group heard these words, their faces turned ashen with despair. They knew all too well what those words meant. Watching Wu Xiao and Fan Chung escort them away, Peng Yi squatted down, at a loss for how to comfort his friend. Take me to the Academic Affairs Office as well. I don't want you to get in trouble for my sake. A low, heavy voice came from Miao Ingjia's lips. Peng, he didn't know what else to say. Because of Miao Ingjia, he'd helped Miao Ingjun far too many times. But this time, innocent people were involved. There was nothing more he could do. What's more, he'd long grown tired of Miao Ingjun's antics. Every time something happened, he'd run to his brother for help, again and again. Peng Yi really couldn't fathom how this useless kid ever got into Qinglong Academy. That's enough, old Peng. Don't worry about me. I brought this on myself. Miao Ingjia gave a bitter, resigned smile, patted Peng Yi on the shoulder, and stood up. Then his gaze drifted to the figure dressed in black. With a carefree smile that seemed to shake off his burdens, he said, I'm off, old Peng. Peng Yi let out a long, weary sigh. Everyone comes from a different background. Some children grow up like princes and princesses, while others struggle just to survive. Miao Ingjia had lost his parents at a young age and lived with his younger brother at their grandparents' home. But the grandparents never cared much for the eldest grandson. In fact, they were somewhat averse to him, showering all their affection on the younger boy instead. From childhood, the only lesson they ever impressed upon Miao Ingjia was to protect his brother at all costs and to always help him out of trouble. Growing up in this environment, Miao Ingjia pushed himself to excel and get into Qinglong Academy, hoping to earn some attention from his grandparents. Perhaps because of his family situation, many people looked down on him at the time. Even his own roommates shunned and isolated him. But later, he proved his strength and abilities until no one dared to belittle or ignore him again. That was when Peng Yi met him, becoming Miao Ingjia's only friend. When Miao Ingjun first arrived at Qinglong Academy, Miao Ingjia was so drunk he could barely stand. It was during one of these drunken nights that he confided all this to Peng Yi. I just hope Ingjia will be able to see things clearly one day. Peng Yi shook his head and sighed. That idiot Miao Ingjun, his own brother, is sitting there on the ground. Yet instead he comes to a stranger for help. Utter fool. Hello there. I'm Peng Yi from the enforcement team. Peng Yi had already approached Bishu, his demeanor gentle, showing none of the sternness he'd just displayed toward Miao Ingjun. After all, he'd witnessed this young man's formidable strength firsthand. Even as a special jonin, that sea of fire Bishu conjured had been a tricky situation to handle. Enforcement squad? Bishu paused, puzzled. He'd never heard that name before. Could it be some sort of special unit? Bishu wondered to himself. The enforcement squad was established by the Academic Affairs Office. They're responsible for maintaining order both in and around Qinglong Academy. At that moment, Jin Longyu's voice rang out unexpectedly. Yes, that's exactly right. Peng Yi smiled as he watched the group approach. Oh, I see. Bishu nodded with sudden understanding. So, basically like security guards? You need to come with me for a bit. Qinglong Academy doesn't permit the use of large-scale ninjutsu like that. Is that so? Bishu turned to Jin Longyu for confirmation. Since Jin Longyu knew about the enforcement squad, he likely knew about this rule too, right? Yes, that's right. Let's go. Baiji, I'll go with you. All right, let's go then. Bishu didn't refuse. A good kid always follows the rules. Let's get moving. Peng Yi hadn't expected Bishu would go along so easily. Clearly, he didn't understand how intimidating the Academic Affairs Office could be. Peng Yi sikit inyardly. Fatty, old bear, I'll head to the office with Baiji. You two go back first. All right, we'll head back then. Fu Huai waved his hand in farewell. They'll be all right, won't they? Xiong Jingxiang watched the pair's backs as they walked away, sighing with guilt. They'd gotten involved because of him, and Xiong Jingxiang couldn't help but feel responsible. Please give me a 5-star rating, brothers. I'm counting on you. Of course they'll be fine. Uncle Jean, what about these guys? How should we handle them? Jin Longyu grinned mischievously at the middle-aged man seated at the desk. Uncle Jean. At the mention, Miao Ingjun and Yuan Jie's faces turned ashen. No wonder this kid acted so cocky. Turns out he really did have connections. Even Bishu was a little taken aback. He hadn't expected Jin Longyu to have a powerful backer. But then again, it made sense. How else would a sensory-type ninja end up in the combat division without some connections? Don't call me Uncle Jean. Call me Director. The middle-aged man in the office chair said gruffly. What's going on? Uncle Jean, it's... Enough. Peng Yi, you explain. Jin Tianan ignored Jin Longyu and turned to Peng Yi instead. Startled out of his reverie, Peng Yi quickly gathered himself and reported. Director Jean, here's what happened. We received a call from a member of the public. Peng Yi repeated everything the shopkeeper uncle had said, not hiding or embellishing any details. So, it was them who bullied your classmates first. After listening to the account, Jean Tianen finally turned his gaze to his nephew. That's right, these guys have been acting arrogant for a while now. They ganged up on my friend, trying to teach him a lesson, Jean Longyu said, feigning a look of grievance. That's not true. He was the one who bumped into our brother Miao first. Yuan Jie blurted out anxiously, trying to explain. My friend already apologized to you twice, yet you still refuse to let it go. Only you know whether you're bullying people on purpose, Bishu said with a cold laugh, his eyes fixed on Miao Ingjun and his companions. Meeting Bishu's gaze, Miao Ingjun and the others quickly lowered their heads. Miao Ingjun remembered well the power of Bishu's ninjutsu, while Yuan Jie and the rest had witnessed his speed and martial skill firsthand. Even together, none of them could take on this freshman. Longyu, is he your friend? Jean Tianen sized up Bishu as he asked. That's Bishu, my brother Bai, Jean Longyu said, pulling Bishu closer and presenting him to Jean Tianen. What? He's Bishu? Jean Tianen's face was instantly awash with shock. Was this the boy rumored to possess space-time ninjutsu? What's wrong, third uncle? Jean Longyu was puzzled by his uncle's sudden reaction. Seeing Jean Longyu's expression, Jean Tianen was now certain. This was indeed the boy who wielded space-time ninjutsu and even harbored a tailed beast within him. Of course, this was only what he'd heard. He hadn't witnessed Bishu in action during the military training competition, as he'd been away on business. But he'd been present at the meeting just a few days ago, where he'd learned about Bishu's feat, facing down hundreds of exotic beasts alone. As a member of the Jin family in Fengyang City, Jean Tianen naturally knew about the existence of tailed beasts. So, when his nephew told him this youth was Bishu, he couldn't help but feel amazed. What shocked him even more, though, was that his own nephew personally knew Bishu. It's nothing. I just remembered something, Jean Tianen said, quickly regaining his composure and smiling. Bring your friend over to our house sometime when you get the chance. He acted as if his earlier astonishment had never happened. That's odd, Jean Longyu thought, glancing at his uncle, sensing something unusual in his demeanor. Miao Ingjie, what are you doing here? Jean Tianen suddenly noticed Miao Ingjie and couldn't help but feel curious. Why were so many people from the Academic Affairs office gathered here today? Normally, students would hurry right past this area. Director, Miao Ingjie managed a wry smile. What's the matter? You're one of the few seniors in your class to make it into the special Jonin ranks, a real genius. What could possibly trouble you enough to show that face? Jean Tianen teased with a light laugh. Head lowered, Miao Ingjie remained silent. Finally, it was Peng Yi who stepped forward to explain, recounting the entire incident between Bishu and Miao Ingjie. As Jean Tianen listened, his expression visibly darkened. He barked out, Miao Ingjie, you're a senior. How could you lay a hand on a freshman? Miao Ingjie's head drooped even lower, his spirit utterly deflated. All of this started because of you, bullying freshmen and civilians while claiming to be students of Azure Dragon Academy. I will report this matter to the principal and let him decide. Jean Tianen said coldly to Miao Ingjun and his companions. Why? Why isn't he being punished? He not only started the fight, but also unleashed large-scale ninjutsu. Why does he get away with it? At this point, Miao Ingjun had given up all pretense and decided to drag Bishu down with him. Nonsense. My brother Bai was acting in self-defense. And besides, you seniors couldn't even beat him. How embarrassing is that? Before Bishu could respond, Jean Longyu's voice echoed through the office. Director, look at my face. He was the one who struck first, Yuan Ho said with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, quickly turning his face to show Jean Tianen the marks. I'll be reporting this to the principal as well. And another thing. Enough. The principal will settle this. Don't make me intervene. Jean Tianen's voice was icy cold. Did they really think the director of academic affairs was just a figurehead? If he didn't have any authority, why would the students fear the office at all? At that moment, Yuan Ho suddenly remembered. This was the director of academic affairs. He lowered his head, trembling, as if he had just recalled something terrifying. Longyu, you and your friends wait here for a while. I have a few things to handle, Jean Tianen said, then instructed Peng Yi and the others to escort Miao Ingjun and his group towards the principal's office. Is the director your uncle? Bishu asked, settling onto the sofa. He's my third uncle, Jean Longyu replied, making himself comfortable in Jean Tianen's chair and propping his feet up on the desk. I see. No wonder a sensory-type ninja like you ended up in the combat division. You've got someone looking out for you. Bishu teased. It's not bad. Back then, I just mentioned it to my uncle, and he arranged for me to transfer to the combat division, Jin Longyu said with satisfaction. To show off in front of someone as impressive as Brother Bai. He figured he was the only one who could pull that off. What Bishu didn't know was that Jin Longyu had pestered Jin Tianan for over half a month just to get into the combat division. In the end, Jin Tianan lost patience and told him to ask his parents for permission. If they agreed, he'd arrange it. If not, he could forget about it. Thanks to his relentless efforts, Jin Longyu finally joined the combat division, where he met Bishu, Xiong Jingsheng, and Fu Huai. By the way, why are they all so afraid of the academic affairs office? Your uncle seems like a decent guy, Bishu asked, puzzled. Jin Longyu's third uncle didn't seem strange at all. So why did Miao Ingjun and the others fear him so much? Oh, that? My third uncle awakened as a Uchiha ninja. As for why they're so scared, it's because he often uses Jinjutsu to mess with them, Jin Longyu said with a grin. When he was a child, he had also been scared by his third uncle, to the point that he didn't even dare sleep alone at night. So, it was just an illusion technique? That explains it. Bishu chuckled and shook his head. He had genuinely thought something terrifying had happened at the academic affairs office. To just let Miao Ingjia's brother off like that, it's really unsatisfying. Jin Longyu and Bishu walked side by side on their way back to the dorm. That Miao Ingjia does have the strength of a special jonin. The academy naturally doesn't want to expel him. Giving him a disciplinary warning is just a token punishment, Bishu said, wearing a look as if he'd seen through it all. And a special jonin at 22 too. Comparing yourself to others is just asking for trouble. Jin Longyu sighed, shaking his head. When would he too become a special jonin? Bishu recalled what Jin Tianan had said to them in the office just now. You really don't know until you look into it. Turns out this Miao Ingjun is completely useless. Not only does he stir up trouble everywhere, he also loves to bully his classmates. How did someone like that even get into Qinglong Academy? With the principal's final decision, Miao Ingjun, Yuan Ho, and the others have been expelled from the academy. Miao Ingjia has received a serious demerit, and Peng Yi has been dismissed from his post. The dismissal was because Miao Ingjun, under the influence of the illusion technique, confessed everything, including how Peng Yi had helped him. Bishu felt a twinge of emotion. 7 people had been punished because of Miao Ingjun alone. You had to admit, in his own way, Miao Ingjun was quite something. The two returned to their dorm. Xiong Jingsheng and Fu Huai immediately hurried over, concern written all over their faces as they asked. Nothing happened, right? Ahem, I won't hide it from you anymore. My uncle is the head of student affairs, Jin Longyu said, hands in his pockets, gazing up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Oh, Xiong Jingsheng and Fu Huai nodded at him in unison. Then Xiong Jingsheng waved a big hand and said, Come on, dinner's on me tonight. Thanks for helping me out today, brothers. We're not going home sober. All right, let's go. Fu Huai agreed with a nod. Bishu slipped his phone into his pocket, placed Ju Lama on his shoulder, and coaxed. Ju Lama, if you don't go out soon, you'll turn into a shut-in fox. Time to get some fresh air. Fine, let's go. Ju Lama nodded, turned over on Bishu's shoulder, and settled down in a comfortable spot. The 3 young men and 1 fox headed straight out the door, leaving Jin Longyu frozen in place behind them. Hey, wait for me. Jin Longyu abandoned his cool act and dashed after them. By the time the 4 of them and the fox finished eating, it was already 6 o'clock. Stuffed, and with nothing else to do, the 4 sprawled in their dorm, chatting away. Bye. I'm thinking of begging my uncle to have a ninja from the awakened Nara clan transferred to our class, Jin Longyu said, gazing up at the ceiling, his mind involuntarily replaying Bai's battle with Miao Ingjia. The vast, all-consuming sea of flames left a deep impression on him. He knew he might spend his whole life chasing and never even catch a glimpse of Bai Ji's shadow, but he didn't want to fall behind. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, Bai Ji's words to him and Panger from before. Sure, don't we get to pick a mentor in our sophomore year? We can talk to your uncle about it then, Bishu had said, squinting his eyes. Mentor? I wish we could start missions sooner, Xiong Jingsheng chimed in with his own comment. We have to wait until we finish our freshman year's theory classes before we choose a mentor and start taking on missions in sophomore year, Fu Huai explained. Sophomore year? That feels so far away, someone sighed. We've just started freshman year and you're already thinking about sophomore year. Come on, enjoy your first year while it lasts, Bishu said with a laugh. Barely 2 months into freshman year, Jin Longyu was already itching to get to sophomore year. Exactly, we should really be making the most of freshman life. Don't just agree with me, old Xiong. How are things going between you and Luing? Jin Longyu propped his head on his right hand, turning to tease Xiong Jingsheng. Yeah, old Xiong, we all saw you serving her food. She even smiled at you. Fu Huai sat up, looking directly at Xiong Jingsheng. We're all brothers here, old Xiong. You can't keep secrets from us. Bishu also sat up, joining in. Under the combined scrutiny of the 3, Xiong Jingsheng finally broke. He sat up, a little embarrassed. I'm still pursuing her. Today was the first time I asked her out for a meal. Really now? Fu Huai and Jin Longyu both replied, faces full of mock disdain. Oh, come on. That's still better than either of you two. Xiong Jingxing shot back without hesitation. Hey, I don't accept that. I'm getting a girlfriend too. Jin Longyu suddenly flopped on the bed, making it creak loudly. Confession wall, he called out, grabbing his phone to scroll through the campus confession board, hoping to spot a girl he liked. What the? Why are there so many photos of Baiko on here? Jin Longyu sat up with a start. Let me see. Fu Huai clambered onto Jin Longyu's bed and snatched the phone from his hand. What he saw was a familiar image. A photo showed Bishu standing calmly, a sea of fire raging behind him, while several people hurriedly used ninjutsu to shield themselves. Isn't this from this afternoon? How did it end up on the confession wall? Haha. Yeah, we've already seen this one. Skip it. Let's see what else is there. Jin Longyu forced a laugh, snatching the phone back from Fu Huai and scrolling further. Another photo appeared. This boy has such a sunny smile. Does anyone know him? The caption read. In the picture, Bishu was smiling gently, his gaze fixed on the distance. Jin Longyu scrolled on, laughing. The freshman who won first place in the military training competition is so handsome. Does anyone know him? Read the next caption. Jin Longyu's face twisted with frustration as he kept scrolling. At last, his expression softened, and his eyes lit up with admiration as he gazed at a photo of a girl on the screen. The young girl's smile was radiant, and her eyes sparkled like a river of stars, instantly drawing Jin Longyu's attention. My roommate, do you think she's pretty? She's beautiful, Jin Longyu replied, his face taking on a love-struck, almost goofy expression. Let me see, Fu Huai said, reaching out to snatch the phone. Ahem, I've got something to do right now, brother. Go amuse yourself elsewhere, Jin Longyu declared righteously, as if his face hadn't just shifted through a range of expressions. Fine, I'll go. You've changed. Fu Huai retreated to his own bed, throwing Jin Longyu a wounded, resentful look. As soon as Fu Huai left, Jin Longyu hurriedly unlocked his phone and started asking for the girl's contact information. Everyone's chatting? I should find someone to talk to as well. Noticing that Bishu and the others were all clutching their phones, fingers tapping away furiously, Fu Huai decided to search for nearby friends himself. Moments ago, the four of them had been joking and laughing together, but now, silence settled over the room. Only the soft tapping of fingers on screens and the occasional burst of laughter broke the quiet. After replying to Ning Shi's message, Bishu handed his phone to Kurama. He was starting to feel that his phone didn't belong to him anymore. Except for the few moments he used it to reply to Ning Shi. It spent all its time in Kurama's hands. That settles it. Tomorrow, he'd buy Kurama a phone of his own. Kurama, how about we go get you a phone tomorrow? Bishu whispered. Really? Kurama reluctantly tore his gaze from the screen. Really? Bishu nodded earnestly. Then don't forget to give me a SIM card, buy me some data, and recharge my membership. Bishu was a bit taken aback by Kurama's confident demands. Where did you even learn all this? Isn't it all on the phone? Who's the tail beast here? You or me, you country mutt? Kurama retorted with disdain. Me? A country mutt? Bishu pointed at himself in disbelief. Enough, don't bother me unless it's important, Kurama said impatiently, waving his paw and returning his attention to the phone. I'm a country mutt. I can't believe I'm a country mutt. At that moment, Bishu's eyes lost their light. He regretted ever letting Kurama near a phone. The once mighty and imposing Kurama was gone, replaced by a fox hopelessly addicted to his smartphone. Such regret. How to coexist peacefully with fantastic beasts. What kind of course is that? Fu Huai read each word of the course schedule on his phone, disbelief coloring his tone. Who's the genius who came up with this? Xiong Jingsheng's rugged face bore a look of surprise. The course was just too bizarre. Humans and fantastic beasts living in peace? Who could be that clueless? Well, there are some things you guys might not have heard about, Jin Longyu said as he finished getting dressed. Right now, our countries split into two factions. One believes in peaceful coexistence with fantastic beasts, and the other wants to exterminate them all. Factions. Xiong Jingsheng and Fu Huai exchanged a wide-eyed look. They honestly had never heard of such a thing before. That's right. The class we're about to take is taught by those who advocate for peace, Jin Longyu said. Jin Longyu had long been aware of the factional conflicts. After all, the Jin family of Fengyang was famous for a reason. Back then, Jin Longyu had already developed a deep aversion to those who promoted peaceful coexistence with the exotic beasts. For generations, his family had battled these creatures, suffering countless losses. Peace was never something you could just declare and expect to happen. You knew about this before? Fu Huai asked, noticing Bishu listening with an unreadable expression. My uncle told me about it before, Bishu replied with a nod. Hey, what do you think of those who advocate peace with the exotic beasts? Jin Longyu couldn't help but ask, curiosity in his eyes. If Bai was familiar with the factional disputes, his family must have some background. But how did Bai really feel about all this? Xiong Jingxing and Fu Huai also looked at Bai Shu, waiting for his answer. Bai Shu let out a soft chuckle. A bunch of fools, honestly. Jin Longyu threw his head back and laughed, giving Bai Shu a big thumbs up, his face alight with excitement. That's the spirit, Bai. Exactly, a bunch of fools. Come on, let's check out the classroom, Xiong Jingxing said, getting to his feet. Let's go. The four of them headed straight for the teaching building. Because of his friends, Bai Shu had to give up using the Flying Thunder God technique and simply walked with them to the classroom. They arrived fairly early, so there weren't many people inside yet. Bai Shu and his friends picked a spot at random and settled in to wait for class to begin. As soon as they sat down, it was as if someone had flipped a switch. People began filing into the classroom one after another. Bai Shu spotted a familiar face among them, the quietly unremarkable boy who had once teamed up with him and ended up coming to Qinglong Academy together. You're in this class too? Bai Shu called out. Yeah, not that I wanted to be, but I'm curious to see what kind of teacher we'll have, Mu Xinghe replied with a helpless smile, taking a seat in front of Bai Shu alongside his roommate. Ningxi didn't come with you? Mu Xinghe glanced behind Bai Shu, surprised not to see anyone there. After all, through all 3 years of high school, Ningxi and Bai Shu had been practically inseparable. She came with her roommate. Bai Shu answered with a gentle smile. Look, they're there now. A beautiful girl with pure white eyes walked in, holding another girl's arm as they stepped into the room. Bai Shu, Mu Xinghe, Ningxi called out, about to greet Bai Shu when she suddenly caught sight of the familiar face seated in front of him. Yeah, it's been a while, Mu Xinghe replied with a friendly nod. Shishi, who's that handsome guy? As soon as she sat down, Xia Yuhe tugged on Ningxi's arm, unable to contain her curiosity. He's my high school classmate. How strong is he? Did he awaken as a civilian ninja or a clan ninja? Why do I know that? Ningxi asked suspiciously. Yuhi must have asked because she thought that guy was handsome, Jiang Yin said with a laugh, folding her arms across her chest. Guanhua had a knowing look, but kept her thoughts to herself. Oh, come on. I did not. Don't make things up, Xia Yuhe protested, her cheeks flushing as she shook her head quickly. Hearing this, Ningxi chuckled twice before continuing. His rank was elite lower ninja, and his awakened power is ice release. But that was several months ago. Back then, he was elite lower ninja, but who knows now? Ning, she shook her head. Ding ling ling. The bell rang for class. Many students sat up straight in their seats, eager to see what kind of teacher would lecture this course, and curious about the lesson itself. After all, this class went against everything they had learned from grade school onward. Instead of eliminating the beasts, they were now being taught to coexist with them. Click! As the classroom door opened, a figure slowly came into view. It was a middle-aged man of medium build, wearing glasses and a warm smile on his face. Hello, everyone. I'm your teacher for this course. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gucheng. You all look bright and full of energy, so let's begin our lesson. Gucheng looked at the silent faces of the students, clearly satisfied with their attentive gazes. Class, do you know why this course is called On Coexisting Peacefully with Beasts? Gucheng asked, his eyes full of anticipation. As long as someone answered, he was ready to explain and, in the process, instill his school of thought. But the students just stared at him, not a single one speaking up. Gucheng didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. After all, these young minds had been influenced for at least 9 years, and it was his duty to correct their thinking. More than that, he wanted to prove that only by peaceful coexistence between humans and beasts could the world have a brighter future. All right then, it seems you aren't clear, so let me explain. Gucheng continued. It's been decades since we signed a truce with the beasts. Humanity has advanced rapidly. Cutting-edge technologies have emerged, leading us into a glorious era. This shows us that we should continue to coexist peacefully with the beasts, so that this era of brilliance can go on. Teacher, this is completely different from what we learned before. We were always taught to resist the beasts, to eliminate them, and protect our homeland. This course is the exact opposite of everything we've studied until now, a tall, thin boy stood up and said. Seeing that someone finally responded to him, Gucheng was inwardly delighted. He spoke gently. You've already said that all of this is in the past. A new era has arrived, and we should be people who move with the times, not those who go against them. Anyone who resists the tide of the times will be abandoned sooner or later. The young man looked a little lost. And he wasn't the only one. Many other boys and girls around him were just as confused. Outside the classroom, damn it, these conservatives are despicable. How dare they send people to mislead our students at Azure Dragon Academy? Li Zheng, the director of the combat department, stood outside the door, listening to Gucheng's speech. He clenched his fists, his face dark with anger. Principal, Are you really going to just let these conservatives cause trouble here at Azure Dragon Academy? Li Zheng looked at the elderly man before him and spoke gravely. Han Liuyan sighed helplessly at his words and said, "This is something they'll have to face sooner or later. Or have you forgotten how, back then, students fresh out of school joined conservatives? Damn it, if only we'd warned them when the conservatives first started showing themselves." Li Zheng couldn't help but recall how so many people rushed to join the conservatives as soon as they appeared. Besides, if he really wants to sway people at Azure Dragon Academy, he'll need more than a silver tongue. Han Liuyan glanced at the classroom and couldn't help but smile knowingly at the scene inside. Going against the times? Is slaying monstrous beasts really going against the times? Can killing these creatures really hinder the progress of society? Let's not forget that our ancestors spent their lives fighting these monsters. If those who came before us could see their descendants now, talking about peace with those damned beasts, how do you think they'd judge us from the afterlife? A cold, distant voice rang out from inside the classroom. Many who heard it shuddered involuntarily. That's right, my grandfather died in the jaws of a monster, and here I am, hesitating like a fool. What a disgrace to his memory. As he spoke, the young man smacked himself hard across the face. My great-grandfather died fighting beasts too, someone else said. Who hasn't lost at least 2 family members to those monsters? All of them died because of these creatures, and now we're supposed to talk about peaceful coexistence? That's nonsense. One after another, students began to speak up, their faces burning with anger. If we talk about peace now, then didn't my grandfather die for nothing? Peaceful coexistence, my ass. I'm done here. The boy who'd slapped himself stood up, ignoring the strange looks from those around him, and strode out of the classroom with his head held high. Many others exchanged glances and followed suit. Soon, only about 20 students remained in the classroom. Gucheng stared impassively at those who still stayed. He had almost swayed the crowd, but in the end, that one kid's words had only strengthened their resolve. Damn it. So what do you think of this course? Gucheng forced a smile, his expression a mask of politeness. The first to speak up was, of course, Bishu. At this moment, his expression was cold as he said, "A perspective? Huh, cowardice, that's all it is. Cowardice." Gucheng seethed with anger inside, his voice growing even colder as he retorted, "Is stopping the war between humans and the beasts an act of cowardice? Do you realize how many lives would be lost if war breaks out again? You're the ones afraid of dying." Bishu's voice suddenly rose, startling Xiong Jingsheng and the others. Coexist in peace? Don't you find that laughable? It's just that you've forgotten the blood and passion of your ancestors, and you're afraid that if the beasts invade again, you'll be sent to the front lines. Those who have grown too accustomed to comfort will always look for any excuse to keep the peace. Isn't your so-called peaceful coexistence with the beasts just another excuse you've come up with? Don't try to hide behind grand, noble ideals. You're just scared, aren't you? Bishu spoke each word with weight and clarity, every sentence sharp and precise. Scared? Impossible, they thought. Their faction had countless powerful warriors. How could they possibly be afraid? Gucheng kept telling himself this over and over. Yes, it's not fear. I'm just trying to prevent more deaths. Goodbye, teacher. Your views just don't suit us. See you around. Jin Longyu, following right behind Bishu, waved at Gucheng with a carefree gesture. Even before Bishu finished speaking, he had already stood up and left the room. Everyone else hurried after him. Good afternoon, Director. As Xiong Jingsheng and the others walked out, they saw Director Li Zheng from the combat department, standing with an elderly man. Both were smiling warmly at them. Good afternoon, Principal. When Bishu saw the elderly man, he greeted him as well. Principal, Ning Shi and the rest, as well as Xiong Jingsheng and Mu Xinghe, all looked at the old man in shock. This old man was none other than the principal of Qinglong Academy. Yes, you've all done well. The conservative faction, in the end, is just afraid of death. Li Zheng lauga fartili. Just then, Gucheng walked out. Hearing Li Zheng's words, his expression didn't change. He simply bowed to Han Liuyan, then quickly left. With no students left, what was the point in continuing the class? After bidding farewell to the principal and director, the group made their way outside. Brother Bai, you were incredible just now. Jin Longyu sidled up to Bishu, grinning broadly, facing the teacher without backing down in the slightest. Only my brother Bai could pull that off. Fu Huai added admiringly, wishing it had been him, standing there with such confidence. I never imagined things like this happened in Xia country. Mu Xinghe shook his head with a sigh. What's wrong? Disappointed? Bishu was surprised to see such an expression on Mu Xinghe's face. Yeah, a little. I thought Qinglong Academy was all about fighting beasts. I never expected there'd be things like this too. The Azure Dragon Academy wasn't always like this. In recent years, a faction advocating peaceful coexistence with the exotic beasts has risen to prominence. They've gained a lot of support, even approval from the higher-ups. Otherwise, how could they possibly allow those people to meddle with the Academy students? Jin Longyu let out a sigh as well. Sigh? Jin Longyu, how do you know all this? Jiang Yin asked, curiosity shining in her eyes. Up until now, they hadn't even known about the different factions, let alone something this significant. My parents told me, he replied. Your surname is Jin. Are you from the Jin family? A young man standing behind Mu Xinghe asked in astonishment. HM? Which Jin family are you talking about? If you mean the Jin family from Fengyang, then yes, I am. Jin Longyu replied, nonchalantly. After all, aside from a Jin family in Fengyang, where else was there a prominent Jin clan? So you really do have a powerful background. Xiong Jingsheng exclaimed in surprise. Of course, Jin Longyu said, unable to hide a trace of pride. He never liked to show off in front of outsiders, but among his own brothers, that was a different story. He planted his hands on his hips and, with an exaggerated air, looked down his nose at Xiong Jingsheng. I am Jin Longyu, second young master of the Jin family of Fengyang. Old Xiong, you should bow down to me. Maybe I'll make you my bodyguard in the future. Get out of here, Xiong Jingsheng barked, swatting Jin Longyu aside with a big hand. Fatty, maybe I'll let you be my bodyguard instead, Jin Longyu quipped, turning his attention to Fu Huai. Bodyguard? How much will you pay? Fu Huai shot back. We're brothers. Why talk about money? No money, no bodyguard. Or did you expect a freebie? Fu Huai scolded. Seeing the antics of the Jin family's second son, the young man beside Mu Xinghe could hardly bear to look. When he first enrolled at Azure Dragon Academy, his father had warned him not to cross anyone from the Jin family or their family's business. Will be done for. But who could have imagined that the young master of the Jin family from Fengyang would turn out to be so approachable? As the sound of Fu Huai and Jin Longyu's playful scuffle reached his ears, Bishu glanced at the time. It was just after 9. Perfect. He could take this opportunity to buy a phone for Kurama, as he'd promised. That was not something to be forgotten. Ningxi, I need to go get a phone for Kurama in a bit. Want to come along? Sure, let's go. I haven't been out in a while anyway, Ningxi agreed with a nod. Cici, we'll head out first then, said Xia Yuhua and her 2 friends, sensibly excusing themselves as soon as they heard. We'll get going too. Let's meet up again sometime. Mu Xinghe called out his goodbye and left with his friends. Need me to give you guys a ride back? Bishu asked Xiong Jingsheng and the others, hope flickering in his eyes. No need, no need. No trouble at all, brother Bai, the 3 replied with a hearty laugh, picking up their pace. I'll just be a moment. Wait for me. I'll be right back, Bishu said gently. All right, go ahead, came a reply. Ever since he bought a phone for Kurama, Bishu had settled back into his daily routine, attending classes, cultivating, and returning to his dorm at the end of the day. Whenever Ningxi had some free time, Bishu would also go out for a stroll with her. This tranquil life went on for 2 months, until one day, a sudden piece of news burst forth like a bomb dropped into a still pond, sending waves crashing in every direction. By November, Fengyang was wrapped in shimmering silver, and everyone had already donned thick winter clothes. Even the ninjas were no exception. Though they could use chakra to ward off some of the bitter cold, it was only just enough. They, too, needed heavy clothing. Look, quick, take a look. The Ninja Association headquarters just released a major announcement. What's the news? It's the Tournament of Talents. See for yourself. To assess the strength of the new generation, the Ninja Association will be holding a grand tournament. Below is the list of participants for this event. Whoa, Bai. How come your name is on this list? Jin Longyu sprang up from his bed, his face full of astonishment. Let me see. Fu Huai snatched the phone and read out loud, word by word, Qinglong Academy, Bishu. It's really there. Fu Huai stared wide-eyed at Bishu. Check if I'm on the list. Xiong Jingsheng asked anxiously. Nope. Fu Huai scrolled through the names, but didn't find Xiong Jingsheng's. Come on. The Ninja Association headquarters must be blind. I'm strong too, you know. Xiong Jingsheng grumbled, then asked, Wait, did you just say that if we defeat someone on the list, we can enter the tournament? That's right, exactly. If I can get in, then so can I. Xiong Jingsheng said, flipping through the list from headquarters, looking for a potential opponent to challenge. As for why he didn't just challenge Bishu, well, he was at least self-aware enough for that. The Tournament of Talents? Now, this sounds interesting. Bishu murmured, stroking his chin. But wait, Bai, most of the people on that list are already well-known names. How did you end up on it? Jin Longyu asked in confusion. He knew some of those names himself, like Duanmu Jintian from Qinglong Academy, Su Rower from Baihu Academy. These were all graduates. It made sense for them to be listed. But for Bishu, still just a freshman, to make the cut was truly baffling. Was this announcement really sent by the Ninja Association headquarters? Bishu double-checked. Yeah, it's official. Then there was no mistake. Bishu understood immediately. It must have been Uncle Chun who reported his accomplishments to headquarters, which was why his name had been added. The tournament is set for a month from now, so you still have time to get ready. Bye, Jin Longyu reminded him. I wish it could start right now. I can't wait to show everyone the results of my training, Bishu replied, stretching out lazily on his bed. Over the past 2 months, his abilities had advanced at a remarkable pace. To begin with ninjutsu, Bishu had already mastered all the jutsu from Uchiha Madara, as well as those he received as rewards. In terms of ninjutsu alone, combined with Kurama's chakra, Bishu was now more than qualified to serve as a formidable artillery ninja. Then, there was lightning release. Chidori. Bishu had learned Sasuke's variants, Chidori Stream, Chidori Sharp Spear, and Chidori Senbon. During his sparring sessions with Xiong Jingsheng, Bishu once unleashed the Chidori Stream, which startled Xiong so much that he quickly asked, "Wait, did you also awaken the Night Moon clan's bloodline?" As for the advanced Rasengan technique, Rasen Shuriken, Bishu hadn't learned it, mainly out of concern that he might accidentally demolish the entire training room. Moving on to Taijutsu, ever since awakening Uchiha Madara's abilities, Bishu could now practice Madara's style of hand-to-hand combat. He was naturally drawn to such elegant and refined fighting techniques, and would drag Xiong Jingsheng to the training room with him every day. You could say that for most of these past 2 months, Bishu and Xiong Jingsheng had spent their time together. As for Senjutsu, things remained much the same as before. Kurama, when will I finally master the full Kurama mode? Bishu tilted his head, glancing at Kurama, who was thoroughly engrossed in his phone. When my chakra fully merges with yours, you'll have complete mastery, Kurama replied, his eyes never straying from the screen. Full merger? Still a ways to go then, Bishu mused, sensing his own chakra. Thanks to his frequent use of Kurama's chakra, his body was now almost entirely filled with it, though there was still a small portion that belonged to him alone. As for Genjutsu, Bishu wasn't too worried. Once he awakened the Sharingan, he'd be able to learn it as well. But what if he fell victim to a Genjutsu before that? No need to worry, Kurama would step in to help. It wasn't just Bishu and his friends who had heard the news about the upcoming Prodigy tournament. In the girls' dormitory, room 403. Cici, look at this. You have to see this. Xia Yuha hurried over to Ning Shi, phone in hand. What is it? The Prodigy tournament? I see it. Ning Shi said, puzzled as she scanned the list on Xia Yuha's screen. Look closely. Do you see who's on there? Xia Yuha tapped on a particular name. Oh, Bishu. Ning Shi quickly snatched the phone from her. Qinglong Academy, Bishu. It really is Bishu. How did his name end up on the list? Ning Shi was baffled. Who knows? Still, Bishu is amazing. He's only a freshman and already competing in the Prodigy tournament, Xia Yuha said, a hint of envy in her voice. Bishu isn't just any ordinary genius. Don't forget what happened in the forest. He's more than qualified for this competition. Guanhua couldn't help but feel a little envious. Though she was quite talented herself, she wasn't qualified to take part in this true battle of prodigies. Should we go cheer him on when the time comes? Go to the capital. I've never been there before. Jiang Yin tempted them with a glint in her eye. I think it sounds great. What about you, Cici? I'm in. Principal's office. Principal, here is the list of those from Azure Dragon Academy who will be competing in the Prodigy tournament. 2 are seniors, 1 is a junior, and 1 a freshman, 4 in total. There are also 5 alumni who've already graduated. That makes 9 participants from our academy. Standing in front of the desk was a middle-aged woman dressed in professional attire, her short hair accentuating her capable, decisive manner. Han Liunian glanced at the list and smiled. What about the other 3 academies? White Tiger Academy has 11 competitors. Vermilion Bird Academy, 9. Black Tortoise Academy, 10. So the 4 great academies together take up 39 spots. Han Liunian Lokit. The rest are either from the military or major families, the woman continued. The Prodigy tournament. It's sure to be a grand spectacle. Let the training rooms be free for them these next few days. As for virtual matches, credit 2,000 points to each of their cards. They may face setbacks in this tournament, but geniuses are forged through adversity. Understood. The woman nodded, then quietly closed the door as she left. Bishu, I wonder just how much you'll surprise this old man, Han Liunian murmured to himself. He wasn't all that concerned about the other Azure Dragon Academy contestants. After all, their opponents would be upperclassmen, seasoned and experienced, still a rung above them. Unless, of course, there was someone as exceptional as Bishu. That's why Han Liunian placed so much hope in Bishu. Capital City. Ninja Association headquarters. Inside an office. Old Lee, aren't you going to give us an explanation about this Prodigy tournament? Someone asked. What's there to explain? Li Ruegua sat back in his chair, amusement flickering across his face as he looked at 4 elderly faces on his computer screen. What do you mean? What's there to explain? You're sending the geniuses from our Vermilion Bird Academy who haven't even graduated yet to compete. In the Prodigy tournament? Won't that just crush their spirits? A gruff, booming voice came from the computer, its owner a bald, burly elder. Come on, old Joe, you said it yourself. They're geniuses. Shouldn't they take part all the more? Li Ruegua replied with a chuckle. Nonsense. Have you seen the list? There are Jonin-level competitors, even 2 elite Jonin. How are our kids supposed to compete? By bashing their heads against a wall. Zhao fumed, struggling to keep his temper. He's right, old Li. Isn't it a stretch to have these not-yet-graduated students participate? Even if they are top-tier special Jonin, that's already their limit. Another elder chimed in, his hair snowy white. Hey, old Jiang, I can't agree with you there. Our academy actually has a true prodigy, Han Liunyun remarked with a calm, effortless air. Who believes that? Isn't Fong Chenghua, the senior, the strongest in your Azure Dragon Academy? He's just a special Jonin, and you call him a prodigy? Huh, Zhou retorted, his temper flaring. He had been even more hot-headed in his youth. It was only after becoming the headmaster of Vermilion Bird Academy that he learned to rein it in. Li Ruegua, of course, knew exactly whom Han Liunyun was talking about. He dropped the pretense and spoke solemnly. We've lived in peace for so long that we've forgotten the blood and fire of battling savage beasts. Comfort has seeped into our bones, and that's why I want this tournament of the talented to rekindle passion in the new generation and show them the true difference between talent and greatness. The 4 academy heads fell silent, each lost in thought. True enough. These youngsters just don't feel the pressure we once did, Jiang Nanshan said. Exactly. This is how it should be done. If we hadn't grown so complacent, there's no way those idiot conservatives would still exist. Oldly, go ahead and make it happen. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility, Zhou shouted. Oldly, go all out. If those conservatives try to make trouble, I'll march straight to the capital myself, Han Liunyun declared, his spirits soaring. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Li Ruegua replied coolly. Haha. Now I'm actually looking forward to this, Jiang Nanshan said with a hearty laugh. I have to admit, I'm looking forward to it too. Yang Yu, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. It's the perfect chance for you all to witness the true pride of Azure Dragon Academy. Old Li, what about those who want to challenge the people on the list? Zhou asked. With a tournament of this scale, it was certain that many young people would want a spot. That's exactly what I wanted to discuss with you all. The day after the Tournament of the Talented was announced, another major notice was released. Contestants on the list, please arrive at the Capital Battle Center on November 4th. Those not on the list who wish to participate, please come to the Capital Battle Center on November 2nd to register and challenge. The entire tournament will be broadcast nationwide. Stay tuned. Whoa, old Xiong, you got shot at this, Jin Longyu said excitedly, slapping Xiong Jingxiang on the arm. Please don't talk during class. The female teacher at the podium scolded Jin Longyu, displeased at being interrupted. A few students covered their mouths, stifling their laughter. Jin Longyu's excitement instantly deflated. He'd been so caught up in the moment, he'd forgotten he was in class. Sorry, teacher, Jin Longyu hurriedly apologized. The teacher shook her head helplessly and resumed her lecture. Brother Xiong, are you really going to go for it? Why whispered. I have to. How can I miss out on a tournament like this? Determination flashed across Xiong Jingxing's dark face. Then you'll have to leave tonight. Bishu spoke softly. Yeah, I'll go ask the advisor for leave in a bit and head out tonight. Xiong Jingxing immediately opened the app, ready to buy a ticket. Looks like old Xiong has really made up his mind. Fatty, are you coming or not? Hearing this, Fu Huai glanced at the eager Jin Longyu and said seriously, the two of us probably wouldn't last even one round before losing. Rather than embarrassing ourselves, it's better not to go at all. Fair point. Then we'll just cheer them on from school. Jin Longyu thought for a moment and decided to give up. Definitely not, because he was afraid of losing face. At school, if old Xiong and Bishu are both gone, what's the point of us staying behind? Let's just go too. Fatty, you always know what to do. The two brothers exchanged a glance and burst out laughing at the same time. Hey, Bishu, we'll come cheer you on next month. Don't let those challengers take you down. Xia Yuhua tapped Bishu on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm not losing. Bishu smiled faintly. You're leaving on the 4th, right? Do you want to go home for a bit in the next couple of days and let your grandparents know? Ningxi leaned forward on the desk, resting both arms on it. Yeah, I'm planning to go home tonight and then head straight to the capital tomorrow, Bishu replied. He had already made up his mind. Leave for the capital 2 days early, introduce Ju Lama to Nyo Gui, and take it around for a bit. Couldn't let it just lie around playing on the phone all day. And while he was at it, he'd pick up the reward Uncle Chen owed him. Are you going home? Bishu turned his head and asked. Unexpectedly, Ningxi hurriedly shook her head and stammered. And no, I'm not going back. I talked to my parents on the phone yesterday. You go ahead. Say hi to Grandpa and Grandma for me. As soon as she finished, she buried her head in her phone, not daring to look at Bishu. Seeing this, Bishu felt like giving himself a good smack. Why did he have to bring that up for no reason? If he'd known, he wouldn't have asked. Soon, the bell for the end of class rang. Watching Ningxi's figure gradually disappear, Bishu took out his phone and called Aunt Yu, telling her he'd be coming home soon. After hanging up, Bishu sensed the spatial coordinates, and with a flash of flying thunder god, his figure vanished from Qinglong Academy. Phew, coming back this time feels so much easier. Looking around at the familiar room, Bishu felt a bit of joy. Last time, his lack of chakra had led to an embarrassing moment in front of Ningxi. But now, with the chakra of Kurama, he was a different person entirely. Nothing could faze him. Bishu, just where did you drag me this time? The booming voice of Kurama echoed. HM. At the sound, Bishu's consciousness dove inward at once. Kurama, how did your awareness return? I can't sense that massive chakra anymore. By the way, where are you now? Kurama's deep voice rumbled. It was still in the middle of binge-watching its dramas. Oh, well, I'm finally home. Maybe it just feels so far away. Bishu gave an awkward laugh, then quickly tried to soothe. You go ahead and get some sleep. I'll be back tonight. Fine. But don't be too late. I haven't finished my show yet. With that, Kurama flopped down and was soon fast asleep. Seeing this, Bishu could only sigh in resignation. This fox had truly grown spoiled under his care. If only I had known then what I know now. It's my fault, all my fault. With a couple of silent laments, Bishu stepped out of the room. Uncle Ning, Aunt Yu, I'm heading over to my grandpa's place, Bishu announced as he got up from the sofa. All right, go on. And good luck in the competition. Ning Ziyuan smiled warmly. Bishu, be careful out there, don't get yourself hurt. If you can't win, then don't force it. Look at that list, everyone else is older than you. It's okay if you lose, just promise me you won't get hurt. Instead of cheering him on, Yu Lingling looked at him with deep concern. A mother's worry knows no bounds, and though Bishu wasn't her own, she cared for him even more than a birth mother might. Bishu felt a surge of indescribable emotion well up inside him at her words. Don't worry, Aunt Yu. I'm really strong, you know. I'll get going now by Uncle Ning, Aunt Yu. He hurriedly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, afraid that if he lingered a moment longer, his tears might start to fall. As she gazed at the empty spot where Bishu had just stood, Yu Lingling murmured with a sense of loss. Old Ning, both Cici and Bishu are all grown up now. Yes, they've grown up. They're not the mischievous little kids they used to be. Ning Ziyuan smiled, nostalgia in his eyes. Arriving at his grandfather's apartment complex, Bishu paused to compose himself before stepping inside. Ding! Ding! The door opened quickly. Wang Yun, puzzled at first, broke into a delighted smile when she saw him. Bishu, you're back. Gumin, Gumin. Grandma, where's Grandpa? Bishu switched his shoes and walked into the living room, noticing that the old man who usually watched TV wasn't on the sofa. Your grandpa stepped out, but he'll be back soon. Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat. I'm not hungry, Grandma. Bishu quickly grabbed Wang Yun's arm, worried that if he hesitated, she'd already be in the kitchen cooking. I just came back to let you know I'm heading out again soon. In such a hurry, Wang Yun looked at her grandson, who so rarely came home and was already about to leave again. She couldn't help but feel a little downcast. Yes, Grandma. I have a competition in a couple of days. I wanted to tell you and Grandpa before I head straight to the capital. I heard your grandpa talking about that. He said your name was on the list. He spent all of yesterday bragging about it to his old friends. Wang Yun suddenly recalled what old Shun had said about a Shu joining a competition. Was it this one? At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock came from the door. Oh, a Shu's home. Shun Shantian came in, spotting Bishu sitting on the sofa. I'm home, Grandpa. Bishu gave a gentle smile. When do you leave for the competition? Shun Shantian suddenly asked. I just came to say hello to Grandpa and Grandma. I'll be leaving soon. Tonight, I'll take the train straight to the capital. Are you confident about handling those challengers? Shen Shantian remembered how, just yesterday, his jaw nearly dropped when he saw the list published by the Ninja Association headquarters. Wasn't his grandson still just a freshman in college? How could his name appear on that list? But since this was an official announcement from headquarters, it must mean they recognized his grandson's abilities. That thought filled Shun Chantian with delight. He spent the whole day yesterday bragging to his old friends about his grandson, Bishu, making the list. He could still recall the looks those old friends gave him, as if they'd strangle him out of envy, and the jealousy written all over their faces. After all, who doesn't want their descendants to make them proud? I am. Bishu smiled, radiating confidence. That's good. Your grandma and I can't be there to cheer you on in person, so we'll have to watch the live broadcast, Shinchan Tian said, a little regretful. He still needed to guard the Ninja Association. He couldn't go to see his grandson compete, and that was truly a shame. It's all right, Grandpa. What you're doing is more important than what I'm doing, Bishu reassured him. After all, his grandfather's duty was to safeguard the Ninja Association and prevent rogue ninjas from causing trouble in Jianyuan City. That was far more important than any competition he might participate in. Shinchan Tian smiled gently at those words. His grandson was so considerate. Grandpa, Grandma, I'll head back to the academy now, Bishu said, standing up. So soon? Wang Yan asked, reluctant to see him go. Yes, I still want to visit the capital. I'll be back for winter break, Bishu comforted her. Do your best in the competition. Shinchan Tian patted his eldest grandson's arm. Don't worry, Grandpa. Bishu flashed another confident smile. Goodbye, Grandpa, Grandma. Bishu put on his shoes and bid farewell. Under the gaze of the two elders, Bishu's figure vanished in an instant. When Bishu returned to his dorm, he didn't see Xiong Jing Sheng and couldn't help but ask, Old Xiong already left? Yeah, he just left, Jin Longyu answered, followed by Fu Huai. Then I'll head out too. Bishu picked up his suitcase and started packing. What? Beige, you're leaving too? Jin Longyu exclaimed in shock. Beige, aren't you supposed to arrive before the 4th? Fu Huai asked. I've got a few things to handle, plus, I'll take Karama out for a stroll. With that, Bishu's consciousness slipped inward. He glanced at Karama, who was still fast asleep, and couldn't help but rub his forehead with a sigh. Karama, Karama, wake up. Bishu reached out and nudged the giant fox's head. But Karama didn't budge. What is it? Karama mumbled groggily, half awake. He'd been sleeping so well, especially after several sleepless days binge-watching TV dramas. We're back. Get up and get ready. We're heading to the capital. We're back. At those words, Karama immediately sprang up and began splitting his chakra. Bishu opened his eyes at the sight and saw the adorable, chubby Karama sitting on his shoulder. He couldn't help but reach out to give it a gentle pat. What do you think you're doing? Karama shot him a fierce look. Nothing. Just check if you've got everything with you. If so, let's head out right away, Bishu replied calmly, betraying no emotion. Just make sure you bring my phone, Karama said. That was all it needed. As long as it had its phone, it could go anywhere. All right then. Bishu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He'd suspected as much. Afterward, Bishu called Zhao to ask for leave. Zhao happily approved his request without hesitation. Among all the freshmen, Bishu was the only one already on the official list. The others still had to sign up for the challenge. This made Zhao, Bishu's counselor, hold her head high with pride. She was just about ready to proclaim to the world, "This is my student. Fatty fish, I'm off." Bishu waved goodbye, pulling his suitcase behind him. "See you, brother, bye. Good luck." Fu Huai called out. "Brother, bye, you have to win. Fatty, and I can't wait to watch your official match." Jin Longyu chimed in. "Don't worry, just tune in to live stream these next couple of days and watch me shine." Bishu patted his chest and grinned. "I'm leaving now." Bishu went to see Ning, she one more time before leaving Qinglong Academy. Ning she had wanted to go with him, but her elite Jonin instructor needed to assess her progress over the next few days, so she had no choice but to stay. Arriving at the high-speed rail station, Bishu sent Karama back inside for now, planning to call out again once they reached their destination. After all, pets weren't allowed on the high-speed train. Karama bared its teeth in annoyance, swiping its paws at Bishu in protest. "If I can't go, why did you even wake me up?" Bishu could only soothe it, promising delicious treats and fun adventures once they got off the train. Only then did Karama grudgingly give in, its consciousness slipping back into Bishu's body. Bishu breathed a sigh of relief, boarded the high-speed train, and headed straight for the capital. The capital, here I come. It took 2.5 hours by train from Fengyang to the capital. Not too long at all. By the time Bishu arrived, it was already 7 o'clock. Winter nights fell early, and darkness had long since descended. "Hello, old Xiong. Which hotel are you at?" Bishu pulled out his phone and called Xiong Jingsheng. It was already late, and Bishu didn't feel like searching for another hotel, so he simply called to ask where Xiong Jingsheng was staying, planning to head straight there. "The Huangliang Hotel in the city center? Got it, I know the place. I'll be there soon." Bishu nodded as he hung up, then flagged down a taxi with his suitcase in tow. "Driver, take me to the Huangliang Hotel." "Sure. The Huangliang Hotel, huh? Is it really named after that dream of Huangliang?" Bishu muttered to himself, gazing up at the lavish hotel before him. "Hello. I'd like to book a room." Bishu pushed open the door and walked to the front desk. Soon after, he took the room card and rode the elevator up to the second floor. "This is it, 207. He opened the door, switched on the lights, set his suitcase aside, and called out to Karama. "Where's my phone, Bishu?" No sooner had Kurama emerged than he reached out a tiny paw, demanding his phone. Kurama, can you stop playing with the phone for a while? Bishu sighed, a vein throbbing on his forehead, and pleaded helplessly. You really don't know how good you have it. Phones are so much fun, and yet you barely touch it. Kurama scolded Bishu. We're in the capital now. There must be tons of interesting things to do. Kurama, aren't you even a little curious? Bishu couldn't help but tempt him. Well, all right, Kurama, enough hesitation. Let's go find Old Bear and get some grilled skewers. Before Kurama could answer, Bishu had already grabbed the room card, shut the door, and set out to find Xiong Jingsheng. Xiong Jingsheng had said he was on the 3rd floor. Bishu took the elevator straight up to his room. Open up, Old Bear. I'm here. Bishu called out as he dialed his phone, standing in front of the door. Whoa, you got here fast. As Xiong Jingsheng spoke, his heavy footsteps sounded from inside. Click. Old Bai, why are you here so soon? Xiong Jingsheng stepped aside, gesturing for Bishu to come in. I've got something to do tomorrow, so I came early, and I brought Kurama along to look around a bit. Come on, shall we go for skewers? Bishu explained his reason for coming. Let's go, I just ate, but I'm still hungry. Xiong Jingsheng said, rubbing his stomach. All right, then hurry up and put on a shirt. Bishu reminded him, noticing Xiong Jingsheng was still bare-chested. Yeah, you and Kurama come in and sit for a bit. With that, Xiong Jingsheng turned to get dressed. But Bishu didn't go in. Instead, he leaned against the doorframe, watching 4 young men pass by. The 4 young men glanced at Bishu, a flicker of surprise in their eyes. They'd noticed a fox draped over the boy's shoulder. But soon, their attention drifted away. They'd seen people raise insects and dogs before, but never a fox. Still, with so many people in the world, and awakened ninja among them, there was no point making a fuss. Let's go, Old Bai. What are you looking at? By then, Xiong Jingsheng had finished dressing and closed the door. He clapped Bishu on the shoulder, curious. Just some people passing by. Bishu replied. Oh, got it. Xiong Jingsheng nodded, then asked, so where are we going for skewers? Anywhere's fine. By the way, what time are you signing up at the battle center tomorrow? Bishu asked as they walked. 8, I guess. I don't want to be too early and find the place closed. Xiong Jingsheng thought for a moment. I'll go with you in the morning. After you sign up, I'll head out. Aren't you busy tomorrow, though? No rush. I'll stay with you until you finish signing up. We'll head out after that. All right. By the time Bishu and the others finished their skewers and made it back to the hotel, it was already 9 o'clock. Bishu and Kurama spent a while playing games in Xiong Jingsheng's room before heading back to their own rooms to sleep. You heard that right. 2 people and a fox huddled together, battling it out in a wildly popular mobile game, Conquering the Land. Just like the videos say, you never really know who your teammates are. Sometimes, they might not even be human. The next morning at dawn, ring, 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 ring. The alarm blared relentlessly, jolting Kurama out of his dreams. Seeing that Bishu was still fast asleep, Kurama grew furious. He swatted his paw straight onto Bishu's handsome face. Ouch! Bishu yelped and shot upright, clutching his face as he glared at the originator of the commotion. Kurama, what did you hit me for? Kurama grabbed the still-ringing phone and tossed it over to Bishu with a sidelong glance. Realizing what was going on, Bishu hurriedly took the phone, an awkward smile spreading across his face. Oomph. Kurama snorted and promptly curled back up to continue sleeping. It's already 7:15. I need to get moving. Bishu hopped out of bed and went straight to the bathroom to freshen up. 10 minutes later, all dressed and ready, Bishu was on the phone with Xiong Jingsheng. Hey, old Xiong, are you up yet? I'm up. I was just about to call you. Should we eat first or head out? Let's go first. The earlier we get there, the sooner we finish. You get in line, and I'll go buy breakfast. Works for me. Soon after, Xiong Jingsheng met Bishu on the 2nd floor. The 2 of them grabbed a cab and headed straight for the battle center. 10 minutes later, they stepped out of the car, and the sight before them made their eyes widen in disbelief. Outside the battle center, the phrase "a sea of people" was no exaggeration. Everyone was craning their necks, eagerly awaiting the opening of the battle center's doors. There are so many people. Are we even going to get a spot? Xiong Jingsheng couldn't help but mutter. I didn't expect the Genius Showdown to draw such a huge crowd. Looks like the competition's going to be fierce. Hang in there, old Xiong. Bishu patted Xiong Jingsheng on the arm in encouragement. And why not the shoulder? Well, Bishu simply couldn't reach. Xiong Jingsheng stood at 2 meters 7, while Bishu was just 1.85 meters. He didn't have the stature to pat old Xiong's shoulder. Seeing that the doors to the battle center were still closed, the 2 decided to find a spot to sit. They were both young and full of energy. No need to worry about a little chill from the ground. No one knew how long had passed before Bishu noticed the crowd surging toward the entrance. The doors had finally opened. He quickly grabbed Xiong Jingsheng and made a dash for it. Wow, look at that line. Baishu's mouth twitched at the sight of a queue as long as a dragon. Old Xiong, you get in line. I'll go grab breakfast. Seeing there were still so many people ahead, Baishu figured he might as well eat first. No need to rush. Sure. Xiong Jingxing nodded. Thankfully, Baishu had come with him today. Otherwise, coming so early, he would have gone hungry for sure. When Baishu returned with breakfast, he noticed that Xiong Jingxing had shifted his position a bit. After handing breakfast to Xiong Jingxing, the two of them squatted down on the ground and started eating, completely ignoring the resentful looks from the people behind them. They had come just as early and hadn't eaten either. Squatting there, munching away. Did they even consider how the rest of us would feel? Unbelievable. These 2 chapters are a bit dull, so today I'll post 3 updates. Old Xiong, I'm heading out, Baishu said, waving goodbye to Xiong Jingxing. The two had waited in line all morning, and it was finally their turn. Once Xiong Jingxing filled out the registration form, his sign-up was officially complete. The details for the next round would be sent to him later. Baishu had things to take care of too. He still hadn't forgotten about the prize. He'd been planning to visit during winter break, but the Tianjiao tournament had brought him to the capital ahead of schedule. Hello, Uncle Chun. Hey, you made it to the capital? Yes, I arrived yesterday. Send me your location. I'll come pick you up. Okay. Baishu didn't stand on ceremony, sending his location over without hesitation. 10 minutes later, a white car pulled up in front of Baishu. It's been a while, Kurama. As soon as the car window rolled down, a deep voice greeted him. But the joy in that voice was unmistakable. It's been a while. Nyogue, Kurama replied. Kurama was no longer lounging around. Instead, he perched on Baishu's shoulder, greeting the newcomer. Baishu, hop in, came the invitation. Coming, Baishu said, opening the car door and getting in. Weren't you supposed to arrive on the 4th? Why show up on the 2nd? Chun Huanyan asked curiously as he started the engine. I wanted to show Kurama around, and, well, check out the reward headquarters promised me, Baishu replied with a smile. Haha, sounds to me like showing Kurama around is just an excuse. You're really here for the prize, aren't you? Chun Huanyan teased. Maybe a bit of both, Baishu admitted, then asked, Uncle Chun, are we heading straight to the Ninja Association headquarters? Have you eaten? Chun Huanyan suddenly asked. I had breakfast this morning. Come by my place for lunch, then. Your aunt's cooking today. Baishu hesitated for a moment, feeling a little awkward about showing up just to eat. Oh, and by the way, the prize is at my place too, Chun Huanyan added with a grin. In that case, let's go. I'm starving, Baishu replied, his eyes lighting up at the mention of the reward. So much for feeling awkward. At this point, he was ready to go wherever the reward was. Haha, great. Let's go. My daughter will finally get to meet one of the prodigies from the list, Chun Huanyan laughed. Oh, Uncle Chun, how old is your daughter? Baishu couldn't help but ask. Curiosity piqued. He's 2 years older than you and studying at Xuanwu Academy. When he saw the announcement from a Ninja Association headquarters, he insisted on signing up no matter what. I just couldn't stop him. As Chun Huanyan spoke, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, looking every bit the worried, loving father weighed down by concern for his daughter. Uncle Chun, what's your daughter's rank? Seeing how anxious Chun Huanyan appeared, Baishu assumed his daughter must not be very strong. She's only an elite chunin. Oh, an elite chunin. No wonder Uncle Chun seems so worried. Most of the names on the list were special jonin, and while there were a few elite chunin chosen by the Ninja Association headquarters, anyone selected must have some outstanding abilities. Baishu chatted with Chun Huanyan on the way, while Kurama and Gyuki had hopped in the backseat and started a conversation of their own. Gyuki swore that this was probably the most he'd ever talked to Kurama since they'd grown up. After nearly 20 minutes of driving, Chun Huanyan finally pulled up in front of Villa. The trip took so long because of traffic, they had to inch forward and pause over and over before finally making it home. All right, we're here. Let's get out. Chun Huanyan unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out. Okay, Baishu replied, nodding. He picked up Kurama and Gyuki from the back seat, settling them on his shoulders before getting out as well. Dad, you're home. A clear, melodious voice called out suddenly. Baishu turned toward the sound and saw a tall young woman running in their direction. Ting Ting, how many times have I told you? You're already 20. You can't act like a little kid anymore. Chun Huanyan said this with exasperation, but Baishu could easily catch the deep affection in his eyes. I may be grown up, but I'm still your daughter. And who's this? Chun Ting was about to rush over and hug her father when she noticed Baishu, and a flicker of curiosity flashed across her face. This is Baishu, Chun Huanyan introduced, then turned to Baishu. And this is my daughter, Chun Ting. You're Baishu? The Baishu from a list. Chun Ting looked Baishu up and down. Yes, that's me. Baishu nodded a bit awkwardly. Uncle Chin's daughter really was different from other girls. The little fox on your shoulder, is that the Nine Tails? Chun Ting suddenly asked, her eyes fixed on Kurama perched on Baishu's shoulder. Seeing this, Gyuki quickly hopped from Baishu's left shoulder to his right, steadying Kurama as if worried he might lash out and hurt Ting. What's with you, Gyuki? Do you really think I'd be that petty? Kurama seemed to read Gyuki's mind, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Haha, listen to you. Gyuki chuckled, trying to smooth things over. Ting, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Kurama. Hello, Uncle Kurama. Kurama forced a smile, nodding stiffly. Hello. Yes, hello, he muttered, wondering just how he'd suddenly become an uncle. Baishu fought to keep a straight face, sneaking a glance at Kurama's expression. Uncle Gyuki, I just learned a new jutsu. Let me show you how powerful I am. After saying this, Chun Ting hugged Nyogue and dashed out into the courtyard. Sorry about that, Baishu. I already told her about you earlier, Chun Huanyan said apologetically. It's all right, Uncle Chun. They were bound to find out sooner or later. Besides, Kurama is going to be joining me in the next competition anyway, Baishu replied with a smile and shake of his head. Chun Huanyan led Baishu out into the courtyard. Taking in the spacious yard, Baishu found himself thinking, one day, when I have the money, I'll buy myself a villa too. Lightning style, spider web. A voice rang out from the distance, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. Baishu looked over and saw Chun Ting practicing ninjutsu. Watching her train in the courtyard only strengthened Baishu's resolve to buy a villa of his own someday. There's a big training ground over there. Want to give it a try? Chun Huanyan offered with a smile. No, I'd better not. Baishu quickly declined. His fire-style jutsu had become so powerful and wide-ranging that if he accidentally destroyed the flowers and trees here, he wouldn't be able to pay for the damage. All right then, let's head inside, Chun Huanyan said, dropping the subject and leading Baishu back into the house. After dinner, Chun Huanyan drove Baishu home. Goodbye, Uncle Chun. Take care on the road, Baishu called out. You should get going too. It's pretty cold out, Chun Huanyan replied before driving away. It's already 4 o'clock. Time really flies, Baishu murmured, glancing at his phone. He just finished dinner at Uncle Chin's place, received his reward from the Ninja Association headquarters, and was then driven back home. At first, Uncle Chun had insisted Baishu stay the night, but Baishu politely refused, so Uncle Chun had no choice but to bring him back. Now it's time for the big reveal. Baishu rubbed his hands together, eyes sparkling with anticipation. When Chun Huanyan handed him the reward, he grinned and said it was a big gift, telling Baishu to open it at home. Finally, Baishu couldn't hold back any longer. All right, here we go. Let's see what's in this scroll. Baishu carefully unrolled the ninjutsu scroll. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Wind style, great vacuum sphere. Wind style, vacuum wave. Wind style, continuous vacuum waves. Who would have thought? 4 jutsu in 1 scroll. Baishu looked at the scroll in his hands, delight written all over his face. What's more, these were all jutsu from Danzo, something Baishu never would have expected. So someone at headquarters must have awakened Shimura Danzo's abilities, Baishu muttered as he tucked the scroll away. Let's hope the Danzo in this world isn't as bad, Baishu thought, shaking his head with a sigh as he walked into the hotel. Hello, old Shion. Hey, you back yet? Yeah, I just got home. Come on, let me treat you to dinner. No need, I just finished eating. Baishu lay down on his bed and let out a yawn. All right then. On the other end of the line, Xiong Jingxing shook his head in disappointment and hung up the phone. Today, Baishu had kept him company for such a long time that he had wanted to treat Baishu to a meal. What a pity that now he couldn't. Forget it, I won't go either. Kurama, what time is it? Baishu rubbed his eyes as he asked. 9:13. Kurama glanced casually at the top right corner of his phone and answered offhandedly. I slept that long in one go. I'm really turning into a slacker. Baishu got up, took a sip of water, then got ready to turn on the tap. Kurama, how about I take you out for a stroll? Baishu flicked on the lights as he spoke. Let's go. Let's see just how beautiful the capital's nightscape really is. Kurama put down his phone. He had just been scrolling through videos and saw people in the comments raving about how stunning the capital looked at night. Now that he happened to be here with Baishu, it was the perfect chance to see for himself. Baishu paused, surprised by Kurama's quick agreement. Come on, what are you waiting for? Kurama hopped onto Baishu's shoulder, eyeing him with suspicion. Haha, all right, off we go. Baishu chuckled and headed out the door. Outside, it was pitch black but still aglow with light. Countless city lights illuminated the faces of Baishu and Kurama. Gazing at the sea of cars and the bustling streets, Baishu turned to Kurama and asked, Where should we go? Let's check out over there. Kurama pointed and grinned. All right, let's do it. Baishu chuckled again and started walking in that direction. Baishu and Kurama wandered through the city until 3 in the morning before finally heading back to their hotel to sleep. The next morning, just at dawn, bang, 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 a thunderous knocking jolted Baishu from his deep sleep. What is it, old bear? Bishu opened the door, and sure enough, the noisemaker was none other than Xiong Jingsheng. After all, Xiong Jingsheng knew exactly which room Bishu was staying in. Old bai, the notice for the Tianjiao tournament just came out, Xiong Jingsheng blurted out, barely able to contain his excitement. Did they say when it starts? Bishu stepped aside to let Xiong Jingsheng come in. Yeah, they said the 5th is when your group gets challenged. Xiong Jingsheng sat down in a chair as he spoke. Challenged by us? Bishu took a sip of water, confused. Yeah, those of us not on the official list will get to challenge those of you who are. At that, Bishu choked on his water, spluttering and coughing, completely forgetting his composure as he turned to Xiong Jingsheng, needing to make sure he'd heard right. What did you say? I said us non-listed folks are the challengers. We'll be taking on you listed ones, Xiong Jingsheng repeated. And as he finished, he fell strangely silent. Not because he was slow, but because he was so excited he hadn't quite processed it all yet. Then, after a moment's pause, Xiong Jingsheng suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. It'll be all of us ganging up on you guys. He knew exactly how many people had signed up. It had taken him all morning just to get his turn in line, not to mention the huge crowd still waiting behind him. Stop laughing and show me the notice. Bishu hurriedly cut off Xiong Jingsheng's laughter, worried that other tenants might come knocking if they got too loud. You didn't get it? Xiong Jingsheng, a bit puzzled, still handed his phone over to Bishu. I did, but I wanted to see yours. Bishu replied offhandedly as he took the phone and glanced at the latest announcement from the Ninja Association headquarters. This is so strange, Xiong Jingsheng muttered under his breath. Bishu paid him no mind. His full attention was locked on the message in front of him. All registered challengers will face off against the members listed. Ding dong. Another notification popped up on Xiong Jingsheng's phone. There are 3,000 challengers and 100 defenders. Each defender will fight 300 challengers. Whoa, another update just dropped. At some point, Xiong Jingsheng had sidled up next to Bishu, his face full of surprise as he stared at the new message. 300 against 1? Old Bai, do you think you can handle that? Xiong Jingsheng teased. Don't worry about me. Just make sure you're not the first to lose, Bishu retorted. Lose? Not a chance. With over 300 people, even if we just wear them down, we'll win. If I lose, I'll take your last name. Xiong Jingsheng replied, utterly unconcerned. He wasn't foolish. Anyone brave enough to sign up must have some skill. If they couldn't win, it would be a real embarrassment. I'm actually looking forward to this. Bishu's lips curled into a smile as he gazed out at the towering city skyline. At the Ninja Association headquarters. Aki, are you nervous? Liruegwa looked at the young man, slouching with his legs crossed, a smile on his face. Grandpa, don't worry. The one I awakened is the real deal. First place on the Heavenly Genius list is mine, no doubt about it. Li Chi grinned eagerly. He couldn't wait. He hoped this time he'd finally meet a worthy opponent. He'd been feeling bored for too long. In the Lin family home, Cloud City. Woody, do you have the confidence to take on 300 by yourself? A middle-aged man in a sharp suit looked at the youth sitting on the sofa. The boy's features were cold and sharp. Hearing his father's words, he gave a dismissive smirk. I am invincible. In the Mu family, Huala City. Linger, do well this time and show them what a puppet master can do. A strong-featured middle-aged man encouraged with a smile. Yes, father. I won't let you down. The girl's face was breathtaking, her smile pure and fresh as a lotus blossom. At this very moment, the whole of Xiagua was buzzing with excitement. One person against 300. What nerve from the Ninja Association headquarters. Inside the Ninja Association office in Jianyuan City, Shen Changtian and Ning Ziyuan were sipping tea, chatting quietly. I wonder if Ashu can handle 300 challengers without getting hurt, Ning Ziyuan said, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes as he took a sip of tea. It all depends on Ashu's fate now. If he's made onto the list released by the Ninja Association headquarters, I'd say Ashu must have some abilities we don't know about. Shen Changtian took a sip of tea, his confidence in Bishu unwavering. I wonder if his sister-in-law will pay any attention to Ashu. Ning Ziyuan let out a sigh. Ah, the blow from Little Bai's death hit her too hard. It's all my fault, this old fool. Seeing Shen Changtian about to fall into self-blame again, Ning Ziyuan nearly wanted to smack himself for bringing it up. He quickly tried to comfort Shen Changtian. November 5th. The capital. Outside the battle center, a young man sat on a bench, a computer set up on the table in front of him. Name? Bishu. Xiong Jingsheng. All right, please wait a moment. Hearing the names, the young man quickly began typing on the computer. A moment later, he looked up, a bright smile on his face as he turned to Bishu. Sir, please proceed through this passage. He gestured toward one of the corridors. Thank you. Bishu nodded, then turned to Xiong Jingsheng. Old Xiong, I'll go ahead. Don't lose out there. Don't worry. Xiong Jingsheng thumped his chest with a hearty sound. Sir, please go this way. The young man pointed out the path once more. All right, thank you. Xiong Jingsheng thanked him and strode away. A genius listed among the chosen. How envious. The young man stared at Bishu's name, momentarily lost in thought. He quickly shook his head, put on a smile, and prepared to welcome the next participant. Because there were so many challengers, the Ninja Association headquarters had distributed them, along with the chosen, across various battle venues throughout the capital. As it happened, both Bishu and Xiong Jingsheng were assigned to the arena at the battle center. However, Xiong Jingsheng wasn't there to challenge Bishu, but rather another prodigy on the list. Let's return to Bishu. By now, Bishu had left the contestant tunnel and stepped onto a massive battle platform. There, besides himself, stood an elderly man with a kindly face, smiling warmly at him. Could he be the referee for this match? Bishu wondered to himself. A low humming suddenly caught Bishu's attention. He looked up to find its source. Over a dozen drones hovered above him, their propellers buzzing. At the same time, a crowd surged in from the entrance. This group, carrying all sorts of filming equipment, quickly gathered below the platform. Bishu stared in bewilderment, and even Kurama on his shoulder seemed puzzled. Wasn't this supposed to be a battle? Why are there journalists here? This match will be broadcast live nationwide, young man. Give it your best. The elderly man seemed to notice Bishu's confusion and offered him a word of advice. So this is what live nationwide really means. Bishu couldn't help but twitch his lips at the realization. Thank you, sir, Bishu said politely to the old man. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled softly. Huh, young man, are you confident? 1 against 300? Bishu flashed a confident smile. Even if it were 3,000, it wouldn't matter. With Kurama at his side, no number of enemies could make him flinch. The old man roared with laughter. Good lad, you've got spirit. His name was Guazi, a formidable figure of the Umbu rank. He had come as a referee today, hoping to witness the prowess of a young man bonded with a tailed beast. Clearly, this youth had exceeded his expectations. Are you ready, young man? Guazi asked, noticing that the reporters had finished adjusting their equipment. I'm ready, Bishu replied, drawing a deep breath. Challengers, enter the arena. Guazi's voice rang out like a great bell, echoing far and wide. Hearing this, the reporters hurriedly powered up their cameras, capturing the spirited young challenger standing tall on the stage. Meanwhile, dozens of live battle feeds began popping up one after another on the official website of the Ninja Association. At Qinglong Academy. Cici, look, Bishu's on the screen. Xia Yuha rushed to Ning Shi's side, holding out her phone. I found him, Ning Shi replied, her clear, white eyes wide and unblinking as she stared at the boy in the video. He stood with sharp, short hair and a smile playing at his lips, gazing forward. Even Kurama, usually so lazy, was now crouched alertly on Bishu's shoulder, watching the stage ahead. You are, did you see Bai Ji? Fu Huai called out. I see him. It's a national live stream. So envious. Jin Longyu replied, his face glowing with admiration. After all, what young man hasn't dreamed of making a name for himself across the land? Jin Longyu was no exception. Good thing the academy's on break today, or we'd have to skip class to watch this, Fu Huai said. With so many people signing up, who's still going to class? Jin Longyu lounged on his bed, crossing his legs in the air. True enough, Li Zichen, Sui Jingchun, even Lu Jing from our class went. A bunch of others I barely know went too. There aren't many left in class, another chimed in. In Jiangyuan City. Inside an office, at the Ninja Association. Old Ning, quick. Look, it's Ashu, Yu Lingling cried, her eyes bright as she pointed to a section of the giant screen. Ning Ziyuan quickly switched the feed to focus on Bishu. Then, Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling sat down beside Shun Changtian and Wang Yun, joining them. 1 against 300. I wonder if Ashu can hold out. Ning Ziyuan stared intently at the TV screen. Now that he's stepped onto the stage, there's no turning back. It's begun. Shin Changtian was still speaking when a crowd appeared in front of Bishu. Some faces looked seasoned, others still youthful. Yu Lingling clutched Ning Ziyuan's arm, nerves tightening her grip. Ning Ziyuan's mouth twitched, and he quickly pulled his arm out of Yu Lingling's grip, then took hold of her hand with his own large palm. Bishu watched as a mighty crowd made its way to the foot of the dueling platform, their eyes burning with the desire to challenge him. His heart surged with a fierce sense of pride. Was this how Lord Madara had once faced the allied shinobi forces? Bishu wondered to himself, a spark of anticipation glinting in his eyes. Are you all ready? Wazi appeared in a flash at the edge of the dueling platform, looking at the group of young people before him. We're ready, the group shouted in unison. Their voices seemed to break through the clouds above, echoing all the way to the palaces in the heavens. Good. And you, the challenged one, are you ready? I'm ready, Bishu replied, nodding emphatically. In that case, the duel begins now. Do you want to fight one-on-one, or take them all on at once? Guizi asked. No sooner had Guizi finished speaking than a voice rang out in Bishu's mind. Ding host, please defeat all 300 opponents at once to receive the reward. 3 Tomo Sharingan. All at once. And the reward is the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Bishu's throat moved as he swallowed, excitement flickering in his eyes. Guizi looked at Bishu, surprised by his sudden silence. What happened to all that bravado he'd just shown? It wasn't just Guizi who was puzzled. So were the 300 challengers waiting below the stage. Has the boy been scared senseless? Someone in the crowd jeered. Looks like it. With a face so young, how could he have made it onto the list? Another sneered. Just wait till I get up there. I'll make him cry. A burly man cracked his neck with a menacing twist, his fist clenching so tightly that his knuckles creaked. What's going on? Are we fighting or not? If you're not going to fight, get off the stage and stop wasting our time. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Bishu finally spoke. He glanced at the 300 challengers below, a smirk curving his lips. With all the arrogance in the world, he declared, one-on-one? How dull. Come at me all at once. What? His words sent shockwaves rippling through the crowd. The audience stared in disbelief at the audacious youth standing on the stage. Is he really asking us all to come at him together? Damn, who does he think he's looking down on us like that? This brat's got some nerve. He's asking for trouble. The crowd was nearly driven to fury by Bishu's arrogance. If not for the referee on stage, they would have rushed up and taught the boy a painful lesson. Young man, are you sure? Guizi asked, astonished. Absolutely. Elder, what are you waiting for? I can hardly wait to begin. Qinglong Academy. Inside a conference room, a group of teachers stared in shock at the young man on the stage. His arrogant declaration still seemed to echo in their ears. Come at me, all of you. Young man, you've got guts. Gao Yin laughed heartily, clearly finding this boy to his liking. This kid is way too arrogant. He wants to fight all 300 by himself. The middle-aged man in a suit frowned in disbelief. Brother Chung, trust him. Don't forget, he once slew hundreds of beasts all by himself. Chu Mengsheng gazed at Bishu on the stage, admiration flickering in his eyes. He believed that Bishu was about to become famous across the land. Born the wrong era. Chu Mengsheng sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of regret. Hearing this, Chung Ling's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he settled in to quietly await the start of the battle. Principal Han Liunyan watched the spirited Bishu with a broad smile. He was convinced that, because of Bishu, Qinglong Academy would outshine the other 3 great academies. Cici, isn't Bishu just a little too wild? Xia Yuha's delicate face was filled with astonishment. Snapping out of it, she patted her own cheeks and looked apologetically at Ning Shi. Have faith in Bishu. He's incredibly strong. Ning Shi's eyes brimmed with unwavering confidence in Bishu. Jiang Yin and Guan Hua also gazed at the bold young man standing center stage. Amazing. Brother Bai's incredible. Jin Longyu shouted excitedly from his bed, unable to contain himself. This was his brother Bai, the Bishu who would fight 300 on his own. Brother Bai, my goodness. Fu Huai's round, pale face flushed bright red, his excitement almost tangible. Bishu's got some nerve. He's even fiercer than Brother Bai was back in the day. Ning Ziyuan exclaimed, clearly impressed. Aha, as expected of my grandson. Shun Chantian, upon hearing this, knew Bishu was more than capable of taking on 300 opponents. His heart swelled with pride, and joy showed on his face. Have you made up your mind? Guizi asked again, seeking confirmation. Of course. Bishu nodded slightly. Very well. Guizi nodded, then turned to the 300 enraged challengers below the stage and called out, all challengers, come up to the stage. Damn it, does this brat think he's better than us? If I lose today, I'll take your name instead of my own. Cursing and shouting, the challengers leapt onto the stage, clearly seething with fury. Are you all ready? Once all 300 had mounted the stage, Guizi asked solemnly. We're ready. We're ready. Bishu nodded. 300 voices roared in unison. They were determined to teach this boy a lesson. In that case, let the battle begin. With that, Guizi sprang to the edge of the stage to watch the fight. He had to keep a close eye on the action. Someone's life could be at risk if he didn't. Just as the old master finished speaking, Bishu had already begun weaving hand seals. Kid, show us any tricks you've got, so no one can say we ganged up on you unfairly. Laughter erupted from some, while others watched cautiously. After all, no one picked by the Ninja Association headquarters was ever an easy opponent. Too many people. Hearing this, Bishu shook his head helplessly, his hand seals already complete. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. With a thunderous shout, Bishu unleashed a wave of searing heat that filled the air in an instant. A torrent of flames, vast as a tidal wave, erupted from his mouth and surged straight toward the 300 opponents. "What an incredible amount of chakra," murmured a young man. His drowsy eyes, still heavy just a moment ago, snapped wide open in shock. "Those who can use water style, get to the front," he shouted, inwardly cursing the trouble they were in. Startled speechless by the overwhelming fire, the crowd scrambled to obey, with every water style user rushing to the front lines. Even before the firestorm reached them, the oppressive heat filled the air. With no time to think, they hastily began forming hand seals. Water style, water formation wall. Water style, water pillar. Water style, water tornado. Water style, water stream. A flurry of water style jutsu burst forth, surging to meet the raging inferno. The hiss and roar of water clashing with fire echoed across the battlefield. Dense steam billowed up, gradually shrouding their vision in a thick fog. 5 minutes later, they actually managed to hold on for this long. Not bad. Their chakra reserves are pretty impressive. Bishu couldn't help but be impressed. In that case, let's turn up the heat. Shadow Clone Jutsu. While maintaining the fire style with one hand, Bishu formed another seal with his free hand and conjured up a shadow clone. The clone immediately flashed through several hand signs, gathering all its chakra into the air. Wind style, great breakthrough. The clone unleashed a massive gust of wind from its mouth. With a sharp pop, the clone vanished, but the gale persisted, sweeping in behind the wall of fire and fueling it with renewed fury. By now, everyone on the field knew this deadly combination of wind and fire all too well. Sometimes, it's the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Damn it, is this guy a monster? If this keeps up, I'll run out of chakra. Screw it. If anyone dares call the people on that list useless again, I'll lose it. Who could call someone who can unleash a fire style like this a waste? It takes all of us just to hold it off. Many of the fighters were drenched in sweat, exhaustion etched deep into their faces. No matter how much chakra they had, it just wasn't enough to maintain the water-style jutsu against such relentless fire. This fire is getting bigger. I can't hold out much longer. We're done for. This is the end. Damn it, if I'd known it would be like this, I never would have signed up. We might not even make it out alive. Those maintaining the water-style jutsu could feel the assault of the flames growing fiercer, and regret gnawed at their hearts. Why not just live a peaceful life? Why did I have to sign up and risk my neck? This isn't good. Earth-style users, get up here. Sensing the flames growing ever more intense, the young commander shouted frantically. The more relaxed group at the back, hearing the call, rushed forward to unleash their Earth-style jutsu. The man had just done quite a good job commanding. After all, they were only spending a bit of chakra. As long as they could defeat that arrogant brat, it would all be worth it. Earth-style, Earth wall formation. With a series of loud shouts, the group managed to resolve the immediate crisis for those performing water-style techniques. Those who had just used water-style didn't care about appearances anymore. They flopped down on the ground, gasping loudly for breath. That kid, is he some kind of monster? How does he have so much chakra? Who knows? Guess we really can't underestimate anyone on the list. Let's wait until that kid runs out of chakra. Then we'll teach him a proper lesson. The exhausted group, having spent all their chakra on water style, joked and laughed among themselves. They simply refused to believe anyone could possess limitless chakra. They were certain that Brat would be drained soon enough. When that happened, it would be their turn to strike. Oh no, the earth wall formation's about to give out. Those using earth style shouted as they watched the thick yellow wall start to melt away. Damn it, how does that little punk have so much chakra? Someone grumbled under his breath. The fire's dying down. Another voice called out. Really? Looks like that kid's running out of chakra at last. Huh, it's almost our turn to step in. I can't wait to show that Brat a lesson he won't forget. Hearing that the kid was finally out of chakra, everyone's faces lit up with joy. This mist is too thick. Anyone here can no wind style to blow it away. The young man frowned as he looked at the dense fog covering the field. He couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't so simple. I'll do it. I'll help. Count me in too. A few people stepped forward from the crowd, forming hand signs in rapid succession. Wind style, passing typhoon. Wind style, great breakthrough. Wind style, vacuum wave. Combining their strength, they swept away the thick mist blanketing the area. Everyone else widened their eyes, eager to see whether the kid on the other side had really run out of chakra. But the scene that greeted them left everyone stunned. As the mist cleared, Bishu's silhouette emerged from the white haze. He stood there with arms crossed, a faintly amused smile on his lips as he looked at them. That fire just now had only been an appetizer. He hadn't even used his full strength. He was afraid he might burn them all to ashes. After all, with the chakra of Kurama within him, burning them alive would be a trivial matter. How is this possible? He's completely unscathed. Is he even human? He unleashed such a massive fire technique and didn't even break a sweat. How can this be? Everyone stared at Bishu in disbelief. As expected, not so simple after all. The young man muttered to himself, his face growing serious as he looked at the confident boy across from him. At this moment, not only were the 300 people on the platform stunned, but so were Guazi, who stood at the edge of the battle stage, the journalists below, snapping photos and taking notes, and all those watching Bishu's livestream. What a remarkable young man. No wonder he's the one with the tailed beast. Stroking his beard, Guazi looked at the stage, a broad smile spreading across his face. With just a single jutsu, Bishu had left 300 people struggling to keep up, while he himself remained completely unscathed. The difference in ability was clear as day. Guazi's confidence in Bishu grew stronger with every passing moment. The reporters below, witnessing this scene, immediately pressed their shutters, eager to capture the bold moment when this youth faced down 300 opponents alone. The appetizer is over. I can't wait for the main course to begin. Bishu twisted his wrists, limbering up. He then glanced at Kurama and said, Kurama, you head down first. I'm about to charge in. With a lazy yawn, Kurama hopped down from Bishu's shoulder, sauntered to the edge of the arena, and settled into a squat, quietly watching the match unfold. Everyone, I'm coming for you. Are you ready? Bishu reached into the 2 ninja tool pouches at his waist, pulled out every flying thunder god kunai he had, and flung them high into the air. Seeing this, the 300 grew furious. A burly man, ignoring the kunai dropping beside him, glared at Bishu and shouted, Kid, if you've got any tricks, use them now. What's the point of tossing a handful of useless kunai? Are you looking down on us? I'm not looking down on you. It's you who are underestimating me. A voice suddenly whispered in the big man's ear. He turned toward the sound, and what he saw nearly made his heart stop. The boy who'd just been standing over there was now right beside him. The man glanced back at where Bishu had just stood, refusing to believe his eyes, but the spot was now empty. Cold sweat broke out along his back. He turned his head ever so slowly, only to find a fist growing larger and larger in his vision, until, bam! Bishu's fist connected with the man's face, caving it in. The man shot across the stage like a cannonball, crashing into a whole group of stunned onlookers. They had all seen it. Bishu had appeared beside the man in a flash. Damn, he's only one guy, let's get him. A skinny guy quickly regained his wits, clenched his fist, and swung it at Bishu's handsome face. You're too slow. Bishu's voice was chilling as his eyes changed in an instant. Orange markings appeared around his eyes, his pupils turned yellow, and his irises formed a horizontal black bar across the center. Sage mode activated. He didn't have the Sharingan to track enemy movements, but Sage mode allowed him to sense them through natural energy. In a way, it made up for the lack of a Sharingan. Go back and train some more, Bishu said, seizing the man by the neck with lightning speed and hurling him out of the arena. The skinny guy, still frozen in his punching pose, landed awkwardly outside the field. Damn it, get him! More and more people snapped to their senses, grabbing kunai and other ninja tools as they surged toward Hakushu. Come on then, Hakushu called out sharply, pushing off the ground with his toes and charging straight into the crowd. Thud! 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 The sound of fists landing on flesh rang out again and again, punctuated by cries of pain as people were sent flying from the fray. This is great. Hakushu tilted his head to dodge a sword that came slashing towards him. With lightning speed, his right hand seized his opponent's wrist and gave a twist. The man let out a scream and dropped his sword, which fell neatly into Hakushu's grasp. Clang! 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 The clash of kunai and sword echoed like a musician tapping out a rhythm, strangely captivating. Surrounded on all sides, Hakushu didn't show the slightest trace of fear. Thanks to his natural perception, Hakushu sensed imminent danger and quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to slip away. The man wielding the kunai was just about to land a blow, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Victory was within reach. But in the blink of an eye, Hakushu vanished before him. Huh, where did he go? The man stared in bewilderment. Look over there. Someone with sharp eyes quickly spotted Hakushu's figure. Once again, the crowd charged forward, kunai flashing in their hands. They refused to believe that, with so many of them, they couldn't wear down this one boy. Only one young man noticed something odd on the ground where Hakushu appeared, a strange kunai planted in the earth. Suddenly, he remembered how Hakushu had taken out that kunai from his ninja tool pouch earlier. Realization dawned, and he shouted, Watch out! He's using space-time ninjutsu. Be careful around those strange kunai at your feet. Those who managed to keep their cool glanced at the strange kunai scattered around the arena. Almost all were spots where Hakushu had previously stood. The truth clicked into place, and they hurriedly distanced themselves from those peculiar kunai. But there were still a few hotheads, whether they heard the warning or not. It was hard to say, who rushed at Hakushu recklessly. Without exception, every last one of them was hurled off the stage in moments. With the area cleared, Hakushu glanced lazily at the remaining challengers on the other side of the dueling platform, stretching with deliberate ease. That was an exhilarating fight. He grinned widely. The hand-to-hand combat just now had truly been the most satisfying match he'd ever fought. I've had my fill. Now it's time to finish this. I've had my fill. Now it's time to finish this. Hakushu's voice rang out across the now-silent dueling platform. The 100-plus remaining challengers stared at Hakushu, their expressions tense and conflicted. So this was the person on the list? His strength filled them with utter despair. At least for now, most kept their heads. They didn't foolishly rush forward to be beaten, as those less sensible had already been tossed off the stage, groaning in pain. No offense, but may I ask, was the ninjutsu you just used a form of space-time technique? A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, and a figure gradually stepped forward, emerging from among the people. Yes, that's right, Bishu nodded. Sooner or later, everyone would learn about the Flying Thunder God technique, so he might as well be honest now. After all, reviving the legendary reputation of the Flying Thunder God was exactly what he wanted to do. Then Bishu spoke with a serious expression. This technique is called the Flying Thunder God technique. The young man looked somewhat surprised. He had only wanted to confirm whether this was a space-time ninjutsu, but he hadn't expected the boy to reveal the name of the technique so directly. All right, thank you, the young man replied. What's your name? Bishu asked. He recognized this young man's voice. It was identical to the one who'd earlier ordered the water release user to block his fire release. And, just now, the one who warned everyone to watch out for the strange kunai on the ground. That was him too. Bishu couldn't help but feel curious. Zhugazin, the young man answered, caught off guard by the question, but giving his name nonetheless. Zhugazin? Well, with a surname like Zhuga, Bishu murmured. No wonder he was so sharp. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly looked at Zhugazin, exclaiming, Don't tell me you awakened the Nara clan abilities? How did you know? Zhugazin asked in surprise. He didn't think he'd used any secret techniques yet. How had he been found out so quickly? So it's true. Bishu was so shocked, he could barely get the words out. A Zhuga with a Nara bloodline. Wouldn't that make him the greatest strategist of all time? As Zhugazin and the boy chatted happily, a group of onlookers watched them, feeling as if they'd been completely ignored. Their eyes burned with barely contained fury, like flames ready to erupt. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Someone couldn't take it anymore and burst from the crowd, quickly weaving hand signs. A massive fireball suddenly appeared in the arena, hurtling straight toward Bishu at breakneck speed. The sight of the fireball made several people's eyes light up. With so many different ninjutsu users here, surely someone would be able to bring him down. At this moment, a brawny young man stepped forward and shouted, Brothers, we can't match his chakra or his taijutsu, but we can attack from all directions with different ninjutsu. He won't be able to defend against everything. That's how we win. His speech seemed to make sense, and the crowd, newly inspired, all began forming hand signs, determined to use their best ninjutsu to defeat that arrogant brat. What a hassle. Bunch of fools, Zhugazin muttered under his breath, quietly slipping further back. Who gave them the courage to cast ninjutsu in front of him? A barrage of ninjutsu surged toward Bishu from every direction, overwhelming and relentless. Seeing this, Bishu's hands flashed through a rapid sequence of hand signs, so fast that his fingers blurred, leaving afterimages in the air. After White Shu completed the final hand sign, the corners of his mouth lifted in a triumphant smile as he shouted, Water style. Who will build the great dam? In an instant, the moisture in the air condensed fiercely around him. In the blink of an eye, the entire dueling platform was submerged beneath surging seawater. White Shu stood atop the vast waters, appearing almost godlike, like a deity commanding all the seas. With a flick of his right hand, endless waves wrapped around him, cloaking his form in a shimmering barrier. The barrage of attacks arrived right on cue, but each was swallowed by the rushing tide, vanishing without a trace. More than 100 people stood frozen in shock, staring wide-eyed at the unbelievable scene before them. Years later, some among them would still remember that extraordinary man during the preliminary rounds of the Grand Prodigy Tournament. How he seemed to embody divinity itself. Off you go. With a sweep of his right hand, the sea erupted into a raging torrent, sweeping everyone on the stage off their feet and hurling them toward the ground below. Watching the crowd being carried away by the roaring waters, Zhugazin let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness he jumped down in time. Otherwise, he'd have lost all dignity along with the rest. He's truly incredible. Gazing at the man on stage, standing like a water god, Zhuge Zian couldn't help but marvel in admiration. And the winner of this match, White Shoe, Guazi, declared the victor's name loud and clear, standing confidently atop the waves. Below the stage, the crowd's expressions varied as they gazed up at the dazzling young man. They all knew, at this very moment, his name would spread far and wide. The rapid clicks of camera shutters filled the air, and with each flash, White Shoe officially began his journey in the Grand Prodigy Tournament. In Jianyuan City, inside the Ninja Association's office. Ah! Oldning. Shu won. Yu Lingling was beside herself with joy, shaking Ning Zuan's shoulders with wild excitement. Tears of happiness streamed down her face. Ha, he actually did it. Well done, Shu. Ning Zuan finally exhaled, his worries melting away. Old Shun, look, our grandson won. Wang Yun cheered, patting Shun Changtian's arm with delight. Ha, that's my grandson through and through. Seeing White Shoe's spirited figure on screen, Shun Changtian beamed with pride. Once Shoe's finished with the tournament, have him and Cece come home for a bit. Aunt Wang and I will cook them something special. Yu Lingling suggested warmly. All right, I'll call Shu tonight and see what he says. Ning Ziyuan replied with a nod. At Qinglong Academy, inside the conference room. Amazing. 1 man against 300. He truly deserves the title of prodigy. Gao Yan slammed the table in excitement. Ha! Outstanding. Han Liunian joined in the laughter, the room ringing with exuberance. White Shoe represented Qinglong Academy, and his flawless victory against 300 opponents earned the academy great renown. In Dorm 314. Oh, Brother White, you're a legend. Absolutely freaking legendary. Jin Longyu howled with excitement, his voice echoing so loudly that even students in neighboring dorms could hear every word. Damn, from now on Brother Bai is my idol. He took on 300 people and still won. That's incredible. Fu Huai shouted with equal excitement. Brother Bai won. Now it's time to check in on Old Bear. That match isn't finished yet. Jin Longyu slapped his forehead as he spoke, so thrilled he'd nearly forgotten about Old Bear. That's right. Fu Huai hurriedly switched the page to Xiong Jingqing's match. In Dorm 403, Cece, Shu actually won. Xia Yuha pressed her hand over her mouth in excitement. 300 people couldn't beat Bai Shu. Just how strong is he? Jiang Yan's eyes looked a little dazed. This Bai Shu was simply too powerful. With that kind of strength, even if there were 100 of me, I might not be able to beat him. Guanhua gave a wry smile. Back in high school, she'd been hailed a true prodigy, but now she realized there's always someone greater out there. There were plenty of geniuses even more talented than her. The 3 of them then looked at Ning, she with a hint of envy in their eyes. Such a powerful and handsome young man. He'd been her childhood friend all along. Ning, she gazed tenderly at the confident youth on the screen. You said you'd become famous one day, and now you've done it. Amazing. So it wasn't just me up against everyone. There were so many others, too. They shouldn't be underestimated. Lying on his bed, Bai Shu stared at the news on his phone in astonishment. Yesterday, after finishing the match, he'd been interviewed by reporters for a while before heading straight back to the hotel. Before leaving, he'd even messaged Xiong Jingsheng to ask if his match had ended. But Xiong Jingsheng hadn't replied, so Bai Shu gave up and used the Flying Thunder God technique to head back himself. Once he returned, Bai Shu went to shower first. The sweat sticking to his clothes felt uncomfortable. Afterwards, he lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone. That's when he saw it. Countless scenes of gifted individuals taking on everyone by themselves. He casually tapped on one of the videos. What greeted him was a golden sandstorm, with shimmering grains of sand suspended in the air, looming like an abyssal beast about to swallow everyone on the ground. Watching the 300 pale-faced, terrified challengers, Bai Shu's gaze shifted to the one controlling the sand. It was a youth with a cold, indifferent expression, his arms crossed as he surveyed his opponents with icy eyes. The 4th Kazakage Raza. Bai Shu spoke softly. The moment he saw the golden sand, he knew exactly who the awakened one was. Bai Shu continued browsing, moving on to another video. Whoa, even he's shown up. Bai Shu's face showed his surprise as he watched the scene on his phone. Towering branches, over 3 meters high, rose from the ground, suspending all 300 challengers in the air, not a single one left behind. Didn't expect Hashirama Senju to appear too. Bai Shu narrowed his eyes, feeling that the Prodigy Tournament was becoming more and more interesting. Hashirama Senju? Beside him, Kurama, who'd been fiddling with its phone, gave a little twitch of its ears, as if it had just heard the mention of that man's name. Look at this. Bai Shu handed over the phone. Kurama peered at the screen, and the corner of its mouth twitched unconsciously. The scene before its eyes brought back an old memory it couldn't help but recall. That towering, thousand-armed Buddha. This person doesn't even have 1% of Hashirama Senju's strength. What a waste of wood release on him. Kurama snorted coldly, tossed out its opinion, and went right back to playing on the phone, as if the recent scene hadn't affected it in the slightest. Bishu shrugged and continued browsing other videos. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. Water style, 5 feeding sharks. As soon as Bishu clicked on the next video, he heard a signature jutsu belonging to a certain someone. Sure enough, a lone figure stood atop a vast, surging sea, hands flashing through seals. He plunged his right hand into the water, and 5 sharks burst forth, roaring as they charged at the 300 opponents. Caught from a drone's perspective, Bishu barely caught a glimpse before blood blossomed in the sea. The young man who had cast the jutsu threw back his head and laughed maniacally at the sight of blood. Is the guy who awakened Kisame Hashigaki's powers a little off in the head? Bishu wondered to himself, rubbing his chin. This guy was acting way too strange. Who in their right mind would burst out laughing at the sight of blood? Bishu went on to watch many more videos and discovered not only Raza, Hashirama Senju, and Kisame Hashigaki. There was also a young girl who had awakened Chiyo's abilities, a dazzling teen who had inherited Tsukumo Hataki's power, and a hip-hop enthusiast who possessed Daidara's explosive talents. I really hope the Prodigy tournament comes soon. I can't wait any longer. Bishu's eyes gleamed with excitement. No wonder it's called the Prodigy tournament. So many famous ninja for Naruto had made their appearance. How could Bishu not be thrilled? Hey, Uncle Ning. Bishu forced down his excitement as Uncle Ning's call came through. It's me. Ashu looked so handsome today. Ning Ziyuan's hearty voice rang out. Haha, it wasn't that big a deal, Bishu replied, a smile spreading across his face. Let me talk. Ashu didn't get hurt, did he? Bishu could tell Aunt Yu was trying to grab the phone from Uncle Ning, just by the commotion on the other end. Don't worry, Aunt Yu, I'm fine. That's good. I almost had a heart attack seeing you charge into that crowd all alone. So dangerous. Listening to Aunt Yu's anxious, nagging voice, Bishu smiled gently, nodding along and responding from time to time. He truly cherished this feeling of being cared for and loved. Ashu, your grandparents are here too. Say a few words to them, Aunt Yu urged. Ashu. Before Bishu could react, Grandpa Shin's voice came through the phone. Hey, Grandpa. Bishu quickly replied. Well done. Even your father and I never took on 300 at once. Shun Changtian's hearty voice boomed out. This is only the beginning, Grandpa. One day, I'll stand at the very pinnacle of the world, Bishu declared with grand ambition. Grandpa burst out laughing. Ah, good. I'll be waiting for that day. Jianyuan City, Ninja Association Office. Before Shin Changtian could finish his sentence, Wang Yin swiftly snatched the phone from his hand. Her voice was gentle as she spoke. Ashu, why don't you and Ning come home today? Grandma and your aunt have cooked something delicious for you both. Okay, Grandma. I'll bring Ning home tonight, Bishu replied. All right, good. Grandma will be waiting for you at home. The phone returned to Ning Ziyuan's hand. He found himself at a loss for words. Everything that needed to be said had already been said. Shaking his head, Ning Ziyuan laughed. Take a break. Come back again tonight. Alricht, Onkel Ning, Baisuansveret. How wonderful. I get to eat Grandma's and Aunt Yu's cooking again. Bishu stretched lazily, then dialed Ning Shi's number. Hello, Bishu. A clear, lively voice answered on the other end. Hey, Grandma wants us to go home tonight, Bishu said simply. Sure, let's go back and celebrate. Congratulations on your victory. Ning Shi answered with a cheerful giggle. Am I awesome or what? Bishu teased, a mischievous smile on his face. Of course you are. Ning Shi replied without a moment's hesitation. Bishu burst into laughter. So many people had praised him, but none of their words ever made him laugh like this. Only when Ning Shi said it did he show such an expression. You're not hurt, are you? Ning Shi's voice rang out again, tinged with concern. Don't worry, they couldn't even touch me, Bishu boasted, unable to hide his pride in front of her. All right, get some rest. Pick me up tonight. Okay, Bishu nodded, then hung up. After that, Bishu called Fu Huai and Jin Longyu back. Just now, both of them had tried to call, but since Bishu was chatting with Ning Shi, he'd declined their calls. Now was the perfect time to return them. The moment the call connected, he was greeted by Jin Longyu and Fu Huai's non-stop exclamations of disbelief. Bishu had to hold his phone a bit farther away, worried their excitement would somehow come flying out of the speaker and hit him in the face. After chatting with them for a while, Bishu finally hung up. There was something even more important waiting for him, claiming the reward for defeating 300 opponents single-handedly. Setting his phone aside, Bishu sat cross-legged on the bed, and his consciousness dove straight into his mind. System, claim my reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Please return to your body to check. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Please return to your body to check. As soon as the system finished speaking, Kurama, who was playing with the phone outside, froze in place. This sinister aura. Has the Sharingan awakened? Kurama looked up at Bishu, who sat nearby with his eyes closed. At this moment, Bishu's consciousness had already returned to his body. He could feel a pleasant warmth spreading through his eyes. Bishu slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw made them light up with excitement. The walls before him looked nothing like what he remembered. Everything was sharper now. Where he used to see only vague outlines and patterns, Bishu could now discern the tiniest cracks running through the designs on the wall. So, this is the power of the Sharingan. Its reputation is well-deserved. Bishu marveled to himself. With the sudden awakening of his 3 Tomo Sharingan, he could now wield Uchiha Madara's illusions. What's more, he could become a copy ninja, just like Kakashi. Bishu, a voice interrupted Bishu's silly grin. What is it, Kurama? Bishu looked questioningly at the 9 Tails, who had called out to him. Kurama, seeing the crimson glow in Bishu's eyes and the 3 tiny Tomo swirling within, immediately realized that Bishu had truly awakened the Sharingan. When Kurama said nothing, Bishu assumed the fox was simply shocked at how he'd gone from having no Sharingan to mastering the 3 Tomo in an instant. Bishu decided to bluff. Kurama, there are some things I'll explain to you in time. Don't get hung up on the present. Kurama rolled his eyes and muttered, Fine, tell me whenever you feel like it. With that, the 9 Tails turned away, engrossed once more in his drama series. Bishu let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Kurama hadn't pressed the issue. He honestly wouldn't have known how to explain it. Was he supposed to tell Kurama about the system? Kurama might not even understand. Then again, after so much time spent online, maybe the fox knew more than he did. Well, one step at a time. The road will reveal itself as you travel. Bishu shook his head with a soft chuckle. Just then, Xiong Jingxing's call came through. Hello, old Xiong. Are you done for the day? No, it's not my turn today. I'll probably go up tomorrow or the day after. Xiong Jingxing's deep, booming voice came through the line. Was the opponent tough? Bishu asked, curious. He had no idea which livestream Xiong Jingxing was watching, so he hadn't seen himself. Definitely. 3 Tomo Sharingan, awakened by someone from the Uchiha clan. Xiong Jingxing replied, his tone grave. He'd witnessed that person's powers firsthand, a single glare, and someone had collapsed under a jinjutsu. Oh, someone from the Uchiha clan with the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Who could that be? Bishu muttered to himself. By the way, why are you back already? You didn't lose, did you? It's alright if you did. Honestly, I wasn't sure I could beat that guy either. We'll just go back together when the time comes. Xiong Jingxing consoled him, trying to sound supportive. Though inside, he was practically giddy with joy. No, I finished my match. Bishu's answer was calm and unhurried. What? You won. Xiong Jingxing's voice trembled with disbelief. Yeah, there's a video of it on the official site. You can watch it later, Bishu said lightly, then hung up with a breezy wave. He didn't spare a thought for Xiong Jingxing's feelings. Ah, that felt good. Bishu put down his phone and burst out laughing. I wonder what old Xiong looked like when he saw my video. Lying on his bed, Bishu stared up at the ceiling. Outside the battle center, Xiong Jingxing sat at the edge of a roadside flower bed, hands trembling as he opened Bishu's video. Not even 300 of them could beat him. Unbelievable. Watching the torrent of flames spewing from Bishu's mouth, Xiong Jingxing finally let go the last bit of hope in his heart. He really won. He just charged straight into the crowd and started fighting. I wish I could do that too. Xiong Jingxing stared helplessly as Bishu waded into the throng, his movements in battle elegant and dazzling. Jealousy made Xiong's teeth chatter. Such cool moves. He wished they were his. Damn it, I'm going to train. With a determined grunt, Xiong Jingxing shut off his phone and looked for the nearest training ground. Hey, Bishu, it's already dark. Why aren't you here yet? It's dark. Bishu shot up from his bed, glancing out at the pitch-black sky. His heart dropped. Oh no, did I oversleep? He hurriedly checked the time in the corner of his phone. 19:43. Phew, that's a relief. I didn't oversleep. Fell asleep at Qinglong Academy. In the girls' dormitory, room 403. Hearing Bishu muttering to himself, Ningxi immediately guessed he must have dozed off. Otherwise, he'd have arrived already. Ah, let me tidy up and I'll come find you. Bishu hung up in a hurry, afraid that if he said another word, dawn would break. Hey, Cece, are you going home with Bishu tonight? Xiao Yuha asked, noticing how neatly Ningxi was dressed. Yeah, we're heading home. My mom wants to celebrate for Bishu, so we're going back tonight. Ningxi replied as she checked herself in the mirror. Spatial ninjutsu really is convenient. You can go home whenever you want. Never have to worry about not getting a ticket. Jiang Yin said, sprawled on her bed with her hair a mess, gazing at Ningxi with envy. It is fast, but it has side effects, you know. Ningxi's cheeks flushed pink at the thought, clearly remembering what happened last time. Hopefully, that won't happen again. A hint of worry lingered in Ningxi's heart. Side effects? Doesn't Bishu have any? Guanhua asked curiously. Not him. He uses the technique all the time. Guess he's just gotten used to it. Ningxi shook her head. Now that you mention side effects, I remember. On the first day of the semester, Bishu suddenly appeared in the classroom with Jin Longyu and the others. You could tell from how Jin Longyu and Fu Huai couldn't stop gagging, Xiaoyu said, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Ha ha! Laughter-filled room 403. They all remember that scene. It was hilarious, even now. Well, I'm off. Bye, everyone. After saying her goodbyes, Ningxi left the dorm. Bye. The three of them waved goodbye to Ningxi. I really envy Shi for being able to go home whenever she wants. Jiang Yin groaned as she rolled around on her bed. Well, you could just find yourself a boyfriend like Bishu, Guanhua teased with a grin. Boyfriend? I don't think I want one anymore. After meeting someone as handsome and powerful as Bishu, everyone else just seems ordinary. I can't muster any interest at all, Jiang Yin said, her voice muffled as she buried her face under the covers. That's what happens when you meet someone truly dazzling in your youth. It makes the rest of life feel a little dull, Guanhua said with a small laugh. But there are plenty of exceptional people out there. Don't just focus on those around you. Hua, I never expected you to be like this. Come on, be honest. Have you ever dated someone? At those words, Jiang Yin immediately perked up, jumping out of bed to sit beside Guanhua. Xiaoyu also scooted over to join them. The three of them burst into playful banter, and once again, room 403 was filled with laughter and cheerful voices. When Bishu and Ningxi arrived home yesterday, the whole family was already waiting for them in the living room. No sooner had they walked through the door than they were ushered straight to the dining table. Throughout the meal, Shun Changtian and Ning Yuan happily clinked glasses, drinking together, while Wang Yun and Yu Lingling kept asking Ningxi and Bishu about how they were doing. Bishu ate heartily, answering questions in between bites. Nothing could slow down his appetite. Yu Lingling also mentioned that when Bishu's official competition came around, she and Ning Yuan would both go to watch. Bishu, of course, agreed with all his heart. After eating and drinking their fill, they chatted in the living room for a good while longer. In the end, it was Ning Yuan who called a car and sent the two elders home. Leaving already? Yu Lingling looked at them with a hint of reluctance. The Jonin instructor is still evaluating my skills these days. I can't afford to waste time, Ningxi said, stepping forward to hug Yu Lingling. Ain't you? Our vacation is coming up soon. We'll be back before you know it, Bishu said with a smile. That's true, Yu Lingling nodded. Well, we're heading out now, Ningxi said, waving at Ning Yuan and Yu Lingling as she pulled Bishu by the arm. Take care. Ning Yuan and Yu Lingling watched as the two of them disappeared from the living room. They're gone again. Lao Ning, let's plan to go a couple of days early when it's time for Ashu's competition, Yu Lingling sighed. All right, you should head up. I'm heading back to the capital, Bishu said. Why are you going back to the capital again? Ningxi looked puzzled. Hadn't Bishu already won? What else did he have to do? I'm going to pick up Xiong Jingsheng. He still hasn't finished his competition. All right then, I'll head upstairs, Ningxi replied, understanding. Yeah, only when Ningxi's figure had vanished from view did Bishu use Flying Thunder God to teleport back to the Huangliang Hotel in the capital. Old Xiong should be done by now, right? Bishu muttered as he opened the official livestream on his phone, searching for Xiong Jingsheng's location. Battle Arena, Uchiha Clan? Yes, this is definitely the place. As Bishu scanned the battlefield, his eyes landed on a young man whose Sharingan was activated. Instantly, he knew he'd found the right person. Could it be him? Bishu studied the young man on his phone screen. A short-down jacket on his upper body, black jeans below, and a short blade strapped to his back. The three-tomo, Sharingan spun relentlessly in his eyes. As his opponent collapsed, the next challenger stepped forward. Uchiha Shursui. Without a doubt, this is Shursui of the Uchiha, the one who wields the most powerful illusion, Kotoe Tsukumi. Bishu's tone brimmed with certainty. A master of illusions, a short blade on his back. If this isn't Shursui, who else could it be? But, has he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan yet? Bishu mused, rubbing his chin as he pondered. Looks like I'd better work on my own Jinjutsu as well. In a sudden flash, Bishu's eyes turned crimson, with three tiny tomo whirling mysteriously within, an enchanting sight. Next, his consciousness slipped into his mindscape as he began training in Uchiha Madara's illusion techniques. While Bishu immersed himself in his Jinjutsu training, Xiong Jingsheng slowly stepped onto the battlefield. His expression was resolute. Though his opponent's illusions were formidable, He believed that as long as Israel remained unshakable, he would not fear them. Are you ready? The middle-aged referee called out again. He had repeated these words countless times, so often that it had become second nature. Almost every minute, the call echoed across the arena. After all, the young man with the short blade possessed Jinjutsu, so overwhelming that even a seasoned jonin like the referee couldn't help but be secretly impressed. Since yesterday, that young man hadn't even drawn his blade, a testament to the sheer power of his illusions. I'm ready. Xiong Jingsheng nodded. Very well. Lu Yinchuan gave a slight nod in return. Then let the match begin. The referee's command rang out as he leaped to the edge of the arena, leaving the stage to the younger fighters. Sharingan. Lu Yinchuan's eyes spun as he prepared, determined to win the duel with Jinjutsu. So quickly pulled into an illusion. What terrifying Jinjutsu! Xiong Jingsheng involuntarily murmured. He now found himself alone in a space shrouded in darkness. Not a sound to be heard. The silence so deep it was almost suffocating. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears, and Xiong Jingsheng instinctively pricked up his ears to listen. Action, action. Xiong Jingsheng's expression changed. That was Lu Ying's voice. This illusion knows me too well. He'd actually imagined Lu in calling him Xiong before. An illusion is still just an illusion. Xiong Jingsheng sighed softly. Back in the real world, Lu Yinchuan watched in surprise as Xiong Jingsheng's trembling hand reached into his ninja pouch and drew a kunai. Then, with a fierce motion, stabbed it into his own thigh. He was a special jonin, after all. This man was merely an elite chunin, yet he had managed to break free from his genjutsu, using self-harm, no less. This made Lu Yinchuan silently raise his guard. With a wet, slicing sound, the kunai sank into flesh. In an instant, Xiong Jingsheng's pants were soaked with blood. HSSH. Xiong Jingsheng drew a sharp breath, snapping himself out of the illusion with a jolt. Come on, let's have a one-on-one fight, man-to-man. In a flash, the armor of lightning release covered Xiong Jingsheng from head to toe. He stomped his right foot and charged at Lu Yinchuan with explosive force. Zulfust! Zulfust! Two voices rang out at once. One belonged to the middle-aged referee, an experienced jonin himself. Even he was surprised by Xiong Jingsheng's speed, let alone Lu Yinchuan, a special jonin. But Lu Yinchuan possessed the three-tomo Sharingan, which allowed him to keep up with Xiong Jingsheng's movements without missing a beat. Clang! Xiong Jingsheng's lightning-charged fist was blocked squarely by Lu Yinchuan's short blade. Clang! Clang! Thud! The sounds of weapons clashing and bodies colliding echoed across the arena. Xiong Jingsheng wasn't the only one feeling exhilarated. Even Lu Yinchuan was swept up in it. His previous opponents had always been taken down by a single Jinjutsu, leaving him bored and uninterested. But this opponent was different. Come on, let me show you my trump card. Body, flicker technique. With a swift motion, Lu Yinchuan knocked Xiong Jingsheng back with his blade, then rapidly formed hand signs. The three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly in his eyes. In an instant, more than a dozen identical Lu Yinchuans appeared behind him. What the heck kind of ninjutsu is this? Xiong Jingsheng was stunned, staring at the crowd of Lu Yinchuans. The gap in information left him completely in the dark. No matter how many there are, watch me. Hell stab, four-fingered strike. With a shout, Xiong Jingsheng brought his right hand's four fingers together and charged toward the Lu Yinchuans at lightning speed. Bring it on. Lu Yinchuan wasn't about to back down either. A flurry of illusions rushed toward Xiong Jingsheng. With another wet, slicing sound, Xiong Jingsheng's large hand pierced through the chest of a Lu Yinchuan. Wait, this is real, not a shadow clone, is it? Xiong Jingsheng realized the figure wasn't a shadow clone. For a moment, he thought he had actually killed someone. But then he noticed there was no blood from the wound, making his heart skip a beat. Damn, I've been duped. Sure enough, the cold edge of a blade pressed against his neck, its icy glint sending chills across his skin. This isn't real. You scared me. I thought I'd actually killed you. Xiong Jingsheng complained bitterly. Haha, that's my technique. Lu Yinchuan burst out laughing. You win. Keep it up. Xiong Jingsheng nodded to Lu Yinchuan and quickly made his way off the stage. He still needed to stop the bleeding from the kunai wound in his leg. I will. Lu Yinchuan called after Xiong Jingsheng, watching him leave. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking pulled Bishu out of his meditation. Could it be old Xiong coming back? Wasn't he at the competition? Is it over already? Though puzzled, Bishu climbed down from his bed and walked over to open the door. Standing before him was a figure over 2 meters tall with a burly build. How come you're back? Bishu asked, clearly bewildered. Hearing this, Xiong Jingsheng couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. So you're rubbing salt in my wounds, huh? It's over, so of course I came back. Xiong Jingxing replied with a roll of his eyes, clearly in a foul mood. Bishu burst out laughing. Huh? Lost, did you? Seeing Xiong Jingxing's expression, Bishu immediately knew the outcome. Come in first. Bishu stepped aside to let Xiong Jingxing enter. You're injured? Bishu frowned as he watched Xiong Jingxing limp in. I did it myself, trying to break free from Lu Yunchuan's illusions. Xiong Jingxing plopped down in a chair, grabbed a bottle of water, and took a big swig. Oh, I thought you'd been beaten up. Bishu nodded, teasing him. As if it weren't for Lu Yunchuan's illusions, and that bizarre, unpredictable clone of his, who knows who'd have won? Xiong Jingxing straightened his neck, stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. A bizarre, unpredictable clone? Don't tell me the clone was almost as strong as the original. Bishu smiled and took a sip of water. How'd you know? Did you watch the match? Xiong Jingxing looked at Bishu in surprise. To his confusion, Bishu just flashed a mysterious, inscrutable smile. As expected of Shunshin Shursui, Bishu thought to himself, feeling that this heaven's chosen tournament was getting more and more interesting. By the way, when are you heading back? Bishu asked. I'll leave tonight. I want to get back to training. My skills are still sorely lacking. I've really got to push myself. A complicated look crossed Xiong Jingxing's face as he gazed at Bishu. The difference between people can be greater than the difference between a man and a dog, he thought. Here Bishu was, taking on 300 challengers at once without breaking a sweat, while he himself ended up injured after just one fight. No, I need to work harder. Once I get back, it's nothing but bitter training for me, Xiong Jingxing resolved to himself. Let's check out of our rooms and leave now. Sure. No sooner said than done. Xiong Jingxing went to his room to pack, and Bishu gathered up his things as well. Kurama didn't make an appearance today, so Bishu simply took his suitcase and headed downstairs. After checking out, Bishu sat in the lobby waiting. Excuse me, are you Bishu? A voice came from beside him, prompting Bishu to look up. He nearly jumped in surprise at what he saw. A group of people had gathered around him, their eyes burning with excitement. That's me. And you are? Oh yes. See, I told you it was Bishu. Before Bishu could finish, the girl who had spoken earlier pumped her fist in triumph, her face brimming with pride. This group of people was from the White Tiger Academy. They had also signed up for the challenge this time, but lost. By chance, as they were returning, they caught sight of Bishu sitting in the hall. Among them was a young girl who claimed that the boy was Bishu, though the others didn't believe her at first. But she, full of confidence, walked right up to him and naturally asked the boy for his name. Before Bishu could even answer, the group recognized him immediately. He was one of the few who had triumphed in the 1 against 300 challenge. Bishu, I watched the replay of your match. You're incredible. Could I have your autograph? A tall, slender boy asked shyly, with an awkward smile. Of course, Bishu replied with a slight nod. I want one too. Me too. The group clamored as they borrowed pens and paper from the front desk. Bishu, what year are you in at Azure Dragon Academy? Someone else asked. Hearing this, the others looked at Bishu with curiosity in their eyes. Judging by his appearance, he must be a sophomore, right? If he's already this strong in his second year, how much stronger will he become? Me? I'm a freshman, Bishu said, continuing to sign his name as he spoke. Looking at the elegant handwriting he had just penned, Bishu nodded in satisfaction. A freshman? Everyone stared at Bishu in disbelief when they heard this. No way. He's this strong as a freshman? Someone muttered under their breath. Well, I'm leaving now. Till we meet again, Bishu said, handing the signed autograph to the girl in front, then pulling his suitcase away from the crowd. He had noticed Xiong Jingxing had already come out. The others were still lost in shock, but instinctively made way for him as he passed. Hey, who were those people? Xiong Jingxing asked, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and grabbing his own suitcase, a little puzzled. Just some folks asking for autographs. Let's go. Bishu answered casually, reaching out to pull Xiong Jingxing along by the arm. Hey, wait up. Xiong Jingxing hadn't finished speaking before Bishu whisked him away. That long-lost feeling swept over him again. He really just wanted to catch a ride home this time. Bishu's gone, someone said as they watched him leave, bringing everyone back to their senses. He's already so amazing as a freshman. He's bound to be unstoppable in the future. Thank goodness I asked for his autograph. Yeah, soon it'll be hard to even catch a glimpse of him, let alone get a signature. The group chatted excitedly, their eyes filled with relief and satisfaction. They knew that from now on, their lives would never intersect with this prodigy again. Azure Dragon Academy. Boys' Dormitory, Room 314. Xiong Jingxing lay sprawled on the floor, the light gone from his eyes. Ha. Oh man, Xiong, you're just too funny. Jin Longyu squatted nearby, clutching his stomach with laughter at Xiong Jingxing's appearance. Come on, old Xiong, you're not cut out for this either. Fu Huai added, squatting beside him and piling on the teasing. All right, that's enough. Let's not make fun of him anymore, Bishu said with a helpless smile, lifting Xiong Jingsheng and tossing him onto the bed. The two of them lost all interest in teasing Xiong Jingsheng, their eyes shining as they stared at Bishu. What's up? Bishu couldn't help but take a step back. The two looked like starving wolves who'd never tasted meat, their eyes fixed on him with a hungry green glow. Brother Bai. Fu Huai and Jin Longyu both moved a step forward. Seeing this, Bishu took another step back. Brother Bai, if you have something to say, just say it, Bishu said helplessly, leaning against the window. Brother Bai, could you sign a few autographs for us? Jin Longyu rubbed his hands together, his face the very picture of a bootlicker. Yes, exactly. Fu Huai nodded eagerly at his side. What do you two need autographs for? Bishu was baffled. He was right here in person. Why do they want his autograph? Don't worry about that, just sign. Jin Longyu grabbed a thick stack of papers from the bed and slapped them down on the table with a resolute thud. Brother Bai, if you sign these, we'll handle all your laundry for the next month. Fu Huai thumped his chest with conviction. There's such a good deal? At those words, Bishu's eyes lit up. A gentleman's word is his bond. Once promised, never taken back. Seeing Bishu about to agree, Jin Longyu couldn't help but break into a smug grin. Little Bishu, easy as pie. The real reason these two wanted Bishu's autograph was because the girls they'd been chatting with online all wanted it. After all, Bishu was so famous now. Who wouldn't want a few sign sheets? Besides, Bishu was their good buddy. For Jin Longyu and Fu Huai, this tiny favor was no big deal at all. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the time for the Tianjiao Championship had arrived. After a month of preliminary rounds, many on the list had successfully defeated their challengers and officially qualified for the competition. Of course, quite a few had also been beaten by their challengers, and those coveted spots naturally went to other victors instead. On the night of November 30th, inside the Huangliang Hotel, Brother Bai, the people in the Tianjiao Championship are all really tough. You need to be careful. Jin Longyu looked seriously at the comments from netizens. Got it. Bishu nodded nonchalantly. Brother Bai, we'll be there cheering you on tomorrow. Fu Huai called out from where he lay sprawled on the bed. Fu Huai, Jin Longyu, and Xiong Jingsheng hadn't even bothered to request time off, but had simply followed Bishu to the capital. Naturally, it was Bishu who had used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring them all here. They'd arrived in the morning, and the three of them had spent the entire afternoon lounging around. Brother Bai, seriously, don't be so careless. Let me read you a list of who you'll be up against. Seeing Bishu's indifferent attitude, Jin Longyu grew anxious and quickly began, the grandson of the president of the Ninja Association headquarters. Zhao Yang, who graduated from Vermilion Bird Academy and is now captain of the police division. Lin Wudi from the Lin family of Yin City. And Mu Linger from the Mu family in Huala City. Graduate of Qinglong Academy, now serving in the military, Duan Mu Jintian. Jin Longyu pronounced each word with deliberate care, looking even more nervous than Bishu himself. Bai, Lin Wudi from Yin City is incredibly strong, Fu Huai said, worry evident on his face. Relax. Just watch me shine tomorrow, Bishu reassured him with a calm smile. All right, you two. That's enough. It's not even your match. You can save the nerves for cheering on old Bai tomorrow, Xiong Jingsheng quipped, glancing at Fu Huai and Jin Longyu with exasperation. Their anxious muttering was giving him a headache. Hey! Jin Longyu shot back, flashing a middle finger at Xiong Jingsheng without hesitation. I'm heading back. You guys should turn in early, Bishu said as he stood up from his chair and stretched. It was getting late, time to call it night. All right. Back in his room, Bishu washed up, got ready for bed, and slipped under the covers in one smooth motion. Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu will be watching my match tomorrow. I have to give it my all. Tickets for the Tianjiao tournament had gone on sale half a month in advance, but they sold out in the blink of an eye. Bishu couldn't help but marvel at how much attention this year's tournament had attracted. Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu hadn't managed to get any tickets, while Jin Longyu, his friends, and Ning Shi's group of 4 had all managed to snag some. This left Aunt Yu disappointed for half the day, and even Uncle Ning could be heard sighing in frustration. But Bishu had a solution. He called up Chun Huanyan directly. Connections mattered, especially when one of your friends was a powerhouse of shadow-level standing. Chun Huanyan secured 2 tickets for him without hesitation and told him to come pick them up himself. Bishu made a trip to the capital, stopping by home as well. He could still remember how Aunt Yu wept tears of joy when she held those tickets in her hands. I really can't wait for tomorrow. The next morning, at dawn, Bishu got up earlier than usual. He washed up, took a shower, and dressed himself to the nines. His jet black, sharply cut short hair framed his face. He wore a fitted sweater under a cropped-down jacket, paired with men's bell-bottom. pants that made his legs look long and lean. As for the cold, Bishu figured he was still young. On his feet were a pair of flat shoes. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the rapping at his door, Bishu hurried over to open it. Why are you so dressed up today? Are you off to a match or a matchmaking session? Ning, she teased, her face breaking into a smile, though it quickly turned neutral when she took in his outfit. Ahem, well, it's the tournament, right? The whole nation will be watching. I have to look the part. Bishu coughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Yeah, let's go. Mom and Dad are waiting for you at breakfast, Ning, she said, giving his arm a gentle pat. Got it. I'll call Xiong Jingsheng and the others to join us. Bishu nodded and phoned his 3 friends. When he arrived at the hotel restaurant, he saw Uncle Ning, Aunt Yu, Xia Yuha, and the others already sitting together, chatting and waiting for him. Bishu, Cici, over here. Ning Ziyuan called out eagerly when he spotted his 2 beloved children approaching. Bishu and Ning, she quickly made their way over. Be careful not to get hurt today. Bishu, Yu Lingling reminded him gently. Don't worry, Aunt Yu. Bishu nodded reassuringly. Soon after, Xiong Jingsheng and his 2 friends joined them as well, sitting down together to eat. Uncle Ning and Aunt Yu had met them all yesterday, and Bishu had already made the introductions. Everyone ate quickly, then hailed a taxi straight to the dueling center. They hadn't even arrived before they saw a sea of people outside, which made Bishu click his tongue in surprise. There were just so many people. Uncle Ning, Aunt Yu, I'll head off on my own now, Bishu said. Go on, go on. Give it your all, they cheered. Bishu waved goodbye to them and walked toward the competitor's entrance. The player's entrance was separate from where the audience entered. Only those listed for the Tianjiao tournament could pass through here. Tianjiao, after all, there had to be some privileges. Bishu, go for it. We're rooting for you, the crowd called out as soon as sharp-eyed fans recognized him, their voices echoing with excitement. With those shouts, more and more people realized that this young man was Bishu. Do your best. Your time-space ninjutsu is amazing. I really admire you. Can I have your autograph? More fans shouted. If it weren't for the officers from the Public Security Department and the Ninja Association staff keeping order, the crowd would have surrounded him in an instant. Thank you, everyone. I will do my best, Bishu replied, waving as he slipped into the player's tunnel. Bishu really is popular, isn't he? Ning Ziyuan couldn't help but shake his head with a proud, contented smile as he heard the distant shouts. Of course, Bishu's now one of the top talents on the Tianjiao rankings. How could he not be popular? Yu Lingling shot Ning Ziyuan a look, her face glowing with pride. After all, Bishu was the one she'd raised. How could she not feel proud? I'm really envious of Brother Bai, Jin Longyu admitted, a note of longing in his voice as he listened to the cheers for Bishu. If you build up your strength, you'll be just like him, famous across the world, Xiong Jingsheng replied, arms crossed, speaking with conviction. He knew he still had a long way to go before he could make a name for himself, but he wasn't about to fall behind Bishu. After all, Bishu was the only rival he truly acknowledged. Even Lu Yunchuan from yesterday, older and stronger than he was, hadn't really been a true opponent in his eyes. Given a fair fight at the same level, the outcome would be anyone's guess. To be known throughout the world. Fu Huai's eyes sparkled with determination. Young men naturally aspire to soar, and to be free and distinguished in the vast sky. It's a pity I can't compete in the Tianjiao tournament, Guanhua murmured wistfully, her expression tinged with regret. What a grand event. This is my first time attending such a magnificent competition. Xia Yuha looped her arm through Ning Shi's and said, This is my first time participating too. Jiang Yin glanced around at the surging sea of people. Ning Shi absent-mindedly looked toward the spot where Bishu had disappeared, worried that he might get hurt. She didn't say anything out loud, but there were things in her heart that only she understood. My young man, may you shine as brilliantly as the blazing sun. When Bishu arrived at the room arranged for contestants at the Ninja Association headquarters, he found that quite a few people were already seated on the couches. Some were chatting and laughing with familiar faces, while others, arms crossed, sized up the room with cool, guarded eyes. The moment Bishu walked in, all eyes turned to him. A crowd stared at Bishu, their gazes open and unabashed. Bishu showed no sign of nervousness. He offered everyone a gentle smile and found an empty couch to sit on. The room the Ninja Association headquarters had provided was enormous. Even with dozens of people inside, it barely took up a third of the space. In the center of the room stood a massive display screen, currently showing the image of the competition arena. At the moment, though, the arena was empty. Hello, are you Bishu from Qinglong Academy? Suddenly, a voice reached Bishu's ears. He turned to see a young woman in a light green vest looking at him with a friendly smile. I am. May I ask who you are? Bishu nodded politely in response. My name is Xiao Yu. I graduated from Qinglong Academy a couple of years ago. So, I suppose I'm your senior. The young woman introduced herself with a smile. Hello, senior. Bishu greeted her respectfully upon hearing this. She chuckled. Come on, junior. Let me take you over there. Those are all people from Qinglong Academy. She pointed to one side of the room. Bishu looked and saw several people watching them. All right, thank you. He smiled, nodded, and got up to follow Xiaoyu. He's here. He's here. A burly young man exclaimed, slapping the shoulder of the person next to him. I see him. I'm not blind, came the dry reply from a young man with striking red hair, who then turned to Bishu with a grin. Hello, Bishu. All of us here graduated from Qinglong Academy. We're your seniors. Hello, seniors. Bishu greeted them with a polite smile. He glanced around and then asked, Has Senior Duanmu not arrived yet? Huh, didn't expect you to be a fan of his too. The red-haired youth laughed heartily. Oh, come on, brother, you've got no taste. What's so great about that stone-faced guy? The burly youth grumbled in disapproval. Wang Yin, enough, sighed a girl in a combat uniform standing beside him, tugging at his sleeve in resignation. What? Why can't I say so? When that stone-face gets here, I'll have to give him a piece of my mind. Wang Yin looked full of bravado, itching for the chance to put Duanmu Jintian in his place. She could only sigh. The red-haired young man, Xiaoyu, and Lin Yin'er all looked at the young man behind Wang Yin and sighed helplessly. This is it. If you're looking for trouble, at least don't do it this way. At that moment, Bishu was also sizing up Duanmu Jintian. With his sword-like brows and star-bright eyes, if you ignored the sharp aura about him, he looked no different from the photo in his room. Wang Yin began to sense that something was off. He noticed all three, Xiaoyu and the others, were glancing at someone behind him in perfect unison. His heart skipped a beat, a sense of impending doom creeping over him. Slowly, he turned his head to look behind. A face without a hint of expression came into his view. Wang Yan's face twisted into an expression of misery. What did you just say? A glint of mischief flashed in Duanmu Jintian's eyes as he slowly reached his right hand toward the short blade strapped to his back. Nothing. I didn't say anything, really. Seeing this, Wang Yin immediately sprang up and grabbed Duanmu Jintian's right hand. Jintian, don't tease him. Let's not give the younger students a reason to laugh at us. The red-haired young man stepped in to ease the tension. It was only then that Wang Yin noticed the young man and woman standing behind Duanmu Jintian. He quickly withdrew his hand, coughed twice into his fist in an attempt to look serious, and regained his composure. Hello, juniors. Making it here after defeating 300 others is proof enough of your abilities. You truly live up to the name of Qinglong Academy. Thank you, senior. Fang Qinghua and Lu Shi responded with bright smiles. These were legendary seniors who had long since graduated from Qinglong Academy. Of course, they'd heard stories about them. Come, have a seat. Xiaoyu gestured to the spot beside Bishu. Thank you. Fang Qinghua and Lu Shi were visibly taken aback when they saw Bishu, but then nodded and sat down beside him. Hello, junior. I am Lu Shi. Bishu looked at the small hand extended toward him, a bit puzzled, but out of courtesy, he shook it. I am Bishu. I know. I watched your match. You were amazing. Lu Shi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Bishu, making no effort to hide her admiration. She had a soft spot for talented juniors, especially ones who were both handsome and skilled. Bishu let out an awkward laugh, trying to play it off, then quickly turned to Fang Qinghua and said, Hello, senior. I am Bishu. Fang Qinghua noticed Bishu's embarrassment and smiled. I'm Fang Qinghua. Senior, what year are you? Seeing his response, Bishu immediately tried to strike up a conversation, unintentionally leaving Lu Shi hanging. If she hadn't been so enthusiastic, he wouldn't have done that. I think all the Qinglong Academy students are here, right? Watching the group chat and laugh, the red-haired young man spoke up. Yeah, one lost. Their spot went to someone else. Duanmu Jintian replied coolly. That's not bad at all. With 3 students from Azure Dragon Academy making it onto the Heaven's Chosen list, it doesn't disgrace the Academy's name. The red-haired young man chuckled. They're younger than us, and just being on the Heaven's Chosen list is more than enough to prove their talent. Lin Yin'er smiled as she spoke. All right, enough about them. How's your own preparation for this competition? Bishu, I caught the sin of that pesky Tanuki again. Bishu, who had been chatting with Fang Qinghua, paused for a moment when he heard this and looked up towards the door. He saw a young man with one hand casually tucked in his pocket, turning his head to joke with a yellow tanuki perched on his shoulder. The tanuki's fur was streaked with hints of purple. Shikaku, is that you? Bishu murmured softly. Junior, what did you just say? Nothing really. Bishu shook his head. Then, he let his consciousness sink inward. Kurama, aren't you going to say hello? No way. The last thing I want is to see that stinky tanuki, Kurama replied, his eyes narrowing. Besides, that tanuki's already sensed my presence. Shengyang, I can smell that damn fox around here, Shikaku said, his tone tinged with complex feelings as he spoke to Chungyang. He hadn't expected there to be other tailed beasts in this world, let alone meet one by chance. And of all things, it had to be that blasted fox. That fox, could it be the Nine-Tails, Kurama? Changyang asket, curiosity picoed. Shikaku mentioned Kurama often. Chungyang couldn't help but wonder what kind of tailed beast could make Shikaku grumble about him day after day, year after year. That's the one, Shikaku replied, pointing unerringly in Bishu's direction. Come on, let's go check it out. Without hesitation, Chungyang strode over. Many people glanced over, their expressions growing serious as they saw the tanuki on Chungyang's shoulder. Hello, my name is Chungyang. His voice suddenly sounded right next to Wang Yin and his friends. They turned to face the speaker, a handsome young man with a strange-looking tanuki perched on his shoulder. Wang Yin and his friends exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of the newcomer's intentions. It was then that Bishu spoke up. Hello, I'm Bishu. Shikaku, he's all yours, Chungyang said with a grin, glancing at Shikaku before turning his curious gaze on Bishu. With the strongest-tailed beast by your side, just how powerful could you be? Hey, stinky fox, I'm right here. Aren't you going to come out and say hello? Shikaku's cheeky voice rang out. Wang Yin and the others were left thunderstruck. That tanuki can talk, Wang Yin exclaimed in shock. Except for Duanmu Jintian, who seemed thoughtful, everyone else wore an expression of utter disbelief. Stupid tanuki, just my luck to bump into you anywhere I go. Kurama suddenly appeared on Bishu's shoulder, drawling lazily. Hey, stupid fox, have you ever seen any of the other tail beasts? When Shikaku saw Kurama appear, a flash of delight crossed his eyes before he quickly put on a haughty air. I've met Gyuki, but none of the others. Kurama sized up the shrunken version of Shikaku. Still just as ugly as when we were kids. What's with that look in your eyes, you mangy fox? Shikaku couldn't help but grow furious at Kurama's disdainful gaze. You're so noisy. Shut up, you dumb raccoon. What did you just say, fox? They seem to get along really well. Chungyang couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, Bishu smiled and nodded. Just like in the anime, Shikaku and Kurama started bickering the moment they met. Fox, you want to fight? Bring it on, stupid raccoon. Kurama, just you wait. Chungyang, let's go. I'm heading out. See you in the arena. Chungyang waved at Bishu, then left with Shikaku. All right, see you in the arena, Bishu replied. Kurama looked pretty happy to see Shikaku, don't you think? Bishu turned to tease Kurama. That dumb raccoon isn't even worth my time, Kurama yawned, curling up on Bishu's shoulder to go back to sleep. Though he tried to play it cool, the corners of his mouth curled up with a faint smile, which quickly faded. Hey, how did that fox of yours just appear out of nowhere? Feng Changhua asked in surprise. We'd been chatting with Bishu earlier. There was no sign of the little fox. How had it suddenly shown up? Wang Yin, Xiao Yu, and the others also eyed Bishu and the fox on his shoulder with curiosity. If it's not your business, don't ask, Duanmu Jintian's icy voice sounded, instantly dousing the group's excitement. That's right. Prying into a ninja's secrets is a big taboo among them. Feng Changhua hurriedly apologized, and Wang Yin and the others quickly averted their gaze. Bishu waved it off, unconcerned. He figured the officials would probably make an announcement after the tournament anyway. Two-tailed beasts appearing together in the arena was bound to draw attention. After that, everyone's eyes turned to the big screen in the hall. While Bishu and his friends had been chatting, the opening ceremony had already wrapped up, and now it was time for the draw to determine matchups. Since this tournament was called the Heaven's Chosen Showdown, as the name suggested, the goal was to rank these 100 prodigies from top to bottom. The competition would be split into a loser's bracket and a winner's bracket. The loser's bracket had 50 defeated contestants battling for places 51 to 100. Meanwhile, the winner's bracket had the 50 victors fighting for the top 50 spots. Look, the first round's results are up. At those words, everyone held their breath and stared at the big screen. Inside the room, time seemed to freeze. No one spoke or even breathed. Izumi City's Lin family, Lin Wudi versus White Tiger Academy's Jiang Yang. As that man slowly began to speak, it was as if a switch had been flipped. Suddenly, everyone started talking. Is that the Lin Wudi who challenged everyone to a duel? It must be him. Where is he? While the crowd's eyes swept across the hall, a boy with a blank expression and hands tucked in his pockets strode into the battle corridor. That's Lin Wudi. Junior, you'd better be careful. At the gathering spot for White Tiger Academy, a long-haired young man spoke with a grave expression. All right, I understand. Jiang Yang replied with a wry smile and nodded. He had watched Lin Wudi's videos before. The overwhelming golden sand was something he knew he couldn't withstand. To be matched up with such a strong opponent right from the start. What a tough break for me. Jiang Yang sighed helplessly, bid farewell to his companions, and then walked into the battle corridor. Even the guy who awakened the power of Raza is here, and there's Agara too. If those two fought, would it be a father-son showdown? A glimmer of amusement danced in Bishu's eyes. If there weren't so many people around, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold back his laughter. On the battlefield, the referee saw two figures emerge one after the other from the corridor and instantly knew. One was Lin Wudi, the other was Jiang Yang. At the referee's signal, the two took their places, awaiting the start of the match. In the stands. Go for it, son. Mom and Dad are proud of you. A middle-aged couple cheered loudly. That's my boy. Do you see him? The one in the gray sweater. That's my son. Jiang Yang's father grabbed the hand of a passerby and burst out laughing. Hearing this, those sitting beside Jiang's parents looked at them with envy. To have a prodigy for a son. Who wouldn't wish for that? Although the stands were packed, nothing had happened yet to stir up the crowd's excitement, so things remained relatively quiet. That made Jiang Yang's father's voice stand out all the more. Down on the battlefield, Jiang Yang heard his father's voice and couldn't help but feel resigned. Dad, your son might just lose in the very first match. Go Wudi, Dad's right here with you. The head of the Lin family from Yin City waved his hands in the air, shouting at the top of his lungs, completely unconcerned with appearances. At this moment, he was not the family patriarch, not a local celebrity, but simply a father cheering his heart out for his child. On the battlefield, Lin Wudi caught that familiar voice, and for a fleeting moment, a faint smile crossed his otherwise stoic face. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make you proud, I promise. At that moment, Lin Wudi's fighting spirit soared. When is our Ashu going to compete? I want to cheer for him too. Yu Lingling, watching the Lin family patriarch waving and rooting for his son, felt a pang of envy. Because of Bishu, the tickets Chen Huanyan had secured for them were pretty close to the front, not far from where the Lin family patriarch sat. Don't worry, when it's Ashu's turn, we'll cheer for him just as loudly. Ning Ziyuan gently patted Yu Lingling's hand to comfort her. He, too, could hardly wait to let everyone here know that Bishu was his child. Yu Lingling nodded. Right now, she just hoped these people would finish quickly and not delay Ashu's match. Are you two ready? The referee asked softly. Through the microphone set up around the arena, the voice reached everyone's ears. We're ready. The two nodded, their expressions solemn. Then let the match begin. In that instant, all eyes in the nation turned to this very arena. Go ahead. You won't stand a chance if I make the first move. Lin Wudi crossed his arms and looked at Jiang Yang with a face full of pride. He was in high spirits today and didn't mind letting his opponent act first. After all, he was confident the other could not defeat him anyway. Confidence. Lin Wudi possessed it in abundance. Among his peers, he had never regarded anyone as a true rival. This time he had come to the Tianjiao tournament with his sights set on first place, partly to seek out worthy opponents, and partly to make a name for himself across the land. He had already taken the first step. Jiang Yang gave a wry smile at those words. He fished a pack of cigarettes from the pocket of his jeans, took one out, and lit it. He drew in a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled a stream of smoke. In that case, I thank you. Jiang Yang clamped the cigarette between his lips. With both hands, he reached to the ninja pouches at his waist and drew two unusual short blades. These blades had cost him a fortune to forge, modeled after those wielded by awakened ninjas, and they were laced with a fair amount of chakra metal. Oh, right, his awakened ninja identity was Asuma Sarutobi. Lin Wudi found Jiang Yang's odd blades a bit curious, but paid them no real mind. A weapon was just a weapon. It could hardly stir up a storm. Chakra blade, true Kazakiri. Jiang Yang had already dashed up to Lin Wudi. Blue light shimmered along the edges of his two short blades, the wind element chakra surging within them. Slash! Jiang Yang shouted, swinging his blade straight at Lin Wudi. Gold sand wall. Lin Wudi simply crossed his arms, unmoving in the face of the attack. He uttered a few words under his breath. No sooner had he spoken than countless grains of golden sand surged up, forming a towering wall in front of him in an instant. Clang! The blue glowing blade struck the golden sand wall, but could not cut through it all. Scatter! The blue glow vanished from the short blades, replaced by a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades that slashed at the wall of sand. Shoo. A rain of gold sand fell from the wall, clearly showing that it was struggling to withstand the assault. What's going on? Even a random opponent is this strong? My sand wall can't even block his attack. Lin Wudi thought to himself in surprise. In the tournament of the proud, nearly every participant is a prodigy among prodigies, far surpassing ordinary talents. Lin Wudi, however, seemed blissfully unaware of this fact. Golden sand hand. With a low command, Lin Wudi thrust his right hand forward. Suddenly, a massive golden hand burst forth from the sand wall, lunging toward Jianyang. Fire release, ashen blaze. Jianyang bit hard on the cigarette tucked in his mouth. The short blade slipped from his grasp as his hands moved in a rapid flurry of seals. A thick cloud of ashen smoke billowed from Jianyang's lips, swirling around to scoop up the fallen blade along the way. The smoke quickly enveloped the golden hand, and, not far off, Lin Wuti himself. It worked. A flash of delight crossed Jianyang's mind, just as a spark danced to life at the corner of his mouth, racing through the gray smoke in an instant. Detonate! Jianyang's shout rang out like a thunderclap. There was a sudden, earth-shaking explosion, the blast wave roaring through the stadium, shaking the stands to their core. In the audience, did he win? I can't tell, but these youngsters sure are powerful. Much stronger than we were at their age. Honestly, I couldn't have handled that last attack when I was young. Hey, could you handle it now? Not a chance. Watch your mouth, kid. Quit rubbing it in and get out of here. That's my boy. Unable to contain himself, Jianyang's father stood up and cheered, pride blazing in his eyes. What are you shouting for? What if that other boy gets hurt? Jianyang's mother hurriedly swatted his arm, a worried look on her face. No way, right? The excitement drained from the father's face, replaced by sudden concern. If his son injured someone, would he be disqualified? Tianhai, do you think our son might be hurt? Sitting resplendent in a fur coat, her makeup immaculate, a beautiful woman asked anxiously. Don't worry, he's my son, Lin Tianhai's boy. He won't fall here. Lin Tianhai's eyes were unwavering. He believed his son would not be stopped at this stage. Greater heights still awaited him. Back on the battlefield. Impressive attack, but you'll have to do better to defeat me. A voice drifted out from within the lingering smoke. Damn it, I knew it, Jianyang muttered, his guard up, eyes scanning the thinning haze. As the smoke cleared, the scene became visible to everyone. Lin Wuti stood exactly where he had before, arms crossed, but now his entire body was encased in a shimmering golden sphere. Clearly, the last attack hadn't even scratched him. Now it's my turn. With a casual wave, Lin Wuti dispersed the golden shield into a swirl of golden sand that hovered beneath his feet, lifting him up into the air. How am I supposed to fight that? Jianyang groaned, his face twisted in dismay. Lin Wuti's display sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the crowd. No way, did I just see that right? The kid can fly. I want to fly too. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Can I learn it? So cool. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled like stars as she gazed at Lin Wuti, who hovered high above. What kind of ninjutsu is that? It can actually make someone fly. Guanhua exclaimed in shock. Even Ning, Shi, and the other girls couldn't hide the envy in their eyes. Golden sand burial. Lin Wuti floated above Jianyang, arms outstretched. Suddenly, a torrent of golden sand materialized behind him, swirling together to form a massive golden serpent that lunged straight for Jianyang. How am I supposed to fight this? Jianyang looked utterly defeated, watching helplessly as the short blade he had spent a fortune crafting was sucked away by the golden sand. Damn it, no choice but to go all out. Here comes the 1,000-hand strike. Jianyang pressed his right hand down and raised his left hand upright, channeling every bit of chakra he had into the technique. This is it, do or die. With a shout, a 2-meter-tall statue of Guanyin appeared behind him. The serene goddess sat upon a lotus, eyes closed, as countless arms unfurled from her back, launching a fierce assault against the golden serpent. A shushing sound filled the air as streams of golden sand broke away from the serpent's body. But the golden Guanyin grew dimmer and dimmer. Moments later, both the golden serpent and the golden Guanyin vanished into thin air. Damn, I'm out of chakra. Jianyang's face was pale, but a faint smile tugged at his lips. I stopped it. You're strong. I underestimated the competition at the Youth Prodigy Tournament. Lin Wuti's voice echoed from above, reaching every corner of the arena. But this is as far as you go. Sorry. Lin Wuti extended his right hand, fingers curling into a fist. What? Jianyang stared in disbelief at his thigh, now tightly bound by golden sand. He had clearly blocked the attack. Wait, was it the sand that Guanyin had scattered just now? Jianyang gave a wry smile. So that's how it is. I got careless. The winner, Lin Wuti. The referee announced the result on the spot. Sigh, my chakra reserves are still too low. Just a few techniques, and I've used up a quarter already. Lin Wuti muttered to himself, then turned and walked away, paying no attention to the roaring cheers of the crowd behind him. Please give a 5-star rating. Thank you, brothers. Ha ha. Wife, our son really is the strongest. Lin Tianhai roared with laughter, his voice carrying far and wide. Beside him, Lin Wuti's mother wore a gentle smile, though as the lady of the Lin household, she always had to maintain her composure, unlike her husband, who didn't care about appearances in the least. Big brother, you're the head of the Lin family. At least try to keep your dignity, Lin Tianya, seated behind Lin Tianhai, said with a sigh. Second brother, aren't you happy that Woody won? Of course I am. Then why aren't you smiling? Back in the competitor's room, many cast curious glances at Lin Woody. He could very well become their next opponent, and Chungyang was no exception. What? Did you just say that the person he awakened is the father of the one I awakened? Chungyang stared at Shikaku in utter disbelief. Of course. Ha. Who would have thought that the one who awakened Raza is actually from your generation? Ha. Shikaku clutched its belly and burst out laughing. Heaven knows what kind of expression it had just now when it saw that man manipulating gold dust. So what if he's the fourth Kazakage Raza? I swear I'll defeat him. A fierce fighting spirit flashed in Chungyang's eyes. Don't worry, I'll help you. Back then, this Raza sealed me up more times than I care to count. I've been waiting to settle that score. Shikaku patted Chungyang reassuringly on the shoulder. Just then, Lin Woody, who had been lost in thought, suddenly sensed a surge of battle intent. He couldn't help but turn his head toward the source. He saw a boy about the same age as himself, staring right at him. Lin Woody's face was expressionless as he withdrew his gaze. Let's see if you can keep that look on your face once we're on the field. This Lin Woody is truly remarkable, Fong Chunghua mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He seems to be about the same age as you, Bishu, but his strength is impressive. He was calculating in his mind whether he had any chance of defeating Lin Woody. A moment later, he shook his head. Since his opponent hadn't shown his full strength, there was no way to judge. He's the genius of the Lin family, after all. Judging by the aura, the figure he awakened must be a formidable one, commented the red-haired youth, Shun Liang. The three girls and three boys then launched into a discussion about which ninja Lin Woody might have awakened. While they debated, Duanmu Jintian closed his eyes in contemplation, and Bishu listened in, barely able to hide his amusement. Soon, the second round was about to begin. Everyone in the room turned their attention to the giant screen, watching as the draw results appeared. Duanmu Jintian versus Chunji from Xuanwu Academy. Senior Duanmu, it's your turn. Lu Shi's eyes sparkled as she looked at Duanmu Jintian. Go, Duanmu. Give it your all, Jintian. Senior, we're rooting for you. Bishu and the others cheered Duanmu Jintian on, one after another. All right. Duanmu Jintian nodded, slinging a short blade over his shoulder as he strode toward the competitor's tunnel. Meanwhile, at Xuanwu Academy's gathering point, Chunji looked at the screen with a bitter expression. Of course he knew who Duanmu Jintian was, a prodigy who had already graduated from Qinglong Academy. Believe in yourself. So what if he's Duanmu Jintian? The young man lounging on the sofa said arrogantly. If you're so sure, why don't you go up there yourself? Chunji muttered to himself before marching resolutely toward the competitor's tunnel. At that moment, the Xuanwu Academy crowd watched Chunji's departing figure, and a line of poetry involuntarily came to mind. The wind whispers cold along the Yi River's banks. A hero sets forth, never to return. In the blink of an eye, Duanmu Jintian and Chunji stood face to face on the battle stage. Are both contestants ready? Yes. Ready. Duanmu Jintian nodded slightly. Chunji took a deep breath, forcing down the nerves swirling inside him. He was under immense pressure at this moment, not just because of Duanmu Jintian, but also because of the dense, intimidating crowd surrounding him, making it hard to breathe. The match begins. No sooner had the referee spoken than Duanmu Jintian charged forward, wielding a short blade, crackling with blue lightning. Come on, Chunji, you weren't afraid of 300 people. Why be afraid of just one? Chunji tried to rally himself silently. Let's do this. I'm not going down without a fight. With a fierce shout, Chunji pulled 2 scrolls from his ninja pouch and flung them forward. 3 humanoid puppets sprang up before him. Swiftly, Chunji manipulated the 3 puppets with chakra threads. With a lift of his left hand, one puppet snapped its mouth wide open and spat out dozens of silver needles. Clang! Clang! Duanmu Jintian swatted away the flying needles and pressed on, still charging straight at Chunji. Try this one. Poison mist. With a subtle motion of his hands, Chunji made all 3 puppets spew a thick, purple fog from their mouths. The swirling mist, carried by a faint breeze, quickly enveloped Duanmu Jintian. A flicker of triumph crossed Chunji's face, but in the next instant, a flash of lightning burst before his eyes. Lightning arced through the air, and all 3 puppets shattered to pieces with a deafening crash. Incredible, Chunji whispered, feeling the cold edge of a blade against his neck. Duanmu Jintian's short blade was already at Chunji's throat. The winner, Duanmu Jintian, the referee declared without hesitation. At the announcement, Duanmu Jintian sheathed his blade and strode calmly back to the competitor's tunnel. My puppets are ruined. How am I supposed to fight in the next round? Chun-Ji muttered, feeling dejected. Maybe, should I rebuild that puppet? Lost in thought, Chun-Ji gathered the puppet fragments into a scroll before making his way back to the tunnel. In the audience stands, everyone's eyes were still fixed on the spot where the purple fog had just dissipated. Whoa, how did he win so suddenly? Holy crap, these young folks. Did you see that flash of blue light? Yeah, that must have been a lightning technique. Obviously, even an idiot could tell. What I mean is that kid was insanely fast. These kids are just too strong. I wonder if Ashu stand a chance against them? Yu Lingling let out a sigh. After just 2 matches, her view of the world had been turned upside down. Kids who could fly, kids who moved like lightning, kids who controlled puppets, even a kid who smoked. Wait, was there a strange kid mixed in with the rest? Let's believe in Ashu, Ning Ziyuan said, sighing as well. Who would have thought the younger generation would be this powerful? They're way ahead of what we were at their age. Hey, old Ning, if you got up there, could you take on these kids? Yu Lingling asked, curious. Ahem, look how old I am. What business do I have competing with kids? Ning Ziyuan responded, clearing his throat and sounding righteously indignant. Can you just say whether you can win or not? Why all this pointless chatter? Yu Lingling frowned, clearly annoyed. We'll only know once we actually fight, Ning Ziyuan replied, his voice lacking confidence as he avoided Yu Lingling's gaze. These kids nowadays were terrifyingly strong. Take that one who could fly and wield golden sand. Ning Ziyuan wasn't sure he could win even if he used both hands, and the kid fought with one tied behind his back. Ning Ziyuan felt bitter. After all, he was a dignified officer of the Ninja Association, yet he couldn't even defeat a child. How unpredictable the world is, truly. Life is full of uncertainties. Not bad. You haven't embarrassed our Azure Dragon Academy. Looks like your strength has grown since graduation, Wang Yin said, his tone tinged with envy. Just that slash from Duanmu, Jintian moments ago. Wang Yin couldn't say for certain he could have blocked it. Others also stepped forward to offer their congratulations. After all, this was a spectacular opening victory for Azure Dragon Academy. The following battles kept the audience at the edge of their seats, each match brimming with excitement. No wonder they call it the Tournament of Talents. These young fighters really live up to the name, someone exclaimed. Absolutely. That young man with the water release technique just flooded the entire arena. No ordinary person could pull that off, another marveled. And did you see the one with the short blade? A flash of lightning and, bam, his opponent's puppet was split to pieces. If you ask me, the kid who uses gold sand is still the best. Not only is he young, but he can actually fly. Which other prodigy can compare? The audience buzzed with spirited debate, each person backing their own favorite, none willing to concede. Those who were quieter simply waited for the next contestants to appear, hoping one would truly catch their eye. If so, they'd throw their full support behind them. The drawing is starting again. A shout rose above the crowd, prompting everyone to focus on the giant screen in front of them. Even those farther back didn't worry. There were several screens set up to ensure no one missed out. The Ninja Association headquarters had arranged every detail flawlessly. There wasn't a single thing to criticize. Bishu from Azure Dragon Academy versus G Boda from the G family of Jilin City. All the men in the audience exchanged looks of disbelief. Who came up with that kid's name? Even Ning Ziyuan, usually the picture of elegance and composure, wore a conflicted expression as he stared at the screen. What are you looking at, old Ning? Ashu is about to go up. Yu Lingling didn't bother with any roundabout thinking. Seeing her Ashu's name on the screen, she tugged Ning Ziyuan's arm excitedly. Yes, I see it. I see it. Ning Ziyuan replied quickly. That's Brother Bai. Brother Bai is about to compete. Fu Huai shouted, unable to contain his excitement. Hanger, old Xiong, listen to my cue in a bit. Let's give Brother Bai a proper cheer. When I count to 3, we all shout together, Go Brother Bai. Jin Long Yu said, clapping each of them on the shoulder, his face solemn with determination. Got it. Xiong Jingsheng and Fu Huai exchanged a thumbs up, ready for action. The 3 of them decided to show everyone present what a true loud voice sounded like. Oh wow, finally, Baishu's match is up. Sure, the earlier rounds were entertaining, but my real goal is to cheer for Baishu, Ningxi said, her eyes shining with excitement as she activated her Byakugan, gazing at the distant entrance where the competitors would appear. I thought I was excited, but it looks like Shishi's even more hyped than me, Xia Yuha grinned, tugging at the corner of her mouth. Well, it depends on who's competing, right? When it's someone else's match, Shishi just watches quietly, barely saying a word. But the moment Baishu steps up, it's a whole different story, Jiang Yin teased. The match is about to start. Let's focus on the fight first, Guan Hua said, her gaze locking onto the 2 figures on stage, not willing to miss a second. Baishu and his opponent now stood face to face in the arena, waiting for the battle to begin. With nothing to do but wait, Baishu's mind began to wander. Keyboarda. Keyboarda. A faint smile tugged at Baishu's lips. Who came up with that name? Anyway, didn't they realize it might be a little problematic? Are you both ready? The referee asked quietly. Ready. Let's begin. Both Baishu and Jiboda nodded their agreement. Then let the battle commence. With those words, the referee quickly retreated to the edge of the arena. But neither Jiboda nor Baishu made a move. Jiboda's expression was arrogant, his chin held high as if he looked down on everyone through his nostrils. With a disdainful glance at Baishu, he said, Kid, do yourself a favor and surrender now. I don't want to make you cry and send you home sniveling to your mom. You don't know who I am. Baishu ignored Jiboda's jab and instead asked another question. What does it matter who you are? Be smart and give up now. I don't want to waste my time. Jiboda replied, impatience edging into his voice. Now it was Baishu's turn to be surprised. As someone who'd once taken on 300 opponents single-handedly, he figured his reputation was well known. How could this guy not have a clue who he was? Hey kid, are you itching to feel my bone spikes? You do realize you might get hurt, right? Jiboda suddenly fleshed a bloodthirsty grin. You've awakened the powers of the Bamboo Cutter clan? Baishu's face shifted to one of understanding. No wonder this guy seemed a little off. He was one of those Bamboo Cutter maniacs. Compared to Zhao Yang, this one was even crazier. Hey kid, what's with that look? If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Jiboda snarled. Seeing Baishu's stubbornness, he stripped off his shirt, revealing a lean but not particularly muscular body. Don't blame me if you end up dead, kid. Grinning wide, Jiboda drew a bone blade from his shoulder. With a wild laugh, he charged straight at Baishu. How did this brute even make it into the Heroes tournament? Baishu let out a helpless sigh. Of course, he had no idea that Jiboda had just lucked into this opportunity. Originally, Jiboda was just a challenger. He only made it onto the list because someone else, after defeating over 270 people, finally lost, and Jiboda happened to seize the spot at the right time. Jiboda thought these so-called prodigies were no different from the opponents he'd already faced. He had no idea that the person he defeated before was simply exhausted, allowing him to win by sheer luck, so he never took these other prodigies seriously. Now, seeing this young man's arrogance, Baishu knew he had to show him what true strength looked like. Even an ordinary slash like that is full of openings. Baishu coolly commented as he watched the bone blade swing toward him. Even without activating his Sharingan, he could easily spot the flaws in the attack. With a sharp metallic clang, Baishu casually drew out a kunai to parry the strike. A twist of his right hand sent Jiboda's bone blade flying aside. Then, with his left hand clenched into a fist, Baishu struck Jiboda hard, sending him soaring across the battlefield. As he did, he discreetly marked Jiboda's belt with the flying Thunder God seal. Cough, cough. That's some incredible strength. Clutching his stomach, Jiboda staggered to his feet, staring at Baishu in utter shock. How could this brat be so strong? Hey kid, don't underestimate me. Dance of the Camellia. Mistaking Baishu's calm for contempt, Jiboda unleashed the secret jutsu of the Kagaya clan, launching a fierce attack. I'm not underestimating you. I just blinked. Baishu tilted his head, effortlessly dodging the bone blade, stepping back twice to avoid the spikes erupting from Jiboda's body. By now, Jiboda was bristling with bone spurs, attacking Baishu like a madman. Why does he fight like a rabid dog? Baishu frowned, then sprang up and landed a kick square on Jiboda's face, sending him flying once again. How can he be this strong? I don't believe it. Not for a second. Jiboda was about to charge in again, but what happened next left him speechless. In a blink, the young man appeared right in front of him. Before Jiboda could react, the boy seized him by the throat and lifted him clean off the ground. A crushing sense of suffocation washed over him, and he was forced to face the truth. This opponent was far beyond his reach. The winner, Baishu. The referee hurriedly declared the result, fearing the boy might actually choke Jiboda to death. Go back and train some more. This Kekkei Genkai is powerful, but you haven't even begun to unlock its real strength. With those words, Baishu released his grip and walked away without looking back. Jiboda was left collapsed on the battlefield, gasping desperately for air. Should we still be cheering him on? Fu Huai and Xiong Sheng exchanged uncertain glances. Cheer? For what? The fight was over before we even started shouting. Jin Longyu grumbled, curling his lip. How did someone as weak as Jiboda even make it onto the prodigy rankings? Wait a minute. Jiboda. A mischievous grin crept onto Xiong Jingsheng's face as he seemed to catch onto something. A string of sly, knowing laughter escaped him. The three of them exchanged sly grins. The blind ones had spotted the highlight. Before the audience could react, the match was already over. What happened? How did it end so quickly? I was just tying my shoelaces and missed it. That Bishu moved at lightning speed. He was right in front of Bota's face in an instant. That wasn't just speed, that was a space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu? Yes, Bishu has mastered space-time techniques. I watched his preliminary matches. He defeated 300 opponents without giving them any chance to fight back. A young man, sitting in the audience, explained slowly to those beside him. Oh, I remember now. His fire release and taijutsu are outstanding too, someone else shouted excitedly. Bishu finished the fight so quickly. No, I have to make him something delicious, muttered Yulingling, half to herself. Don't worry, there's plenty of time to cook when we get home. This was only his first match. There's a long way to go. Ning Ziyuan hurried to reassure her. He was genuinely afraid his wife would take off on a spontaneous trip at any moment. I know. Do you take me for a fool? Yulingling shot Ning Ziyuan a glare, clearly annoyed. A gentle chime sounded. Ding host, please win the championship of the elite tournament to be rewarded with wood release. This was the system prompt that came to Bishu as he walked into the player's tunnel. Even after half a day, he still felt dazed. Wood release. This was wood release. A symbol of overwhelming power. Mention wood release, and everyone thinks of that man. The god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, summoning anything with just a clap of his hands. Bishu, what's wrong? You seem lost in thought. Fang Chenghua couldn't help but ask when he noticed Bishu's distracted gaze. Duanmu Jintian and the others also looked over curiously. They'd noticed Bishu's absent-mindedness as he came in, even though he was the one who'd just won. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about something. Bishu finally snapped out of the all left by the god of shinobi and smiled at his friends. Hey, Bishu, how did you manage to master that body flicker technique? You just flashed over in an instant. Wang Yin asked, full of curiosity. No sooner had Wang Yin spoken than everyone around him looked at him as though he were clueless. Did he really not know about Bishu's space-time ninjutsu? Shun Liang, with his fiery red hair, covered his face and sighed. I knew it. He'd figured Wang Yin wouldn't have watched the preliminaries. Huh, senior, didn't you watch the prelims? Fang Chenghua asked, puzzled. Nope, what's the point? I'd rather use that time to train, Wang Yin replied, as if it were the obvious choice. Idiot, please stop talking, you're embarrassing us, Shun Liang said, exasperated. He pulled up a video of Bishu's match on his phone and shoved it into Wang Yan's hand for him to see for himself. Wang Yan's eyes grew wider and wider. He glanced at Bishu, then at his phone, then back at Bishu, and again at his phone, as if refusing to believe what he saw. At last, his hopes were thoroughly dashed. Xiao Yu and Lin Yin'er covered their mouths, trying to stifle their laughter. This Wang Yin was simply too hilarious. Duanmu Jintian forced a stiff smile onto his face. Fang Chenghua and Lu Shi, because Wang Yin was their upperclassman, wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Their expressions looked utterly comical. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? Wang Yin asked, his voice cautious and tentative. Bishu gave a gentle nod. And you're the one who went 1-on-300 in here. That's right. A sudden wave of jealousy crashed over Wang Yin, threatening to drive him mad. Space-time ninjutsu, a vast reserve of chakra, and martial prowess to boot. Damn it, what kind of perfect life was this? He felt utterly drained, as if the world might as well end. Wang Yin tossed his phone to Shun Liang, leaned back, and stared up at the ceiling, genuinely torn between laughing and crying. He remembered that back in the preliminaries, he'd been a powerhouse who could take on 20 opponents single-handedly. But compared to Bishu, who took on 300, he was simply outclassed. Why are the younger generation so strong these days? Wang Yin suddenly blurted out. The times have changed. Geniuses are everywhere now. All we can do is work hard at our training and try not to let the younger ones overtake us, Shun Liang said, patting Wang Yan's shoulder in consolation. He was, in truth, also comforting himself. Only heaven knew what kind of expression he'd had when he watched those videos. The morning's matches had finished, and Bishu left the contestants' lounge to find Uncle Ning and the others. Ning she had just called to say they were all together, and he could come join them directly. As Bishu looked out at the surging crowd before him, he silently thanked his lucky stars for knowing space-time ninjutsu. He focused on the flying thunder god seal, and in a flash, activated the technique. The next moment, Bishu was already inside a restaurant. Uncle Ning, Aunt Yu, Old Xiong, Ning Shi, and her roommates were all there. Hey, you all waited for me, Bishu said with a smile. Come on by right here. We've been waiting for you. I'm starving. Jin Longyu called, patting the empty chair beside him. Bye. You finished your match so fast we didn't even get a chance to cheer you on. The match was over before we knew it. Fu Huai sighed, feeling disappointed that he hadn't been able to support Bishu in his first round. Exactly. How did you finish so quickly? These matches should be between prodigies. It shouldn't have ended so fast, Guanhua said, clearly curious. Everyone else turned to look at Bishu, eager for an explanation. He wasn't much of a prodigy, really. His attacks were all over the place, full of openings. I honestly don't know how he even qualified for the tournament, Bishu said as he poured himself a cup of tea from the table. Yu Lingling and Ning Yuan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with satisfaction as they saw how many friends Bishu and Ning she had gathered around them. With such a circle of friends, they felt much more at ease about their children studying so far from home. Soon, all the dishes were served, and the group wasted no time in conversation. They simply buried their heads in their food. Only after filling their stomachs did they feel ready to face the next round of matches. Bishu finished his meal and left ahead of the others, seizing the opportunity to rest in the empty contestants' lounge. But what he saw there took him by surprise. In the middle of the room, someone was doing one-handed push-ups, balancing on a single finger, completely unfazed by the sweat dripping from his body. Who's there? Li Kai, immersed in his intense training, suddenly sensed another presence. He quickly turned toward the sound of unfamiliar breathing. Sorry to disturb your training, Bishu said, rubbing his head a little sheepishly. Some people didn't like to be watched while they trained. It's fine. I shouldn't really be practicing in the contestants' room anyway, Li Kai replied, standing up and shaking his head. He had thought no one would come back at this hour, which was why he'd chosen to train here. Have you eaten yet? Sensing the quiet tension in the air, Bishu tried to break the ice and start a conversation. I brought my own. Would you like some? Li Kai carefully pulled out a cloth bundle from his chest, unwrapping it to reveal 2 rice balls, which he offered to Bishu. I've already eaten, but thank you, Bishu replied with a shake of his head. Okay. Seeing that Bishu didn't want any, Li Kai sat down right there and tore into his meal with hearty enthusiasm. Hi, I'm Bishu, he introduced himself. I'm Li Kai, the other replied. At that moment, Bishu was almost itching to ask Li Kai a few questions. He had a bold guess in mind, but he decided to wait until Li Kai finished eating before saying anything. Not wanting to watch someone eat, Bishu found a sofa, sat down, and idly played with his phone, waiting for Li Kai to finish up. Bishu, is there something you wanted? You've been waiting for me for quite a while, Li Kai spoke up at last. There is, actually, Bishu admitted, noticing that Li Kai had finished his meal and tucked the cloth bundle back into his shirt. Feeling a bit awkward, he scratched his head and continued. I saw you doing push-ups earlier. Are you a ninja who specializes in taijutsu? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer, Bishu added. Ninjas who focused on taijutsu were supposed to have straightforward personalities, Bishu thought to himself with a sly grin. There's nothing I can't say, Li Kai replied. Just as he thought, Bishu mused. Li Kai broke into a hearty smile. That's right, I'm a taijutsu specialist. He sighed, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. It's the only path I have. When I awakened as a ninja, my abilities were all taijutsu-based. There's nothing I can do about it. Who would want to wield those dazzling, colorful ninjutsu techniques? Really? You never tried using ninjutsu? Bishu put on a look of innocent curiosity. I've tried, Li Kai admitted, but the results were negligible. I don't have much chakra to work with. With only this much, there's no way I could become strong through ninjutsu alone. But I believe my ninja spirit feels the same. Even if one path is blocked, there's always another. If ninjutsu isn't for me, I'll master taijutsu instead. There's more than one way to reach Rome, and I'm determined to become strong, no matter what. At this moment, there was a gleam in Li Kai's eyes, and Bishu seemed to see once again the Emperor Kai, grinning broadly and giving a big thumbs up. Go for it. I believe you can do it. Bishu nodded vigorously. Really? Li Kai looked at Bishu, his face lighting up with joy. Of course. Thank you for believing in me. Li Kai bowed deeply to Bishu, his gratitude sincere. Bishu quickly sidestepped, waving his hands in embarrassment. Just standing here already proves your strength. Don't forget, you're already a prodigy. That's right. By standing here, I've already proved myself. Bishu's words struck home, and Li Kai suddenly saw things in a new light. Li Kai couldn't help but recall the moment 5 years ago, when he had first awakened as a ninja. As the father, so the son, I suppose. A burst of harsh laughter echoed in his memory. The old man awakened as a useless ninja, and now his son is just as worthless. People like them have no place in the Li family. Get out! Get out! At 18, Li Kai and his ailing father were thrown out of the Li family home. With no source of income, Li Kai was forced to take odd jobs at restaurants and construction sites to support his sick father. Being so young, he was bullied everywhere he went, but he swallowed his pride, determined to earn enough to pay for his father's treatment. Yet, not long after, his father succumbed to his illness. On his deathbed, he gripped Li Kai's hand tightly, telling him that even a taijutsu ninja could become the strongest. Again and again, he urged his son to train hard and become a true master. Moved by his father's final words, Li Kai threw himself into taijutsu training with unwavering dedication. For 5 years, he worked by day and trained by night, making the absolute most of every moment, wasting not a second. Then, as luck would have it, the preliminary round of the Prodigy tournament began. Li Kai had only intended to test himself, but soon found that none of his opponents could match him. He went on to qualify for the main event, where he finally encountered true geniuses. "I'm not a failure. I'm a prodigy," Li Kai whispered to himself. Suddenly, Bishu noticed a change in Li Kai. He was now brimming with confidence inside and out. If before Li Kai had been a blade hidden in its sheath, now he was a sword drawn, dazzling, sharp, impossible to ignore. "Thank you, Bishu," Li Kai said, bowing deeply once again. "Go for it. I'm sure you'll become the strongest. See you on the battlefield. Let me witness your true power then." Bishu sidestepped with a smile, avoiding the bow. He was now almost certain, 80% sure, that Li Kai's awakened ninja was Might Guy. After all, both Li and Might Guy had no chakra. As for the remaining 20%, well, there could always be other possibilities. "All right, I'll give it everything I've got when the time comes," Li Kai replied earnestly. "All right, I'll head back now. The competition seems about to start." Bishu gave a quick farewell and turned to leave. "Thank you," Li Kai whispered as he watched Bishu's departing figure. "Art is all about explosion. Why can't you understand my art? You fool, true art is eternal. Stop spouting nonsense. What do you know? Art is the brilliance of a single moment. Explosion is art. And I say, you know nothing. Only beauty that lasts forever is art. Eternity itself is art." Hearing the commotion at the door, a hint of surprise flickered across Bishu's face. Was that Deidara and Sasori? Under Bishu's gaze, 2 young men walked in side by side. The one on the left wore hip-hop clothes, a headset draped around his neck, and his face showed a trace of irritation as he looked at the boy beside him. The one on the right was dressed casually, a gentle flush on his delicate features. "Union Bai, I keep telling you, explosion is art. Jiang Zhe, and I keep telling you, eternity is art. You're driving me crazy. See you in the arena. Let's see which of us comes out on top. That's how it should be." Oomph. With a snort, the 2 of them each found a seat, deliberately ignoring one another. What a pair of rivals. Out of all the people in the world, they just had to run into each other. Fate really works in mysterious ways. Bishu chuckled to himself. Today he had run into so many legendary figures from the world of Naruto. It truly was a stroke of luck. Raza, Asuma Suratobi, Sakumo Hataki, Kisame Hashigaki, Might Guy, Deidara Sasori. Bishu counted off the names of those he'd seen today, and couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the Heroes Tournament, it managed to bring together so many renowned powerhouses from the Naruto universe all at once. "Hey, Bishu, you're back early." Shun Liang and the others walked in from the entrance, greeting Bishu with a wave. "Not too early, really. After all, I got my space-time jutsu. It's pretty convenient." Bishu smiled faintly. "I really envy you, Junior." Xiaoyu teased playfully. She wished she had such a technique, but unfortunately, the ninja she awakened didn't possess it. What a pity. The group settled down and started chatting. From time to time, Lu Shi's gaze drifted toward Bishu, as if searching for something to talk about. She noticed that this strong and handsome freshman showed little interest in her, which made Lu Shi question her own attractiveness. She wasn't unattractive, otherwise she wouldn't have so many admirers at the academy. In the eyes of others, she was the perfect goddess, powerful and beautiful. But to some people, he only had eyes for his childhood sweetheart. At Bishu. 5-star reviews, please. Thanks, brothers. By the afternoon of December 5th, the winners and losers brackets have been finalized. From December 6th to December 10th, the losers bracket matches will be held, with places 50 to 100 up for grabs in these 4 days. December 11th to December 15th was reserved for the winners bracket, another 4 days of chasing after the top 50 spots. I'm not coming tomorrow. Zhao Yanzi, you go for it. Shun Liang stretched and laughed heartily. Come on, if I hadn't let my guard down, I could have won too. Wang Yin protested, straining his neck and putting up a brave front. But luck just wasn't on Wang Yan's side. He ran straight into Li Qi, who had awakened the power of Hashirama Senju. The moment the match began, Li Qi clapped his hands, and before Wang Yin could even dodge, branches wrapped him up tight. He could only walk off the field in defeat. At Azure Dragon Academy, only Bishu, Shun Liang, and Duamu Jintian advanced to the winner's bracket. Everyone else landed in the losers round. Good luck, seniors. I'm heading out first. Bishu called out in farewell and vanished on the spot. So jealous. Bishu's ninjutsu is just too convenient. He can leave whenever he wants, Wang Yin said, practically drooling with envy. The others stayed quiet, but their eyes shone with longing. Duanmu Zhentian shook his head in resignation. He only believed in the blade in his own hand. On Huaxing Street, Bai Shu's figure appeared in an instant. Uncle Ning, Aunt Yu, and Ning Shi were already waiting for him there. Quick, let's go shopping. The moment Ning Shi saw Bai Shu, she grabbed his arm and pulled him inside. Let's go, Ashu. We've been in the capital this long and still haven't explored it. Yu Lingling, holding Ning Zuan's arm, took in the buildings on either side, her eyes full of surprise. No wonder this is the capital. Every street is so grand. Around 10 o'clock that night, Bai Shu and the others finally returned to the hotel. Before heading to his own room, Bai Shu stopped by the room where Jin Longyu and the others were staying to say hello, then returned to rest. 4 days slipped by in a flash, and soon it was the day of the winners' bracket matches. The list of those ranked in the lower half of the Tianjiao list, the top 50, had already been finalized and published by the authorities. This move sparked a wave of excitement among young cultivators across the country. The Tianjiao list. Who in Xiao Nation wouldn't want to take part in such a grand event? Brother Bai, don't worry. This time, I'll make sure to cheer loudly for you. Jin Longyu slapped Fu Huai's chest, making a resounding thud. Yeah, that's right, Brother Bai, get lost. You just relax. Fu Huai kicked Jin Longyu flying and spoke earnestly. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get your chance. Bai Shu grinned. During those 5 days, Bai Shu was either training, hanging out with Jin Longyu and the others, or going shopping with Ning Shi. Happiness, pure and simple. During this time, Zhao even called to wish him luck, and to tell him that Jin Longyu and the other two had skipped class and failed all their courses. They have to retake them. Next year, the funniest part? Right after their grades were marked as failed, the academy announced a holiday, all in the name of everyone should join the grand era of Xiao Nation. Jin Longyu, Fu Huai, and Xiong Jingsheng cheered. Great, well done. Not only did Zhao call him, but Principal Han Liuyan also phoned, telling him to bring home first place for Qinglong Academy. Bai Shu said he would do his best. His high school classmates, as well as his current university friends, all sent him messages, cheering him on and promising to watch the competition. Bai Shu replied to each of them in turn. So much concern from so many people instantly gave Bai Shu a sense of belonging. Now he was filled with hope for this world. Hello, Uncle Chun. Bai Shu had just entered the competitor's passageway when another call came through. Do your best in the competition. With the strongest-tailed beast on your side, it's time to show your true strength. Don't worry, Uncle Chun. I will. Bai Shu hung up the phone, a smile on his face as he walked into the competitor's room. This time, there were far fewer people than the previous days. Many of the sofas sat empty. Bai Shu spotted Duanmu Jintian and Shun Liang and immediately walked over to them. You got here early, senior. Not really. I was so excited last night, I could hardly sleep, Shun Liang said with a laugh. Hearing this, Bai Shu gave a small smile. He himself had slept quite soundly the night before. Have a seat. The match will start soon. Your opponents from here on will be even stronger, so be careful. As a senior who had already graduated, Shun Liang felt it necessary to give his junior some advice. All right, I will. As the clock's hand struck 9, the competition began. Qinglong Academy's Bai Shu versus Tang Gue. The first match is yours, junior. What luck? Shun Liang paused, then shook his head with a smile. You can do it. Duanmu Jintian, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Senior, I'll be off then. Bai Shu stood up and looked at the young man watching him. The young man noticed Bai Shu's gaze, grinned, drew his index finger lightly across his own neck, then walked into the competitor's passageway. Kisame Hashigaki. Interesting. Let me see just how vast the chakra of someone called the Tailless Beast really is. Dang, the first match is against Bai Bro. Guys, let's shout. With Jin Longyu's command, Fu Huai and Xiong Jingsheng all opened their mouths wide. Go Bai Bro. Old Bai beat him. Jin Longyu and the others are more anxious than Bai Shu himself. Jiang Yan laughed as she heard the loud shouts from not far away. Last time, they didn't even get to cheer before Bai Shu's match was over. This time, they just wanted to be early. Ning, she said with a light chuckle. Are both contestants ready? Bai Shu and Tang Gue both nodded lightly. Begin. Water style. Exploding water shockwave. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Tang Gue formed a series of hand seals, and an endless torrent of seawater spewed from his mouth. In no time, the entire arena was submerged. The land instantly transformed into a vast ocean. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that this young man possessed such immense chakra. The entire arena is now covered by my seawater. So, genius boy with the space-time ninjutsu, how are you going to mark that strange kunai of yours? Tang Gue stood atop the foaming waves, looking down at Bai Shu with a mocking smile. Although casting this jutsu had cost him 1/10 of his chakra, it brought 2 clear advantages. First, it would make his next water-style techniques much easier to perform. Second, it prevented the boy with space-time ninjutsu from placing his marks. He'd watched videos of Bishu's matches before. Wherever that strange kunai was, Bishu could instantly appear. Tangue had already unraveled the core principle behind this space-time jutsu. And as for that overwhelming fire style, well, Tangue didn't worry about it all. No matter how much chakra his opponent possessed, he doubted it could match his own. His chakra was increasing every moment, after all. I'm actually curious to see just how much chakra you really have, Bishu said, standing atop the seawater, feeling its current beneath his feet as he looked at Tangue with interest. Then come and find out for yourself. Tangue's eyes sharpened as he continued weaving hand signs atop the rolling waves. Water style, water shark bullet technique. A massive shark suddenly burst from the water, jaws wide open as it lunged straight at Bishu. Come on, let's see just how vast your chakra reserves really are. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Bishu formed a single seal, and an immense blaze erupted from his mouth. In an instant, a sea of fire swept across the arena. The giant shark plunged straight into the flames and was instantly consumed, leaving not a trace behind. But the firestorm did not abate. It surged forward, roaring toward Tangue. Ha! Chakra contest? Let's see who flinches first. Water style, great waterfall technique. Seeing his shark swallowed by the flames, Tangue didn't show the slightest hint of anger. Instead, a delighted grin appeared on his face. He loved nothing more than a contest of ninjutsu. For the longest time, he hadn't found a worthy opponent, but now, encountering one at last, the thrill of the hunt was unmistakable. Still, who was the hunter and who was the prey remained to be seen. The great waterfall technique. No wonder it's ranked A-class, Bishu said, watching his waves 3 or 4 meters high surge toward him, a glint of awe in his gaze. Kisame's legendary chakra reserves were living up to their reputation, but Bishu wasn't going to be outdone. The chakra of the Nine Tails kept flooding into his body, fueling the sea of flames. At this moment, fire and water-style techniques collided, locked in a dead heat, suspended in midair. On one side, deep blue waves. On the other, blazing crimson fire. Meanwhile, the audience had already erupted. Countless voices shouted out in amazement. Whoa, did you see that? That chakra, my God, that's insane. What are kids even eating these days? With that much chakra, I could last 10 years. Old Ning, look at that. Ashu's chakra reserves are incredible, exclaimed Yu Lingling, marveling at the dazzling spectacle unfolding in the sky. This isn't just impressive. What kind of monster is this Minato Namikaze that Ashu has awakened? Ning Ziyuan's mouth hung open in disbelief. He regretted ever thinking Ashu's awakened power belonged to an ordinary ninja. If this is what passes for a civilian ninja, how are the clan ninjas supposed to compete? Inside the contestants' room, everyone wore a different expression. Some were stoic, others nervous, and a few visibly thrilled. Interesting. Looks like this tournament will finally give me a reason to get serious. Li Chi crossed his legs and grinned, a hint of excitement in his eyes. That chakra reserve is greater than mine. I'll have to be careful if I face them. Lin Wudi murmured to himself. He set aside his arrogance. After all, nearly every prodigy in the winner's bracket was a match for him. He was confident he could defeat them, but for now, he needed to keep watching the battles and gather more information. After all, intelligence gathering was part of being a ninja. Bishu, I can't wait to fight you. Li Kai stared at the screen, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. She's beautiful, but nothing compares to my explosions. Explosions are true art. A boy in hip-hop attire shouted, without caring about the glances he was drawing from those around him. Eternal beauty, that's art. A soft voice drifted to Jiang Zei's ears, and his smiling face instantly stiffened. He shot an angry glare at the delicate boy who had spoken. Art is all about explosions. Eternity is the essence of art. And so, the two launched into a fresh round of verbal sparring. Bishu, is that my cousin? A tall figure murmured quietly. It's time to end this. Bishu continued channeling chakra into the sea of fire. Sure enough, the tide of battle began to turn. The blue and red flames that had been evenly matched now shifted as Bishu poured in more chakra. The red flames gradually devoured the blue. Sparks crackled and hissed across the arena. What? How can this be? How does he still have chakra left? Tangue's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had always taken pride in his immense chakra reserves, but now someone had even more than him. His pride was utterly shattered. Though the sea of fire surged toward him, he didn't move a muscle, standing there ashen-faced, resigned to meet the flames. Wasn't his chakra supposed to be the greatest of all? The ever-vigilant referee, seeing Tangue motionless, assumed he had no way to defend himself. In a flash, the referee appeared at Tang Gui's side, grabbed him by the collar, and whisked him out of harm's way, just outside the reach of the inferno. The winner, Bishu. The referee set down the dazed and defeated Tang Gui and announced the victor of the match. That's odd. If I remember right, Kisame Hashigaki had a jutsu that could absorb an opponent's chakra to replenish his own. Why didn't Tang Gui use it? Maybe he hasn't learned it yet. Bishu pondered this as he soaked in the cheers from the stands, making his way back through the contestants' tunnel. What Bishu didn't know was that, thanks to the tailed beast within him, his chakra reserves were so immense that they utterly shattered Tang Gui's confidence. Tang Gui had always been proud of his own chakra, but today he suffered a crushing defeat, one so complete it left him devastated. Bishu was oblivious to all of this, utterly unaware that he had nearly burned someone alive. Your chakra reserves are insane. Shenliang stared at Bishu, who looked completely at ease, and drew in a sharp breath. He had always believed that, as a ninja awakened to the Uzumaki clan, his chakra was already abundant enough. He never imagined there would always be someone stronger, but the sky was indeed vast. For young people in Xia country, the genius ranking was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it allowed more people to gauge their own strength accurately, preventing them from becoming complacent. It reminded them that there are always others out there better than themselves. On the other hand, for people like Tang Gui, it could be a psychological blow, unable to accept that their source of pride had been surpassed, sometimes to the point of mental collapse. But overall, the genius ranking brought more good than harm. This was also the view of Li Ruegua, president of the Ninja Association headquarters. My turn. I'll go first. Shenliang glanced at the screen, stood up, and stretched lazily. Good luck, Senior. Go for it. Senior awakened as a ninja of the Uzumaki clan, Bishu said in a tone of surprise. On the screen, Shenliang's opponent was suddenly bound by golden chains. Shenliang darted forward in a flash, pressing a kunai directly to his opponent's throat. Didn't you notice his red hair? Duanmu Jintian interjected. I thought he died for fun. I didn't expect Senior to have truly awakened as an Uzumaki ninja, Bishu replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. There are plenty of people like this in real life. They dye their hair to match the color of the ninja they've awakened as. He's just dyeing it for fun, Duanmu Jintian said, a rare smile tugging at his usually stiff face. What are you guys talking about? Shenliang returned then, breathing heavily, clearly worn out by the recent battle. We were talking about your hair, Bishu answered. My hair? What about it? Shenliang gave his head a shake, his long red hair rippling, clearly puzzled. Senior, did you really awaken as a ninja of the Uzumaki clan? Bishu asked, pretending not to know. Yeah, that's why I dyed my hair red. What do you think, trendy or not? Shenliang clapped Bishu on the shoulder with a grin. By the way, what color is your awakened character's hair? Shenliang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yellow. You should dye yours too. Yellow would look awesome, Shenliang tempted him. I'll pass. Black suits me just fine, Bishu declined quickly. All right then. Shenliang gave a small sigh and shook his head. Seeing this, Duanmu Jintian shook his head almost imperceptibly. Shenliang had tried to convince him the same way once. Is that Granny Chiyo? Bishu straightened up and looked at the screen. On the display, a young girl dressed in white casual clothes was manipulating 10 puppets of various shapes in front of her. Secret white technique. Chikamatsu's 10 puppets guard. With a clear, spirited shout, the girl's voice confirmed for Bishu that she had awakened the powers of Lady Chiyo. The Tournament of Prodigies truly lives up to its name, Bishu thought, his admiration welling up from deep within. Then, he shifted his gaze to where the contestants who'd awakened Deidara and Sasori were standing, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Was this about to be a clash of artistry, or a duel between puppet masters? The anticipation was almost too much to bear. By the time Bishu collected himself again, Mu Linger had already claimed victory in her match. Go for it, Li Kai. Bishu called out, cheering as he saw Li Kai step forward. The next battle was set, Li Kai versus Gao Sheng from Vermilion Bird Academy. Don't worry, I'm still looking forward to facing you. Li Kai grinned at Bishu, flashing a row of brilliant white teeth, and giving him a thumbs up. You know him? Only after Li Kai disappeared into the player's tunnel did Shenliang ask. Curiosity piqued. Yes, I do. He's a formidable opponent, Bishu replied earnestly, nodding with conviction. If you treat him so seriously, then his strength must be remarkable, Shenliang agreed with a thoughtful nod. Even Duanmu Jintian, who had remained silent, now fixed his gaze on Li Kai's image on the screen, eager to see what talents had earned Bishu's respect. Let the match begin. The referee skipped the usual formalities and announced the start of the battle without delay. 8 gates released formation. First gate open. Second gate rest. Third gate life. Li Kai crossed his arms before his forehead, and with each thunderous shout, his aura surged higher and higher. It felt as if the very air around him was warping under the pressure. Fourth gate, pain, open. With another explosive cry, the air around Li Kai twisted even more violently, and his own body began to change. His skin flushed a deep crimson, veins bulged across his forehead, and a faint green energy enveloped him. What the? Why did that guy turn red all of a sudden? Isn't he a taijutsu user? He didn't use anything like this in the last match. The audience had witnessed Li Kai's skills in previous rounds, but none had made as powerful an impression as this moment. Up until now, their impression was of a young man whose martial arts were so fierce that no opponent could withstand him at close range. But nothing like this, nothing that seemed to warp the air itself with sheer force. Could this be a forbidden technique? Among the spectators sat many people of status and power, each speculating whether what they were witnessing was indeed a forbidden jutsu. Inside the contestants' room, he's already opened the fourth gate. How far can you go? Bishu murmured quietly. Those who mastered the 8 gates release formation were all people of extraordinary willpower. The effort and sweat they poured in was beyond what outsiders could ever imagine. Go, Li Kai. May you revive the glory that once belonged to Guy. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Seriously, don't tell me he's a taijutsu ninja. Why do I feel like there's something off about this one? Gaoshing took one look at Li Kai and felt his throat tighten, swallowing hard with difficulty. Leaf Hurricane. By this time, Li Kai had already charged forward, moving so fast that he was nothing but a blur. Gaoshing only felt the wind whip up around him, and then suddenly a foot loomed larger and larger before his eyes. So fast. His vision went black, and before he could react, he was sent flying backwards. A pained howl rang out again. Li Kai, somehow already behind Gaosheng, had landed another kick without warning. Wait, don't hit my face. I give up, I give up. Taking another punch to the face, Gaosheng hurriedly covered his face and shouted. In just 3 or 4 seconds, he hadn't even touched the ground, and he'd already taken a beating. You give up? Li Kai's eyes flickered with confusion for a moment. He glanced at Gaosheng, who was clutching his face and howling, not. The look of someone faking it. Without hesitation, Li Kai released the 8 gates formation, returning to his normal state. Li Kai stretched a little, muttering, at least apart from some sore muscles, I'm fine. The winner, Li Kai. The referee announced the result, his gaze turning sympathetic as he looked at Gaosheng. Facing this taijutsu monster, who wouldn't get hurt. Incredible. What kind of jutsu is that? Can I learn it? This has got to be the fastest match yet. Which academy is that kid from, giving up before even fighting? Think you can do better? Get up there yourself. The stands erupted in excitement, cheers echoing for Li Kai's swift victory. Li Kai gave a bashful grin and turned to head back down the competitor's tunnel. He was still puzzled. Why were these opponents so fragile? During the preliminary rounds, his rivals weren't strong at all. He didn't even need to use the 8 gates formation to beat them. Now that he'd reached the winner's bracket, he figured his opponents would be tougher, so he opened 4 gates, yet still, they couldn't take it. Is this so-called tournament of prodigies really only at this level? In that moment, Li Kai felt a pang of disappointment. Suddenly, he remembered that boy, and his eyes sparked with renewed fighting spirit. Bishu, I look forward to facing you. And I look forward to our match too, Bishu murmured softly. I wonder how many gates I can withstand from you if I don't use Sage Mode or Kurama's power. What did you say, Bishu? Shenliang asked, puzzled. He thought he'd heard Bishu mention a fight, but hadn't quite caught the words. Oh, nothing. Bishu shook his head and changed the subject. Senior, how confident are you about facing Li Kai? As soon as Bishu asked this, Shenliang fell silent. After a moment, Shenliang shook his head and replied, at best, 30%. Judging by his speed just now, none of my moves would work on him, Shenliang explained. There was something he didn't say aloud, using forbidden techniques. That guy's taijutsu is formidable. If he can boost himself even further, I'm not confident I could beat him. Duanmu Jintian spoke up at this point. What? Even you're not confident? Now, it was Shun Liang's turn to be shocked. Who was Duanmu Jintian? Back in the day, he was the most talented student at Qinglong Academy. He'd reached the upper ninja rank at a young age, and was already on the verge of breaking into the elite upper ninja tier. If even a prodigy like him admitted he wasn't sure he could defeat Li Kai, just how strong was Li Kai? That's it. I must be even more useless. Shun Liang slumped onto the sofa, staring listlessly at the ceiling, his spirit utterly deflated. That form of his must be bad for his body. There's definitely a time limit. As long as I can outlast it, winning will be a breeze, Duanmu Jintian added. You could have said that earlier. Don't scare me like that. If I ever face him, I'll just stall for time. Maybe I actually stand a chance. Shun Liang sat upright, eyes blazing with determination. As long as you're happy, Duanmu Jintian said, shaking his head. That wasn't quite what he'd meant. Then I need to come up with a flawless plan. Shenliang stroked his chin, deep in thought. Bishu watched the scene unfold, smiling without a word. December 12th, the second day of the winners' bracket matches. Chidori. On the battlefield, two young men stood facing each other, both bent over, hands on their knees, gasping for breath. Suddenly, one of them shouted, his hands moving swiftly through a sequence of signs. In an instant, his right hand was enveloped in crackling, lightning chakra. He closed one eye and dashed toward his opponent. In his other eye, 3 tomo-shaped marks spun rapidly, glowing with a sinister red light. The buzz-cut youth across from him threw up his hands in surrender without hesitation. Just moments ago, their match had been neck and neck, taijutsu and ninjutsu clashing in a fierce back and forth. But then this guy suddenly whipped out a finishing move. Who could possibly keep up with that? And hey, are you even really an Uchiha? Why do you only have one Sharingan? Where's the other one? The referee, ever attentive to the match, quickly announced the result. The winner, Taoshi. At those words, Taoshi instantly dispelled the chakra, his body swaying as he flopped down onto the ground. What good is this tiny bit of chakra, Kakashi? Couldn't you have given me a little more? And this stupid Sharingan, draining my chakra all the time. Are you really? From the Uchiha clan or the Hitaki clan? Where did you even get the Sharingan from? I have to do chakra calculations before every fight. This is no fun at all. Sitting on the ground, Taoshi grumbled on, venting his frustrations to his awakened ninja persona, Hitaki Kakashi. The referee on the side couldn't bear to watch any longer. He quickly ushered him off the stage. There were still matches to be held, after all, and there was no way they could let him fool around like that. That guy's really something else. In the contestants' lounge, several people who witnessed Taoshi's antics couldn't help but chuckle. I watched his preliminaries before. He always picks 2 opponents to fight at once, and after he's done, he takes a long break, someone said with a laugh. I'm honestly curious. Is he really from the Uchiha clan? Why does he only have one Sharingan? As soon as this question was raised, the room fell silent. Was he a real Uchiha or a fake? No one could say for sure. I didn't expect Kakashi to be here too. Bishu muttered to himself, sneaking a look at Duanmu Jintian. It's worth noting that the ninja Duanmu Jintian awakened was actually the father of the one Taoshi awakened. Another father-son matchup. First it was Raza and Gaara, then Tsukumo Hitaki and Kakashi Hitaki. Oh right, there's also the grandmother-grandson duo, Chiyo and Sasori. Bishu's mind was buzzing with thoughts. Duanmu Jintian, sharp as ever, noticed Bishu glancing his way. He looked puzzled, but didn't ask any questions. The next round was the top 25 facing off to determine the top 13. One contestant would get a bye, while the other 24 would compete against each other. The tournament was in full swing, and after all these days, the audience's enthusiasm hadn't waned in the slightest. In fact, if anything, it seemed to be growing. In a mountain range north of the Great Wall, winter was at its peak, and the heavy snow had draped the mountains in a pristine white shirt, lending the whole landscape an air of quiet elegance. Crunch, crunch. Amid the tranquility, a series of unfamiliar sounds broke the silence. A group of figures, all dressed in black robes, trudged through the endless snow, their steps uneven as they made their way toward their destination. Why did Lord Orochimaru have to build his base in this godforsaken place? It's a pain just getting here. Boss, when are we finally going to reach Lord Orochimaru's base? One of them complained. Lord Orochimaru has his reasons for choosing this location. See that mountain range up ahead? Once we reach it, we'll be there, the leader replied, his voice raspy as he pointed toward the distant mountains. So, we're finally going to meet Lord Orochimaru? I can't wait. Energized by the news, the group picked up their pace, eager to reach their goal. The leader snorted coldly at their excitement, then pressed on, urging them forward. Soon, he brought them to the mouth of a cave. So this is Lord Orochimaru's base. What are we waiting for? Let's go in. Their eyes shone with anticipation as they stared into the pitch-black cave. After all, the great Lord Orochimaru was inside. The darkness at the cave's entrance gaped like the open jaws of a beast, ready to welcome its prey at any moment and feast. All right, let's go. The leader of the men in black let out a sly, shadowy smile and strode in first. From the outside, the cave looked pitch black, and stepping inside, it was no brighter. Dim lights flickered within, the bulbs occasionally sputtering and crackling with a harsh, electric sound. This place is terrifying, someone whispered under their breath. If it weren't terrifying, it wouldn't be worthy of Lord Orochimaru's noble presence. Only fear can truly embody Lord Orochimaru's authority. Another in black replied, his eyes burning with fanatic devotion as he stared ahead, desperate for a glimpse of the figure he so idolized. Suddenly, The space ahead was flooded with blinding light. Countless pieces of experimental equipment filled the area, and on cold metal beds lay innumerable corpses, some human, some monstrous beasts. A gulp echoed in the silence as someone nervously swallowed, unable to help himself. The scene before him was simply too overwhelming. He was nothing more than a would-be rogue ninja, chasing after power, a novice who had never even killed before. How could he have imagined witnessing something like this? At last, the leader of the black-clad group came to a halt and stood in silence. The others followed suit, standing stock-still and not daring to make sound. Footsteps echoed, soft at first, then steadily growing nearer. "Lord Orochimaru, these are the rogue ninjas I have gathered for you," the leader announced, dropping to one knee and speaking with utmost respect as the figure approached. "Oh, is that so?" came a chilling, serpentine voice. At the sound of it, everyone felt a cold shiver snake down their spines, as if a venomous serpent were eyeing them hungrily. "By the way, my lord, there's something else to report," the leader added. "And what is it?" "They're holding a grand tournament of geniuses in the capital," he replied. "A grand tournament of geniuses?" "Yes, my lord. This competition has drawn the attention of the entire nation. It's a grand event, second to none." "A grand event, is it? How amusing, truly amusing." The sinister voice rang with a chilling laugh, sounding all the more eerie in the silence of the cave. "How could such an event possibly proceed without my involvement? After all, I was once hailed as a genius myself. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, you'll go to the capital and cause a proper commotion on my behalf." "Yes, my lord." For voices answered from the shadows, each one echoing from a different corner. "Ichi, take these scrolls and bring these rogue ninjas with you." "At your command, Lord Orochimaru." The leader received the scrolls with both hands. He turned to the group behind him and called out, "Well, aren't you going to thank Lord Orochimaru?" "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru," they chorused, some fervently, others with uncertainty in their voices. "Come, raise your heads," Orochimaru commanded. At his words, the group finally raised their heads and looked toward him. There stood a refined, scholarly-looking man in a white coat, greeting them all with a gentle, enigmatic smile. They hadn't expected the legendary Lord Orochimaru to be so refined. "Everyone, only those who come back alive are worthy of following me." "At your command, Lord Orochimaru." This time, no one hesitated. All eyes were fixed on Orochimaru with reverence and fervor. A low, amused chuckle slipped from Orochimaru as he watched the backs of the rogue ninjas, his long tongue flicking across his chin. The round that took 25 contenders down to 13 lasted a full 2 days. By now, those who remained were all outstanding talents, and each fight grew longer and more intense. Still lost. How can that guy be so strong? Shun Liang let out a weary sigh. He had been defeated by Lin Wudi, who wielded gold sand, relentlessly attacking from the sky above. You could call it unfair, but the truth was Lin Wudi had the strength to back it up. Shun Liang could only shake his head in resignation. "You two, keep it up. I'll head out first." Shun Liang patted Bishu and Duanmu Jintian on the shoulders. "Hey, Senior Shun, you're leaving already?" "Not staying to watch the rest." Bishu called after him, puzzled as he watched Shun Liang's retreating figure. He still has work to do. He had to take leave just to compete in the tournament. Duanmu Jintian replied in a low voice. In fact, he'd taken leave as well. If he'd known the opponents would be this easy to handle, he wouldn't have bothered coming. He'd have been better off honing his blade at the border, hunting down beasts. Now, all he hoped for was that the next opponent would be a real challenge. "Senior, I'll be off too." With a quick farewell, Bishu vanished from sight. Space-time ninjutsu really is convenient. After dinner, Bishu and Uncle Ning, Aunt Yu, and the others were sent back to rest. With the competition pressure mounting, they insisted he get plenty of sleep. Bishu could only return to the hotel, half amused, half exasperated. The next day, at the battle center, the remaining 13 prodigies would continue to compete, fighting on until a champion stood alone. Li Qi, Duanmu Jintian, Suro, Bishu from Qinglong Academy, Tao, she from Baihu Academy, Li Qi, Lin Wudi from the Lin family of Yun City, Mu Ling'er from the Mu family of Huala City, Yun Yinbai from Xuanwu Academy, Jiang Zhe from Xuanwu Academy, Cao Yang, Chung Yang from Zhuke Academy, Murong Rue from the Murong family of Jinling City. At the very front of the audience sat a few elderly men. "Hey, looks like your students aren't doing so well this year. What's going on?" Jiang Manchun teased. With 2 of his students from Xuanwu Academy making the list, he was clearly proud, 2 juniors holding their own against graduates. "Nonsense. My Chung Yang from Zhuke Academy could wipe the floor with them single-handedly." "Don't get too smug, old Jiang," Zhou Shou retorted hotly, his temper flaring as usual. Just wait and see. Bishu alone is enough for my Qinglong Academy, Han Liunyun replied with quiet confidence. Bishu? The one who can use space-time ninjutsu? Jiang Nanshun inquired. I remember he has quite a formidable chakra reserve, Zhou Shou added. Just watch and see. Han Liunyun replied coolly, then fell silent. Yang Yu let out a long sigh. Among all their students, only Tao Shi could hold her own. There was no need to mention the others. This time, the White Tiger Academy really had no place to speak. All right, let's focus on the match. It's already starting, Li Ruegua interjected, cutting off their conversation and fixing his gaze on the arena. Jinqian, it's been a long time. A gentle female voice echoed across the field. Yes, it really has. Duanmu Jintian nodded, looking over at Su Ro on the opposite side. Su Ro was as beautiful as ever, dressed in a deep blue gown that accentuated her flawless figure. It was hard to believe such a remarkable person could exist in this world. What's going on? Why hasn't the match begun? From the look of it, these two must know each other. Don't waste time. This is today's first match. Let's get started. Come on. Many voices rang out from the audience, urging them on. Let's catch up afterwards. Right now, let's fight, Duanmu Jintian said, slowly drawing his short blade with his right hand. You haven't changed a bit, still so eager for battle. Su Ro sighed, a trace of helplessness in her voice. Because of her work, she could only show up during the match itself, and as soon as it ended, she'd have to rush back. There was no time for a proper chat with her old friend. In that case, come at me. I want to see if your blade is as sharp as ever. Lava release. Su Ro formed hand signs, and a torrent of molten lava spewed from her mouth. The deep crimson lava surged forth, instantly filling the area with searing heat. Whoa, is that lava? What kind of chakra nature is that? Doesn't look like fire style. No, that's lava release, a Kekiai Jinkai, someone in the stand explained. Fire style mixed with earth style. This girl is a prodigy. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Su Ro has already mastered the combination of fire and earth styles. Zhou Shou exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, she figured it out a long time ago. Yang Yu grinned, his wrinkled face blooming with pride. After all, Su Ro was a graduate of their White Tiger Academy. She was a source of honor for him. Even if the current students weren't outstanding, there was still Su Ro, already out in the world. Don't forget Jintian's blade, Han Liunyun suddenly interjected. At his words, Yang Yu's smile froze. Su Ro's opponent was none other than Duanmu Jintian, that exceptional young man whose strength already surpassed that of ordinary jonin. Sure enough, under everyone's watchful gaze, Duanmu Jintian gripped his short sword, crackling with lightning, and with a sweeping motion, cleaved the oncoming lava in two. The molten flow swept past his body and crashed against the arena floor behind him. The magma gradually ate away at the ground, bubbling up with a heavy, sinister rumble. The middle-aged referee winced inwardly at the sight. He was the one who had to repair this battle stage. He'd patched up the arena more times than he'd ever managed to stop the students from fighting. Was he a groundskeeper, or was he a referee? Your blade is still as sharp as ever. Even after mastering my bloodline limit, it seems I still can't touch you, Su Ro said with a weary twitch at the corner of her mouth, helplessness in her voice. Once, when the Azure Dragon Academy and the White Tiger Academy had held a joint battle, she hadn't yet awakened her bloodline limit. But her remarkable combat talent had let her surpass most, enough to stand proud among the White Tiger Academy's most gifted. That was until she met Duanmu Jintian. With a single stroke, he shattered her confidence. Again and again, she challenged him, stubbornly refusing to accept defeat. Every time, just one strike, her ninjutsu had no effect on him whatsoever. That was when she made up her mind to master her bloodline limit, dedicating herself to relentless training. She'd always planned to find another chance to test herself against Duanmu Jintian. She hadn't expected that the sudden appearance of the Young Heroes tournament would give her that very opportunity. Yet, as she looked at the scene before her, it felt exactly as it had back then. Su Ro let out a soft sigh. Lava release, she began, her fingers forming the seals, but before she could finish, Duanmu Jintian was already standing before her. His short blade, crackling with lightning, pressed familiarly against her snow-white neck. Everything about this moment was hauntingly familiar. You've grown even stronger, Su Ro murmured, her expression conflicted as she gazed at the emotionless Duanmu Jintian. It suddenly became clear to her, no matter how hard she tried, she might never catch up to him. Go back and practice some more, said Duanmu Jintian, sheathing his blade and turning away, leaving Su Ro standing there, breath caught her throat. This man was as blunt as ever, unyielding and impossibly direct. Jinling? Mudonghui. Bishu blurted out, surprised. He remembered his grandfather saying that his mother was from the Murong family of Jinling. Could it really be that much of a coincidence? Bishu murmured under his breath. in the main hall of the Murong family in Jinling. "So, is this Bishu really our little sister's son or not?" blurted a burly, bald man, unable to hide his urgency. The names matched, but it had been 7 or 8 years since he'd last seen his eldest nephew. He could hardly remember what the boy looked like. "If you want to know, why don't you ask our little sister yourself?" A middle-aged man, legs casually crossed as he sat in his chair, kept his eyes on the television screen, sizing up his nephew. "Me? I wouldn't dare," the bald man stammered, shivering at the thought. Something struck him, and his face soured with dissatisfaction. "She locks herself in her room all day, guarding that cold stone. She's not close to any of us anymore." "Watch your words. No matter what, he was still our brother-in-law," rumbled a steady-faced, middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. "I was against her relationship with him from the start, let alone her marrying so far away. And look how things turned out, widowed at such a young age." The bald man grew even more disgruntled. If he hadn't already passed away, he might have been tempted to slap him himself. "This is something our little sister wants, so as her older brothers, all we can do is let her be." The young man, legs crossed, spoke softly. "Right now, we don't even know if that kid still remembers us. Well, after all, we're his uncles. He can't have forgotten us, can he?" Murong Zhong scratched his head, sounding uncertain. It wasn't just the 3 Murong brothers in the hall. Their wives and children were there, too. Since the brothers were just talking about their little sister, the women kept out of the conversation. "Never mind. Let's not tell her for now," Murong Bo said after a moment's thought, shaking his head. The current head of the Murong family was Murong Bo, the eldest son. The second was the burly bald man, Murong Zhong, and the third was the middle-aged man, lounging in his chair, legs crossed, Murong Shu. Following the traditional order of siblings, Murong Shu's original name was actually Shu, as in uncle, but to avoid any awkwardness, the old master of the Murong family had changed it to Shu, meaning book and art. As for Murong Shui, she had always been the old master's favorite youngest daughter. They say nephews take after their uncles. "Look, Bishu grew up to look just like me." Murong Zhong chuckled. Everyone glanced at the sunny, handsome Bishu, then at the grinning, bald Murong Zhong, and couldn't help but roll their eyes in unison. "I think his nose looks a bit like mine," Murong Shu said, touching the tip of his nose. "Yeah, he does look a bit like third uncle," a teenage boy chimed in approvingly. "Aren't any of you worried about Sister Rue? Looks like she lost." A rather honest-looking teen spoke up hesitantly. At that, the teasing stopped, and everyone quickly turned their attention to the TV screen. There, the boy they'd just been discussing, Bishu, was now pressing a strangely shaped kunai to Murong Rue's fair neck. "She lost that fast? I hardly had a chance to watch," Murong Zhong exclaimed, rubbing his shiny bald head in surprise. The elegant woman beside Murong Bo pinched Murong Zhong on the thigh. "Ow, honey, why are you pinching me?" Murong Zhong stared at his wife, eyes wide as an ox, completely baffled. The lady just sighed and pressed a hand to her forehead. "Wow, Bishu's gotten incredible." A blonde teenager with a flashy perm blurted out in shock. "Show some respect. That's your cousin." Murong Bo shot his son a stern look. "Cousin? He might not even remember me now," the blonde muttered under his breath. "Big brother, I'll call Xiao Rue. Tell her to bring our nephew home," Murong Shu suggested. It's time to bring him back. His mother isn't looking after him, so as uncles, it's our turn to check in on him." Murong Bo nodded after some thought. "What about our little sister?" Murong Zhong hesitated. As her brothers, shouldn't they consider their sister's feelings too? "No need to worry about her. I'll talk to her tomorrow." Murong Bo waved his large hand with resolute determination. "Big brother, we're counting on you." Murong Zhong and Murong Shu looked at their eldest brother with admiration written all over their faces. At that moment, to them, their big brother was the most impressive person in the world. "Bishu? Yeah? What's up?" Bishu sat on the sofa, gazing at the tall figure before him. They had just been opponents in a match, and of course Bishu had come out on top. "Do you still remember me?" "Of course I do. Aren't you Murong Rue? We just faced off a moment ago, didn't we?" "My memory isn't that bad," Bishu replied with a smile. "That's not what I mean. I'm talking about before, all those years ago." Murong Rue looked at the sunny, handsome young man before her. He was nothing like the tearful child she remembered from their childhood. Just moments ago, her father had called, revealing that this Bishu was actually her aunt's son, the same crybaby from when they were young. He'd asked her to bring Bishu home for a visit. Before, now it was Bishu's turn to be confused. "We met before. When we were kids. When we were little." Seeing the blank look on the boy's face, Murong Rue quickly explained. "Huh, when we were kids. Oh, come on. I'm your cousin." Murong Rue, seeing Bishu didn't seem to be joking, decided to make things plain. "My cousin? You're really from the Murong family of Jinling?" Bishu's voice was filled with surprise. Duanmu Jintian and the other competitors nearby watched the two with curious expressions. You really don't remember me? Morong Rue asked, puzzled. I had an accident when I was young and lost my memory. I don't remember anything from before, Bishu admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. So she really was from his mother's side of the family. Cousin? He just pressed a kunai to her throat in their match. Hopefully she wouldn't hold it against him. Right? You lost your memory? Morong Rue frowned, then simply sat down beside Bishu and continued. Then do you remember Xiao Song and the others? No, I don't. What about your uncles? No memory of them, either. Then, do you remember your aunt? My grandfather told me about her. I've seen photos, Bishu replied. Those listening nearby glanced at Bishu with a touch of sympathy. To lose his memory and not recall his own mother. What a pitiful fate. In that case, after the competition is over, you absolutely must come home with me. Morong Rue insisted, gripping Bishu's arm tightly. Her fair little hand turned even paler with the effort. All right, I'll go, Bishu agreed after a moment's hesitation. Good. I'll be waiting for you when the tournament ends. Morong Rue's smile was bright and full of youthful energy. But how should he face his mother? Bishu felt a headache coming on. Right now, even slaying monsters seemed easier than handling this. Seeing the worry etched on Bishu's brow, Morong Rue began to reminisce about his childhood. Bishu, do you remember how much you used to cry when you were little? Your second uncle used to tease you, and you'd start bawling, and then your aunt would freeze your second uncle into an ice block. Bai, you'd better not lose. The outcome of our artistic rivalry hasn't been decided yet. Jiangze leaned in close to Bai and muttered under his breath. Since this was Bai's final match, if they wanted everyone in the arena to witness their art, victory was a must. Relax. Only eternal beauty can be called art. Just before leaving, Bai spoke in a low, lingering voice. That single sentence was like a spark thrown into a barrel of gunpowder. Jiangze shot to his feet and shouted, Damn you, Bai! Explosions are art. Explosions are art. The other competitors, Bishu included, could only shake their heads helplessly. All this time, the two of them were either arguing or on their way to another argument. Day in and day out, they debated explosion art versus eternal art so much that everyone's ears had grown numb to it. Bai, you'd better not lose. I'll show you what real art is. The measure of a puppeteer's power is how many puppets they can control at once. How many can you handle? Mu Linger's eyes sparkled with wit, and her face was full of confidence. White's secret technique, the 10 Pine Guardians. With a crisp shout, Mu Linger drew a scroll from her ninja pouch and snapped it open with a flick. 10 spirit forms slowly floated out from the scroll. Each spirit form was distinct, but all were clad in white robes. My limit is controlling 10 puppets at once. If you only bring out those 2 puppets like before, you might not be able to beat me. Mu Linger had watched every one of Bai's matches. Perhaps it was the kinship of fellow puppeteers that made her pay such close attention. Naturally, she had noticed that Bai always relied on just 2 puppets to defeat his opponents. She couldn't help but wonder, just how many puppets could he truly control? So the strength of a puppeteer, is it? Bai's lips curled into a smile as he continued. I was planning to save this move for that fool, but since you're a fellow puppeteer, I'll let you witness my art. Crimson's secret technique, 100 mechanisms dance. Suddenly, Bai pulled out a scroll from his ninja pouch and hurled it skyward with a fierce swing. In an instant, dark clouds blotted out the sun, and the blinding sunlight of a moment ago vanished without a trace. Hey, what's going on? Why did it suddenly get dark? Someone in the audience wondered aloud. Wasn't it fine just now? Look, what's that? Someone glanced up at the sky and saw a terrifying sight. What is that? Are those people? Those are puppets, for crying out loud. Countless crimson-robed figures filled the sky, blocking out the sun with their sheer numbers. Old Jiang, this kid would fit right in at our Vermilion Bird Academy. We have puppeteers too. How about you hand him over to me? Zhao Shou grinned shamelessly as he spoke. Get out of here. Are you trying to poach my talent? Jiang Nanshun shot a glare at Zhao Shou, his tone annoyed. This old man, still as shameless as ever. This kid's talent as a puppeteer is astounding. Even Li Ruegua, usually the picture of composure, couldn't hide his shock. The strength of a puppeteer is measured by how many puppets they can control. If controlling 10 is considered genius, then what about 100? Would that make him a super genius? How is he controlling them? Han Liunian mused, rubbing his chin in thought. With his hands, of course. Didn't you notice he's got 10 puppet strings running from each finger? Yang Yu replied, his scarlet Sharingan spinning as he spoke. I don't have your eyes. How could I possibly see that? Why don't you lend me your eyes for a bit? Han Liunian shot Yang Yu a playful glance, teasing him. Inside the contestants' room. All right, I knew it. Bai's only real opponent could be me. A goofy grin spread across Jiang Zhe's face as he spoke, completely forgetting how Yun Yinbai had just called him an idiot. Meanwhile, Bishu watched the giant screen with great interest, eager for the match to begin. Closer to Yun Yinbai, Mu Ling'er stared dazedly at the sky, where 100 puppets blotted out the sun. In just an instant, her pride had been shattered to pieces. She used to think she was the only one who could bring the art of puppeteering to new heights. Who could have guessed that this unknown boy was even more gifted than she was, able to control 100 puppets at once? So what if he has 100 puppets? The materials for my 10 were bought by my father at great expense. There's no way I'll lose. I refuse to believe he can actually control 100 puppets at the same time. A steely determination flashed in Mu Ling'er's eyes as she commanded her puppets, sending dozens of kunai flying. Yun Yinbai responded with the barest twitch of his 10 fingers. 100 puppets descended from the sky, charging straight at Mu Ling'er and effortlessly swatting aside the incoming kunai. Clang! Clang! 100 puppets in crimson robes, each wielding a unique weapon, claws, swords, scythes. The 10 puppets in white quickly engaged the red-clad puppets in combat. From above, the 10 white puppets looked pitifully small amidst the crimson tide, as if they could be swallowed up at any moment. Mu Ling'er had no idea how long she'd held out, but a faint despair had crept into her heart. This boy's talent for puppetry was simply overwhelming. Controlling 100 puppets seemed effortless for him. 100. Not 1, not 10. It took Mu Ling'er ages to become one with her 10 puppets, honing her control until they moved as an extension of herself. The fact that Yun Yinbai had reached such a level was proof of his extraordinary talent. The sounds of battle still echoed across the stage, though the intensity had faded. Mu Ling'er was down to her last 3 puppets. Yun Yinbai still had 50 or 60 left. One final move, Sambao absorption collapse. The 2 puppets stood in a straight line, while the last puppet balanced atop their shoulders. A powerful suction force radiated from the trio of puppets, pulling fiercely at everything nearby. Countless crimson puppets were swept away, sucked in uncontrollably by the force. Interesting. Yun Yinbai let out a low, amused chuckle. Before long, the suction from the 3 puppets gradually faded, and Mu Ling'er, gasping for breath, finally released her hold over her puppets. Her whole body was drenched in fragrant sweat, yet she felt a surge of relief in her heart. After destroying so many of your puppets, I refuse to believe you feel nothing for their loss. Facing a puppeteer both stronger and far more cunning than herself, she couldn't pretend she wasn't disappointed. To live in the same era as such a genius, was it her fortune or her misfortune? Fortunate, because the path of a puppeteer would no longer be lonely. Unfortunate, because she might spend her whole life chasing after someone she could never surpass. The victor, Yun Yinbai. It was only when Yun Yinbai's puppet pressed its blade to Mu Ling'er's throat that the referee finally declared the winner. Hey, Yun Yinbai, I'll remember you. Next time, I'll definitely defeat you. Retrieving her puppets, Mu Ling'er looked at Yun Yinbai and spoke with conviction. All right, I'll be waiting. Yun Yinbai nodded, packed away his own puppets, and returned to the waiting room for competitors. Haha, Yun Yinbai, I knew you could win. Can you resist the urge to have an artistic showdown with me now? No sooner had Yun Yinbai stepped inside than he heard someone's boisterous shout, and he couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corner of his mouth. Only beauty that endures is true art. Damn it, Li Qi, Duanmu Jintian, Li Qi, Lin Wudi of the Lin family from Chuyan City, Bishu of Qinglong Academy, Yun Yinbai from Xuanwu Academy, Jiang Zhe from Xuanwu Academy, Sheng Yang from Zhuke Academy. My oh my, old Yang, seems like the students from your Baihu Academy just aren't up to par these years. Zhou Shou said this in exaggerated disappointment. You old rascal, are you looking for a fight? Yang Yu's face turned red with anger, his beard bristling and eyes glaring. It was already embarrassing enough that none of their students made the list, but now this old fox had to fan the flames. Come on, old Yang, don't take him so seriously. That's just how old Zhou is. Jiang Nanshun quickly stepped in with a hearty laugh to smooth things over. Get lost, both of you. Zhou Shou and Yang Yu shouted in unison. So what if Xuanwu Academy got 2 students on the list? Look at you, strutting around like a peacock, ugh. Zhou Shou and Yang Yu, now united, immediately turned their fire on Jiang Nanshun. Sigh, my 2 students aren't all that exceptional. If you want to talk about real skill, it's Bishu from Qinglong Academy who truly stands out. Jiang Nanshun sighed, dragging Han Liuyan into the fray. With 2 against 2, you might have a shot at winning the argument. Otherwise, if it actually came to blows, his old bones couldn't handle the 2 of them. Ahem, Bishu has yet to show his full strength. The boy's still holding back. What kid, Sai? Despite his words of feigned exasperation, Han Liunian couldn't hide the delight in his heart. You get lost too. Bai Shu, I want you to fight me with everything you've got. Li Kai walked up to Bai Shu and spoke to him with utmost seriousness. All right. Bai Shu nodded, then followed behind Li Kai as they made their way to the arena. That's right. This battle was set to be a showdown between Bai Shu and Li Kai. Up in the audience stands. I wonder which of these two young men is stronger. Isn't it obvious? Bai Shu, of course. He's got those legendary space-time ninja arts and a massive reserve of chakra. If he doesn't win, who would? I don't know. That Li Kai kid looks impressive too. We haven't even seen him go all out yet. What if he's still hiding his trump card? And what if Bai Shu's got a trump card of his own? I still think Li Kai will come out on top. No way. Bai Shu's the winner. Li Kai for the win. Bai Shu. The crowd quickly split into two camps. One side firmly believed Bai Shu would claim victory. The other bet on Li Kai. Each group stood their ground, unwilling to budge. Ning Ziyuan and Yu Lingling watched intently as they waited for their nephew to step into the ring. After all the previous matches, they finally understood just how powerful their nephew truly was. Ning Ziyuan seemed relatively calm. He traveled far and wide with Bai He and had seen many things. Yu Lingling, though, was different. She hadn't lived through Ning Ziyuan's adventures, nor did she possess his strength or breadth of experience. She worried constantly about Bai Shu getting hurt. Now, Yu Lingling could hardly resist grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds to munch on as she watched, eager to see the child she'd raised put on a dazzling display. But the Ninja Association headquarters had posted a clear rule outside the venue. No food or drink allowed. Violators will be expelled from the battle center. In Chunfeng City, at the Li family residence. Crash! Crash! The sharp sound of vases shattering rang through the air. Why? Why does that good-for-nothing get to make it onto the Heavenly Genius list? Why him? The young man's pale skin flushed red with rage. He had once signed up to be a challenger, but was defeated in the very first round. The memory of his opponent's blood-red eyes haunted his dreams, a nightmare that would not fade. Why was that good-for-nothing so lucky? Why? The members of the Li family sat in silence in the main hall, watching as the boy they had cast out now stood atop such a grand stage. Their hearts churned with complicated feelings. If he made it into the top 10 of the Heavenly Genius list, he'd bring endless honor and glory to the Li family. But all of that had been destroyed by their own hands. Regret gnawed at them. A wave of remorse welled up from deep within. Are you both ready? The referee's voice was gentle. We're ready. With those words, the two young men locked eyes, battle spirit blazing between them. 8 gates release formation. Third gate, the gate of life, open. In an instant, a surge of emerald energy erupted from Li Kai, swirling around him in a fierce halo. Within the emerald aura, Li Kai's skin flushed red, veins bulging across his body, and his pupils turned pure white, as if he'd awakened the Byakugan itself. Be careful! With a thunderous roar, Li Kai lunged at Bai Shu. At that very moment, the ground beneath his feet could no longer withstand his strength and began to split open. My God, is he even human? Every eye in the audience was fixed on the battle unfolding in the arena. Even with the 3-Tomo Sharingan able to track Li Kai's movements, Bai Shu found himself shocked. He hadn't expected Li Kai to be this fast. Truly, awakening the spirit of the King of Kai lived up to its legend. Leaf Hurricane. Li Kai's voice and his attack arrived as one. Feeling the violent rush of air, Bai Shu twisted his waist and shot out his fist. Boom! The force behind both their strikes was immense, sending a surge of white shockwave from the battlefield all the way to the stands. Those seated closest to the arena instinctively shut their eyes as the blast ruffled their hair and stung the skin of their foreheads. Is this a taijutsu showdown? Damn, they've barely exchanged blows and the intensity is already through the roof. Bai Shu, I knew you could take that hit. Come on, give us more. With a peal of laughter, Li Kai unleashed a storm of punches at Bai Shu, relentless as a tempest. Bring it on. Bai Shu stood his ground, his fists meeting Li Kai's head on. The sharp crack of blows echoed through the arena, almost like thunderclaps. Everyone in the stands could no longer keep track of their forms. Only blurred afterimages danced across the field. No one could tear their eyes away from this breathtaking taijutsu duel. After so many battles of ninjutsu, the crowd was finally witnessing something extraordinary, a clash where every punch landed with bone-jarring impact. Nothing says true manhood like the thrill of hand-to-hand combat. Boom! 2 blurred figures were hurled apart, gradually resolving into the forms of Li Kai and Bai Shu. Now that's what I call a warm-up. Bai Shu, from here on out, I'm going all in. The 6th gate, open. With a wild laugh, Li Kai's aura surged once more. A pillar of green energy shot skyward, scattering the lazy white clouds, and a tremendous shockwave toppled several spectators from their seats. Back in the competitors' lounge, many stood up in disbelief. Is it even possible for a human to radiate such power? Yang muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Shoha appeared deep in thought. This felt strangely familiar, but where had it seen it before? I've never even heard of taijutsu like this. Duanmu Zhentian exclaimed in awe. Huh, which one of you will win, I wonder? Li Qi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Whoever emerged victorious would face him next. Do you see this, Bishu? This is the fruit of all my hard work. I haven't let down the faith you put in me. I want to see you fight with everything you have. I believe your true power is much greater, just as you believed in me. As soon as Li Kai finished speaking, his body shot forward like a cannonball, heading straight for Bishu. Wherever he passed, the floor of the arena was ripped up and shattered. A thick cloud of dust and debris swept over the field, completely obscuring the view for everyone watching. A thick cloud of smoke and dust hung over the arena, blocking everyone's view. They all wished they had Byakugan eyes, so they could see what was happening inside the haze. Damn, with that kind of power, do you think Bai Ji will be okay? Jin Longyu swallowed hard, anxiety written all over his face. That's monstrous, to unleash such force with pure martial arts, Xiong Jingchang said solemnly, his gaze piercing into the swirling smoke. Fu Huai, too, stared into the cloud, his eyes filled with worry. Cici, did Baishu manage to block it? Jiang Yin and her friends asked anxiously, concern evident in their voices. Even before the dust had fully risen, Ningxi had already activated her Byakugan. The distance was a bit far, but she could still see clearly. Within the haze, an orange fox's head had appeared, shielding Baishu from Li Kai's attack. Yes, he blocked it. Ningxi nodded reassuringly. How did he manage that? Xia Yue's curious eyes darted toward the smoke. You'll see for yourselves, Ningxi replied with a mysterious air. Oh, come on. The three girls exchanged a glance, noting the sly smile on Ningxi's lips. Clearly, things weren't as simple as they seemed. Old Ning, do you think Ashu can win this time? Yu Lingling's eyes brimmed with worry once again. She'd hoped her own child would end the fight with overwhelming force, but this opponent was far tougher than expected. That surging green wave of energy had left her a little shaken just watching it. Don't worry, Ashu is incredibly strong. Ningguan tried to comfort his wife, though a hint of concern lingered in his own eyes. Old Yang, what do you see? Zhou Shou and the others were just as invested in the outcome. But since they lacked sensory abilities or any special bloodline tied to their eyes, all they could do was stare at Yang Yu, waiting for his answer. This is the Nine Tails. It's truly a wondrous creature, Yang Yu exclaimed in admiration. Zhou Shou was getting really anxious. He almost wished he could pluck out Yang Yu's eyes and put them in his own sockets. Look, the smoke's clearing, someone suddenly shouted. Instantly, Zhou Shou tore his gaze from Yang Yu and turned to the arena. Before their eyes, the dense smoke was fading, and the image of an orange fox's head suddenly appeared in front of Baishu, shielding him from Li Kai's fierce assault. At that moment, Baishu stood clad in an orange aura, his presence overwhelming. He curved his lips into a slight smile and said, Li Kai, when it comes to martial arts, I'd call you the strongest. His words, carried clearly through the microphone, echoed in everyone's ears. The entire crowd erupted in astonishment. Strongest in martial arts? That's some serious bragging. Yeah, right. Those two blonde kids really have the nerve to claim they're the best at hand-to-hand combat. But aren't you curious how Baishu changed colors? And what's with that orange fox's head? Holy crap, Bai Ji is so cool. Jin Longyu couldn't hold back and shouted out loud. Yeah, Bai Ji, you're awesome. Fu Huai chimed in with a loud cheer. Go Lao Bai. Xiong Jingcheng cupped his hands around his mouth, yelling encouragement. Cici, is Baishu really that fox from back then? Guanhua's face was painted with shock. When Ningxi first explained it to them, she had been doubtful. She never imagined it would turn out to be true. Of course. So cool. Xia Yuhua's eyes sparkled as she stared at the figure draped in a cloak of orange and yellow. Old Ning, what kind of technique is Ashu using? Yu Lingling asked curiously. Ning Ziyuan looked utterly perplexed. He had no idea. Ashu's ninjutsu was already far beyond anything he understood. The name of Tailed Beast truly lives up to its legend, Li Ruegua remarked with a smile. Old Han, is this Baishu's trump card? A tailed beast, and the strongest one at that. Yang Yu glanced over, his face tinged with envy as he looked at Han Linyan, who was obviously quite pleased with himself. Of course. Back then, Baishu took down 2 8th-ranked beasts and hundreds of others single-handedly. What you've seen so far is just a glimpse, Han Liunian laughed heartily, waving his hand. Wait, what? 2 8th-ranked beasts and hundreds of others. Zhao finally snapped out of his daze, unable to believe what he was hearing. I was just as astonished when I first heard about it, Li Ruegwa replied with a grin. All right, let's focus on the match. 8th rank beasts aren't a big deal. My academy's Yunyanbai and Jiangze are up to the challenge. Jiang Nanchuan's tone was tinged with jealousy. He hadn't expected Han Liunyun to be hiding something this impressive all along. No wonder he bragged about it every day, damn it. The scene shifted back to the battlefield. Li Kai, if you want to defeat me, your current strength isn't enough. In Bishu's hand, the fox's head seemed to come alive, pushing Li Kai back in a sudden burst. Huh, Bishu, you truly are a worthy opponent. But I haven't shown you all I've got yet. Li Kai laughed, leaping high into the air, looking down at the figure in orange below. Let's see if my strongest move can break through your defenses. Morning Peacock. As Li Kai unleashed a flurry of punches in the sky, the audience was puzzled. Why was he punching at thin air? But soon, a scene that left them all breathless unfolded. Countless fireballs erupted from Li Kai's fists, raining down on Bishu below in a torrent. Morning Peacock. After opening the 8 gates, the rapid punches ignite the air itself, creating flames, someone explained from the stands. Bishu looked up at Li Kai in the sky, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. He believed that one day, Li Kai would become the next King Kai. Bishu extended his left hand, palm upright, maintaining the glowing fox's head. The barrage of flaming fists struck the fox's head, but not a ripple stirred. No one knew how much time had passed before Li Kai finally crashed down to the ground. Bishu, you really are strong. Even my strongest move couldn't make a dent in your defenses. I guess I still have a long way to go. At this moment, Li Kai was kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Opening 6 gates had taken a heavy toll on him. His whole body throbbed with pain and exhaustion, and it felt as if his bones would shatter at the slightest touch. You're already very strong. Don't forget, you're the rival I've acknowledged, Bishu said earnestly, letting the Kurama mode fade away. Haha, thanks. Li Kai managed a smile, then everything went black and he fainted. Just as he was about to collapse to the ground, a hand reached out and caught him. Uncle, call for the medical ninja, Bishu said softly, steadying Li Kai so he wouldn't fall. All right, the stunned referee snapped out of it and hurried off to summon the medical team. Soon, the medical ninja rushed over, stretcher in hand, moving quickly to help. The winner, Bishu, the referee announced at that moment. Brother Bai, you're awesome. A voice cracked through the air, slicing straight through the noise and into everyone's ears. Bishu looked toward the source of the shout. Though he couldn't see clearly, it didn't stop him from smiling. He raised his right hand and flashed an OK sign in the direction of cheer. Damn, this kid really knows how to put on a show. Isn't he cool? Cool? I wish I could be like that. The stands erupted into enthusiastic applause. In that instant, the whole world seemed to recognize this bright and handsome young man. Kurama, have you accepted him now? Shoha murmured softly, standing on Cheng Yang's shoulder. What did you say, Shoha? Cheng Yang asked, having been focused on Bishu and missing the words. It's nothing, Shoha replied, casting a gentle smile at Cheng Yang's face.